Meet Roman Dmitry, the youngest son of Baron Dmitry. His father was actually a legendary blacksmith from the Kingdom of Cairo. He only forged absolute masterpieces. So when war broke out, Roman's father became the main weapon supplier for the entire kingdom. This contribution played a massive role in their victory. Once the war finally ended, he was granted the noble title of Baron. He soon became the lord of these very lands. Now Baron Dmitry had several sons, but Roman was the absolute worst. He was slow, lazy, and completely useless. The family servants even secretly called him the fool of the Dmitry family. Roman wasted 25 pathetic years of his life before the legendary Baek Joong-hyuk suddenly transmigrated into his body. Waking up in this new body, the very first thing Baek Joong-hyuk, or rather Roman, did was make a strange request. He ordered his servant to take him to the oldest elder in the region to hear the legendary tale of his father's rise. His servant had absolutely no idea why the young master suddenly wanted this, but a loyal servant always obeys orders. Hans did exactly as he was told, making sure to fulfill his duty to the letter without asking any questions. Listening to the old man's stories, Roman finally got a decent grasp of his new identity. But he still wondered why. Why was he reincarnated here? Was it the will of the heavens, or maybe some divine punishment for refusing to ascend? Either way, since he was given a second chance at life, he was going to live it to the absolute fullest. Right then, a loud shout echoed from the nearby marketplace. A burly thug screamed out, "You absolute dog!" A skinny red-haired kid was getting brutally beaten to a pulp by a massive bald thug who showed zero mercy. The crowd watched in absolute terror, too afraid to even think about stepping in to stop the beating. Roman's servant hurried over to check out the commotion, but he froze when he spotted the sharp fang tattoo on the thug. Hans immediately backed off in fear. Roman followed right behind him, casually walking up to see what was happening. Hans whispered that some troublemakers had arrived and they looked like members of the infamous Blood Fang Gang. Relying on his host's fragmented memories, Roman had absolutely no clue who they were, so Hans had to explain. The Blood Fang Gang was a notorious loan shark syndicate operating far beyond the borders of the Dmitry territory. It seemed the red-haired kid owed them a fortune, which explained the brutal beatdown he was currently receiving. Hans begged Roman to just pretend they saw nothing, warning him that getting involved would only lead to trouble. But when Hans turned around, his master had already vanished. "Oh, you just know he is going to make a scene." To Hans' absolute horror, Roman stepped forward and loudly ordered them to stop. The Blood Fang thugs immediately turned around. They recognized him as the Lord's youngest son, but instead of being intimidated, they just burst out laughing. "Look at this noble trying to play hero," they sneered. The mighty Roman Dmitry should mind his own business. Even though Roman was the Lord's son, these arrogant lowlives didn't show him a single shred of respect. Hans frantically pulled on Roman's sleeve, begging him to leave because the Blood Fang Gang was notoriously ruthless. But with the proud soul of a legendary martial arts master flowing in his veins, Roman couldn't just walk away. Roman suddenly turned to his servant and said, "Hans, I am still not familiar with the laws of this place. Explain who is breaking the law here and what is their punishment." Hans was left completely speechless by this question. The young master had never been very bright, but today it seemed like he had completely lost his memory. Still, Hans had to answer. He explained that since the red-haired kid couldn't pay his debts, he was technically wrong. But that did not give the loan sharks the right to bypass the law and use such extreme violence. More importantly, they dared to insult the youngest son of the Dmitry family on his father's very own land. That was a severe offense punishable by death under local law. They had basically sealed their own fate. Hans gulped nervously as he spoke, sweating profusely under the intense murderous glares from the Blood Fang thugs. Hearing this explanation only fueled Roman's desire to fight. He casually picked up a dry stick from the ground. He looked at the thugs and announced, "You heard him. You have violated the sacred laws of this land. And as the youngest son of Baron Romero Dmitry, I will personally deliver your severe punishment right now." Even Hans was completely stunned by his master's sudden bravery. Talk about an epic glow-up, right? "Look, kid, we know you are some pampered noble who does not understand how the real world works. But if you keep pushing your luck, you are going to force our hand." They immediately drew their weapons. They were fully prepared to beat the young master to a pulp, but a legendary martial artist never backs down. Roman's thirst for battle isn't lacking compared to theirs at all. He even aggressively charges forward to strike first. Seeing the young master act so recklessly, the Blood Fang members panicked slightly, drawing their daggers and lashing out wildly. But unfortunately for them, Roman is no longer the useless fool he once was. The dry branch in his hand suddenly becomes as sharp as a sword, piercing straight through the bald leader's throat. Stunned by this horrifying sight, the remaining thugs scramble like they just got their tails stepped on. They charge at Roman all at once, desperate to avenge their fallen boss. But compared to that bald leader, these weaklings are even more pathetic. They can't even manage to touch a single hair on Roman. Instead, he launches a fierce counterattack, leaving his loyal servant Hans watching with his mouth wide open in absolute shock. Good grief, is this really the useless young master Roman he had been serving all this time? even in the heat of battle. Roman looks completely relaxed. He actually has the spare time to let his mind wander and think about his situation. Looking back, the very first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Roman's will, with countless pills scattered across the floor. The lands of the Cairo kingdom are constantly plagued by war. The king had recently ordered each noble family to send a representative, and Roman, who was chosen to represent the Dmitry family in the military, ended his own life because of pure terror. As the war-loving soul of Baek Joong-hyuk, he had to admit that the original Roman was a pathetic excuse of a man. But no matter how the boy lived, the current master of this body is the great leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and as long as he controls this body, he will live with honor, just as Baek Joong-hyuk always did in his past life. While Roman lost himself in thought, his hands remained busy wiping out his foes. The Blood Fang Gang is almost completely wiped out. Only one skinny thug is left scrambling away in a mad panic. Too bad for him, his speed can't match a martial arts master. Roman grabs him by the hair, completely shutting down any chance of escape. The terrified thug starts screaming like a lunatic for mercy. To keep a wild gang in line, one must lay down the law. "I won't take your life," Roman says calmly, casually snatching the dagger from the thug's hand, "but you still have to pay the price for your utter disrespect." With that, he jerks the thug's head back, slamming the sharp blade straight into his eye. A blood-curdling scream echoes as the blinded thug falls to the ground, his skinny body twitching in agonizing pain. The onlookers watching the gruesome scene shiver in sheer terror, completely paralyzed by the young master's ruthless display. Roman takes a deep breath, declaring each word clearly, "My name is Roman Dmitry. If any of you feel unhappy with the punishment I gave them, you can come find me anytime." In his past life, Baek Joong-hyuk had climbed to the peak of the martial world through absolute crushing power. Thousands of warriors who dared to challenge him ended up with the exact same fate. When their warm blood flowed like rivers, the world finally realized that the Heavenly Demon Sect ruled supreme. Baek Joong-hyuk was always proud of his legendary conquests. Yet here, he is trapped as Roman, walking the streets just to clean up a bunch of insignificant small fry. When the dust settles, Roman tells hands to call the guards to handle the mess, staring silently at his bloodstained arm. He feels incredibly disappointed because this new body is in terrible shape with fragile meridians and horrible mana circulation. Roman knows he needs to gather information on this world quickly and find a way to rebuild his physical vessel. Just then, the beaten-up red-haired kid stumbles to his feet, thanking Roman profusely for saving his life. "Do not misunderstand, I did not do this to save you," Roman replies coldly. "The Blood Fang Gang violated the rules of this territory, so I merely punished them." Roman shows zero sympathy to the heavily injured teen. Instead of being gentle, he demands the whole story, warning the kid that his tongue is gone if he lies. Terrified, the boy with the badly swollen face immediately starts crying out, explaining his family's desperate situation. It turns out his parents were the ones who borrowed money from Blood Fang to buy some farming land. They could have paid it back easily after harvesting, but the gang played dirty and ruined their entire crop, leaving them completely broke and unable to pay. Later, the young kid discovered the cruel truth behind their plot. Those bastards ruined his family because they were targeting his younger sister. At this point, his pain and fury boil over. Falling to his knees at Roman's feet, the boy begs desperately, saying they may be poor, but they never harmed anyone. He implores Roman to at least save his little sister. Looking deep into the young man's teary eyes, Roman sees a complex mix of despair, rage, and plea. That fierce burning gaze instantly reminds him of the Wrath Demon, one of his 4 legendary heavenly commanders from his past life. He first met the demon in a rundown place just like this. Memories of his past life flash before his eyes. After a long silence, Roman asks for his name. The boy replies that he is Kevin, and Roman promises to check. He wants to see if Kevin was telling the truth. As for today's incident, someone will handle it properly. Kevin bows in gratitude. A familiar feeling flashes as Roman senses they might share a long, deep bond in the future. They are bound to be connected. Meanwhile, a beautifully decorated carriage slowly enters the territory of the Dmitry family. Inside sits a beautiful blonde noblewoman. She is Flora, the official fiancée of Roman. Their marriage was arranged just a month ago as a purely political deal because her family's territory is highly unstable. Her father had to marry her off to a powerful clan for protection. Flora absolutely hated this forced arrangement. But in an era where women have no voice, she has no choice but to accept this harsh reality. She definitely does not want to spend the rest of her life tied to a family of mere blacksmiths. But to save her father, she has to swallow her pride. Originally, she was supposed to marry the second son. He is a man with a bright future, but things changed when the youngest son, Roman, forced this marriage instead. The carriage finally arrives, and Flora steps down in annoyance. To her, Roman is just a spoiled, lazy brat. She understands her family's desperate situation perfectly, but she still thinks he is way below her standard. No matter how she looks at it, Roman simply does not deserve her. The second they meet, she speaks up. The very first words out of her mouth are a direct demand to call off this marriage entirely. She knows this resistance might be entirely hopeless, but she wants to stand her ground until the very end. Surprisingly, Roman looks absolutely thrilled by the suggestion and agrees on the spot, leaving Flora completely stunned. Seriously, what on earth is going on here? He was the one who forced this marriage, yet now he acts incredibly happy. He admits he has been thinking about this too, and he would never dare to marry someone like her anyway. So canceling this wedding is definitely the right choice. His words leave Flora more confused than ever. Before she can even process what is happening, Roman is already eager to report the cancellation to his father. She quickly stops him, pointing out that he supposedly forced this marriage because of his deep infatuation with her. Seeing him let her go so easily without demanding any conditions makes her feel incredibly suspicious and thoroughly confused. Roman asks if she actually wants to marry him then, which she quickly denies, agreeing to end this cleanly. With that finally settled, Roman turns to leave, promising to take full responsibility for breaking off their engagement. After all, his reputation is already terrible, so taking the blame for this is really no big deal. Flora stares at his retreating back in utter disbelief, realizing he is nothing like the rumors make him out to be. Roman heads straight to the study of his father, the fierce and powerful Lord Romero. A loud scream instantly echoes from the room as his father bellows in anger about canceling the engagement. Roman calmly confirms he already settled things with Lady Lawrence, sending Romero's blood pressure through the roof. The furious father calls his youngest son a complete fool for throwing away such a massive opportunity. Even if outsiders mock Roman, Romero has always tried to secure a stable and comfortable future for his son. This political marriage with the Lawrence family was supposed to elevate the Dmitry clan into high society. Plus, Flora is famously beautiful, and all Roman had to do was show up and marry her. Romero yells at his face, furious that his son cannot even handle a simple task that he himself requested. The anger does not faze Roman at all, as he simply bows his head and calmly apologizes. This polite apology only infuriates Romero, further prompting him to hurl a cup straight at his son. Originally, this marriage would secure Roman a safe position, but now he must join the military instead. He is ordered to march to the brutal battlefield within 6 months, and Romero demands to know his thoughts. Romero expects his son to beg for mercy and tremble in fear like he always used to do. Instead, Roman remains completely calm, which drives the Lord crazy as he brings up the Blood Fang Gang. He mentions rumors about Roman defeating that gang, though he refuses to believe his useless son did it. He assumes someone else helped, especially since the Blood Fang is a group even Romero avoids provoking. Since his son has always been useless, Romero demands that Roman handle this mess all by himself, for the trouble he had caused repeatedly, making it clear that he would not clean up Roman's mess ever again. Romero's attitude was highly imposing, but it was really just a bluff. He fully expected his eldest son to fall to his knees, crying and begging for forgiveness. Instead, Roman calmly replied that he understood perfectly and would handle the situation himself. Honestly, Romero never expected his son to suddenly grow a spine like this. Since this was the result of his own actions, he could resolve it. Once everything was settled, he would return. After saying his piece, Roman walked out and slammed the door behind him. Only then did he pull out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood dripping from his forehead. Flora was waiting outside, completely stunned by his calm demeanor. She finally blurted out if he was crazy, but he just coldly asked if she was still there. Flora had overheard everything through the door. What shocked her most was that Roman had actually challenged the Blood Fang Gang, notorious criminals who threatened the high nobility. Roman's reckless actions would surely invite their brutal retaliation, and Flora feared he wouldn't survive on his own. She urged him to go back inside and beg Baron Romero for forgiveness, but Roman simply stared back with cold eyes. He asked her why on earth he should ever do that. Flora choked on her words, unable to find a reply. Before she could speak, Roman told Lady Flora that she needed to remember her place. He already found her quite annoying. Ever since Hans forced him into tight, uncomfortable clothes and drenched him in sweet perfume just to welcome her, he wanted out. Since Roman was still adjusting to this new world, he believed an arranged marriage would only bring him endless trouble. But Hans made a good point. He shouldn't behave rudely toward a woman who had never personally done anything to harm him. Still, he wanted to call off this engagement. He just didn't expect Flora to demand it first with such a haughty attitude. Since she clearly showed him zero respect, Roman saw absolutely no reason to play nice anymore. Honestly, you love to see it. He pointed out that Lady Flora was rather arrogant, noting that he understood exactly where she was coming from. She obviously didn't care about his reputation when bringing up the breakup, but suddenly grew worried when he took charge. Roman did all the talking while Flora could only stand there completely flustered and unable to find her words. To Roman, the very moment those words of annulment left her lips, she lost all right to interfere in his business. From this very moment on, they had absolutely nothing to do with each other, meaning she should mind her own business. Roman coldly walked away, leaving Flora standing there in complete humiliation. His decision to take full responsibility was purely practical. He wanted to avoid any messy complications that might follow the broken engagement, and he certainly wanted nothing to do with her. Even though she was undeniably gorgeous, Roman hoped this would be the absolute first and last time they ever crossed paths. He had far too many things on his plate to worry about getting married. While Roman remained unfazed, someone else was quite miserable. That person was none other than Baron Romero. He sat alone that night, drinking heavily despite his wife's attempts to stop him. The sole reason for the Baron's heavy drinking was that heavy glass he had thrown at his own son's head. He lamented to Rihanna that he had beaten Roman again. Back when they were just commoners, he used to hit him often. After they became nobles, he had sworn to himself that he would never let his children experience that kind of violence again. Thanks to this promise, their other children grew up peacefully. But Roman was the most rebellious, causing Romero the most headaches. Yet Roman was also the only child who had endured the family's hardest struggles with him, leaving the Baron deeply conflicted. He simply didn't know how to treat Roman fairly. Rihanna suggested that while Romero had his flaws as a father, they were still the only ones who could correct their son's wrong behavior. Roman's impulsive ways had given her headaches too. But with a mother's forgiving heart, Rihanna believed Roman would eventually change and Romero would never truly abandon his own son. When she brought up the Blood Fang Gang, Rihanna nodded. She knew her son well. Roman Dmitry was a proud youth. If he claimed he could handle this brutal gang himself, he was probably just talking tough to save face. As parents, they couldn't just stand by and watch him get hurt. Rihanna wanted her husband to send Captain Jonathan to help. Romero agreed with her reasoning, so he immediately summoned Jonathan. But in reality, the proud kid she thought she knew was long gone. When Roman said he could handle it himself, he meant it. Right now, he was strolling through the streets entirely unbothered. Meanwhile, his loyal butler Hans trailed behind him in absolute panic, begging his young master to go back inside before it was too late. Hans warned him that the Blood Fang Gang could attack at any moment and staying out in the open was far too dangerous. For the past 2 days, the young master had behaved so strangely that it was driving his poor butler completely insane. The young master had behaved so strangely lately, and Hans knew that no matter what he said, Roman wouldn't listen anyway. And Roman has no intention of going back. Hey Hans, when do you think the Blood Fang Gang actually gain the kind of power they possess now? He suddenly asks. Hans shakes his head. He has no idea, but Roman knows exactly what's up. After returning home, he did some quick digging on the Blood Fangs. They originally built their reputation through pure notoriety and mercilessly slaughtering their rivals. That terrifying reputation kept everyone in constant fear, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. So what is the actual root of the problem here? The Blood Fang Gang is not actually that hard to deal with. They are only dangerous when they can make people tremble in fear at their blades. That's why today Roman wanted to go out and see for himself just how deeply the fear of the Blood Fangs has affected his people. The two of them wandered the streets for quite a while before finally stopping at a restaurant called Atelier. After ordering a massive spread of food, Roman tells Hans to stay and enjoy. He wants to go investigate alone, since staying with him might get the old man killed. But Hans, who was drooling over the feast just 10 seconds ago, suddenly stands up with pure determination. Absolutely not, he says, even if it is dangerous, I will never leave you behind. To face them all alone, young master. Roman finds it funny but feels touched. Hans really is an incredibly loyal servant. Otherwise, there is no way he would have stuck by the former foolish Roman for so long until his tragic end. But in reality, Hans can't help him at all right now. He would only get in the way if Roman gets ambushed. Roman warns him not to throw his life away for nothing. Coming this far with me is already more than enough. I will be back very soon. Roman then walks out of the restaurant, leaving Hans standing there completely dazed for a long time. He never expected the young master to say something like that, let alone treat him to a massive feast while he waits. It feels like Roman has suddenly grown up, but then Hans remembers something urgent, losing his appetite entirely as he rushes right out of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Roman wanders the streets entirely alone, deeply lost in his thoughts. Over the last few days, he figured out that the Blood Fangs aren't actually that powerful on their own, but since they move in packs, hunting them down is tough. After the Kevin incident, they are likely laying low, fearing what might happen if they fail to eliminate Roman. Since he can't track them down, he'll make them come to him. That's exactly why he dragged Hans out to wander the streets today before telling him to stay at the restaurant. At this rate, the Blood Fang spies have probably already figured out his location and are watching him closely. To make things better, today is the regular training day for the Dmitry guards, meaning patrols are heavily reduced. If the Blood Fangs are looking for payback, today is their absolute best shot at catching him alone. His calculations are spot on. After wandering around the streets, the Blood Fangs finally show their ugly faces. They show up in massive numbers this time, and of course, every single one of them is heavily armed. Meanwhile, Hans is rushing back to the Dmitry castle to find the captain of the guards, Jonathan. Even though he saw the young master take down those thugs alone the other day, Hans is still terrified of Roman wandering around alone. Captain, you have to find young master Roman right this second. Hans gasps for air, clutching his chest desperately. He gasps out that the young master is in grave danger. Hans is worried, but who's actually in danger here? In a deserted alley, Roman is busy warming up by absolutely thrashing the assassins sent to kill him. He started barehanded, but after snatching a dagger from one of them, he becomes an unstoppable force of nature. Armed with combat experience and sheer willpower from his past life, Roman easily takes a life without blinking. The remaining assassins instantly panic at his cold indifference. What on earth is happening? Is this really the family fool? Roman lets out a chilling laugh. Why are you all just standing there? Come at me all at once. Meanwhile, Hans is frantically warning the guards that the young master went to confront the Blood Fangs with absolutely no protection. But when Captain Jonathan and his guards hear this, they just laugh it off, thinking the whole thing is ridiculous. In their eyes, Roman is the weakest weakling in the entire world. How could he possibly be out there fighting? It is the absolute truth. Why would I lie to you? Hans screams, and his sheer desperation finally makes Jonathan pause. Coincidentally, not too long before this, Baron Dmitry himself had approached the captain to ask for the exact same favor. If only one person had said it, Jonathan would doubt it. But now, two different people are saying the exact same thing. He is highly annoyed that the useless young master keeps causing trouble when he doesn't even know how to hold a weapon. Even though he hates it, Jonathan has no choice but to order the entire guard unit to gear up. Jonathan's men are fully prepared to rescue the young master. Rest assured, as long as we are here, they won't lay a finger on him. Jonathan confidently assures Hans. Secretly, he is pretty annoyed by the constant mess Roman keeps making. At that very moment, Roman is busy slitting a thug's throat. After a brief shock, the other two quickly snap out of it. They rush forward to kill him on the spot, but their sheer ferocity is absolutely no match for the peerless skills of a seasoned master. Even in an ambush, Roman remains incredibly calm. In the blink of an eye, both remaining thugs are completely overwhelmed. He takes them down effortlessly, keeping one alive. Roman is actually quite disappointed that they only sent 3 guys. He spared this last guy just to get some answers. Then the blade drops. He drives it straight into the man's thigh, causing a pain far worse than death. As the thug panics, the interrogation begins. He asks him straight up, first of all, who is your leader? With his vast experience from his past life, breaking men is easy. Forcing a terrified captive to spit out the truth is pretty simple for Roman. Once the interrogation wraps up, he heads to a tavern. The moment the patrons spot Roman, their faces turn pale. Dead silence. Especially since the young master just strolled in absolutely drenched in fresh blood. The tavern owner nervously greets him as he walks up. Low whispers immediately begin to ripple through the room. Everyone is staring, but Roman simply ignores the noise. The tavern owner asks what he would like to order. Roman calmly replies that he wants a glass of Tears of Dawn, specifically the batch brewed back in the 20s. The owner apologizes, saying they do not serve that brand here. Instead, he offers to recommend something else. Roman agrees, asking for something exceptionally strong because he has morning duties and needs a buzz. His strange request seems totally random, yet it instantly grabs the attention of everyone sitting in the room. Believe it or not, this is actually a secret code that Roman successfully squeezed out of that bald thug earlier. Supposedly, the gang receives their assignments right here after reciting the phrases. Specifically, 3 distinct phrases said in a very precise order. The phrases are Tears of Dawn, something exceptionally strong, and having work in the morning. Since Roman said them perfectly, things get tense. The atmosphere inside the room shifts instantly, turning incredibly hostile. Every eye in the place locks onto him with murderous intent. Even the tavern owner reveals his true colors, drawing a blade and ordering his men to strike. Yet, he is also the very first one to fall. The owner is knocked out cold. Suddenly, the entire room erupts into absolute chaos as everyone draws a weapon. Every single thug charges at him at once. Normal patrons, completely terrified by the sudden violence, scramble for the exits. They push and shove to escape, screaming for the guards to come save them. Once the innocent bystanders clear out, Roman has plenty of room. He is completely free to go all out now. Even unarmed, he easily breaks 3 attackers in the blink of an eye. His overwhelming speed leaves the remaining thugs absolutely stunned. This guy is definitely not the weak, cowardly young master they used to know. Reading the sudden dread written all over their faces, Roman merely smiles. They are right, the old weak young master is long gone. Of course, he is actually the legendary Heavenly Demon from his past life. Armed with the ultimate secrets of the martial world, he possesses unmatched power. He has already rebuilt this fragile body using supreme energy techniques in just a few days. His current physical level is nowhere near his prime. Still, these weak pests do not stand a single chance against him. By the time he finishes sweeping the floor with the rest of them, the tavern owner finally groans and crawls back up. Roman remarks that he woke up just in time, right as the cleanup finished. The terrified owner stammers, asking why he did this. Roman warns him not to play dumb since he attacked first. Now, with just the 2 of them left, they need to have a little chat. Looking at Roman, the barkeep realizes this is not the useless young lord anymore. He is staring directly into the eyes of a true monster. The sheer terror makes his entire body tremble uncontrollably. Sometime later, Jonathan arrives with the guards only to find the tavern completely trashed. The utter devastation inside leaves Jonathan completely stunned. He can barely process the sight of all those broken bodies scattered on the floor. He wonders what on earth happened here and if this could actually be the young master's doing. He walks around to investigate. His men search upstairs and find a barely breathing survivor. The dying thug mutters that Roman has already headed toward Lauren's territory. Hearing this, Jonathan is completely baffled. Why Lawrence Roman just broke off his engagement with Flora? Then the realization hits. The Blood Fang's hideout is right there. 1 hour ago, Roman was forcing answers out. He used brutal force to make the tavern owner speak. Even after having 2 fingers chopped clean off, the man refused to talk. That stubbornness does not annoy Roman at all. In fact, it actually makes him pretty pleased. Let's see how long this guy lasts. He knows that those who refuse to speak, even when facing torture or death, are always the ones guarding the most valuable secrets. The owner screams at Roman to just kill him. Roman simply grins, "We have all day." Roman decides to run a little test to see if this man can really keep his mouth shut. Physical force might not terrify this stubborn bastard, but family definitely will. Roman already noticed a photo on the desk showing a young boy standing next to him. Judging by his age, the boy is clearly his son. Roman uses the child as leverage, and this trick instantly gets a reaction. The bald thug gets so furious, his imaginary hair stands on end. He screams, calling Roman a bastard noble for targeting family. "How dare a noble threaten someone's family?" a bald man yells in fury. Roman ignores the outburst and steps closer with the photo. Roman walks over with the picture. He asks if the thug wants to hear some interesting secrets he uncovered about the Blood Fang Gang. Over the past few days, Roman has gathered massive intel, realizing these gang members will gladly throw away their lives for revenge. They share a common trait: they are not naturally evil people, but rather poor souls forced into slavery due to massive debt. The rotten syndicate drives desperate debtors to the absolute brink, taking their families hostage to keep them under complete control. That is exactly how they maintain such a massive disposable army willing to throw away their lives on command. As Roman speaks, the bald thug's face turns pale. He thinks even if Roman knows the truth, nothing will change, because the Blood Fang will relentlessly hunt Roman down to the ends of the earth to get their ultimate revenge. Roman suddenly laughs, telling the man to think twice and choose his bets much more wisely before smashing the photo frame right at his feet. The glass shatters as Roman vows that his threat against his son is deadly serious. Swearing on his own name, Roman even goes on to describe the agonizing way he will end the young boy's life. This terrifying description forces the bald thug into a brutal mental corner, desperately struggling to make the ultimate decision. Should he stay loyal to the gang and let his son die horribly, or spill everything Roman wants to know? We all know how this ends. By the time Commander Jonathan arrives at the scene, the young master is already heading to Lawrence. Meanwhile, total chaos erupts at the Blood Fang headquarters after news spreads that their Dmitry branch has been completely wiped out. The most humiliating part is that they were crushed by a young master famously known as a complete fool, someone who didn't even qualify for the Royal Swordsmanship Academy. The gang leader furiously demands to know Roman's current location. An informant reports that Roman has just left the estate, likely heading their way after squeezing information from the pub manager. Is he traveling alone? Yes, they reply. The leader laughs, finding it hilarious that Roman dares to march in completely solo. Viewing Roman's solo raid as pure arrogance, the leader orders the immediate mobilization of all remaining forces to prepare for battle. They must eliminate Roman before the Dmitry guards can arrive, the leader growls, his voice dripping with pure bloodlust. How dare Roman Dmitry touch their gang? He vows to take his life and hang his corpse in the central square. This display will surely restore the Blood Fang's fearsome reputation. Meanwhile, while Roman is busy dealing with these thugs, his former prospective father-in-law Lord Lawrence is currently dealing with a massive, highly stressful political headache of his own. He learns that the Barco family recently borrowed a massive sum of gold, a clear sign that they are preparing for war. Even worse, the royal family seems to back the Barcos, completely turning a blind eye to their aggressive actions. If war breaks out, Lawrence stands absolutely no chance. Yet the Lawrence family has ruled this fertile land peacefully for generations. Although records claim their ancestors once mortgaged the territory to the Barcos, the Lawrence elders have never accepted this claim. But arguing over ancient documents is completely useless now that the Barcos are fully prepared to start a war. The only option left for Lord Lawrence is to defend his territory and refuse to hand it over to anyone. If the Barcos refuse to negotiate, then the Lawrence family must muster everything they have to fight back. This looming threat is exactly why he originally arranged a strategic political marriage with the wealthy Dmitry family. At the mention of Dmitry, the assembly of nobles immediately brightens, realizing they had overlooked this crucial ally. Though the Dmitry clan started as humble blacksmiths, nobody can deny they are now the richest family in the region. No matter how much the Barcos borrow, they can never match the immense wealth of the Dmitry family. With Dmitry's financial backing, Lawrence's survival would be fully secured. That is why Lord Lawrence took this path, sending his only daughter to marry Roman, who was widely ridiculed as the useless fool of the Dmitry family. He did it all for the family's survival, so the elders urged their lord not to blame himself. Standing outside the door, Flora overhears the entire conversation, but she cannot bring herself to knock and enter. She has no idea how to tell them that she already called off a marriage with the Dmitry heir. Torn between guilt for disobeying her father and believing she made the right choice for her own happiness, Flora paced back and forth in front of the meeting room door. Just as she gathered enough courage to step inside and confess everything, a knight rushed up in a panic. He barely managed to throw a quick greeting to Flora before barging straight into the room. He gasped out that a massive emergency had occurred. The urgent news was that Captain Jonathan had already led his army all the way to the gates of Lawrence Castle. However, the Lawrence Knights firmly refused to open the gate unless Jonathan and his men disarmed. Meanwhile, Jonathan was burning with anxiety, terrified that something might happen to Dmitry's precious son. He even warned the guards that if anything happened to Roman, they would face his absolute wrath. The gate captain found him incredibly arrogant, muttering that they couldn't just let armed foreign soldiers stroll right into their city. As the two captains locked horns in a tense standoff, another soldier came running up to them out of breath. He reported that the main square was in complete chaos. Roman had just showed up completely drenched in blood, dragging the leader of the Blood Fang by his collar right through the open plaza, completely ignoring his desperate pleas. Just a short while ago, the gang leader thought this operation would be absolute child's play. He assumed his opponent was just a brainless noble who was completely alone. Meanwhile, his own side had overwhelming numbers and were fully armed. On top of that, his men were vicious thugs who were ready to die for the gang. The gang leader thought that even a total idiot could see his side was guaranteed a swift and crushing victory. That was a pretty nice dream, but reality had other plans. Roman single-handedly stormed the Blood Fang hideout, annihilated every single thug in a matter of seconds. Watching this unfold, the old gang leader was completely paralyzed with shock. As Roman slowly stepped closer with a cold, terrifying expression, only one single thought flashed through the leader's mind. He was absolutely done for. Yet even knowing death was staring him down, he was too terrified to even flinch. He certainly didn't want to meet his maker, but his limbs went completely numb. Standing before him was a true monster, and the brutal outcome was obvious to everyone. The gang leader was beaten half to death and left barely breathing. Roman dragged his near-lifeless body straight to the busiest part of the plaza before tossing him onto the ground. The once arrogant Blood Fang leader now pathetically groveled in the dirt, begging Roman to spare his miserable life. He promised to obey any command and even vowed to serve Roman like a loyal dog for the rest of his days. Roman scoffed at the offer, asking if he really expected to be his dog. He should have said that, before showing his fangs. With a cold glare, Roman slammed his boot down, smashing the leader's head into the icy stone. Roman then raised his voice, exposing the bastard's true identity to the stunned crowd gathered in the square. Everyone knew how brutal the Blood Fang Gang was. Hearing Roman call out the leader's crimes left them completely shocked. Rage quickly swept through the crowd. Since their sins were undeniable, Roman declared that he would tear out this evil weed today. With those words, Roman raised his heavy boot again. Some of the faint-hearted onlookers turned their eyes away in fear. By the time Captain Jonathan finally rode up to the scene, the bloody execution was already completely finished. All that remained was the mangled corpse of the gang leader. The guards wasted no time reporting this back to the Lord. They had only opened the gates because Roman was Lady Flora's fiancé, but nobody expected a bloody execution in the plaza. Just an hour later, he was dragging a severely beaten man right into the center of the city for a public execution. He identified the man as Ben Millet, the leader of the Blood Fang, and promptly executed him right then and there. The elders meeting with the Lord immediately broke out in a frenzy of whispers, utterly stunned by this brazen move. How could a known loser like Roman Dmitry wipe out an entire gang and capture their leader all by himself? It seemed completely impossible. But more importantly, Roman had openly executed someone on Lawrence soil without the Lord's permission. This was a direct insult to their authority, and the elders of the family were ready to demand a harsh punishment. However, Viscount Lawrence was looking at the bigger picture. The only thing occupying his mind right now was his potential son-in-law. Of his future son-in-law completely destroying the notorious Blood Fang alone. The thought filled him with deep curiosity. He immediately ordered Roman to be brought before him. Before long, the young master stepped into the meeting room, looking completely unbothered. Captain Jonathan walked by his side. The moment Viscount Lawrence saw the captain's face, he felt he had found his answer. He assumed that Roman's clean sweep of the gang must have been thanks to the elite knights of the Dmitry family. Roman stood tall and introduced himself. Although he was greeting a higher-ranking noble, he did not bow his head even once. Viscount Lawrence didn't seem to mind the lack of etiquette. Instead, he wanted to get straight to the point. Hearing it straight from Roman's own mouth, the Baron learns why he came all the way to Lawrence territory to unleash such violence. He explains that a few days ago, the Blood Fang Gang assaulted an innocent citizen on Dmitry territory, so he executed them on the spot. Roman recounts everything from the moment he met Kevin. Behind closed doors, Flora listens from outside, completely consumed by her curiosity. She pulls a guard aside to ask why Roman is here and why he entered her father's private study. Confused, the guard sighs deeply and asks if she really hasn't heard about the crazy chaos that unfolded on the streets. As he explains the street fight, Roman finishes detailing his ruthless hunt of the Blood Fang bandits to the Baron. The more Roman speaks, the darker Baron Lawrence's expression becomes, demanding to know who gave Roman the right to do this. The Baron snaps that Roman has zero authority to execute anyone here, but Roman calmly replies that he already knows. Roman boldly retorts that he highly doubts whether the Lawrence family actually has the competence to wipe out the bandits themselves. After all, the bandit leader Ben Millet is a notorious criminal famous throughout the territory for committing countless heinous atrocities. Ben had been thrown into jail multiple times but always got bailed out, a detail Roman learned from a local tavern keeper. Knowing this, Roman decided to take matters into his own hands because he simply could not trust the weak Lawrence family. Hearing this disrespect, Jonathan goes pale with sheer terror, while Roman calmly asks the Baron if he actually did anything wrong. The Baron stays silent for a moment before turning his gaze to the nervous administrator sitting closest to him. The Baron demands to know if he recognizes Ben Millet, and the man stammers that he had no idea Ben led the gang. With that confession, the Baron sighs and realizes there is no need to debate further since his own administration is at fault. This whole mess never would have happened if the Lawrence family had properly maintained the law and order in their territory. Deep down, the Baron knows Roman did the right thing despite crossing the line, leaving him unable to punish the boy. He dismisses both Roman and Jonathan, even promising to reward them later for taking care of the bandit problem. The study doors open, and only after Roman finally walks away does the Baron burst into a sudden amused laugh. So that's the fool Roman Dmitry, pretty impressive, right? Meanwhile, the other noble still grumbles about Roman overstepping. Unfortunately for him, the Baron has taken a real liking to this audacious, fearless young man as a future son-in-law. He is completely willing to overlook Roman's blatant disrespect and immediately calls for his daughter Flora to join him. He wants to reassure her that her future husband is no fool, while Roman casually mounts his horse to head home. On the road back, Captain Jonathan cannot help but ask if he really had to provoke the Baron like that. He points out that they were incredibly lucky to walk away unharmed and asks what if the Baron had erupted in rage. Even though everyone thinks Roman just pulled off a reckless, suicidal stunt, Roman himself remains completely unfazed. He knows his bold actions only highlight the sheer negligence of the Lawrence family, leaving them completely in the wrong. Furthermore, judging by the Baron's reaction, he still has no idea about the marriage cancellation, so he cannot punish him. This brilliant calculation gives Jonathan literal goosebumps, realizing his master is playing on a completely different level. Not only is Roman insanely powerful now, but even this entire high-stakes confrontation was planned out from the start. It leaves Jonathan with the same burning question as everyone else: is this really the legendary fool of the Dmitry family? Riding in silence, Roman is lost in deep thought as ancient memories of his childhood begin to surface. Being born as the son of the legendary Heavenly Demon meant he never experienced the warm shelter of normal parental love. Instead, his brutal father threw him straight into a cruel, unforgiving world where only the strong were allowed to survive. Surviving endless beatings, he had to fight back every single day, slowly clawing his way up from the absolute bottom. Night begins to fall as they finally arrive back at the Dmitry estate, and Roman immediately seeks some much-needed privacy. He washes away the heavy stench of blood, feeling utterly drained because this weak body is extremely easy to exhaust. Even though adapting to his new form is highly exhausting, waking up in this world has brought some interesting experiences. Most of these interesting new encounters actually revolved around dealing with the notorious Blood Fang bandits. To completely annihilate them, Roman crushed everything in his path using the most brutal methods imaginable. Yet he feels zero regret because back when he was Baek Joong-hyuk, he was always this cold and unforgiving. He was a monster who gladly slaughtered anyone in his way and erased those harboring murderous intent toward him. That was his path in his past life, and it will not change, even though he is now Roman Dmitry. But for now, Roman decides to lie low and avoid starting new conflicts until he fully understands this body. He still has to learn all the rules of this new world. Plus, his current strength is pretty heavily suppressed compared to his peak. While Roman is racking his brain for a way to build his power back up, a servant announces the Lord wants to see him. Roman quickly changes to meet his father. Meanwhile, in the study, Captain Jonathan tells Baron Romero about everything he saw in Lawrence. The Baron can barely believe his own ears, especially since Roman has always been the absolute black sheep of the family. He was his only son with zero impressive talent. And yet back when Romero was just a humble blacksmith, Roman loved him most. The boy once walked a massive distance all the way to the hot forge just to bring his busy father a piece of candy. He did it just because he was worried about his dad working too hard. Since then, Romero always strove to give Roman a happy life. He spoiled him rotten, never imagining that this shield of love would actually lead his son straight down the wrong path. Honestly, Romero had given up on his youngest son long ago. But now, hearing that Roman single-handedly took down the Blood Fang Gang, that extinguished spark of hope in his heart instantly flares back to life. Just as they are talking, Roman knocks on the door. Hearing his son's voice makes Romero pretty emotional. He does not care how the boy managed to fight off those dangerous thugs. As long as Roman genuinely accomplished something on his own, Romero is ready to do absolutely anything to make up for his past shortcomings. He wants to be a better father. He calls out, "Is that you, Roman? I heard you dealt with the Blood Fang Gang yourself. Is that really true?" Roman goes quiet. Looking closely at Romero's face, he can see his father is practically pleading for a yes. A truthful answer here would change how his father views him forever. But showing off too much too soon is a double-edged sword. Accomplishments that exceed expectations like this can easily come back to bite him. He is fully prepared to lie, but suddenly a wave of childhood memories from his past life comes rushing back. In his original world, while other kids were loved and protected, he was thrown into a brutal hell where only the strong survived. He had to crawl all the way from the darkest depths to absolute dominance by constantly proving his own superior power to everyone. In this new life, though, Roman craves simple love and recognition. So looking his father in the eyes, he makes his decision. He proudly admits the truth. He is the Heavenly Demon after all, and a true demon never hides his greatness from the world. Shortly after, Baron Romero and Captain Jonathan escort Roman straight to the training grounds of the Dmitry Guard Force. The soldiers on duty are totally baffled to see their famously useless youngest master casually strolling onto the training field. Their confusion turns to shock when Captain Jonathan announces Roman is here to spar, asking for volunteers to step forward. The watching crowd swallows hard tension filling the air. To these guards, Roman is still just a completely useless fool. Nobody wants to duel him. If they accidentally hit him too hard and injure the Lord's son, they might literally lose their heads. How exactly did they end up here on the field? To understand that, we have to rewind the clock about 1 hour. Back in the study, Roman confidently declared that he was indeed the one who crushed the entire Blood Fang Gang. Even though it is the exact answer Romero hoped for, he is still deeply skeptical. How could you possibly defeat them? Roman's mind starts spinning quickly, crafting a perfectly plausible explanation to satisfy his father without raising any major red flags. He lies, claiming he has secretly been practicing his swordsmanship in private for years away from everyone's prying eyes. He adds that he wanted to prove that the Dmitry family fool could actually accomplish something great on his own. He walks Romero through the intel he gathered on the gang, explaining how he carefully lured the leader into a trap. Hearing this, Romero is absolutely stunned. The detailed plan proves his son did not just rely on sheer dumb luck. He has not only improved his swordplay, but he also possesses sharp tactical intelligence and the sheer courage to invade enemy territory. Romero falls silent. For years he accepted that his youngest was completely useless. To see him transform so suddenly is mind-blowing. Merely calling it impressive is a massive understatement. In Romero's eyes, his son's sudden rise is nothing short of extraordinary. After a quiet pause, the Baron finally asks his son if he can make a small personal request. Roman tells him to speak freely. The Lord then admits he wants to personally witness his son's newly found skills. He wants to see just how much the boy has truly changed. And that is why Roman is standing here today. But despite Captain Jonathan calling out for volunteers 3 separate times, not a single soldier dares to step forward. The captain is in a real pinch. He needs to find a capable warrior who can test Roman without injuring him. That way, they can preserve the honor of the knights while still testing Roman's actual talent. Jonathan himself could do it. But as the captain, drawing his own weapon for a mere sparring session like this would look pretty bad. So instead, Jonathan calls out a specific name, Chris, the highly skilled vice-captain of the Dmitry Knight Order. Chris's face turns pale. His impression of Roman is pretty terrible, to be honest. The first time they ever met was last year, when Chris went out to deal with a drunkard causing a massive scene, ruining a local restaurant's business right on the street. It would be no big deal, except that slurring drunk throwing things everywhere was Roman himself. And while trying to stop his rampage, Chris took a hard slap straight to the face. At that exact moment, he realized this young master had never trained a day in his life. His strength was actually weaker than an ordinary average citizen. Truly pathetic. Because of that, Chris had completely written him off as useless. He viewed Roman as total garbage, just wasting space. Yet right now, he is forced to step up and duel this exact same guy. The situation makes Chris both disgusted and incredibly awkward. He tries to protest, but Captain Jonathan refuses to give him any way out. Jonathan notes that since Roman handled 3 Blood Fang warriors alone, he is a rare talent. To keep things fair during this match, Chris is the most suitable opponent here. Chris knows his captain all too well. He realizes he has absolutely no right to refuse, so he grabs a wooden sword and steps onto the training grounds. But just as Jonathan calls for preparation, Chris suddenly speaks up. He demands that since swords are drawn even in sparring, they must fight as if they are stepping onto a real battlefield. And regardless of who the opponent is, there should be absolutely no holding back or showing mercy on either side. If the captain accepts this, Chris says he would be honored to spar. His words are dripping with a proud, arrogant attitude. He is convinced Roman could never have wiped out the entire Blood Fang Gang alone. Since he is forced to spar anyway, Chris wants to seize this chance to teach the young master a harsh lesson. Captain Jonathan looks back and forth between the Lord and the young master, waiting for Roman's response. Instead of getting nervous, Roman just flashes a sly, mocking smirk, which drives Chris absolutely insane with rage. Captain Jonathan takes this smirk as silent approval of the condition and signals both of them to take their starting stances. Chris cannot comprehend where a weakling like Roman gets the guts to stand against him. Yet staring at the young master's absolute confidence, Chris is the one who slowly begins to panic. As soon as the start signal is shouted, Chris launches himself forward with incredible power. His sheer speed is so extreme, it catches the watching knights completely off guard. He is going all out. But Roman's eyes suddenly turn razor sharp. He cleanly blocks the opening strike, sending a massive shockwave of disbelief straight through Captain Jonathan. The sheer recoil of the clash forces Chris to stumble back several steps. He cannot hide the pure confusion on his face. The raw power of Roman's block and his flawless defensive posture are unbelievably solid. This makes zero sense. Is this really the weak, pathetic young master he used to look down on? Chris grinds his teeth, trying to focus. He has no idea how Roman managed to block his blow, but right now, only landing a hit will satisfy him. So Chris charges back and launching a fierce follow-up attack. But instead of blocking this time, Roman casually evades, slipping effortlessly to his right. Chris reacts quickly and instantly pivots his strike to keep up with his target. However, his mounting frustration makes him sloppy and impatient. In stark contrast, Roman is the definition of pure calm. Right when Chris thinks he finally sees a fatal opening, Roman slips away again. That massive miss leaves Chris wide open. Roman immediately launches a sharp counterattack. Whether by luck or design, the wooden sword tip stops just inches from Chris's face. Absolutely terrified, Chris leaps back, panting heavily. That counter was insanely close. If Roman had put any force behind it, Chris would have been knocked clean out. The watching crowd holds their breath in complete astonishment at Roman's skill. Meanwhile, the young master stands there completely unbothered by all the staring eyes. Chris grinds his teeth in frustration. The Roman standing before him is nothing like the weakling from his memories. Defense, footwork, counterattacks, he is perfect. He shows absolutely no weaknesses. At this rate, Chris realizes he might actually lose. But he quickly shakes off the thought, telling himself to stop being pathetic since his opponent is supposedly the fool of the Dmitry family. And because of that, Chris absolutely refuses to be humiliated in front of his entire squad. But before he can even collect his thoughts, Roman beats him to the punch calmly, stating that the warm-up is finally over. Those words hit like a physical blow. To think Chris was fighting for his life while Roman was just getting warmed up. Talk about a brutal reality check. Before Chris can even process the insult, Roman's sword is already slicing through the air. The speed is absolutely terrifying. He barely manages to throw up a desperate block. But Roman has zero intention of letting his opponent catch his breath, unleashing a flurry of consecutive attacks. The jaw-dropping sight of this absolute domination leaves the spectating knights utterly speechless, while Chris is pushed completely to the brink. Gritting his teeth, he barely manages to withstand the relentless barrage. He is entirely on the defensive, desperately scanning for even a split-second opportunity to launch a counterattack. Right then, Chris spots a massive opening in Roman's guard. He takes a quick step back to build up momentum. Chris lunges forward, but his blade misses completely, only to meet Roman's smug, knowing grin. In that split second, Chris realizes the truth. Roman baited him on purpose. He fell for it. The sheer fear of losing drives Chris completely insane. He loses his grip on reality. Suddenly, his blade erupts in a blinding blue light, making even Captain Jonathan gasp in absolute panic. Chris unleashes everything. A massive explosion rocks the entire courtyard, sending waves of thick dust and debris flying everywhere. Lord Romero panics, his eyes desperately, scanning the dust for his precious son until Roman is finally revealed. He is completely unharmed, having easily blocked that devastating one-star aura strike. The battle is officially over. Utterly exhausted, Chris collapses flat on his back under Roman's triumphant gaze. Honestly, Chris is no pushover. To be fair, Chris is actually quite strong. When first appointed as vice captain, his young age shocked the entire order. As Jonathan's prized personal disciple, it took him just 2 years of training to begin sensing mana. Within 3.5 years, he became a full-fledged aura knight, sparking rumors of his incredible swordplay. And those rumors were absolutely true. Even Captain Jonathan was highly satisfied with his student's exceptional talent. Chris had the drive, the ambition, and the morals. Jonathan fully believed this kid would go incredibly far. Yet today, in front of the entire household, Chris was thoroughly humiliated by the man everyone called the Dmitry family dummy. The moment Chris crashed to the dirt, the entire crowd froze in disbelief. Lord Romero simply could not believe his eyes. Jonathan had always hyped Chris up as the absolute best 2-star aura knight in the entire Dmitry territory. But Captain Jonathan was even more stunned. Just a single month ago, Roman was nothing but a useless, lazy troublemaker. Even someone training for years couldn't possibly possess the advanced skills Roman just displayed, let alone someone who started a month ago. Looking at the masterclass performance, Jonathan knew these precise strikes had to be the result of decades of intense, brutal training. He tells the Lord not to be shocked but suggests that the young master might actually be a swordsmanship genius. Jonathan mutters his theory with shaking knees. Meanwhile, Roman looks down studying the defeated opponent sprawled at his feet. No one can deny that Chris is a highly competent fighter who knows exactly how to pressure and aggressively attack his opponents. His combat focus is incredibly sharp. At this level, Roman knows Chris could easily wipe out the entire Blood Fang Gang alone. No wonder Captain Jonathan took so much pride in him. By the standards of this world, Chris is an exceptional warrior. But measured against Roman's elite personal standards, Chris is still incredibly weak, sitting right at the absolute bottom of his ranking. He certainly didn't expect that desperate 1-star aura strike at the end. It was actually a pretty decent surprise. Before Roman can analyze the move any further, Lord Romero's boisterous laughter snaps him right back to reality. The proud father is completely ecstatic right now. After all, Captain Jonathan himself just officially declared his son a prodigy. Romero gestures for Roman to come closer. He finally believes his son wiped out the Blood Fangs all on his own. He eagerly praises his youngest son for securing the very first major victory of his life, fully acknowledging his achievement. To reward him, Romero offers to grant any single wish he has. Hearing this, Roman seizes the perfect opportunity. He asks his father if he still has to deploy to the battlefield within 6 months due to their conflict. Since their alliance with the Lawrence family fell completely apart, Romero immediately assumes his son is trying to dodge the draft. He asks if Roman wants to back out, but Roman declines. He just wants to handpick his own squad. Romero is completely stunned. He fully expected his son to beg and haggle to avoid going, but he eagerly prepares for war instead. Seeing his boy grow up overnight, the proud father happily grants his request, letting Roman make his own choices. Taking advantage of his father's joyful mood, Roman pushes his luck and asks for one more favor, which is immediately granted. Roman is left extremely satisfied, but as you might expect, someone else on the training field is feeling absolutely miserable right now. That miserable soul is Chris. Once he finally wakes up from his lengthy unconsciousness, the worst news possible hits him immediately. The Lord has ordered him to personally teach young Master Roman how to master and control the power of aura. Chris violently protests the decision. He literally had to use his ultimate aura technique and still got utterly crushed by basic swordplay. The sheer embarrassment of this defeat makes him want to crawl into a hole and stay there forever. And now he has to play tutor to the very guy who just wrecked him. This is nothing but pure humiliation. Though Chris refuses at first, Captain Jonathan pulls him aside to strike a private deal of his own. He wants Chris to investigate Roman's bizarre sudden change, promising to hand over leadership of the Knights, his secret technique to you. Chris gets so excited that he leaps to his feet despite his aching body. What is this, a massive bargain? If he seals the deal, his master will pass on the secret to becoming a 3-star Aura Knight, even though he does not know. Roman's face at all this offer is just too tempting to refuse, so Chris finally agrees. That night, Roman heads back to his room to enjoy his luxurious lifestyle. Hans is visibly shocked that the useless young master he serves actually managed to defeat the most outstanding 2-star Aura Knight in the entire region. Since crushing Chris, Roman has constantly heard people talk about aura, but he still does not understand what it actually is. He decides to ask Hans, but even the butler is clueless, only guessing it must be the power to use mana. Roman falls silent. It seems that in this world that energy is called mana. He is certain that the power Chris unleashed earlier in his final move was indeed a form of surging energy. However, the way people here utilize their inner power is completely different from said how things worked in Roman's past life. And as for this so-called aura, Roman cannot help but feel that it is highly inefficient. He does not understand why they handle energy this way, but from that very moment, a brand new ambition is born deep within him. He wants to teach the people of this medieval world how to properly unleash the true dormant power inside their own physical bodies. The next morning, Chris arrives to meet Roman with fresh wounds still covering his face, looking incredibly reluctant to be there at all. Before they even begin their training, he begrudgingly explains the basics of aura to Roman. To put it in very simple terms, aura is simply a special method for knights to channel their mana, while mages use mana by storing it inside magical catalysts. Knights store their mana throughout their entire physical bodies. The legendary figure who first created this concept of aura was Emperor Alexandro. Unlike mages who bind mana to external objects, he was the very first person to discover that storing energy inside his own body would drastically enhance his physical strength and defense. Aura is essentially the act of releasing that stored inner mana outward. Normally, mana flows throughout the entire body and people can easily increase their power by focusing and releasing that energy. However, Chris mentions that learning the deep history of mana is not very important since only a selected few can use it. In this manner anyway. Only 1 out of 1,000 people has the potential to become an esteemed Aura Knight, and only 1 in tens of thousands of individuals can ever hope to walk the highly demanding path of a mage. Therefore, testing whether one actually possesses the proper talent for this power is the single most crucial step of all. The absolute minimum requirement for any aspiring Aura Knight is basic sensory perception. Chris warns Roman beforehand that almost everyone ends up failing at this exact stage. Even Chris himself, widely praised as an exceptional sword genius, took a whole 6 months just to perceive mana. For a normal person, that grueling process takes over a year. As Chris keeps talking, Roman feels like the boy is merely boasting about his genius title, which quickly drains his patience. He orders Chris to cut the talk and begin the sensing. He asks Chris to explain exactly how he did it. Of course, Chris replies, his eyes flashing with resentment. He thinks Roman is being incredibly smug over one small victory, but everyone knows sword skill and mana control are 2 entirely different things. He eagerly waits to see Roman fail. Chris cannot wait to watch him lose face, but honestly he has no idea who he is actually dealing with. After all, Roman is not the original weakling of the Dmitry family. In truth, he is the legendary Baek Joong-hyuk. In his past life, he was a supreme master of internal energy, allowing him to easily store a small reserve of mana. Yet relying solely on his past power would only lead to stagnation. Roman wants to master this world system first. He decides to cooperate and follow Chris's instructions, step by step, focusing his mind entirely on the task. Following the instructions, Roman concentrates his focus to the absolute maximum. Suddenly, his body erupts with a blinding golden glow. The golden light becomes so intense that Chris is forced to open his eyes, instantly freezing in utter shock. The aura emanating from Roman's body is so incredibly bright it could blind anyone. Roman slowly opens his eyes. It is exactly as he suspected. In this fantasy world, the traditional methods of using Murim Ki are completely useless. Back in his past life, cultivating Ki meant completely purifying the physical body to store refined energy inside. However, this medieval fantasy world operates on an entirely different system, focusing entirely on letting mana flow naturally. They gather the energy and let it run freely through their vessels without trying to restrict or control it. While the Ki of his past life was scarce and rigid but extremely potent, the mana of this world is abundant and light. This lightness allows it to flow outward effortlessly. Essentially, their method of using aura is like external martial arts. But Roman sees no reason to waste his time comparing the two. While external training hardens the physical body, it only strengthens the outer flesh and completely fails to help the practitioner store any true internal energy, mana in his body. But if he uses this world's standard aura method, Roman will never reach his previous peak, even if he spent hundreds of years practicing. What? How could you do that? Finally, Chris cannot hold back anymore. He screams out in sheer shock, asking if that light bursting from Roman's body is actually aura, because he is so noisy. Roman is reminded that someone is still standing right next to him. Chris simply cannot accept this brutal reality since he took nearly 5 years just to awaken his aura. Yet Roman did it on his very first attempt. Tell me the absolute truth right now. Did you pretend to not know how to handle mana just to trick me? As he rants, his voice grows louder, filled with pure rage and deep frustration. Tears stream down his face as if he finally found the reason for his crushing defeat yesterday. If you weren't hiding your true power, none of this makes sense. It took me 10 whole years to become a 2-star Aura Knight. Faced with this sudden burst of bitter outrage, Roman just chuckles. That response stops Chris dead in his tracks for a second, his tears flowing even faster than before. He clenches his fists tightly, ready to fight right here, convinced that Roman is mocking all his hard work. So Roman asks, during all that grueling training to reach your goal, did you ever question the actual methods you were using? That sudden question from Roman is a massive reality check, hitting Chris right where it hurts. He stutters, asking what Roman even means. Looking at him, Roman is suddenly reminded of someone from his past life. Back when he was Baek Joong-hyuk, known as the Blood Demon, he was someone who annihilated a whole powerful sect. In the blink of an eye, a highly influential figure in Murim. In his previous life, Roman and the Blood Demon fought a brutal, endless war. In the end, the fiend fell. And looking at Chris now, Roman sees that same shadow. Both chose to swallow humiliation for the sake of learning, throwing away their pride just to become stronger. In this quiet moment, Roman decides he wants to help Chris grow. Hearing this, Chris gets visibly eager. Indeed, his burning desire to improve is completely undeniable. But Roman is not the type to hold anyone's hand. He simply wants to remind him that sometimes you do not have to follow the traditional path you were taught. If I spoon-feed you every step, you will never grow beyond what Jonathan has already shown you. But if you want to discover the truth yourself, then follow me and closely observe everything I do. Chris is stunned, unable to comprehend how their dynamics shifted so fast. Wasn't he sent here to teach the young master? Yet here, he is, the one who must follow the young master to learn. For the next 6 months in the military, watch how I fight different enemies and find your own strength. If you can survive for 10 years, you will find your answer. That is Roman's final piece of advice before leaving. That night, Chris sits in his room thinking deeply. He recalls his first meeting with Jonathan and his entire journey under his master's wing. And, suddenly, Roman's words make perfect sense. After staying awake all night, he finally arrives at a major decision. The next morning, Chris visits Jonathan early to make a bold request, wanting to join Roman on the battlefield to grow stronger. Jonathan doesn't demand a detailed explanation because looking into his student's eyes, he knows his mind is entirely made up. He grants permission, but offers a parting warning. You are no longer a member of the Dmitry Knights. However, out there, I hope you still pursue the goal of protecting the young master. Yes, thank you, sir, Chris firmly replies, his gaze incredibly determined now. This sight brings peace to Jonathan's heart. It seems Chris is no longer the child who cried bitterly over his mother's death on the battlefield years ago. Having trained him for so long, Jonathan cannot bear to send his student out empty-handed, so he decides to take him to select a secret weapon. Meanwhile, as Roman and Chris prepare for their enlistment, Roman's name is already echoing through every single street and back alley. Reports of him single-handedly destroying the Blood Fang Gang leave many citizens feeling highly skeptical about the news. But most importantly, this shocking news reaches young Kevin, who believes the rumors without a single shred of doubt. After all, he witnessed Roman slaughter an entire gang of thugs with nothing but a simple dry tree branch, so he absolutely knows the young master wiped them out. Tears stream down Kevin's face as he begins to wonder, did he really do all that just to keep his promise to me? No, there is simply no way. He would do that for a nobody. Yet he actually destroyed those thugs. Kevin mutters secretly, wiping his tears. Hey kid, what are you doing? Work faster if you want to go home early. A sharp shout snaps him back. Focus on your work. A sharp shout rings out, snapping Kevin back to reality on another grueling day of manual labor to earn some extra money. But after hearing about Roman, Kevin could no longer focus on his daily tasks because he had suddenly found his true purpose. He wanted to become just like Roman, a man who possessed enough strength to protect those around him when it mattered most. The Blood Fang Gang was not the only danger lurking out there, and Kevin wanted to grow stronger to shield his family. Unsure how to do that, Kevin kept his head down, walking while quietly wishing he could meet young Master Roman just one more time. And as luck would have it, fate actually rewarded his pure heart. He took a few more steps before hearing someone call out his name. Looking up, the figure before him made him freeze, dropping his crate of potatoes in sheer shock. It was Roman himself. Roman greeted him casually. Completely stunned, Kevin needed a few seconds to process the situation unfolding right before him, before falling to his knees. He thanked the young master, saying his family only survived because of Roman's intervention. It was true. Ever since Roman wiped out the Blood Fangs, Kevin's family could finally live in peace. He even got this hauling job through Hans. Kevin was grateful, but Roman had not come to chat. This was Roman offering Kevin a deal. If the young man agreed to the proposal, his family would be set. They would have a proper home, plenty of food, and a comfortable life instead of grinding through backbreaking labor. But there was one condition. Kevin had to serve Roman. If he swore absolute loyalty to him, Roman would provide everything. Without a moment of hesitation, Kevin dropped to the ground and bowed deeply, slamming his forehead hard enough to draw blood. He did not care, declaring his absolute loyalty right then. He promised to die if ordered and to kill anyone Roman commanded, no matter who they were. As long as his beloved family was kept completely safe, his very life would belong to Roman forever. This heavy, solemn, blood-sealed vow reminded Roman of a terrifying warrior from his past, a man who only ever answered to a single master, ready to face hundreds of enemies alone and refusing to fall until the mission was fully complete. Staring down at Kevin, Roman felt certain this boy possessed that exact same brand of terrifying devotion. Accepting his oath, Roman brought him to the Dmitry estate, leaving Hans to help him settle in. From the moment Kevin stepped inside, his entire face lit up. His dream of serving Roman had finally come true. Once Kevin was settled, Roman went straight to the library to research these mysterious Aura Knights. This power system was his main focus. He gathered every text, explaining how these warriors actually operated. The records mostly shared the same fundamentals. The very first step required a warrior to manifest their aura. Successfully doing so marked them as a 1-star knight. Reaching the next level of a 2-star knight, which was Chris's current tier, required cutting through solid steel. A knight's overall rank depended on this raw output. But once someone climbed to the 3-star rank, they transcended ordinary human limits, earning immense royal respect. That was Jonathan's level. Records show that the entire continent held only one 6-star knight. No one in history had ever achieved a 7-star rating on this continent. Even among the top 10 strongest living knights in the world, Not all of them had actually reached that prestigious 6-star level yet. This made Roman quite curious. He wondered how formidable a 6-star master truly was, especially since a 2-star knight felt like an insect. Even Jonathan, with his 3-star ranking, only seemed comparable to a second-rate fighter in Roman's eyes. Continuing his reading, he learned that those at the 6-star level possessed abilities far beyond normal humans. Their aura blades could extend up to 10 meters, unleashing destructive power on an entirely different scale. Currently, only 12 elite individuals across the land were believed to have reached this legendary rank. Treated like royalty, regardless of their origin, they were known as the 12 Swords of the Continent. Roman's gaze lingered on that title. From what he could gather, these were indeed the strongest warriors. Reaching such heights without even knowing how to properly channel their chi proved they possessed incredible talent. The book also introduced mages whose power was measured in magic circles rather than the stars of knights. Those who reached the 7-circle tier were granted the title of Archmage. These archmages were essentially seen as demigods. They could easily stroll through the most chaotic battlefields, calmly waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A single spell of theirs could level the earth, blot out the sky, making them far more devastating than whole armies. Even 6-star knights paled in comparison. This made Roman far more intrigued by these mages, as magic truly was. These bizarre powers never existed back in his martial arts world. But now he knows exactly what his next move is confronting these strangers to fully grasp the situation. However, Roman still lacks a concrete direction for his future, making things highly unpredictable. Since he cannot foresee what lies ahead, the danger only escalates. Yet despite the risks, Roman refuses to just sit idly by. He needs to gather experience, wanting to ensure he lives a highly accomplished life in this current rebirth. So Roman quickly maps out his next moves. First, he tasks Hans with finding him a private space suitable for his intense training. Hans leads him to an old forge that Romero used to own. After rising to nobility, Romero completely barred outsiders from entering. This means Roman can spend the entire upcoming week training in absolute isolation, completely hidden from any prying eyes. He tells Hans that he needs no food or water, but warns him that absolutely no one is permitted to enter the facility. He makes it crystal clear, unless his people are literally on the brink of death, absolutely no one is allowed near him. These were simple instructions, but Hans felt a bone-chilling pressure radiating from his young master as Roman stepped inside, closing the heavy doors. Entering the workspace, he notices Hans had spread straw on the cold floor to keep it warm. Though Roman appreciates the kind gesture, it is counterproductive. The straw actually disrupts the natural flow of his ki. He clears the floor and sits down, ready to begin his intense meditation. Up until now, Roman has only managed to tap into a tiny amount of mana. To perfectly master the Heavenly Demon's arts, he is forced to start over from the very beginning. His immediate task is to purge every single impurity currently plaguing this weak body. Roman concentrates deeply and begins to channel his internal energy. Not long after, black blood starts pouring directly from his 7 facial orifices. The pain is excruciating, but Roman pushes through the agony. He can feel the stagnant mana inside his veins starting to move. This current body is severely congested with far more impurities than that of an average person. But he expected nothing less. Since he knew this challenge was coming, Roman was mentally prepared. He is determined to live a grand, serious life in this new world. To protect what is his, he must reclaim his past life power. And this grueling training is only the first step of his journey. A week later, Lord Lawrence arrives at the Dmitry estate alongside his daughter Flora. He is eager to meet his future son-in-law. However, a servant casually informs them that the young master is currently far too busy to receive any guests. Sighing deeply, Lawrence sits down. It is clear they are being avoided, leaving them with no choice but to wait. He gestures for Flora to sit beside him. He cannot help but warn her to watch her tongue today. They came to apologize for their past mistakes, and any slip of the tongue could completely ruin their last hope of salvation. Flora looks utterly miserable. Truthfully, her mood has been in shambles ever since her father discovered she unilaterally tried to break the engagement. Though she tried to explain her reasoning as calmly as possible, it did nothing to keep her father from flying into an absolute rage. He yelled at her, demanding to know how a child he thought was so incredibly smart could make such an unbelievably foolish move. He demanded to know if she had any actual clue about the severe crisis currently threatening their family territory. At that moment, Lawrence felt utterly disappointed in his daughter. He had kept her in the dark about their massive debts. He feared she wouldn't understand the financial politics, but with things this desperate, he had to lay out the brutal truth. He bluntly reveals that the Barco family is preparing to start an all-out war. Their only hope of survival was partnering with Dmitry. Marrying into the wealthy Dmitry family was their sole shield against Barco, yet his most trusted daughter had gone and ruined everything. Flora argued that the Lawrence family is not weak. She asked if they still stood a chance even without Dmitry. She desperately tried to salvage the situation, but her father only shook his head in absolute despair. If it were just Barco, maybe. Standing against Barco alone was manageable, but the royal family had recently approved highly suspicious military orders for them. They even loaned Barco massive sums of money without demanding any collateral. This makes it painfully clear what they are truly facing. This is no longer a simple conflict between two noble houses. The powerful figures backing Barco want the Lawrence family ruined. They now have a perfect excuse, and they will stop at nothing to systematically dismantle and annex everything they own. Their lands, their honor, and even Flora herself, celebrated as the beautiful flower of Lawrence, are all target to be seized. This brutal reality leaves Flora completely speechless. Talk about a massive wake-up call for the arrogant young lady. She had already suspected the dire state of their territory and understood her father's desperate motives for arranging this marriage. Yet she chose to ignore the danger and threw everything away purely to satisfy her own selfish desires. Sitting in the carriage on their way to the Dmitry estate, Flora forced herself to let go of her foolish pride. She finally realizes that stubbornly rejecting Roman now would only result in her losing absolutely everything in the near future. That is exactly why the desperate duo shows up at the Dmitry mansion on the very final day of Roman's seclusion training. By late evening, Roman still had not stepped out. Hans grew extremely anxious, watching the Lawrence family's growing impatience, but Hans did not dare disobey his young master's strict orders. He simply kept pacing back and forth, waiting in agony. He finally heard the creak of the opening door. Hans was thrilled, but Roman's appearance left him utterly stunned. Elsewhere, after waiting for half the day and downing cup after cup of tea, Viscount Lawrence was running out of patience. Honestly, you can't blame him. Being forced to sit and wait in complete silence felt like a massive blow to his dignity. The Viscount clenched his fists, trying desperately to maintain his composure, but his entire body trembled with rage. Veins throbbed angrily on his forehead. After a brief internal struggle, Lord Lawrence stood up abruptly and marched out. He headed straight for the study of Baron Dmitry. Roman's father was currently buried in work, busily handling family affairs. Hearing approaching footsteps, he did not even bother looking up. Suddenly, the heavy study doors were burst wide open. Storming inside, the Viscount exploded. "Baron Dmitry, what on earth are you doing, keeping your guests waiting this long? If you are unhappy with us, just send us away. I never expected the Dmitry family to be so cruel." Faced with his guests' outrage, Romero remained silent for a few moments, calmly dipping his quill into the inkwell. "I understand your anger," Romero replied quietly, "but did you actually bother to schedule an appointment with me first? We know showing up unannounced was wrong," the Viscount snapped, "but we expressed our clear intention to meet a week ago. And we had no choice but to come in person because Roman rejected our requests and went completely silent." It was true that a week ago the Viscount sent a letter requesting to meet Roman, but never received any response. Grown impatient, he decided to bring his daughter along unannounced, only to end up waiting half the day without explanation. Lord Lawrence felt deeply insulted, believing Baron Dmitry should have just flatly rejected their visit from the very start. "They should have turned us down," he fumed, his attitude growing increasingly aggressive as he lashed out at the Baron. He unleashed a torrent of bitter words, acting as if he was throwing cold water right onto Baron Dmitry's face. "Are you really throwing a tantrum just because of a half-day delay?" Romero's freezing tone sent shivers down their spines. The Lawrence duo swallowed hard in sheer tension. Romero was no fool, well remembering when Flora visited his estate. Roman had personally requested to call off the engagement, even without asking. Any child could guess what really transpired. The Baron knew immediately that Lady Flora was the sole reason behind Roman's sudden decision to end the arrangement. What infuriated him most? The fact that Viscount Lawrence had actively proposed this political marriage in the first place. Yet it was also his precious daughter who pushed to break it off. This whole situation felt like a massive insult. It was a direct slap to Romero's face. In truth, the Dmitry family was the one subjected to humiliation first. But get this, Viscount Lawrence still had the nerve to act completely justified simply because he was kept waiting. Romero could no longer suppress his boiling fury. He slammed his hand violently onto the desk, rattling everything on it. Ink splattered everywhere. "We had no desire to meet you," Romero growled, "yet you forget your own mistakes and complain." The room fell dead silent. Flora barely dared to breathe, while Viscount Lawrence began to realize he had made a mistake. Since his guests remained frozen in silence, Romero continued. He brought up an incident from a month ago involving Barco. The Barco family had actually approached him for an alliance right after the Lawrence family had made their own proposal. They promised to connect the Dmitry family with the royal family and share a portion of the Lawrence territory, but Romero refused. Even though aligning with Barco was far more beneficial, he chose to turn them down anyway. The Dmitry family already possessed enough wealth and solid influence to make their own choices without relying on others. And deep down, it was because his son was fond of Lady Flora, the beautiful flower of the Lawrence family. Because of that, Romero chose to oppose the Barco family. Yet shortly after, Lady Flora ran here to cancel it. She threw cold water on everything by rejecting his son. As Romero spoke, Viscount Lawrence began to regret his anger. The Viscount cursed himself for losing his temper and making such a terrible blunder. The flower of Lawrence, indeed. The flower of Lawrence and the fool of Dmitry, Romero said with a self-deprecating laugh. We all know they mismatch. But you must remember the weight of Roman's last name. The moment Dmitry is attached, his value changes completely. Romero's words were filled with immense pride, but he was absolutely right. The Dmitry family never needed this marriage. The ones who desperately needed this arrangement were Viscount Lawrence and his struggling family, not the Dmitry clan. Faced with Baron Dmitry's intense fury, Flora could only stay silent and bow her head. Suddenly, she remembered something. During her childhood years at the academy where noble heirs gathered to study and network, there was one moment she could never forget. A family so insignificant that everyone questioned their worth caught Flora's eye. It was the young heir of the House of Noel. In a world where noble kids believed they were absolute royalty, this boy was the ultimate exception. One day, the boy made a minor mistake. For any other high-ranking noble kid, it would have been absolutely nothing. But because he was from the Noel family, the academy held an entire disciplinary hearing. As Flora watched the teacher scold the boy, over that tiny mistake a man appeared. It was his father, bowing incredibly low to beg for their forgiveness. He promised to discipline his son while all the other kids giggled and mocked them through the window. Only Flora felt pity. Years passed, and now she and Viscount Lawrence found themselves in that exact same humiliating situation. It was a bitter, ironic twist that made Flora want to laugh. Right next to her, her father was bowing lower and lower. Apologizing to Baron Dmitry, he was completely submissive. She used to think young Noel was pathetic, but now her own family was no different. Flora had kept quiet this entire time, but the very moment she opened her mouth to defend her father, the doors behind them burst open. A servant announced Roman's arrival, and his stunning new look left Flora utterly speechless. After just 1 week of intense training, he seemed taller. His brown hair had transformed into a striking silver purple, and his eyes glowed a deep violet. He carried a cold, sharp aura now, but there was no denying he looked incredibly handsome. Roman greeted his father, who was utterly dazed. Even the Baron stood frozen, stunned by his son's dramatic physical change. But his handsome new look was the least of their concerns right now. Baron Romero wanted his son involved in the marriage talks. He wanted Roman to have a direct say in this. Since his son had changed so much, the Baron was ready to trust his decision. He spoke as both a supportive father and the proud head of the Dmitry family, letting Roman take the lead. Roman calmly acknowledged his father, then cast a cold glance at Flora, sending a shiver of pure tension straight down her spine. Having lived an entire past life, Roman was far too clever not to see exactly what this alliance would bring. With the hostile Barco family threatening their borders, the Dmitry name was the Lawrence family's only hope for survival. For a second, Baron Romero thought his son had changed his mind about the wedding, but Roman remained completely detached. He pulled out an elegant handkerchief, calmly wiping up the ink spilled from his father's earlier outbursts while he spoke. He explained that his mind had changed the very day they met. He knew they had heard rumors about Dmitry's fool. Flora must have thought she could never marry someone like that. His words were calm, but they cut right through her. His voice was incredibly steady, yet every word sliced through Flora's remaining composure like a hot knife. His stance was clear. No matter what rumors said about him, he only wanted to build a life with someone who judged him fairly. Flora had failed to do that, and because of that, Roman was determined to end this unwanted engagement once and for all. As his words hung in the air, a heavy, suffocating silence completely took over the room. Viscount Lawrence was utterly devastated. This arranged marriage was his absolute last card to save his sinking family. But his daughter had insulted the Dmitrys, and now no other noble family would ever dare ally with them. They were left entirely on their own to face the Barcos and the massive looming powers backing them. With their meager resources, a war was already hopeless. But if the Dmitrys decided to team up with the Barcos, they were completely finished. Desperate to prevent that nightmare, Viscount Lawrence swallowed his pride, completely prepared to beg for mercy. Bowing a full 90 degrees, he offered a massive sum of money to compensate for the trouble his daughter had caused. But to Baron Romero, who controlled the region's massive iron mines, that petty compensation meant absolutely nothing. Romero knew exactly what the Viscount was trying to buy with that money and calmly told him it was unnecessary. As the head of the Dmitry family, he promised not to hold a grudge or interfere in their future political matters. They would simply announce that Flora had called off the engagement herself due to personal reasons. This move also meant the Dmitrys had no reason to assist the Barcos, allowing the Viscount to breathe a massive sigh of relief. After thanking Romero, the defeated father and daughter prepared to leave, but the Viscount couldn't help but look back. If only he had known Roman's true worth sooner, he would have forced Flora to secure this marriage at all costs. But the devastating mistake was already made, and there was absolutely no way to salvage the situation now. Once the heavy study doors finally clicked shut, Baron Romero was left alone with his son, completely bewildered. He demanded to know what on earth had happened to Roman over the past week and how he had changed so drastically. He looks completely different now. Honestly, anyone seeing Roman like this would be shocked. For an entire week he stayed holed up in the warehouse, refining his body and purging every single internal impurity to enter the mortal state. Reaching this stage is absolutely crucial to preparing his physical body to become a heavenly demon practitioner. Though it was nothing special back in the Murim world, the absolute natural energy of this world makes purging Roman's impurities highly critical. Even just laying down the foundation for this body brings some pretty significant physical effects. The dramatic shift in Roman's appearance is the absolute clearest proof that he's a completely different person now. But explaining this to Romero is going to be incredibly tough. So Roman just plays dumb, claiming he cannot recall the exact details of his intense training, though he believes energy has already started circulating throughout his body. Romero is completely stunned, muttering that energy circulation is a rare and legendary phenomenon where natural energy flows inside the body to enhance physical limits, and it only happens for a select few. Yet Roman, the guy everyone called the useless fool of the Dmitry family, actually pulled it off. This sudden growth is completely beyond Romero's understanding, leaving him deeply skeptical. But even with those lingering doubts, he simply cannot change the fact that Roman is his son. He can only continue to trust and support Tim. Romero urges him to never forget that he is Roman Dmitry and that his father will always provide whatever he needs. Though they are simple, ordinary words, they end up striking a deeply emotional chord with Roman. In his past life, his father was a cold, tyrannical man. Yet here Romero protects and supports him completely unconditionally. This warm feeling is actually quite nice for a change. After finishing their talk, Roman steps out of the study, only to find Flora still waiting outside. She looks pretty hesitant, but the young lady has not stayed to beg anymore. Instead, she just wants to offer Roman a sincere late apology for judging him so quickly and causing so much trouble for both of their noble families. Roman has absolutely zero feelings for this beautiful lady, and since he never planned on marrying her anyway, he has no use for her apologies. Yet Flora keeps following him and explaining the real reasons why she unilaterally broke the engagement. At a social gathering of the northeastern noble families, Flora heard rumors that she was getting engaged to a member of the Dmitry family. That would have been fine, except the rumors quickly spread and turned incredibly nasty. While she could easily handle marrying a useless playboy, the real issue was that everyone claimed young Master Roman was a severe, hopeless drug addict, and Flora felt she simply could never spend her life with someone like that. Hearing this, Roman's cold face remains totally blank because, whatever her reasons were, they would not change things between them now. With a cold nod, Roman dismisses her, walks away, though her words definitely linger in his mind. Drugs are a toxic poison that destroys both physical and mental capabilities. The original Roman Dmitry had an incredibly weak, frail body, which would make perfect sense if he were actually an addict. Yet since arriving in this world, Roman has felt zero traces of drugs in his system. Although the original body showed clear signs of an intentional overdose, those toxic substances were fully flushed out after his week of intense physical training. Realizing that endless guessing won't get him any actual answers, Roman decides to ask Hans directly, has he ever seen him using drugs or acting highly suspicious in the past. Hearing this sudden and bizarre question from his young master, Hans instantly jumps right out of his skin. Roman assures him he is not joking, though he obviously cannot reveal that he is actually a transmigrator who is trying to investigate the original owner's past, so he just claims he wants to review his previous actions from an outsider's point of view. Hans cannot fathom why the young master has suddenly changed so much, his entire personality so rapidly. Still thinking back, even though he never saw anything directly, there was a brief period where Roman acted pretty strange. It happened about a month ago, right after Roman had just returned from a social party in a highly erratic state, looking both guilty and completely terrified at the same time. Following that, Roman lost his entire will to live, staying locked inside while demanding Hans bring him a massive amount of alcohol. It was enough to make Hans highly suspicious of drug use. Roman listens intently to this. Combined with Flora's warning, Roman's suspicions deepen as he asks Hans who hosted that specific party. It was the eldest son of the Barco family, Anthony Barco. Hearing this, the mystery only deepens further. For Roman, the original Roman was arranged to marry Flora Lawrence, but right after that single party, after attending a party hosted by the Barco family, the original Roman's mental state collapsed, leading him to make the tragic decision to end his own life. The mystery behind why Roman ended his own life kept gnawing at Baek Joong-hyuk. In the suicide note Roman left behind, the only thing mentioned was his intense dread of the battlefield. Yet back then, he was already betrothed to Baek, Flora. And in reality, married nobles had plenty of easy ways to avoid military service altogether. So did Roman truly end his life just out of cowardice? It made absolutely no sense. Roman turned to his butler and asked if they were close with Anthony Barco. Hans quickly shook his head, explaining that they were never close at all. But ever since the engagement to Flora, Anthony had shown a strange, sudden interest in him. It made perfect sense. The political alliance between the Dmitry and Lawrence families was a massive obstacle for the Barkos who desperately wanted to control the Lawrence territory. The easiest way to do that was to completely ruin the marriage by any means necessary. They must have pushed the original Roman to his absolute limit, causing his suicide. Suddenly, Hans remembered another crucial detail. Just days ago, the Barkos sent a party invitation, but since Roman was in closed-door training, it went ignored. Hans was unsure what to do with it. Roman couldn't help but marvel at the absolute shamelessness of this family. They failed to destroy him the first time, yet they were already eager to try again. Fortunately for Roman, he was not the type to ever back down from a fight. The banquet was scheduled in 2 weeks, so he ordered Hans to accept immediately. He would absolutely attend. The following morning, Hans brought Kevin to meet Roman, warning the boy not to act shocked when he saw his master's new appearance. But seeing Roman in person still left Kevin completely stunned. He stood frozen for a moment. It wasn't just the physical changes, but Roman's overpowering aura that made him marvel. Roman stopped swinging his training sword and welcomed Kevin calmly, asking how he had been holding up lately. Kevin nervously replied that he had adapted well to life at the estate. Yet, a deep anxiety filled him. He was constantly questioning his purpose there, completely unsure if a useless commoner like himself could actually serve his savior. This doubt had been eating at Kevin all week. He had swore his life to Roman in exchange for his family's safety. But now that they were safe, he felt utterly worthless. He wondered what a normal boy like him could possibly offer. Coincidentally, Roman had summoned him today for this exact reason. It was time to decide Kevin's path forward. Roman wanted to see what the boy was truly made of, but he had no intention of forcing a choice. Instead, he offered Kevin 2 distinct paths. First, if the boy feared the bloody reality of the battlefield and combat, he did not have to take up arms. He could easily train under Hans to become a mansion servant. He would live a peaceful, quiet life, handling daily chores and never having to see the horrors of war. The second option was to become Roman's sword. This was a brutal path, especially since Kevin had never held a blade. To prove his resolve, Kevin would have to endure Roman's extreme training methods, which felt more like pure torture. The first method was bone crushing, a process that physically breaks down the body's muscles and bones to their limits. This agonizing torture would force his body to reconstruct itself. If Kevin survived, he would earn the right to stand by Roman's side. The second method was even more terrifying. Kevin would have to mutilate himself. He would have to take a blade and cut his own flesh. By pushing himself to the absolute brink of death, his hidden potential would explode, granting him unmatched power and speed. It was an incredibly high-stakes, deadly gamble. In Roman's past life, his loyal general, the Mad Demon, rose from a common beggar through sheer force of will. Roman saw that same raw hunger in Kevin and wanted to test if the boy possessed that same legendary resolve. He made it clear that whatever Kevin chose, he would find a use for him. But the choice was entirely up to the boy. As Roman's cold words echoed, Kevin's ears buzzed. Faced with this monumental, life-altering decision, a flood of childhood memories flashed through his mind. Kevin had been born into absolute poverty in a crumbling shack near the Dmitry estate. Since his youth, he had scraped by doing backbreaking labor alongside his father just to survive. This harsh life taught him endless practical skills, but he remained trapped at the very bottom of society, constantly tormented by ruthless thugs like the notorious Blood Fang Gang. He knew all too well how the weak suffered. That harsh helplessness was exactly why he would never forget the fateful day his entire world changed. The day Roman Dmitry casually picked up a dry branch and decimated the entire Blood Fang Gang on the street. That godlike power had totally captivated Kevin. Now, with trembling hands, he reached for the sword on the ground. Kevin had no clue how cutting off his own limbs would help, but if it made him stronger, he was willing to do it. Strong enough to escape his miserable life and gain power like Roman, he would do anything. The gleaming blade in his hand made him tremble. To say he was not terrified would be a lie. He took a deep breath, gathering every ounce of courage he had left. He raised the sword, resolved to go through with it. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, someone else was losing his mind. It was Chris. He had left the Night Academy to follow the young master, but Roman responded to his loyalty in a strange way. He vanished for weeks, leaving Chris incredibly anxious. So the moment Chris spotted Hans, he cornered him to find out where Roman went. Instead, he learned Roman was currently meeting with Kevin with strict orders that absolutely no one was to disturb them inside. This did not sit well with Chris, who felt like a cast-aside follower. Who even was this Kevin guy anyway? Right then, from the training ground, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Kevin collapsed to the dirt, blood splattering across his blade. Later that night, Hans was in shock. He stared at the bloody weapon, asking when the young master got hurt. Roman calmly brushed it off, saying it was fine. It was not his own blood anyway. For the first time, Hans saw a genuinely satisfied smile spread across his young master's face. Of course, Roman did not actually possess the godlike power to regrow limbs, so he never intended to let Kevin mutilate himself. Right at the terrifying split second Kevin raised the blade, Roman cast an illusion, trapping his mind within a demonic phantom domain. In this mental space, everything felt absolutely real, even the agonizing pain of a severed limb. But physically, nothing had actually happened. Roman had witnessed the boy's terrifying resolve firsthand. Before the illusion even took hold, Kevin had already swung his sword. The blade had actually grazed his wrist. If Roman had been even a split second slower, the boy would have lost his hand. It was a crazy gamble, but Kevin proved his absolute worth. Now Roman held two incredibly valuable pieces on his board. Those pieces were Kevin and Chris. With only 2 weeks left before the banquet and 6 months until the coming war, he needed to use every single moment to train them. They had to learn as much as possible and fast. The next day, once Kevin settled his nerves, Roman began teaching him mana reinforcement. This was no ordinary run-of-the-mill technique. It was a forbidden art once wielded by the Rage Demon. Though incredibly powerful, it carried a massive risk of consuming the user's soul. But those who mastered it could unleash terrifying, monstrous power even while enduring the absolute worst physical agony imaginable. Even with severed limbs, their iron will could never break. Now you see why Roman put Kevin through that crazy test yesterday. In his past life, the Rage Demon was Roman's ultimate right hand, a warrior who mastered this art through pure suffering. And now Roman had finally found someone with that exact same terrifying potential right here in Kevin. But before diving into the training, Roman had to give the young boy a very serious warning about the path ahead. The stronger this art grows, the more agonizing the pain becomes. Still, Roman had a very strategic reason for doing this. It was honestly the fastest way to force a complete amateur to grasp the absolute basics of mana control. Master this and Kevin would finally have the power to protect everything he cared about. Hearing those words, Kevin's eyes lit up. To him, Roman was nothing short of a savior descended from heaven. Roman had saved him from brutal beatings. He crushed the Blood Fangs, protected his family, and was now offering him unparalleled power. The boy's gratitude was beyond words. But beneath that deep gratitude, a burning question remained. He looked up asking why Roman trusted him so easily. He had sworn to dedicate his life, but he had done absolutely nothing to prove his worth yet. He could easily run away after learning this power. It was a fair question, but Roman remained completely silent. Instead of answering, he simply granted Kevin another full day of rest. In his past life, the Rage Demon asked the same thing. Roman had stayed silent back then too. He knew Kevin would never betray him, just like his old right hand. Once they tasted true strength, they would realize that betraying the Heavenly Demon carried a price far too devastating to pay. The very next morning, their training officially kicked off. Surprisingly, though, Roman did not start with anything fancy or legendary. He simply drilled Kevin on the absolute basics of swordsmanship. Watching this made Chris incredibly frustrated, his eyes narrowing. Some random kid had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, stealing all of the young master's attention and leaving Chris completely ignored. Roman was not teaching him a single thing. Chris had sworn loyalty to get stronger, but now he felt completely useless. Being treated like total thin air was making him lose his patience. Maybe he should just swallow his pride and beg his master. He let out a heavy sigh, stretching his arms. But remembering Roman's past warning, he knew he had to be patient. He forced himself to stay calm, deciding to wait it out just a little longer. So swallowing his bitter pride, he returned the next day to watch Kevin train. And he kept coming back day after day, watching in silence. Days went by and Roman still showed absolutely no sign of training Chris. Eventually, his patience completely wore out and the young knight finally exploded, calling out to his master. "Young Master Roman, I decided to follow you 2 weeks ago. The first week was completely wasted because you spent all your time in closed-door cultivation. And then you cast me aside just to train this little street kid. If you are doing this because I was rude to you in the beginning, I sincerely apologize, so please teach me too. I am highly confident that I can learn absolutely anything you decide to show me." Chris poured out all his pent-up frustration like a rapid-fire machine gun, but Roman remained completely unfazed, asking if he had already explained this. "Just observe and learn from me," Roman had said. Chris gasped in pure shock. He remembered those words but never expected them to be so literal. So for the past 2 weeks, Chris was ignored simply because Roman genuinely only intended for him to watch and copy his movements. Sensing the young knight's confusion, and before Chris could even say another word, Roman stepped in and began to explain his reasoning. He knew that everyone had a completely different style of learning. Take Kevin, for example. The boy knew absolutely nothing about swordsmanship. So until he reaches a certain level of mastery, Roman has to guide him step by step from the very beginning. But Chris is different. No matter what he teaches him, Chris would only force himself to blindly copy the moves rather than actually trying to understand them. "So you want me to keep watching you?" Chris asked. "No," Roman replied before tossing a simple wooden sword right at him. While Chris was still standing there utterly confused, Roman made an even more shocking demand. He had to duel the novice Kevin. This sudden challenge left both of them completely speechless. Above all, this felt like a massive slap in the face to Chris. He was already an elite 2-star aura knight, while Kevin was just a clueless street kid with zero knowledge of swordsmanship or mana. Even though Kevin is your opponent, I will be the one directing his moves to defeat you. Essentially, he will act as my clone. If you still think you are right after this match, I will personally train you." Chris struggled to hold back his rising fury, his mind filled with endless angry curses directed at Roman. Yet desperate to prove his worth, Chris ultimately accepted the sudden challenge. "Fine, I will prove to you right here and now that I am not someone who can be easily looked down upon." With that, a two-star Aura Knight and a Raw Novice stepped onto the training ground while Roman stood quietly behind Kevin. As expected, the moment he stepped up, the poor boy's legs began to tremble. Seeing this, Roman decided to give him some encouragement. "I know you are at a massive disadvantage, but what do you lose if you fail? Absolutely nothing. There are countless stronger people. The Blood Fang bandits, the thugs who oppressed your family by force, or Chris, who desperately wants to beat you, they are all the same. So tell me, are you planning to just stand there and take the beating every single time someone stronger challenges you?" Those sharp words from Roman instantly struck a deep chord inside Kevin, successfully triggering his fierce fighting spirit. Kevin raised his sword and took a stance which only irritated Chris even more. He never dreamed he would have to fight a rookie. Worse yet, the kid's eyes were burning with intense energy, as if he actually believed he had a real chance of winning. If Roman wanted to humble him with this match, then Chris was absolutely determined not to give him that satisfaction. The moment the signal to start was given, Chris charged forward with pure rage. Against his overwhelming speed and raw power, there was simply no way a novice like Kevin could ever stand a chance alone. But that was the catch. This was not a solo fight. "Trust me," Roman was about to show his genius, whispering directly into Kevin's mind. "Raise your sword and guard your front," the voice clearly instructed him. "Chris is going to launch a sudden attack." It was absolutely unmistakable. This was Roman's voice, guiding Kevin and calling out every single move he needed to make. With this direct telepathic guidance, the young novice actually managed to block the elite knight's powerful opening strike. Roman then instructed him to take a step to the side and aim directly at Chris's chest as he prepared to kick. The master easily predicted the knight's exact move, but Kevin's completely inexperienced body simply could not react fast enough. He took the full force of the blow and tumbled backward onto the dirt, but Roman sternly ordered him to stand up and keep fighting. He continued to transmit his voice, silently commanding Kevin to roll to the right immediately, leaving no time to think. That quick roll successfully saved him from Chris's next lethal blow, leaving the seasoned knight looking completely startled by the dodge. "Turn around and aim directly at his left chest," Roman commanded, and Kevin instantly and obediently followed the order. Backed by Roman's real-time advice and the basic training he received over the past week, his counterattack forced Chris to be cautious. Even so, Chris was still far more experienced in actual combat, and he easily adjusted his stance to defend. Before Kevin could capitalize on his attack, he took another brutal kick to the chest, forcing him to clutch it in agonizing pain. Chris had indeed exposed a major opening, but Kevin's swing was simply too slow to exploit it before getting countered. Blocked from above, Roman's voice echoed again, and Kevin reflexively raised his sword against the opponent's overwhelming pressure. He slips to the right to dodge. But before Kevin can even follow the command, he takes a brutal knee straight to his face, nose bleeding heavily as the blinding pain leaves him dazed. Meanwhile, Chris is also starting to look pretty exhausted. Chris is completely blind to Roman's secret mana transmission, which makes Kevin's sudden, stubborn defense highly surprising. He watches closely from the sidelines, fully aware that Kevin's untrained body simply cannot keep up with his own mental instructions. Meanwhile, Chris reacts incredibly fast. Still, this whole matchup is proving to be pretty entertaining to watch from the sidelines. Over on the other side, Kevin struggles to rise. Despite the heavy pain, he feels incredibly thrilled to witness young Master Roman exerting absolute unquestionable control over this entire duel. Even though their opponent is a powerful two-star Aura Knight, Roman still dominates. Roman still anticipates every single move perfectly. Kevin quickly realizes the only real bottleneck here is his own body. If Kevin can execute Roman's fast-paced commands exactly as told, taking down Chris is no longer a pipe dream. Right now, Chris is basically just a helpless puppet dancing in Roman's hand, toyed with at his master's whim. Honestly, you have to respect Kevin's sheer grit here. His physical durability is absolutely off the charts. With every single painful fall, Kevin feels his own physical reflexes slowly adapting to those fast-paced directions from Roman. This gradually rattles Chris's entire focus. No matter how hard he tries to end it, Kevin keeps barely dodging those lethal strikes, even landing sharp counterattacks at critical moments. Calling this sheer luck is getting harder and harder to believe. On the flip side, Kevin is secretly gloating. Even Chris, widely celebrated as the star genius of the Dmitry Knights, is struggling hard against the sheer tactical brilliance of Roman. Experiencing his master's high level firsthand makes Kevin realize following him was the best decision of his life. In that moment, he silently vows that this man is his eternal lord. He will blindly follow any command Roman gives, no matter how absurd or impossible. A deep burning desire to become the ultimate sword in Roman's hand ignites within him. He knows the absolute key to achieving this is simple. is possessing an unyielding will stronger than anyone else. Gripping his weapon tightly, Kevin charges back into this lopsided fight. Of course, a massive speed deficit cannot be closed overnight, let alone during a brief battle like this. Even with Roman's tactical guidance, Kevin remains far behind, clashing brutally over and over, leaving Kevin completely battered, bloody, and dazed. Chris honestly wants to stop, knowing that continuing could permanently cripple his opponent, the young trainee. Unfortunately, Kevin is fighting like a maniac who completely disregards his own survival. Despite severe wounds, he refuses to back down. This stubbornness only infuriates Chris further. If a suicide mission is truly what he wants, then Chris will gladly give him exactly what he wants. From now on, every time Kevin looks at his permanently mangled broken arm, he will feel nothing but pure regret. He will feel nothing but deep regret. Chris lunges forward, aiming directly for Kevin's left arm at maximum speed. And this is the exact moment everything flips. Instead of telling Kevin to dodge, Roman orders him to charge straight ahead and strike back with absolute maximum force. Chris never anticipated such a reckless, suicidal counterattack. Off balance, he barely stumbles out of the way to avoid the lethal blade, but the sudden move shatters his tempo entirely. Before Chris can regain his footing, Kevin launches another relentless assault without giving him a breath. To Chris, this wild swing looks crude and completely full of holes. Decades of refined combat experience tell him he easily has the upper hand. He prepares to counter, but Kevin somehow blocks the strike. This unexpected clash forces Chris into an awkward position. Just as it looks like Kevin might pull off a miracle, Chris anticipates the upcoming strike and channels his entire strength into one decisive counter. The heavy blade in Kevin's hand goes flying, and the exhausted boy collapses onto the dirt. Watching this, Roman's expression is complex yet subtly satisfied. Chris read through Kevin's feint to deliver that perfect counter. He announces that Chris has won the bet as promised. Starting tomorrow, Roman will personally train him. Roman drops those cold words before effortlessly lifting the unconscious Kevin, walking away. Later that evening, Chris broods in his private quarters, thoroughly annoyed by how the duel turned out. He mutters to himself, questioning why he even agreed to duel a mere squire. Winning brought him absolutely zero satisfaction. It felt like a waste of time, and worse, he felt defeated. Even though Kevin is currently out cold, that final desperate strike was identical to the move Roman used to defeat Chris during their spar 2 weeks ago. Such a humiliating day is forever burned into his memory. Without that previous painful lesson from Roman, Chris realized he likely would have lost to a mere novice. The bitter irony makes him want to laugh. Winning only because of a lesson Roman taught him is pathetic. He lets out his self-deprecating laugh, realizing how far he has fallen. Does real growth actually come from just that one experience? The next morning, Chris arrives at the training ground incredibly early, having barely slept a wink from overthinking. He spent the night tossing and turning. But after clearing his messy thoughts, Chris finally came to a firm decision. He wanted to tell Roman that he did not need any hands-on training. Instead, Chris wanted to find his own path to get stronger. He would do this simply by following and observing Roman. Chris felt like he had truly seen the light after just one sparring match. Yesterday, he thought Roman was ignoring Kevin. But thinking back, there was no way Kevin could execute those smooth defensive moves all on his own. It was just impossible. Thinking about it now, the way Roman guided Kevin during that sparring match was actually a clever setup. He was creating a perfect chance for Chris to adapt and grow. Roman was definitely not the useless young master Chris used to know. Not anymore. While he did not know what changed, Chris knew his young master had reached a level. That level was something even Captain Jonathan could not touch. When Roman spoke of observing and learning, he meant achieving self-enlightenment. You only get that by simply watching him. After all, lessons you figure out on your own stick much longer than anything handed to you. That is why Chris made this very decision. Roman seemed pretty pleased that his subordinate finally got the message, so he went back to coaching Kevin step by step, while Chris watched closely from the sidelines. Time flew by, and the day of the social party, hosted by the Barco family, finally arrived. Rumors had been flying around for a week before the event. This time things felt a bit different. People everywhere were gossiping about the latest drama. "Did you hear about Roman Dmitry?" one nobleman asks. "I heard his engagement with the Lawrence family was completely called off." A wave of mocking laughter follows. It was clearly the fault of the Lawrence house. According to the Viscount's announcement, he was the one who called it off. Another noble chimes in, calling it a cheap excuse. Surely the Viscount just felt bad for his precious daughter after seeing what a fool the Dmitry boy is. Elsewhere, a noble woman sips her tea. Breaking an engagement when a war with Barco is right around the corner, that only proves the eldest son of the Dmitry family is even worse than the rumors say. Even the servants are gossiping, saying they heard he defeated the Blood Fangs. Another maid scoffs at this. "Oh, please, you actually believe that? It is obviously just a story they made up to save face after getting dumped." Meanwhile, in a grand estate, a loud laugh echoes through the halls as Anthony speaks up. He cannot believe Roman actually fell for it and broke the engagement. He is so easily manipulated. Raising his glass, he asks if Roman has accepted the invite to the upcoming party. His servant quickly confirms they received the RSVP from the Dmitry family. Anthony grins wickedly. Excellent, everything is going perfectly. Taking a sip, he admits he cannot wait for next week to arrive. It has been a long time since a party got him this excited. On the big day, a thoughtful Roman calls out to Hans. He asks if he seriously has to wear this outfit. Hans insists it is his first official appearance since calling off the engagement. He cannot let his young master dress casually. As Hans keeps nagging, Roman stays silent, though Hans's face suddenly turns dead serious. He asks if Roman would really ignore a masterpiece that he poured his entire heart and soul into creating. Feeling a bit guilty, Roman gives in. Fine, he will wear it just to make the old man happy. Hans beams with joy at this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chris is looking pretty annoyed. He wonders why Kevin is running so late. At this rate, their young master will arrive before them. From a distance, Kevin yells out an apology and tries to explain. He is just not used to wearing armor yet. Chris shakes his head in utter disbelief, asking why he looks like that. Kevin sheepishly replies that none of the armor at the forge actually fit him. Chris breaks into a sweat, thinking to himself, even with the young master's help, he cannot believe he almost lost a fight to a guy like this. As Kevin struggles with his loose helmet, Chris gives him a stern look. Listen closely, Chris tells him firmly. We are both vassals of our lord and the face of Dmitry. It is no exaggeration that his reputation rests on us. Every single thing we do reflects on him. You cannot afford to be reckless, so watch your words carefully. Kevin nods, promising to remember. He politely addresses Chris as Sir Knight, which actually makes the senior feel quite proud. Clearing his throat, Chris tells Kevin to ask him if he needs help. Kevin beams with gratitude, thanking him again. Chris snaps, pointing out his helmet is crooked again, making Kevin yelp. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a grand castle. Soft music fills the air, blending with the lively chatter of the banquet guests. One nobleman sipping wine speaks up. He asks if Roman is actually showing up. He smugly laughs, unable to believe Roman would attend a Barco party. Especially after calling off the political marriage, he begged for even while knowing Barco was targeting the Lawrence family. A woman nearby sneers, saying that is exactly why everyone calls him a fool. If he had any brains, he would have clung to one of the houses. Another noble blames Roman for putting the Dmitry family in danger. The talk continues. Even though Dmitry is the strongest family in the Northeast, they still greedily try to maintain ties with the Barco family. But at least Roman is attending to make up for his past mistakes. Over there, someone is watching them closely, Sophia. She wonders what kind of man Roman Dmitry actually is. The guy next to her replies that she will see once they meet, as he leaves quite an awful impression and is barely even worth looking at, mostly because he is so short. The man mocks him for bragging about being the eldest son of the Dmitry family. Another noble chimes in, claiming even he would find any way to break off this engagement if he were a woman. Just then, the butler clears his throat to announce the arrival of Dmitry's eldest son. The doors swing open and Roman steps into the hall, his face brimming with pure confidence. All eyes immediately turn to look directly at him, and whispers erupt across the room. Is that really Roman? He looks so different compared to before. This has to be impossible. What did he even do to his hair? Sophia watches him intently for a moment before stepping closer to Roman. Sophia greets him, calling it an honor to meet him before bowing politely and introducing herself as Sophia of the Grizzle family. She humbly adds that he has probably never heard of her house. While they are not a prominent family, her father Baron Grizzle is fully dedicated to the Cairo Empire. Roman smiles, replying that he actually knows her family very well. This catches Sophia completely off guard, making her ask if he truly knows them. Roman simply asks how he could possibly be ignorant of a house that has stood for over a century. He recalls the butler handing over information on all the northeastern families. At the time, Hans wondered why his master suddenly wanted to review such details. Roman explained that since he would attend as the representative of the Dmitry family, he should at least arm himself with some basic polite courtesy. He needed to memorize the background of every single person he would encounter, as well as their family heritage. Winning people over requires actual dedicated effort. He thinks to himself that this is especially true for someone once labeled as the useless idiot of Dmitry. But out loud, he asks if her family has not been settled in the Northeast for quite some time. He notes that Grizzle timber is highly renowned for its top-tier quality across the Cairo Empire. He even mentions hearing that her brother recently succeeded in sensing mana. Offering his sincere congratulations, Roman praises this impressive achievement. Their friendly conversation leaves the two mocking nobles absolutely dumbfounded. Confused by what they are seeing, one of them quickly steps in. He introduces himself as Manuel of the Bolt family, greeting Roman. The young master gives a subtle smile, noting that the eldest son of the Bolt family is greeting him. Roman immediately praises the man's father for his past glorious achievements on the battlefield, saying he was deeply moved by those accounts. Blushing Manhwa thanks him warmly for the kind compliment. Hearing this, the two nobles behind them also try to get close. A young lady steps forward to greet Roman, noting how much he has changed. Roman smoothly flatters her back, saying Lady Iris is as beautiful as ever before, asking how her mother is doing. He mentions hearing about her recent poor health and notes that Dmitry greatly benefited from their trade agreement with her family some 10 years ago. Roman expresses his gratitude for their ongoing goodwill, and the conversation flows incredibly smoothly. Another young noble admits he completely misjudged Roman, having previously assumed he was difficult to converse with due to his drinking. Roman humorously replies that while he would love a drink, it seems he must hold off for the time being. Just then, a banquet servant approaches to quietly inform him that Anthony Barco is requesting his presence in the back room. At this request, Roman's expression turns cold. He realizes it is finally time to go and uncover who's pulling the strings. Meanwhile, outside the venue, Chris looks around, observing the massive knight escorts accompanying all the other noble families. Beside him, Kevin curiously asks what a social banquet is actually like. Chris reminds him that they will never get to enter, so there is no point in wondering. He leans over to adjust Kevin's crooked hat. Nearby, other guards begin whispering about them. One points out that those two serve Roman Dmitry, and the group watches them with clear amusement. Chris ignores the stares, continuing to tease a flustered Kevin. The watching guards then launch into cruel insults, completely looking down on both of them. They mock Roman as Dmitry's abandoned eldest son, laughing at how he brought a child who cannot even hold a sword properly. Chris calmly tells Kevin to ignore them, but the snide remarks only grow louder. They sneer that nothing better can be expected from the Dmitry family. Hearing this, Kevin clenches his fists, unable to take the humiliation any longer as the party continues inside. Inside, the noble crowd mingles in high spirits. Roman stands perfectly still amidst the busy gathering, his gaze locked onto something. It turns out he is staring at a beautiful young lady with shining golden hair who is happily chatting with others. Her laugh is truly stunning, lighting up the entire room and drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Just then, Anthony Barco slides next to him, putting an arm around his shoulder and slyly asking who exactly has caught his attention. Startled, he turns around to greet his friend. With Anthony standing right there, Roman quietly asks if he knows the blonde lady over there. Anthony looks surprised, asking what he means and how he could not know her since she is none other than Lady Flora. Yes, that blonde girl with a bright smile is the one who made his young heart flutter. Her name is Flora. Roman carves the name Flora Lawrence deep into his mind. His face flushes red as his heart beats wildly. That was the weak Roman Dmitry from years ago. Today, the legendary Joong-hyuk occupying his body is a completely different beast. As the door swings open, Roman steps inside wearing noble attire, his platinum hair catching the light as a voice calls out. It is his old friend Anthony sitting right there, looking completely unchanged as he excitedly calls Roman over to join him. He eagerly asks what Roman has been up to while they were apart. Finally, Roman has found the man he needs. He secretly rejoices. So this is the famous Anthony Barco. The young noble gestures from the opposite chair. He urges Roman to sit, rattling on about rumors of his sudden change and how different he looks now. He demands to hear the whole story. Before sitting down, Roman scans the room, noticing several half-empty glasses left behind. He spots unfinished wine glasses and fruit juices scattered around the table. Clearly, other guests were just here a moment ago. An empty bottle lies discarded under the table, confirming his suspicion that Anthony cleared the room right before he arrived. Why send everyone away just to meet him? Roman deduces that Anthony must have a highly sensitive secret to share. Smiling to himself, Roman decides to play along and keep things relaxed. I do not really know either, he responds smoothly. Leaning back comfortably, Roman rests his arm on the chair, joking that he spent a fortune trying to reinvent himself. Now, he supposedly changes every single day without even trying. A subtle, dangerous smirk plays across Roman's handsome face. He adds that he is truly glad to see his friend again. Anthony stays silent, his emerald eyes growing strangely cold. But the tension vanishes instantly as Anthony flashes his usual playful grin, quickly pouring a fresh glass of red wine. Chatting effortlessly, Anthony admits he cannot view the situation positively, confessing he never understood what Roman was thinking back then. Taking the offered glass of wine, Roman calmly echoes his old friend's words, questioning what happened back then. Anthony chuckles, bringing up a highly unpleasant memory. It was when Roman had to choose between his political future and friendship. He was caught in a warehouse, sleeping with Anthony's young cousin right when his marriage to the Lawrence family was being finalized. Hearing this blatant provocation disguised as friendly banter makes the atmosphere in the room turn incredibly tense. As Roman remains silent, Anthony continues, unable to hide the sheer contempt in his voice despite the polite setting. He scoffs that while elite secrets are usually swept under the rug, Roman went shockingly far right before his own wedding. Smiling, Anthony asks if attending this gathering means Roman is officially ready to accept his proposal. He promises to keep the dark secret safe, but without even waiting for an answer, Anthony confidently takes charge. He treats the threat as a done deal, immediately pushing for a negotiation about Roman's marriage into the Barco family. Roman's purple eyes flash with mild confusion as he searches his mind for any memory of this supposed agreement. Marriage to the Barco family. Suddenly, the past rewinds and old memories begin flooding back like a movie reel. He remembers the young Roman Dmitry standing outside Anthony's room, staring at his boots with his head hung low. He had betrayed Anthony Barco, yet here he was. Looking up at the heavy door separating them, Roman hesitated. He had begged his father for a political marriage with the Lawrences. Gathering his courage, Roman finally reaches for the handle. Telling himself he cannot run away forever, he hopes to use this meeting to mend relations between their families. Stepping inside, Roman is greeted by Anthony, who playfully chides him for being late and calls him over. Sitting beside him is a much younger girl. Anthony immediately speaks up, offering to make an introduction. This is Emily Barco, his cousin. She greets Roman shyly, expressing how honored she is to finally meet him. Caught off guard, Roman stammers a polite greeting. Anthony graciously asks if she can join their drinking session. Since it is her first time here, she has mostly been wandering around alone. Emily sits nearby, clutching her hands nervously. Roman quickly agrees to put her at ease, noting that she is family and is always welcome. Emily timidly pours wine for her cousin, but Anthony immediately scolds her, demanding she serve Roman as well. Roman quickly intervenes, saying he can pour his own drink, but his polite refusal only seems to irritate Anthony. Anthony glares, asking if Roman is just bragging about his upcoming marriage. Roman's confident demeanor instantly crumbles. He tries to explain, but Anthony sneers and quickly cuts him off, telling him not to worry. The Barco family would completely leave the Lawrence house alone. Believing those words instantly, Roman's face lit up with absolute relief. He asked if it was really true. Anthony just smiled, comforting him like a naive child, telling him there was no need to hold back. He urged Roman to drink up and enjoy himself. Foolishly, believing his troubles were over, Roman happily accepted the cup of wine. He closed his eyes and drained the glass in one eager gulp. His eyes crinkled with joy, but then everything began to fade to black. Faint, questionable groans echoed through the dark room. Suddenly, Roman woke up with a pounding headache. His mind was a complete mess. He forced his heavy eyelids open, wondering where on earth he was. That was when he jolted awake, staring at the sight in front of him. A girl with a bare back was lying right next to him under the sheets. He froze completely, unable to process what was happening. His mind raced in absolute panic. What a mess. What on earth was going on? Before he could even wrap his head around it, Anthony burst through the door, his furious voice instantly snapping Roman out of his daze. Anthony glared at Roman like he wanted to tear him apart, yelling out, "What on earth did you just do?" Terrified, Roman started stammering nonsense. He looked over at the girl, who was still lying there completely silent and motionless. Then, remembering that final glass of wine before he blacked out, he kept repeating the same words like a shell of a man. He mumbled over and over that he couldn't remember a single thing. Shadows filled the room, lit only by a single flickering candle. Anthony's voice broke the silence, cold and demanding. He sat on the table, leaning in with a highly dangerous look on his face. He told Roman that whoever he messed with was none of his business, but he had crossed the line by touching Lady Barco. Roman cowered on the other side of the table, forced to listen to every threatening word, knowing this couldn't just be ignored. Looking down at the trembling coward, Anthony smirked. He gave him a cruel, simple choice. Or he takes the second path. Anthony emphasized this option, watching Roman grow pale as his vision started to spin. He demanded that Roman marry into the Barco family to fix their alliance. It was a calculated, dirty trap, plain and simple. Anthony claimed he was furious, but promised that if Roman became part of their family, he would overlook the whole incident. Roman sat there, shivering like a criminal standing trial, completely powerless under the weight of his supposed sins. Anthony mockingly asked which option he would choose. That was the past, the tragic past of Roman Dmitry. But now Baek Joong-hyuk had inherited these memories. The puzzle pieces were finally starting to fall right into place. If his engagement fell apart because he supposedly defiled a Barco family member, the Dmitry family honor would be utterly dragged through the mud. They would have faced endless public humiliation. The original Roman simply lacked the courage to face his father's absolute fury. Yet he couldn't bring himself to choose the second option either, because his heart belonged to someone else. He genuinely loved Flora and refused to ruin the engagement he worked so hard to secure, let alone drag her name down. Staring at his wine glass, the reincarnated Roman realized why the original had ultimately chosen to end his own life. He wanted his death to end the nightmare. Taking a quiet sip of wine, he couldn't help but feel a deep pity. A weak soul who never accomplished a single thing in his entire life. That was the tragic truth of Roman Dmitry. What a truly miserable, pathetic existence. Seeing Roman lost in thought, Anthony grew impatient and pressed him once again. He demanded to know why Roman was hesitating, boasting that an alliance between their families would completely shake up the Northeast. Driven by wild ambition, he ranted about how no one would ever dare to stand against their combined power. But right as his speech peaked, Roman cut him off with a blunt, deeply provoking question. Is that really all? Anthony faltered, completely thrown off by the sudden mocking question. Roman placed his empty glass on the table, calmly asking if he was expected to accept a political marriage for such a pathetic reason. Anthony jumped to his feet with a dark scowl, snapping that Roman had clearly misunderstood the situation. He snarled that this was not a negotiation, threatening to expose the warehouse scandal to the entire world if he refused. He sneered, warning Roman to think wisely if he still wanted to walk with his head held high. Before he could finish, Roman slammed his foot onto the table with a violent crash, instantly silencing the room. Anthony stared in shock at this entirely new version of Roman, who was nothing like the timid boy he easily bullied. Crossing his legs arrogantly, Roman asked how many times he had to repeat himself, declaring that the Dmitry house would never accept such a pathetic deal. Meanwhile, the party outside was still in full swing, with guests chatting and laughing in a lively atmosphere. Amidst the crowd, Lady Sophia glanced over and spotted Roman calmly walking out of the private room. She excitedly hurried over and called out, asking where he had been hiding this entire time. He softly says he has a few urgent matters to handle and needs to leave early. Hearing this, Sophia cannot help but feel disappointed. She asks if that is true, since the party has only just begun, urging him to stay, but Roman just offers a polite smile. He politely declines, apologizing that this is a real emergency. The surrounding crowd immediately chips in with polite, empty chatter. They express how much they wanted to chat with Lord Roman, and he warmly reassures them they will surely catch up next time. After a quick farewell, Roman makes his exit, but the moment he steps outside the venue, a loud, angry shout rings out. Someone is screaming to take back those words, "You bastard." Roman pauses, his attention fully drawn to the sudden commotion nearby. The noise comes from the gathering area for the noble family's personal nights. Another sharp clashing sound rings out, putting Roman on alert. He looks over to see a knight's heavy iron helmet flying through the air from the sheer force of a blow. Someone screams Kevin's name as the collision sends a red-haired boy crashing to the ground. A mocking voice immediately cuts through the air. Mocking him about what he expected, they sneer that the Dmitry house only amounts to this. Kevin looks back, his eyes burning with anger. Standing beside him, Chris quietly urges Kevin to hold back. Meanwhile, the two smug Barco knights exchange a knowing look. They take turns laughing, wondering what Roman was thinking when he hired a scrawny kid to be his personal guard. Pointing at Kevin's oversized helmet, they mock him ruthlessly as they crowd around. To them, he is just a joke. They sneer that he probably just stole some random armor to play pretend knight. Standing nearby, Chris can barely contain his growing irritation. Chris snaps back, asking if Barco knights train their mouths instead of swords. The bully just shrugs with an arrogant smirk. Shoving his hand down on Kevin's head, the knight boasts that even without training, his sword play easily beats this brat. Kevin bites his lip, enduring the insults. The knight adds that this is exactly why everyone calls the Dmitry young master a fool. Kevin hangs his head, his voice turning cold as he demands the man take that back. Roman did absolutely nothing to deserve this. Gripping the knight's hand tightly, Kevin screams out a final warning to take back those words, "You bastard." The knight snaps in anger. A harsh slap sends Kevin's helmet flying. Chris cries out in alarm and reaches for his sword, ready to defend his companion. But Chris hesitates, a wave of dread washing over him. This opponent is a Barco knight, and their families are currently locked in conflict. If he starts a fight here, he will drag both young Master Roman and the entire Dmitry family into a massive political mess. Slowly picking himself up, Kevin glares at the knight, proudly stating that he is a loyal knight serving none other than Lord Roman. His cheek is still bright red, but he grits his teeth and snaps that he refuses to fight thugs pretending to be knights. The Barco knight scoffs and swings his arm for another vicious blow, determined to break the boy's pride once and for all. But wait, another hand suddenly intercepts him, grabbing his wrist in an iron grip. The knight looks up in absolute shock. Chris stands frozen in shock. Staring at his savior, Kevin gasps out in disbelief, "Young master." Roman turns to look at the bully. Roman glares at the knight with absolute disdain. Before the man can even finish his sentence, Roman delivers a devastating slap to his face. The knight is completely stunned, touching his stinging cheek. He cannot comprehend what just happened. He did not even see the strike coming. He starts to yell in rage, but another heavy slap cuts him off. He simply cannot believe this is happening to him. Staggering back, he tries to speak again, only for Roman to strike him a third time, leaving him sputtering in absolute pain. Roman follows up with a heavy blow directly to his head, leaving the bully on the verge of tears. Roman stares down coldly. Meanwhile, Anthony sits in his private room, his face turning completely pale as he panics over the unfolding disaster. Damn it, he thinks. What on earth actually went wrong? Anthony recalls his previous tense conversation with Roman regarding the delicate situation they were in. He had demanded that Roman take responsibility for laying a hand on their young lady, suggesting a marriage alliance with the Barco family. That arrangement would be far better than mortgaging their assets, calling it the absolute final grace they would ever offer. Rejecting it meant making an unfixable mistake. But Roman had only responded with a mocking smirk telling him to do whatever he pleased. He was already labeled a fool anyway, so adding a few more nasty rumors about his bad reputation would change absolutely nothing. He had even warned Anthony to watch his manners. Anthony still could not believe the sheer audacity of the words he had heard. Roman had made it clear he called off the engagement because he wanted to, not because of some pathetic threat. Anthony had already gotten exactly what he wanted ever since the Dmitry house decided to turn their backs on the Lawrence family. Yet he still dared to bare his fangs at Roman. How was Roman supposed to politely respond to such an insult? He asked if he should support the Lawrence family just to ruin the Barco clan, leaving Anthony completely terrified. Roman wanted to satisfy his grudge. Little did they know, Roman had already meticulously researched the Barco family beforehand. Their deep connections with the central government and the massive political influence that comes with it are completely undeniable. Of course, their power only comes from that single alliance. If we are talking purely about sheer wealth and power, the family that holds the real power in the Northeast is Dmitry, not Barco. Roman stares at him coldly, making the man tremble. He hangs on to every single word. What will he do now? The coward lowers his face, too afraid to even look up. If this is settled, you will stay out of Lawrence family business, right? Roman simply replies with a short, cold exactly. Stammering, the man begs to just end things here. Even now, recalling that conversation, he still cannot believe how Roman changed. The man shivers with absolute dread. It is not just Roman's face, his entire vibe, his eyes and his tone scream danger. Honestly, he is not the fool they used to know. Roman has completely transformed into someone else entirely. Just what happened to that guy? While he is lost in these thoughts, an urgent voice calls out to him, startling him. Snapping at them to stop bothering him right now, the Lord is surprised by some pretty shocking news from his servant. Roman and his personal knights are right outside, causing an absolute scene. On the ground, a beaten knight is begging Roman for mercy. Whimpering, the knight begs for forgiveness, promising he will never do it again, while Kevin steps in to calm Roman. Kevin suggests that the beating is already more than enough. Chris agrees, urging Roman to consider their relationship with the Barcos, but Roman does not even blink. He coldly states that only he decides when this garbage has had enough of a beating. Even if the guy dies, it is just the price he has to pay for his mouth. Suddenly, Anthony yells out in anger. Demanding to know what is going on, Anthony warns Roman that even as the youngest son of the prestigious Dmitry family, such blatant disrespect will not be tolerated unless Roman offers a formal apology for his outrageous actions right now. Roman cuts him off with a chilling look, asking why on earth he should ever apologize. He glances at the bloodied knight. This knight insulted Roman and laid hands on Dmitry's people. He turns to Anthony, asking if he truly thinks Roman is wrong. Anthony still tries to blame him, arguing that even so, Roman has crossed the line. But Roman does not hesitate to shoot back. Did he not make himself clear? His personal grudges can easily destroy the fragile relationship between their two noble families. The threat makes Anthony turn pale as Roman warns him to watch his behavior very carefully from this moment on. Roman gets right in his face, whispering that his patience is running thin, so Anthony needs to make his choice right now. His prior threat echoes in his head. Should he help the Lawrence family tear the Barcos apart? Anthony is absolutely furious. Yet he has no choice but to bow his head and agree, admitting that Roman actually did the right thing here. Roman smirks, listening as Anthony promises that the offending knight will receive the proper brutal punishment he deserves. With a smile, Roman calls them great friends before turning to the knight and raising his hand to strike. A devastating slap sends the knight straight to sleep. As people carry him off, everyone is left reeling from this display. Before this, they all thought Roman was just a useless fool despite being a son of the legendary Dmitry family. But now he simply turns around and tells Chris and Kevin that it is time to head back. The onlookers watch in complete shock, forced to accept the terrifying truth staring them right in the face. Since the harmless idiot they once knew is officially gone, the carriage rolls away just as the sun begins to set. Inside, Kevin and Chris sit in uneasy silence. Kevin finally hangs his head, apologizing deeply for bringing shame to his master. Chris blames himself too, admitting he stood by while the family honor was dragged through the mud and Kevin was beaten. He feels completely useless for failing to act. Roman listens quietly to their apologies from the opposite seat. After a long pause, he asks if swallowing that much humiliation was painful, thanking them for holding back until he arrived. The two look up in utter surprise. Roman notes that acting on pure temper only invites unnecessary trouble. Their restraint actually saved those fools from a much worse fate. But right after Roman's eyes grow incredibly cold, he pauses, delivering a chilling reminder that this kind of submissive behavior is not what he expects from his men. In the entire Cairo region, absolutely nobody has the right to lay a single finger on a member of House Dmitry. Even if you must bide your time and swallow insults, remember their faces. Never let that burning anger fade away. He cannot stand anyone looking down on him. To follow a master who stands above all, they must adapt to this. Kevin and Chris are stunned by his overwhelming ambition, but the message is clear. They now know what they must do. As the carriage rattles back to the mansion, dawn begins to break, marking the start of a brand new day. Hans presents Roman with the latest intelligence on the Barco family sourced directly from the mysterious Black Moon Information Guild. The report indicates that the Barco family has been acting quite strange lately. Roman silently flips through the documents. Roman ponders the details. The Barco family has been settled in the northeast for over a century. After some of their members joined the central government, they quickly rose to local prominence. Roman completely agrees with the report. Just as he suspected, their actual military strength is not impressive, leaving even the butler to feel quite surprised. He assumed their armed forces would match their high social standing. But Roman points out that this only proves one thing. Their entire authority relies heavily on the central government. Currently, 8 major nations divide the Salamander continent. Among these nations, the Kingdom of Cairo stands as the smallest and weakest. Its borders stretch along the northeast mountains. Because it borders almost every other kingdom, Cairo has endured endless invasions, constantly targeted by much stronger neighboring enemies. With no other real choice to survive, Cairo was forced to align its military directly with the capital. Through this crucial alliance, the central government secured absolute authority, establishing unmatched dominance over the entire continent. Any noble family daring to shirk their designated military duties is instantly branded as a traitorous rebel. Imperial troops will round them up without hesitation. Once the rebellion is crushed, their vast lands are immediately confiscated. Seized territory is quickly handed over to neighboring lords as a reward for helping to suppress the uprising. The rest goes to new loyal nobles who swear absolute obedience to the crown. This setup gives the Barcos immense invisible leverage. Hans is completely stunned by this explanation, never realizing that their political influence ran so incredibly deep. Roman adds that this political backing is precisely how the Barcos secured such a massive loan from the Golden Bank. Staring at the intelligence reports, Roman deduces that this massive loan was entirely unsecured credit with zero collateral. It is highly likely that all that gold was channeled directly into funding and hiring the notorious BG mercenary group. This ruthless army of mercenary fighters gathers hundreds of A-rank combatants under the core leadership of the BG group. These bloodthirsty killers make their living by selling their deadly blades to the highest bidder in various territorial disputes. Hans quietly warns that judging by their recent troop movements, they intend to strike Lawrence within 2 weeks. Roman raises an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. It seems the Barcos have already finalized every single part of their preparations. The butler hesitantly asks if the Lawrence family has any realistic chance of surviving this coming battle. Roman shakes his head. Even if they bunkered down, they would only last a month at the absolute most. Quietly, Roman reminds himself that he had promised Anthony to stay completely out of Lawrence family affairs. Yet to secure his own peaceful life, he must completely eliminate the threat that is the Barco family. No matter what kind of army the Barcos build, they can never hope to defeat House Dmitry. A cold light glints in his eyes. Borrowing Dmitry's power would make crushing the Barcos a walk in the park. Yet relying purely on the Dmitry name to resolve his problems would be completely meaningless to him. To truly secure their future, he needs to establish absolute dominance himself. This is the perfect chance to rewrite the rules. Sighing, Roman stands up and decides to meet his father immediately, as it is time to fulfill his promise. Meanwhile, in a bustling marketplace, a sudden hush falls over the crowd as people turn to look in sheer terror. A lone warrior clad in heavily blood-stained iron armor slowly walks through. Taking off his heavy helmet, the mercenary Lucas reveals himself. He immediately mutters a complaint about how Dmitry never changes. He makes his way over to a local blacksmith shop. Stripping off his armor, he places it on the table. The local blacksmith Hendrik takes one look and chuckles. Blacksmith Hendrik asks if his latest battle was really that brutal, prompting Lucas to let out a tired sigh. Lucas mutters to not even bring it up, as some brainless fools almost got him killed. Hendrik just inspects his spear. Inspecting the weapon, Hendrik questions its incredibly cheap quality. Lucas admits he grabbed it from the very first shop he saw. Hendrik gets annoyed, snapping that when buying weapons, one should always come straight to the legendary Dmitry Forge. Ranting about how foolish it is to buy gear elsewhere, Hendrik sighs. Lucas simply stands up to leave. Lucas jokes that is exactly why he is here now, as Hendrik eagerly promises a new custom set. It will take some time, but Lucas does not mind. He plans to head back to Dmitry estate to rest. While heading back, he notices a large, noisy crowd gathered in front of the local town bulletin. He wonders what could possibly be drawing such a massive crowd, hoping it is not another war. Taking on more mercenary work is the last thing he wants, yet curiosity gets the better of him. Squeezing through the mob, he spots a newly posted bulletin. His eyes widen as he reads the recruitment notice. A new notice goes up recruiting 30 soldiers. Prerequisites: be healthy and have an ambition to get stronger. The pay is 3 silver coins a month. Lucas stares at the flyer, calculating that an average family only needs 5 gold coins to survive. So even with all the risks, this job actually sounds pretty good. If only it did not have this one catch. Right at the very bottom, a special condition is written: you will serve Roman Dmitry alone. not the house of Dimit. Keep this firmly in mind and only apply if you are ready to give your entire life to Roman. A man standing nearby warns Lucas not to even bother applying. He says Lucas could never compete against those hundreds of applicants. He adds that he is a B-rank mercenary himself and even he would not get in. Normally, he would need at least 50 silver coins to pledge his loyalty to some noble. Lucas blinks as something clicks. Wait a second, he says. He spins around to ask if hundreds have really applied already. The mercenary nods, leaving Lucas absolutely stunned. Is this gig really that amazing? Lucas wonders. Even if the pay is good, they would not be serving the family, but rather Roman Dmitry, the family fool. Who knows what kind of crazy trials they would have to face under him. The moment Lucas says this, every single person in the crowd turns to stare at him. The air suddenly goes dead, silent. Lucas is completely bewildered by their reaction. The mercenary realizes Lucas must be totally clueless about the local rumors. Believe it or not, he explains that as an outsider, Lucas does not know that Lord Roman is no longer the fool he used to be. Not only did he crush the Blood Fangs, but he also treats his people incredibly well. Lucas is left utterly dumbfounded. The mercenary chuckles, noting that nobody believed the rumors at first either. But then they heard about Clark. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Lucas asks who this Clark guy is. The mercenary explains that ever since Clark's son joined Lord Roman, their crushing poverty completely vanished and their lives got a whole lot better. The man scratches his head, trying to recall the son's name. Ah, right, it was Kevin. Back at the Dimit estate some time ago, Kevin looked utterly baffled. A vacation, he asked, his face full of confusion. Roman calmly replied that he was granting him a 3-day break. Resting is a vital part of training, Roman added, walking away. He told Kevin to relax and enjoy time with his family. Still in a daze, Kevin bowed and accepted the order. Heading back to his room, he packed his things while still trying to process it. A vacation. Even after changing, he could not shake the weird feeling. He was simply not used to having free time. Back then, no work meant starvation. Besides, he had not seen his family since moving into the castle. What were they up to? Walking out, his thoughts are cut short when Butler Hans calls his name. Kevin jolts quickly, greeting the old butler. Hans smiles warmly, handing over a bundle of clothes. He asks if Kevin really plans to go home, looking so worn out. Lord Roman had prepared some nice clean clothes for him to wear. Before Kevin can even process this, he takes the bundle. On top of the clothes, Hans places a small, heavy pouch. After all, he needs some spending money to buy gifts. From now on, Kevin will be earning 30 silver coins every single month. Hans tells him to go ahead and spoil his family. Buying nice things or splurging a little is totally fine. Kevin stands there holding the gifts in absolute shock. Soon Kevin changes into his brand new clothes and heads home happily carrying a bag of fresh bread. The fabric is so incredibly soft he can barely believe it. Just wearing them instantly lifts his spirits. He looks down at the loaves in his hands, thrilled that he finally bought enough fresh bread for everyone. It smells absolutely delicious. He practically skips down the street, radiating pure joy to anyone passing by. He knows his little sister Mary is going to be thrilled. She always dreamed of eating cream-filled fresh bread. Thinking about it makes him remember the old days when Mary constantly complained about eating stale leftovers. Back then, he was too poor to even buy her a single fresh loaf. A hot, freshly baked loaf cost twice as much as stale bread. Plus, those aggressive debt collectors were always turning up at their door. Kevin tightens his grip. He swears to become far stronger under the young master's guidance no matter what it takes. But when he finally gets home, Kevin freezes. His parents are sitting there peacefully, sipping tea. His little sister is laughing, tending to a beautiful flower garden. He is completely shocked by the peaceful view. He wonders if he took a wrong turn and ended up at some fancy estate instead of the slums. Just then, Mary spots him and screams out for her big brother, alerting their parents who spin around. Stunned but overjoyed, his mother runs over and wraps him in a tight hug, crying about how long it has been. What? It is really big brother. Kevin's father, Clark, runs over too, asking if he is okay, while Kevin tightly hugs his mother. Looking around, Kevin asks about their new home. His father explains that Hans personally came by to hand them the keys to this place. He even gave us land to farm, all on young Master Roman's orders. His mother chimes in with tears in her eyes. The castle staff helped us so much, she says. For the first time, we actually feel alive in these slums. Kevin's eyes widen as the realization hits him. He silently thanks Lord Roman, deeply moved as tears stream down his face. Thank you so much, he whispers. But then his father notices something and gasps, asking what happened to his cheek. His mother pulls back to look. Clark immediately voices his suspicion, asking if Roman hit him. Kevin flusters quickly, shaking his head. No, that is not it at all, he says. His mother grabs his shoulders, urging him to tell them the truth. If they are mistreating you, we will leave, she says. But Kevin gently pushes her back, defending his master. Lord Roman is not like that at all, Kevin insists. His mother is baffled, asking about his bruised cheek, so he explains everything. But when the story gets out, skepticism follows. Are you seriously asking us to believe that a neighbor scoffed as the men gathered? Clark, Kevin's father, tries to convince his buddies. Come on, how else do you explain our brand new house and farmland? His friend has to admit there is a point. It is true, he mutters, but Clark keeps pressing them. Do not listen to the bad rumors. Kevin told me the young master slapped a Barco knight just to protect his own subordinate. What other noble would protect their men like that? Clark asks. The neighbors are stunned and the gossip begins to spread. Naturally, people everywhere start whispering about Roman. Did the fool of Dmitry really do all that they ask in utter disbelief? Have you seen how Clark's family lives now? Word is that Lord Roman gifted them everything because of Kevin. Since Kevin became his loyal follower, Roman gave them a house and land, completely turning their lives around. He even slapped that Barco knight for Kevin's sake. Clark's close friends heard the whole truth directly from his mouth. Just yesterday, people pitied that poor boy. But some still remember Roman's past, whispering about his old troublemaker days. Are you sure you didn't mistake him for someone else? They ask. Even the local kids are talking about it. I heard Lord Roman treats his subordinates like gold. I want to be just like Kevin when I grow up. If only I could earn Lord Roman's trust like Clark's family did. As these rumors spread, Roman's reputation soars. Roman Dmitry is incredibly generous to his loyal followers. Gaining his favor means a chance at a completely new life. And honestly, who can blame them? Soon enough, the scene shifts to a massive crowd gathered around a new recruitment notice. A bystander explains that this is why so many men are eager to enlist. Listening nearby, Lucas stands in absolute shock. What on earth is going on here? Lucas mutters. First wiping out the Blood Fang bandits, then the Barco banquet incident. Did Roman really pull off all of that? He remembers the old Roman Dmitry, who would never do such things. 2 years ago, he saw Roman throw a massive tantrum at a casino after losing every single penny he had. Only 2 years have passed, so what happened to this world? He mutters. The bystander next to him looks completely confused. Lucas chuckles, his interest fully piqued. This is getting interesting. I think I will have to see this for myself. Later that night, Jonathan reports that the initial recruitment phase is going smoothly, requiring only a minimal number of guards. Roman will personally handle the rest of the process. Hearing this, Romero raises a serious concern about the timeline. Are we not taking too much time with this? Romero asks. Jonathan advises that this is his last chance. This is your final chance to reclaim everything, so are you truly okay with this? Still, raising a private army is dangerous. We should at least ask Roman about his ultimate goal first, Jonathan urges. But Romero suddenly raises a hand, cutting him off. Jonathan, when I first heard Roman was attending the Barco social party, I assumed he was trying to ally with them. I thought he would betray our family to secure his own position. Instead, Roman stood tall before those arrogant nobles. He slapped that Barco knight, completely ignoring Anthony's weak protests. Even if Anthony tries to join forces with our enemies, to pressure us with a decisive blow, Roman is already taking control of his own fate to secure his succession. Romero swirls his wine glass. Roman, labeled a fool for over a decade, is finally carving out his own path. Wiping out the Blood Fang was just the start. Romero speaks with immense pride, happy to see his son finally growing. Jonathan bows, understanding his lord's heart. Romero then shifts the topic, asking how many soldiers have applied so far. Maybe 50 or 100, Romero guesses, expecting a low turnout. But Jonathan reveals the shocking truth. It is already over 500 applicants, sir. Romero is absolutely stunned as we cut to the crowded city gates. Plenty of men gather to join the recruitment. Chris steps into the tent, reporting to Roman that the preparation is complete. Roman remains quiet, waiting for something in deep thought. The night before the selection, under a full moon, noises drift through the town. Chattering echoes from the tavern. Inside, Lucas takes a long draught of beer and smiles in pure satisfaction. The Dmitry Dark Ale is truly second to none. With flushed cheeks, Lucas is still amazed. He can barely believe how many people have gathered for the upcoming exam. The number of applicants far exceeds his expectations as the tavern continues to buzz with loud chatter. Lucas looks over at a group of 3 men sitting right across from him, noticing the identification tags hanging from their belts. As they laugh and joke, he focuses on the wooden tag attached to a fabric strap on the left man's waist. From his corner, he sizes them up, concluding that those guys in the corner are definitely Class C mercenaries. Then he glances over at 3 others standing by the bar. Although they do not look like mercenaries, they clearly possess some serious real battle experience. In the end, Lucas sums up his thoughts with a quiet sigh. Besides this place, Dmitry has very few inns, making it so crowded that several people are packed into every corner. The massive crowd of applicants has completely blown past his expectations, but he cannot help but wonder, why are they here? Experienced fighters like this could easily find much better, higher-paying jobs. Surely they are not just curious like him. Brushing the thoughts aside, Lucas slams his mug onto the wooden table, giving up on trying to understand it. Just as he prepares to leave, he hears a man call out to someone nearby, "Hey Henderson, what are you doing here? Did you not say you were going to join the Lawrence family instead?" Hearing this, Lucas stops, immediately intrigued. Observing their exchange, Henderson answers that it was indeed his plan since Lawrence is his home territory. His eyes grow somber as he explains how seeing Roman Dmitry wipe out the Blood Fangs and Lawrence changed his mind. People who were not there would never believe it. In his memories of that day, he stood among the shocked crowd. He witnessed Roman standing in the middle of the town square, covered in blood and looking completely monstrous. Henderson describes the sight of Roman dragging the Blood Fang's leader by his hair. Can you even picture that? A noble young master directly executing ruthless bandits, all because they dared to touch his loyal people. He marched straight into enemy territory just to crush their leader's skull, blood splattering everywhere with each brutal blow. Staring blankly ahead, Henderson shivers in lingering fear, admitting he simply cannot shake that terrifying image from his mind. Suddenly, the three Class C mercenaries in the corner turn around, focusing all their attention on his words. Henderson points out how people keep denying the Lawrence incident while the skilled fighters at the bar listen in closely. But having seen it with his own eyes, he knows Roman Dmitry is not the weakling the rumors claim. With a sudden slam of his hand, Henderson declares that Roman is a true leader who fights for his people. A couple of other men nearby grin in agreement. For them, this upcoming military recruitment is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. To become a loyal follower of Roman, he is determined to pass the test and secure his place in Dmitry, and live as Roman Dmitry's direct subordinate. In his mind, Lucas repeats that powerful name, deeply intrigued. This is a leader worthy of holding his life. He finally understands that the massive commotion outside is no mere coincidence. Early the next morning, Lucas follows the rushing crowd towards the designated training ground of the Dmitry family. As the surrounding applicants talk excitedly about celebrating after the selection, Lucas gets lost in his own thoughts. If everything he heard last night is actually the absolute truth, then what path should he choose for his future? Looking around at the candidates, Lucas realizes that every single person here is probably thinking the exact same thing. These skeptical men applied after hearing those wild rumors, and the true moment of truth is fast approaching. Once they see the real Roman, all doubts will vanish. Suddenly, Lucas looks down, wondering what is going on. Total silence falls over the area. Lucas shifts his stance as everyone bows to the approaching figures. The eldest son of Baron Dmitry, Roman Dmitry, has arrived. The crowd parts, bowing deeply in absolute respect. Lucas marvels at the sight, noting that even without anyone telling them to, everyone automatically bows to let Roman pass. Staring at this immense pressure, Lucas gets his absolute confirmation that every single crazy rumor is indeed true. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Roman walks up the steps, the heavy atmosphere dropping instantly around him. Roman commands them to raise their heads. Standing before the applicants, his loud, clear voice echoes across the training ground. He announces that today he will select 30 warriors to fight for him, but first, he has something to clarify. Roman raises his voice to share his grand vision. Declaring himself as Roman Dmitry, he speaks with absolute conviction. He has zero intention of hiding away in some remote territory. Looking down at the stunned faces of the crowd below, he promises to keep fighting to climb higher than ever before. But in this brutal journey, risking their lives is completely inevitable. Because of that, anyone who feels hesitant about following his path is free to turn back right now. Roman warns them that if they lose their heads on the battlefield, their final thought should not be resentment toward him. Instead, their only regret should be failing to stay alive to witness their great leader reach the very peak of power. His imposing figure stands tall like a massive monument of supreme power, looking down as if he already rules the entire continent. The crowd is left completely speechless by his boldness, while Lucas looks on with a mix of panic and confusion. He silently wonders what on earth Roman is thinking. Setting aside all that crazy talk about conquering the entire continent, his position in the family is currently under serious threat, meaning any normal person would try to act humble right now. Yet, staring at Roman's dead serious and completely reliable expression, Lucas feels a strange sense of belief that this man might actually pull it off. Soon after, the vice-captain of the Dmitry Knights steps forward to take charge, announcing the start of the first trial. Chris glances over at an archer holding a loaded bow. He explains that the selection process is actually quite straightforward. Candidates will simply stand at a designated spot, and this skilled archer will fire 3 shots directly at them. The arrows might graze past, hit the target behind them, or strike their bodies directly, bringing a sudden and painful death. With a cold glare, Chris declares that only those who stand completely still through all 3 shots will pass the round. Hearing these terrifying rules, the candidates are completely frozen with intense anxiety, their faces totally drained of color. The vice-captain's cold voice echoes through the training ground as he calls out the first name on his list. He orders Duck to step up to the designated spot, followed immediately by Morrison, who is told to stand right beside him. As the archer prepares his bow, Morrison stands there, trembling silently, questioning if they would actually shoot at a real person. It makes absolutely no logical sense. Who in their right mind would use a lethal live fire test just to recruit ordinary soldiers? But as the arrow is drawn back, Morrison desperately tries to reassure himself that this archer must be a master marksman. Watching a bead of sweat roll down the archer's cheek, he repeatedly mutters that a pro like him would never make a mistake. Suddenly, the string snaps. The arrow flies with a sharp whistle, slicing through the air and slamming into the wooden target. It lands only inches away from Duck's neck. Seeing how terrified Duck is, Morrison tells himself to stay strong. This is just a mind game. As the archer raises his second arrow, Morrison convinces himself that standing still is the only option. He is absolutely sure the next shot will miss too, but reality instantly shatters his hope in the worst way possible. The arrow pierces straight through Duck's right leg. Morrison is completely horrified, and everyone else freezes in shock except for a calm Lucas. Stunned by the agonizing pain, Duck lets out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his heavily bleeding leg as he collapses to the ground. Chris rushes over and yells for the medical team, ordering his soldiers to bring a stretcher and get him out of there immediately. The soldiers quickly obey, carrying the screaming boy away on a stretcher. The remaining recruits are left in absolute panic. It turns out those warnings about getting shot were not an exaggeration. This insane test is deadly serious. The vice captain cold-bloodedly calls out the next name. Hearing his turn has come, Morrison is instantly gripped by sheer terror. He stares at the blood dripping from the target where the arrow hit. If that shot had been aimed at the head, the boy would be dead. In complete panic, Morrison mutters to himself that this is totally insane. He only signed up for a chance to become a knight. The cold-hearted captain reminds him that these are the young master's orders, offering a final chance to quit. He looks directly down at Morrison, who is crying tears of absolute dread, with his head lowered in complete despair. If they are too terrified to take a hit from an archer, they should pack their bags and leave immediately. Under Roman's unwavering, strict gaze, Chris tells them that if they can endure this ordeal to the very end, even after getting shot by a live arrow, they will earn the immense honor of passing this first brutal trial. The vice captain drives his point home, telling all the cowards left in the training yard to get lost right now. Flashback to a day before the trial when Roman sat down with his inner circle to explain their roles. The four men stood in a straight line, listening intently as he revealed that they would all be shot tomorrow. But the archer is the finest marksman around, trained to only hit non-lethal areas to avoid any permanent damage. Saluting with a confident smile, the young archer proudly guarantees that he won't make a single mistake. So please do not worry at all. Looking toward Chris, who is approaching with the chest, Roman says, "This is your reward." Opening the chest reveals heaps of gold coins. Seeing the glittering light reflecting off them, everyone laughs with absolute joy. Wearing a blank expression, he continues his offer with a warning. You will not suffer too much pain because doctors are ready. But you will still get hit by arrows. Do you still want to do this? The four of them shout back in unison. Yes, their voices echo in the room, and Roman tells them they can leave if they have nothing else. They obey and depart. As the room grows quiet again, Chris asks why his lord has to go to such extremes. Sitting at his desk to handle more paperwork, Roman replies that threats alone will not find him the right people. He must show them they are gambling with their lives. Even if the chance of getting hit is only 1 in 100, most candidates will still crumble under the fear of that single percent. Chris wonders what kind of men Roman actually wants. What does it take to serve him? Roman explains that he needs men with unshakable minds. In other words, survivors. He wants those born with the heart of a beast. Chris repeats the phrase, and Roman begins to explain why. Those born with the heart of a beast grow strong incredibly fast, even if they start from absolute zero. They are different. Only people with that quality can stand by his side. Back at the selection grounds, the first round is wrapping up. One man screams in frustration, "What kind of crazy selection is this?" A crowd gathers, arguing and walking away. They mutter about their safety. Will Roman take responsibility if they die? He is not even an official royal noble. Why risk their lives for Roman Dmitry? They choose to quit. Chris watches the crowd of quitters thin out. He counts about 100 people leaving. Chris calls out to Roman, who is lost in thought about the wild beast. It is a rare-born talent. He remembers Kevin, who sliced off his own wrist without a moment of hesitation. He also remembers Chris, the vice captain of the Dimit Knights, who begged him for the secret to true strength, to ask for strength from the man who utterly humiliated him. Those are the ones born with a beastly spirit. Without that wild heart, no matter how strong someone is, they can never match those born with this spark. Roman is determined to use this harsh trial to filter out the weak and find those rare special monsters. He firmly orders the trials to continue. Under the bright cloudless sky, one candidate is already panting with exhaustion. Lucas recognizes the man from the tavern and realizes he did not run away. Henderson is shaking like a leaf. He leans against his target. Though he was serious back then, he is absolutely terrified right now. Henderson begins to cry. Biting his lip, he tells himself this is his only chance to swear loyalty to Lord Roman. He glares forward. He refuses to quit without even trying. An arrow flies and strikes the wood barely inches from his head. Gasping for air, Henderson feels a dark pressure radiating from the archer as the bow is drawn once again. He asks himself if he should just give up, since dying here would make everything meaningless. Another arrow whistles past. There is still time to back out, but the archer pulls his lips tight and lets fly another shot. Shaking violently, the arrow lands right between his legs, nearly ending his family lineage right then and there. Chris announces Henderson has flinched, and the young man collapses to his knees, shivering in absolute terror. Lucas chuckles, noting the guy was a split second from quitting and got incredibly lucky. The trials roll onward. Around 400 men remained after the dropouts. Out of those, only 120 passed the first round. Relief washes over the faces of the survivors. Roman is pleased to have found some truly promising talents already. He observes the survivors, noticing Henderson and a few others who are still visibly trembling from the ordeal. Then he glances at Lucas and the other candidates who stood tall without showing a single ounce of fear. Both groups meet his high standards, as both possess the rare grit needed to conquer their own deep terrors. He must carefully separate the gems from the gravel, finding those who will serve him out of respect, not fear. Standing before them, he loudly declares that they have all successfully completed the very first stage of this test. This trial proved their warrior spirit, but he will only accept 30 recruits, meaning another test is coming. The second round will filter them further. If they manage to pass this next test and become his subordinates, they will finally live the life of a hunter. Lucas looks up in surprise at his bold words. Roman steps down the stairs to kick off the next round, stating the rules are incredibly simple. Gesturing to a rack of wooden weapons, he tells them to choose from the various practice swords before them. He shows them a weapon pile where type or quantity doesn't even matter. Picking up a blade, he tells them to choose whichever they like. Roman slashes the air, challenging them to prove their real worth in a direct duel with him. Henderson stands completely shocked at the duel proposal. Lucas just smiles skeptically, him alone against 120 men. Roman's eyes narrow. He tells them they don't even need to win. Anyone who lasts 1 minute against him passes, and they will get much better terms than the original offer. Finally, a mercenary named Vulcan steps up to go first. He speaks with a flat, emotionless expression. The crowd quickly parts to make space as Roman asks for his name. The man answers immediately that he is Vulcan. Roman glances at his weapon, asking if he is fine with a wooden sword. Vulcan claims it is no problem. Privately, he thinks Dmitry's confidence is just way too overinflated right now. Sure, the rumors about him defeating Blood Fang might be true, but there is still no way he gets beaten under 60 seconds. Chris shouts for them to get ready. Vulcan figures he only needs to survive 1 minute to pass the test. Even if Roman is his future boss, he is going all out to seize this chance. Chris gets ready to start. Flipping the hourglass, Chris shouts start. Vulcan is absolutely determined to show his future master exactly what he can do. He rushes forward with a heavy swing. But Vulcan's eyes freeze in shock. Roman effortlessly dodges the blow. Suddenly, Vulcan's legs tangle and he crashes to the dirt. He is completely bewildered by what just happened. Roman's sword point is already resting right against his neck. With a chilly stare, Roman calls out for the next challenger. Watching closely, Lucas realizes Roman is on a completely different level. His movements are incredibly light, swift, and precise. This second round is going to be 100 times harder than the first. Suddenly, a suffocating aura erupts. It pours right off Roman, striking raw fear into the crowd. After defeating Vulcan, Roman towers over him. With his blade still pressed to the fallen man's throat, his fierce stare makes everyone around hold their breath. His look says it all, absolute contempt for the opponent beneath his feet. Everyone realizes Roman is incredibly strong, yet they cling to one tiny hope. Surely, after fighting challenger after challenger, his stamina has to drain. Even if the early matches are brutal, the later fighters expect to face a heavily fatigued Roman. Or so they think. 1 full hour passes. 60 duels later, the courtyard is littered with battered candidates groaning on the ground. 60 consecutive defeats. Roman looks entirely unfazed as he emotionlessly calls out for the next challenger to step up. He points his sword directly at the terrified applicant trembling on the ground. The difference in power is just absurd. Not a single drop of sweat on him after 60 fights. The crowd suddenly remembers Roman's earlier promise. He told them that if they survive and serve him, they would live the life of a predator. Now the chilling weight of those terrifying words finally sinks in. Roman is indeed an absolute apex predator. He is like a monstrous beast ready to tear apart anything in his sight, living exactly how he wants. In a brutal world where only the strong survive, they realize Roman's words are a promise. Even though the outside world still calls Roman the fool of the Dmitry family, they know better now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to serve real greatness. Terrified yet captivated, the candidates watch on. They desperately want to follow him, but a terrifying reality check hits them immediately. How do they actually pass? How can anyone hope to stand against this monster? To them, Roman looks like a literal demon from hell. Dark energy wraps around him, making the onlookers shiver. Roman coldly states that if no one steps forward, everyone fails. Panicked, the candidates start pushing each other. Absolutely no one wants to face the terrifying monster in front of them. Then a confident voice suddenly cuts through the tense silence. Fine, he says he will take the next spot. A green-haired young man with a small pouch on his belt steps forward, looking like a total savior. He confidently announces himself as Candidate 61 Lucas. Overhead, the wind sweeps gently across the grand castle. Privately, Lucas knows he is facing a true monster. Roman Dmitry is simply built on another level. The dark pressure remains heavy in the air as they stare each other down, waiting to clash. Lucas can barely believe the immense crushing aura Roman projects on top of his already god-tier swordsmanship. Roman's sharp gaze is freezing. He is entirely different from the weakling of the rumors. Just as he promised, Roman is destined to leave this remote territory behind and conquer the world. Roman towers like an absolute titan in Lucas's mind. He is absolutely certain this man will conquer everything. Conquer this entire continent. Lucas raises his hand and sword, readying his battle stance. He does not care about 8 silver coins. He will find out if Roman is telling the truth in just 1 year. To start, the hand holding the hourglass begins to flip it over and start the countdown. The command to begin rings out as falling sand signals that the battle has arrived from this very moment. Along with the trickling sand, Lucas's sheer determination shines. He is absolutely resolved to pass this selection round first. Gripping his sword, he rushes forward like a sudden gust of wind. Meanwhile, Roman quietly thinks that the young man charges without hesitation, since normally nobody strikes first. Not only that, but his actual battle tactics. Thinking of this, Roman breaks a sweat. He is surprised because Lucas swings his sword to slice his opponent's head while also simultaneously thrusting a dagger at his heart. In a flash, Roman steps back, successfully blocking Lucas's incoming sword strike. Lucas thinks that Roman easily dodged his dagger and blocked his sword. He immediately changes tactics. How about this? He swings his blade forward, stepping in to close the distance. As the sharp blade lunges, Roman calmly raises his own sword to meet it. A powerful impact makes Roman's eyes widen, but he still blocks the strike. He swings his sword and violently throws his opponent back. Lucas is sent flying, forcing him to retreat several paces. He silently realizes that this is still not enough. He starts analyzing the situation. Normally, rapid movement leaves openings, but Roman stands firm like a completely impenetrable fortress. Lucas grips his short sword tightly, telling himself that he absolutely cannot give up. Hesitating for even a single second means instant defeat. To survive for 1 minute, he must take the initiative. Lucas grips his sword tighter and charges to seize the upper hand. Seeing this, Roman lets out a cold smirk, seemingly amused by Lucas's reckless bravery. Roman analyzes that the boy's charging style is totally useless on a real battlefield, but perfect for a close duel. His eyes flash with a sudden light, finding this matchup pretty interesting. He knows exactly why Lucas wants the initiative. But, along with that growing amusement, Roman launches his counterattack. He steps forward, knowing his goal was never just to let Lucas survive for 1 minute. Roman charges, easily blocking Lucas's sword. Now this finally feels like a real battle. 1 minute is an absolute wall. A wall meant to show everyone how powerful their lord truly is. The two continue clashing. Lucas swings his sword, Roman dodges. Then Roman slashes and Lucas blocks. It turns out the true purpose behind Roman organizing this test is to engrave his power into their minds. Right now, Roman decides it is time to end the match. A sudden, unexpected move leaves Lucas completely unable to react. A heavy blow strikes, sending Lucas tumbling backward. The battle seems to have reached its inevitable conclusion. A B-class mercenary can only do so much. Normal people can reach B-class, with hard work and extreme risk. But without mana, they will never reach A-class. That level possesses power that can subdue anyone. Now Lucas sits completely dazed on the cold ground, and the first factor determining mana awakening is a vision of absolute loneliness, a single figure standing alone among massive piles of corpses. Yes, Lucas has reached his absolute limit. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot surpass B-class. Even so, Lucas grit his teeth, screaming that even so he survived. On brutal battlefields where countless men died engulfed in massive fires time and time again, he learned a valuable lesson. To survive and win, his hand tightly clutches the small pouch hanging at his waist, because he must make use of absolutely everything. Lucas grabs the small pouch and hurls it straight at Roman, who is approaching. Fine dust bursts across Roman's face, forcing him to tighten his lips. Did the boy throw sand? The onlookers wonder. The Lord only said to survive for 1 minute. There are absolutely no other rules. But Lucas is on the ground while Roman stands completely still. Seizing this brief chance, Lucas grabs his dagger and charges at Roman. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he rushes forward like the wind, but then his eyes widen. In pure shock, Roman stands right there firmly, gripping his raised sword. His eyes flash, cold and devoid of any emotion. Those bloodshot eyes are looking straight through him despite the sand. Right now, Lucas feels as if his world is collapsing. His reflection is clear in Roman's eyes, a gaze so incredibly cold that Lucas begins to tremble. A Sigh escapes as the short blade slips from Lucas's hand. I surrender, he mutters, his fists clenching tight in defeat. Memory flashes back to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Before they showed the kindness of teaching martial arts to their disciples, the first thing they had to learn was how to keep their eyes wide open. Even the slightest blink could get them killed instantly. Those brutal training scenes flash in his mind, reminding him of those incredibly strict rules. Energy circulates with every breath. Even a simple blink of the eye is a movement that must be carefully calculated. That was why they were trained to keep their eyes wide open even when facing an incredibly strong enemy. Even if a fighter's eyes are heavily injured or they are on the verge of losing their sight entirely, even if an enemy brandishes a short blade directly at his face with the cold steel on the verge of piercing his pupils. In every single situation, just like Roman right now, he keeps his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at his opponent. Lucas helplessly declares that he surrenders. His clenched fist betrays his deep frustration. High above the fortress, the clear blue sky is filled with drifting white clouds. A soldier hands over a small leather water pouch. Roman takes it and pours the water directly into his eyes to wash out the sand. Behind him, Lucas stands with clenched fists staring down at the dirt. He thinks that if he knew things would end like this, he never would have resorted to throwing sand. Lucas bites his lip in deep regret, tormented by his own actions. He pushed himself to use every dirty trick imaginable until the very end just to pass the qualifiers. Yet, what a pathetic result. He stands there in silent agony, head bowed in utter defeat. A sudden dark thought flashes through his mind. Roman must look down on him now. No, maybe Roman never expected anything from a weakling like him from the very beginning. Lucas looks up to see Roman staring back, water dripping from his face. Will Roman be furious? Should he brace for a harsh punishment? Lucas quietly wonders how he will be disciplined. But before he can finish that thought, Roman's cold voice rings out, calling for the next opponent. Lucas is stunned. Roman does not punish him at all, calmly preparing to continue the trials. Even the onlookers are completely shocked by his utter lack of anger. He does not even bother to ask why his opponent played dirty. Roman simply tilts his head toward Lucas. He clearly saw through the entire scheme from the start, knowing exactly what Lucas was planning. Roman had noticed Lucas reaching for the pouch when he leaned back to dodge the blade. Yet he chose to ignore it entirely to let him fight. He wanted Lucas to fight with everything he had. Considering the hell Lucas has survived, Roman wonders how much bloodshed the man has witnessed. With those thoughts, Roman looks over at the utterly confused Lucas. But for Roman, all doubts have completely vanished. A pool of fresh blood stains the ground around his feet. Roman sinks deeper into his own memories of the past. The sheer amount of blood he witnessed as Baek Joong-hyuk was enough to fill an entire ocean. Now that pool rises to his knees. That ocean of blood is exactly how a heavenly demon is born. Snapping back to reality, Roman calmly asks if there is anyone else left. Just as the hourglass empties, another challenger screams and swings his sword toward Roman. But the strike misses completely as Roman easily dodges. The desperate attacker grabs a stone from the ground and hurls it straight at Roman's face. He casually tilts his head to avoid it. Now that Lucas has set a precedent, every single participant in the selection starts using every dirty trick they have. The challenger charges again with his sword raised high, only to be stopped by a heavy boot slammed directly into his face. Watching from the sidelines, Lucas notes that underhanded tactics are not against the rules. However, he pauses as he watches the brutal scene. The moment these challengers cross the line, Roman shows absolutely no mercy. Before Lucas's eyes, the brutal reality of the fight unfolds. The previous challenger is now writhing on the dirt, clutching his shattered face in agony. Meanwhile, Roman calmly calls for the next challenger. A terrifying realization washes over Lucas. If he had not surrendered earlier, he would have ended up exactly like them. Honestly, this whole situation is completely ridiculous. This is already the 100th battle and 2 hours have passed since the start. Aside from a few drops of sweat, Roman's breathing remains absolutely flawless. His eyes are sharp, his expression incredibly calm. He looks as if he is standing atop a mountain of corpses next to an ocean of blood. No enemy will ever show mercy. No opponent will show mercy just because you tried your best. Your movements will falter the moment your breathing is no longer steady. That is the exact moment you join the mountain of corpses. To survive, one has no choice but to become a master. Roman slowly breathes in. By drawing in natural energy, he circulates it through his body to wash away the accumulated fatigue of the battle. This technique allows him to constantly restore his stamina while reinforcing his skeletal structure, keeping his physical form at peak performance. Combined with flawless physical management and the systematic reinforcement of his bones, his body easily reaches the absolute peak condition. Another challenger swings his sword, but Roman easily blocks it, flashing back to his days of martial arts mastery. He once fought for 3 days and 3 nights straight. That is why his stamina will never truly run out. Holding his sword firmly, Roman charges forward with blinding speed. In this intense recruitment test, the remaining participants gather. A loud command suddenly echoes through the massive stone fortress, signaling the end of the grueling second round of qualifiers. Standing before the nervous crowd, Chris solemnly prepares to announce who made the cut. He delivers the shocking news. Not a single person passed. However, he quickly explains that it does not mean everyone has failed completely. 30 out of 120 people have been selected, and the list will be announced later. Good work, everyone. Night falls and the moonlight streams through the window onto the grass. Roman holds the final list of the chosen few. These 30 recruits passed the selection. From now on, they are yours to train. Chris takes the list and nods. He nods and says he understands. Looking down at the list, he wonders if these are truly the chosen recruits. Volkan, the first man to challenge the young master, must have been exceptionally brave and respectful. But looking at Henderson, Chris is filled with endless questions. To Chris, Henderson was just a timid soldier with absolutely nothing remarkable about him. There was no outstanding trait to speak of. Did the young master spot some hidden potential that he completely missed? Chris seriously begins to question his own judgment. The other choices made perfect sense, but then one name makes him freeze. His eyes widen in shock as he asks if Lucas was really chosen. Roman remains seated, giving a cold, brief nod. Resting his hands on the table, he calmly asks if Chris has a problem with it. Chris stands his ground. He admits Lucas has far more talent than average B-rank soldiers, but the guy is fundamentally dishonest. He played dirty during the qualifiers. Vivid memories flash in Chris's mind of the shameless tactics Lucas used when sparring against Roman. And the moment he realized he could not win, he surrendered on the spot. He refused to fight to the very end. A man like that will only bring disaster to the squad when the real battle starts. Chris makes his objection crystal clear. Lucas is a mercenary who would easily abandon his comrades and throw away all honor just to survive. He has no loyalty. If Chris were the one leading this unit, he could never accept someone like that. But before he can even finish his sentence, Roman cuts him off. That is exactly why he chose him. Roman looks completely relaxed, leaving Chris utterly confused by those words. He asks what the young master means. Roman explains that while Lucas might be a coward with zero honor, his pragmatism is rare. While others refuse to play dirty, he is practical enough to step forward and do whatever it takes to win. Men like him are the ones who actually survive the battlefield. They will claw and fight to escape, no matter the cost. They will escape at any cost. Roman then turns the question back on Chris, asking why he is so sure Lucas would abandon others. Just because he fought dirty does not mean he would betray his comrades. Chris stands frozen, holding the list, completely speechless. An old memory of Jonathan comes back to him. The wise words echo, reminding him that the true survivors are rarely noble knights. Unlike knights who use aura, normal soldiers must stay absolutely calm and react to the harsh reality if they want to survive. They must adapt to the moment to see the end of the war. Jonathan had looked at him back then, continuing his lesson. He warned Chris that no matter how powerful a knight might be, they are never safe from the dangers of the battlefield. They can easily be slain by those who lurk in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Chris takes a breath. He realizes Lucas made a highly practical choice, and his own perspective was simply too narrow. A faint sadness touches his eyes. He shakes off the melancholy and speaks up. He asks the young master to clarify one crucial detail he still cannot understand. There are still 5 months before the conscription begins, and nobles are not even required to fight on the front lines. So why must they mobilize the troops so incredibly early? Roman's expression darkens slightly as he listens to the question. He quietly promises to make an announcement very soon. By the next day, the Barco family issues an official declaration. They claim they have waited patiently for the Lawrence family to honor their past agreement, yet that family chose betrayal instead. They spat on noble honor and threw the treaty aside. Having exhausted all patience, Barco decides to draw their swords. The crimes of the Lawrence family are undeniable. They refuse to pay back the ancient debt of their ancestors. Instead, they live in absolute luxury, enjoying fine delicacies in their grand mansion while arrogantly declaring they will never give up their lands. Since they refuse to hand over the mortgaged territory, Barco issues a public ultimatum to the entire empire. They announce that if the Lawrence family does not clear their debts or hand over the collateral within 1 week, the Barco family, backed by the central government, will officially launch a territory war to seize the land. This officially means a territory war. Chris suddenly realizes the gravity of the situation as all the pieces click together. Roman calmly confirms his thoughts with a simple nod. It begins now, he says, a subtle smile playing on his lips. They must prepare to enter the clash between the Barco and Lawrence families. Meanwhile, Lady Flora is forced to make a choice. She must pave her own path now. He reflects on how the Barco family borrowed a massive sum from the Golden Bank. That bank loan can only mean one thing. War is the absolute last option they have left to save themselves. The ones who will face true despair from this failed political marriage are not them, but the entire Lawrence family. No matter how society judges Roman Dmitry, she wants to believe only in what she has personally witnessed and experienced. She is determined to break free from this binding betrothal without any more hesitation. But the price of freedom is high. This is her fault. Her choices have brought this family to absolute ruin. Flora's face turns pale with shock. Terrified, her eyes fly wide and her pupils contract. Flora screams as she jolts awake from a nightmare, gasping for air. All around her is a pitch-black room lit only by a faint sliver of moonlight. She sits up, pressing a hand to her forehead, completely lost in confusion. What on earth did she just do? Later, under a bright daytime sky filled with drifting, fluffy white clouds, gossip begins to spread. A voice asks if the engagement is off. Two servants walk by whispering that the young lady has locked herself in her room ever since she returned from the Dmitry estate. The other replies that they heard the broken marriage was actually Lady Flora's fault. What could she have possibly done to make her fiancé call it off first? Besides, are they even going to be safe? Word gets out they are about to fight the Barco family and the Lord is furious. Meanwhile, inside her quiet room, Flora sits blankly at her desk. She silently admits she used to think she was so incredibly smart. Her long hair hangs down. As she stares into empty space, she had graduated from the academy with top marks, completing the most advanced courses. Judging by the warm, proud smiles her father always gave her, she truly believed she was a brilliant, dutiful daughter. But in reality, she is absolutely nothing without her family backing her, no different from a delicate flower kept inside a greenhouse. To think she looked down on the Dmitry heir, oh, the irony is real. Now Flora sits completely alone, looking utterly pathetic. She no longer has the courage to face her father, terrified of what he might do next. In a crisis like this, she closes her eyes in sheer helplessness. Roman is the exact opposite of her, completely independent, needing absolutely no one. He conquered the Blood Fang bandits with his own raw strength and did something incredibly bold to his own family. Could he really pull off something like that completely alone without any backing? Just when did he become this powerful? Flora sits on the edge of her bed, deeply troubled, wondering how on earth he achieved all of this. No, she shakes her head, pushing those doubts aside. The undeniable truth is that he actually found a way to handle it. Meanwhile, her own situation is pathetic. Flora bites her lip in frustration. Outside, the butler gently knocks on her door. He calls out to her, saying that dinner is ready, while a servant stands behind him with a food cart. Hearing no response, the two look at each other and sigh. Suddenly, the door swings open and Flora steps out, leaving the butler completely stunned. He stammers her name, noticing she has tied her hair back, though a deep, heavy sadness still lingers on her face. She calmly tells them she is heading to the study. Her father is desperately trying to secure help from other noble families. But Flora knows that under these circumstances, no one will lift a finger. Now watch as she flips through books with absolute determination. Just like how Roman Dmitry conquered the Blood Fang bandits, they must find a way forward using their own strength. The very next morning, an urgent message arrives. The Maytel family has officially rejected their alliance proposal. The Lord desperately suggests reaching out to Vachara instead, but the next update completely crushes his remaining hope. The Vachara family has rejected them as well. Even though Lawrence agreed to establish the distribution network they had been demanding, they made it crystal clear that they would not offer any help on this matter, leaving them totally stranded. Out of sheer frustration, the Lord slams his book down. His loyal aide quickly tries to calm him down. Securing help from neighboring territories is nearly impossible because the powerful Barco family is actively blocking their efforts. Rumors are spreading that Barco will ruthlessly crush any family in the northeast that dares to interfere in this war. The messenger delivers yet another devastating warning. If the Lawrence family fails to pay off their massive debt or surrender their mortgaged lands within 1 week, the Barco family has full backing from the central government to officially declare a territorial war on them. Finally, the book slams shut. Flora sits frozen at her desk. She buries her face in her hands, utterly helpless with only 1 week left. The absolute best move they can make is cut short by an angry roar, followed by a heavy fist slamming hard onto the table. Damn it all. Every last one of those cowards used to kiss up to us, and now they act like we do not even exist. Lord Lawrence grits his teeth in pure rage. He demands to know if they have contacted the Golden Bank yet. His advisor nervously answers that the bank promised to look into the mortgaged land, but the investigation will not wrap up within 1 week. Given the massive fortune they have invested in Barco, they have clearly decided siding with their rivals is far more profitable. The Lord rubs his temples, his face darkening as he realizes that despite trying every possible angle, they are completely out of options. A heavy silence falls over the council room with absolutely no one offering a viable solution. Finally, someone quietly suggests that a total surrender might be their only real choice. A bearded councilman speaks up, pointing out that all neighboring help has been completely cut off and the sheer gap in military power is far too massive. He thinks surrendering and giving them what they want is the only way to protect their innocent soldiers, and it saves some of their territory instead of losing everything. Hearing this, everyone in the room feels a wave of fear and anxiety. They know this is their absolute last resort. The Lord stays silent for a moment before speaking up in complete helplessness. He admits they have a point. Just then, a servant announces that Lady Flora is requesting an audience with her father. Surprised, he starts to say he is busy, but before he can finish, Flora pushes the door open and walks right in. The lord and his vassals sit in stunned silence. He quietly calls out her name, finding her eyes filled with absolute determination. She tells her father she has something to say. Meanwhile, in another meeting, an angry voice demands to know what is going on. Roman speaks up casually, repeating his statement. He fully intends to join the battle between Barco and Lawrence. He wants to enter the conflict personally under his own name, Roman Dmitry. He sits there with his hands calmly clasped. His serious expression shows he is not joking. Romero, holding his teacup, asks if Roman truly understands what that means. Roman calmly confirms he does, but Romero slams his cup down, splashing tea everywhere, and demands to know why he would say such a thing. He explains that the war between Barco and Lawrence is a legal conflict officially recognized by the central government. Romero frowns with deep disapproval. He reminds Roman that since the engagement with Lawrence was broken, they have no reason to interfere. If Dmitry gets involved, the entire Northeastern Noble Alliance will completely cut all ties with their family. In the absolute worst case, the central government might even send an army to subjugate and punish their territory. He warns Roman not to help Lawrence out of mere sympathy, urging him to think about the family's future instead. Romero rubs his temples in frustration, muttering that he thought his son had matured, but Roman simply addresses his father. He asks if Romero truly wants him to live in fear like that. Infuriated, his father asks what on earth he means. Roman calmly explains this is not about sympathy. He reveals that Barco's eldest son actually threatened him not too long ago. Barco did that because the marriage alliance between Dmitry and Lawrence threatened their plans of total domination. He admits to his father that he currently has no hard evidence to prove what happened that day, but he points out that while everyone claims Dmitry is the true powerhouse of the Northeast, others do not see it that way. He calmly explains that Barco looks down on them, treating the Dmitry family like they're mere subordinates. He tells Romero that despite all their wealth and power, they do absolutely nothing, content to just sit back. Romero is visibly shaken by his son's blunt words. Suddenly, Roman's eyes flash with a dark, ambitious spark. He declares that he wants power and will never stand by idly. Romero can only stare back, completely stunned. The Dmitry name has been dragged through the mud by Barco, and Roman refuses to let that slide. Just as Barco fabricated a lie to start a war, Roman has his own reasons to fight back. To him, excuses are just child's play for the powerful. He is in a new world, yet it feels like the same endless struggle. But one thing is certain. As Baek Joong-hyuk, he is destined to conquer and live a life of absolute dominance. He tells his father he does not need the family's army. He will fight using only his own strength. He darkly tells Romero to just sit back and watch. The path he takes now will define his future. He believes a person's origins can never be rewritten, no matter how great or powerful they eventually become. Romero stands by the window with his hands behind his back, reflecting on his own life and achievements. Despite gaining wealth and ruling a vast territory, he knows he was born a commoner, a truth that never changes. Rihanna, sitting gracefully on the velvet sofa, gently notes that something must have happened during his visit to the palace. He offers a gentle smile, dismissing her worries. Romero slowly walks over and takes his seat beside his wife. But his eyes turn sharp as he recalls how the other nobles looked at him not as an equal. Rihanna looks at him with warmth, asking if he wants to change that perception. Romero admits he is content with what they have, unwilling to risk their peaceful life for petty political gains. They sit quietly in the grand room as Romero admits he hopes their son will be different. Unlike himself, who is satisfied with ruling a quiet corner of the kingdom, he wants his son to aim higher. He wants Roman to break past the limits of his birth and reach the absolute peak. Remembering Roman's intense determination, Romero feels a shiver. Those eyes were unlike anything he had ever seen. They burned with the sheer resolve of a true warrior. Romero realizes his son has completely changed. A man's eyes do not lie. As a father, Romero Dmitry was the one who felt this overwhelming joy more than anyone else. He had always dreamed of this moment. The boy who constantly caused him worry had finally grown up without him even realizing it. Roman sat right in front of him, his cold face radiating a distant, unapproachable vibe as he quietly listened to his father. Romero Dmitry encouraged him to do whatever he liked and to ask for help whenever he needed it, clenching his fist with immense pride. Romero Dmitry declared out loud that Roman Dmitry was his son, and he was Roman's father, telling him to never worry about any trouble he caused. He told him he did not need to carry the burden alone. Hearing this, Roman could not help but flash a satisfied smile. The very next morning, the clanging of metal echoed loudly at the gates of the smithy as Roman walked right up to the entrance. He looked around the bustling yet empty courtyard, realizing this was indeed the place. Roman gazed up at the sturdy iron gate. The rumors were definitely not exaggerating when they called the Dmitry Forge the absolute largest smithy in the entire Cairo kingdom. Inside, muscular blacksmiths swarmed the place. The facility was massive, built specifically to allow dozens of smiths to work side by side. Each person handled a highly specialized task to maximize efficiency. There were about 30 of these large workshops scattered across the district. Just looking at this massive district instantly cleared up any questions Roman had about the legendary wealth of the Dmitry family. The iron mine behind the castle had the highest volume of back orders nationwide, and the Dmitry smiths sold iron at crazy prices. Because of this, the nobles in the northeastern region of Cairo never dared to stand against the power of the Dmitry family. Beyond just fearing their massive wealth, if the nobles lost their steady supply of Dmitry weapons, it would cause a devastating crisis. Cut off from the family's premium steel distribution throughout the kingdom, their military forces would be left completely crippled and defenseless. Roman scanned the area and spotted him. There he is, the master blacksmith who stood as the absolute symbol of the Dmitry forge. Earlier, Roman had approached his father, stating he wanted to resolve this matter himself, but needed help securing military equipment. He specifically asked for gear to arm his soldiers. Dmitry crossed his arms in deep thought, instantly catching on to his son's plan. Weapons, he muttered, holding a cup of hot tea before suggesting Roman pay a visit to Master Hendrik instead. He looked at his son calmly, explaining that he used to run the forge himself before he was officially granted his noble title. Hendrik, who worked right alongside him, took over the entire operation. As the chief master, Hendrik now managed all iron weapon production. Seeing Roman's sudden burning passion for the task, Dmitry felt a deep sense of relief and genuine happiness. He told him that if he mentioned his father sent him, Hendrik would surely give him whatever equipment he requested. Roman nodded gratefully, but Dmitry quickly gave him a stern warning. There was one crucial thing he had to keep in mind. The Dmitry blacksmiths were fiercely proud. They would never show loyalty to someone just because they carried the prestigious Dmitry name. Only someone who truly knew the quality of iron and how to handle it could ever earn the respect of those stubborn smiths. Sure enough, his father was not lying. The blacksmiths in the yard stared at Roman as if he were just a useless nuisance. If they were not openly sneering at him, they completely ignored his presence altogether, returning to their work without sparing him a second glance. Seeing it with his own eyes, Roman immediately understood the situation. It was exactly as his father had described it. Roman walked forward amidst the hostile stares, well aware that his past foolish behavior justified their cold and bitter resentment. He could not really blame them for acting this way. Soon enough, he reached his destination, greeted by a highly unfriendly voice. "Well, look who finally decided to show up," a voice called out. It was Hendrik, a heavily built man with a thick beard. Sarcasm dripped from his words as he asked what brought Roman here. Keeping his back straight, Roman stood tall and spoke clearly. He calmly stated he believed his father had already notified him about his visit. Hendrik placed his hands on his hips and stepped closer. "Oh, right, weapons for 30 men," he mocked, his voice filled with pure disgust, as he suggested Roman was just here to beg for allowance. Roman tightened his lips at Hendrik's blatant disrespect, but remained silent. "Talk about holding back your rage." The master smith pointed to a messy pile of discarded gear in the corner, telling him to take whatever trash he wanted from there. He claimed that pile was more than enough for 30 soldiers. Roman looked at the junk and slowly asked if he was serious. He asked if this scrap metal was truly the best he had to offer. Hendrik spat on the ground and cursed completely, losing his temper. He yelled that if Roman was not satisfied, he could get the hell out. Ignoring the shout, Roman stepped over and picked up a sword. He raised the blade, staring intently at the smith, mockingly noting that the legendary reputation of Dmitry iron seemed to be nothing but hot air. He scoffed at the idea of calling this garbage actual soldier equipment. Hendrik glared at him, his face twisting with immense anger. Roman asked one more time, demanding to know if this junk was truly his best. Master Hendrik could no longer suppress his boiling rage. He roared that Dmitry iron was the absolute finest in all of Cairo, and a useless fool like Roman had no right to judge his craftsmanship. A guy who never shed a drop of sweat at the forge dares judge Dmitry family gear. Roman lifts the sword, staring right back. He watches the old smith fume. Hendrik rants that without Dmitry's request, he would never have handed over a single thing. "While your younger brother Rotwell spent years as my assistant to inherit the family, you, the eldest son, spent all your time just flirting with girls on the streets." Hendrik keeps shouting, scolding him mercilessly. "Do you even understand what that means? Compared to these masterpieces on the ground, Roman is just unrecyclable trash." Hendrik points a finger straight at his face. He sneers that Roman is just a useless eldest son, absolute trash who cannot do a single thing right. Roman just stands there. He is all too familiar with this kind of drama, waiting patiently for the old man to finish. Speaking up, Roman tells Hendrik that he understands his anger. He raises the sword, pointing out a major flaw. This blade was forged with completely uneven hammer strikes, so poorly done that the metal shifts color under plain sunlight. It is clearly the sloppy work of some amateur apprentice who has no idea how to control a hammer. Roman calmly dismantles his pride, stating this junk does not deserve the Dmitry family name, nor does Hendrik deserve his title. Hendrik cannot even deny it. Roman asks if the smith hates him so much that he would hand over actual garbage. Those sharp words leave the master smith completely stunned. Roman swings the sword anyway, continuing his brutal critique of Hendrik. He sounds exactly like a seasoned smith himself. Roman points out that just recently his own men paid the price. A soldier died because he could not cut down the enemy with this garbage sword. The edge was too dull to slice. Because that sword got stuck in the enemy muscle, the poor soldier was completely unable to pull it out, losing his head in pure panic. Hendrik falls silent as the weight of those words sinks in, and honestly, can you really blame him? That soldier fought with everything he had only to die because his trash master equipped him with nothing but useless garbage. Hendrik scowls, asking what the hell Roman is talking about. Ignoring him, Roman picks up a piece of armor from the ground. He asks Hendrik why he thinks soldiers wear armor in the first place, staring closely at the metal plate in his hands. If it protects a man from a fatal strike even once, then carrying all that heavy weight is absolutely worth it. Hendrik stares in silence as Roman slams the armor down, speaking of another soldier who trusted his life to it. That soldier was betrayed by the very defense he trusted, dying on the spot. Looking at the scrap, Roman feels the sting. He believed these iron plates would keep him safe, but the trash work of an unknown smith failed him completely. The enemy weapon pierced straight through, tearing a hole in the armor and spilling his guts right onto the battlefield. Hendrik scowls hard, trying to justify his spite by asking what crazy nonsense Roman is talking about. Roman just smiles coldly. He asks if Hendrik really does not get it. Honestly, Roman understands the old man's bitter resentment quite well. It makes sense to hate a useless heir who only visits to demand gear, judging ironwork without ever touching a hammer. Roman completely understands those bitter feelings, but tells the old smith that he has crossed a massive line. Angrily, Roman drives the blade straight into the armor. If he had not recognized this pile of scrap, his soldiers would have blindly trusted this absolute garbage with their lives, marching straight to their deaths. Now look at this. The plate armor rips apart under a shockingly light tap, exposing the terrible quality. This is not just some petty personal grudge. This garbage equipment affects the lives of 30 real soldiers. Knowing that Hendrik chose to turn away, but Roman stares him down without any fear. He mockingly asks if he truly considers himself a proud craftsman who represents the high status of the Dmitry family. Roman stares him down, shouting that because of his petty feelings, innocent soldiers would have marched to their doom. Hendrik flinches in guilt, stammering that he never intended for that to happen, but Roman instantly cuts him off. Intentions do not matter. Gripping the dull sword, he asserts that the purpose of armor and weapons is crystal clear. This order was made under the name of Roman's father, Baron Romero Dmitry, yet Hendrik handed over complete garbage. His gaze turns razor-sharp as he delivers a chilling accusation, asking if this is a direct act of defiance. He questions if Hendrik is actively defying the Baron, even if he only meant to spite Roman personally. The smith might have just wanted to deny Roman gear, but this sloppy work looks exactly like outright rebellion. Roman stands firm, reminding Hendrik this was a direct command from the landlord. The landlord ordered top-tier gear. This is about status. The moment the boundary between master and servant begins to blur, the entire social hierarchy collapses. Whether they are loyal servants or friendly ones, the second they cross that line. Crossing the line warrants severe punishment. When Hendrik stays silent, Roman presses on in a menacing voice, demanding to ask one last time. He demands to know if his current insolence is meant as a direct defiance against the Baron. Hendrik immediately denies it entirely. Roman shows zero mercy, demanding a clear explanation as to why the smith dared to hand him such absolute garbage. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts in, demanding to know what the commotion is about. Hendrik's disciples immediately step up to defend him. They yell, asking what that Dmitry bastard is doing to Master Hendrik, refusing to let him insult their teacher any longer. One of them points directly at Roman's hip. Look, he's even got his hand on his sword, the bastard. The crowd grows hostile, shouting to restrain Roman before he does something stupid. Yet he only glares back with icy, uncaring eyes. Unwilling to let the chaos escalate, Hendrik snaps and roars at everyone to shut up. The shouting apprentice freezes instantly. The workshop falls dead silent. Clenching his fists, the old blacksmith bows his head and softly apologizes to the young noble. Hendrik admits the mistake is entirely his. In that moment of defeat, his mind wanders back to his own brutal youth. He remembers being slapped and called a useless waste of space, scolded for trying to forge a sword way before he was ready. His old master had screamed at him to throw away his garbage work and get out of the smithy for good. Outside, chopping firewood under the hot sun, a young Hendrik had grumbled to himself, calling his old master a greedy pig. The old bastard never taught him a single thing, treating him like a mindless servant and beating him for the slightest mistake. Wondering when he would ever become a real smith, Hendrik's thoughts were interrupted by his master, shouting at a desperate customer. A poor young mercenary was trembling, holding out a single gold coin and begging for a cheap weapon to survive. The young man frantically explained it was all he had, promising to pay the rest later if they just let him have a blade. He had nothing but his physical strength to offer, making a solid weapon absolutely vital for him to earn a living. Hendrik listened from the shadows as his master cold-heartedly told the desperate man to leave if he could not pay. Despite the mercenary begging for his family's sake, the greedy blacksmith threw him out into the cold street with a harsh shout. Watching him walk away empty-handed, Hendrik quietly called him over and handed him the flawed sword he had just forged. Stunned, the traveler asked if the blade was really free, and Hendrik simply told him to take it and stay safe. Overjoyed, the man showered Hendrik with endless gratitude, desperately trying to hand over his last silver coin as payment. But Hendrik refused the money, saying he only wanted his hard work to actually help keep someone alive out there. The young mercenary smiled brightly, leaving Hendrik feeling a deep, rare sense of pride in his craft for the first time. But get this, that joyful warmth was completely shattered when Hendrik found the young mercenary dead in a pool of blood. He died with his eyes wide open. Terrified, Hendrik clutched his chest and fled the whispering crowd in absolute horror. The onlookers murmured that the poor man died protecting a merchant because his cheap, poorly made sword shattered during the raid. Hendrik collapsed to his knees, his ears ringing as the crowd blamed the garbage sword for the tragic death. Overwhelmed by guilt, Hendrik wept bitterly as he realized his incomplete rush creation had directly cost a family their father. He felt just like a murderer. Back in the present, Hendrik stands with tightly clenched fists, shivering from the painful memory. On that horrific day, he had sworn never to let his personal feelings compromise the quality of his work again. He mentally curses himself, utterly disgusted that he almost repeated that fatal mistake out of petty pride and spite. Ashamed of his malicious intent, Hendrik looks up and states that he is fully prepared to pay for his sins. Roman looks at him. Seeing such genuine remorse, he drops his sword and declares he won't pursue the matter any further. Acknowledging Hendrik as a master smith, Roman decides to entrust him with the critical task of arming his 30 personal soldiers. Roman clarifies that he never truly believed Hendrik meant to defy the Baron but merely let personal distaste cloud his judgment. He is willing to look past their rough start, suggesting they both put this unfortunate mistake completely behind them now. Roman adds that his sole concern is securing the absolute best gear to keep his men alive on the battlefield. Hendrik is left speechless, shocked that Roman is offering him a clean way out after such a fierce confrontation. The old rumors of Roman being a useless loser instantly vanish. This man standing before him is an entirely different beast. Deeply moved, the master smith solemnly vows that such a massive blunder will absolutely never happen under his watch again. To make full amends, Hendrik promises to forge the finest armor and weaponry their hands can possibly create. Barking orders to his stunned crew, Hendrik tells them to fire up the coals because they are starting right now. The smithy instantly roars to life as the workers pour their entire hearts into crafting elite gear for Roman. Only the finest quality armor around is kept here. Did I really steal Master Hendrik's sword? Roman asks, skeptically. Nearby, a local blacksmith continues working. He shapes a blade as he answers. Don't you remember, young master? You were completely wasted back then. Roman frowns, wondering what he means. The blacksmith explains that about 3 years ago, Roman was desperate for quick cash to pay off the forest lords, so he took matters into his own hands. He sneaked into Hendrik's forge, stole his sword, and sold it to some merchant for pennies. But that stolen blade was no ordinary weapon. It was actually Hendrik's ultimate masterpiece. The blacksmith glances over at his mentor, noting that the legendary sword took a full 6 months just to design. It took another 3 months of non-stop sleepless forging to complete. A work of art like that practically given away. Roman remains silent, taking it all in. The smith sighs, saying Roman will never truly understand the pain of a master seeing his own hard work sold off never to return. Deep down, Roman knows his past self crossed a serious line. Hearing enough, he turns and steps out of the forge. But a voice calls out. Someone is calling his name, Roman Dmitry. He halts and turns back to see Hendrik himself, stopping the young master to say a few more words. I still haven't forgiven you for that, Hendrik admits. I only agreed to your request because I was wrong last time, but I still can't accept this. He refuses to accept the eldest son of the Dmitry family, messing around in a forge, firmly warning Roman that their family's foundation is built here. Everything rests on this blacksmith shop. If he can somehow forge even a decent piece of scrap metal on his own, Hendrik might respect him. Roman merely smiles in response. It won't take long, then he says before leaving, promising to return once his task is complete. He walks away quietly. He arrives in front of a heavy door. Pushing it open with a grin, he is happy to return to his private training ground. Looking around the familiar space, everything is arranged exactly as he likes. All his tools are ready. Finally, it's time to get to work. The forge roars to life as memories of his past flood back. In Murim, he decided to forge his own sword when he was 18. Back then, the demonic cult had yet to conquer, and his brothers constantly fought for power. He had to sleep with his eyes open. Assassination attempts were constant. His 11th brother, Baek Joong-hyuk, once ambushed him in a brutal close fight where Roman's sword suddenly snapped. The broken blade left him completely defenseless against Joong-hyuk's vicious strikes. The vivid memories of that desperate battle play out again as his brother lunges. Their eyes lock in pure tension before a deafening clash echoes across the field, leaving a broken, bloody blade scattered on the cold dirt. That narrow escape changed everything. After barely slashing his brother's face with that broken blade to survive, Roman realized he needed something far more reliable. He needed a weapon that would never shatter in battle, something that could withstand the full monstrous scale of his martial power. Driven by pure resolve, Roman knew he had to forge his own weapon. He pictures his past self working tirelessly inside the dark shop. He spent his days inside the blazing hot forge mastering the art of smithing. Before every major life or death battle, he would handcraft a blade. He forged a weapon specifically tailored to his opponent. The rush of memories quickens, flashing through the countless brutal wars of his past life. His weapons evolve alongside his legendary strength. Back in reality, his hammer strikes the iron with rhythmic force, though the visions refuse to fade. The 39th blade he forged was the legendary Heavenly Demon Sword, a priceless treasure of unmatched power. Now Roman is ready to craft another masterwork. Roman pours all his physical strength into hammering the red-hot iron. Sweat drips down his face as he prepares for the oncoming storm of war. It's time to forge a brand new weapon, Roman thinks with absolute determination. He gets straight to work, unleashing a relentless torrent of strikes. He hammers the glowing metal in a perfect repeating rhythm. Maintaining a flawless balance of speed and power, his focus sharpens to a razor edge. When a master is entirely consumed by his craft, everything else fades away. Entering a state of pure trance, Roman delivers a devastating perfect blow. His strike lands perfectly on the reshaping metal. Yet deep in his eyes, a profound question lingers. What is the true purpose of his existence? He was born to survive in a brutal world where only the strongest earn the right to live, all because his father was the Heavenly Demon. After overcoming endless trials, he eventually claimed the throne as the ultimate powerhouse. He never saw those struggles as a curse. Even now, he simply accepts his reality. Hammering the blade, Roman reminds himself that his current power is still not enough to face future threats. To withstand the chaos ahead, he must push his body past its limits. The dangerous forces lurking in this new world are still completely unknown. There is no mercy for the weak in this realm. Roman unleashes a deep breath, and suddenly a massive wave of heat surges outward. Flames envelop his body as he activates the divine fire art. He continues forging like a madman, utilizing this legendary technique of the fire demons. By drawing on intense burning heat, he can rapidly gather mana. It's the most efficient power source available for his weak, untrained body. However, this raw energy takes a heavy toll. Using it too frequently will severely damage his lungs and internal organs, a risk he must accept. Still, his eyes burn with fierce determination. In this moment, Roman craves the ultimate strength to conquer any threat that stands in his way. The next day, under a clear sky at the royal palace, a critical meeting is underway. Flora steps forward to deliver her grim report. "We have hit a complete dead end," she states solemnly. Their allies have all refused to help, and the military power gap is simply overwhelming. There is already talk of surrendering just to preserve a small fraction of their territory. But Flora refuses to let their pride be trampled. "We cannot submit no matter the cost," she insists. Hearing this, Flora's father slams his hands onto the table and stands up. They speak out instead of sacrificing innocent soldiers in a hopeless war that is already destined to be lost. To them, surrendering is the best option for everyone. Barco used his high-level connections with the cabinet to secure a massive loan from the Golden Bank. If that is true, that loan is basically unsecured debt. Hearing this, the vassals below immediately break into a panicked murmur. They wonder how a loan could possibly have no collateral. Flora chimes in, explaining that unsecured loans always carry extremely high interest rates. It turns out Barco is not the only one profiting from this war. Her father stands silently listening as Flora continues her explanation. Barco is the borrower and the Golden Bank is the lender. To ensure they both reap a massive profit in the end, they plan to carve up the Lawrence territory the moment it falls. The room falls silent as everyone stares at her in shock. Her father calmly sits back down and asks what they should do. She replies that their only option is to fight to the bitter end. Flora firmly believes this is their sole path to survival. But her father clenches his fists, looking down in deep disappointment. For a second, he actually expected a grand speech, hoping she would analyze the situation and offer some brilliant master stroke. Instead, her words sound completely ordinary. He looks at her and asks if locking themselves inside the castle is her entire grand plan. Flora maintains her composure and clarifies that she is not suggesting they merely hide behind the walls and do absolutely nothing. They must abandon this year's harvest and burn the fields while stockpiling every bit of food they can find to survive. Her father is completely puzzled and asks if they really just need to hold out until winter. Flora nods confidently. Yes, because even if Barco secured a massive loan through political influence, those high interest rates will quickly start to pile up. Her gaze remains steady as she points out the true power behind the scenes, an entity with unmatched continental influence, the Golden Bank. If this war drags on indefinitely instead of ending quickly, the sheer weight of that mounting interest will crush the Barco family. The Golden Bank cannot be easily threatened or controlled by political ties alone, as merchants only care about making a profit. Once winter hits, the harsh weather will completely ruin the enemy's siege strategy and leave them physically and financially drained. At that point, the enemy will have no choice but to offer themselves up on a silver platter. Hearing this, her father finally understands, and a wave of shock and relief washes over the room. It is a brilliant strategy, a war of attrition. He sits in silence amidst the noisy cheers. Ever since the broken engagement with the Dmitry family, he feared he had raised her poorly. He thought his daughter was still immature and fragile, but he was completely wrong. When did she grow up to be this strong? Rising to his feet, he places his hands on the table and declares that Flora is absolutely right. Starting now, they prepare. They will endure this hardship and protect the Lawrence bloodline. Even if the castle walls crumble and they face total annihilation, they will fight back until their very last breath. Flora looks at her father with absolute determination in her eyes. Meanwhile, Roman is equally determined, focusing all of his energy on forging a weapon. Outside, the weather is bright and clear. The surrounding area is completely silent as he grips the newly forged blade and slowly walks out into the sunlight. Everyone always remembers their very first creation. For Roman, this first sword is absolutely perfect for his current level of power. Holding the blade up to his face, he names his new weapon Blaze. Meanwhile, a messenger slowly approaches the castle gates. A sudden powerful gust of wind sweeps across the castle courtyard, raising the heavy tension to an absolute peak. The guards on duty are visibly sweating. The messenger chuckles, softly unfurls a scroll, and reads Viscount Barco's official decree. He offers them three distinct choices. The first option is to abandon the castle and surrender unconditionally to save their lives. He warns that yielding is their only hope. Shouting louder, he presents the second choice, a formal, localized war. They can choose to fight a fair battle out in the open wilderness. The messenger continues, reading from his scroll. Under the watchful eyes of an imperial cabinet judge, they can even opt for a series of honorable one-on-one duels. He shouts that the terms of engagement are entirely up to them, and his master will respect whatever path they choose. Lord Lawrence frowns deeply, stepping forward to declare that they do not believe a single word of Barco's excuses. He firmly rejects the claim that this war is legal, calling the ancestral debt document nothing but a cheap forgery. He raises his voice, shouting that he has absolutely no intention of gambling with the lives of his innocent people. He delivers a stern command, telling the messenger to report back to Viscount Barco that Lawrence will never surrender. Ignoring the outbursts, the cold messenger lists the third option: to completely abandon their pride as a noble family. They can simply choose to hunker down and launch a hopeless resistance from within their castle walls. He warns that from now on, Barco will oblige, and his expression darkens as he promises that blood will flow freely across the battlefield. His chilling words send a visible shiver down the guards' spines, while Lord Lawrence's face darkens with grim resolve. Rage runs high. The war has officially begun as soldiers draw their bows. They shout to advance, absolutely no retreating. Troops charge into the bloody fray. Suddenly, a voice snaps. "Damn it!" Lord Barco curses those miserable bastards. His soldier stands behind him, breaking into a cold sweat. Barco has brought 3 times Lawrence's forces, yet he trembles. "I thought this fight would end within a single hour," the soldier mutters, frowning, "but everything is going completely sideways. It seems Lawrence prepared thoroughly for this war." "My lord," he reports that they dug a massive trench to block our advance. The soldier explains how they rained down arrows without any hesitation, suggesting they somehow secured a massive pile of war resources. This reality drives Lord Barco absolutely mad. He sees what on earth happened over the course of just 1 week. "I cannot believe Lawrence chose to hold the line." Barco stares at his map, calculating their next moves. "By our math, Lawrence should have surrendered to save what little territory he could. But instead, they locked the gates." Barco's face turns pale. They are risking absolute annihilation just to shut the city. Where did our plans go wrong? The soldier asks what they should do next. Barco growls, "What else can we do? Deploy that heavy weapon." The soldier nods, visibly tense, and obeys. Suddenly, Barco sneers. Viscount Lawrence was never a man of strong will. His face twists with pure malice. He remembers how Lawrence practically sold his own precious daughter to the Dmitry family. He did it simply because he could not handle the pressure from Barco. He is surely the type to hide like a coward, shrinking into his shell the second things get rough. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Lord Lawrence is frantically giving orders. "Move it quickly," he barks, and his men scramble. He warns them that they have no idea when Barco will strike next. "Stay alert and keep your weapons ready." "Understood," the soldiers shout in unison. Lord Lawrence turns to his daughter. "Flora, you were right," he admits, looking at her. "Barco is likely losing his mind and pulling back his troops. How did you foresee all of this?" She steps forward, saying she finally realized that she has to stand on her own feet, to be strong. Flora speaks with absolute resolve. She is done waiting around for others to save them. This is her path. Her determination deeply moves Lawrence. He looks down in shame, apologizing for forcing her into that arranged marriage with Dmitry. He truly believed it was their only shot at survival. Lord Lawrence sighs, his heart heavy with regret. But now, he adds, no matter what happens to them, he trusts she will make the right call. "Thank you, father," she whispers. Suddenly, her eyes widen in pure terror as a shell screams through the air and detonates. The explosion tears a massive hole right through the fortress wall. Flora panics as dust chokes the air. Is it possible? Could it be the legendary flame nearby? A spearman yells in absolute horror. Barco brought a goddamn siege magic weapon. Another soldier gasps. Impossible. The flame is a massive high-caliber magical artillery unit designed to shatter defenses. Every single shot costs a fortune in pure gold. As a weapon of mass destruction, using it requires high clearance. Not even the richest nobles can deploy it without direct government approval. Flora clenches her fists as realization sets in. Putting aside their debts, it is insane that Barco has the political leverage to secure such a weapon. She sweats cold. There are only two ways to neutralize this threat. They either fight back with an equal magical weapon or they charge out and destroy it. But both options are utterly suicidal. She closes her eyes tightly, desperately telling herself not to give up. Suddenly, a breathless servant rushes in. "My lady, we are receiving an urgent transmission through the communication crystal." Flora is utterly baffled. A magic transmission. The servant explains that Roman Dmitry requested to speak with her directly. He claims he can help save them. Flora is stunned. What? She can barely process the words she just heard. Roman Dmitry. It cannot be. Staring at his glowing image, Flora demands to know exactly how he plans to save them. "How do you expect to rescue my family from this absolute disaster?" Roman replies coolly, asking her to let him speak plainly. "I have my own score to settle with House Barco. Destroying them is already decided, and revenge is merely a matter of time." Flora is stunned by his bold claim. Roman continues, "If the Lawrence family is willing to follow my lead." She listens closely as he promises to speed up his timeline and completely eliminate House Barco for her. Flora immediately raises a sharp question. "What exactly is our role in this grand plan?" Roman smiles. "It is quite simple." Looking down at her through the projection, he explains, "If House Lawrence is willing to set the stage by acting as bait first, and playing the victim for a short while, he will go all out to crush their enemies." That word sacrifice echoes heavily. It weighs heavily on her mind. Clenching her fists, she realizes he must already know their desperate situation to demand this. Unseen burdens surround the girl. Clenching her fists, she realizes he must have known her situation when making that impossible demand. So be it. She realizes they have no other choice even if he is shamelessly demanding they act as bait. With that thought in mind, Flora promises she will do anything he asks as long as her family is protected. Raising a finger, Roman adds another condition. He needs a pretext to intervene in this war. Meanwhile, outside the castle walls, the enemy troops prepare to storm the gates. Roman explains that since their engagement was broken, he needs a different excuse. Flora looks on, growing more and more anxious. She wonders what that excuse could be. Roman speaks up, claiming that Anthony Barco had harassed her. Flora freezes upon hearing this. Roman instructs her to say that even though nothing actually happened, she had no choice but to break her engagement with Dmitry. She had to call off the wedding after being harassed like that. Meanwhile, a cold, calculating grin spreads across Roman's face. He points out that her reputation among the nobility will fall to zero. Flora falls to her knees as if being judged. The title of the Flower of Lawrence will be shattered completely. Yet Roman emphasizes there is a silver lining to this sacrifice. If she gives up everything her noble status gave her, she will obtain the perfect pretext needed to save her family. But honestly, would you throw away your entire reputation just like that? She feels like a bird breaking free. Roman looks at her with an entirely calm expression, reiterating that this is the exact excuse he needs to join the fight. With her hands over her chest, Flora trembles. Roman offers a reassuring word, stating that if the harassment happened back then, she was still officially his fiancée. He firmly declares that he will never forgive anyone who dares to touch what is his. Flora is stunned by his words. She bites her lip, repeating those words in her head as a massive explosion roars outside. Artillery fire strikes the castle, bursting into massive flames. A section of the wall crumbles down, consumed entirely by the blazing fire. Guards scream to each other in panic, warning that the wall has collapsed and they must immediately set up defensive barricades. Back inside the room, Flora finally accepts the deal, promising to agree to any condition he puts on the table. Closing her eyes, she begs him to eliminate the vile Barco family. Outside, the enemy forces continue their relentless, brutal assault. The defenders shout warnings as the enemy advances, determined to keep them away from the castle walls at all costs. Lord Lawrence commands his men to hold the line, but an enemy soldier manages to scale the wall and break through. The attacker charges at the Lord with a drawn sword, prompting terrified soldiers to yell out a warning to their master. The blade stops just inches from his face. Fortunately, a powerful arrow flies through the air with incredible force, saving him. The shot knocks the attacker off the wall. The archer who saved him is none other than Flora herself holding her bow. As her father looks at her in shock, Flora stares ahead with resolute eyes, declaring they have to take action. They must open the gates and confront the Barco army directly. Her father panics, asking what on earth she is thinking. Opening the gates is their only choice, she insists, because Roman Dmitry has promised to aid them in this battle. An image of Roman and his elite soldiers appears. She explains that by opening the gates, they will draw the enemy's attention. This distraction will allow Roman's forces to flank the enemy and destroy their siege cannons. Her father remains highly skeptical. He wonders why Roman would help them, but Flora insists there is no time to explain, only that she is certain. She smiles fully, trusting that Roman Dmitry is a man of his word. Meanwhile, the communication magic stone flickers out. Roman stares at the darkened stone, deep in thought. His deputy Chris asks if they should launch their attack immediately. Roman simply says no. Chris is utterly confused and worried, arguing that if they delay any longer, Lawrence will fall. Chris emphasizes that those siege cannons are highly destructive. If Roman truly wants to stop the Barco family's plans and aid the Lawrence family, they cannot afford to wait. He watches as the distant castle crumbles under heavy fire. He insists they must strike the enemy camp right now. Roman merely stares back at Chris with a freezing look. He calmly asks why he should do that. Noticing the young deputy's utter confusion, Roman decides to clarify his stance. He explains that the survival of the Lawrence family is completely irrelevant to him. Looking at a pile of bodies, Roman states that saving his own men from spilling blood is far more important than saving strangers from dying. Not a single drop of his soldiers' blood should be wasted. The Lawrence family will lose many lives today. But that is the unfortunate price they pay for serving an incompetent lord who lacks the power to protect them. Roman concludes that unlike those weak leaders, he will never allow his loyal followers to become meaningless sacrifices. Hearing his master's cold but deeply protective philosophy, Chris breaks into a cold sweat and salutes with deep respect. He vows to obey, standing at attention as Roman walks away. Meanwhile, the heavy wooden castle gates begin to tremble. The gates slowly swing open as soldiers shout to punish the wicked Barco forces. Lord Lawrence issues his final command. Armed with swords and shields, the soldiers charge out. They shout loudly, but the enemy general simply sneers. He mockingly asks if they forgot their place before swinging his massive axe, instantly shattering a soldier's arm. His second blow decapitates the soldier. Blood sprays everywhere. It is absolute chaos. These are the brutal Beeger mercenaries. The freshly deployed recruits freeze at the sight of their butchered comrades, sheer panic quickly washing over every single face. Someone screams for help, shouting that they are all going to die, sending the troops running in chaos while Flora watches. Standing on the command wall, she orders them to hold. They must act as bait to draw the enemy out. Otherwise, the target will never show. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble of approaching hooves echoes across the battlefield. Lord Barco spins around to ask what is happening. It is Roman. He is charging straight in with his cavalry. War forces these men to risk their lives much sooner than expected, and Lucas rides hard alongside the rest. Chris looks visibly hesitant while Kevin cannot hide his dread, yet Roman keeps his eyes wide open, staring down reality. He previously promised them that if they survived this as his men, he would guarantee them a proper life. Leading the charge with his blade drawn, Roman knows that ultimately only their own strength and will can save them. Shouting his orders, Roman declares that their main objective is to strike Barco and destroy their siege weapons. It is a gamble, but he reassures his men that Lawrence likely won't be easily provoked by their sudden maneuvers. Since he does not expect much from his recruits yet, Roman prepares to handle the heavy lifting himself. With a cold, expressionless face, he announces that he will lead the vanguard alone, speaking with supreme authority. He tells them he will tear through the enemy lines to carve a path so they only need to follow. Their only task is to follow behind and clean up survivors while keeping focus on destroying the siege weapons. Barco fumes as he watches the incoming cavalry. Seriously, does Roman think he can actually win with so few men? He barks a sharp order. Prepare a bloody welcome for these foolish suicidal guests right now. The soldier raises his sword high in response, confirming the order as their defensive lines lock into place. They form a massive shield wall with spears pointed outward, a seemingly impenetrable barrier meant to halt any charge. But Roman does not slow down, swinging his blade with terrifying force to shatter their defense and scatter the soldiers. As multiple enemy spears thrust toward his mount, Roman recalls an old saying from his past martial life. Leaping off his falling horse, he lands lightly on the saddle, remembering that the Heavenly Demon always leads. Airborne Roman strikes. It is devastating. A testament to the invincible legacy of the Heavenly Demon. Blood splatters across his armor as he tears through them, proving that standing in his way is pure suicide. He remembers how people used to wonder why the absolute ruler of the demonic cult fought on the dangerous front lines. The answer is simple. The strongest must lead the charge to utterly shatter the enemy's spirit. Terror spreads like wildfire through the enemy ranks as a suffocating, overwhelming aura erupts from Roman's body. He tells the trembling soldiers that if they refuse to step forward, he will gladly bring the fight to them. Inspired, Kevin charges. He grits his teeth, screaming for the others to follow their supreme lord right now. The squad rallies, carving a bloody path forward until an enemy soldier impales Kevin's horse, making him see red. He swings his sword wildly, carving a deep gash from the enemy's neck to chest with absolute fury. Determined to keep up, Kevin's eyes widen. Chris grips his own sword tightly, urging himself to push harder. He slashes through the opposing forces, desperate to close the distance and stand right by his lord's side. Barco's soldiers quickly regroup, shouting that they must stop this monster at all costs, but Roman is too fast. His blade keeps moving, eyes locked ahead. He identifies the giant enemy siege weapon as their primary target. He carves a path through the guards and leaps toward the machinery, leaving the Beeger mercenaries staring in disbelief. Their leader wonders if that is truly Roman Dmitry, his thoughts immediately drifting to the massive chest of gold. With the mercenary group on the brink of bankruptcy, Beggar draws his sword, radiating a thick, deadly killing intent. He resolves to kill Roman himself, but Roman is already launching forward, cutting through the air like a bullet. Roman notes that Beeger is a famous A-class mercenary right as the two powerful warriors clash in a massive burst. Unlike standard B-class combatants, an A-class mercenary fully knows how to manipulate aura, making them exponentially more lethal. Their weapons lock their respective auras, violently grinding against one another as Beeger pours every ounce of his strength. Roman calmly sizes up his opponent, Beeger, a 2-star aura knight. Beeger stares back in utter shock, completely frozen. Is he really not going to move at all? Roman lets out a faint smirk as Beeger's sword energy begins to falter. Sensing the battle is already decided, he raises his blade high. Beeger is absolutely stunned, realizing this monster is far too strong. Suddenly, Roman's flashing sword strikes forward, slicing right through him. Beeger drops to his knees. That was all the time an A-rank mercenary could hold out against Roman. Seconds later, his lifeless body collapses. Decapitated, his head rolls away. The enemy soldiers cry out in sheer panic, while Chris and Kevin can only wear triumphant smiles. In contrast, Lord Barco's face turns purple with rage as he points forward, screaming frantically to kill that bastard right now. His remaining troops quickly hold him back, warning that it is too dangerous, and they must get him to safety immediately. Roman completely ignores them, his attention entirely fixed on the flare. It is a magical siege weapon that never existed in his previous world. The glowing magic circle hovering high in the sky occupies his thoughts. Walking forward, he quietly processes this strange phenomenon in his mind. Channeling the arts of the Heavenly Demon, he suddenly raises his sword, executing the first form of the Heavenly Demon sword style. A devastating surge of energy erupts from his blade, piercing straight through the magic circle as Barco's men watch on in absolute horror. Before their very eyes, the legendary flare weapon is completely shattered. It collapses into a heap of useless falling wooden debris. Standing tall, he proudly proclaims to everyone present that he is Roman Dmitry, the defender of Lawrence. Raising his sword high to the sky, his powerful voice echoes as he declares the destruction of Barco's ultimate siege weapon. The soldiers raise their weapons, cheering wildly in celebration. Covering her face, Flora sheds tears of relief, unable to believe he actually did it. Having slain Beeger, the formidable A-rank mercenary Roman Dmitry stands tall before the shattered remains of Barco's weapon. Thick black smoke billows from the burning wreckage, and Roman's crimson cape flutters grandly amidst the total collapse of the enemy forces. Left with no core weapon, the enemy forces have no choice but to order a humiliating, desperate retreat from the battlefield. The fleeing remnants look utterly pathetic as white flags of undeniable defeat begin to flutter across the battlefield in the distance. Fleeing in total shame, they leave behind Roman Dmitry, who stands calm amidst a thick cloud of rising dust and debris. However, something fascinating has happened to Chris. Following the intense clash, his silver armor is drenched in fresh blood. The real surprise lies in how Chris channeled his aura during the battle, showcasing a power vastly different from before. Raising his sword, a brilliant deep blue aura suddenly erupts from both his body and his blade, glowing with immense power. That profound blue energy continuously radiates from the blood-stained weapon of the young vice captain, glowing brighter by the second. Chris focused entirely on condensing his aura as tightly as possible, mirroring the exact method Roman previously demonstrated to him. Consequently, his mana consumption remained incredibly low, even in the heat of battle. Many used to mock him for following Roman. But look at him now. Chris stands proudly, his resolute back turned to a massive pile of Barco's fallen soldiers. The sheer force of his newly awakened strength radiates outward, proving his absolute growth on the battlefield. Chris is growing stronger. Savoring this triumph, a confident smile plays on his lips. He has no choice but to admit the truth. With shining eyes and a proud smile under the bright sun, Chris sheathes his sword fully, realizing his master's teaching was flawless. His lord's training method is undeniably correct. Snapping back to reality, Chris takes a moment to scan his surrounding battlefield. Gazing around, his breath catches as he notices their allied soldiers panting heavily, their heavy armor completely covered in blood. Seeing them exhausted yet unbroken, a sudden wave of clarity washes over Chris, sparking a profound realization. He finally understands everything, his focus narrowing down to the powerful bond between himself and these battle-weary men. Driven by the fear of being left behind, they push themselves to the absolute limit just to follow their master. A warm, proud smile spreads across Chris's face. Despite the overwhelming exhaustion, his heart swells with deep satisfaction. Not a single one of the 30 soldiers fell behind, and remarkably, none of them sustained any critical injuries. Looking at their unwavering determination, Chris finally knows for certain exactly why their lord handpicked these men. As the exhausted soldiers catch their breath, Chris continues his inner monologue, knowing there is only one reason they survived. At that moment, the image of a legendary warrior comes to mind. His crimson cape and silver hair flutter majestically amidst the smoke. Turning his back on the ruined wreckage of Barco's army, he takes slow, commanding strides forward with absolute confidence. That man is none other than Roman Dmitry. To Chris, his lord is a pure monster who defies all logical limits. The weary soldiers can only stare in absolute awe, their eyes wide with profound shock at the sight of him. The face of the heavenly demon looms large before his men, his silver hair illuminated beautifully by the brilliant sunlight. Looking down at them, Roman finally speaks, telling everyone they did an incredible job surviving this brutal battle. Right now, everyone knows one absolute truth: they survived only because of Roman Dmitry. A collective sigh of relief follows. Their mission is over. The massive stone gates of the kingdom now loom right before the returning victorious army. A heavy wooden drawbridge held by thick chains lowers down. Leading the grand march is Roman Dmitry himself. His crimson cloak billows heroically. Behind him, soldiers clad in polished silver armor stride forward with absolute pride. They enter the kingdom under a brilliant shining sun. Nature itself seems to welcome these triumphant warriors. A glorious aura of victory hangs heavy in the air. This is the kind of hype you can actually feel. As expected, behind those quiet stone gates, the entire kingdom is waiting. Men, women, young and old alike. They crowd the streets. Earth-shattering cheers echo through the skies. Roman is hailed as the true hero of Lawrence. The crowd screams their endless thanks. They will never forget. But watching silently from the distant palace balcony is the Lord. He stares down at Roman. His expression remains brooding, his inner thoughts completely filled with deep, silent regret. His blue eyes lock onto the young hero. He knew Roman was special from day one, but this is unbelievable. To the crowd, Roman looks completely magnificent. He is practically glowing with the heroic aura of a true conqueror. The Lord can only shake his head. This kid possesses raw talent that completely defies all imagination. In his mind, he sees Roman as a colossal mythical tiger radiating an absolute torrent of blue and purple energy. Standing before this terrifying imaginary beast, the Lord realizes just how badly he messed up his own future. Dmitry raised a literal monster. If things had gone differently, this tiger would have been his son-in-law. Pure regret. He clenches his fist in frustration but quickly tells himself the past is the past. Shoving his regret aside, he plasters on a fake smile. He rushes forward to welcome Roman. He raises his arms, calling out to the hero of Dmitry, and offers a hand with a strained, awkward grin. He says he is thrilled to see Roman again, though his forced smile completely betrays his nervousness. Roman says nothing. He just offers a sharp, piercing stare before giving the Lord a very brief handshake. They shake hands while the crowd continues to roar. Later, inside the quiet grand halls of the royal castle, bright sunlight streams through the high windows, illuminating the stone pillars. Roman stands alone, looking toward the exit. A shadow falls across the floor behind him. Someone is approaching their footsteps, hesitant and quiet. It is Flora. Still wearing her silver armor, she looks down nervously and softly whispers her thanks. Roman makes a move to leave. Flora steps forward anyway, determined to finish what she wanted to say. She admits they failed their job as decoy bait, yet Roman still came back to save them anyway. He did not abandon Lawrence. As Roman slowly turns around, his dark eyes lock onto her trembling figure. She tells him she wanted to express her deepest, most sincere gratitude, but Roman seems entirely unfazed. His expression remains ice cold. He calmly responds that he only fulfilled his duty according to their agreement. Before she can open her mouth to argue, Roman adds that Lawrence has already done enough for him. Flora nods. She understands his point, but she refuses to let him walk away empty-handed. She insists on repaying the debt, stating that as the representative of Lawrence, she cannot ignore it. Roman's face remains blank. He silently watches her, waiting to see what she will offer next. She tells him to name his price at the council meeting. Her eyes burn with absolute conviction. She guarantees he will get whatever he asks for. Hearing this, a faint cold smirk plays on Roman's lips. He looks right through her. If she is really that persistent, he won't bother refusing her offer. No more waiting. Roman grips the heavy handle of the Grand Council chamber doors. He gives Flora one last cold glance before pushing the doors open, letting bright light flood the hallway. Time to go in. Inside the massive chamber, a long, polished table sits right in the center. Nobles sit along both sides. Roman takes his seat at the far end, silently observing the tense atmosphere. He listens quietly. The elders argue that ending the conflict now is their absolute best course of action. They believe the enemy still has too much military might, and pushing further will only invite ruin. Sitting directly across from Roman is the Lord of Lawrence, with Flora standing silently by his side. The ministers continue. They suggest everyone should just forget the past and focus on peace. Roman listens quietly. He seemed to look down on them a bit. Roman pursed his lips, eyes cast down as his mind raced. The Lawrence family was truly just a herd of herbivores. In response to his minister's endless discussions, Lord Lawrence furrowed his brow, showing a serious expression of approval. He agreed with their opinions, noting that even if they blocked Barco's attack with outside help, their defense had its limits. Relying solely on the Lawrence family's strength to hold off Barco's forces was simply impossible. The Lord's voice echoed through the hall. He announced he would send out an urgent message immediately. At that moment, Roman's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light as he spoke up. He asked if he could interrupt. Those sudden words instantly made the heavy air in the meeting room freeze solid. For a tense moment, every noble sat in absolute silence, paralyzed. Finally, the only one brave enough to break the quiet was Lord Lawrence. He gave Roman permission to speak. Waiting for that exact cue, the young heir of the Dmitry family prepared to stand. With a polite thank you, Roman stood up completely and stepped forward, making the nearby officials tremble in his wake. He walked with absolute authority, explaining that Barco was facing severe economic pressure. He swept his sharp gaze across the table. Looking at their tense faces, Roman calmly noted that to pay off their massive debt, Barco had no choice but to invade Lawrence. That reality wouldn't change even if their defenses collapsed. He paused, a terrifying, suffocating aura suddenly exploding from his body. With a killer glare, he warned them that any messenger they sent would only return as a severed head. Hearing this, the anxious officials shifted uncomfortably, clearing their throats while trying to process his grim warning. Some sat in tense silence, their hands trembling with anxiety. Lord Lawrence fell deep into thought as cold sweat broke out. He had no idea how to respond to such cold logic, leaving Roman to continue in his usual calm, steady tone. He asked the Lord if he felt empty watching the soldiers drag the bloody corpses of their fallen comrades outside. That horrific scene flashed in everyone's minds, a vision of brave soldiers being brutally wounded on the battlefield. Blood everywhere, survivors desperately pulling each other along, and the living carrying the cold corpses of their brothers in arms. Roman's voice remained steady as he declared that Barco's actions were unforgivable, and they had to show the world. Standing tall, he announced exactly how they would take brutal revenge on the beasts who dared lay a finger on Lawrence. Confronted by Roman's fierce determination, the Lord shrank back in fear, stammering that they understood the threat but lacked the power. With their meager forces, what could they possibly achieve? But before the Lord could even finish, Roman delivered a chilling answer. He firmly declared there was only one way forward. At that moment, his aura was like a wild predator cornering its prey. Like a ferocious tiger looking down at a helpless creature, he smirked and repeated that there was only one way out. Facing Roman's incredibly intense and frightening gaze, Lord Lawrence's face paled as he stared back, completely paralyzed with fear. He finally understood Roman's brutal logic. Herbivores had no choice but to either fight back or become prey for predators. Meanwhile, in another place inside Barco's castle, a furious roar shattered the silence as Lord Barco's face twisted in pure rage. Screaming Roman Dmitry's name, he looked ready to tear him apart, demanding to know why that bastard had to interfere. His eyes burned with intense fury. He muttered that to turn this unfavorable situation around, he had only one choice left. The split screen vividly captured both Lord Barco's boiling, explosive rage and Roman Dmitry's cold, calm calculation. Both men harbored extremely dangerous intentions, their eyes flashing with malice as they spoke the exact same words in unison. A representative battle, they must settle this through a duel. Roman's daring proposal immediately sent shockwaves of fury through Barco. But Roman's bold decision didn't just provoke Barco's fury, it also raised deep concerns back in the Lawrence territory. A representative battle. We cut back to the main meeting room where Lord Lawrence was struggling to regain his composure. Though still pale, the Lord tried to voice his deep worries. Representative battles had become twisted affairs of wealth and power. To win, a faction needed immense resources to hire elite champions, and their opponent was none other than Barco. Barco was notorious for using vast wealth and corrupt connections to secure top-tier mercenaries from the central government. With endless funds borrowed from the Golden Bank, Lord Barco was a massive threat that they simply couldn't underestimate. This massive advantage was what Lord Lawrence deeply feared, visualizing the kind of elite powerhouse Barco would hire. Lord Lawrence could only visualize a monstrously strong giant with glowing eyes, leaving him completely filled with dread. As evening approached, the warm, orange sunlight streamed through the tall glass windows, illuminating the quiet meeting hall floor. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, Roman Dmitry spoke up with absolute conviction, addressing the nervous crowd. He assured them that he fully understood their fears. A confident smile spread across his face as he made a promise. From this moment on, he confidently promised to give them a solid guarantee of absolute safety and victory. At those bold words, the entire room suddenly falls dead silent. The Lord ponders for a moment deep in thought. Feeling deeply skeptical, he voices his doubts in an uncertain tone, asking if Roman can actually guarantee this. Unshaken by the skeptical glares of the Lord and the ministers, the silver-haired young man stands completely firm. He looks down at the Lord, a confident yet cold smirk playing at the corner of his lips. He declares that nothing beats a sacred grand duel. Hearing this, the silent ministers do not even know what to say. Honestly, they probably do not even have the right to object. Meanwhile, Roman's commanding voice echoes through the hall. He points out that Barco's fighter is a 3-star swordsman participating for the first time. Roman's face burns with sheer passion. Radiating an overwhelming presence, he confidently declares that he will represent Lawrence as the very first fighter. His pale purple eyes gleam as he stares down at the Lord, confident that no matter who the enemy sends, whether a Barco knight or a hired expert, he will easily take the victory. Hearing this, the Lord visibly trembles. Looking up at Roman, the young man's powerful words continue to echo through the minds of everyone in the room. Roman knows Barco might have hidden powerhouses, but winning only one round while losing the others means absolutely nothing. In Roman's mind, the image of Chris, the vice-captain of the Knights, appears shrouded in a vibrant blue aura. Roman lays out his tactical plan, deciding that Chris will be the one to close out the final round. Although Chris is only a 2-star warrior, his genius talent allows him to easily match and defeat a 3-star opponent. With that plan in place, Roman Dmitry looks around the meeting table, addressing the crowd with absolute confidence. He asks if this lineup sounds promising, noting that winning this grand duel will completely restore Lawrence's lost honor. Once the meeting finally concludes, Roman steps out of the hall, only to immediately run straight into Flora. For a brief moment, a tense silence hangs between them, but Roman quickly breaks the ice with his usual arrogance. He stares down at her coldly, telling her to make her choice. Those heavy words instantly echo in her mind. Memories of her standing outside the meeting room flash back. She had told him to speak up if he wanted something. Now she begins to wonder if this crazy gamble was actually his plan all along, turning her face pale with worry. Bloody visions of the brutal arena flash before her eyes. She wonders if he is forcing Lawrence to take the blame. To her, Roman Dmitry is becoming a seriously dangerous man. She takes a deep breath and finally gives in. Agreeing to the sacred duel, both sides finalize the high-stakes match, setting a hard deadline of just 1 week. The official summons is sent out immediately. Now let us jump ahead to the main arena where the crowd is roaring. A loud, booming voice echoes across the stadium as a man in a black cloak introduces himself as Count Tess. Serving as the official referee of this sacred duel, the Count addresses the crowd with an imposing, powerful announcement. He declares this a holy battlefield blessed by Banla, introducing the Lawrence side led by Flora and Roman Dmitry. He states that no matter the final outcome, both noble families must fully accept the results of the match. Any violation of this sacred pact will face swift, harsh judgment from the Cairo kingdom itself. Across the arena, the arrogant Lord of Barco stands with a smug grin. The referee then demands that both houses submit their rosters. He orders both sides to select 3 swordsmen. Overconfident in their victory, the Barco side casually pours wine for themselves. Watching their relaxed behavior, Roman remains dead silent, his gaze turning colder than ever as he hatches a plan. He suddenly turns to the Lord of Lawrence, suggesting that they might need to change up their battle order. Confused, the Lord asks what he means, reminding him that the lineup was already finalized a week ago. Roman points out that the 1-week delay is the exact problem, as Barco was pressured by heavy interest rates. It is highly likely the Barco family purposely stalled for time, which explains why they are acting so relaxed now. Finally, noticing their smug composure, the Lord of Lawrence looks across the field, wondering if they hired someone powerful. Among the Barco delegation, a rugged, lazy-looking man is seen lounging comfortably on a wooden chair, sleeping soundly. Roman's sharp gaze locks onto this mysterious sleeping figure, immediately realizing this man is no ordinary spectator. Panicked, the Lord of Lawrence looks up at Roman, asking how they should adjust their fighting order. Originally, Roman was set to fight first for an easy win, followed by a Lawrence knight with Chris finishing. But in a split-second decision, Roman completely changes the plan and commands that Chris must go first instead. Shocked by this sudden pivot, both the Lord and Flora freeze as Roman erupts with a terrifyingly cold bloodlust. The second round was about to begin, forcing a last-minute change of plans to face Barco's secret weapon. Loud cheers erupted, echoing throughout the entire arena. Everyone watched with intense curiosity as the first warrior stepped onto the main stage. Facing Barco's knight was none other than Chris himself. Standing opposite him was Jansen, a 3-star aura swordsman. Jansen introduced himself proudly, and Chris returned the favor by declaring his own name. But as soon as they spoke, the crowd exploded in whispers. People recognized Chris as the disciple of Jonathan, the legendary genius of the Northeast. Why send a mere 2-star swordsman to face a 3-star? It was absolute suicide. They were wasting a young talent. Ignoring the idle chatter, Chris focused inward. To truly grow stronger, he knew he had to push himself to the absolute limit. That was why he left his comfortable life behind to follow Roman Dmitry. Suddenly, the signal flag dropped and the fight began. Instantly, Chris and Jansen charged at each other. Jansen swung his flaming sword with devastating force, aiming straight for Chris. Chris remained perfectly calm. He remembered his first sparring match. The day he fought against Roman Dmitry. That battle opened his eyes. Suddenly moving like lightning, Chris slipped right past the deadly flaming blade. No matter how powerful Jansen's aura was, he just couldn't land a single hit. Jansen swung wildly again, only to miss. Chris kept his focus locked on his opponent, waiting for the perfect window. He only needed one shot. Meanwhile, Jansen continued to swing blindly. His attacks carried immense power, but they lacked any real strategy. Frustrated, Jansen roared out, "You cowards, stop running and fight." His red aura flared up with terrifying intensity. He lunged forward like a madman, unleashing a massive wave of blood-red energy that swept across the entire stage. The attack was too wide to dodge. Panic flared in Chris's mind as he desperately searched for a way out. Suddenly, Roman's voice echoed in his memory, urging him to cast aside common sense. Chris's eyes ignited. He unleashed his own aura and charged straight ahead. Spraying mana blindly was useless. He had to concentrate it. He needed to mimic Roman, who could exert massive destructive power with only a tiny concentrated fraction of energy. Shifting the flow from his body directly to his blade, he focused everything. Both warriors closed the distance. An earth-shattering clash shook the entire arena. Blood splattered everywhere. Jansen's head flew clean off his shoulders. The crowd erupted, chanting Chris's name in pure disbelief. Chris stood there panting, having just slain a superior opponent. Watching from the sidelines, Roman Dmitry offered a rare, satisfied smile. His elite student had passed the test. The referee announced the win. And honestly, who could blame the crowd for falling into absolute chaos? Lord Barco clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. He couldn't believe Jansen had actually lost. He had expected the second round to end it all, but now everything rode on the final match. Taking a deep breath, Barco tried to calm his nerves. He still had his ultimate trump card. He had spent an absolute fortune to secure this monster of a fighter. He was guaranteed to win. When called, Homer climbed the steps, yawning. You can already feel the massive shift in the air. Scratching his head, he introduced himself simply as Homer of Barco, an incredibly formidable 4-star aura swordsman. Recognizing him instantly, Chris, Lord Lawrence, and Flora gasped in sheer horror. It was the famous Homer. The crowd buzzed with excitement. They couldn't believe a legendary high-ranking swordsman was actually fighting here. Homer currently ranked 49th on the continent side. He only took this boring job as a personal favor. Continent rankings originated in the Valhalla Empire, a holy land where warriors fought and died for honor. Swordsmen risked everything to travel to Valhalla just to prove their worth and have their achievements recorded. Those victorious names were preserved in sacred archives, which birthed the continental ranking system we know today. Once Valhalla expanded its borders, this competitive culture quickly spread across every corner of the land. Only the top 100 were recognized by Valhalla. Lord Lawrence panicked, shocked that Barco hired him. Everyone in the Cairo kingdom knew of Homer's legendary reputation and his terrifying track record in battle. He traveled the world just to seek out strong opponents, earning him the title of the Wandering Swordsman. Whispers rippled through the spectators. Many recalled hearing rumors of his duel against another elite warrior. Even though their own fighter had just reached that 4-star tier, this final matchup seemed practically impossible. They had barely won the last round and now they faced certain defeat. Meanwhile, Homer yawned lazily. But as the crowd despaired, Roman Dmitry merely smiled. A 4-star swordsman, things were finally getting interesting. Although he investigated Barco's movements through the guild, Roman only managed to dig up pretty useless rumors. Looking over at Homerus, Roman wonders if Barco's big secret is actually this massive hidden trump card. Just as the enemy keeps their true strength hidden, they have absolutely no idea what kind of monster Roman is. This is a rare chance to witness a legendary duel usually found only in books. As Roman steps onto the arena floor, Flora grabs his hand and screams at him to give up, asking if he has completely lost his mind against rank 49 Homerus. He is an elite warrior predicted to easily break into the top 30 soon, right below the absolute legends. Flora desperately pleads with him, asking if he really believes he can defeat an elite swordmaster of that level. She begs him to throw in the towel and save his life, hoping they can win the next match instead. Homerus turns with a sharp glare, but Roman meets his eyes with a cold, unshakable determination of his own. Homerus hates that confident look. Meanwhile, Flora keeps urging Roman to withdraw because the risk is simply too high. She screams at him to skip this match entirely, arguing there is zero chance of winning this suicidal fight. Roman roughly brushes her hand away, clearly annoyed, and tells her that he absolutely hates explaining himself to anyone. He warns her to stop getting in his way. With his cloak fluttering, he proudly steps onto the stage. He proudly introduces himself as Roman Dmitry and draws his golden sword, while Homerus readies his own blade. Roman silently sizes up his opponent, thinking that a standard B-class swordsman is far too weak to ever face him. He wants to see if continent-class fighters are actually decent. Meanwhile, Homerus is annoyed that he has to fight a nobody. He was expecting to duel Fernando, who was ranked 30th, not waste time on this totally boring match. Homerus charges like a hurricane, pure speed. Chris is completely terrified by how fast he moves, but Roman easily parries the strike with his golden sword, casually tilting his head to dodge the follow-up. He spins gracefully, throwing Homerus completely off balance. The ranked warrior smiles, thrilled to find a decent opponent. Homerus unleashes 3 rapid strikes in a row, but Roman firmly holds his glowing blade, blocking every single one easily. Growing incredibly frustrated, Homerus demands to know how a mere kid is easily blocking his advanced sword techniques. Roman is thoroughly disappointed, realizing his opponent is looking down on him and holding back his true power. But now Homerus unleashes his aura, activating his third form called Extreme Sword with a loud roar. He declares that he will fight seriously now, and get this, he summons a terrifying storm of lightning across the arena. The terrified crowd clings to their seats as the overwhelming pressure surges, but Roman remains completely unimpressed by it. He finds it absurd that someone this weak is ranked 49th and decides there is no reason to drag this out. Walking toward Homerus, Roman coats his blade in a strange, eerie light that seems to appear out of nowhere. He challenges him to block his next strike, formless and shadowless. The Heavenly Demon Sword art. Homerus stands frozen in pure terror as the blade approaches, wondering how such a godlike sword art is even possible. In this brutal world of martial arts, Roman coldly unleashes a series of strikes that do not even have names. He simply numbers them as he closes his eyes, ready to unleash the third form of his Heavenly Demon Sword art. Flashback to a few days ago when the guild master was warning Homerus about their upcoming faction battle. He urged Homerus to think of their political stance instead of just looking forward to fighting Fernando. Sitting at his desk, the guild master reminded the slouching warrior that this duel was merely an exhibition match. He told him to treat it like a vacation, leaving Homerus to sigh as he recalled his mercenary days. Ever since he became an A-class mercenary, he had traveled the entire kingdom looking for tough opponents to fight. With a devious grin, he accepted. Back in the present, Flora stares at the battlefield with a completely shocked expression. Up in the crowded stands, the spectators are also rubbing their eyes in absolute disbelief at what they are seeing. Homerus is face down in the dirt, leaving everyone wondering how such an elite-ranked fighter got crushed so easily. The massive contrast between the fallen star and Roman standing tall and proud leaves the entire crowd dead silent. Rank 49. Done in an instant. Roman merely glares down at this arrogant warrior who never stood a chance. He sheathes his sword, feeling that this world lacks the brutal life or death stakes he was once used to. His past life in the Morim was an entirely different story, filled with legendary masters who fought for survival daily. That was a lethal world where one mistake meant death, whereas this place feels like a complete joke to him. Roman casually turns to urge the referee. The ref flinches, completely caught off guard, forced to wait for Roman to prompt him. He needs to announce the results already. Snapping back to his duty, the referee finally screams out the winner. The winner of the second match is Roman Dmitry. The watching soldiers freeze in absolute shock, unable to believe their ears. How is this even possible? Whispers break out over Homerus being dead, while Chris clenches his fists to hide his spiraling emotions. He wonders if this is Roman's true power, his initial shock quickly morphing into a pretty deep, uneasy concern. It makes no sense. Ever since their last spar, has the young master really reached this terrifying level of power? Or did he somehow make such an insane leap in progress right after their fight? Chris looks back to their duel. Back then, Roman definitely lacked the strength to defeat a monster like Homerus, and the timeline is just too short to make sense. He watches Roman calmly step down from the arena, his mind racing with questions about how this could even happen. The anxiety builds. In his own first match, Chris won with just 2 moves and felt pretty confident. He actually believed he was close to surpassing Roman, but now he realizes how incredibly narrow his perspective was. The Dmitry family flag flutters high, announcing Roman's clear victory. The sacred duel has decided the winner. With the outcome decided, there is no point in wasting more lives, and Lord Tez loudly declares the matter settled. Hearing this, the opposing lord clenches his fists, bowing his head as his entire body shakes with pure rage. Staring blankly at the ground, he mutters that it is all over his mind, completely overwhelmed by the disastrous defeat. Homerus is a level 4 swordsman, a rare genius in the kingdom, completely different from the weaklings of the north. Unable to accept reality, he desperately cooks up a wild theory. Could the mercenary group have sent a fake Homerus? His subordinate approaches, suggesting they surrender, but the lord refuses to lose any more ground to the Dmitry family. Bowing his head, the lord coldly orders his men to send out Benson next, shocking his advisor with a sudden decision. Benson had previously disgraced the Barco family honor at a banquet, ending up on his knees, begging Roman for mercy. For a coward who begged to be spared, this brutal match is his only chance to salvage whatever dignity he has left. The advisor bows silently, realizing that sending an unknown knight like Benson out is basically handing him a death sentence. Up on the stage, a massive yet visibly terrified man tremblingly holds out his sword, introducing himself as Benson Barco. The crowd murmurs at the sight of this unknown knight, while Chris and Kevin watch the sad display in stony silence. Sudden footsteps echo as Kevin rushes over to Roman, and honestly, you have to admire his insane courage. Though his face is young, the boy's gaze is unyielding. Roman looks down at him in silence, testing his resolve. In this ruthless world, the weak are slaughtered, and even a nameless knight might be a tough match for young Kevin. Does the boy just want to prove himself? Seeing his confident stance, Roman lets out a faint smile and warns him to be careful. Kevin eagerly nods, promising not to let Roman down before turning and marching straight onto the stage with pride. Up there, Benson is shivering in panic, wondering why he has to be the one punished with this suicide mission. Gripping his hilt, he grits his teeth. Even if he is just a useless coasting knight, he has to fight for his family. He is willing to try his best, but dying in a brutal arena seems like a pretty terrible price for loyalty. But when he looks up and sees his opponent, he freezes. A small, youthful boy is slowly walking up to the arena. Kevin stares up at the giant, wondering if this is really his opponent, while Benson suddenly lets out a creepy grin. Thanking the gods for this easy match, Benson draws his sword. At first glance, this looks like a completely lopsided fight. Grinning wildly, Benson mocks Kevin, asking if the kid is looking to get killed by stepping up here. He sneers that they are both just disposable pawns abandoned by their lords, but for him, this is a massive stroke of luck. Ignoring the taunts, Kevin proudly declares that he is the loyal shield protecting his master, ready to face any threat. Screaming in rage, Benson charges forward, swinging his massive sword straight at the young boy's head with lethal force. Kevin ducked under the heavy swing, using his small size to thrust his blade upward right at his giant opponent. The sharp tip barely misses Benson's neck, infuriating the giant, who viciously kicks out to stomp the boy down. The heavy impact sends Kevin sliding across the dirt, his helmet flying off as fresh blood begins to drip onto the stones. Propping himself up with his sword, the boy struggles to rise, leaving Chris watching with deep concern from the sidelines. The gap in their raw power is just too wide, and Chris cannot understand why Roman is letting this happen. But the moment Kevin staggers to his feet, Benson unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy strikes, giving him no room to breathe. He curses under his breath, holding back pure rage. Under Benson's relentless storm of attacks, Kevin desperately struggles to hold his ground as a dark force begins to stir. A powerful voice urges him on. It whispers to kill, saying the enemy wants him dead, and that it is time for absolute revenge. This dark voice multiplies his strength. In his head, Roman's strict teaching echoes, warning him that from this day forward everything changes. Ever since he severed his own hand, the demonic soul art has taken root, awakening the inner devil. Now Kevin feels an explosive new power surging within him. This terrifying power is about to burst outward. His eyes burn blood red as dark, calculated whispers continue to echo inside his mind. Suddenly, Benson launches a fierce overhead strike. He swings his massive blade straight down, aiming to cleave Kevin in half. But Kevin dodges with lightning speed. Benson's eyes widen, completely caught off guard by the boy's incredible reflexes. A sinister laugh rings in Kevin's mind, urging him to tear the bastard to shreds. Grabbing his head, Kevin wonders why his mind is suddenly so loud. But deep down, a violent wave of raw determination keeps pushing him forward, refusing to let him back down. He desperately wants to be his master's ultimate weapon, even more than Chris. Kevin's blood boils as his body temperature rapidly rises. His deep insecurity and intense loyalty clash inside him like a violent whirlpool. Gripping his sword tight, he prepares for the ultimate breakthrough. The moment has finally arrived as the demonic soul art fully awakens. The monster inside him erupts, laughing maniacally with absolute malice. Possessed, Kevin charges with bloodshot eyes, aiming straight for Benson. The enemy knight stands frozen, paralyzed with sheer shock. Benson wonders what is happening as Kevin's blade slams into his chest, piercing his heavy armor. The metal is thick, briefly halting Kevin's momentum. Benson swings back, screaming in sheer desperation. But Kevin ignores him entirely, pressing his attack with an even more terrifying burning intensity. Tears of absolute terror stream down Benson's face as he realizes this kid has gone completely insane. Kevin remains silent, his expression cold and deadly. His red eyes burn with demonic intent. With his newly awakened dark power, Kevin drives his blade deep through the heavy iron plate. The sword shatters the stone-hard defense. Up in the stands, Chris is stunned. The entire crowd falls dead silent. They cannot believe their eyes. Benson entered the arena as the favorite, but now he lies defeated beneath Kevin's sword. Kevin flashes a chilling, devilish smirk before pulling his blade free. A fountain of fresh blood sprays across the stone arena. Under the dim twilight sky, a gruesome rain of blood paints the entire stage crimson, casting a heavy, suffocating silence over the crowd. Lady Flora and her father can only stare in paralyzed horror. There's thick blood splattered everywhere, heavily soaking into Kevin's armor. Standing tall amidst the brutal carnage, Kevin briefly surveys his handiwork before quickly jumping down from the dueling platform. He approaches Roman and drops to his knees, respectfully announcing his return. Roman smiles warmly, highly pleased with the boy's performance. Roman praises Kevin's hard work, and the boy looks up with a bright, innocent smile, the dark monster completely vanishing from his eyes. Back to normal. With 3 consecutive victories, the Lawrence family secures a total crushing victory over Barco. And at the center of this triumph is Roman Dmitry. Like an ancient legend, rumors about him begin to spread like wildfire. People everywhere sing Roman's praises. Inside a rowdy tavern over overflowing mugs of beer and plates of food, patrons eagerly gossip about the news. They slam down their heavy tankards, talking excitedly about the latest events and asking each other if they had heard about the duel. 2 men chat boisterously, laughing about how Barco made such a massive scene only to be utterly humiliated in the end. They talk about Barco's absolute defeat. A man from the next table chimed in loudly, asking if they knew his relatives in Lawrence. They say that the locals are calling Roman their true savior, a man capable of single-handedly wiping out hundreds of soldiers. He reportedly destroyed Barco's rear guard all on his own. A blond man takes a big gulp of beer before joining the conversation. He claims that even the famous high-ranking warrior was completely obliterated with just one single devastating blow. Everyone agrees that without Roman's sudden intervention, Barco would have easily conquered and planted their flag over Lawrence long ago. The spilled blood of Homer, the 49th ranker of the Cairo kingdom, marks the definitive end of this historic duel. Out on the streets, children play fight while pretending to be Roman Dmitry, their young voices chanting his name in pure admiration. No wonder they call him a legend. The Dmitry family is a sleeping dragon that has finally soared to the heavens. This is the perfect golden opportunity for Roman to build his prestige. He intends to use these rising rumors to his advantage. In sharp contrast to the celebration, Barco's castle is draped in a heavy, suffocating silence. Inside his messy study, total ruin, the ruined lord clutches his head in utter despair as he stares at a devastating document. It is a final demand notice for principal and interest from the Golden Bank of Cairo alongside heavy mercenary compensation bills. Furious, the lord slams his fist onto the desk and screams curses, completely losing his mind over their ruinous defeat. Papers scatter across the floor like worthless trash. He bitterly remembers the glorious days when everyone used to praise and flatter him. Back when the Barco family ruled the Northeast, he was the most influential, highly sought-after noble in the entire region. Furious, he cursed under his breath. Everything would have been fine if only that damn bastard Roman Dmitry had not meddled in their affairs. He froze mid-thought. That name Roman was now deeply burned into his mind, and honestly, everything really was that boy's fault. Roman had broken a major aristocratic taboo, but it actually gave the cunning lord a pretty clever idea to save himself. This was his absolute last shot. A few days later, Viscount Barco gathered all the regional nobles for an urgent roundtable meeting. He solemnly welcomed them, thanking all the esteemed nobles who had traveled to Barco for this gathering. He claimed their presence kept the Northeast's future incredibly bright, but a bearded noble soon grew quite impatient and abruptly cut him off. Demanding they get straight to the point, the guest forced Barco to nod and speak plainly about their crisis. He argued that just like Barco having a legitimate right to attack Lawrence's reputation among the nobility is absolutely everything. The guests listened in silence as the lord finally got to the point. This battle was about an ancestral debt. The central government had fully approved and even sent an examiner, but Roman Dmitry had absolutely no right to interfere. He angrily accused the boy, claiming that because of Roman's dirty, unexpected raid, Barco lost all of their key fighters. He complained that because of this, Lawrence did not have a single legitimate warrior left on the battlefield. Slapping the table, he shouted, "Does this make any sense? What right did Roman Dmitry even have to help Lawrence?" He pinned all the blame on Roman. Sure, if the two families were still joined by marriage, it would be fine. But everyone there knew they had already broken their engagement. To Lawrence, Roman Dmitry was nothing more than a complete outsider. He had absolutely no official status, meaning his interference was a massive violation that crossed every line of nobility. The room fell silent before the nobles started nodding in agreement, murmuring that Roman Dmitry indeed had no right. With his first step succeeding, the lord smiled secretly. That was all he needed, and now watch how quickly things shift. By shifting the blame to Dmitry, he could extract a massive payout, easily clearing his debt to the Golden Bank. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the doorway, and trust me, nobody expected who would walk in next. Smiling faintly, he noted that he heard everyone was quite unhappy with him, leaving the lord absolutely frozen in shock. He wondered what Roman was thinking by showing his face here. Roman stared back, coldly speaking with chilling clarity. He told the Viscount he would explain in person. Flashback to a few days ago, Chris had begged him not to go. He warned it was basically a suicide mission and the Viscount would never let him leave alive, but Roman calmly cut him off. He asked if Chris had considered what their future relationship with Barco would look like, but Chris explained slowly, To them, Roman was a sworn enemy, so avoiding each other was best, but Roman replied with a cold stare. He argued that once something begins, it must be finished. Mounting his horse, he made one thing very clear. He pointed out that Barco clearly held a grudge, leaving Chris stunned as Roman added that this made it the perfect time. It was the perfect moment to pay them back. Smiling, he said he would go alone, leaving Chris stammering in worry. Back in the present, he faced the meeting room and asked what right Barco even had to create this whole situation. The Lord gnashed his teeth in fury, his eyes bloodshot with pure contempt for a mere baron's uninherited son. He could not believe this commoner-born brat dared to look down on his high rank, utterly disgusted by his arrogance. He sneered, saying that because of Roman's lowly birth, he clearly failed to understand the laws of the nobility. Clenching his fists, the Lord lectured him, stating that interfering in a war without legal status was strictly forbidden. In the Kingdom of Cairo, nobles must secure central government approval before officially declaring a territorial war. Only then could they proceed legally, his voice dripping with arrogance as he glared at the young challenger. He asked if Roman thought those rules existed for nothing, screaming that they were meant to preserve noble honor. Banging the table, he barked that ignorance of the law was absolutely no excuse, shouting even louder now. He demanded to know if Roman realized his stupidity, warning that the Dmitry family was now in serious trouble. Roman kept a completely blank face, which only enraged the Lord more as he ranted about the northeastern nobles. The Lord finally sat back down and silence took over the room before Roman calmly asked if he was done. Startled, the Lord stammered in confusion, but Roman just smirked, saying it was finally time to discuss his official status. While the Lord stared wide-eyed, Roman reminded them that Lawrence and Dmitry once shared a formal marriage alliance. He asked why they thought he, the fool who broke that engagement, had actually decided to call it off. Was it for his reputation or his past? All rumors were wrong, he said, pointing directly at Lord Barco. The threat from Anthony Barco leaves the old lord standing in utter shock. Quietly, Roman steps forward to continue his speech. He says it is time for Barco to return. As someone once close to Anthony, he was dragged into their circle. Before Anthony ever got engaged to Lawrence, Roman fell straight into his trap. He woke up inside a room alongside Emily Barco. Anthony used that setup to threaten them, demanding Lawrence call off the engagement. It was a perfect trap to eliminate both targets. Whispers erupt instantly throughout the room. Blackmail. This means the whole Barco family planned it. Roman just smiles triumphantly. Once a weakness is finally exposed, it stops being a weakness. The furious Lord roars, "Do you expect anyone to believe this nonsense?" Everyone knows Roman lived like complete trash, and now he is just spouting disgusting lies to cover up his own dirty secrets. A quick scoff escapes Roman's lips. He knew exactly how they would react. Turning to the Lord, he promises to share another reason. He stepped right into the war between Barco and Lawrence. The Lord is stunned. Another reason, Anthony went way too far. Roman reveals that Anthony harassed his fiancée, Flora Lawrence. Because of that, Flora was forced to call off the wedding. With a dead serious expression, Roman challenges them to ask Flora Lawrence themselves. Inside, his mind is set on pure revenge. Anthony's lies trapped him, so he's going to play the exact same dirty game. Clenching his fists, his anger boils over. Fighting this entire war with his own strength instead of dragging his family in is the only form of payback he can offer. It is the only payback he can secure for her. Resolute, Roman turns to Lord Barco with a final question. Does he really have no justification to join the fight? Just like that, Roman completely breaks Barco's argument to secure his claim. The Lord begins to panic. There is no point in arguing about justification anymore as the truth has already shifted. He needs to buy some time immediately to escape this corner and find a real way out of this mess. Trying to stay calm, the Lord claims he will verify these accusations first. He tells Roman to just leave for today. Roman stops him in his tracks. Make your choice now, Lord Barco. Will Anthony pay for his personal sins? Dark, threatening eyes lock onto him. Will they settle this quietly, or will the entire Barco family suffer for one man's actions? If a decision is not made right here and now, Roman warns he will head straight back home and explain everything to his father. Lord Barco turns pale. Declaring war on the Dmitry family is suicide, especially when Barco is already on the verge of ruin. Getting crushed by them would mean total annihilation. His hands tremble as he glares at the ruthless young man before him. The Lord quickly offers a deal. He wants to keep this personal dispute from destroying both of their noble houses. He promises to force Anthony to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But Roman is not buying it at all. When did Roman ever say he wanted Anthony to kneel? The Lord cannot believe his ears, demanding to know his meaning. Wrongdoers never get to choose their own fate. Roman declares that he will be the one setting the final terms. Once the room empties, Anthony desperately begs his father. But the old man just shakes his head, whispering his apologies. Anthony clings desperately to his father's legs, weeping in horror. A death duel. You are throwing my life away. The pathetic heir screams in pure terror. Roman will kill me. Father, please reject this crazy proposal. He begs his father to refuse Roman's terms. Grabbing his son, the Lord yells at him to snap out of it. As the eldest heir of the Barco family, his life is forever tied to the survival of their entire house. Gritting his teeth, the Lord tells him to face reality, endure this absolute hell, and prepare to make a sacrifice. They must cut off a limb to save the body. The Lord coldly walks away, leaving his crying son on the floor. Anthony can only scream out for help in vain. Soon the day arrives and the surrounding crowd watches in utter silence. Lord Barco glares, tightening the tension in the arena. Anthony stands there, hands trembling violently as he holds his sword. Paler than a ghost, he stammers out a pathetic excuse about how much he always loved Flora Lawrence. He claims he simply lost his mind when he heard they were together, desperately begging Roman for forgiveness. His voice shakes as he pretends they were always close friends, hoping to worm his way out of death. Sweating bullets, Anthony screams at the top of his lungs, begging Roman to spare his life in exchange for absolute servitude. He swears to spend the rest of his days serving him. The crowd whispers in disgust at the pathetic display. Lord Barco grits his teeth in embarrassment. Roman's expression remains completely cold as he looks down at him. Roman takes a step forward. He asks how a worthless life like his could ever make up for his atrocities. Drawing his sword, Roman approaches him. No political connections or family status can erase the sins he committed. Why would Roman, the very person Anthony always looked down on, show mercy now? The Barco family is officially done. Viscount Barco suddenly realizes something is terribly wrong. Wait, Roman is driving his sword straight through him. Exactly, there is no reason at all. Roman glares at Anthony, who is dazed and bleeding from the sudden slash. Back in his past life, Baek Joong-hyuk fought a brutal war against his own brothers, constantly fearing midnight assassinations. Eventually, he ended their lives by stabbing them straight through the heart. That was when Baek Hoon asked him a question. He asked if Joong-hyuk knew his own flaw, sighing as he explained that the man simply never learned how to compromise. Baek Hoon rested his chin on his hand, noting that the moment Joong-hyuk marks an enemy, he seeks absolute destruction. Joong-hyuk stayed silent as Baek Hoon warned him that lacking even a shred of mercy for his enemies would backfire. He warned that this merciless path would eventually tear him apart. Yet deep down, Joong-hyuk deeply respected Baek Hoon. Despite his cold exterior, Joong-hyuk admired his master's terrifying power, coupled with a rare profound sense of mercy. He had wondered if he should win over enemies after defeating them, but looking up he knew his path was set. He told Baek Hoon that completely crushing those who oppose him is his chosen path, his expression turning cold and terrifying. That was how he survived the depths of the demonic cult, and how he intends to live now. Returning to reality, he acts. Silence is the only way to shut them up forever. Roman swings his blade with brutal precision. Ending Anthony Barco like this is a disaster, but Lord Barco rushes forward far too late to stop it. The grieving father screams in absolute despair, but Roman merely turns around and calmly asks if there is a problem. Dying in a duel is completely normal. Roman smiles while the furious Lord demands to know what he is doing. How dare he slaughter the eldest son of the Barco family without even blinking? The crowd watches in absolute horror. They whisper in fear, wondering how this monster pulled it off, while tears stream down Lord Barco's face. He asks if Roman planned this from the start by coming unguarded, but Roman simply glares back with cold fury. There was never room for peace between them since the moment Anthony crossed the line. Turning his back, Roman addresses everyone. He warns the onlookers that this is the fate of their enemies and demands they sever all ties with Barco. With one eye glowing ominously, he declares himself their ultimate enemy, leaving Lord Barco screaming in desperate rage. He asks if Roman expects to walk away so easily, but Roman coldly dismisses his useless words and turns to leave. He promises to watch how the Barco family struggles to survive, vowed to keep crushing them until they completely collapse. I am leaving now, he calmly whispers. They realize too late that they have provoked a literal demon. Days later, the bankrupt Viscount tries to flee his debts, but he is found dead on a mountain. His lifeless body is found abandoned on an unnamed hill, marking the pathetic downfall of the once mighty Barco family. Under the dim moonlight back at the castle, Hans calls out to Roman, wondering where he went so late. Roman excuses himself by claiming the moon was simply too beautiful to ignore, but Hans notices something is off. He spots suspicious stains on Roman's clothes, but decides to play blind, gently reminding him that everyone was deeply worried. While he is glad Roman is gaining fame, seeing his master constantly leap into danger leaves him breaking out in sweat. Please be careful, Hans begs. But Roman's expression remains completely cold as he addresses his loyal servant. He reminds Hans of his previous promise, declaring that Hans is his person. The old servant looks up in awe. He remembers it well. Baek Joong-hyuk had slaughtered countless foes in his past life, yet he always maintained one golden rule. A true ruler protects his followers. Roman values a single loyal soul far more than any gold. He values a single follower over hundreds of foes, leaving Hans stunned as Roman flashes a warm, reassuring smile. He vows to keep his people safe from harm. Meanwhile, despite the massive uproar over Barco's sudden downfall, the Mellock family hosts a grand social banquet where Lady Helena Mellock chuckles behind her elegant folding fan. Even the shallow noblewomen who once fawned over Barco have shown up, their desperate eyes full of hidden anxiety. The Dmitry family is now the undisputed crown of the Northeast, a perfect triumph for Melek's long-standing loyalty. Helena calls out warmly to an approaching guest, enthusiastically welcoming the woman she has been eagerly waiting for. As the lady offers a graceful smile, Helena showers her with compliments on her radiant and timeless beauty. Dmitry returns the greeting with a soft thank you instantly, drawing a swarm of eager noblewomen toward her. They desperately vie for her attention, offering rare wines and showering the powerful matriarch with endless flattery. Rihanna giggles behind her hand, responding with flawless aristocratic grace as she plays the perfect social host. She often mingles with noble ladies to build support for the Dmitry family, showing her incredible knack for politics. Even Baron Romero has to back down to her sometimes. Without Rihanna laying down this vital foundation, first, the Dmitry family would have collapsed when crossed by the Barcos long before ever rising into the nobility. Taking an elegant step forward, she thanks everyone for coming. Rihanna places a hand over her heart, explaining that the goal of this meeting is because they live in the same region and they should start getting to know one another from now on. Glancing at the former Barco supporters, she notices their tense, anxious faces. She notes that not everyone walked the same path before, but things are different now, and they need a new point of focus going forward. What is the meaning behind Rihanna saying this? She is quietly warning the remaining Barco loyalists. At the same time, she shows her generosity by offering to accept them into her own faction. While the tea party continues, Helena approaches the table where Rihanna is sitting and makes a direct proposal. She asks Rihanna how she feels about her daughter Veronica, suggesting she would make a perfect match for Roman. A nearby red-haired lady looks utterly shocked at this. Helena continues her pitch, arguing that Roman is already 25, so it is high time he gets married. She insists she is not just bragging about her own daughter, but Veronica really is the ideal fit. The lady nearby immediately cuts in, asking if Veronica is not already engaged. She silently calls Helena out for being far too greedy. Meanwhile, they continue to gossip as Rihanna quietly sips her tea. While Rihanna sips her tea, the noblewomen continue to discuss eligible girls, agreeing that Roman's future wife must be chosen with absolute care. They eagerly invite Rihanna to visit them soon. Setting her teacup down with a sharp click, she listens as they keep going. One lady brags that her daughter fell head over heels for Roman at first sight, unable to stop praising him. Another claims her niece is highly intelligent, always topping her academy class. Rihanna stares quietly at her own reflection in the tea. Someone else boasts their young daughter will grow into an absolute beauty, but Roman's face suddenly flashes in her mind. She reflects on how Roman was considered a complete nuisance in noble circles for 6 long years. Being the eldest but stripped of his inheritance held him back, but his incredible 4-star potential promises a brilliant future. If he ever regains his rightful inheritance, there will not be a single son-in-law more valuable than him. His future is wide open as he transforms from an embarrassment into a star. Rihanna says she is glad they appreciate him, setting her teacup aside, but she gently points out that Roman was deeply hurt in the past before. Politely rejecting their offers, she explains she wants Roman to find a partner he genuinely loves, rather than forcing an arrangement. She firmly requests they drop the subject of marriage entirely, leaving the noble ladies startled but still holding on to hope. After all, the first girl to capture Roman's heart wins the ultimate prize. As night falls, a crescent moon and starlight cast a soft glow over the quiet castle. Inside her study, Flora flips through pages, reflecting on how raw power is absolutely necessary to survive in this harsh and unforgiving world. By the warm candlelight, she admits to herself that the Lawrence family had essentially lost to the Barcos. She thought they might survive if they lasted until winter, but reality struck too fast, bringing far too many variables. Yet Roman predicted every single turn of events, handled them with incredible courage, and saved Lawrence from total ruin. Admiring him deeply, she wonders how she could ever become someone like Roman, her face suddenly burning up. She quickly shakes her head to clear her mind, wondering why on earth she is blushing over Roman Dmitry. Plunged into deep confusion, she wonders how someone so arrogant and selfish can be so powerful. Snapping her book shut, she decides she just wants to know a tiny bit about him. Stepping out into the hallway. Stopping by the balcony, she grips the railing and tells herself she just needs to step out for some fresh air. After all, regardless of her curiosity, they no longer have any connection now that their engagement is officially broken. Looking ahead with a touch of sadness, she realizes she will likely never see Roman again. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out her name. Flora looks up in surprise as a smiling girl greets her, saying it has been a while. Flora identifies her visitor as Sylvia Lawrence, a cousin from the Branch family, immediately recognizing her fake sugary smile. She wonders what on earth Sylvia is doing here. Opening the study door, Flora urgently calls out to her father. She questions him about the rumor, asking why he did not tell her that Lawrence is hosting a banquet at Dmitry's. Lord Lawrence turns to face his daughter, telling her that he has gained quite a lot from this entire ordeal. She freezes as her father admits that she showed the judgment to do what is right when he was entirely powerless. Lord Lawrence slowly approaches her, adding that thanks to her bringing Roman Dmitry to the battlefield they won. He places his hand on his daughter's shoulder and firmly promises that he will never undervalue her again. The Lord vows to support her every dream and stop pressuring her to sacrifice for the sake of their family. Finally, Lord Lawrence tells Flora to live for herself, which naturally fills her heart with immense joy. Though she politely agrees, her gaze drifts away in annoyance as she secretly wishes she could just attend the party. The touching speech is great, but her father remains completely oblivious to what his daughter truly wants. Shifting focus, Flora asks why he invited Sylvia all the way from the capital, sensing a hidden motive. Looking down at the invitations on his desk, her father confesses that it was purely out of personal greed. Flora immediately pictures Sylvia's deceptively innocent face, wondering what kind of scheme her father is cooking up. Realizing he might be trying to reconnect with the Dmitry family through Sylvia, Flora's expression quickly turns cold. Forcing a bright smile and placing a hand on her chest, she offers to guide Sylvia to repay Roman. Her father immediately waves his hands to object, insisting that she should stay far away from Roman now. Cutting him off with a clenched fist, Flora firmly repeats that she is absolutely going to guide her cousin. Leaving her father utterly baffled, the scene shifts that afternoon to the Valhalla Temple's branch in Cairo. Inside, a priest sitting before a holy cross holds a letter and questions the shocking claims written inside. He doubts how a 25-year-old noble from a remote region could defeat a 4-star knight with a single strike. It sounds completely impossible, but if the rumor is true, a terrifying new prodigy has just been born. Valhalla ranking Judge Willis grins with sinister curiosity, deciding he must investigate this genius with his own eyes. While the banquet is set for the evening, the highborn ladies have already arrived to tour the Dmitry estate. Dressed in gorgeous royal gowns, these wealthy socialites gather together, exchanging polite greetings and gossip. Everyone is draped in their most expensive glittering jewelry and stunning dresses to show off their high status. Looking around with a bored sigh, Sylvia Lawrence, a cousin from the capital branch, mutters about the gloomy scenery. The girls laugh and chatter as they walk, completely unimpressed by the dull and dreary atmosphere around them. Since the estate is famous for metallurgy, the path is lined with piles of black iron ore and coal. The simple houses look terribly boring to these fancy ladies, who quickly begin making snide remarks. They scoff that this is indeed a land of miners, wondering how anyone could live in such a colorless place. In the capital, even commoners care about aesthetics, making this bleak town look absolutely dreadful to them. Sylvia pinches her nose in disgust, agreeing that art and the Dmitry family simply do not belong in the same sentence. Her father lives in the capital as a wealthy merchant, explaining her snobbish attitude toward this rural territory. Hearing the complaints, Flora silently admits that compared to the capital, both Lawrence and Dmitry are just rural backwaters. Suddenly, Sylvia gasps in horror at the sight of a group of filthy miners returning from the pits. Covered in soot and mud, the hardworking men laugh merrily as they notice the glamorous noble ladies approaching. A few miners glance over, prompting the snobbish ladies to dramatically lift their skirts to avoid getting dirty. They complain about the dust and mock the miners, laughing loudly at their expense as they walk past. While the others giggle and sneer, Flora remains completely silent, refusing to join in on the cruel mockery. She avoids looking at the miners until she passes a strikingly familiar figure, causing her to double take. Flora spins around in disbelief to verify her suspicion, and to her shock, it really is him. Standing there in dust-covered miner clothes is Roman Dmitry, his muscular build instantly giving his identity away. Just then, Hans comes rushing over, desperately shouting for his young master while holding a clean towel. He frantically wipes the soot off Roman, scolding him for stubbornly going down into the mines again. Hans continues to nag, complaining about how quickly the clean cloth has turned completely black from the grime. As his servant vigorously rubs his face, Roman can only sigh in mild annoyance, feeling like a scolded child. The old butler whines that his heart breaks, seeing his master covered in dirt day after day like a reckless kid. His loud voice instantly catches the attention of the nearby ladies, whose eyes light up at the mention of Roman. Sylvia is no exception to the hype. She gets excited because he is way more handsome than she expected, staring right at his strong muscular physique. She quietly marvels at his impressive build. Sylvia practically licks her lips in anticipation because he just looks that good to her. She immediately begins calculating. Rumors claim the second son might lose his inheritance, but what noble family actually lets their son work in the mines? He has to be the real successor. Looking at recent events, it is pretty clear that Roman's status has absolutely skyrocketed lately. And let's be real, he is officially on Sylvia's radar now, so she immediately suggests going to meet him. Saying hello before the banquet starts seems like a brilliant move. Meanwhile, the other noble ladies are still hesitating, unsure if they should join. Just as Roman takes off his miner's helmet, a cheerful greeting rings out. Sylvia leads the flock of chattering young ladies straight toward him. She asks if he is Lord Roman Dmitry, putting on her absolute most polite and charming face to make a great first impression. She introduces herself as Sylvia from the Lawrence family, thanking him for his help and expressing her deepest, most sincere gratitude. Smiling brightly, Sylvia showers him with praise, saying he really is just as extraordinary as the rumors claim. But despite all her excitement, Roman gives an incredibly polite but cold response, simply saying that he understands before turning to his servant. He tells Hans it is time to go, leaving Sylvia standing there completely frozen from being ignored. Even Lady Flora can only laugh. Knowing Roman's personality makes the whole thing even funnier. Hans quickly scurries after his master to remind him about the upcoming banquet. Hans asks if he wants to get some rest first, but Roman just puts on a clean white shirt as they walk. He says he will only mingle with people who are worthy, but those nobles choose to mock the Dmitry family's mining work. Hans wonders how long Roman intends to work in the mines, especially since he has spent days doing hard labor without any royal orders. Roman replies seriously that the roots of the Dmitry family lie in blacksmithing, and this iron mine represents their very legacy. It is the iron ore their ancestors dug up with blood and sweat, melting it in the furnace to forge their path. While adjusting his outfit, Roman explains that empty talk will never earn the true respect of the people who live here. He wants to share their struggles firsthand. Deeply moved, Hans watches him walk away while tightly hugging the young master's helmet. Tears well up in his eyes as he wonders when his young master grew so wise, shouting out to encourage himself. He promises he will never cause trouble again and will make everything perfect. Meanwhile, over at the private training grounds, strong, energetic training chants echo through the air as the Dmitry soldiers focus entirely on their intense swordsmanship practice. Captain Chris shouts out orders, and as Roman watches the men train with such passion, he reflects on their progress. His dominance in the recent family war clearly sparked their loyalty and gave the troops a massive boost in morale. He knows the soldiers who followed him into battle learn a great deal, but this is just the beginning. With his unique training methods, advanced sword techniques, and his rare ability to forge one-of-a-kind weapons, Roman can unlock the true potential of his soldiers, transforming them into some of the deadliest warriors on the battlefield. That knowledge is a literal treasure, and he carefully observes every single movement on the field to plan his next move. He now has his own loyal unit, but deep down he knows that this alone is not going to be enough. The soldiers only have a bit of combat experience, so he needs a truly elite force standing there with crossed arms. The real issue is that building such a force requires serious wealth and manpower, things he cannot fully provide just yet. He raises his voice to call over Vice Captain Chris, who quickly runs up and asks what the young master needs. When Roman asks how the training is going, Chris happily reports that the men are passionate and learning incredibly fast. He expects to see massive progress very soon. Roman then speaks softly, telling Chris that he is about to teach him a new technique. Hearing this, Chris is stunned by the offer. Roman recognizes the young vice captain's talent and is completely honest about his skills. He notes that Chris is very different from a beginner, having made significant progress after the recent clash between the families. That experience has built a solid foundation, allowing him to finally learn much more advanced high-level swordsmanship. Although it is incredibly difficult, Roman believes he can handle it, which is why he decides to make this offer. He tells Chris that he is finally ready for something new, and then starts explaining the legendary sword style. This technique is called Thunderclap, a devastating style known for its destructive power and blindingly fast speed. Created by a legendary sword saint, this is Chris's next step. Cut to a grand hall lit up by brilliant chandeliers. Guests are dressed in their finest attire as whispers fill the room, and suddenly the grand main doors swing wide open. A booming voice formally announces the arrival of young master Roman Dmitry, instantly drawing everyone's attention. They turn to catch a glimpse of the legend, and with an elegant posture and a bright smile, Roman steps inside. All the young ladies in the room blushed at his glowing, handsome looks. He was surrounded by them as they asked him why. He had left so early that morning, begging Lord Dmitry for just a little chat before the banquet started. He simply smiled, politely at them. "I had just finished my duties, so please understand. I wish to talk as well." Looking at his face, they were quickly won over. "Oh, I see, of course." Sylvia gently approached to make conversation with him. "You really are as amazing as the rumors say." Her face shone with admiration, unable to believe that the heir of such a great family would actually work alongside common miners like that. With her sparkling eyes wide open, she teased if marrying him would improve her life. Roman bowed slightly, politely offering a humble reply that she flattered him too much before continuing to chat with the other noble ladies. His eloquence completely captivated the young women. As the banquet continued, guests raised their glasses in a toast. His hand rested gently on the balcony railing outside. Feeling a bit exhausted, Roman had stepped out to catch some fresh air when a soft voice suddenly broke his quiet thoughts. "You really are a great actor, aren't you?" Turning around, Roman saw Flora walking toward him. His voice was deep as he replied, "It was simply necessary." She stepped closer, speaking in a casual tone. "How surprising," she said, looking at him. "I thought you had no interest in social connections." Roman replied coldly, "Usually I don't." He began to explain to her that because his parents and their guests were invited to this banquet, it was different from ordinary parties. He hesitated briefly, adding that since their first meeting was similar, this should not be shocking. His words caught her completely off guard. Flora tucked her hair back and smiled, realizing he actually had a very valid point. Honestly, I am the one who acted out of line earlier, she confessed to him. You have always been remarkably steadfast, which only makes me more curious about how you live to keep such firm principles. Flora was deeply intrigued by his nature. But why work in the mines? Outside of blacksmithing, there is absolutely no reason for a noble heir to do such labor. Roman did not directly answer but countered with his own question, asking how she believed the Lawrence family had risen to power. Caught off guard, she gasped. He then explained that people usually assume Lawrence achieved its status through fertile lands and rich resources. But according to him, their true history lay in commerce. The Lawrence family had built their wealth and standing entirely through trade. By selling and bartering goods, they climbed to where they are today, which is why her uncle became a merchant in the capital. A look of intense shock crossed Flora's face as she listened, finding his deep knowledge of her family absolutely remarkable. She admired him greatly in secret since he knew details with absolute accuracy that she herself had only recently found out. Still, she maintained a puzzled expression, asking what all this had to do with mining. Roman calmly and patiently replied that the roots of the Dmitry family lay in the iron mines, sharing his perspective that without the laborers digging up, buried, or daily Dmitry would not exist. His eyes were resolute. I believe spending time working in the mines is crucial to truly understand and sympathize with their daily struggles. Flora stood completely stunned by his incredibly noble and thoughtful words. I believe that is simply the duty of anyone bearing the Dmitry name, he concluded. With the night growing late, Roman said goodbye. I have been here long enough. I shall go now. Flora stammered a quiet reply, leaving her standing entirely alone on the balcony. She remained dazed by Roman's words, realizing she had finally made her decision. A beautiful smile slowly spread across her face. Her mind was clear. The persistent doubts that had clouded her thoughts were finally resolved, bringing her a sense of absolute clarity. She happily noted that meeting him had been the right choice. A few days later, Flora departed for the bustling capital city. It was time for the sheltered flower of the Lawrence family to leave her greenhouse and explore the wider world. Elsewhere, Jacob raised his beer, laughing heartily. Ah, so refreshing. When his companion asked how today went, he replied that it was just another normal day. The mine seemed endless, no matter how much they dug. Turning serious, he added that they had only scratched the surface. Jacob asserted confidently that even if the Dmitry family kept digging for decades, the iron mine would never run completely dry. He was sure of it as a lifelong miner. Hendrik then chimed in, mentioning rumors that Roman had started working there 2 weeks ago, wondering why things had been so quiet lately. Hearing the name, Jacob reacted immediately. Oh, Roman. Flashing back to 2 weeks prior, a laborer carrying cargo had announced that young Master Roman would begin working today. The other worker was caught by surprise, asking why. The first worker shrugged, guessing it was likely just for show. Morkin's face was dark with displeasure. Lord Dmitry has truly lost his touch, he grumbled, complaining that if education was the goal, he should have done it years ago. He only favors the blacksmiths while neglecting us miners. Speaking made Morkin even angrier. All 3 Dmitry heirs learned to forge iron when they were young, he shouted, yet they never once worked the mines. This is clear proof that Lord Dmitry actively discriminates against us, he continued as another person listened quietly nearby. The other miners try to hold him back, saying he is crossing a line, but he refuses to stop his complaints, demanding to know what he is saying. Dmitry's entire foundation is built on this iron mine, yet the blacksmiths get all the glory. Morkin scoffs, convinced of his own words. He is sure Roman was forced to come here but vows never to bow before him. He yells out, eager to show Roman what real mining is. Just then a pair of boots arrives. The manager introduces him to the miners, announcing that young Master Roman will be working with them from now on. The workers below just yawn in response, completely uninterested. Some even laugh amongst themselves, but Roman's expression remains dead quiet. He ignores their mockery completely. The supervisor then steps in, reminding everyone that in the dark mines, safety is the #1 priority. Safety second, safety third. They shout in unison and immediately disperse to start their daily shift. Roman observes their cold attitude, noting that they are going out of their way to completely freeze him out. But he does not care about their attitude. Walking through the busy shafts, he ponders how these people live and work. He evaluates the miners' influence and what this place can offer his future plans. Right then, he makes a firm decision. He will uncover every hidden issue within Dmitry. Deep in the dark tunnels, sweat-drenched miners are already hard at work. The foreman urges them to pick up the pace, shouting that they are still far from reaching their daily quota. Suddenly, a pair of muscular arms hoists a heavy sack of raw ore. It is Roman Dmitry, working right alongside the common laborers. He puts in real effort, blending in seamlessly. Looking around, he notices how incredibly focused everyone is on their tasks. The division of labor is balanced, and the safety measures are decent. He wonders if this is why Dmitry's ironware is so famous. A gray-haired veteran miner wipes his brow, explaining it is not just because of skilled blacksmiths, but the premium quality of their iron ore. The pure quality of the ore is what drives up its value, while other territories lose heavy profits by importing raw materials. Waving a proud finger, he boasts that Dmitry is completely self-sufficient, allowing them to rake in massive profits. Roman listens quietly as the man goes on and on. He begins to realize there is an even deeper reason behind this wealth. Since they control both the raw ore and the forge, Dmitry's profit margins are far higher than any other noble family. This monopoly has lasted for decades. Picturing the family estate, Roman realizes the clan's true wealth is completely off the charts. They are far richer than anyone imagines. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through his thoughts from behind. He is warned that this is no place for chatting. Roman looks back to see a stern veteran miner staring him down. The man clenches his fists, telling him that if he is not here to work, he should not bother those who are. This veteran is MOCKED. He coldly commands Roman to leave, and the two men lock eyes in a tense, silent standoff. But defying MOCKED's expectations, Roman is the first to speak. He quietly apologizes and promises to get back to work. Without another word, he lifts a massive sack of iron ore onto his shoulders. MOCKED watches, completely stunned by his work ethic. A whole week passes. Roman's standard meal consists of just 2 basic loaves of bread and a warm cup of milk. He sits alone, far from the rest. Eating quietly, he reflects on how they still avoid speaking to him. Even after working alongside them, they refuse to break the ice. He looks over while continuing to chew his simple meal. It seems to be their silent way of marking territory. Suddenly, someone approaches and stops right in front of Roman. It is MOCKED. Sitting down, he calmly asks Roman if he can ask him a serious question. He admits he has been watching Roman all week. Looking up, he asks why the young master is even working here. Rodwell, the second young master and the most successful heir of Dmitry, had never set foot in the mines once. Yet here is the eldest son putting on a show and pretending to train after all this time. MOCKED initially assumed Roman looked down on their hard labor, but his thoughts have started to change. He kept a very close eye on Roman, only to find the young master is incredibly diligent. In fact, Roman works harder than any of them, easily meeting his heavy quota every single day. Other miners also shared rumors, whispering that the Lord never actually ordered Roman to come work in the iron mines. As the other miners gossiped back and forth about this unexpected truth, MOCKED could not hide his growing surprise. So did he really come here completely voluntarily? MOCKED looks dead serious, while Roman just offers a calm smile. Roman simply asks if MOCKED wants the ideal answer or the highly realistic one, leaving the veteran staring back intrigued. MOCKED asks to hear both. Roman lets out a soft chuckle and decides to share the ideal answer first. He explains that since the people of Dmitry make their living here, he wants to experience their daily life firsthand. He prefers real experience over reading numbers on a document. MOCKED is stunned, asking if he truly needs to go that far. Is that so? Roman fires back with a cold nod. As long as his name is Dmitry, he must take action. MOCKED is quietly blown away. That is the perfect ideal answer any commoner would want to hear from their ruler. It is the ultimate noble image. But right after, Roman immediately follows it up with a complete earth-shattering bombshell. He flatly admits he is not the actual master of Dmitry. The vast fortune actually belongs entirely to his father. His expression tightens. He came to the mines to find a way to contribute, earning his rightful share of the family wealth. Hearing this, MOCKED chuckles before bursting into loud, roaring laughter. So that is his real motive for demanding his inheritance. Demanding a share of his father's wealth. He never expected that. Roman freezes slightly, watching the old man's massive grin. MOCKED continues laughing, admitting he assumed the young master only came here to greedily fight for the family succession. But building a solid foundation in the dirty iron mines instead of the forge proves he knows what truly matters. He understands the extreme importance of mining. Grinning with absolute respect, MOCKED promises to answer every single question Roman has. The veteran miner honestly answers the incredibly long barrage of questions. This yields some highly surprising details about the land. It turns out Dmitry's iron mine is the largest in the kingdom, stretching all the way to the barren frontier. This massive territory borders the endless wasteland. If they can develop it, the Dmitry family wealth will skyrocket beyond measure. MOCKED strokes his chin, pointing out a major flaw. Despite Dmitry's vast wealth, the mine's actual output is pretty poor. As scenes of struggling miners flash by, MOCKED explains that the mining speed has severely plummeted due to dangerous working conditions. Slower digging means lower yields. Of course, the Lord of Dmitry provides safety support, but the job is still highly lethal. The old miner points out a harsh reality. The northwestern mountains suffer constant earthquakes, which no human can stop. Before he can even finish his sentence, disaster strikes. A massive tremor violently shakes the entire cavern, terrifying the miners. Panic instantly erupts as a violent earthquake rocks the mine. Everyone, including Roman and MOCKED, is caught in the chaos. MOCKED bolts toward the deafening crash. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoes through the dust, calling out his name. The terrified miner yells out the nightmare scenario. Shaft number 8 has completely collapsed, leaving a worker trapped underneath all the rubble. The miners stare in horror at the devastating cave-in. Panic spreads fast, with everyone absolutely terrified of a deadlier secondary collapse. Amidst the absolute terrifying chaos, a powerful commanding voice cuts through. It is Roman, standing completely calm while all the others panic. He declares that he is going in. Hearing this, Morkan turns pale and screams that it is far too dangerous. He is the eldest young master of the Dmitry family. Even as a skilled Aura Knight, entering a collapsing mine is sheer suicide. Roman turns to him with cold, dark eyes. He firmly asserts that waiting means it will be far too late. His voice carries immense weight. Those who carry the Dmitry name must fulfill their duties and protect their people. Standing resolutely before the dark, crumbling pit, Roman calmly tells them to prepare bandages because he is definitely coming back. He leaps straight down into the dangerous, crumbling cavern. After a tense moment, a dirt-stained hand suddenly grabs the edge of the dark pit. Everyone watches in absolute shock as Roman slowly climbs out of the dark rubble, carrying the wounded worker on his back. The miners erupt into wild cheers for their brave young master. Roman ignores the praise, shouting for a leg splint immediately. He immediately starts treating the man's fractured leg. The entire crowd falls silent, watching him carefully bandage the painful wound. Morkan watches, deeply impressed by his skill. First aid is incredibly difficult, yet this noble young master executes every step with absolute ease. Roman instructs the group to carry the injured man to a proper doctor, promising to cover all medical expenses out of his own pocket. The miners quickly carry their injured comrade away. Roman watches them go, his expression turning incredibly deep, quiet, and solemn. He addresses the remaining crowd, telling them to accept that accidents are simply an unfortunate, harsh reality of their lives. Hands clasped behind his back, he grimly notes that no amount of preparation can completely stop sudden, violent natural disasters, but he vows there is always a way. As a Dmitry, he promises to personally resolve the dangers they face. His eyes burn with determination. He assures them that a real fix is coming and it won't take long. The next day, Baron Romero summons Roman to his room, immediately asking with deep worry if he was hurt. Roman simply shakes his head to dismiss it. This calm, completely nonchalant attitude only makes the old Baron explode with fury. He demands to know what the boy was thinking. Even as an Aura swordsman, a collapsing mountain is too dangerous. No single warrior can survive a natural disaster alone. Romero sighs in relief, then violently slams his fist on the desk. He cannot contain his boiling anger, shouting that Roman's reckless bravery almost cost him his eldest, most precious son. Romero clarifies he is not just speaking as the Lord of Dmitry, but as a deeply terrified father who loves his child. Thick killing intent filled the room. The Baron spoke in a low, deadly voice. If anyone else had thrown their lives away like that, they would never be forgiven, risking their lives just to save one person. Yet seeing his father rage, Roman remained stubborn, claiming he only did what he absolutely had to do. His father roared in anger, but Roman simply looked back with calm eyes. Even if time wound back, he would not change his mind. There was an accident at the iron mine, and as a proud member of the Dmitry family, he felt he made the right call. Roman weighed every single word carefully. His father stared back, highly frustrated by his son's utter refusal to back down or show any regret. The Baron laid down a strict order: stop working at that iron mine. He had never even asked his son to go down there. He could not understand Roman's bizarre choice, pointing out that if Roman had chosen the blacksmith forge instead, there would have been no complaints. Roman replied in a measured tone he needed to work the mines to truly understand the Dmitry family from the very ground up. Sure, the family was famous for their blacksmithing skills, but most of the common folk in this region actually worked the mines to survive. Going down there was the only way to connect with them. Hearing this, his father felt a jolt of sheer disbelief and anger. Wanting to teach his stubborn son a quick lesson, the Baron challenged him, demanding to know exactly what he had learned down in those dark tunnels. Roman answered clearly that he saw the brutal hardships the workers had to endure. The Baron flinched, completely caught off guard by the response. Hardships? He wondered, baffled. Roman pushed on, explaining that he also realized just how deeply his father cared for the safety of his people. Even the miners respected him deeply. But the Baron shook his head, refusing to let sweet talk distract from the grim reality of the job. Mining was inherently dangerous. You never knew when an earthquake would strike or when the heavy ceiling would come crashing down on your head. He reminded Roman that the site was highly unstable, practically a disaster waiting to happen, just like the cave-in from the day before. Some disasters simply could not be avoided, no matter how much preparation went into securing the tunnels beforehand. But Roman had a solution ready. They could shield the mines using powerful magic artifacts. The Baron quieted down, considering the proposal. Magic shields would definitely keep the workers safe, but did Roman have any idea how insanely expensive those high-tier artifacts actually were? Fortifying an entire mine entrance with barrier magic would cost a fortune. Roman was well aware of the astronomical price, but he did not hesitate. He knew the cost, yet he still suggested it. Besides, standard physical barriers were never fully reliable in a major collapse anyway. The Baron frowned, wondering why Roman would push for something so ridiculously expensive if he already understood the massive financial drawback. Wait, is Roman seriously suggesting they just burn their funds? Watch how he completely flips the script. Installing artifacts would skyrocket iron ore production and open up massive previously untouched areas for immediate exploration. It was a textbook opportunity cost. Roman clenched his fist, confident that the upfront investment would easily be covered by their future profits. If they brought in more gold than ever before, the price was worth paying. They could also assign a dedicated safety crew. They would minimize risk on site and easily fund the crew with the surplus profits. Hearing his son lay this all out, Dmitry felt a deep surge of pride. His son had clearly thought of everything, mapping out the entire business model from scratch. The Baron smiled, asking how much investment was needed while jokingly warning him that this plan better actually deliver results. In Roman's past life, information was everything. Two legendary networks dominated the shadows: the Beggar Alliance of Jibang and the elusive Hammon. Jibang gathered secrets through common beggars listening on the streets, while Hammon relied on the most marginalized outcasts of society. They kept their ears to the ground at all times. Roman closed his eyes, realizing why choosing the mines over the forge was key. It gave him direct access to the entire flow of information across the Northeast. With his father's funding, he was ready to build. He would establish his own intelligence network right here in this world. But this was only step one of a much grander plan. Sitting back in his study, Roman mapped out his next moves. An information guild like this could not remain confined to just one region. Once secrets started pouring in from across the entire continent, he would need someone highly capable to filter and organize the chaos. Field agents were great for gathering rumors, but analyzing them professionally required a completely different, highly sophisticated set of skills. He needed someone from the upper ranks of the Dmitry family. And trust me, the candidate he chose will shock everyone. Meanwhile, out on the training grounds, the soldiers received some shocking news. Vice Captain Chris stood tall before the ranks. He announced that from now on he would be teaching them advanced mana techniques and swordsmanship, a personal gift from Lord Roman. He ordered them to train with every ounce of their souls. The soldiers stood frozen in complete and utter disbelief. It seemed completely unreal. A structured mana-breathing technique was a family's closely guarded secret, not something you just handed out. Unless this was some cheap fake manual, they were looking at a priceless treasure of unimaginable value. Lucas watched in silence. With a heavy, wistful look, Lucas knew most nobles would never even share their custom mana techniques with their own flesh and blood. Yet Roman was sharing it with mere recruits. He half expected it to be a cruel joke, but the legendary training was officially beginning. Think about it. No matter how loyal they are to Lord Roman, he wouldn't just give away such a priceless treasure. Chris announces with absolute authority that the cultivation technique is called Asura, named after a terrifying phantom of a distant battlefield. Lucas is completely stunned, unable to believe what is happening. This is insane. He can actually feel the mana. Only a few days have passed, yet he already feels like his physical senses have become incredibly sharp. He can even sense the gentlest breeze passing by. This is the Asura sword technique, created from 108 different ways of fighting, a perfect style to unleash their physical willpower. Chris cannot help but wonder what kind of person Roman really is. To wield such pure blue mana, what sort of monster did Roman become? If anyone else knew these legendary techniques existed, they would keep them a strict secret even from their own family, let alone share them so freely with mere soldiers. Lucas happily practices his new moves. In the past, he spent his entire fortune just trying to learn mana, living in constant anxiety, just to get a taste of this power. Now he approaches his master fully resolved to serve him until his very last breath. He apologizes but begs to remain right by Roman's side. Roman stares directly at Lucas, calmly assessing the veteran. This is a highly experienced former mercenary with a massive network of contacts, great adaptability, and a deep understanding of life's hardships. He is the perfect fit to lead the new information guild. Yet Lucas looks utterly devastated as he voices his deep disappointment. If he has to run the Hammon Guild, he will no longer be able to stay by his master's side, he says, with total devotion. During the war with Barco, he literally wagered his life for Roman. He begs his lord not to push him away like this. Roman hears this and feels highly satisfied as everything is playing out exactly as he planned. What a spectacular performance, Roman thinks. He silently praises Lucas, then asks why Lucas thinks he was taught the Asura cultivation and Asura sword techniques in the first place. Lucas is caught completely off guard, admitting he has no idea. Roman speaks in a warm yet highly commanding tone. He explains that those techniques were a reward for his loyalty, then asks if Lucas really believes he is a generous savior. Does he think Dmitry is the kind of man who begs his soldiers for loyalty? Lucas slowly begins to understand the intent. He asks what this means, and Roman explains that he never expected absolute blind loyalty right from the very start. This was simply a fair and necessary price paid for Lucas, risking his life on the bloody battlefield under his command. Now think about it, if those legendary techniques are for ordinary soldiers, what do you think he would give to his inner circle? Lucas realizes there must be something even greater than the Asura cultivation. Although he cannot even fathom what it could be, he knows that if he pledges absolute loyalty to this master, he will eventually receive that ultimate reward. He vows to build the greatest information guild on the continent. Roman looks at him with quiet satisfaction. Lucas is sharp and highly intelligent, making him the perfect leader for the Halmian Guild. Meanwhile, over at the iron mine, the miners are working tirelessly. As soon as they spot Roman arriving, they erupt in cheers to welcome their beloved lord. Overjoyed, they crowd around him to express their deepest gratitude. They thank him from the bottom of their hearts for his care. They thank him for drastically improving their safety conditions in the mines. One elderly man is so moved that he breaks down. He weeps, saying that Roman saved his only son's life. The old man drops to his knees right at Roman's feet. He offers his very life to his lord in gratitude. Roman smiles warmly, his eyes filled with immense satisfaction and appreciation. He thanks the man, looking forward to their future together. From that day on, the people's love shifts entirely from the Dmitry family to Roman, which somehow leaves Baron Romero deeply irritated. A month has already passed since the clash with Barco. During a regular Dmitry family meeting, an officer reports that the Barco family has completely collapsed in the northeast region. No opposing forces can challenge Dmitry now, and former Barco allies are already scrambling to pledge their loyalty to them. The officer looks directly at Baron Romero. As ordered, they have outright refused to negotiate with those former enemies. Those who stood with Barco and caused tension are now left out in the cold. Looking down at the reports, he asks how they should proceed. Baron Romero makes it clear that showing mercy to those who severely harm them is foolish arrogance. He firmly declares there will be absolutely no negotiations, and they will make sure everyone knows the cost of defying them. That is the price of opposing the Dmitry family. Next, Captain Jonathan steps up to report on the battlefield variables. The conflict with Barco showed how dangerous foreign intervention can be, even with outside forces like Homerus and Fren. Captain Jonathan explains that to prepare for these unpredictable threats, they must expand their military force and buy magic weapons. Roman's father sits in deep thought, agreeing that nothing keeps a territory safer than a massive and well-equipped army. The officials continue their discussion, noting that thanks to young Master Roman, their military prestige has reached an all-time high. We still have plenty of funds, he says, pointing at the records, despite spending a good amount installing artifacts in the mine shafts. Thanks to this, iron ore production jumped by 30% in no time. He turns to the person next to him, confident that if things keep going like this, a 100% increase is just around the corner. But Romero Dmitry remains skeptical. What about the artifact costs, he asks. Another member quickly replies that the profit margin covers it. Romero starts processing all of this. Roman was absolutely right to work in the mines, quickly spotting the core issue and solving it perfectly. Looking at the smiling faces around the room, Romero's mind continues to race. People's opinions of Roman have constantly shifted, but this recent event has finally sealed their high regard for him. The Dmitry family's Knight Captain Jonathan snaps Romero out of his thoughts, asking what is on his mind. Is it about the succession? Romero lowers his gaze. Here it comes. Jonathan speaks up, reminding him that 3 years ago Romero chose young Master Rodwell as the heir, because Roman's old trashy behavior made him completely unfit for such a crucial role. The chatter spills outside, but things have completely changed. Right now, Roman has proven his worth. Through his abilities, the war with Barco securing the iron mines, and his exceptional swordsmanship, the council murmurs in agreement. Roman's recent actions truly showcase the qualities of a great ruler, they say. Everyone nods along, completely agreeing with the sentiment. Seeing the consensus, Jonathan voices his opinion, noting that since no official announcement has been made yet, a fair competition is only natural. This sudden rivalry between Roman and Rodwell sends shockwaves through the quiet Dmitry family. Romero repeats his two sons' names in his head, carefully weighing Roman against Rodwell. Although Roman has proven himself in a short time, but Rodwell has been carrying the heavy burden and responsibility of being the heir since early childhood. With a deep sigh, Romero wonders if forcing them to compete after all this time is really the right choice. In the end, Romero decides to observe the situation for now, his hand gripping the edge of the table tightly. The weight of the meeting lingers around him. The succession requires the backing of several key figures, including the vassals, the chief of the iron mine, and finally the master blacksmith Hendrik. Romero leans back and closes his eyes. Only with the consent of those three can a competition be officially permitted. He opens his eyes and commands them to summon hands. Roman's loyal servant enters, looking a bit confused, stating he doesn't understand the master's request. With a stern face, Romero asks, again wanting to know if Roman is truly fit to be the heir of the Dmitry family. Hans looks startled but quickly turns serious, replying that if asked 3 months ago he would have said no, but the young master today is completely different. His eyes shine with conviction as he adds that from everything he has witnessed, Roman is now the perfect fit for the position. Romero asks for an explanation, and Hans immediately shares his reasoning, explaining how Roman chose to work in the mines just to understand the common folks, lowering himself to truly feel what they go through. Remembering Roman holding a pickaxe alongside the miners and facing the harsh reality of Dmitry firsthand, Hans says with absolute certainty that the young master is now someone who deeply cares about the duties of the Dmitry name. Hearing this, Romero nods, dismissing Hans. He then instructs his attendants outside to summon the iron mine chief, wishing to ask him about the recent mine collapse. The mine chief Jacob enters with another man. Romero looks up with curiosity, wondering who is standing behind Jacob. The chief explains that since the Lord wanted to hear about the incident, he brought an eyewitness from the scene, giving the nervous laborer standing behind him a gentle nudge forward. The man nervously shouts his name, introducing himself as MOCKED from the iron mine. Romero finds the name familiar and tells him to explain the details. The veteran miner begins recalling the whole story, explaining how it happened during Roman's first week of working at the mine, when a shaft collapsed and trapped a worker inside. While the crew wanted to take the safest route to prevent further cave-ins, Roman insisted that he could rescue the trapped man himself. With a slightly anxious expression, MOCKED continues his story. Roman charged straight into the dangerous zone despite everyone trying to stop him and successfully brought the worker out. MOCKED honestly admits that he didn't have a good impression of the young master at first, but now realizes how foolish he was. He recalls how during that terrifying accident, the young master stated that it was his responsibility to resolve their struggles, speaking with absolute determination as the eldest son of the Dmitry family, declaring he would go in. He recalls how Roman personally risked his life and bows deeply before Romero Dmitry to show his respect. He declares that if asked about his opinion, Roman is the only heir he will ever trust and serve with all his heart. Even after hearing from both men, Romero is still deeply conflicted. Everyone seems to agree that Roman is the perfect fit to succeed him, but he is still hesitating. In the end, the ultimate decision belongs to the blacksmith. Outside, the loud clanging of hammer on steel echoes from the workshop. A hanging sign depicting a hammer marks this workshop. Inside, an apprentice approaches the forge master to ask for instructions regarding the young master. Roman requested a massive batch of repairs, leaving them wondering what to do. The forge master simply says to take the job, shocking his apprentice. He asks again in disbelief, but Hendrik snaps back, yelling if he is deaf and ordering him to take them. The apprentice quickly obeys. Meanwhile, Hendrik continues forging. As he works on a blade, Hendrik admits to himself that he wanted to refuse, but Jacob's story about the mine changed his mind. He feels guilty for treating the young master so poorly. What a mess. Nearby, the other smiths stare at the pile of shattered armor and weapons. They wonder what kind of insane training could wreck gear like this. But sitting right in the middle of the wreckage is a stunning golden sword. Hendrik yells out in pure shock, wondering what on earth this is. He picks up the golden weapon, feeling its incredibly sharp edge. The balance is perfect, the grip is light, and the craftsmanship is a masterpiece. Hendrik is stunned, realizing this is something truly extraordinary. This weapon is a masterpiece that even the great forge of Dmitry would struggle to produce. Hendrik desperately wonders where the young master got it. The brilliant golden light dancing across the blade easily rivals a burning flame. Hendrik can instantly tell its mana conductivity is off the charts. Raw power constantly radiates from the metal. If it is this potent without any mana, an aura master would absolutely lose their mind over it. Hendrik considers himself one of the continent's finest smiths, but embedding this level of mana sensitivity is on a completely different level. He has to ask Roman about this himself. Not long after, all the weapons and gear are fully restored to pristine condition. Chris is absolutely stunned, admitting he expected this to take at least 2 weeks. Nearby, an exhausted blacksmith looks completely drained of life. The smith mutters that he thought so too, but Hendrik went completely wild and forced everyone to work through the night. The master forced everyone to pour all their focus into this single task. The vice captain turns to see Hendrik standing there looking exhausted. Having worked without a single break, the old smith yells out to Roman, demanding to know where he acquired such a masterpiece. He demands to know who forged it. Roman smiles, realizing everything is going exactly as planned. He calmly replies that he didn't get it anywhere. Hendrik is completely baffled, demanding to know what that is supposed to mean. Roman simply places a hand over his chest with a confident smile. He proudly announces that the weapon was forged by his own hands. Hendrik immediately snaps back, his voice booming like thunder in sheer disbelief. He asks if Roman expects him to believe that, reminding him that he is talking to the legendary master blacksmith of the Dmitry territory. With a stern glare, Hendrik asks if Roman is mocking him. He begins to think the rumors of the young master changing were completely false. However, Roman remains perfectly calm, assuring the blacksmith that he is telling the truth about this unique sword, which he names Salamander. Hendrik growls, angry that Roman is still playing games, but his complaint is cut short. Roman tells the master that he will show him. He promises that seeing it firsthand will make him believe. Roman confidently adds that the master blacksmith of the Dmitry family will recognize true talent, Surely Hendrik can judge fairly. The two move into an inner workshop with a private forge and Roman walks over to a heavy table. Approaching the workstation, Roman begins explaining his forging process, recalling that during the war preparations against Barco, he needed a reliable weapon. He realized he needed a blade worthy of holding his life. Because of that, he endured the intense, sweltering heat of the forge alone. He worked tirelessly, completely focused on the steel. To him, the burning forge became a sanctuary where he could hide away from everything. Hendrik listens in complete silence. Roman stands beside the forge, firelight reflecting off his face as he turns back with a meaningful look. He states that Hendrik surely understands that feeling. Extending his hand toward the open flame, Roman notes he needs to protect himself soon. Therefore, he recently started crafting a new weapon to replace Salamander. He looks intently down at the raw metal on the table. He declares that what he is about to show Hendrik is the exact process of creating that weapon. With that, he removes his shirt. Hendrik watches from behind, completely shocked. He wonders if Roman is seriously planning to work without any protective gear. He crosses his arms. He sighs, betting that the young master knows absolutely nothing about actual smithing. Still, he has no choice but to stand and watch. While Hendrik is lost in his doubts, a sharp metallic clank rings out against the table. Startled, the master smith quickly looks over. Roman immediately dives into his work. With each heavy strike of the hammer, Roman reminds himself of the differences between his two lives. The standards of metalworking between Murim and this new world are vastly different. In this land, people lack fine control over their mana. Since they cannot perfectly manipulate internal energy, they put all their effort into external physical swordsmanship and brute force. On the other hand, Murim martial artists focus heavily on the flow rate of inner ki, packing the blade with incredibly dense energy. Only weapons infused like this are considered legendary in Murim. Since he survived a lifetime of brutal war, he knows how to forge them. He has crafted many priceless weapons for his own battles. Now Roman seems completely enveloped in the blazing light of the forge. Roman is currently entering a state that Hendrik would call absolute focus. The old master screams in his heart, unable to believe his eyes. Is this truly Roman Dmitry? The flawless control over the metal, the rapid striking of the anvil, and the perfect rhythm of his hammer. His forging skills are absolutely flawless. Hendrik stands there completely awestruck. This legendary display reminds him of Lord Romero during his absolute peak, and he knows this feeling is unmistakable. As the sun sinks behind the mountains, Roman finally finishes his masterpiece, wiping sweat from his brow. Hendrik bows in respect. He admits Roman truly crafted the sword and offers an apology. Roman smirks. He is going to gift Hendrik the salamander. The sudden offer leaves Hendrik utterly stunned, his head snapping up to look at the masterpiece on the table. Roman points out that since he recently sold Hendrik's previous creation, he wants to make amends. He presents the salamander as a gift. Meanwhile, winding back 3 years, a loud shout echoes through a grand manor. Please snap out of it, Hendrik begs, completely losing his temper as he tries to save the family's future. Hendrik cannot understand why Romero would ruin their clan. Back then, if anyone asked about Roman's character, dozens would instantly describe him as a complete scoundrel. Hendrik asks if Romero really wants Roman as his heir. Is there truly no alternative? Romero sits silently with his eyes closed, calmly listening to the fierce questioning. Hendrik slams both hands on the table, demanding that they focus on the second son instead. Rodwell has trained in blacksmithing since childhood. Isn't that more than enough to prove his true worth? Romero stares anxiously at his wine glass. Though 3 years have passed and Roman has changed, he still worries. He fears Hendrik will never accept him. But Hendrik suddenly beams with a wide grin, fully supporting Roman. He declares Roman is highly qualified. Romero asks if he is serious, and Hendrik responds with absolute certainty. How could he ever lie to his lord? He recalls seeing Roman working tirelessly even when nobody was watching. His voice softens. He confesses that when Roman first asked for weapons, Hendrik gave him rusty junk out of spite. But Roman's words completely changed his perspective. Handing terrible weapons to their soldiers was no different from murder. That harsh reality check forced Hendrik to reflect. He realized Roman was truly acting in the best interest of the Dmitry family. He pictures Roman working tirelessly at the forge. Hendrik witnessed that burning passion firsthand, enduring the intense heat without a complaint. Not only that, Hendrik saw Roman pushing through the intense furnace fires, working with undeniable genius. He admits he simply cannot deny Roman's incredible talent. Hendrik places a newly crafted sword on the table. He explains that this sword was crafted entirely by Roman, and even a quick glance will prove its immense value. Romero draws the sword, his eyes widening in pure shock. He stares at the blade, finding it hard to believe. How could Roman possibly forge something of this caliber? Hendrik stands before him, his voice turning incredibly serious. As a master blacksmith, Hendrik believes they must reconsider their decision from 3 years ago. Romero then opens a drawer. Inside lies a letter from Rodwell stating that he has successfully advanced to S-class at the Royal Academy in Cairo. He is now excused from theoretical classes, allowing him to focus entirely on gaining family management experience. He promises to graduate with the highest honors to make his father proud, carving a new path for the Dmitry family. Romero sets the letter down and steps away, clasping his hands behind his back as he gazes out the window in deep thought. Both Roman and Rodwell are showing immense promise. But get this, even a genius like Rodwell cannot compare to the current Roman. Roman has become so phenomenally talented that his name echoes not just in Cairo but across the entire continent. Romero calculates that once Rodwell graduates, Roman will take charge of the defense force, officially starting the succession battle. A few days later, two figures on horseback approach the gates of Dmitry. One of them is a high-ranking priest. As they enter the Dmitry gates, Romero and his loyal servant Hans stand waiting to receive them. Romero welcomes them, first introducing himself and asking if they have come all the way from the Valhalla temple. The leader introduces himself as Jelas, a Cairo priest of Valhalla. He has heard that Roman Dmitry defeated Homer. Pulling back his hood, Jelas explains that he came to personally verify if Roman's power ranking is accurate. He adds that even for low ranks, evaluating and officially recognizing a family's strength is highly necessary. Romero smiles warmly and extends a polite invitation, explaining that Roman is currently occupied at the forge. He politely suggests that the esteemed guests rest for today and meet with Roman tomorrow morning instead. Romero suggests they take some time to look around, which Jelas gladly accepts. A guide is quickly arranged. Hans leads the two guests on a tour, proudly introducing the rich history of the Dmitry family. It is famous as the largest forge in the Cairo kingdom, known for producing incredibly high-quality metal goods. As Jelas walks around, he notices that even the interior furniture is made of metal. The guide enthusiastically boasts that even the massive gates are made of it when suddenly, a synchronized shout echoes from behind. A loud 1-2 catches Jelas's attention. Turning around, he spots a group of men marching nearby and suggests heading over to take a closer look. Hans smiles from behind, suggesting that he can observe perfectly well from right where they are. Jelas casually thanks him and watches. Nearby, two wooden swords clash, sending both fighters sliding back from the force of the collision. McBurney taunts his opponent, smugly asking how on earth he expects to develop his body when his defense is that incredibly poor. Kevin simply raises his wooden sword and slips into an offensive stance, telling his opponent to drop the useless trash talk. McBurney laughs in agreement, telling him to bring it on. Both men radiate an intense burning desire to win. This tense and highly charged confrontation leaves Jelas completely bewildered and alarmed, watching closely as the two face each other. The two warriors charge at each other, their wooden swords suddenly glowing with bright aura, leaving him stammering in absolute shock. He wonders if those rookies are actually aura swordsmen. Out of the 30 men chosen as Roman soldiers, not a single one started as an aura swordsman. Roman stood with his arms crossed, casually asking if McBurney had a natural talent for martial arts before offering him a few pointers. McBurney had just scratched his head in confusion back then, not understanding the advice. But within less than a single month, McBurney actually managed to manifest aura. From that day on, the soldiers' attitude toward training changed completely. To shatter their limits and grow stronger, they were willing to risk their lives. Back in the spar, McBurney swings his sword, telling Kevin to try blocking this as he slashes downward. Kevin blocks the heavy strike without even blinking. McBurney yells that Kevin's gaze is way too terrifying. Kevin immediately counters with a lightning-fast thrust, aiming straight at McBurney's face. McBurney curses as Kevin's eyes, burning with intensity, slips past his guard. The sudden movement leaves McBurney with absolutely no time to react. With a swift parry, Kevin easily sends McBurney stumbling back. McBurney complains, asking if he really has to take the sparring this far. Kevin's face remains cold as he tells him to get serious, and they clash once more. Suddenly, Kevin holds his wooden sword right against McBurney's neck. He coldly reminds McBurney that on a real battlefield his head would already be rolling on the ground. Jelas is left completely stunned. He can hardly believe his own eyes. Every single soldier is practicing the exact same swordsmanship, and they are doing it with incredible proficiency. It seems impossible that such high-level warriors exist in this remote territory. This feels like a miniature version of the Ban Empire. These men are clearly not ordinary soldiers, but rather elite knights secretly raised and nurtured by the Dmitry family. Watching them bicker, Jelas is plagued by doubts. Since when did the Dmitry family possess this level of military power? While Dmitry is indeed the dominant force in the northeast, this kind of power completely exceeds the capabilities of a mere provincial family. Beside him, his companion asks in equal disbelief if Dmitry is truly nothing more than a simple mining city. Jelas is completely at a loss for words, admitting that he can barely believe his own eyes either. The only thing he is certain of is that these men are elite knights of Dmitry, personally trained by Baron Romero. Hearing this, Hans chimes in to correct him, explaining that they are not knights of Dmitry and do not belong to any official military order. With a quiet chuckle, Hans reveals that they are simply the personal private soldiers of young Master Roman. Jelas freezes in disbelief. Private soldiers, he repeats in shock. He grabs Hans by the shoulders, demanding to know how aura swordsmen could possibly be mere private troops. Hiring them would cost an absolute fortune, or perhaps they are just apprentice knights. Hans calmly replies that he does not understand the confusion. He points out that if Jealous is referring to McBurney and Kevin, neither of them were aura swordsmen when they started. Kevin was just a commoner, specially recruited by the young master, while McBurney was nothing more than a simple C-rank mercenary. Their incredible growth is entirely due to the young master's personal guidance. As the heir, the young master has a brilliant eye for talent. Hans boasts that Roman is a true blessing to the family. Hearing this, Jealous stands frozen on the spot, completely dumbfounded. He wonders what kind of monster Roman Dmitry actually is. The next day, Jealous sets down his teacup, eager to finally meet the man himself. Lounging back, he wonders if Roman Dmitry is a hidden dragon waiting for his chance or a genius whose true potential has yet to be unleashed. Just then, the door swings open as a servant announces that the young master has arrived. Jealous closely evaluates Roman's calm stride, noting his confident yet humble gaze and relaxed composure, which belong only to the truly strong. This is a man deeply accustomed to standing at the top. Roman stops before him, politely introducing himself. The two sit down and Jealous immediately asks if Roman really defeated Homer in the recent martial arts tournament. Roman calmly confirms that he did. Jealous notes that the young master doesn't seem to realize the sheer magnitude of his achievement. He points out that Homer was not just ranked 49 on the list, but was also widely expected to rise much higher. Jealous explains that a 4-star expert is insanely strong and defeating them at 25 is a legendary feat. He calls Roman the greatest genius in history, but Roman just chuckles, telling him to get straight to the point. Roman suggests they skip the talk and get straight to business, urging Jealous to explain how the ranking works. Jealous stares at him, agreeing to explain. He says ranking battles are split into official and unofficial matches. In an official match, a challenger must face and defeat an opponent in a direct duel. The duel must be witnessed by an authorized observer from the Temple of Bana to record the results immediately. The ranking board updates instantly, granting the winner a verified ID, but unofficial matches work a bit differently. Defeating a ranked opponent unofficially means taking their spot, but the actual rank update takes a whole year. Until that full year passes, the challenger cannot claim the loser's benefits under any circumstances, even after winning. Roman listens closely to the examiner, who explains that unofficial victors must still pass a final strength evaluation. Only then can the challenger secure the lowest slot on the continent's top 100 ranking board. Roman gets the picture. If he can successfully prove his power, he automatically takes the 100th spot on the board. Jealous adds that the temple only trusts what they can measure themselves, sliding a glass orb toward him. To test an unofficial challenger's strength, they use a special device called the Aura Assessment Orb. The test is simple. Roman just needs to meet the baseline standards set inside the orb. Pass the test, and he is officially qualified to take his place as the lowest-ranked ranker. But unlike official matches, they stall the process since the 100th ranker always gets targeted immediately. Roman wonders why people are so desperate to get on this list if it only brings danger. Jealous replies that it is for absolute glory to have the entire continent recognize your name as a master. Roman smiles, finding it hard to believe people risk their lives just for a little bit of fame. He asks if it wouldn't be way easier to just challenge a top-tier ranker to an official duel. Jealous gets pretty annoyed silently, wondering if this newcomer thinks official ranking matches are some kind of joke. Still, he tries to stay professional, admitting that official duels are indeed the fastest way to prove yourself. But setting one up is a total nightmare because of the massive amount of red tape involved. Plus, the Northeast region has 0 ranked fighters, making it impossible to find a local opponent. Roman acts a bit embarrassed, but Jealous brushes it off and tells him not to worry. They get ready to start the test. The orb's color shifts based on Roman's mana output. 1 star shines red, 2 is orange, 3 is yellow, and 4 stars or higher glows green. Since Roman defeated a 4-star aura swordsman, he needs to hit at least yellow to pass. Roman nods and rests his hand on the glass sphere, quietly analyzing this magic system. Unlike Murim, this world relies entirely on mana, using tools to measure a warrior's power. He wonders if these swordsmen are like Murim wizards or actual god-tier beings. Since magic cannot be underestimated, Jealous tells Roman to begin, and Roman feels his excitement build. The laws of power here are completely different, and he wants to see what happens next. Roman smirks with absolute confidence, deciding there is only one way to find out as he channels his mana. Suddenly, a massive surge of purple aura erupts from the orb, expanding rapidly right in front of Jealous's eyes. The examiner gasps in sheer terror, shouting out in disbelief as a blinding violet light explodes from the device. Within just a few seconds, the glowing orb rapidly flashes orange, leaving Jealous standing there completely speechless. This process usually takes 5 full minutes, but the orb is already changing colors again. Now it shines yellow. Jealous is baffled. Even 4-star masters cannot force a reaction this quickly. Roman smirks at the dizzying display, realizing this world's simple measuring methods are far too basic for him. He decides to push the limits, switching his technique to use the raw power of his Mora martial arts. Instantly, the glass orb flashes a blinding green as it struggles to contain the massive overload. With a sharp crack, the glass sphere fractures and immediately goes dark, leaving Jalas staring in utter disbelief. The legendary testing orb is completely shattered, a rare artifact created by the continent's most brilliant minds. It's an incredibly durable tool built to handle pure mana from a 6-star swordsman, and the highest color it can show is green. Even if the energy goes way past its absolute limit, the Din Quang orb is supposed to keep working without a single glitch. Smoothly. Roman asks if it's broken. Jalas is left utterly speechless. No way. This cannot be happening. He scrambles for a quick excuse, telling Roman that since this has never happened before, he cannot give a clear answer just yet. But secretly, he knows the Din Quang orb definitely flashed green right before it shattered. Staring at the now black sphere, he is completely lost. Roman Dmitry is supposed to be a 4-star swordsman, but remembering the exact moment Roman touched the orb, making him look like a straight-up demon, Jalas begins to realize something. This guy isn't some fledgling dragon trying to fly. He is an absolute monster that is already fully grown. It is hard to believe the Dmitry family is hiding such a terrifying beast. Suddenly, a mind-blowing realization hits him. The rise of a ranker with 6-star potential right here in the Cairo Kingdom, meaning the entire Salamander continent is about to be turned upside down by Roman Dmitry. Jalas slowly adjusts his glasses, muttering that unfortunately, since this is a first, he cannot make any reckless judgments. He carefully packs away the broken orb, promising to send the official results soon. Holding the box, he remains deeply puzzled. He still needs to find out why. The Empire built the Valhalla Temple in Cairo. Jalas whispers an apology. He turns around and walks away with a new goal. Turning around to leave, he adds a brand new mission to his mental list. He definitely needs to dig deeper into Roman Dmitry. Back in his own private room, Jalas sits before a desk completely buried in paperwork, wondering what on earth is wrong with Roman. The guy is totally different now that he has passed 25. Can someone really change that much? Jalas clutches a piece of paper, analyzing the facts. Subduing the Blood Fangs and crushing the Barco family, Roman handled all his business flawlessly. This is a man with nerves of steel, willing to risk everything to bring his own grand ambitions to life. Frowning, Jalas feels a genuine chill. What makes Roman truly terrifying is not just his monstrous power, but the brilliant mind he uses to wield it. Holding the official report, Jalas reviews his notes once more before sending them off. The Din Quang orb was completely normal. The only logical explanation for its shattering is that the sheer power simply exceeded its limit. Since green only shows up under normal testing, the truth is clear. Jalas pushes back his chair and stands up instantly. Realizing he must report this immediately, he steps before a pillar of light and begins chanting, identifying himself as Jalas from the Cairo branch. He requests to elevate Roman Dmitry's status to a recruitment target. Now regarding the Valhalla Empire, they are not just savagely obsessed with war, but also clever enough to know that a dominant empire must be incredibly cunning to maintain its status. They also know how to utilize national media rankings to assess and track the potential of rising stars from foreign lands. After all, every single gifted warrior secretly dreams of rising through those exact ranks to claim an esteemed position. Though they are rare, Valhalla always tracks them down. Suddenly, a cloaked hooded priest manifests inside the glowing pillar. The figure slowly speaks, noting that this candidate must be highly promising. He orders Roman Dmitry's assessment to be raised to an A rank, demanding they find a way to recruit him. He delivers this command in a chillingly hollow, lifeless voice. He reminds Jalas that confidence is key when securing foreign talents. He must act completely natural while gently nudging him toward the Valhalla Empire. Placing a hand over his heart, Jalas bows respectfully and promises to tell Dmitry that the orb simply broke. This way, Roman will be classified as a 3-star swordsman instead of 4. The mission will succeed once he is placed securely inside the official top 100. However, Roman entering the rankings is bound to cause a massive uproar in Cairo. Sure enough, by the very next day, Jalas's announcement completely turns the established order of the Cairo Kingdom upside down. Behold, the birth of the youngest ranker. In the beautiful capital, a shocking piece of news has just shattered the status quo. An influential noble gasps in utter disbelief upon hearing the update, demanding to know if this is actually true. His loyal servant confirms that Jalas of the Valhalla Temple visited Dmitry and officially certified Roman as a 3-star swordsman. Furthermore, the rumors about Roman defeating Homer seem entirely real. Marcus Marquet listens intently to the report, looking deep in thought. Still, the public keeps claiming Homer only lost because he was caught off guard, unable to tap into his 4-star aura. The Marquis asks how old Roman is, and upon hearing he is 25, Marquet praises his extraordinary feat. Reaching 3 stars at 25 means a monumental talent has emerged on the outskirts. he suddenly asks about the reactions from the other rival forces. The assistant quickly briefs him on the situation, noting that major players are already making their moves, particularly the Kronos and Valhalla empires. Angered, MOCKED demands to know how those greedy empires dare to contact Roman before them, especially since he rose within Cairo itself and not their lands. The race to claim him is officially on. Cairo is divided into 4 factions. The royal faction backs the king while the nobles rally around Marcus Benedict. There is also the Kronos faction and the Valhalla faction, both manipulated from the outside. Such is the fragile state of Cairo. He quickly fires off a command, send someone immediately to bring Roman Dmitry to their side before the other factions make their move. Marcus Benedict rubs his chin, emphasizing that they must keep Roman out of the royal faction's grasp at all costs. Meanwhile, at Cairo's western border, the city gates stand completely abandoned. Cairo shares its western border with the Kronos Empire, while the south borders the Hector Kingdom, one of the continent's 2 mighty superpowers. Under Emperor Alexander, they have pressured Cairo to submit as a vassal state while launching relentless border attacks for years. Every single day, more Cairo soldiers fall on the brutal front lines. Adding to the misery, citizens are turning traitor, submitting to Kronos, and pressuring the nation to surrender from within. Looking at the piles of rotting corpses, a frustrated soldier curses under his breath at the royal family. "Those royal bastards," he mutters, "it is unbelievable they cannot even hold funerals for the men who died for this country." A comrade asks with deep concern if Rodwell is doing okay. He simply stays quiet for a moment. He mutters that he is used to it by now, unlike his first time here. The other soldier sighs in disgust. He never imagined the front lines would be this grotesque, making him want to throw away his academy diploma and go home. They walk over to the grim pile of bodies, ignite a torch, and toss it onto the heap. The flame consumes the fallen who never got their proper send-off. Rodwell knows this is the grim reality of a weak nation. The Western Front never sees a day of peace, with ravenous enemies constantly eyeing Cairo from all sides. His companion casually asks if he heard the news his brother Roman just became an official ranker. Rodwell frowns. Clenching his fist, he wonders if his brother really attained 3 stars. The Roman, he knows, could never do that. Rodwell dismisses it coldly as a mere rumor. He has no idea why his family would fabricate such lies. Forget about him being a ranker, the guy is useless and can barely look after himself. Watching the crackling fire, he mutters that the truth will eventually come to light. Meanwhile, back at the Dmitry estate, a loyal servant announces a visitor. Intrigued, Roman orders everyone else to leave the room immediately. Inside the parlor, Viscount Beck sits across from Roman, putting on a friendly face to get straight to the point. He claims to serve the king wearing a fake smile, as he offers Roman a direct appointment to the royal court. It seems the royal faction is finally making its move on Roman, the hidden dragon of the border. With Cairo's 4 factions colliding, Roman quietly smiles, looking forward to the political theater about to unfold. Becoming a royal knight is the highest honor a warrior can achieve, allowing them to serve the king directly. Viscount Beck explains that direct nominations are extremely rare, usually requiring candidates to survive a grueling trials process. An ordinary knight would have to undergo harsh screening before ever earning the privilege to serve the crown. But Roman is a special case. If he travels to the capital and swears loyalty, he bypasses everything. He would join the ranks instantly. Hearing this lazy proposal, Roman cuts him off with a cool question. Is that all? Beck frowns, asking if he is refusing the offer. Roman scoffs. Is it not obvious? As the eldest son of the Dmitry family, he lacks nothing, so why should he become a royal knight? Desperate, the envoy quickly lists off lavish benefits, promising a private estate and a higher noble title for his family. But Roman remains unimpressed, asking if a simple mansion is really the best the royal family can offer. Surprised by his audacity, Beck slams the table, warning Roman that he is making a massive mistake. He explains that the king values Roman's future potential far more than his current power, which is why he was chosen. A title, a prestigious position, and a grand mansion in the capital, these are immense rewards. But Roman locks eyes with him, slowly stating that it is the envoy who is delusional here, not him. Beck is utterly confused, but Roman calmly explains that 5 days ago an envoy from Count Gregory approached him. In exchange for his loyalty, they offered a massive estate in the capital, vast lands, and endless gold. They even offered him entry into their family line through a political marriage, aiming to bind him to them. Beck curses inwardly, realizing the pro-Kronos faction beat them to the punch. But Roman is not done yet. 3 days ago, Count Denver's family offered patronage, and just last night, Marquis Benedict's envoy made an offer, an even stranger condition. They offered him 3 times more than the other families did. Plus, starting next month, he would rule his own clan. Hearing that, the envoy felt his entire world collapse. It was truly over. He clenched his fist tight against his knees, filled with deep regret. He blamed himself for arriving too late. Yet Beck still tried desperately to convince Roman. There was simply no way he would refuse their offer. He urged Roman to join them. After all, the other nobles were just traitors trying to devour the kingdom. Thanks to the captain of the Royal Knights, Cairo's strongest swordsman, the rebellion was stopped. Seeing Roman stay silent, the envoy quickly pushed further. They had everything under control. Still, governing the nation was difficult for the royal family since their eyes and ears were extremely limited. With limited influence, the envoy grew increasingly anxious. He pleaded, explaining that Cairo was a small nation with many internal struggles. Even their previous offers faced heavy backlash from the nobles, so the only thing he could guarantee was a royal knight position. He begged Roman to reconsider and asked if he would be willing to dedicate his formidable strength to the king. Roman smiled to himself. A single kingdom divided among 4 major factions was a chaotic situation he was already very familiar with. After all, he was once the 12th son of the Heavenly Demon. Relaxing with crossed arms, he noted that the 3 previous offers had failed to move him. He had absolutely no intention of accepting any of them. Hearing those cold words, the envoy felt his heart sink. But Roman clarified he was not rejecting them completely, just yet giving the envoy a desperate glimmer of hope. Roman then stood up to dismiss him. Baek hurriedly bowed, saying he understood. He promised to wait for the day Roman would finally dedicate his loyalty to the crown. 4 different factions, 4 distinct offers. Yet Roman had no intention of pledging his loyalty to any of them. Since they would eventually become his enemies, he decided to buy some time by letting all 4 factions wait on his decision. One quiet morning, on the training grounds, the rhythmic sound of wooden swords echoed. Roman paused his intense practice to rest when a polite voice suddenly called out. It was a servant who bowed deeply, claiming he came from the intelligence department of Valhalla. Roman looked at him with a slight frown. The man was wearing a Dmitry uniform despite serving Valhalla. Sensing something was off, Roman gave him a sharp, menacing glare. He demanded to know if his previous message sent through the Denver family had not been clear enough. Marin instantly shivered under his gaze. The spy quickly apologized for his insolent approach, bowing low to show respect as he tried to calm the young master. He explained that too many watchful eyes had prevented him from acting openly before, but now they could finally speak freely. He presented a proposal as the sincere wish of the Valhalla Empire, which had become completely captivated by Roman's immense potential. The disguised servant tried his best to persuade Roman, admitting that his background and leaving the wealthy Dmitry family would be difficult. To make it worth his while, they were offering him an official title of nobility along with a rich metal mine. They would even grant him fertile territories to help secure his standing as a powerful and influential figure within his own clan. Roman found the generous offer rather interesting. But Marin quickly emphasized that for any true swordsman, the ultimate prize was always power. Valhalla possessed sacred martial secrets, and that was exactly what he was promising to give Roman in exchange for his loyalty. This caught Roman's attention. Valhalla was famous for its ancient breathing methods, martial arts, and ancestral records kept deep in their archives. They stored these sacred texts in their grand library containing specialized breathing techniques and deep meditation methods of the ancient warriors. These profound techniques focus on mental discipline and energy control, closely resembling the traditional martial arts of his former world. All these records were classified by tier, with almost every high-level manual readily accessible to those who joined their empire. Marin smiled confidently, declaring that Valhalla would soon rule the entire continent. Siding with them meant joining the winning team. Wealth, glory, and absolute power would be within his grasp. He narrowed his eyes, urging Roman to join their glorious future. Roman had to admit the spy was an incredibly skilled negotiator who knew exactly how to manipulate human desire. Any sane, ambitious man would have jumped at this deal immediately. But Roman simply went against the grain and calmly declined. Marin was stunned by the sudden rejection, asking if he was serious. Roman calmly explained that his refusal had nothing to do with their offer. He did not decline because of loyalty to Cairo, nor was the offer poor. Confused, Marin asked for the real reason. Roman pointed out that he had already received far too many generous proposals from various factions across Cairo. With 4 powerful factions, the royal family, Marquis Benedict, Count Gregory, and Count Denver, vying for his allegiance, things were complicated. Pledging his loyalty to a single faction was a dangerous game. He needed to carefully calculate his next moves. Standing at a major crossroads, it was no longer about the bribes. He wanted to see who was truly worthy of his allegiance. Marin was left utterly speechless by his answer. Roman knew that the best way to skyrocket his value was to remain neutral. By keeping his distance, he made himself seem incredibly principled. Yielding to any side would now look like a hard-fought victory. If these hungry factions wanted his strength, they would have to work much harder to earn it, making everyone believe that once he pledges his loyalty, he will dedicate everything to them. McKean is genuinely moved by that display, completely unaware that it is just a calculated act. He has no way of knowing Roman's deep schemes. Hearing this, he smiles brightly and notes that while he does not know how long it will take Roman to realize Valhalla's value, they cannot wait too long. McKean seriously warns him not to realize it too late, asking him to give his answer to their offer then. Roman quickly nods in understanding. McKean turns to walk away, but suddenly remembers something and turns back to speak to him. He promises a gift as a symbol of their future partnership. Then he issues a warning to be extremely careful. The southern defensive shield is like a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any moment. Meanwhile, at the Dmitry estate, the Baron and his wife along with Hans say goodbye to Roman. Romero sighs that he is finally leaving, but his son confidently promises a safe return. With that, Roman decisively turns and departs. Romero sighs with deep worry, but Rihanna gently holds her husband's hand to comfort him. She tells him not to worry since it is not the northern border they share with the dangerous Kronos Empire. Smiling softly, she notes he is deployed to the safe south. Romero frowns, murmuring that he knows their son will return safely. Watching Roman walk away, the father sighs, admitting that parents can never truly stop worrying. Ready for action, Roman calls out to his loyal soldiers. When he tells them it is time to move, their voices echo in a thunderous reply. They have no idea what his arrival will bring. The southern border is about to face massive changes because of him. Soon, at their final stop before reaching the border, Roman orders his men to rest for the night and prepare to march at dawn. In perfect unison, the soldiers shout their agreement. As they busy themselves carrying their gear into the roadside inn, the men are absolutely thrilled. Their young master actually rented rooms for them. They whisper that other arrogant nobles make their troops sleep out in the cold. Roman is truly a master like no other. Inside his room, Roman is resting when an unusual noise catches his attention, and trust me, he hates being disturbed. A loud, arrogant voice demands to know who they are, and if they have any idea who they are dealing with. It turns out to be a bloated, arrogant noble named Henry Anbeck bragging about his lineage. Meanwhile, Roman reads an old letter. The message acknowledges his upcoming military deployment and praises his immense contributions to the safety and prosperity of the kingdom. But the sender refuses to let a potential ally suffer or face physical harm in such a barren, harsh environment. They pulled strings behind the scenes to ensure Roman was assigned to the safe southern front. He must remember this favor. The powerful Benedict family is always waiting for him. Folding the letter, Roman sinks deep into thought about their hidden motives. The influential Marquis leading the noble faction has been constantly showing goodwill, desperate not to lose a talent like him. After all, Roman is the only one strong enough to counter the royal knights. But as he considers the southern front, he knows it is far from safe. The intel from Valhalla warned that the southern border is a ticking time bomb. He will surely uncover the truth once he finally arrives there. Suddenly, another loud shout disrupts his thoughts from downstairs. The loud, chubby noble proudly boasts that he is Henry Anbeck. Chris watches him with a look of pure annoyance. Henry demands the entire inn for himself, asking how a lowly commoner dares to stand in the way of nobility. Hearing the commotion, Roman approaches and calmly asks what is going on. Chris quickly steps up to explain the situation. The arrogant man is demanding they leave because he wants the inn, completely ignoring the fact that they booked it first. Roman recalls the pathetic state of the Anbeck family and silently scoffs at how they still cling to their long-lost glory. Today, they are not even considered a prominent household anymore, but Roman does not care about their fallen status. It changes nothing. Roman calmly asks why they should be the ones to leave, catching the arrogant noble off guard. Henry demands to know if Roman is their master, and when Roman confirms it, the noble tells him to show some common sense. He continues to boast, warning Roman that causing him trouble will only bring incredibly bad consequences for a nobody. After all, they are both heading to the southern training camp. Henry smirks, thinking his status gives him absolute authority. He arrogantly gives Roman 10 minutes to pack up his trash and get lost. Roman calmly observes this pathetic display. He realizes this is simply how people treat members of a seemingly small noble family like the Dmitry household. Coldly, Roman replies that he has no intention of leaving, slowly resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. In situations like this, there is a much simpler way to resolve things. Pointing his blade, Roman commands him to draw. His eyes flash with a terrifying light as he challenges the noble to a duel, promising to leave if Henry wins. Henry is absolutely furious at the insolence, but the guard beside him suddenly pales as he recognizes Roman's face. The terrified soldier quickly holds his master back, frantically telling Henry to stop because the man before them is Roman Dmitry. Hearing that this guy was Dmitry, the youngest historic ranker, Henry froze in his tracks. Pure panic washed over him. That monster is Roman Dmitry, the brutal warrior who slaughtered the Barco family's eldest son right in front of his father. To think this bloodless devil is standing right here. Roman notices him freezing and asks why he suddenly stopped. Henry stands there completely paralyzed. His mind is blank and survival instincts scream that he is in deep trouble. He instantly envisions Roman towering over him with glowing murderous eyes. Henry knows damn well how this will end. If he draws his sword, he is dead. Drenched in sweat, Henry tries to play it cool and stammers out an excuse. He claims he forgot an appointment. Desperately trying to save face, he tells Roman to just consider the matter settled. Henry mutters that Roman should be grateful, claiming he only wanted to punish him for disrespecting the noble Albert family. But mid-sentence, Henry opens his eyes and nearly jumps out of his skin. Roman is standing right there, looming over him. Without saying a single word, Roman just stares. Henry screams, bolts out of the tavern, and leaves his own soldier utterly confused. Roman has no words. He silently realizes this is what the Southern Front is like. That day, 3 identical incidents happen. And get this, every single noble flees in terror hearing his name. Talk about a legendary reputation preceding you. He shares his weird day with the landlady, who laughs and explains that the peaceful Southern Front has 0 real dangers. Since Cairo enjoys a relatively friendly relationship with the Kingdom of Hector, this place is essentially a quiet vacation spot. That is exactly why spoiled noble kids flock here to fulfill their mandatory military service without ever putting their lives at risk. The training is practically a joke, and there is absolutely nothing around that would require anyone to put their neck on the line. It is the ultimate playground for rich kids to check off their military duties. But late at night, Roman studies his map. He calculates that exactly 48 days ago, a scouting unit from the Hector Kingdom crossed straight over their border. They only scanned the southern defenses before retreating, but they have already returned to check 3 more times since then. Standing under a single dim light, Roman deeply analyzes the situation, unsure if they are actively planning an outright invasion. Yet these scattered pieces of intelligence prove one thing: the Southern Front is far from a safe haven. Roman lets out a chilling, dangerous smile. The familiar metallic scent of impending war is already drifting through the air. The next morning, a booming voice echoes across the courtyard as a stern officer steps forward to address the recruits. He introduces himself as Viscount Baek Frank, the commander in charge of basic training for all Southern Front recruits. After 3 weeks of rigorous training, they will be assigned to the reserve forces to complete their mandatory military service. The lazy noble soldiers do not pay any attention, yawning and slouching as the commander warns them to forget their titles. He barks that out here, they are nothing more than ordinary soldiers doing their duty, regardless of their wealthy backgrounds. Standing quietly in the crowd, Roman listens. Frank warns that any rule breakers will be immediately sent away. He is talking about the brutal Western Front. Hearing this, Roman merely sighs in relief. That is it. He finds the threat of being sent to the Western Front incredibly basic, wondering if anyone actually fears such a joke. But looking around, Roman is surprised to see every single recruit completely frozen in sheer terror at the mere mention of it. Frank tells them to unpack their belongings in their assigned quarters, promising the training schedule will be released by tonight. As Roman heads back, an officer stops him to deliver a message, stating that the commander requests a private meeting. Upon entering, Roman is greeted with a massive oily smile from Frank, who eagerly asks if his journey was pleasant. Roman politely replies that everything was fine. Frank cordially gestures for him to sit down, clearly thrilled to have him. Frank practically beams with excitement, asking Roman if he has any idea how thrilled he was about this transfer. He praises him as Cairo's youngest historic ranker, calling him a hidden dragon whose arrival has filled him with immense joy. Roman remains completely unfazed as Frank finally gets down to business, explaining why he requested this private chat. He asks if the rumors are true that Marquis Benedict personally pulled major strings to secure Roman's southern deployment. Roman does not bother denying it, replying that while he never asked for help, the Marquis handled the arrangements. Frank's eyes gleam with greed, realizing that a powerful Marquis is investing heavily in this young warrior's future. He calculates that getting close to Roman now could be his ultimate golden ticket straight into the central government. With greed written all over his face, Frank offers a deal, admitting he wants to impress the Marquis. He notes that while the South is decent, it cannot compare to the lavish lifestyle of the high-ranking central nobles. He promises to do everything to support Roman during his service, expecting a massive favor in return down the road. And when you meet Marquis Benedict, simply tell him that Viscount Baek Frank went out of his way to make life at the Southern training camp much easier. That is all I ask. Hearing this request, Roman can only think about how shameless the man is. Still, there is absolutely no reason to refuse the benefits being handed to him on a silver platter. After finishing his talk with Viscount Baek, Roman heads back. But just as he steps outside, a voice calls out, "Found you at last." It is that annoying punk Henry from the tavern. Drenched in sweat, the guy has clearly run all over the place just to find him. "You picked a fight with the wrong person. Do you hear me?" Henry yells. "Do you even know who my maternal family is?" "It is the great Frank family," he boasts with absolute confidence. "Viscount Baek Frank of the Southern Training Camp is my uncle, so do you realize your mistake yet?" Roman is utterly speechless hearing this nonsense. He looks down at the short, bragging fool and calmly asks, "What do you expect me to do with that information?" Henry is infuriated by his completely calm reaction. "You really do not understand how screwed you are, do you?" The brat snaps in frustration. "Damn it, just wait right here." He rushes inside to see if Roman can still keep up that arrogant attitude. He screams out for his uncle. Inside, Viscount Baek is pleased to see Henry. "Why the long face, my dear nephew?" he asks. Henry immediately puts on a pathetic, tearful act. "Uncle, if my life were threatened by some lowlife from a mere baron family, what would you do?" Viscount Baek roars in sudden anger. "What? Who on earth dares to threaten my nephew?" Henry eagerly leads his furious uncle out the door. The Viscount is fuming, shouting about how he will crush anyone who dares touch his beloved nephew no matter what. Henry smirks with anticipation, waiting to see Roman get utterly obliterated. But the moment the door opens, Bale, who is rolling up his sleeves, completely freezes. Talk about a plot twist. The fist meant for Roman swings back and cracks his own nephew right in the jaw. Watching his tooth fly out, Henry is left bewildered. He suddenly remembers his childhood calling out to his uncle. Viscount Bale was always so loving, calling him his precious nephew. He recalls being carried around and always getting his way, making him love his uncle more than his own mother. But the brutal reality of that sudden punch snaps him right back, holding his bruised cheek in total shock. He weakly whimpers for his uncle, but Bale completely ignores him. The opponent is Roman Dmitry, the rising star, backed by Marquis Benedict himself. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Bale frantically tries to salvage the situation, begging Roman to forgive his foolish nephew. "I should have raised him better," Bale apologizes. "I sincerely apologize on his behalf." Fortunately, Roman is not one to sweat the small stuff. "Out of respect for you, I will let it slide," Roman says. Not wanting to waste any more time, he takes his leave. The second Roman is gone, the Viscount turns on his nephew in a quiet rage. "You complete idiot!" Roman is Marquis Benedict's favorite. "What were you thinking, picking a fight with someone like him?" Henry, now covered in dirt and tears, whines about why his uncle hit him. Seeing his pathetic state, Bale softens his tone. "When will you ever grow up? If you keep acting like a spoiled brat here, I cannot protect you." Then a sudden idea strikes the Viscount. Since Roman might have a bad impression of them, Bale formulates a plan. He decides to partner Henry up with Roman at all times. "No matter what, you must build a good relationship with him," he orders. Henry is completely baffled by his uncle's scheme, but Bale strictly warns him. "If you disobey, I am sending you straight to the brutal Western Front." Henry's face turns completely pale. Meanwhile, Roman returns to his assigned quarters, quite pleased with the luxury, a spacious private room all to himself. Viscount Bale really went all out, and honestly, who would complain about free luxury like this? Roman muses that his time at the Southern training camp might actually be quite pleasant. Elsewhere, inside one of the camp's offices, a man stares at a document on his desk, letting out a frustrated sigh. He cannot believe he is forced to organize war games for spoiled nobles. This is Instructor McBurney, the head of the camp. His mind drifts back to 3 years ago when he was a battle-hardened veteran on the Western Front. McBurney had volunteered for that brutal battlefield out of pure loyalty to the kingdom, and through countless battles over 10 years, he fought tirelessly to defend Cairo. He had started as a regular soldier before finally rising to command hundreds of men, but then a single tragic moment shattered everything. During a fierce clash on the Western Front, he lost his right arm, his dominant sword hand. In that devastating second, it was not the physical agony that truly broke him, but the crushing realization that his days as a warrior were over. To honor his immense sacrifice, the kingdom appointed him as the head instructor at the Southern training camp, forcing him to leave the battlefield. They tried to comfort him by saying he could still serve his country here. Though heartbroken, he had no choice but to accept reality. But the training system at the camp turned out to be an absolute joke. Everyone was supposed to train equally, but the lazy aristocrats were always exempted from training entirely. He had designed a strict regimen starting with 3 weeks of basic training to whip them all into shape, but none of the noble commanders even bothered to show up, rendering his entire effort completely pointless. In their eyes, this training is just a game. Watching them from afar, McBurney can only sigh, wishing they would at least pretend to care. One of those nobles boasts to the others, telling them to visit his place next time so he can show them what real pleasure feels like. He promises they will always be welcome. Meanwhile, those lazy nobles just chat and relax under the tree. McBurney cannot stand the sight and walks right past them. He feels extremely annoyed, unable to believe how comfortable they are. Just as he reaches his limit, he suddenly freezes in utter disbelief. The sight of soldiers standing in perfect formation right before his eyes shocks him. In the lazy Southern camp, they are actually lined up neatly, and they even have a commander. He is completely confused. He walks up to Roman, explaining that training here is not actually mandatory for nobles. McBurney gives a weak smile, suggesting that if Roman wants to rest, he can just sit over there and watch the others work. Roman glances over at the chatting nobles. McBurney mumbles an agreement, confirming that they indeed seem to be having a great time. Roman's expression darkens as he replies that enemies do not care about social status when they attack, and battles do not just happen on flat plains. Whether it is mountains, rivers, or lakes, a commander must complete the mission on any terrain, maintaining the stamina to keep pace with their troops. Therefore, a commander must also train. These words deeply surprise McBurney, showing him that the young noble understands the true purpose of this Southern camp. It is not just about physical conditioning, but a way to test the strength of the troops and pass down valuable combat experience. Hearing this, McBurney is filled with immense respect. This young master truly understands the deeper meaning of training. Roman speaks to him directly. He tells the instructor that there is no need for fake smiles. He is fully prepared to take on any form of training they have. Deeply moved, McBurney admits that this is his first time hearing a noble speak like this. People will risk their lives for someone who truly recognizes their worth. He originally planned to compromise and ease them into the training, but after seeing Roman's resolve, he realized that would be a mistake. Turning toward the podium with renewed determination, he promises to give his absolute best over the next 3 weeks. McBurney takes a deep breath and bellows. He loudly announces that the first week of physical training has officially begun. Right after the gates of hell swing open as Roman and his men start sprinting, McBurney takes charge of the drill. This grueling exercise is designed to prepare everyone for harsh battlefields by building absolute flexibility and endurance. Chris and Kevin run at full speed, keeping right behind Roman. They are ordered to climb this steep mountain every single day without exception. No matter the weather, the others quickly fall behind, staring at the leading three in absolute exhaustion. These lagging soldiers are completely baffled. What on earth is wrong with them? As evening approaches, the intense training continues without a single moment of rest. McBurney remains highly energetic. He reminds them that war is a mental game with no predictable end. By swinging their swords endlessly without a set limit, they will surpass their boundaries. Anyone who falls behind or misses a beat is forced to do extra drills, pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. Even if they are half asleep, they must keep moving until night falls. Only then can they finally rest, prompting some to curse in frustration. They complain about how people lied about the southern camp being easy. Resting by a stream, 3 exhausted soldiers grumble about the insane workload. They wonder why the first day is so brutal, suggesting that someone's presence made the instructor raise the difficulty. Another soldier nearby snaps at them. He tells them to keep it down and show some consideration. Another soldier agrees, pointing out that compared to the veterans, they are just novices. If they had been given time to prepare, this would be a piece of cake. But since they have not trained as long, the gap is inevitable. A voice suddenly speaks up from behind them. It is Henderson. He looks at the talkative soldier and asks if that is really true. He asks how long they have actually trained. Startled by his sudden appearance, the man nervously replies that it has been less than 1 year. He adds that they are obviously weaker than veterans who have trained for years. But Henderson immediately shuts down his excuses, telling him he is wrong. He reveals that they have only been training for 3 months. He then asks with a cold, piercing gaze if they truly lack preparation. The soldier turns pale with fear under his glare. Henderson tells them to stop making excuses as they simply are not putting in the effort. Flashback to the day Henderson first saw the recruitment notice. He had resolved to become one of Roman Dmitry's subordinates, clenching his fists in hope. He felt a bit anxious, hoping that since he was only applying to be a regular soldier, he would not need any extraordinary skills to get hired. But he was completely wrong. Renowned and hardened veterans like Lucas Pookie and others had already gathered under Roman's command. These legendary figures made Henderson feel like a helpless, fragile lamb suddenly thrown into a pack of vicious, hungry wolves. He was constantly filled with dread, wondering if he could even survive in this terrifying environment. Back then, he had approached Chris with his doubts. He admitted he did not believe he had the right to serve Lord Roman. Chris was highly confused, asking why he would think that. Henderson explained that as Chris probably knew, he was nothing more than a useless weakling who could barely swing a sword properly. Bowing his head in deep shame, he confessed that a farmer who spent his life digging dirt had no right to serve Roman. It felt incredibly arrogant. Chris asked if he was really going to give up just because he felt inferior to the others around him. Henderson quietly nodded in agreement. Chris then began to tell a story about the first time he met Kevin. He was just a young kid with nothing but eyes filled with pure burning hatred. Chris admitted he could not understand why Roman accepted him. Hearing this story, Henderson also found it hard to grasp, wondering what the Lord saw in such a boy. He continues, "Do they see the current Kevin? In just a short time, that weak boy has become a warrior that absolutely no one dares to look down on." Using himself as an example, Chris admits he was once incredibly arrogant. He remembers the painful beatings. Guided by a foolish ego, he had challenged their lord during their very first meeting, only to nearly have his front teeth blown away. Looking coldly at Henderson, he admits he was once just a frog at the bottom of a well, but their master's guidance changed him completely, just like it did for Kevin. Chris lowers his voice, telling him to listen closely. The Lord personally chose Henderson as a follower. That means, although Henderson might look pathetic now, he still possesses immense potential to grow just like Kevin and Chris did. And the very Lord they serve will guide him to achieve exactly that. Every word from Chris strikes Henderson like a physical blow, freezing him in place. Clenching his fists, Henderson admits. Honestly, he does not have that much confidence in himself, but Henderson begins to picture an image of himself, working diligently, realizing there must be a reason the Lord chose him over countless other candidates. He wonders how a simple peasant like him could ever grow stronger, but his gaze suddenly hardens with determination. He will believe in their Lord. From that day on, Henderson's entire life began to change. He threw himself into the grueling official training regime, for months barely caring how brutal it got. Even when vomiting or fainting, he still poured every ounce of his energy into keeping pace with his comrades, ultimately forging himself into the man he is today. Henderson then confronts the agitator. He asks if they even know what real war is. The other man stares back in confusion, but Henderson pushes on, wondering if they will just sit around complaining about not having enough time to prepare when they are pushed to the brink, at the very border of life and death where killing is the only path to survival. Frowning instead of trying to recognize and fix their own glaring weaknesses, Henderson looks sternly at the group, calling them out for trying to drag others down to their level. Not just that speaker, but everyone who hears Henderson's sharp words falls into a dead silence. Without uttering another sound, he does not bother staying, turning his back to leave while throwing out one final cold insult, calling them a pathetic bunch. Meanwhile, Roman's army stands fully prepared for battle as their brutal physical training pushes forward. Even as the intensity spikes daily, the soldiers grit their teeth, absolutely determined to endure the training until the very end. While the resting nobles watch from the shade with mocking smiles, wondering how on earth those commoners can push themselves so hard. They scoff that things would be different on the Western Front, prompting another noble to ask if the Southern Front is safer. A sneering noble scoffs, calling them naturally mediocre trash who are simply wasting their efforts in a completely useless struggle, asking if there is any other way for Dmitry's peasants to gain attention besides blindly throwing themselves into heavy labor. The others join in the laughter, while Henry sits nearby, silently observing without taking part in their arrogant chatter. He sits pondering how he can approach someone like Roman, watching him closely. Henry wonders why Roman fails to realize that building connections with other high-ranking nobles would be far more beneficial. Henry frowns, completely baffled by the situation, wondering if this is just a deep divide between commoners and nobility. Giving up on the puzzle, Henry yawns, dismissing the thought, ultimately deciding that things will just sort themselves out. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, Commander Jackson reports directly to the king. He details how the Royal Guard has successfully infiltrated and scouted Cairo's 5 southern defense lines 48 times. Their investigation reveals that Cairo's defenses are heavily concentrated toward the Western Front due to their ongoing war with Kronos. Because of this, the southern borders have been completely neglected, leaving their defensive outposts practically wide open for an invasion. Conquering the south will be an absolute breeze. King Hector remains completely silent, listening to the report from beginning to end. The Hector Kingdom was once a mighty power rivaling the massive Kronos Empire, experiencing rapid growth thanks to its military prowess. But after suffering a crushing defeat against Valhalla, they gradually fell into ruin, losing their former glory and dominance. Now Hector's national power barely rivals Cairo's, leaving them as just another ordinary kingdom among the 6 on the continent, leaving peaceful diplomacy as their only viable option. At that moment, Prince Edwin suddenly speaks up, breaking the heavy silence. He asks if he may speak, and the king grants him permission. Prince Edwin explains that their kingdom of Hector has suffered immensely since experiencing the worst crop failure seen in over 5 years. He continues detailing their struggle. The massive loans borrowed from the national treasury to resolve the crisis have accumulated, crushing interests, slowly choking the nation. With resources depleted daily, the kingdom cannot survive much longer. At this point, he directly addresses the harsh consequences. Hector will have nothing left to even call a kingdom. The king of Hector understands this all too well, giving his son a weary reply. He admits that he is not ignorant to this, as it is the consequence of the wars left by their ancestors. Edwin continues. Edwin explains that their kingdom suffered massive losses. They tried to isolate themselves from all future conflict and escape that painful past, doing everything to avoid repeating old mistakes. Yet Edwin refuses to stop despite his father growing tired. Still, every conflict must eventually end. And they have prepared tirelessly over the years for this very moment. Edwin urges his father to decide now. Do it for the suffering people and the future of the kingdom. War is a word the king lacked the courage to say for years, realizing his son is far stronger than him. He looks at Edwin. Are you confident? The prince firmly replies that he would never bring this up otherwise. King Hector finally makes his choice. From this moment on, he is handing over all control of the upcoming war to Edwin Hector. The prince bows deeply to accept, his face filled with absolute, unwavering determination. He swears to obey. Meanwhile, at the southern training camp, 3 weeks of intense training have finally ended. Commander Baek Frank smiles broadly. Starting today, Roman is officially assigned to the 5th Defense Line's Reserve Unit. Suddenly catching himself acting too excited, he clears his throat. Everyone wants that highly coveted spot, you know. He actually had to pull some major strings to get Roman assigned there. Roman politely offers his thanks. Baek laughs. No need to be polite, just let him know if he needs anything. Meanwhile, on the southern front, McBurney bows. Thank you for everything. He respectfully admits that he has progressed so much further because of Roman. He can finally train his soldiers with real burning passion. Then McBurney pulls out a piece of paper for him. It is not much, but it should be useful. It is a detailed summary of the Southern Front. It details the terrain and key intelligence, which will certainly be absolutely essential if war ever breaks out there. Still, he expects Roman to spend a peaceful 2 years there anyway, promising to pray for his safety. Roman simply smiles and offers his thanks. McBurney's heart urges him to follow Roman, realizing the man he spent 3 weeks with is the Lord. He wants to serve forever. Yet he hesitates. He looks back at his own soldiers standing behind him. Roman already has so many brilliant talents under him. There is no room for a one-armed man who cannot even swing a sword. He would only be a burden. McBurney bows his head, letting go of the dream and saying goodbye. Roman watches him. Roman opens the paper. He recalls hearing that Lucas had to work incredibly hard to gather this kind of info. With a light smile, he appreciates the kind gesture. Meanwhile, at the first defense line, one of the guards notices something unusual. He turns around only to discover an enemy attack. Suddenly, Henry recalls his uncle's warning. He had arranged for Henry to join the 5th Defense Line's reserve unit, where Roman is making him swear that over the next 2 years he would gain Roman's favor at all costs. Now at the 5th Defense Line, Henry walks behind Roman's men. He is highly annoyed about having to get close to that guy. At least he made it to the 5th line. But right in the middle of his thoughts, a massive sound erupts. Henry freezes in total confusion as emergency sirens blare repeatedly. The Hector Kingdom has officially declared war. All troops are ordered to prepare for combat, leaving Henry completely bewildered by the sudden outbreak of actual warfare. He turns around, but Roman and his men have already vanished, while the 1st Defense Line serves as the vanguard. The 5th Defense Line is the one actually facing an imminent collapse. Before long, the gates are breached by Hector forces. The guards scream in panic. The gates are down. Block them. The chaotic sounds of battle ring out everywhere. The two kingdoms have begun their life-or-death struggle. Up above, the commander of the 5th Line, Baron Brooks, watches this terrifying scene. He is trembling in sheer horror. This place was supposed to be a peaceful paradise. Soldiers were sent here merely to relax and enjoy themselves, having long lost its purpose as a front line. Mid-ranking nobles who joined the military enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle instead of serving their country like actual soldiers. And it was all because of one corrupt supervisor who constantly took massive bribes to line his own greedy pockets. That man is none other than the rotten Baron Brooks. Faced with this sudden invasion, he stands frozen in panic, realizing that trying to defend the 5th Defense Line right now is nothing short of absolute and immediate suicide. Still, Brooks screams at his men to hold their positions. Innocent citizens will die if they break through the defenses. He commands them not to take a single step back, yet Brooks immediately turns around and runs away. A soldier spots him. "Commander, where are you going?" Panic-stricken, Brooks tells them to buy him some time while he runs. A soldier notices him and asks where the commander is going. With a panicked face, he yells to buy him time while he handles it. "Get in touch with the royal family." Hearing the news of war, Roman commands his troops. "All forces, we are heading to the 5th Defensive Line immediately." The soldiers listen with absolute seriousness. Roman leads the charge, racing toward the front line. The Southern Front is in a truly desperate state. They suffer from a terrible lack of defensive power, ruined equipment, completely broken morale, and incredibly incompetent leadership. Roman rushes forward with a cold look, a clear plan already taking shape in his mind. The reserve forces were placed 2 hours away. Roman tightens his grip and determination. "We have to make it there in under 1 hour." But suddenly, a frantic voice interrupts them. Brooks runs up to them, waving his hands and yelling, "You must be the reserve unit." Panting heavily, he immediately tries to give orders. "I will brief you. Are you the commander here? Escort me to the rear first." A commander's safety must always come before anything else. Instead of reinforcing the 5th Defensive Line, I need to report this critical situation directly to the royal family. Roman instantly recognizes him as Baron Brooks, the leader of the 5th Line. He calmly and politely asks a question. "Why are you here all alone without your men?" Hearing this, Brooks snaps angrily, calling Roman an insolent brat for speaking to him. How dare a mere reserve soldier speak to a noble like this? Roman's expression instantly darkens. He has absolutely no time to waste. Enough talking. Grabbing Brooks by the throat with his single hand, Roman growls with ice in his voice. "Your presence here means only one thing. And trust me," Roman's eyes say everything. He abandoned his own men to save his own skin. Roman leans in, squeezing the man's face as terror grips him. "Do you even understand what this means under military law? Deserters can be executed on the spot without exception." Knowing the law, the terrified Baron still tries to threaten him. Roman refuses to listen to any more trash. One flash. No mercy. He ruthlessly takes the coward's head. "If you had retreated with your men, you wouldn't have died by my hand." As the head rolls, the march continues. They push forward under Roman's command. Over at the 5th Defensive Line, bodies of soldiers cover the ground in complete chaos. Allies and enemies lie mixed together. Nearby, angry curses echo through the air. Stephen fights on alone, gritting his teeth in frustration. He always knew it would come to this. Fighting desperately, he curses the cowardly Brooks for abandoning them in their hour of need. Absolute trash of a commander. Suddenly, a blade slashes right through him. Unable to dodge in time, Stephen spits out blood. He collapses to the ground, dropping his weapon and waiting for the final blow. But before the enemy can finish him, two bright flashes cut through the air. The two attackers can't even react before their lives are ended right then and there. A figure stands over him and asks if he is Stephen. Roman then calmly informs him that Baron Brooks is dead. "You are in charge here now," Roman says. He recalls that Stephen was one of the key names Lucas mentioned to him. Back then, Lucas told him that Stephen was the only reliable person left at the 5th defensive line. Roman continues speaking. "Since you have defended this line for years, I will trust your judgment. Tell me how we should protect this place." He reassures Stephen. "If you tell me this position is completely hopeless, then I, Roman Dmitry, will withdraw my entire unit." Stephen is utterly stunned by this offer. So this is the famous Roman Dmitry he has heard so much about. Stephen explains the grim reality. The battle is incredibly intense and falling back would actually be the most logical choice. However, doing so would give the enemy a massive tactical advantage. If Hector takes control of even one defensive line, they will secure a route for endless reinforcements. If that happens, this war will drag on for a very long time. Their eyes meet. Both men are thinking the exact same thing. In that case, there is only one option left. We must construct barriers to block the enemy and force them through the gate. Roman gives a swift command. "I will buy time while you organize the soldiers to set up the defenses." Stephen is caught completely off guard. Is this crazy noble seriously suggesting such a dangerous plan? He speaks up with deep hesitation, unable to hide his worry. "This is suicide. The enemy numbers are growing by the minute, and you will be completely overwhelmed out there alone." Roman remains perfectly calm, assuring Stephen that he understands his fears. Suddenly, an enemy soldier lunges from behind with a sword. Stephen panics, but Roman dodges the sudden strike with absolute ease. "I am not an idiot who throws his life away. I would never carry out an impossible plan," he says, spinning around and cutting down the attacker in one fluid motion. Stephen is totally speechless. Did he seriously dodge that without even looking? Chris and the unit arrive right on cue. Commander Roman immediately shouts his orders. "We are clearing a path straight to the gate. All troops follow me." The soldiers respond in perfect unison. Stephen watches them in complete awe. Not a single person questions Roman's reckless command. It is an unbelievable bond of loyalty. Roman looks back at Stephen, telling him to get to work now. Stephen quickly salutes and agrees. He realizes this is only the beginning of something truly massive. Their loyalty is absolutely real. It all started with respect. Roman silently wondered if someone like him, who possessed absolutely no patriotism, really needed to risk his life fighting this hard. War, after all, was just a place where the weak were used as sacrificial pawns to pave his own path. As someone highly valued by the Cairo kingdom, he held the special privilege of the strong with many ways to avoid this war. Yet seeing a small kingdom with neither power nor wealth fight so desperately only made his blood boil even hotter. Even as he recalled his past battles, he had to admit he had wasted his previous life on the endless battlefield. The soldiers charged forward with loud roars. Chris and Kevin fought with everything they had, while Roman brought death wherever he stepped. Weapons clashed continuously across the field. By the time Roman cut down 10 enemies, the Hector soldiers still recklessly charged at him. But by the time he killed 20, they finally realized their opponent was far more powerful than they could have ever imagined. His blade gleamed with cold blood. Once Roman slaughtered 50 men, pure paralyzing terror consumed the faces of the remaining enemy troops. Witnessing this horrific sight, they could not help but scream that he was a monster turning tail and running for their lives. They fled in utter panic, shouting for everyone to retreat. The Hector commander Baron McCleary watched in disbelief as his forces suddenly broke. What on earth is happening? Baron McCleary calculated that they only needed to breach the walls to win. Why were they suddenly retreating? Then he spotted something incredibly bizarre. Right before his eyes, Roman was charging straight toward the enemy army, completely alone, sword in hand. His piercing gaze cut through the chaos, locking directly onto Baron McCleary. The commander gasped, shocked they made eye contact from so far away. Is he really coming for me? Roman leaped straight toward the Hector vanguard. Baron McCleary grit his teeth in fear as he realized Roman came alone. He came by himself just to take my head. Arrogant bastard, Baron McCleary roared, ordering his men to kill him before he could advance any further. Unaware of Roman's terrifying strength, the commander kept screaming that the intruder was alone and demanded they stop him at all costs. Cold lethality flared in Roman's eyes. Seeing the enemy commander completely off guard, he knew the battle was over and leaped into the air. He plunged straight into the crowd of hundreds of waiting enemies. Having fought in countless wars before, he understood one simple truth very well. Once the snake loses its head, the rest of the pack will easily crumble. With a single devastating swing, Roman decapitated the entire front line. His eyes burned with fierce determination to take out the commander. Seeing him approach, 3 soldiers charged forward, desperately trying to bring him down. Like a bloodthirsty demon, Roman unleashed the second form of his Heavenly Demon Sword art, charging directly toward them. He swung his sword like a grim reaper's scythe, tearing a massive fissure into the earth and splitting the ground beneath them in two. Terribly frightened, the enemy soldiers collapsed in horror. Baron McCleary stood utterly speechless as Roman closed the distance with steady, terrifying steps. Trembling with fear, the commander gripped his sword, stammering that he was Baron McCleary of Hector, but his words were suddenly cut short. A single flash of Roman's sword sent the commander's head flying. Roman lifted the severed head high and loudly addressed the Cairo soldiers. He ordered the soldiers of Cairo to listen, raising the cold head as he declared that he had decapitated the enemy commander. But if they spared the survivors today, those very enemies would return one day to point their spears at them once again. Standing high above, he declared that shedding enemy blood today was far better than bleeding tomorrow, calling out to his brothers to finish it. They had to fight with everything and wipe out the enemy. Nearby, Henry stood drenched in sweat, completely unable to believe his eyes. This was absolutely insane. Only now, staring down at the chaotic battlefield below, did the true realization finally dawn on him. He finally understood why everyone warned never to cross Roman under any circumstances. With their commander dead, the Hector forces scattered in panic. Roman and his men had successfully defended the 5th defense line. Chris, his armor drenched in blood, quickly stepped forward to report. Out of the 30 soldiers, including himself, not a single life was lost. The remaining men stood at attention, listening in absolute silence. Roman praised their incredible effort, calling it a job well done before instructing them to immediately use healing potions on their wounds. The men quickly obeyed. Watching this, Stephen was shocked that Roman would freely distribute healing potions to ordinary soldiers. These potions were rare remedies crafted in magic towers, and even the cheapest ones cost an absolute fortune. As Stephen watched them pour the precious liquid over their cuts, he realized Roman was not just brave and smart, but incredibly generous. With a leader like him, these men would gladly march through fire and water, ready to follow his command without a single hesitation. Roman then ordered Stephen to secure the battlefield and prepare for the next wave while he looked for a local guide. He needed someone who knew the southern terrain perfectly. Surprised, Stephen asked if Roman was planning to head straight there. Roman coldly confirmed that this war was far from over. Shortly after, Stephen brought a guide to meet him. He assured Roman that this man knew the area like the back of his hand, and the soldier quickly saluted. Introducing himself as Kobe, the soldier saluted. Without wasting any time, Roman showed him a terrain map of the southern region, asking him for the fastest route to infiltrate the enemy's rear camp. Kobe studied the map carefully before pointing out a possible path. That route is too slow and takes 2.5 hours. I need a shortcut that gets us there in just 2. Kobe looks for another path but suddenly freezes. Wait a second. He stares at Roman in total confusion, wondering how he could possibly know. How could he know the mountain pass takes exactly 2.5 hours? Travel times are never that simple to calculate. Roman clearly knows his way around this southern region. It is pretty shocking how familiar he actually is with the local layout. Doubts creep into Kobe's mind. Why does Roman even need him? But Roman just smiles and speaks up. When Stephen first found you, you probably thought I was completely clueless about this area. Kobe remains silent. Roman does not seem to mind and continues explaining. Anyone would assume that. To prepare for any unexpected trouble, I did quite a bit of research on these lands beforehand. Still, a map only tells you so much. That is exactly why I need the guidance of a local expert like you. Kobe is pretty taken aback by his humility. Roman is nothing like the usual spoiled nobles who only come south for easy military prestige. If a man like Roman is leading them, maybe there is still hope. A sudden spark of faith finally ignites deep inside him. Maybe the South actually stands a chance. The meeting wraps up in just 10 minutes, and as Roman steps outside, Chris is already waiting. He reports that 30 soldiers, including himself, are fully prepared to march. But suddenly, Chris notices someone approaching them. The footsteps are light, and Chris calls out in surprise to Henry Anbeck. The young noble's face is absolutely drenched in sweat. Roman demands to know why he is here. Henry hesitates. If he tells Roman he just wanted to be friends, he will get kicked out. So Henry lowers his head and comes clean, admitting he is actually there to apologize for all his past behavior. He knows showing up like this is incredibly shameless, and yet he genuinely wants to follow Roman and be of some actual use. As a proud noble of Cairo, he cannot just sit back and watch from the sidelines. He is ready for any orders. Roman's expression turns deadly serious. Whether Henry tags along is his own choice, but one thing needs to be perfectly clear. If he slows the group down or gets in the way even a little bit, Roman will leave him behind without a second thought. The harsh warning makes Henry instantly break into a cold sweat. Roman sets off lead soldiers, keeping pace right behind him. The pace is brutal, and Henry is already struggling to breathe. Just then, Kobe catches the faint sound of someone groaning nearby. He spots a heavily wounded man collapsed on the dirt. Roman quickly recognizes the uniform. It is a soldier from the southern training camp. Roman drops to one knee and demands to know what happened. The dying soldier begs them to save the southern training camp. The soldier repeats his desperate plea. Roman is deep in thought. Why attack the southern training camp instead of the actual front lines? The fact that this soldier managed to flee all the way here means the raid started at least 30 minutes ago. If that is true, then the Hector Kingdom has likely launched a massive coordinated strike across all 5 defensive lines simultaneously. They must be using their highly mobile vanguard forces to overwhelm the outposts before anyone can even react. Don't tell me, Roman mutters before barking out an immediate order to march straight toward the southern training camp at once. Back at the camp, Marnie is holding his sword with trembling hands. A green-haired enemy soldier mocks him, saying his death is inevitable. Another soldier tells him to just give up for a painless death, but the old man spat back, telling them to go to hell. You think I am going down alone, Marnie snarls. Even if it costs my life, I am taking one of you down with me. He prepares for a final stand, silently cursing his broken right arm. If only he was still in his prime. In his final moments, his thoughts drift back to Roman. He wonders if the young lord managed to survive his own trials. Roman was the only commander who actually took the threat seriously. Hearing he was sent to the dangerous 5th line was quite a shock. Yet Marnie was always certain that Roman would achieve greatness. It is pretty funny how he is facing death, yet thinking of that kid. It probably just means he is not ready to die yet. He still has things left to accomplish on this brutal battlefield. Out of nowhere, the stone wall behind the 2 enemy soldiers begins to crack. A split second later, it explodes into a million pieces. What on earth is that, they shout? Did Cairo actually send reinforcements? Roman steps through the smoke, sending the enemy into pure panic. They demand to know who he is and how he even knew about the attack. But Marnie immediately recognizes that familiar face. It is Lord Roman. Chris is relieved to see Marnie still breathing. He barks out orders to wipe out the remaining enemies. Roman's forces immediately swarm the area surrounding the hostile troops. The enemy attempts to make a desperate move toward Roman, but Roman vanishes in the blink of an eye. In a flash, he completely overpowers them, intending to take them both alive. Purple flames flicker at his fingertips as he seals their pressure points, paralyzing them completely so they cannot move an inch. Seeing his comrades fall, one survivor quickly turns tail and runs, desperate to report this disaster to his superiors. But before he can take another step, Marnie grabs him tightly by the collar. "Did I not warn you," he growls, "to kill at least one of you?" The soldier's face went completely pale. Suddenly, McBurney's exhausted body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Roman approached. "You did well. Leave the rest to me and get some rest now." Grateful McBurney closed his eyes in silence. "Thank you, my lord." Shortly after, in another area, Chris gave his report. They had successfully handled 12 soldiers from the kingdom of Hector and saved 5 survivors. It was brutal. Chris explained that based on survivor accounts, Viscount Bale had been badly injured while fighting Hector's troops. He retreated deep into the mountains. Hearing this, Roman began calculating their main forces. Hector had struck the southern training camp. Then they vanished. Their main army had to consist of at least several hundred soldiers. He asked where the prisoners were kept. Chris quickly replied that they had tied all the captives up in one place. Roman issued a final order. "No one enters without my permission. Do not fail me." That was a direct command. The heavy door slowly swung open. Roman realized Hector must have a specific reason for using split tactics. A cold, menacing look spread across his face. He would uncover it. Roman stood before 3 bound captives, warning them they had only 3 minutes starting right now. "Give me answers. Do that, and you get a painless death. Otherwise, the agony will be endless. I will let you die only when you have suffered completely." Hearing this, one of the bound soldiers began thrashing and screaming defiantly. "Just kill us. Go ahead." Roman completely ignored his useless outburst and asked his first question about their purpose in the Hector Kingdom. The long-haired soldier remained stubborn, telling Roman to screw off. Roman ignored it. "Question number 2, why are you staying at the southern training camp?" The prisoner screamed back. "Just kill us all already." Roman lost all patience. He brought his glowing finger close. Time was up. Instantly, the long-haired soldier writhed in unbearable agony, his mouth coughing up blood. His eyes rolled back. He screamed in vain. Glancing at his own finger, Roman calmly explained this technique was called body grinding. "Your muscles and bones will twist in absolute agony. You will wither slowly. I know you have endured harsh training for torture. But this is on a completely different level. You have never experienced anything like this before." The black-clothed soldier went pale with terror. He screamed desperately. "Do you really think this changes anything? Even if I reveal Hector's strategy to you right now, it is already far too late to stop their grand plan." Roman's face filled with bloodlust. I was waiting for that very answer. The trembling captive gasped in shock as Roman's eyes flashed, and let me tell you, this guy never stood a chance. Roman admitted he only wanted to see their physical reactions, to test his guess. Your true goal is on the outskirts. Hearing this, the black-clothed captive froze in absolute terror. Roman pointed his index finger. It was time to die. A horrific scream echoed. Once everything was settled, Roman walked outside. He reasoned that the enemy used a decoy attack on the southern camp just to confuse him. If their plan succeeded, the entire southern front would have fallen. It was a close call. Roman Dmitry put on his gleaming silver armor and a crimson cloak. Standing beside the heavily bandaged McBurney, he asked the instructor to explain exactly what happened during the southern training camp raid. McBurney responded respectfully, his brow furrowing deeply as he began to recount his memory. The tragic event. About 2 hours ago, Hector ambushed us. The memory flashed back to the moment his squad faced the enemy soldiers. They were only preparing for their usual routine. No warning, no chance to prepare. Suddenly, Hector struck, with overwhelming force. They tried to fight back quickly. They assembled their forces, but the difference in numbers was simply too massive. Only their side suffered heavy casualties. It was a complete disaster. They did not even know if their training commander Viscount Bale was still alive. Hearing this, Roman Dmitry's face grew incredibly cold and hard. He lowered his eyes. Did they carry any unusual equipment? McBurney looked up weakly, answering that they only wore light gear. Furthermore, their commander's face was covered in deep scars. Hearing these crucial details, Roman nodded in silent agreement. He crossed his arms. A scarred face. Light equipment. His mind quickly put the pieces together. His expression darkened. They are likely the Royal Guard. McBurney flinched in surprise, his brow furrowing deeply. The legendary Royal Guard. Their captain was famous for his scarred face, treating each battle wound as a glorious badge of military honor. McBurney turned his head toward Roman. He was highly confused. Why would they attack this specific camp? It made no sense. His deep voice carried a clear tone of rising anxiety. Why destroy a training ground? If they wanted to occupy a strategically advantageous position, destroying it was foolish. But Roman already knew the truth. The enemy had bypassed the front to attack them from behind. Bowing his head with a cold look, he calmly explained that the southern camp sat directly on the path to the main camp behind it. They had no choice but to attack you. McBurney gasped as the realization hit him, but Roman remained perfectly calm, pointing out that currently, Roman warns that the Hector Kingdom is just throwing up a smokescreen. His purple eyes glint coldly as they assault the front lines. It is all just a clever distraction, Roman Dmitry asserts, his face darkening as he looks down at the map. Their true target is the Warp Gate. This revelation sends a jolt of sheer panic through Marnie on his hospital bed. The Warp Gate is the highest tier of spatial magic. With its instant teleportation, control over it is a brutal game, a bloody struggle for power. Not only can it stop enemy reinforcements, but it also coordinates devastating synchronized strikes. That is why a Warp Gate has a self-destruct mechanism. If the enemy hijacks it, the device implodes to protect the owner. Roman crosses his arms, explaining further. The Hector Kingdom is pushing all their chips into this single war. If their strategy succeeds, they win. They intend to seize the Warp Gate hidden deep inside the rear camp. Hearing this, Marnie's face turns pale as he grips his sheets. Should we not move immediately to reinforce them? He screams in panic, desperate for answers. But Roman's next response catches him completely off guard. No, Marnie. Have you received any requests for help from the rear base? His hand grips the sheets in terror. Not yet, he mutters. Roman calmly breaks down the reality. Hector's elite guards left the southern camp over 90 minutes ago. They have likely secured the Warp Gate by now. The defensive front, the training camp, and our entire southern force are cut off. All lines of communication are dead. Every single soldier in this southern region is now totally isolated from the kingdom. Roman Dmitry makes his choice without a single shred of hesitation. From now on, they must survive entirely on their own. Meanwhile, along the Hector border, a massive dirt bunker collapses. Atop a raised platform stands Prince Edwin Hector. An aide drops to his knees in front of the prince, shouting his urgent report. Our troops bypass the southern camp and are closing on the rear base. Cairo's forces are focused entirely on our decoy. They have poured everything into defending the front lines, entirely blind to our true objective. Edwin's crimson hair whips in the wind, but his eyes remain sharp. He looks down at the kneeling messenger, cold and calculating. Order our frontline forces to buy us as much time as possible. The priority is breaching that gate immediately. Once this plan succeeds, the entire southern territory will naturally fall right into our hands. Edwin's expression turns deadly serious. Absolute secrecy is the core of this entire operation. They spent a whole year analyzing Cairo's southern defenses, and Jackson's vanguard has already broken through. Even with an all-out assault, wiping out the enemy in 4 hours is possible, but they must secure that gate. If things go south, they must be prepared to destroy it. As the massive warp gate materializes on screen, Edwin's sharp amber eyes lock onto it. Prepare for the worst-case scenario. If needed, they will tear it down. His aura flares with intense raw bloodlust. If the plan fails, they will shatter the gate and immediately execute their backup strategy. The aide looks up at Edwin with pure, unadulterated admiration. This is the brilliance of the man known as the Star of Hector. Suddenly, the platform beneath Edwin glows bright blue. This prince is destined to revive their collapsing kingdom. Back at the southern camp, fresh blood splatters the ground as Jackson, the vanguard commander, cuts down a Cairo soldier. They must move quickly. Before the enemy catches on, they have to establish a stable connection. Hurry up, he bellows at his men. Just 1 year ago, Jackson sat across from Prince Edwin receiving his orders. Their national debts were piling up under heavy banking pressure. Another bad harvest would leave Hector's food reserves completely empty. Edwin laid out the grim truth to Jackson. That is why I'm proposing this, the prince said smoothly. He extended his hand, inviting Jackson to join him in a desperate, world-changing gamble. Will you destroy Cairo's front line with me? Rumors claimed Hector was cursed by the gods with endless famine. Facing imminent collapse, they put their hopes on Edwin. Hector, the greatest genius in their history. He smiled and reached out like a savior, offering a path to survival. Hector dispatched scouts 48 times a year, secretly tunneling toward Cairo's rear base. Their royal guards finally excavated a secret tunnel, successfully targeting the warp gate. Behind Jackson, an officer named Kobe reports in a booming voice that the connection is stable. Crackling blue electricity surges wildly from the warp gate. Through the brilliant flash, Edwin steps forward like a conquering god. Cheers echo from all directions, hailing Prince Edwin. Glancing back at Kellen behind him, the prince calmly issues his next command. Kellen quickly salutes, obeying his lord. Edwin directs him to take charge of the first unit and wipe out every last survivor. He must also establish a solid defensive line to prepare for any incoming retaliation from the enemy forces. Kellen acknowledges the order. Then turning his gaze toward Jackson, who stands waiting, the prince speaks once more. Jackson bows respectfully, ready to serve. Edwin mentions they have lost touch with Baron Mary at the 5th defense line. Jackson closes his eyes, admitting they are still looking into it, but urges the prince not to worry too much. Jackson is not worried at all. In his mind, the 5th defensive unit of Cairo is just a disorganized mess. They are nothing but troublemakers. Even with only half of Hector's forces, defeating them will be a walk in the park. Still, Edwin questions him. He reminds Jackson that he explicitly ordered not to overcommit their troops. Jackson quickly agrees. Prince Edwin's gaze turns sharp, his fist clenching tight. The moment this operation is over, there will be serious consequences. Baron Mary will face punishment no matter the outcome. Edwin's strategy seems flawless, but a major storm is already brewing. And honestly, Edwin has no idea his flawless strategy is about to crumble as the first defense line panic begins. They need to reinforce the fortress walls before the next wave strikes. Suddenly, a scout comes sprinting in with urgency. He frantically calls out for the commander of the 1st defensive unit. Count Donald turns around to see the commotion. The scout reports they have received an urgent message from the southern camp. Donald is stunned by this sudden news. Inside the communication room, Dmitry's holographic image flickers to life. His cold voice echoes through the receiver. He identifies himself as the commander of the 5th Reserve Unit. Donald snarls, questioning why Roman is contacting him now. Roman remains dead serious. He cuts straight to the point, stating he has reason to believe Hector is making a move. The enemy is using a smokescreen and has already seized the warp gate at the rear. His tone is chillingly calm. To avoid getting completely surrounded, they must abandon the castle immediately and retreat past the southern mountain range. Count Donald frowns, highly skeptical. He mutters to himself about the extreme danger of that southern mountain path. As Roman continues to explain his strategy, the stubborn commander decides he has heard enough and cuts him off. Donald snaps that his forces will make their own decisions. He refuses to take advice from a mere reserve commander. With a click, the communication is severed. Roman is annoyed by his arrogance, but he simply turns away with a sigh. Since the idiot wants to die, Roman decides to abandon the other defense units and focus on his own men. Standing before his loyal knights Chris and Kevin, Roman orders his entire unit to pack up their gear immediately. His expression is cold as ice. He declares that they are heading into the mountains today. Meanwhile, Donald's communication crystal glows. Yet no signal goes through. Count Donald panics as he realizes they can no longer reach anyone on the outside. He begins to sweat, wondering if that annoying brat Roman was actually telling the truth. A guard inspects the device. Donald stands frozen in thought. Even if the nearby southern front line sends reinforcements, they are still weeks away. It would take at least 15 days for any help to arrive. Desperation starts creeping into his mind. He bites his lip, desperately scheming. If they can just hold the fortress until reinforcements arrive, they might survive. 4 hours pass in agonizing silence with absolutely no movement from the enemy. But then the grim reality sets in. Talk about a total disaster. Donald is completely cut off from the capital and has no way out. Damn it, they actually took the warp gate and brought in more troops. The defensive lines are totally blocked. The front lines are completely blocked by Hector's soldiers. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. He tells himself that the walls are still intact and can be defended. His men are already stationed at key points. They have prepared all their heavy weaponry. Clad in solid iron armor, the troops stand ready to hold the line. Donald convinces himself they will not repeat their past mistakes. Gathering his courage, he yells out to his army. He looks down at his neatly lined soldiers. Standing tall on the high wall, he raises his voice to address them. He announces that Hector has seized the warp gate. The soldiers stand in stunned silence as the terrible news sinks in. They are completely isolated. No reinforcements are coming from the capital. But Donald shouts louder to rally their fading spirits. He urges them to remember their initial victory. He promises that if they hold firm, they will survive this siege. Just as his speech ends, a deafening explosion shakes the fortress, throwing the entire army into absolute chaos. Thompson spots something terrifying in the distance. Seeing his trusted officer's pale face, Donald demands to know what is happening. What on earth is happening here? From the distance, the battle horns of the opposing army begin to blare as explosive war cries echo through the air. High above, a massive crimson magic circle forms alongside a terrifying roar. From the center of the magic circle, a massive projectile shoots out. It is a blazing fireball traveling at blinding speed, carrying terrifying destructive power as it targets the massive fortress gates, where Commander Donald and his soldiers are stationed. The moment the bomb hits, a massive swirling inferno erupts, ready to burn everything to ashes. Right then, Roman's warning flashes in Donald's mind. Before the front lines are completely cut off, and the outskirts are completely isolated by the Hector army, they must abandon the fortress to seek shelter and regroup in the mountains. Surrounded by a sea of fire, Donald is filled with deep regret. Roman was completely right about this terrifying, monstrous blaze. The flames rage like a bloodthirsty beast. Donald desperately tries to escape, but he is quickly captured by the enemy soldiers. Hector's soldiers mockingly shout that Cairo's commander is already dead. With their task done, the raging flames finally begin to fade away. The clearing smoke reveals the heavily battered fortress walls. A Hector flag is planted high on the rubble, signaling their complete victory. Edwin surveys the aftermath. By using the magic circle to strike first, they successfully took the fort without suffering any major casualties. At this rate, Edwin believes they can easily conquer the entire southern front, securing a perfect tactical victory for their kingdom. Time is on their side, he notes coldly. Meanwhile, the surviving Cairo soldiers under Donald's command are rounded up. The Prince of Hector orders all captured soldiers to be locked away, ensuring the enemy has no leverage to exploit. They need as many bargaining chips as possible for the upcoming negotiations with Cairo, including securing resources and supplies. They can even use these hostages to secure a favorable deal. Hearing this, Jackson immediately kneels to receive his orders. Despite this incredibly swift and easy victory, Edwin cannot shake off a creeping sense of anxiety about the situation. Did he somehow miss a crucial detail? He clenches his fist in frustration, his mind racing with deep doubts. It turns out his gut feeling is entirely justified. A panicked scout suddenly bursts in with some terrible news. Baron Marleri has been killed in battle, completely cutting off their communication link to the 5th defense line. Edwin's face turns cold as ice. He demands to know who brought this news, ordering the messenger brought to him immediately. A heavily bandaged survivor is brought forward. Sitting in a daze, he recounts how the 5th defense line seemed totally unprepared. Edwin stands in silence, listening closely as the wounded soldier describes their initial breach of the fortress gates. They broke in easily, and Baron Marleri ordered them to destroy everything, but then a literal monster showed up. The soldier clutches his head in absolute terror. Edwin is taken aback, questioning if it was truly some kind of beast. The soldier trembles as he continues, stating that the warrior's power was so overwhelming that he still cannot believe his eyes. He slaughtered countless soldiers entirely single-handedly. Dozens of men vanish in a split second under his devastating sword strikes. Even Hector's strongest elite knights stood absolutely no chance against his blade, unable to withstand even a single blow. They all lost their lives in an instant. The traumatized soldier stares blankly as he relives the horrific memory. Their entire army was utterly crushed solely because of that single monster. Hearing this, Edwin scratches his head in deep frustration. He mutters to himself in utter disbelief. A monster, turning away, he begins to recall the rumors he once heard. He remembers hearing that Cairo's formidable youngest ranker was deployed directly to this active southern front line. The prince falls deep into thought. Despite preparing for a whole year, an unexpected variable has ruined their plans. That variable is Roman Dmitry. Hurrying along, Edwin calls out to Jackson, demanding an immediate status report on the line. Jackson quickly reports that they checked the 5th defense line, but not a single Cairo soldier remains at that position. As Edwin slowly sits down, Jackson suggests that the enemy has retreated, offering to assemble a pursuit force immediately. But Edwin cuts him off. There is no need for that, since they already hold the complete upper hand. Having seized the southern front, it is time to negotiate. Meanwhile, inside the magnificent Cairo royal palace, a tense atmosphere builds. The grand red carpet stretches to the doors. King Daniel paces in anger, demanding to know what is taking the nobles. His sweating butler nervously apologizes, explaining that because the emergency erupted so suddenly, it is taking some time to assemble. The king slams his fist onto the table, cursing in frustration. Although he is the king, he cannot make decisions alone. He requires the explicit permission of the ruling nobles to mobilize the royal army. For now, he can only wait. As his anxiety mounts, heavy footsteps echo outside the door, catching his attention. The long-awaited nobles are finally arriving. The first to enter is Marquis Benedict, leader of the noble faction. He smiles warmly, apologizing for his minor delay. He mentions carriage issues on his way. Following closely behind are the key members of the pro-Valhalla faction, led by the influential Count Denver. And representing the Kronos faction is Count Gregory. The moment he sits down, he immediately demands to know if it is true that the Hector Empire actually attacked the front line. Daniel sighs with heavy anxiety. The enemy has already crossed the border and ambushed their camp. At this rate, the southern front line is as good as lost. Marquis Benedict turns to ask if they cannot simply send reinforcements immediately. Hearing this, Daniel silently curses him as a shameless, greedy old man, and mockingly replies so he assumes he finally has their approval to deploy back up to the southern front line right away. But Benedict slams the table in absolute shock. What did they actually seize the warp gate already? Ultimately, having their command system split into 4 factions is proving to be a fatal mistake. King Daniel slams his desk, demanding how they plan to take responsibility for this disaster. He angrily yells if only they had given him the rightful authority of a king from the very start, the southern front would not be facing this crisis. Daniel points directly at them, declaring it is entirely their fault. Just as things boil over, a guard bursts inside to deliver an urgent message. The Hector Empire has initiated magic communication, projecting a glowing holographic image of Prince Edwin, whose arrogant voice echoes they demand full war reparations. Edwin mockingly tells them to send whatever gold they deem worthy to buy back their southern territory. The council is instantly consumed by sheer outrage, and Benedict snaps that war has not even been declared yet. Count Denver curses, calling this whole scheme an outright robbery. Yet Edwin remains completely unbothered, calmly giving them exactly 3 days to comply, or else their entire southern region will become part of the Hector Empire. He issues a chilling warning if they try any cheap tricks. To stall for time, not a single hostage from their southern military base will survive to return home alive. Following the transmission, Edwin sits alone in his dimly lit room, deeply lost in his own thoughts. He reflects on Hector's empty treasury, drained by consecutive crop failures and mounting debts they can no longer afford to pay. Crossing his arms, he calculates his next moves, driven entirely by a desire to save his starving people from ruin. Even if it means discarding his hard-earned reputation as Hector's legendary hero, his gaze hardening with dark resolve, he is fully prepared to become the devil of this era to ensure his own people survive. Back in the Cairo palace, King Daniel looks incredibly grim as he addresses the silent room. The enemy is literally at their gates, leaving them with no cards left to play. He tightly crushes a report in his hand, seething with rage. Paying the ransom is their only option to minimize the bleeding. Just then, Marquis Benedict speaks up, in clear opposition to this cowardly surrender, warning that giving in now will only invite endless future demands. Daniel completely snaps his face, twisting in raw fury as he screams at the top of his lungs. Do they honestly have any other choice? If anyone has a better strategy, they should speak up right now. Count Gregory and Marquis Benedict can only bow their heads in heavy silence. Daniel grinds his teeth, bitterly realizing how pathetic it is that these nobles constantly fight for power within this fragile kingdom. Yet the moment a real crisis hits, they are utterly useless. Slowly, his raging anger begins to cool. Daniel sighs calmly, declaring that if nobody has a better idea, they will comply with Hector's ransom. The moment the words leave his mouth, Count Denver speaks up with a firm objection, freezing the entire room. Everyone is shocked by his sudden defiance, but Denver remains perfectly calm, bringing up a crucial name. He reminds them that Roman Dmitry is currently stationed on the southern front and has already achieved the impossible. He successfully defended the 5th line of defense, and if they bet on him, he might just win this war. Hearing this, Daniel's anger fades entirely. He actually nods, showing some agreement with the bold claim. He openly agrees that the young man is indeed a stellar swordsman, achieving 3-star mastery in his early 20s. It is a massive blessing for the kingdom. Yet the king's hopeful expression quickly turns back into a grim frown. Unfortunately, a single soldier cannot change the outcome of a massive war. Marquis Benedict chimes in to agree, asserting that Roman Dmitry is indeed the future of Cairo, which is exactly why they cannot afford to lose him. Risking his life on a hopeless gamble is foolish, and their priority must be to minimize their losses. Listening silently, Denver hides a knowing smirk, realizing these fools have absolutely no idea of Roman's true potential. As a high-ranking member of the Valhalla faction, he has access to classified reports. He knows the truth, that Roman is actually a 4-star master or perhaps even stronger, the ultimate wild card to win this war. There is no need to reveal that to these guys. Count Denver forces a strained smile, his expression tightening slightly. He says if that is what everyone thinks, he has nothing more to say. Getting serious, he asks for just 3 days. If nothing changes on the southern front line within 3 days, Cairo will accept Hector's demands, asking if that is acceptable. Daniel reluctantly agrees. Cairo will temporarily prepare to negotiate peace terms and war options with the Hector kingdom. Suddenly, a chaotic scene of thick smoke and raging fire unfolds right before Henry, his face twisted in absolute panic. "Oh my God," he gasps. Stuck at the first defense line, Henry stares at the burning ruins of their collapsed camp. Staring at the burning tents and crumbling fortress walls, a grim realization hits him. Cairo has completely lost. Henry suddenly spins around, screaming at his soldiers that they must turn back and retreat toward the mountains immediately. To hell with being a war hero, he thinks. He does not need that glory. Henry immediately orders a retreat. He barks orders for everyone to move fast. Terrified and desperate, his men obey, fleeing into the wilderness in absolute chaos. Every man runs for himself. Henry runs as fast as he can, desperate to survive. Suddenly, a figure leaps out. A man jumps out of the bushes, blue eyes flashing as he blocks the path and presses a cold blade to Henry's neck. Henry freezes, gritting his teeth in sheer terror. It is Chris. Putting a finger to his lips, Chris tells him to stay quiet. Finally recognizing Chris, Henry listens as the knight commands them to follow. Chris quickly leads the retreating soldiers forward. Henry follows him, deeply suspicious. What is Roman's knight even doing out here? Shouldn't they be with the rear guard? Why are they hiding in the mountains? Henry's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as a hidden secret reveals itself. Right before him is a fully fortified secret base. He stammers, wondering when they even built such a thing. Chris calmly explains that Roman predicted the rear camp would fall and prepared this hidden refuge for this exact situation. Angry and confused, Henry snaps at Chris, asking why they did not just run away instead of building a camp. "If the rear fell, you should have run," Henry yells. But Chris shuts him down with a cold, steely gaze. "This war is not over," Chris says. "We stay behind to ambush the enemy and protect allies like you." Suddenly, one of Chris's eyes flashes. A strange, mystical blue energy starts radiating from his body. He coldly tells Henry that if they were on Hector's side, they would already be dead by now. Henry's eyes widen in sheer terror. How could the Dmitry family possibly have a monster like this under their command? Terrified, Henry lowers his voice, asking with a trembling tone where Roman is and why he cannot see him. Chris calmly replies that Roman is currently out wiping out the enemy force. Henry clenches his fists in shock. If Roman can command monsters like this, he is the real beast. Meanwhile, a bloody clash rages in the woods. Screams of dying soldiers echo through the trees. In the distance, 2 skilled warriors clash in a fierce duel. Brand, the vice commander of the first defense line, struggles desperately to dodge his opponent's relentless sword strikes. He curses Donald's foolish arrogance for getting everyone slaughtered. Suddenly, a heavy strike blows Brand flat onto the ground. Knocked flat on his back, Brand looks up at the enemy's raised blade and wonders if this is his end. The soldier swings, but Roman suddenly intervenes to block the blow, standing defiantly in the middle of the enemy ambush. The enemies charge him with loud screams. In a mere blink of an eye, Roman completely annihilates the entire crowd. Watching in utter shock, Brand wonders if he is dead. Regaining his composure, he demands to know his savior's name. Roman looks back with a stern gaze. He introduces himself as Roman Dmitry from the 5th Defense Line Reserves. Brand is stunned. This is the exact man who warned them to retreat, and he came back to save them. Brand struggles to his feet, panting heavily. The first line is gone, and Hector is already pushing toward the second. He warns that the second line will not hold for long. Roman turns his piercing gaze back to Brand. Roman firmly asks if they should just give up. Exhausted, Brand replies that while Roman is an incredibly strong swordsman, this is a full-scale war between nations. One man cannot possibly stand against the entire Hector Kingdom army alone. Roman lowers his head, his sharp eyes softening. He understands the cruel reality of famine and endless warfare they face. He knows that rushing headfirst into battle is not the right move for them under these brutal conditions. Roman realizes Hector's true strategy. They are rushing south because they lack the resources to sustain a long war. Brand looks at him with deep confusion, asking what on earth he means by that. Roman begins to explain. Roman breaks down the situation for him. Hector's real plan is to use this swift war as a massive leverage. They need this victory to stabilize their own crumbling kingdom before they can even negotiate with the royal family. To force Cairo's hand, they have to seize the southern front line. Roman quietly pieces the puzzle together. Now the Hector Kingdom's reckless moves make perfect sense. Roman's face shifts, showing a dark, knowing smirk. Those fools are gambling the entire fate of their kingdom on this. Meanwhile, at the southern defensive border, right at the second defensive line, Jackson activates a massive magical array. He points his finger, unleashing the spell. A massive pillar of fire crashes down on the wall, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Prince Edwin watches the blaze, feeling pretty smug. Everything is going perfectly. Baron McCleary is alive and the fifth defense line is ready to snap. But then his eyes drift to the chaotic battlefield, thinking of Roman Dmitry. If that man is actually as strong as those terrified deserters claimed, can the entire Hector army even bring him down? They have come too far. To let one single variable ruin everything now. His expression hardens, eyebrows furrowing with deep, dangerous resolve. No way, the mighty Hector army falls to a single man. Suddenly, Stephen rushes up from behind, completely breathless. He yells that Prince Edwin is in trouble. They completely lost contact with the first unit sent to clear survivors. Worse, the second and third squads went dead silent too. Edwin is stunned as a cold realization hits him. That dark intuition he had earlier, was it all because of Roman Dmitry? Back inside the command tent, Edwin demands answers. Jackson reports that right after breaching the first line, they sent Squad 3 to clean up. But for an hour, they have heard absolutely nothing. It looks like they were completely wiped out. Edwin narrows his eyes in anger. He demands to know their losses, and Jackson reluctantly answers that about 300 soldiers are gone. Edwin scowls. His worst fears are playing out, and Roman is definitely behind this. Honestly, you can't blame him for panicking. Why did he choose to stay and fight at the border instead of just slipping over the mountains and escaping? Edwin warns that if Roman keeps running wild, he will become an unstoppable threat. Jackson disagrees. That guy is just a tiny, harmless variable. Why risk the entire campaign over one lone fighter? If we lose focus now, our grand siege will fail and our entire invasion might collapse completely. That Dmitry pest is not the real issue. Crushing the remaining defensive camps must remain our absolute priority, but Edwin cuts him off instantly. No, the most important task right now is killing that annoying rat. His face darkens, eyes flashing with raw, menacing fury as he orders an immediate withdrawal. Jackson complies, bowing his head. But internally, he is utterly baffled by the prince's extreme reaction. Why is Edwin so incredibly obsessed with Roman Dmitry? Jackson knows the target must be hiding somewhere in these mountains. Under the eerie, silent night sky, a massive army stands ready, waiting for the signal. Jackson watches them closely. He knows the prince has refined this plan for an entire year. His sharp instincts are never wrong. Roman Dmitry is a genuine threat. Edwin addresses his troops, acknowledging their doubts but demanding absolute focus. As their leader, he must prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. The soldiers listen in tense silence. Dealing with the remaining enemy forces is barely a challenge. That is only the second worst issue. The real nightmare is Roman Dmitry, a chaotic wild card. Trust me, this guy is about to tear their plans apart. Jackson respects this, knowing Edwin never acts without careful calculation. He is a truly brilliant strategist. The army roars in unison, saluting their commander. Edwin turns around with a cold, ruthless look. It is time to hunt down the pesky rat trying to ruin everything. Deep in the southern mountains, torches flicker as soldiers spread out. Searching blindly will let them escape, so they must stay organized. They will surround the base and slowly tighten the noose toward the peak. A soldier barks orders to the searchers. Blow the whistle the moment you spot them. Once cornered, they can easily wipe them out. The men shout in agreement. Suddenly, the officer stops, sensing something. He demands to know the left side's status. A nearby soldier reports all clear, but another scout looks absolutely petrified, feeling a sudden breeze. He quickly checks the right side too, and a voice echoes back that everything is perfectly fine. The soldier convinces himself everything is all right, holding his torch high in the dark, silent woods. But a sudden creeping dread takes over. He is alone. Clutching his whistle, he prepares to signal. As he lifts it to his lips, a shadow looms behind him. Roman appears silently like a grim reaper. A sudden gust snaps the man's neck. He collapses onto the ground, his burning torch rolling away into the dark. Roman looks around, noting that Hector has made a bolder decision than anticipated. He was planning to secure as many advantages as possible while they attacked the defensive lines, but the commander halted the assault on the second wall just to hunt Roman down. An urgent voice pierces the air, shouting that the enemy has appeared and telling everyone to check on their comrades. The soldier holding the blazing torch yells to cut off their retreat and corner them in the dark. Before he can even finish, Roman strikes like lightning, severing his head. With a wild glare and a sinister smile, he realizes it has been a long time since he felt this thrill. Roman recalls how the 12 children of the Heavenly Demon lived in the harshest, most dangerous conditions, constantly forced to fight for survival because they were the children of the sect. Back then, the master trained him, declaring that Baek Joong-hyuk would live as a shadow ghost from that moment on. On his very first mission, he was ordered to track a low-ranking heretic who had caused trouble and then withdraw. He successfully assassinated the target in just 3 days. But his missions only grew more brutal, eventually pitting him against seemingly invincible foes. As the danger rose, he fortunately discovered the secret martial arts manual of the legendary Night Demon King inside the cult's chambers. The Night Demon King was once a notorious thief who perfected the art of moving unseen through the shadows. He had pulled off countless legendary heists and annihilated entire factions that opposed him, making his name feared throughout the land. Ultimately, the king met a tragic end when the righteous sects ambushed him in the city of Bianjing. Yet his legacy remained legendary in the martial arts world for generations. Baek Joong-hyuk mastered those secret arts which allowed him to complete even the most impossible missions. A year later, he had personally slain 38 top masters from various factions, becoming a phantom of the underworld, and earning the feared title of the Night Ghost. To him, the darkness was his greatest weapon. Back in the present, an angry roar echoes through the trees, demanding to know where that bastard is hiding. The squad leader of the vanguard orders his men to fall back while they take the lead. Roman's eyes gleam with cold intent. "Hector," he vows, "you will regret entering this mountain, a place where the darkness belongs to me." Panic spreads as a soldier reports that their first squad leader is dead. Thompson, clutching his head in sheer terror, tears up as he struggles to accept this ridiculous nightmare. He knows he has to report this immediately. Slumping to the ground, he grabs his communication device and screams to the commander that a ghost has appeared and they will all die. From the shadows behind him, Roman emerges, his eyes glowing as he looks down at Thompson. The weeping, trembling soldier begs over the communicator, pleading for immediate backup. Hearing those desperate screams over the line, Edwin freezes. In shock, he tries to calm him down, insisting that the enemy is only exploiting the cover of darkness. But Thompson is in a complete panic, shouting that they cannot see anything. He yells out in absolute despair, explaining that his men are dropping like flies and they have no idea where the attacks are even coming from. He cries that they cannot fight invisible ghosts. Edwin grows deeply unsettled, knowing Thompson is an aura swordsman. It makes no sense that someone with highly heightened senses could fail to locate an enemy like this. Gritting his teeth, he wonders if they are using magic. But that is impossible. Even transparency spells require a cooldown and cannot be sustained continuously. Meanwhile, Thompson recalls being struck out of nowhere. Over the communicator, Edwin urges him not to let the dark play tricks on his mind, promising that reinforcements are on the way. Thompson grits his teeth, trying to reassure himself that their allies have surrounded the area, meaning they just need to hold on. All they have to do is wait for the prince. Thompson then bellows orders for the first squad to stand firm and prepare to strike back. He grips the hilt at his waist, drawing his blade and channeling every ounce of his energy as he closes his eyes to sense the enemy. Hoping to catch a trace, he suddenly senses a presence nearby and swings his sword with all his might. But as the blade strikes, Thompson is horrified, realizing they used his own ally as a trap. His sword had plunged into his own teammate. The dying soldier gasps for his captain. Suddenly, a faint shadow appears behind Thompson, whispering softly in his ear. He tells him that he used to hide in the dark and hunt his enemies, and after a while, they all had the same thought. Startled, Thompson swings his sword wildly behind him, shouting for the coward to stop hiding. But his strike is effortlessly parried, and Roman's counterslash tears through him, drawing a scream of agony. Thompson collapses to the ground, shouting to his squad that the enemy is right here. But Roman coldly crushes his hope, telling him it is useless. He has already used his mana to block all sound. The sound barrier is up. No one can hear a thing. Roman drives his blade into Thompson's back and slashes his leg. Another brutal slash to the spine. As Thompson groans in the dirt, Roman snatches the communicator to speak to the enemy commander. "Do you hear me? I know your plans." Roman knows their home country is currently starving from a devastating drought. A historic drought has ruined them. That explains why the Hector kingdom desperately seized the southern fort and risked everything. Roman's cold gaze narrows. There's only one desperate reason for them to risk their lives on this battlefield: war. They wanted to blackmail Cairo for resources, but they made a critical mistake. Roman already knows their entire plan. Thompson wriggles on the ground, listening to the brutal breakdown. Roman warns them that their time is already up. 3 months is their absolute limit. Roman has been systematically breaking their plans from the very beginning of this war. His goal is met. They can no longer ignore his terrifying presence. A voice crackles through the communication device. "Are you Roman, Dmitry?" Roman smiles with satisfaction. Prince Edwin Hector takes the line, refusing to deny the claims. Hector is indeed suffering from a drought so severe they had to borrow heavily from other foreign nations. To escape this crippling debt trap, they had no choice. Roman responds to the prince with pure contempt. Expecting sympathy, Edwin pleads, explaining their sheer desperation, claiming the fate of their kingdom rests on this battle. They are out of time, but that does not mean they will retreat or back down from their objective. Too many comrades have died in vain. Edwin demands that Roman deliver a final warning to the royal family of Cairo. If they gain nothing, they will unleash lethal necromancer poison from the corpses, turning the entire region into a wasteland. Edwin declares his royal title, promising to save his people at any cost, even if he must burn the world. Roman listens in silence as the prince directly challenges him. He asks what his final decision will be. Edwin offers him a final ultimatum. Join them or negotiate a compromise before Cairo pays the ultimate price. Roman quietly sizes him up. Edwin Hector is a famous name he heard repeatedly during his investigation of the South. Unlike his weak father, this prince is a true genius born to lead and carry the weight of Hector. Everyone respects him. He planned this entire war, but Roman is just irritated by the prince's arrogant attitude, threatening him. Mistake. Annoyed by the audacity, Roman drives his sword into Thompson again, eliciting a horrific scream. Edwin panics, demanding to know what he is doing. Roman remains perfectly calm, brushing off the sudden outrage. Just a simple thigh stab, Roman says. Edwin yells at him to just kill the prisoner instead of torturing him. How can he torture an enemy like this? Roman mocks his emotion, declaring he has no interest in their misery. He plunges the sword in again. War started when they crossed the line, so they have no right to demand mercy. Edwin turns pale as Roman warns him. He will only do what he deems right on this battlefield. Do not rely on me. I will never forgive any of you, he says, driving the blade back into Thompson's thigh. Even if they raise white flags and run, Roman's promise echoes. He will chase them down mercilessly. Every coward will get a blade to the back. This is Roman Dmitry speaking, his dark excitement terrifying the prince. If they want to resist to the end, they will meet soon. Edwin is frozen, completely speechless with terror. The call ends. Roman is far more dangerous than he thought. Jackson asks for their next move. Edwin's face darkens. He orders all forces to mobilize immediately and surround the coordinates of that communicator. For the soldiers who died in agony, he vows to personally tear Roman apart limb from limb. Jackson moves out. Elsewhere, a forest is engulfed in roaring flames as the battle rages. A commander's voice echoes through the smoke, ordering his troops to climb the mountain and cut off the enemy retreat. But Roman is about to shatter their hopes, explaining that natural mana exists in everything. To normal humans, it is invisible, but to him, controlling it can bend space itself. With a single gust of wind, Roman vanishes completely. Chris stands there, his face turning pale with shock. All of his senses were completely tricked. His lord was standing right in front of him just a second ago. Now the forest before him dissolves into absolute nothingness, like an illusion. This is a masterclass visual trap. An enemy soldier charges forward, shouting to destroy the foe, completely blind to Chris, standing right there. Chris drops down with a heavy thud, realizing his commander was right. The Hector soldiers cannot perceive them. Realizing the power of this optical trap, Chris orders the attack. The enemy forces plunge into instant chaos. Where did this guy come from? Fall back and counterattack. After just one battle, Chris is transformed into an entirely different person. He trains relentlessly to grow stronger, knowing he will fail to absorb Roman's teachings if he lacks power. Even if he loses focus for a single second, he pushes through the exhaustion. In the end, Chris masters a secret martial art. He moves like lightning, his feet gliding across the battlefield before sitting down completely exhausted to assess his deadly work. They wiped out every single enemy before Hector's reinforcements could arrive exactly as their commander ordered. Chris barks a command for immediate retreat. We need to fall back and secure the next location, Chris thinks. Meanwhile, a brutal clash is breaking out on another front. The enemy soldiers scream to stop the intruder, but Kevin's allies know he has already grown into an absolute monster. Watching his commander take down entire squads alone, Kevin vows to follow in his footsteps and replicate those insane combat moves. His face burns with pure bloodlust because he knows the path his commander walks is absolute and righteous. On another front, Bai and Wang can have successfully completed their missions, splitting their forces into 4 distinct ambush teams. They strike simultaneously, making the tactical operation a massive success. A panicked scout rushes over to deliver a shocking report. He insists the Cairo forces must have a powerful mage because they keep appearing out of thin air to slaughter Hector's vanguard. Jackson realizes they have walked straight into a trap while Prince Edwin scowls, knowing the situation is spiraling out of control. No spell can teleport that many troops at once, Edwin explains, unless they are using rare high-tier magic scrolls. But those scrolls are strictly regulated by the neutral magic tower. There's no way Cairo's southern forces would possess them. That leaves only one logical explanation: they have a high-circle mage. But why would such a rare asset be stationed in the south? It makes absolutely no sense, and Edwin refuses to believe the scout's absurd claims, but Jackson remains deeply concerned. True mages are even rarer than master swordsmen, since almost all of them pledge their loyalty to the magic tower. That neutral organization hoards all magical talent across the continent, recruiting anyone who shows even a sliver of mana affinity. With their massive monopoly on magical knowledge, aspiring mages have absolutely no choice but to join their ranks. This is why free mages are so incredibly rare. Edwin mutters that this cannot be magic, there has to be a trick. He wants to personally expose the enemy's illusion, but Edwin knows his soldiers are already risking their lives out there. He must bide his time and wait for the perfect moment when Roman Dmitry falls directly into his prepared trap. Meanwhile, a sword impales a Hector soldier on the battlefield. Coughing up blood, the dying man manages to gasp. He declares they finally caught him, and his body suddenly erupts in a blinding flash that catches Roman off guard. The explosive light illuminates the entire forest, but Roman vanishes in an instant only to be spotted by a search squad. They yell that Roman Dmitry is right there, urging everyone to surround him as the tracking artifact fires glowing beams. The magical light clings to his body, exposing his position like a bright firefly darting through the pitch-black woods. The scout reports that Roman is heading north, warning the second unit that the target is heading straight for them. Hector's soldiers charge forward with bloodshot eyes, screaming to kill Roman and avenge their fallen brothers in arms. Roman unleashes the second form of his Heavenly Demon sword art, but afterwards he collapses against a tree, gasping for air. An enemy soldier mocks him, sneering that thousands of troops surround the forest and he will not escape alive. No matter how strong Roman is, his death is guaranteed tonight. Hearing this, Roman's expression turns chillingly cold. "Did you really think I did not know this was a trap?" Roman asks, slowly rising to his feet. "Thousands of men rush here just to corner me, desperately hoping to stall me for even 30 seconds. He looks down at the soldier, asking if they find it amusing how they are letting their guard down. "I can play your little games all night," Roman says, "because we still have plenty of time before dawn." With the surrounding soldiers neutralized, Jackson steps out from the shadows behind Roman, declaring that the battle is finally over. Roman notes the heavy armor and the scarred face of the commander, who is radiating absolute lethal intent. This man must be their commander, possessing a solid 4-star level of mana that Hector kept hidden from Cairo's intelligence. Jackson suddenly lunges forward, and Roman instantly parries their clashing weapons, erupting in a violent display of mana. Jackson roars that he finally caught Roman Dmitry, but Roman remains completely unfazed as they exchange heavy blows. The scarred veteran is merely a 4-star swordsman, someone who is not even ranked among the elite of the Empire. His overinflated reputation has clouded his actual strength, though the common soldiers only know him as a legendary commander. Yet despite his grand title, Jackson's fame does not match the reality of his combat abilities. Clashing swords with Roman, Jackson suddenly realizes that no one actually knows how terrifying this kid's true strength really is. Jackson is completely shocked that Roman did not even budge after taking his heaviest blow. Staring at Roman's calm face, Jackson realizes he made a massive mistake. They had vastly underestimated Roman Dmitry. The reports calling him a third-rate swordsman were total lies. Jackson recalls Roman standing in the middle of the battlefield, instantly wiping out 4-star warriors. He is a literal walking disaster. This moment makes Jackson finally realize why his own soldiers became so utterly useless. The screech of clashing blades is absolutely deafening. Jackson grinds his teeth, struggling because Roman is just too strong. The sword in Roman's hand erupts with a surging purple energy. He slashes, sending a brilliant cross-strike directly at Jackson. Jackson panics, realizing he is actually being pushed back. A small cut appears on his face. "Fine, I admit you are strong." But Jackson is thrown off balance and drops to his knees. He grimly resolves that no matter how strong Roman is, he cannot escape. Pulling out his signal whistle, Jackson blows it with all his might. Hearing the call, his reinforcements come rushing in. Surround Roman Dmitry, support Commander Jackson. As they close in around him, Jackson tries to convince Roman to surrender. "Just give up, Roman Dmitry." Roman's eyes remain steady as a cold smile plays on his lips. "Surrender? That is amusing. It seems you still do not understand your own situation. You are all deeply mistaken about a few things here," he says arrogantly. "First, how can these mere scraps of metal match my will?" Jackson is startled. Suddenly, glowing fragments begin falling from Roman's body. As the glowing debris hits the dirt, Roman continues in his calm, measured voice. "Second, I am completely confident that I can break through any encirclement no matter how many sides you block me from." Suddenly, something moves in a flash. All that remains is the sound of Roman's voice. "This many men simply are not enough to bring me down." Like lightning, Roman appears right behind Jackson, making the commander shiver in fear. Roman addresses him with a chilling tone. "But Jackson, I must ask you. The guard captain, one of the strongest men in Hector, came all this way. Doesn't that mean Prince Edwin Hector is currently left entirely unprotected?" Realizing his secret is out, Jackson turns deathly pale. When Jackson spins around, Roman has already vanished into thin air. He screams at his subordinates in a panic. "Damn it, hunt him down right now. Prince Edwin is in danger." Meanwhile, Roman is moving at absolute maximum speed. The only way to end a lopsided war when hopelessly outnumbered is to take off the enemy leader's head. Roman is confident in his path. By tracking the flow of communication mana Edwin Hector is using, he can pinpoint his location. Near the main tent at the mountain base, a Hector guard catches a strange sound. Roman bursts from the bushes. The guards freeze in sheer horror. What? It is Roman Dmitry. Saying nothing, Roman swiftly cuts them down, knowing his target. I have found you. Roman leaps high, swinging his sword down toward Edwin Hector's head. But the prince smiles, forming a glowing orange magic circle in his hand. Roman senses the shift immediately. He is changing his mana flow. He is a mage. Edwin unleashes his spell, activating a blazing magic circle of fire. From his magical seal, countless streaks of flame erupt to engulf Roman. He quickly dodges the blast. Roman yells out, "Do not think you can run." Cracks split the ground open. Pillars of light shoot up from the fissures, followed by massive stone tentacles that strike at him. Roman swiftly slashes them to pieces with a few clean strokes. How can this cheap magic possibly hope to stop me? Just then a booming voice echoes. How dare you pursue Prince Edwin? A blinding attack bright as the sun strikes, directly at Roman. Arrogant fool, do you not know your limits? Getting ambushed by a third party catches Roman off guard. This man possesses an incredibly powerful aura, meaning he is definitely no ordinary warrior. Roman wonders who he is. The mysterious man pulls back his hood, revealing himself as the second strongest in Hector. He is Royal Knight Commander, Butler. He roars out, Roman Dmitry, there is nowhere left to run. Roman notes that Prince Edwin must have planned this entire trap to take him down. Still, Edwin remains highly alert, feeling far from relaxed about Roman. He is confident that Roman cannot possibly survive when facing both a 5-star swordsman and a 4th circle mage. This time I will personally send you to your grave. Using his magic, Edwin conjures 2 sharp wind blades. Wind blades. Butler also unleashes a powerful slash directly at Roman, roaring for him to go to hell. The dual-sided assault catches Roman off guard. Trapped in the middle with danger closing in from both sides, he concentrates, his power eyes blazing with intense energy. Blocking both attacks with his hands, the massive clash sends violent shockwaves through the air. A sword thrusts forward, its blade radiating a blinding light. Roman struggles hard to withstand this absolutely overwhelming, crushing pressure. A massive explosion erupts. Roman uses his sword to prop himself up, barely staying on his feet. Although he had anticipated a trap, Roman expected a trap, but he never saw this coming. Edwin Hector was actually a mage. He brought a whole legion. Worst of all, their leader was a 5-star swordsman disguised as a commoner. Roman simply smirked. Now this was getting good. His body erupted with power, only feeling alive on the brink of death. Butler was completely stunned in his heart. How could a 20-year-old kid block combined attacks from both him and the prince? It made no sense at all. Where did this monster even come from? He wondered if Roman was already on his level. Thankfully, he was not there yet. Seeing Butler hesitate, Edwin screamed out, "Butler, what on earth are you doing?" He is exhausted now. Roman moved like a flash of lightning, charging straight at the prince with his sword. Roman coldly activated his Heavenly Demon Sword art. Realizing the danger, Butler threw himself forward, screaming at him to stop. The third form erupted. Butler barely blocked the devastating impact. Once the smoke cleared, only an eroded crater remained. He quickly checked on the prince. Edwin stuttered that he was fine, while Roman coughed up a handful of blood. A 5-star swordsman was truly a different breed. Using the Heavenly Demon Sword art twice had completely drained his body. His physical stamina was entirely gone. Time to leave. Meanwhile, Edwin stood there, still shivering in absolute terror. Suddenly, Roman's chilling voice echoed in his ears. "Remember this, Edwin Hector. Until our next meeting." Roman vanished into the pitch-black night. Both Butler and Edwin stood frozen in a mix of shock and heavy silence. One single mistake. That is all it took to humiliate their entire army and almost lose their own commander. The reality was brutal. Even though they witnessed it with their own eyes, they still could not accept it. Edwin clenched his fists. He blamed himself entirely for being too arrogant, thinking he could easily crush Roman Dmitry. Remembering his fallen men, he realized the ultimate turning point of war is when the worst-case scenario actually happens. This was an absolute disaster. A nightmare they never anticipated, marking the total defeat of the Hector army. Bowing his head in shame, he screamed internally, "No, this is my defeat and mine alone." Sunset fell over the mountain peak. Edwin looked at his remaining men and ordered them to bury their fallen brothers. He prayed for their souls to find eternal rest. Everyone watched silently as the massive funeral pyres burned brightly into the night. He felt sick with regret. It was all his fault. But a soldier immediately spoke up to protest. "Why would you say that?" the soldier asked. "This cannot be your fault." Then Jackson stepped forward. "He is right," Jackson said. "We do not blame you because the enemy was simply too strong." Edwin's eyes narrowed sharply as Jackson urged him to keep his head held high, promising that the troops still believed in him. Hearing that, Edwin froze, staring back at the deep loyalty in his men's eyes. Seeing their trust, Edwin closed his eyes, smiling as a heavy weight finally lifted off his shoulders. Jackson was right. Edwin agreed, but warned them to stop him immediately if his future choices ever risked failure. There was no room for hesitation. Hearing this, the entire army saluted and shouted their absolute obedience in unison. Edwin declared that before the Cairo reinforcements arrived, they had to quickly stabilize all their frontline camps. They only had 10 days left. Looking toward his distant castle, Edwin continued to issue his next commands. Once everything was organized, they would station near the border and prepare to fight to the death. But Butler still wondered how they would handle Roman. Looking toward the towering peaks, Edwin answered him calmly. Yes, Roman was a powerful enemy, but if they fought in the mountains, their terrain advantage changed everything. He was absolutely determined. Edwin made this promise to his men and, more importantly, to himself. He would exploit that edge. He might have lost today, but the Hector army was not defeated yet. Jackson wondered if tightening their defense would be enough to let them strike back against Cairo. With a fierce grin, Edwin declared they would reclaim everything from Cairo and even target the Kronos Empire. Meanwhile, at the Cairo royal court, tension was rising over the massive expenses poured into the eastern borders. Count Azer shouted in frustration that their current budget could not possibly satisfy the demands made by Hector. He complained that if they kept giving in, Cairo's remaining treasury would be drained completely dry. Hearing this, King Daniel of Cairo proposed a simple solution: why not just raise the taxes again? Azer warned that they had already raised taxes 6 months ago, and doing it now would trigger massive riots. Hearing this warning, King Daniel fell into a deep, troubled silence, trying to find a way out. Right now, the only way is to rely on the power of Cairo's nobles, but doing so would compromise royal authority and let them look down on the crown. His mind is a complete mess right now, but he has no other choice. Daniel orders a swift message to be sent to the nobles for an emergency meeting, but before he can finish, a messenger bursts in. Your Majesty, urgent news from the southern border. We have successfully driven the enemy back. He is completely stunned by this report. What did you say? Daniel asked to confirm. Count Gregory sits nearby, his face masked in pure, absolute disbelief. Hector has a force of 10,000 men. How could anyone repel them with such a small, outnumbered defense group? Yet he has to admit, if this report is actually true, a massive weight has just been lifted from Cairo. Meanwhile, the long-haired count nearby silently repeats that name in his head, Roman Dmitry. Cold sweat runs down his cheek. Did Roman really win against such overwhelming odds? One of the nobles immediately reaches for the magical communication device. He promises to contact the south right away. The counts wait for the connection. Soon, Daniel stares at the screen. Staring at the screen, Daniel asks who he is. The young man answers clearly he is the second son of the Ambeck family. His full name is Henry Ambeck. Whispers immediately break out. The nobles try to recall who the Ambeck family is. The Baron suddenly remembers. The Ambeck family once produced several brilliant figures and used to be quite influential. A major noble family in the government. Drenched in sweat, Henry confirms it. The Baron then voices his main concern. But even so, why are you reporting instead of Roman Dmitry? Henry quickly explains that he has joined Roman's forces. He clarifies that Roman should be speaking, but the commander requested some privacy after the intense battle. Since he is the only noble present, he stepped up. He adds that Roman personally trained him for defense duty. He was assigned to defense line number 5. They received intelligence that Hector's army would strike the southern border. Though terrified at first, he rushed to defense line number 5 beside Roman, giving his absolute all to protect Cairo. The count interrupts him with a raised hand. Hold on, are you planning to tell us the entire story? Look at his nervous face. The king tells him to get to the point, and Henry instantly steels himself. Clenching his fists, Henry thinks that once Roman's victory is fully known, his name will echo across the continent. He must build a strong relationship with Roman before the other nobles realize his true, unmatched value. With all his energy, he continues his report. This legendary victory belongs entirely to the brilliant tactics of Roman. Addressing the king, he explains that Roman predicted Hector's surprise assault on the southern training camp and realized their real target was the warp gate. So, Roman immediately moved up the mountain to build a base. Remembering Roman's incredible talent, Henry sighs, wishing the previous southern commander had listened to Roman's strategic advice from the start. Had they listened, the border would not have collapsed so easily. Henry uses this moment to trash the incompetent fools. He completely destroys the failed leaders while praising Roman to the skies, leaving the gathered nobles completely stunned. Henry wants to make sure Roman's men nearby hear this praise, even shouting as if the room is deaf. Standing proud like a highly gifted speaker under the bright sun, he declares that they stood tall together. They fought side by side, and Roman guided them straight toward glory. He led from the very front lines. With only 200 soldiers remaining, facing an army vastly superior in numbers, Henry wraps up his dramatic speech. They secured an epic victory, and right now the soldiers remain fully prepared to face the kingdom of Hector and defend their land. Silence falls over the royal court. King Daniel is the first to break the quiet tension. He admits they have been far too weak. A bright smile spreads across his face, filled with sudden hope. Even in such a hopeless situation, Roman Dmitry stood firm, while the leaders of Cairo only planned to surrender. The Baron nods in agreement. Your Majesty is correct. When Hector took the warp gate, everyone assumed it was over. He raises his hand, noting that Roman's unit has brilliantly proven they are far from defeated in this war. The hero of Cairo is still holding the line. Their job now is to seize this incredible opportunity. Count Gregory slams his fist on the table, demanding they send reinforcements immediately to support the southern border. They must teach Hector a harsh lesson for daring to invade Cairo's territory. Daniel throws back his royal cloak and declares that negotiations with Hector are officially over. Now they will reclaim the absolute pride of Cairo. The king of Cairo orders an immediate gathering of all vassals to inform them of the southern victory. Though the central nobles had been deeply worried about the southern border, their despair has turned to fierce resolve. Their attention has completely shifted to Roman Dmitry. Some of the most notable figures include Baron Kolo and Count Denver and Count Gregory. That is when they decide to pull him to their side. The light from the communication crystal slowly fades, but Henry's mind, it keeps racing. He is certain that once this war ends, Roman will enter the central government. He looks back at the soldiers. Opportunity is knocking. If he becomes Roman's right-hand man, his future is set. He acts fast, offering premium beef jerky to Vice Captain Chris, a small bribe for a golden future. Hungry, eat this. Chris rejects it instantly. Henry keeps begging until Chris snaps, yelling directly at him. Think I don't see right through you? Chris knows his game. If you truly want respect, Chris explains then, stop showing off. Earn it. You need to become someone we can actually trust when we are out on the battlefield. Henry just stands there completely dazed. Trust. He mutters the word, then immediately offers the jerky to someone else. Hey, Kevin wants some. Meanwhile, the royal forces sent to the southern defense line have a clear mission. Buy Roman more time. That is the order. They must hold out until Cairo's main army arrives to back them up. On the castle wall, two men stand face to face. Vasily seriously doubts Hector's strength after a defeat by just 200 men. Are they really that weak? His watchman readily agrees, saying he thinks the exact same thing. It makes no sense. Rumors even say Hector is facing a severe famine right now. If true, their army is nothing to be afraid of. Vasily stays silent. 3 long years he has defended this miserable post. Now his golden opportunity has finally arrived. Buy time for Roman? Absolutely not. If that guy can do it, so can he. He is not inferior. Assemble the troops. Vasily plans to wage guerrilla warfare and teach those Hector fools a lesson they will never forget. Defensive lines light up on the map. Hector splits their forces to quickly reclaim control of Cairo's outposts. Hector splits their army, launching separate attacks to quickly reclaim absolute control of Cairo's critical defensive lines. Among those, the force marching toward the third line is about 3,000 strong. Driven by a desperate thirst for glory, Baron Vasily launches his reckless guerrilla attack, but he is stopped instantly. Hector's army is not weak at all. The trap snaps shut. Vasily's face completely darkens as the devastating gap in their strength becomes painfully clear. Hector's army quickly recovers and dominates. Meanwhile, Vasily's soldiers have spent years living too comfortably inside their castle walls. They are soft. There is simply no way they can match the raw combat power of Hector's veteran forces. Now get this, the Cairo soldiers realize a brutal truth about this canyon battle. The enemy is only afraid of one person. They only back down when Roman Dmitry is on the field. Before those words can even form, Vasily is cut in half. In the royal palace, a panicked soldier kneels in terror. Baron Vasily has fallen at the third defensive line. Another messenger rushes in with more bad news. Both the third and fourth lines are currently collapsing under heavy enemy assault. The communication crystal flashes with desperate intel. The entire second line is currently facing a complete disaster. They cannot hold out for 10 days. Send help immediately, they plead, or the line will collapse completely. King Daniel panics on his throne. What do you mean all of our defense lines could fall in just a few days? He falls silent as the brutal truth finally hits him. It was never about who was actually stronger or weaker. The only reason they won before was Roman Dmitry. King Daniel slams his fist down, cursing his own arrogance. He grinds his teeth in frustration. Roman Dmitry, where are you? Meanwhile, deep inside a mysterious, misty stone cave, Roman meditates. There is still so much he does not know about this world. He stares at a strange tree pulsing with mana. In his past life in the Muriam, martial artists absorbed natural energy from the earth to grow their inner power. But this world operates on a completely different fundamental force. It is a mystical energy they call magic. Sitting in deep meditation, mana swirls around him. If Edwin Hector's magic had been even a fraction stronger, escaping would have been nearly impossible. He weighs his options. His inner strength is still far from fully recovered. Back when he was the legendary Heavenly Demon, making such reckless moves would have easily led him straight to disaster. Edwin Hector is like a spider. He predicted the assassination attempt and spun a devilish web to catch him. Opening his eyes, Roman sighs in slight annoyance. A rough start indeed, and far from the clean victory he expected. But the raw destructive power of those spells gives him plenty to think about for his next battle. His gaze grows cold. No more reckless charges. He needs a flawless strategy for the next clash. Lightning crackles from his palm like a whip, striking directly toward Edwin. Spark flies as their blades collide. Their blades clash, sending a massive shockwave through the air. Roman realizes the sword has transformed into Butler, catching him completely off guard. Looking at this fierce fight, he admits he cannot easily defeat a deadly duo of a mage and a 5-star swordsman. The sheer impact pushes him back, yet deep down, Roman has always craved a dangerous battle that forces him to risk everything for victory. It is a nerve-wracking brand new challenge. Grinning through the tension, he charges right back into the fray against his toughest opponents yet. In his mind, he briefly envisions his own decapitation. But Roman is not the type of person who can live a peaceful, comfortable life. Contentment was never an option for him. Roman unleashes a wild flurry of strikes, pouring absolute raw power into every single heavy swing. His blade pierces forward, tearing through armor as fresh blood sprays out. The enemy before him collapses directly onto the cold ground. Staring down, he coldly mutters that he is finally ready. Meanwhile, at the camp, Henry is frantically yelling at Chris. He demands to know if Roman ever mentioned when he would come out, explaining that the royal family urgently needs to contact him. Henry begs to let him go inside, but Chris keeps a stone-cold expression, firmly stating that nobody is allowed to enter right now. No one can see him until Roman decides to step out on his own. Henry grows increasingly anxious, wondering what is happening. Just then, a slow shadow approaches. Roman gradually steps out into the light. Henry winces at the sight of him. Why does the master look so incredibly pale and exhausted? Inside the war tent, Chris reports that everything went exactly as Roman predicted. Defense lines 3 and 4 fell within days, and defense line 2 was just breached. Chris continues briefing his lord. After seizing all the military supplies from those fallen defensive lines yesterday, the Hector army consolidated their forces in the rear. Looking at their positioning, Chris notes that this rear base is exactly where they plan to dig in and fight to the death. Henry suddenly cuts in, saying the Cairo royal family is in complete chaos right now, desperately trying to re-establish contact with Roman. Since Roman's troops achieved such a massive victory, Henry wonders if their main force should just take full control of the operations from here on. Roman coldly tells him to connect him with the royal family. Soon, the magic crystal screen glows, establishing a direct channel. Roman Dmitry announces himself from the southern front line. On screen, King Daniel immediately scolds him for letting the defense lines fall. Daniel demands to know what on earth Roman was doing while Hector breached all 4 defense lines. Roman calmly explains his actions. He spent the entire week carefully formulating his own strategic plan. Daniel asks about Roman's counter-strategy and issues a stern warning. He claims he does not want to blame Roman for losing the south, yet points out that everything crumbled in just 1 week. Daniel coldly asks Roman if he even bothered to offer them a single bit of assistance during the crisis. Roman speaks honestly, saying it was purely by luck that he managed to survive his own life-or-death battle against Hector. He explains that the royal army was far too arrogant and complacent, making it impossible for him to save them in that situation. With a dead serious look, Roman notes that Hector has staked his entire nation's fate and everything he owns on this invasion. He shares that he just fought Butler, the second strongest swordsman in Hector, during their recent fierce clash on the battlefield. Roman warns him that Commander-in-Chief Edwin Hector is actually an exceptionally powerful mage, which leaves Daniel completely shocked. Daniel stammers, asking if the 5-star swordsman Butler and Edwin Hector the mage are truly working together. Roman nods in response. He reminds them that a high-level mage possesses unmatched battlefield power that can easily turn the tide of any war. He suggests they should only engage the enemy once Cairo's main army is fully deployed to the southern front. Standing nearby, Marquet quietly agrees with this logic, noting that their current southern defenses stand no chance against Hector's forces. Count Denver trembles in fear, clearly overwhelmed. Count Gregory also falls into deep thought beside him. It seems the kingdom of Hector has truly bet everything on this battle. Marquet is the first to speak up. He tells the king that they have heard enough, and there is no need to question their war hero any further. Count Gregory nods in agreement while Daniel rubs his temples, deeply troubled by the complex situation. He addresses Roman again. Daniel states that he has already dispatched the main army south, ordering Roman to prepare as the enemy retreats to build a base. They plan to defend their position to the bitter end, so Roman must join Cairo's vanguard to assist in the assault. Hearing this, Roman immediately disagrees in silence. Hector's forces will definitely not give up so easily. If they retreat, their plan to negotiate a highly favorable deal with the Cairo royalty will completely fall apart. He asks the king what their best possible move is and what the absolute worst-case scenario for Cairo would be right now. He warns that time is currently working heavily against them. Daniel frowns, demanding to know what Roman actually means by that. Roman delivers his cold answer immediately. They have at most 3 days once Cairo's main force arrives at the southern border. If they cannot launch a decisive strike and destroy Hector's rear base within that short window, everything is over. They would surely bring in more allies like the Kronos Empire joining the war, making Daniel tremble with fear. Facing such a dire situation, what should they do? Roman smiles confidently, claiming there is only one way to escape. They must launch a direct attack on the enemy and completely defeat Hector's army within those 3 days. Meanwhile, two other sides are communicating when a voice proposes crossing Cairo's southern gate. Hades smiles slyly. It is a tempting offer, but he hesitates, noting it is currently hard to accept Edwin Hector's proposal. Resting his chin on his hand, Hades questions if securing the southern border is worth facing Cairo's wrath. Edwin feels annoyed listening to this arrogant tone. He promises to accept the deal if the rear holds for a month. In his mind, Edwin bitterly notes how Hades still tries to profit even in a desperate crisis like this. Hades pushes for Edwin's decision. Edwin grits his teeth, reluctantly agreeing despite knowing how troublesome it will be. With no other options left, the agreement is officially made as Edwin begrudgingly accepts the terms. After cutting the transmission, Edwin orders Jackson to immediately contact the Hector family to coordinate their next move. They must preserve their forces and supply lines. Jackson obeys just as two magical portals burst into life. Edwin calculates that Hector's warp gate will remain active for at least 3 days as stays silent. If they can hold out, survival is guaranteed and he will bring hope back to Hector. Meanwhile, Viscount Fabius stands ready. Watching the city gates with his men, Fabius is furious at the enemy for raising their flag on Cairo's territory. Inside the military tent, Viscount Albert scowls deeply, while Viscount Brahim looks equally tense about their current situation. A heavy silence hangs over the three men. Fabius is displeased that such high-ranking figures are joining this fruitless war. He wonders if winning over Roman Dmitry is truly worth going to such extreme lengths in this conflict. Just then, Roman Dmitry enters the room. Fabius quickly welcomes him, expressing great honor to meet Cairo's hero. Facing Roman's cold expression, Fabius showers him with praise, mentioning he looks much more handsome than the rumors suggest. Fabius recalls Marquis Benedict's previous orders: the southern border does not matter, their priority is to recruit Roman. If their faction loses to Hector, the royal family will take all the blame, ruining their standing. But if other nobles win Roman over, the balance of power will completely collapse with disastrous consequences. Fabius had researched his background: Roman Dmitry, the eldest son of the Dmitry family, holding massive influence in the northeast. Despite coming from a commoner background, he is only in his 20s. Fabius notes this with keen interest. Securing Roman's allegiance would surely earn Fabius a promotion from the Marquis. He warmly invites Roman to take a seat. Introducing himself as Fabius, a loyal subordinate of Marquis Benedict, he mentions the Marquis' personal interest in Roman. The Marquis has been closely following Roman's actions, showing genuine care and deep concern for his situation. He passes on the Marquis' regrets over how things turned out. Roman calmly responds that nobody could have predicted this. Fabius then asks if Roman has some time, offering to present a special gift he prepared just for him. Viscount Albert cuts in with annoyance, stating that Count Gregory is also eagerly waiting to speak with Roman. Gregory supposedly possesses highly valuable information. Viscount Brahim chimes in, adding that Count Denver has sent family reinforcements. They hope these troops will be of great use to Roman. Albert quickly tries to speak over him again. Roman cuts them off with a look of pure disgust, asking what on earth they think they are doing. Sensing their fear, Roman warns them that he knows exactly why they came. He coldly criticizes their timing. With the enemy flag flying proudly on their territory, this is absolutely not the time to discuss rewards and favors. Roman declares his ultimate goal: after wiping out Hector, he will challenge the continent's top masters. He aims to become Cairo's greatest swordsman, promising to prove his worth and dedicate his blade to only one master. His unwavering resolve leaves everyone in the room utterly stunned. Roman then sits back down in his chair. He suggests they focus on the immediate problem first, diffusing the tension and formally starting the strategic meeting. This is a high-stakes war where everyone has to put their own castles on the line as collateral. Every noble offers their own proposals, but none can provide a real solution. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. Hector is currently utilizing the warp gate connection, meaning they have at least 3 days before any counterattack occurs. Fabius points out that Hector's active forces should only number around 10,000 men. Since Cairo's main army is fully gathered here, launching a direct assault offers them an excellent chance at victory. Roman suggests a plan. With their support and superior numbers, they are guaranteed to take the upper hand. But with Prince Edwin Hector deploying dangerous mages on his side, a total victory is not yet fully guaranteed. Still, Roman has a plan. Suddenly, high on the fortress walls, the enemy guards panic as Cairo troops arrive. The massive Cairo army stands assembled. Watching the field with a tense expression, Viscount Pacius waits for the first move. Roman Dmitry steps forward. Raising his sword, he issues a booming warning to the entire Hector army to listen closely. Representing Cairo, Roman demands a one-on-one duel with Hector's champion butler. Up on the walls, Edwin stands completely shocked. He has no idea what Roman is plotting. But the challenge continues as Roman declares he wants no needless bloodshed. Roman lays out his bold conditions. If Butler wins, Cairo will accept every single one of Hector's terms without question. But if Roman wins, Hector must leave. They must pack up and get out of Cairo immediately. Edwin grows deeply anxious. Dmitry's current power shouldn't be enough to defeat a veteran like Butler, making this look like a trap. Roman swears on his honor as a swordsman. If they refuse, he vows to tear down their camp even if he dies trying. Exactly 10 minutes. That is all the time they have to decide as Roman's voice echoes, demanding a smart choice. Edwin is deeply torn. Every choice carries massive risk, yet Butler relentlessly steps forward, eager to take on the challenge. Edwin tries to stop him, but Butler begs the prince to trust him, just this once, to secure their victory. He promises to take Roman's head and save Hector. Edwin snaps, yelling that it is not a matter of trust. They just lost 700 soldiers to Roman's last attack. Edwin's voice begins to shake with deep, painful emotion. The terrible smell of burning those fallen soldiers still haunts him. He warns Butler that Roman has some hidden scheme. Butler remains completely steadfast. He is utterly confident he can crush whatever cheap schemes Dmitry throws at them. He reassures Prince Edwin. Having faithfully served his family for a lifetime, he would never cower before a mere trap. Knowing he cannot convince the stubborn old man, Edwin gives up. He can only ask for one simple promise. He asks for one promise. He begs Butler to escape the instant things feel suspicious, as he cannot bear to lose him. Touched by the prince's deep concern, Butler nods. He grabs his heavy sword and prepares to head out. Promising he will return, he marches out of the gate. Coldly sizing up Roman, he prepares to test him. He chuckles. In his long years of service, Roman is easily the absolute craziest fool he has ever encountered. Butler channels his powerful aura. No matter what Roman is plotting, he vows to fight with everything he has got. Roman responds with respect. Ever since their clash on the mountain, he wanted a true duel without any cheap tricks. He purely wants to test his own limits. He urges the veteran knight to fight with everything he has got. If Butler kills him, Hector gets everything. Butler coldly calls him a madman as they finally draw their deadly swords. The clash begins. A 5-star aura user is basically a walking natural disaster capable of turning the tide of war. Knowing Hector's fate hangs in the balance, the veteran general unleashes his full explosive power immediately. His brilliant aura blazes outward. The spectacular light floods the battlefield as he moves to end this duel quickly. Butler has no intention of dragging things out. He unleashes a devastating, decisive strike meant to kill instantly. Roman meets him head-on without a single shred of fear. He braces his heavy blade to block the crushing onslaught. A deafening shockwave erupts across the field. Onlookers watch in absolute disbelief at Roman's insane resilience. The blinding light from Butler's sword intensifies. He pours every drop of his 5-star aura into one final push. Roman leaps back to dodge the lethal burst. But the moment his feet touch the ground, danger strikes again. Butler has already reappeared right behind him with terrifying speed. He leaves the young master almost no room to react. Roman barely deflects the downward slash. The heavy blade slides off his armor, slamming violently into the dirt. The raw impact splits the earth wide open. A violent shockwave echoes, choking the surrounding air with heavy pressure. Viscount Pacius watches the clash in sheer terror. He is completely unable to process the godlike power on display. He only allowed this reckless duel to curry favor with the Dmitry family despite having major doubts from the start. But if Roman loses here, his political future is ruined. Every bit of effort to recruit him will be totally wasted. Beside him, Viscount Fabius is equally frozen. His mouth hangs open as he struggles to find any words. Could the legendary young master actually lose? The high-speed clash continues at an intense pace with neither warrior backing down. Ever since Butler unleashed his 5-star level aura, Roman seems entirely focused on defending against the crushing onslaught. The generals battle, but Roman's eyes show zero fear or worry. Instead, his gaze burns with a raw determination to win. Up on the fortress walls, soldiers who have been watching this earth-shattering clash cheer at the top of their lungs for their general. "Please avenge our fallen comrades," they scream. Down on the field, the battle remains absolutely brutal, and a deafening roar echoes as their swords crash together, blinding everyone with a sudden burst of magic. Butler realizes his opponent is slowly catching up. To the veteran's speed on every strike, Butler swings his blade, trying desperately to analyze his opponent Roman. But Roman does not just block those heavy attacks, he is actually starting to read Butler's movements. The general realizes this kid is testing him. Is he really just testing me? Butler wonders. Meanwhile, Roman smiles, thrilled to feel the massive latent power inside this body. Finally, he can gauge exactly where his true strength stands in this unfamiliar world. And even though he could easily defeat Homerus, a 4-star knight, in an instant, he cannot simply overpower a 5-star master. He knows his current self must clash with the general to truly measure his limits. Suddenly, a brilliant light begins to glow from the sword of Roman, shining with immense power. He unleashes a final strike, shattering his limits to reach a combat realm even higher than before. Butler is absolutely furious at being toyed with by a mere youngster. He screams out in pure rage, calling Roman a shameless little brat. He prepares his solar explosion, but the weakness of unleashing such messy energy is painfully obvious. These solar aura knights do not focus on controlling the energy flow. Instead, they let it erupt in a wild explosion. This means the power is not distributed evenly across the blade. Even if the sword holds 120% aura, the actual edge might only utilize 80% of that strength. Roman immediately spots this critical flaw in Butler's stance. He moves in for the finish, reading the chaotic flow of aura to strike directly at the weakest point. With not a single wasted movement, Roman targets the exact center of Butler's blade. The veteran desperately raises his sword to block, yet the general has exposed a massive opening in his defense. Seeing this, Roman knows it is his only chance. Finally, the moment has come. Executing the third heavenly demon form, he unleashes a devastating blinding attack that lights up the entire sky and strikes his foe, leaving Butler with absolutely no time to react. Even a mighty 5-star knight is forced to retreat under this immense pressure. Spectators from both sides are frozen in pure shock, completely stunned and left speechless by the unbelievable scene unfolding before their eyes. No one can find the words to speak. How is this possible? Is Roman Dmitry not supposed to be just a 3-star swordsman? How could he possibly fight on completely equal terms with the general, a legendary 5-star knight? Right now, General Butler is leaning on his sword to support his wounded body after taking that devastating attack. Edwin watches in utter disbelief. His mind is in complete chaos as he tries to process this unbelievable reality. Did Roman really fight without using any hidden schemes, just to test his own limits? If a general actually loses to Roman Dmitry, it will be the absolute worst-case scenario. They would not only lose the core of their entire army, but they would also be forced to retreat to the very edge of their camp. Now Edwin can only put his faith in the general. Surely he has not shown his full strength. Butler tightly grips his sword, realizing that Roman is a completely insane opponent. The general spits out a warm mouthful of fresh blood, yet he still stands proud and tall. He initially thought Roman must have had some underhanded trick up his sleeve to use as a convenient excuse, but the boy genuinely wants to defeat him right here on this field. Their supposedly flawless strategy is completely falling apart simply because an absolute madman like him exists here on the southern front. If they let Roman Dmitry leave this battlefield unharmed, the entire Hector kingdom will soon face a terrifying monster that they cannot possibly handle alone. Therefore, the general knows he must put an end to this monster with his own hands right here and now. He roars with all of his remaining might, "I will fight you with everything I have." His eyes flare up with fury as he grips his sword tightly and prepares a final devastating strike. Until now, only 2 people have ever blocked this attack from the general. One of them became the kingdom's strongest swordsman, while the other made their mark on the continent. His gaze is filled with fierce confidence as he initiates his ultimate secret technique, solar descent, / a strike that literally shakes heaven and earth. A massive wall of fire erupts in an instant, its blinding light completely swallowing the surrounding area. Facing General Butler's overwhelming power, Roman shivers with a mixture of pure excitement and anticipation. If he tries to block that technique, using only his current skills, he will certainly die. Knowing this, he concentrates all his energy on his ultimate defense. Suddenly, a massive shroud of darkness completely envelopes his body. If the general wields the ultimate spear, then Roman will counter. With the absolute shield possessed by the heavenly demon Baek Joong-hyuk, the heavenly demon iron shield, the clash now intensifies to a brutal extreme as Butler's blazing flames flare up higher, threatening to completely swallow Roman's surrounding veil of darkness. Boom. A terrifying explosion rocks the battlefield. Edwin stands frozen in shock while everyone watches, desperately waiting for the outcome. Chaos reigns. The sky is torn apart. It has been an evenly matched duel, but now it finally reaches its dramatic climax. Both warriors pour every ounce of their remaining strength into this final clash. Roman looks more thrilled than ever. "Let us see who is truly stronger now. Your spear or my shield?" Then silence. The clash ends, leaving a thick cloud of white smoke drifting in the air. Edwin slowly approaches the center of the devastating blast zone. He cannot believe his own eyes. How could something like this even be possible? A massive deep crater scars the earth from Butler's ultimate strike, yet a dark shroud of shadowy light still clings to Roman, shielding him. It completely protected him from that devastating blast. Even a 5-star swordsman would have been obliterated by a direct hit from this attack. Roman smirks, only sporting a few minor scratches. But as for Butler, the old general is barely standing, his body trembling with exhaustion. He regrets using far too much mana on that single strike. Yet his fierce determination and pride will not allow him to collapse just yet. He forces himself to charge forward once more. Roman has no intention of dragging this out either, instantly closing the distance with incredible speed. Their blades collide in a blinding flash of light. With his mana still depleted, Butler makes a slight slip, leaving him wide open. Roman easily blows him back, Butler desperately parries the incoming lethal strikes, his mind racing as he wonders how this is even happening. How could a veteran of 100 life and death battles be overpowered by a 20-year-old kid? But he refuses to back down. Fight to the death. Suddenly, Roman lunges forward, gripping the old general's face with brutal, absolute precision. He slams Butler's head into the dirt with an ear-splitting crash. Even on the verge of passing out, the general makes a final vow. He must drag this terrifying monster down to protect his prince. Suddenly, Butler's head begins to glow, putting Roman on high alert. A golden explosion erupts and a deep voice echoes, declaring that Butler's unwavering willpower will always be remembered. Roman raises his sword. No mercy. Roman points his blade to the heavens, ready to strike. Butler looks up, utterly paralyzed by fear. Roman stares down at him with cold, razor-sharp eyes. Seeing things spiral out of control, Edwin desperately screams out for him to stop. The prince unleashes his ancient fire magic, launching a devastating beam of flames directly into the arena. Sensing the danger, Roman quickly reacts. He leaps high into the air, easily dodging the royal strike. Edwin barks orders to save Butler from that heartless, inhuman monster. "Save him," he screams. In that instant, Hector's forces shamelessly break the rules of a duel, throwing their honor away. They chose to rescue Butler right in front of both armies. Roman's eyes flicker with sharp calculation. To do this, they must open their gates. He realizes this is an opportunity he absolutely cannot afford to miss. Back during the strategic meeting, an officer raised a crucial question. Even if a miracle happens, what is our next move? Roman had calmly analyzed that after facing the Hector forces on the mountain peak. He observed them closely from afar. Despite fighting relentlessly through the entire night, they still carried the bodies of their fallen comrades down. Their retreating forces are gathering at the southern front line, desperate to escape, yet they still took the time to cremate their dead. They held memorial ceremonies before finally leaving. A commander who allows his men time to mourn and honor their fallen is quite rare. It proves Edwin Hector is an incredibly merciful leader, and Roman fully intends to exploit this soft, compassionate side of him. Viscount Pacius gasped as the brilliant plan finally clicked, but Roman simply smiled, continuing his cold analysis to lay out the trap. Butler's the bait. His safety will cloud the prince's judgment, giving Roman the perfect tool to manipulate the enemy. Roman plans to exploit Edwin's loyalty ruthlessly. With absolute confidence, he explains that defeating Butler is merely the very first step. He purposefully avoided killing the general, instantly opting instead to just permanently disable his ability to fight in this war. A highly smug, arrogant smirk plays on his lips. The very moment Edwin Hector decides to rescue Butler, step 2 begins. Back in the present, the enemy soldiers throw themselves at Roman, completely disregarding their own lives. They do not fear death at all. Their only goal now is to buy precious time. They must stall him long enough to save their deeply admired commanding general. Roman glares at the oncoming horde with cold, terrifying eyes. Edwin is a good leader, but far too soft for actual war. The soldiers scramble frantically to Butler's side, shouting at each other to grab the general and hold the line. Up on the ramparts, the archers watch helplessly. They cannot shoot without risking their own men, since Roman is right among them. Viscount Pacius watches in sheer disbelief. Everything is playing out exactly as Roman predicted, as if guided by some miraculous power. Roman Dmitry is undoubtedly the most brilliant talent Cairo has ever produced. Now he understands why Viscount Benedict wanted him so badly. Forget their weak, pathetic king. With Roman by their side, they could easily sweep away neighboring empires like mere dust. They would crush them like mere weeds. Seeing everything falling perfectly into place, the Viscount orders the Cairo army to launch their assault. Another deafening explosion shakes the earth. Edwin stares down from the fortress walls, realizing his emotional decision has doomed them all. A flood of regret washes over him as he questions his choices, his loyalty to his men, and the heavy price of war. Even as a general, Butler knew he should have kept his composure until the end, but his judgment completely shattered. He collapsed to the ground, blaming himself endlessly. Yet he refused to let this be the end, steeled to unleash his remaining power. His men scrambled to rescue Butler and close the castle gates, hoping to secure victory as a massive magic circle erupted. Edwin concentrated every ounce of his energy to launch a devastating attack, sending explosive waves of fire raining down on the battlefield. It crashed toward the Cairo soldiers, while Hector's magic squad immediately assisted their prince, conjuring multiple flaming meteors in the sky. The fireballs slammed heavily into the earth, raising thick clouds of dust. Viscount Patrice ordered his entire army to scatter and accelerate. Missing this chance while the gates stood open would only mean more casualties. Nearby, Hector Knight watched the chaos unfold. Kylan grew incredibly anxious as he witnessed the desperate struggle, knowing they had to act quickly to close the gates. It had to happen right now. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoed from the wall, shouting that Lord Butler was finally safe. But get this, the second Roman heard that, he spun around and charged without wasting a single breath. He moved like a sudden gust of wind while the enemy soldiers cried out in panic. Kylan screamed to stop him immediately. Roman's thrilled gaze seemed to mock his prey's desperate efforts. The panicked guards at the gate screamed out in sheer terror. Recognizing Roman Dmitry, they scrambled to activate defensive magic, but his eyes flashed a cold purple as he surged forward. Moving like a violent whirlwind, he unleashed a massive strike of raw energy that shattered the gate. Through the rising dust, a dark shadow appeared. As the figure emerged, Roman declared that the gates were breached and ordered the Cairo troops to charge. Viscount Patrice roared out. He ordered his men to wipe out the remaining Hector forces. The army let out a fierce battle cry, rushing forward. They clashed with swords and axes as the Hector defenders struggled to hold their ground, blood quickly soaking the battlefield. Standing at the shattered entrance with a cold face, Roman realized they now had only one final target left to crush. Stepping into the ruined gate, he locked eyes with his opponent, knowing only Edwin Hector remained to face his wrath. Edwin's mind raced in bitter denial, wondering where he had failed after successfully capturing the enemy's rear supply base. He had been so incredibly confident that his strategy was completely perfect with no room for error. But then he looked up. But here's the thing, his whole world shattered the moment Roman Dmitry entered the battlefield. All because of him. Glancing to his left, he saw Chris absolutely tearing through his troops with unmatched bloody fury. The brilliant defense strategy was entirely Roman's doing. Glancing to his right, he saw Kevin relentlessly hunting down his men. Those brutal mountain guerrilla tactics had cost them over 1,000 elite soldiers. Remembering his fallen men, absolute despair sank in. If there was a god, he wanted to ask why he was born as Hector's shining star of hope, only to end like this. Why did the heavens send Roman Dmitry to the Cairo kingdom? Breaking the tense silence, Roman calmly spoke first. Noting that they had finally met again, Edwin agreed, his eyes burning with a crimson mad rage as they faced off. He swore that even if he died today, he would haunt Roman until his next life, screaming his name in fury. He unleashed a powerful magic sphere, invoking a violent wind blade that erupted directly from his open palms. The blast tore through the earth toward Roman, but the young master simply deflected the incoming attack with one clean strike. Facing Roman's cold focus, Hector's remaining guards rushed forward, desperately shouting that they had to shield their prince. They lunged forward with their weapons raised, screaming for him to die, but Roman only smirked at their futile effort. To him, they were nothing but mere fodder. With a single swift slash, he sliced down 3 soldiers in an instant. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed as massive twisted roots erupted from the earth, binding Roman completely as Edwin yelled. He quickly unleashed his next spell, conjuring a raging torrent of fire that engulfed the roots to burn his opponent alive. But a sharp blade pierced right through the blazing wooden prison as Roman effortlessly shattered the trap with a clean strike. Knowing Roman wouldn't fall so easily, Edwin quickly conjured crackling lightning in his palms, a desperate, vicious grin forming. He unleashed a torrential wave of lightning, screaming in hopes that this overwhelming power would finally destroy his foe. For a split second, Edwin actually hoped he won until a chilling, demonic voice whispered right behind him. Shock paralyzed Edwin as Roman quietly noted his decent strength, declaring that this battle was officially over. Before the lethal blade could claim his life, Kylan jumped in, taking the devastating blow meant for his beloved prince. Blood splattered as Kylan used the last of his fading strength to gasp out his final words, begging him to run. Edwin screamed in pure agony as his most loyal knight collapsed to the cold ground, lifeless and still. Holding his blood-stained blade, Roman stepped closer to his pathetic target, slowly raising the cold steel. He promises to send them to join their fallen comrades soon. More soldiers rush in. Their leader roars, Roman Dmitry's name, charging forward. A head strike. Roman's sword force blocks it instantly. In a flash, he slashes through the entire group of attackers one by one. Jackson grabs Edwin Hector, throws him over his shoulder and flees. He begs him, "Prince, wake up. Do you really want to die here?" He pleads with deep worry. Even if the world brands him a cowardly loser, they cannot let their comrades' sacrifices go to waste. Those lives cannot be meaningless. He runs desperately, begging, "You must survive. You must order our Hector army to retreat and live. We must abandon this castle." The remaining Hector forces retreat towards Roman, banding together in a last-ditch effort to block him. Buy more time. The soldiers scream in desperation, pleading with their prince to stay alive and escape this slaughter at all costs. Live on Prince. But their desperate cries are cut short as Roman's radiating mana flares, completely blinding the charging soldiers. As he is carried away, Edwin narrows his eyes. He watches Roman's swift, decisive sword strikes easily carve through the crowd. The slaughter ends instantly. Edwin shudders, convinced Roman is a literal demon. Beside them, a terrified Hector soldier begs him for mercy. He begs Roman to stop and let them withdraw since Cairo has won. But Roman's response is bone-chilling and ruthless. "Did I not warn you before? I promised that the next time we met I would kill you." Roman speaks calmly. "This is a war you started yourself." With a look of pure contempt, he mocks them. "Do not whine like you are victims." The next instant, Roman decapitates him. Soon, a commander's joyful shout echoes. The entire Hector army is in full retreat. Cairo has claimed victory. Eventually, the reinforcements arrive, and one of the incoming nobles looks around wondering where Roman is. Where is Roman Dmitry? When Viscount Pacius and the others finally spot him, they freeze in absolute breathless shock. A mountain of corpses. There he sits calmly on top of it. He has single-handedly turned a hopeless defeat into victory. Roman Dmitry's reputation. After this legendary battle, his name will shake the heavens. Drenched in blood from head to toe, he looks up. He smirks. The army has finally arrived. This historic victory occurred right before the official news could even reach the capital. Back in Cairo, the towns are buzzing with rumors. Did you hear? Hear what? The news about the Hector Kingdom. They crossed our southern border and attacked. Inside a crowded tavern, a few young men gather to discuss the dire threat. According to traveling merchants, things down south are looking pretty bad, causing a long-haired youth to worry deeply. Conscription is coming. He fears they might drag ordinary men to the front lines. His friend raises a beer mug. He scoffs, pointing out that even when the Empire invaded, they didn't force citizens to fight. Why would Hector change that? But others have different concerns. Will the crown raise taxes to fund this fight? The complaints keep growing. They pray it won't happen. The tavern fills with complaints as people grumble about their weak, constantly embattled kingdom. No peace, ever. They curse their luck for being born in such a small nation, wondering what the government is doing. What are they thinking? Meanwhile, the mood inside the Cairo Royal Academy's Class D is extremely tense as training begins. The instructor calls out the next pair, William Crow and Lauren Dmitry. William is a burly, arrogant fighter. In stark contrast, Lauren Dmitry shrinks back, completely lacking any confidence. The instructor yells, signaling the start. The match begins. William leaps forward instantly, swinging his wooden sword with brutal force. Lauren barely manages to block. A relentless barrage of strikes pushes Lauren all the way back to the railing. Outmatched, Lauren stares in absolute fear. Cornered, Lauren screams at the top of his lungs. He shuts his eyes tightly and swings with absolute desperation. William simply smirks, easily stepping aside. Lauren's momentum carries him forward, making him trip and fall flat. William mocks his stupidity. As Lauren lies helpless on the floor, William brutally strikes him right in the back. Lauren struggles to stand. Meanwhile, the class erupts into cheers, praising William as the strongest fighter. Instructor Alun crosses his arms. Lauren Dmitry, you were the one who begged to join this academy to learn swordsmanship, yet you close your eyes instead of facing your opponent's blade. The instructor frowns, calling him truly pathetic. Lauren sits slumped on the dirt, his face pale with fear, as Alun delivers his final harsh warning. Perform like this during the exam, and you will be demoted to Class E. Lauren clenches his fists. Class E would make him a laughingstock. That class is meant for 15-year-olds while he is already 18. Later, Lauren sits alone on a wooden bench outside, his head hung low in dejection. Suddenly, William's group approaches. They mockingly call him their favorite classmate. William stands smugly with his hands on his hips, sneering down. He jeers that even the legendary Rothwell from Class S would be amazed by Lauren's utterly pathetic display. He adds that he used to think the Dmitry family was impressive, but clearly he was completely wrong. He mentions Rothwell with a completely different tone, saying some people are just born ordinary. But for someone like Lord Rothwell, being born into such a normal family was an absolute miracle. William sneers, asking how a miracle could ever strike the same family twice. Lauren hangs his head in defeat. It is always like this. The shadow of Rothwell constantly follows him like a ghost. William's two sidekicks laugh along, throwing in their own insults. What a pathetic loser, they mock, shaking their heads in pity. Then the conversation shifts to Roman. Did he really beat Homer Ross? William scoffs, claiming he can personally guarantee it is a lie. He insists the Dmitry family spread the rumors themselves. After all, they had to do something to save their foolish eldest son's reputation. William turns back to Lauren with a smug grin. Just look at him, the useless third son of the Dmitry family says it all. Lauren quickly walks away from the mocking crowd. His footsteps feel incredibly heavy as his mind starts to race. He cannot help but wonder if the rumors about Roman are actually true. Lost in thought, he walks alone down the stone path. Although Lauren remembers Roman as a decent person, he still agrees with William. He cannot believe Roman is strong enough to beat Homer Ross. To anyone with common sense, it sounds like an outright lie. He walks with a heavy sigh, deeply troubled. Suddenly, he looks up and spots a massive crowd gathered near the city gates, talking excitedly as if waiting for someone. What could possibly be happening over there? Lauren wonders, his curiosity piqued. Nearby, two men are arguing intensely. One demands to know if it is true, while the other snaps back that he is telling the absolute truth. An older man chimes in, saying his relatives in the south confirmed it. The outer defense of the southern border was completely taken by Hector, but they reclaimed it in a sudden, shocking ambush. And yet, the most unbelievable part of the story is still to come. The man explains that during the entire battle, Roman Dmitry played an incredibly vital, almost impossible role. Someone asks if they mean the young man who supposedly defeated Homer Ross. The man nods, yes, that is him. Rumors even say he crushed the Hector forces with only 200 soldiers. The speaker continues, his voice dripping with disbelief. On top of that, they claim he defeated Butler, a 5-star swordsman, in a single strike. It sounds completely ridiculous. Lauren listens in from the back, completely stunned. Wait, could they really be talking about his brother Roman? He is shocked. Defeating the Hector army with just 200 soldiers and even taking down their legendary aura swordsman. This is getting way too absurd. Suddenly, a guard leading the way shouts at the top of his lungs for everyone to clear a path. The hero of the South has arrived, make way. The crowd immediately parts, clearing the road for the incoming army. Roman, wearing a brilliant red cape, rides his horse calmly toward the palace. As he passes, the citizens look up in awe. Lauren watches from a distance as his brother rides by. Roman's eyes are sharp and cold, scanning the whispering crowd. Inside the grand palace, King Daniel sits upon his throne, looking down at Roman with a highly pleased smile. Roman Dmitry has finally arrived. He kneels on one knee, showing deep respect, and greets the king. Beside Roman, 3 counts representing the major noble families stand in the room. King Daniel speaks up, offering his gratitude. He wants to thank Roman on behalf of the entire nation for showing the world the true unyielding spirit of Cairo. He asks what Roman desires, promising to grant any request within his royal power. Roman simply looks up in silence. The king continues to speak. Currently, Cairo's strongest swordsman, Captain Nicholas of the Royal Guard, is searching for a successor. Daniel tries to tempt him with a few seemingly grand rewards. If Roman accepts, he will be named deputy captain. He will also have free access to the imperial grounds and be fully released from his remaining military service at the border. The king asks for his thoughts. Roman remains silent, knowing the king has finally revealed his true intentions. He saw this coming. Because the previous king passed away too early, this current ruler took the throne at a very young age. This puppet king of Cairo, Daniel Cairo, clenches his fists in secret, anxiously waiting for the young hero's response. If he can bring Roman to his side, the noble faction will no longer be a threat. Daniel calculates his moves. Even if everyone calls him a weak king, he cannot stay helpless forever. Just then, Marquis Benedict cuts in. He interrupts Daniel's thoughts, stating that rewarding someone by giving them more work makes absolutely no sense. He points out that forcing a young, talented man with a bright future into this position is practically asking him to sacrifice himself. He politely requests the king to withdraw the offer. The other 2 counts quickly nod their heads in agreement. They claim Benedict is right. Daniel raises his voice, saying he can let Roman enter the royal grounds but cannot simply promote him. Marquis Benedict frowns at Daniel's stubborn attitude, then turns his attention back to Roman. He stretches his hand out toward Roman, declaring that he has already decided on the true reward he wishes to bestow. King Daniel declares that accepting the reward is entirely up to Roman Dmitry, leaving the noble factions dead silent with anxiety. They dread his choice. Roman silently respects the king's royal dignity, but he will not be swayed. There is no reason to bail out the Cairo royals. He politely declines, acknowledging the prestigious offer. But before mapping out his own future, Roman has a single condition to state. King Daniel looks at him, visibly anxious about what is next. What could it be? Roman speaks up with complete confidence, explaining that this recent war made him realize he was just a frog, trapped at the bottom of a dark well. Out there in the vast continent, he is still a nobody. He turns dead serious. This is precisely why he needs a bit more time to prepare before stepping onto the global stage. And once he is fully ready, he requests permission to enter Cairo's legendary open ranking battle. His goal is to challenge every ranked warrior in the kingdom. He wants to fight everyone from rank 99 all the way to rank 1. Daniel is completely taken aback by this. An open ranking battle, Roman simply nods. This special format allows an unlimited number of brutal consecutive fights. The challenger must keep fighting on the stage until they either drop dead from exhaustion or completely crush their opponents. Victory means stealing the defeated warrior's rank. King Daniel expresses deep concern, pointing out the heavy risk of people dying. Lives are on the line here. It is definitely not a casual matter that can be decided so quickly. Roman remains completely unfazed, calmly replying that he understands. The king's anxiety begins to spike. When Roman could easily secure endless gold or massive fame, he chose to cast them aside for a deadly trial. That is some insane confidence. Honestly, who else but Roman would throw away guaranteed luxury for a brutal gauntlet? They cheer that this is a legendary move. They cannot wait to see this monster challenge the entire kingdom's elite. After all, he single-handedly crushed the commander of the Hector forces. Who could possibly stop him now? Marquis Benedict watches silently. Roman rejected the king's prestigious royal knighthood just to prove his own worth. There is no reason to block him. Count Denver and Gregory stay quiet, neither supporting nor opposing the move. They simply want to see the final results. Roman is only in his 20s. This massive open battle will finally reveal the absolute limit of his hidden strength. Declaring with cold certainty he will soon prove his worth. He purposefully hides his ultimate decision for now. Action speaks louder than words. Only after the dust settles from this challenge will he decide his next path. He smirks inwardly. Once this ranking battle concludes, Roman Dmitry will never serve as another man's loyal sword. Instead, he intends to dominate this global game on his own terms. Later, in a private chamber, rich red wine is poured. Raising his glass, Marquis Benedict remarks on how life is always full of wild, unpredictable surprises. He notes that sending Roman to the brutal southern front was meant for the young man's own leverage. Yet Hector declared war at that exact moment. Roman sits opposite him, quietly listening to the older noble. And somehow, Roman ended up as the legendary hero who stopped Hector. Roman calmly replies that he actually had quite a fun time. A fun time? Benedict is stunned. Roman smiles, explaining that the fierce clash against Hector showed him a broader horizon. He realized the world is massive. That is precisely why he is taking on the open ranking tournament. Swirling his wine, Roman explains he wants to measure his true strength within Cairo first. Once he stands at the absolute peak here, he will travel the continent to become the ultimate powerhouse, the strongest in the world. Benedict smiles, recalling his own youthful dreams of absolute power. But reality taught him how massive the world truly is, forcing him to settle for his current status. Clearing his throat, Benedict mentions his precious daughter, whom he raised with utmost care after her mother passed away. Now he offers her hand to Roman. Talk about a plot twist, even our cool-headed main character is caught slightly off guard. Benedict explains that Fabius warned him Roman is far from naive. Seeing Roman demand the open ranking battle proves it. You remind me of the absolute monsters I encountered in my youth, Benedict says with a nostalgic sigh. Those legendary figures left an unforgettable mark on his soul. He speaks with a tinge of regret. Though Benedict lacked their terrifying innate talent, he is absolutely certain of one thing as he looks at Roman. With shining eyes, he declares that Roman Dmitry has the potential to stand on equal footing with those absolute monsters. He knows Roman recently called off his previous engagement and has no intention of forcing his daughter into anything. However, he wants to arrange a casual meeting. If sparks fly and they like each other, Benedict will gladly bless them. There is no pressure to rush into this meeting immediately, he explains gently. He tells Roman to remember this simple, undeniable truth. Both in the past and the present, he has always been his strongest backer. Roman stays quiet. He waits to hear him finish, no matter when he finally decides to choose. He promises that the moment Roman chooses to stand by his side, he can have anything he desires within this kingdom. Roman Dmitry is a presence that completely shattered the balance of power. Whoever secures him will rule the Cairo kingdom. All four major factions ruling Cairo desperately want to claim him. Even Earl Gregory and Earl Denver have made unexpected moves. But they forget that Roman Dmitry is also the heavenly demon Baek Joong-hyuk, a man who kneels to absolutely no one. Late one night at the Dmitry mansion, a loud panicked voice echoes through the halls calling out for the young master. It is Hans, shaking so violently he can barely think, frantically asking if Roman is safe and unhurt. The loyal butler had rushed all the way from the capital, sobbing as he tightly grips Roman's sleeve. Hearing about the southern front nearly stopped his heart, and he is just deeply relieved to see his master alive. Roman calmly reassures him that he is fine, but the tearful old man still worries, sniffing and asking for confirmation. A few days later, in Roman's office, Hans carefully pours some hot tea and sheepishly asks if he is overstepping his bounds. He gently asks if Roman has had the chance to meet with his younger brother, young Master Lauren. Flashback to the capital mansion a few days prior, where Hans is surprised to run into Lauren, who beams with joy. Having not seen each other in ages, the two immediately start catching up, chatting away endlessly. As the man who raised both brothers since childhood, Hans can instantly tell when something is wrong with Lauren. The boy keeps scratching his head in hesitation, so Hans offers a warm smile, encouraging him to speak freely. Lauren nervously asks about Roman, mentioning how he saw his brother returning to the capital surrounded by guards. He brings up the wild rumors that Roman defeated a legendary general of the Hector Kingdom's army. Hans explains that quite a lot of things have changed within the Dmitry family during young Master Lauren's absence. Lauren listens with wide eyes as the butler confirms that every single insane rumor he heard is absolutely true. Hans proudly recaps the events, the broken engagement with the Lawrence family, and the fierce battle against the Barco family. He boasts about Roman defeating Homer and his massive role in securing victory on the southern front. Hearing this, Lauren's anxiety worsens, realizing his brother's terrifying achievements are indeed completely real. Thanks to Roman's drastic change in behavior, the Baron and Baroness have been genuinely happy lately. Hans warmly suggests that instead of just talking about him, Lauren should go see his brother himself tomorrow evening. But Lauren quickly waves his hands in panic, declining the offer before thanking Hans and hurriedly walking away. Hans silently watches him leave. Out of the three Dmitry brothers, Lauren has always been the most sensitive and fragile. Back in the present, Hans honestly admits to Roman that he believes Lauren is being bullied at the academy. Watching Roman slowly sip his tea, Hans bravely suggests that the young boy likely needs his help, but is too afraid to ask. Since Hans doesn't have the authority to pry further, Roman quietly reflects on Lauren, the youngest of the Dmitry siblings. Placing his tea down, Roman notes that he doesn't have to worry about him just because they are brothers. But he softens and agrees to meet him just once. Hearing this, Hans beams with absolute joy, thanking his young master. Just then, Roman notices something. The small office feels warm, not just from the sunlight, but from Hans's genuine kindness. He realizes he only agreed to help simply because it was his loyal butler who made the heartfelt request. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps ring out. A nobleman rushes along thinking about how recruiting Roman Dmitry has been postponed indefinitely. But Viscount Pacius believes there is still a clever way to win over the Dmitry family, and he's already cooking up a pretty wild plan. He calculates that while everyone is fixated on Roman, the young master's retainers are actually elite talents themselves. He figures if he can poach these elite followers, Marquis Benedict will surely be highly pleased with his work. Pacius smirks as he targets Chris first. The swordsman is a genius any capital noble would gladly welcome with open arms. If he hadn't personally traveled to the southern border, he might have never realized just how exceptionally skilled these men are. They are absolutely worth stealing away, and the more Pacius thinks about it, the more greedy he becomes. If he can successfully recruit Chris and all of Roman's other followers, he will secure the Marquis' ultimate trust in no time. Meanwhile, at the Dmitry training grounds, the sharp sound of swords slicing through the air echoes steadily. Sweat dripping down his face, Chris reflects on how, when they first met, Roman still seemed within his reach. With sweat dripping down his face, Chris recalled how he once believed that he would eventually be able to surpass Lord Roman. Looking back at Roman's battles, Chris realized his lord was on a completely different level now. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Chris kept wondering how on earth someone could even perform such impossible feats in the heat of combat. The training ground was completely empty and silent, save for Chris's heavy sigh. He clenched his fists, trying to feel the energy flowing through his own body. Yet, simply by following Roman, Chris had grown incredibly fast. 6 months of watching his lord's back had yielded progress even he could barely believe. Chris fell deep into thought, knowing he couldn't stop now. He was still dead set on his ultimate goal of one day surpassing Roman. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence behind him. Pacius interrupted his thoughts, greeting Chris and stating he would get straight to the point. He outright offered to recruit him, suggesting things would go well if Chris joined their side. Chris cut him off instantly, refused outright. This made Pacius fly into a rage, shouting that this was a life-changing opportunity and asking how he could possibly reject it without even hearing the offer. What could possibly be the issue? Pacius demanded, passionately trying to win him over. If it was money he wanted, they could easily shower him with enough wealth to last several lifetimes. As for status, they offered him a highly honorable position serving Marquis Benedict, the true power behind the central government. Chris could only watch in disbelief as the envoy kept rambling on. There was absolutely nothing in the kingdom of Cairo they couldn't give him. Pacius then tried a different angle, telling Chris not to worry about looking like a traitor because Roman himself would eventually join the Marquis anyway. Since Roman was bound to join the Marquis eventually, Pacius argued that jumping ship early made perfect sense. But Chris fired back with a sharp question, asking if the man had actually heard Roman declare he would serve Marquis Benedict. Pacius growled back, claiming it was an absolute certainty because no one in the kingdom of Cairo would ever dare refuse a powerhouse like the Marquis. Chris frowned in deep irritation, thinking that this man truly had zero understanding of Roman's character. Based on everything Chris had witnessed so far, Roman was a man who would never bow his head to anyone. He firmly declared to Pacius that no matter what kind of grand offer was on the table, he had absolutely zero intention of leaving his master's side. Recalling Roman's strong and unwavering presence, Chris stated with absolute conviction that his master was irreplaceable. Pacius could only bow and say he understood, but Chris read his mind and immediately warned him. If Pacius was planning to recruit the other soldiers, Chris advised him to give up now. He sincerely warned the envoy that not a single one of them would ever serve anyone other than Roman. Irritated, Pacius turned and stormed off. Pacius muttered how ridiculous it was, unable to comprehend why anyone would throw away such a golden opportunity. But get this, Chris was entirely right. When Pacius approached Kevin, the boy furiously replied that Roman was his life and he would rather die than serve another. This loyalty shocked Pacius, but he stubbornly went to find McBurney anyway. The veteran was no exception. Scratching his head, McBurney asked if Pacius had already finalized things with Roman first, adding that if not, he would pretend this conversation never even happened. Waving his hand to dismiss the envoy, McBurney stated that without his master, he would still be a nobody, so he could never betray him. Pacius was practically foaming at the mouth, frustrated that they kept calling it betrayal. Suddenly, Pacius felt someone sneaking up behind him, trying to tread softly. Spinning around, he caught a soldier, trying to quietly slip past. The moment they locked eyes, the soldier covered his ears, yelled at the top of his lungs that he wasn't listening to a single word, and quickly bolted away from him. Pacius stood there utterly baffled, unable to understand how Roman commanded such insane loyalty. Meanwhile, under the golden glow of the sunset at the Cairo Royal Academy, Lauren was relentlessly hacking away at a straw training dummy. Sweat poured down Lauren's forehead as he repeatedly slashed the lifeless dummy. Hans's words echoed in his mind how the Baron had been in an incredibly good mood lately, all thanks to Roman's sudden transformation. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Lauren wondered what had truly happened to his brother. He furiously drove his sword into the stiff wooden dummy, thinking of how Roman went from the fool of the family to the country's greatest hero. Lauren blamed himself, wondering why he was still stuck in such a pathetic state, while his brother had evolved so much. Thinking of his bully William, his rage boiled over. He took all his frustration out on the dummy. Eventually, utterly exhausted from the workout, Lauren collapsed onto the grass to catch his breath. He closed his eyes but immediately sensed a presence approaching, only to open them and find Roman standing right there. Roman asked what on earth he was doing, startling the boy. Standing up quickly, Lauren greeted his brother, who then mentioned hearing from Hans that Lauren had been looking for him. Roman stood tall and demanded to know what he wanted, but Lauren just scratched his head sheepishly, whispering it was nothing. It is ridiculous for anyone to throw away a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chris's blunt words are not wrong at all. And Kevin had angrily told Fabius that his master is his life, and he would rather die than follow anyone else. This completely shocks Fabius, but he stubbornly tries to recruit the others. Chris is no exception, scratching his head while speaking, asking if he has settled the deal with his master yet. If not, he will consider this conversation as if it never happened. He waves his hand in outright refusal. Without meeting his master, he would just be a nameless nobody, so how could he betray him? Fabius is about to lose his mind with anger, especially since he has already made it clear that this is not a betrayal. Suddenly, someone sneaks up behind him, tiptoeing as softly as possible to avoid making a sound. The moment Fabius turns around, he catches a soldier trying to sneak past. Once the soldier sees Fabius looking, he yells loudly while covering his ears, showing he has absolutely no interest in listening before quickly slipping away. Fabius is left completely baffled by their insane loyalty. Meanwhile, over at the Cairo Royal Academy under a beautiful golden sunset, young Lauren is training like his life depends on it. He slashes relentlessly at a lifeless straw dummy as sweat drips down his forehead. In this moment, Lauren remembers Hans's words. Thanks to the sudden change in Roman's behavior, their father's mood has been incredibly good lately. This only makes him grit his teeth in frustration, wondering what exactly happened to his brother Roman. He frantically drives his sword into the dummy, going from the fool of the Dmitry family to the youngest knight and finally the legendary hero who saved the kingdom. Lauren blames himself, thinking that if Roman could change this much, why is he still so helpless against his bully William? He is furious about always being stuck in the exact same pathetic place, taking all of his rage out on the wooden dummy. Exhausted, he collapses onto the grass and pants heavily. He closes his eyes, yet he can still sense someone approaching him. Roman is already standing right in front of him, calmly asking what he is doing. Lauren is caught completely off guard. He greets his brother as he quickly stands up. Roman asks if it is true that he was looking for him as Hans mentioned. Standing tall, Roman tells him to speak up. Lauren shyly scratches his head and stammers that it is actually nothing at all. He gives his brother a cold look, dropping a harsh reality check before turning around to walk away. Seeing him actually leave, the younger brother panics. He stutters, watching him go. Lauren desperately screams that he will tell him everything. Roman honestly feels like punching his annoying little brother right now. Under the sunset, Lauren quietly speaks up. He confesses that when he first heard those wild rumors about Roman, he simply did not believe them. Sitting on the bench, he recalls how the old Roman never cared about swordsmanship and would even send others to fight at the border instead. Roman silently reflects on this. It was only 1 year ago. Meanwhile, Lauren continues, speaking, his hands trembling with raw emotion. He clenches his fists tightly. Roman has become a totally different person since their last meeting, and everyone knows it. They even call him the hero of Cairo now. Lauren tears up, asking what could have possibly triggered such an unbelievable transformation. In the past, neither of them could ever meet the heavy expectations of those around them. Lauren desperately wants to be just like him. Remembering how their father used to show deep concern, Lauren confesses his ultimate dream is simply to become a son who makes him proud. He hates pretending. Forcing a fake smile is exhausting. He genuinely wishes he could stop acting like everything is perfectly fine. He wants to show off his own real achievements. Roman stands beside him with crossed arms, watching him cry in silence. The kid is still pretty young, not even 18 yet. He definitely lacks the mental strength needed to accept this harsh, heavy reality. Roman stares down at his shoes, wondering how he should handle the boy. After all, the people here have accepted the new Roman. They chose to let go of the pathetic old Roman and gladly gave him a second chance. Lowering his head, Roman decides something. He should do the exact same thing. Whether dealing with Lauren or Rotwell, he must not judge them based on old memories. Instead, he will assess them based on what he experiences firsthand. Stepping forward, he calls out to Lauren, who looks up. Lauren says he knows Roman would not want anyone sharing their family name to be looked down on. Roman remains silent. That would directly ruin the reputation of the Dmitry family and Roman himself. Looking at his tearful brother, Roman gives his answer. If he wants to prove himself, he must show his worth during the upcoming academy evaluation. He must demonstrate his true strength. In his past life, Roman and his brothers were forced to slaughter one another. But things are quite different this time. He wants to give his current little brother a genuine chance. Soon, the academy instructor gathers all the students together. He announces that the swordsmanship evaluation is starting and pairs will be called up to duel. Lauren clenches his fists. His brother told him that to get his answers, he has to prove his worth right here. Suddenly, the instructor calls. Calling Lauren Dmitry to step forward, Lauren confidently responds before choosing his opponent, William Crow. William smirks, finding this amusing. He grins maliciously, thinking that if the weakling wants to challenge him, he will gladly show him what a real martial artist can do. The instructor reminds everyone that this test is not about winning but tracking personal growth, so they must avoid excessive blows. The signal to start immediately turns the arena incredibly tense. Without wasting a single second, William lunges forward to strike first. He sneers, calling Lauren a pathetic coward while launching a relentless flurry. He screams out that it is already over. He swings his sword down with smug confidence, the blade inches from Lauren's head. Lauren freezes, thinking this is the end. But then Roman's advice echoes in his mind: show those who look down on you exactly what you can do. Without a moment of hesitation, he slashes upwards, striking William right under the chin. Gritting his teeth in sudden pain, William curses. Inside his heart, Lauren resolves that this is his moment to prove himself. He vows to show his brother he can do it too. William screams out, curses in frustration, lunging forward with a desperate, wild stab. Fortunately, Lauren manages to dodge just in time. He swings his sword heavily, striking William's body while promising himself he will survive. After the intense battle ends, Lauren slowly recovers. The instructor walks over to praise him, saying he has made some pretty impressive progress. As Lauren sits up, the review continues. He notes that the moment William launched his second aggressive strike, Lauren managed to land a solid hit, redirecting a dangerous blow. He praises him for a job well done. He explains that he has been watching him closely, and it is clear Lauren has talent. However, fear was constantly holding him back, making him freeze up. Because of that, he never realized or used his full potential. But in this fight against William, he finally managed to overcome that mental wall. Hearing this high praise, Lauren stands there stunned. Stuttering, he asks if the teacher is actually being serious. The instructor simply replies that there is absolutely no reason to lie. He urges him to start believing in himself. Tears well up in the boy's eyes as the instructor gives his honest evaluation. He points out that the gap between them is actually quite small, so he needs to stop letting fear control his mind. Lauren bows his head, wiping away his tears, as he quietly expresses his gratitude. Meanwhile, on the other side, William is fuming. His lackeys try their best to calm him down, but his face only grows darker. He mutters that he let Lauren off easy before, but now the coward is actually fighting back, even daring to glare at him with those eyes. William cannot contain his rage. This is huge. William can't let it slide. He swears he will chop off Lauren's hand, leaving his sidekicks absolutely stunned. Is that really necessary? They ask if he knows Lauren's brother. He is the hero of Cairo. Pushing him will spark a war, but William doesn't care. Who cares if he is a hero? William is the heir of the powerful Crow family. What could Roman possibly do to him? His father is close with Marcus Benedict, so nobody in Cairo dares touch him. Hero or not, he is about to learn that battle fame is utterly useless against real political power. William barks an order. Go drag Lauren here and knock him out if he fights back. Suddenly, Roman appears in the doorway asking what they just said. Say it again, Roman demands. William freezes in absolute terror. The lackeys tremble, but William tries to play it cool. If you want to hear it so badly, he says before real power. Before the fool can even finish, Roman lunges forward and grabs him by the throat, hoisting him up to ask about his mistake. Roman's grip tightens on William's throat. He won't let go. Roman heard every single word of William trying to bully Lauren and belittle the Dmitry name. He glares with cold, empty eyes. How dare they look down on his family? Dropping him, Roman orders William to take him to the Crow estate. William gasps for air. Roman radiates pure, suffocating bloodlust. Meanwhile, over at Count Crow's mansion, Viscount Pacius is absolutely stunned. They failed. After a perfect path to success was laid out, they just refused to take it. Count Crow sips his tea, muttering about how much he despises dealing with such small-minded commoners. He tells the Viscount to be patient with these peasants before casually asking if this Roman fellow is actually that important. Viscount Pacius nods quickly. Marcus Benedict is doing everything he can to recruit him. Leaning in, he whispers a massive secret. The Marquis actually wants Roman as his son-in-law. Count Crow's eyes light up with a very scheming, greedy look. He grins wickedly, deciding he needs to meet this young star soon and align their families for a prosperous future. Right then, frantic footsteps echo outside. The door bursts open as William stumbles in, screaming for his father. The Count is shocked to see Roman standing behind his son. William immediately cries victim, asking if his father knows what Roman did. A mere commoner actually dared to threaten the heir of the noble Crow family. William pleads with his father to punish him, but the Count suddenly snaps, roaring at him to shut up. He grabs William by the collar, shaking him in absolute fury. He asks if his son is completely brainless. Roman is the savior of Cairo. He violently throws William to the hard floor. Turning to Roman, Count Crow bows deeply, begging for forgiveness for his foolish son's utter disrespect and promising severe punishment. He promises this will never happen again, desperately trying to appease Roman with a polite smile, hoping to salvage the situation. Offering a hot cup of tea, the Count secretly rejoices, thinking this crisis is a perfect chance to get close. Surely Roman won't reject his warm hospitality, but the young warrior is about to crush those delusional dreams completely. "What are you doing?" Roman cold talks. He tells the Count that besides the apology, he is the one calling the shots here. Roman points out the harsh truth. William is the one who caused this mess by repeatedly targeting and harassing his younger brother. He even threatened to break Lauren's arm right in front of Roman. Remembering the threat makes Roman's expression grow cold. Nobody gets to treat his family like trash. The Count, however, tries to brush it off with a smug smirk. He asks if Roman plans to break William's arm in return, casually trying to play down the violence with a deal. Proposing they sit down and compromise for the future of both houses, the noble offers to pay whatever it takes. But the Count's smug smile quickly evaporates when he sees the steel in Roman's eyes. It is quite simple. William must crawl to Lauren, get down on his knees, and beg for forgiveness in public. On top of that, he must immediately withdraw from the Royal Academy. Roman refuses to let this trash near his brother. If Count Crow finds these terms unacceptable and refuses to comply, Roman delivers a chilling final threat. He will declare an all-out war between their families, giving the Count a simple choice of compliance or absolute destruction. There is no trace of joking on his face. The survival of the Crow family rests entirely on the Count's choice. Count Crow, however, still fails to grasp the sheer gravity of his situation, viewing it as just some childish tantrum. He laughs it off, wondering how a lowborn brat dares to threaten a high-ranking noble over a small minor dispute. Just because the royal family gave him some praise doesn't mean he gets to demand whatever his heart desires here. He roars back that Roman won't even touch a single hair of the Crow family, telling him to wake up. "Today I will show you what the true power of a noble in this empire actually looks like." Then he turned. He turned to Viscount Pacius, asking the Viscount to bear witness to everything since he had watched from the start. He pointed out Roman's constant disrespect toward the Crow family. Count Crow he felt pushed past his absolute limit, demanding a proper punishment, but Viscount Pacius stepped in to calm him down. The Viscount urged Count Crow to wait, pointing out that William was clearly the one who provoked Lauren first. The Count was stunned. In the Cairo nobility, Viscount Pacius was famously known as the clever raccoon of the empire. He was incredibly sharp, possessing the kind of political wit needed to survive the harsh realities of the imperial court. With cold, sharp eyes that saw through everything, the Viscount always managed to calculate his very next move perfectly. He excelled at building mutually beneficial alliances with the most influential figures across the entire Cairo empire. His own family lacked major prestige, yet he maintained a secure, powerful position within the royal palace through sheer cunning. He knew how to play the game of nobles. Meanwhile, his old friend Count Crow had a massive advantage. The Count came from one of Cairo's most distinguished bloodlines, and the two had been close friends since youth. Yet Viscount Pacius found himself stuck in a brutal dilemma. The stakes were simply too high this time. Count Crow was directly opposing Roman Dmitry. It was a terrifying choice, forcing him to weigh his options carefully. He remembered the Marquis was a ruthless man willing to ruin even his closest friends to achieve his ultimate goals. The only real exception to that ruthlessness would be family, and Roman was on track to marry into that bloodline. With Roman poised to become the Marquis's son-in-law, Viscount Pacius knew exactly which path he had to choose. He took a clear stance, telling Count Crow that his son was obviously the one in the wrong here. There was no need to feel embarrassed by the boy's foolish actions, and a little punishment would teach him discipline. Count Crow froze, cursing silently in absolute frustration, while Viscount Pacius maintained his cold, calculating expression. The clever raccoon of Cairo had run the numbers and made a definitive choice for his own survival. Supporting Roman, whose fame and power were rising rapidly across the empire, was simply the smartest move to make. He realized that opposing the formidable Dmitry family would only lead to complete ruin and death. Count Crow finally swallowed his pride, realizing he could not let stubborn ego destroy his entire lineage. Bowing deeply, he thanked Viscount Pacius, admitting that his anger had clouded his judgment. He agreed that his son must face punishment, then turned to Roman with a look of genuine regret. He apologized directly to Roman, admitting William was wrong for harassing Lauren and begging for forgiveness. He blamed the fast-paced situation for his poor reaction, while William watched in absolute horror as his father backed down. William cried out to his father in disbelief, while Roman watched silently, deep in thought about the noble world. These arrogant nobles always believed they were above the law, but Roman's rising status was changing the game completely. His fast ascent would only bring more jealousy and dangerous schemes from envious factions targeting the Dmitry family. That was exactly why he had handled this ruthlessly, setting a brutal example for anyone else who dared try. Looking at Count Crow, Roman realized the man was actually smart enough to control his anger and make rational choices. The Count bowed his head, accepting Roman's demands fully instead of letting his pride dictate his next move. He promised to fulfill every condition, agreeing that William would apologize on his knees to Roman's younger brother. The boy would also be forced to withdraw from the Cairo Royal Academy. Hearing this, William could only gasp in horror. The Count pleaded with Roman to accept the apology, begging for a father's sake to let the matter drop. Deciding not to push any further, Roman declared that the matter was officially settled for the day. William felt a mixture of fear and deep resentment while his father bowed repeatedly, thanking Roman for his mercy. Watching Roman walk away, William could only tremble, wondering what kind of monster he had actually crossed. Elsewhere, Lauren was completely blindsided when a classmate ran up to him shouting about some major trouble. His friend revealed that Roman had actually tracked down William and beaten him half to death over the incident. The friend urged Lauren to hurry, explaining that William was now with his powerful father to settle the score. Lauren gasped in utter shock, completely unable to believe his brother would go that far for him. Hearing that Roman was currently confronting Count Crow himself, Lauren immediately bolted toward the scene in pure panic. He runs as fast as he can, his mind racing with panic for Roman. His brother is in deep trouble because Count Crow could easily destroy him. This whole situation is just too dangerous. Lauren is terrified that if Roman gets hurt because of him, he will never find a way to forgive himself. Lauren grinds his teeth, desperately fighting back the tears. Suddenly, his communication crystal glows and begins to buzz with life. His father asks what is wrong, and Lauren breaks down, crying out that Roman is in grave danger after coming to save him. On the other end of the line, Romero, Dmitry, and Leon are completely stunned by the sudden news as Lauren keeps explaining the situation. He says Roman was dragged off to Count Crow to face punishment. Furious Romero, Dmitry slams his fist onto the table and curses that bastard. He shakes with pure, unbridled rage. Lauren is normally a very careful kid who always thinks twice before calling home. He never wants to burden his family with his own problems, but this time hearing him sob like this means things are incredibly bad. Something is definitely wrong out there. Romero Dmitry turns to his wife Leon, asking what they should do next to handle this crisis. Leon knows the Crow family holds massive power among the Empire's nobility. They are not a force to be taken lightly. Plus, they are closely connected to the powerful Count Benedict. But Leon refuses to let her family play the victim here. She asks how he can hesitate when their eldest son is in actual danger, urging him to stand strong. Hesitation is not an option now. Their ties with the imperial family are strong and they have plenty of cards to play. Besides, the Dmitry family is certainly not weak enough to let themselves get pushed around by anyone. Romero Dmitry finally sees the light. He hugs her tightly in gratitude before issuing a fierce command to summon every single vassal of the family without exception. In the meeting hall, Romero Dmitry takes his place at the head of the table. He announces that his eldest son Roman is in danger. He explains the conflict with the powerful Crow family. Hearing this, the faces of the vassals in the room instantly grow pale. Romero Dmitry presses on, sharing Lauren's warning that Roman might have already been dragged off to the Crow estate to face judgment. Their enemy is now the formidable Crow family. Romero Dmitry's voice turns dead serious as he addresses the silent room. He makes it clear that they cannot simply stand by and do nothing. He needs their absolute support and unified consent. Romero Dmitry feels a bit tense, fully expecting some heavy pushback. After all, picking a fight with the Crow family is incredibly risky. Will they back down? Jonathan is actually the very first one to speak up, completely shattering the heavy silence. He gives his full support, admitting that while fighting a massive noble house is dangerous, they have no other choice. This is Roman, the eldest son of the Dmitry family. They simply cannot sit back and let him face danger alone. Hendrik jumps in to agree, pledging to immediately put every single forge in their territory to work at absolute maximum capacity. He tells Romero Dmitry to calculate exactly how many weapons and pieces of armor they will need to win this looming war. Slapping his hand on the table, Hendrik declares that Roman is their future and they will protect him at all costs. No matter if it is the Ciro family or anyone else, laying a finger on Roman is absolutely unacceptable to them. The response is overwhelming. From the miners deep in the iron mines to the blacksmiths, everyone stands united behind their lord. Not a single soul in the Dmitry clan raises an objection, leaving Romero Dmitry deeply moved by their loyalty to Roman. They have always been peaceful, but now they must shift their focus and prepare their defenses toward the northeast region. Over at the iron mines, outrage spreads quickly. The workers cannot believe anyone would dare mess with their hero. Jacob rallies the miners, shouting that even if they cannot fight on the front lines, they will supply everything needed. They will support the soldiers at the front with every resource they can extract. The energy is absolutely electric here. MOCKED is fired up, declaring that those arrogant nobles will pay dearly for trying to lay a hand on Roman. They push themselves to mine even more iron ore while every blacksmith in the forge works at their absolute limit. They need to work faster and harder to ensure that their young master Roman can return home safe and sound. Hendrik swings his hammer with raw fury, yelling at everyone to keep pushing and not stop until Roman is back. Meanwhile, Roman calmly walks out of the Crow estate looking completely fine, but Lauren is still sweating bullets out there. Lauren knows the entire family is mobilizing just to save his brother. After hanging up with Romero Dmitry, he tries to stay calm. He tells himself that backup is definitely on the way, but the overwhelming anxiety refuses to leave his mind. He cannot just sit around waiting, so he decides he has to go search for his brother on his own. Up ahead, a crowd of students is whispering in hushed tones. Lauren wonders why they are all gathering around here. That is when he spots Roman walking over with a stone-cold expression, literally dragging William along by his collar. Seeing Lauren, Roman casually tosses William onto the dirt like absolute trash and welcomes his little brother back. Count Castro commands William to apologize to Lauren immediately, warning him that their entire family will pay a devastating price if he refuses. Filled with panic, Count Castro urges his son to apologize quickly. Realizing his defeat, William closes his eyes tightly and hesitates before speaking. He formally apologizes to Lauren for causing so much trouble and admits to bullying him. William struggles to force the painful words out. He begs Lauren to accept his apology, promising to withdraw from the academy and never show his face in front of him again. Lauren is completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. Seeing the boy remain silent, Count Castro assumes he refuses to forgive them. The terrified Count begs Lauren to accept their apology, swearing on his honor that such behavior will absolutely never happen again. He bows deeply to Lauren, offering a sincere apology. Later that evening, Lauren asks his older brother to explain what happened. Lauren asks Roman what just happened and demands an explanation, prompting Roman to calmly sit his younger brother down. Roman firmly explains that his actions today were not just for Lauren. The Castros dared insult the proud Dmitry name. As the family representative, Roman had to punish them, using this as a crucial lesson to teach Lauren about standing tall. If Lauren keeps bowing his head and allowing others to look down on him, everyone will lose respect for the Dmitry family. Feeling deeply ashamed, Lauren mutters an apology, but Roman cuts him off and commands him to lift his head up and live. Roman reminds him that his name is Lauren Dmitry, expressing hope that his brother will never have to face such humiliation again. He advises Lauren to find his unique strengths and clearly define what he wants to achieve in the near future. He points out that if the Castro family actually knew the true potential power of the Dmitrys, they would have never dared act so arrogantly. Hearing this, Lauren feels a spark of understanding. Looking at his brother, he firmly promises to remember this lesson and stop enduring. He vows never to let himself be bullied again, which brings a highly satisfied smile to Roman's face. Roman admits he is glad they can avoid meaningless arguments. Suddenly, Lauren remembers something important and panics. He urges Roman to contact their father immediately, fearing the chaos their father might unleash at home. Meanwhile, in another estate, William gets struck right across the face while his father, Count Castro, screams insults at him. The furious Count demands to know how his own son could be so incredibly foolish, completely unaware of the massive disaster he caused. He explains that Roman is currently courted by the most powerful figures in Cairo, practically revered as a living god. Yet William was stupid enough to target Roman's brother. The Count continues to lecture his trembling son. The eldest son of the Castro family can only kneel in fear, not daring to utter a single word of defense. Pointing directly at William's face, the Count yells that their family prestige has been utterly dragged through the mud. Clutching his forehead in absolute despair, he wonders how he will ever face the Marquis after such public humiliation. Just then, a servant rushes in with urgent news that the Dmitry family has established a communication link. The communication crystal activates, projecting the stern holographic face of Baron Romero Dmitry, who immediately addresses Count Castro. The Baron coldly states that they have been far too merciful, and touching the Dmitry bloodline is an unforgivable offense. The Dmitrys will not let this slide. Count Castro's face turns pale with dread as his mind races. He wonders if their apology was not enough, and why the Baron is bringing up a settled matter. Romero Dmitry announces his plan to apply for a formal territory war permit from the central government first thing tomorrow. To make matters worse, Dmitry will immediately cut all financial support, leaving the Castro family crushed under heavy bank debts. A cold shiver runs down the Count's spine as Romero Dmitry dryly explains that financial ruin is the first step. He intends to drain their enemies' resources, completely threatening to forge alliances with Count Castro's worst rivals. The Dmitry family is prepared to fund those enemies, showing absolute resolve to utterly destroy the entire Castro family. The Baron states that he will use any means necessary to bring about their absolute and total destruction. Count Castro feels the ground crumbling beneath him, his mind filled with sheer panic and rising resentment over this harsh treatment. The furious Baron issues one final warning, ordering Count Castro to release his son Lauren Dmitry immediately. Count Castro feels completely wronged by this false accusation and desperately shouts back at Baron Romero Dmitry. He explains there has been a massive misunderstanding and that they are not holding his son hostage. He reveals that William already kneeled and apologized to Lauren, leaving Baron Romero slightly embarrassed but acting cool. Trying to save face, the Baron acts indifferent, while Count Castro confirms that Roman already settled everything. He promises never to let this happen again, leaving the Baron with nothing to say but a quiet acknowledgement. Just like that, the war ends before it even begins. Hanging up, the Baron contemplates what makes a true leader. Romero stood out on his balcony watching his loyal people prepare to fight for Roman. From local artisans to blacksmiths and iron miners, they all stepped up. He felt deeply proud, realizing Roman had completely won over everyone's hearts. His boy had truly grown up. From the balcony, Romero issued a new command: no war was going down today. Prepare a massive feast instead. Everyone cheered at Romero Dimitri's order. Let's eat and drink like there's no tomorrow. Inside the town taverns, rumors were spreading fast. Someone claimed they had witnessed it with their very own eyes. The powerful Count Castro of Cairo. Yet, the Count's eldest son had to kneel down and beg Roman Dmitry for forgiveness. Inside the noisy pub, the gossip kept spreading. The entire balance of power in Cairo was shifting in a flash. It had only been a few hours, but the economic tide was already turning. Merchants doing business with the Dmitry family were quickly trying to sever ties with the Castro family. Lucas leaned in, asking if they knew what that meant. The Dmitry family was planning to wage war against Castro. The patrons gasped, a mere border family challenging them. Lucas quickly interrupted, saying the outcome was even more shocking. After that wild clash, the advantage shifted completely. Even in a conflict between a capital noble and a regional family, the odds were now leaning in Dmitry's favor. Lucas voiced what everyone was thinking. In a single day, the power and standing of the Dmitry family had drastically changed. Meanwhile, Roman sat alone, deep in thought. His family always hated war, yet they risked everything for his sake. He knew very well that Baron Romero couldn't have made such a massive decision entirely on his own. The other influential elders of the clan must have also voted in favor of backing him up. It left him with mixed emotions. A minor regional family had risked their entire survival for him. Memories of his past life flashed through Roman's mind. Back then, he lived as a monster named the Heavenly Demon. In that brutal world, anything could happen. He had witnessed so much death that his heart had grown completely numb. But this life was different. He smiled, realizing his new path. Meanwhile, in the distant Hector kingdom, the night air felt heavier than usual. Butler and Jackson watched in absolute silence until Jackson suddenly gasped out, "Prince, are you awake?" Covered in heavy bandages, Edwin slowly opened his eyes and asked how much time had passed. Recalling Roman's terrifying combat power, Edwin shuddered. Roman was a true demon. If he could turn back time, could he ever win? No, it was completely impossible. Roman possessed a monstrous strength that could never be overcome by normal means. His glowing aura was proof of that. Edwin felt a deep sense of despair as he pictured the lost battlefield. He had led his own kingdom of Hector straight into this utter ruin. Edwin was filled with silent self-blame. If he hadn't recklessly started this war, his kingdom might have survived much longer. The guilt was eating him alive. Brave warriors like Kellen had died because of his arrogance. Edwin gritted his teeth, knowing he was the sole cause. His country was now standing on the edge of a cliff. He desperately needed to find a way to save Hector. The lives of all his citizens rested squarely on his shoulders. Edwin's eyes suddenly flared with cold determination. He couldn't afford to break down just yet. Jackson watched him closely, asking how the prince felt. Sweating profusely, Edwin weakly asked his commander how long he had actually been unconscious. A whole week had passed. While the nobles of Hector remained silent, shocking news began leaking from Cairo. The defeat had thrown Hector into total chaos, leaving the panicked citizens with absolutely no hope. Horrifying battlefield rumors claimed a single demon had materialized out of nowhere, slaughtering thousands of their elite troops completely alone. This monster had even crushed their genius prince and the kingdom's strongest personal knights with absolute ease. It was a war they could never win. Hopeless citizens lamented that they had picked a fight with a monster. They were just ordinary, powerless people who failed to realize how terrifying the outside world truly was. There were monstrous entities across the continent that they could never hope to comprehend. Meanwhile, in the Grand Royal Palace, the king of Hector sat upon his throne, gently asking his kneeling son about his recovery progress. Edwin reassured his father that he had fully healed. The king sighed, blaming his own weak leadership for this tragedy. He felt terrible that his son had to carry the heavy burden of trying to save their crumbling kingdom alone. That disastrous battle had opened his eyes. He never wanted Edwin to throw his life away for the throne. Bowing his head, Edwin accepted all the responsibility, deeply apologizing to his father. He then asked if the king had read the urgent wartime report sent over by Jackson. The old king nodded slowly. Edwin reports that strange occurrences are plaguing a remote village just outside the main city walls. This was the first place to suffer. Harvests failed completely. But Edwin explains that things have gotten far worse since then, with the soil turning pitch black. All living things are slowly dying out. He suspects this nightmare is actually the work of a dark necromancer's curse. The king's face tightens up instantly upon hearing this. Edwin reasons that ruined crops and dying beasts are just the start. The entire kingdom is suffering. He believes someone designed this crisis specifically to push their nation to the absolute brink. Edwin concludes that the rot is spreading faster by the day and none of their efforts can stop this dark magic. The King of Horror looks deeply concerned and asks if some hidden outside power is actively targeting their kingdom. Are they simply waiting until the kingdom is too weak to resist before swooping in to tear it all apart? Edwin nods in agreement to the king's fears. He is absolutely certain that his theories about these shadow forces are correct. These dark forces are hiding in the shadows, waiting to profit while their kingdom exhausts its military fighting other wars. Once their military strength is completely depleted, their enemies will easily strike. The king's expression grows even more strained. The truth is finally clear. A malicious curse was cast on their lands to completely drain their kingdom of life. They must find a way to counter this dark magic immediately before the damage to their kingdom becomes permanent. Their beloved nation is on the verge of total ruin, prompting Edwin to bring up a memory from his childhood. He asked his father if he still remembers the Tower of Heaven, where he was offered whatever he wanted if he gave up his royal title. To save his country, Edwin suggests to the king that he might finally have to accept that old offer. The king shouts out in protest, but Edwin's mind is made up. He begs for just 1 year to save Hor. Meanwhile, far away inside a noisy tavern, McBurney slams his heavy beer mug down onto the wooden table. He mutters to himself that if he must die, it has to be on the battlefield. But he stares down at his arm. Can a one-armed man like him actually fight? Just then, Roman walks up and greets him out of nowhere. With a faint smile, Roman gets straight to the point and asks if McBurney wants to join the Dmitry family. This sudden offer catches McBurney completely off guard, making him wonder what the young lord could possibly mean. He politely declines the generous offer, pointing out that he only has one working arm left to his name. McBurney feels utterly useless and wonders what a broken one-armed soldier like him could possibly offer anyone. He deeply worries that he would only end up holding the young master back on his journey. But Roman reads between the lines, noting that McBurney's response sounds more like a plea than a rejection. Roman smiles and asks McBurney if he has ever heard the legendary tale of the left-handed sword. This legendary royal guard once lost his right arm in battle while desperately protecting his king. The grateful king rewarded him with endless wealth and fame to make up for his devastating loss. But Songbek was a true warrior who could never get used to a peaceful, idle life. He vowed that he would die with a blade in hand, so he trained relentlessly for years. He practiced until his left hand became as deadly as his right ever was, creating a bizarre new style. Out of a massive physical defect, he forged a unique left-handed sword technique that shocked the world. With his terrifying left-hand swordplay, he returned to the front lines and secured countless legendary victories. Later, he crossed paths with Baek Joong-hyuk. Now Roman looks directly at McBurney and makes his pitch. If he decides to follow Roman right now, he will be taught that legendary left-handed sword technique. Roman promises to forge him into a warrior stronger than anyone else. McBurney can barely believe his ears. Is such a miracle actually possible? Could this young lord be the savior of his entire life? McBurney realizes he can fight again and eventually die with honor on the battlefield, just as he always wanted. He drops to his knees instantly, swearing his absolute loyalty and life to the Dmitry family. On that fateful day, McBurney finally reclaims his long-lost hope and finds a brand new purpose. War is reshaping the destinies of so many. Edwin, Hector, McBurney, and even the young master of the Anbek house, Henry Anbek. None of them can escape this endless vortex, and Henry internally grumbles about Roman. He complains that Roman is being completely unfair after everything they went through together on the battlefield. He is deeply annoyed that Roman left him behind, sighing heavily at his boring new reality. He knew sticking with his savior was the smart move. No more drafts. Returned safely, and he was golden. Safely home. That would be his greatest achievement. But suddenly Henry noticed something strange on his banner. It displayed bold letters. Welcome back, Lord Henry Albert. The proud son of the house was finally home. Yet during that brutal war with the Hector kingdom, Henry had done absolutely nothing. Not a single thing. Still, the crowd cheered his name. They believe he fought on the front lines right alongside Roman. A victorious return was more than enough. Instantly, his standing within his own family completely transformed. Shortly after, a Royal Academy elder approached him. He asked Henry to recount the glorious battle. Exactly what Henry wanted. This status boost was everything. His association with the war made him a star. Standing on the grand stage, Henry realized something important. He needed to praise Roman even more. Riding the hero's coattails would benefit him greatly, so he began hyping up their fabricated achievements. He blended his own minor actions with Roman's exploits. It worked. The reputation of both quickly skyrocketed. It was his proudest moment. A massive turning point for the once useless noble. A few days later, soldiers lined up to bid Roman farewell. Gazing back at the crowds, Roman knew his journey had just begun. He had to make a choice. Submit to the royal factions or build an empire of his own. Roman smirked. He would do whatever it took to seize absolute control over the entire northeastern region. But the peace didn't last. On their march back, the sound of heartbreaking weeping cut through the air. Sitting in dry, barren fields, the farmers cried out in pure despair. How were they supposed to survive? Roman frowned. Who are those people? Chris explained they were likely farmers from the Dmitry household. But why on earth were Dmitry's farmers working on Conrad's land? Chris quickly stepped in to clarify. Because Dmitry lacked fertile ground, these poor farmers had to lease land from Conrad just to survive. Hearing this, Roman fell silent. Bring them to me, he ordered. I want to hear their story directly. Trembling with fear, the farmers knelt before him, explaining they had signed a strict lease with Conrad. The lease was supposed to last a year, but with only a single month left, everything fell apart. Out of nowhere, the Conrad family ordered them to pack up and return the land immediately. They were being forced to clear the fields, leaving their nearly ripe crops behind. A heartless demand. Instead of giving them time, Conrad sent armed thugs to trample and destroy all the unharvested crops. Unable to bear the injustice, the old farmer wept openly. Young master, please, you must help us. Without a harvest, their families would starve to death. Chris turned to Roman, his heart heavy with concern. Their plight was miserable, but Chris warned Roman that stepping in would trigger a massive political conflict. The Conrad family was not to be trifled with. They had powerful alliances built up over many years. Currently, Conrad was doing everything possible to consolidate their influence and expand their territory across the Northeast. They were actively forming tight pacts with other minor Northeastern noble houses, creating a dangerous unified bloc. This Northeastern alliance was a coalition of weak families. Individually small but banded together, they wielded real power. They clung to one another like bats in the dark for survival. But Roman wasn't about to back down. His next words left Chris completely stunned. We cannot just stand by and let this happen, Roman declared. Doing nothing would only invite worse trouble. Suddenly, Roman's face grew incredibly dark, radiating cold anger. Before this problem spirals completely out of control, we must tear them out by the roots. Chris bowed in respect. If the young master had resolved to fight, his loyal men would follow him. With their path decided, they returned home. Massive cheering crowds of citizens were already waiting to welcome their hero. They roared for the savior of Cairo, hailing him as the absolute pride of the entire Dmitry family. Dmitry beamed with pure joy, seeing his son running forward to wrap him in a tight embrace. Caught off guard, Roman asked if his father was doing well. Romero laughed heartily, assuring him all was fine. Patting his shoulder, Romero proudly announced a grand welcome-back feast was waiting for the whole family to enjoy. But Roman's expression hardened and he quietly declined. First, father, we have urgent matters to discuss. Retreating to the quiet of the private study, Roman prepared to break the news about the farmers. Dmitry admits he knows about those farmers, but he asks what other choice they have. He cannot stop the Conrad family from reclaiming their land. If they force a confrontation, conflict will erupt between the two families. Then the tenant farmers renting Conrad land will be the ones who suffer. Roman refuses to back down, his expression turning cold. He tells his father that he understands the concern, but asks him to consider another perspective. If those farmers belong to the powerful Benedict family instead, would the Conrads ever dare to treat them this way? Dmitry is stunned by his son's sharp logic. Roman pushes further, reminding him of Count Benedict's absolute influence within the royal court. Everyone knows the Count is untouchable. So Roman asks where their own family, the Dimitrius, actually stands in this entire northeastern region. One thing is absolutely clear. The once mighty northern clan is currently teetering on the very brink of complete collapse. With them out of the picture, there is no force in the northeast stronger than the Dmitry family right now. Dmitry knows his son is right, but argues that being strong does not mean they should go around starting conflicts with the Conrads. He explains that targeting them would trigger a chain reaction since several minor noble families are allied right behind them. Every move requires careful calculation. But Roman completely disagrees with this passive approach and lays out his own aggressive view. He insists that while the Dmitry family has grown into the strongest force here, the Conrads and other minor nobles still look down on them. In their eyes, the Dimitrius are nothing but lucky upstarts who lack the deep roots and backing of the older traditional families. They assume the Dmitry family has no powerful factions to lean on, unlike the Grand Northern clan or other ancient houses. Because of that arrogant assumption, the Conrad family felt bold enough to cross the line and mistreat their people. Roman declares that this absolute disrespect cannot be allowed to continue. His calm facade completely vanishes, replaced by a cold, commanding intensity. The Dmitry family is stronger now. He wants to send a clear message that it is time to show everyone who truly rules this land. Dmitry watches in absolute shock. Roman speaks with growing passion, completely locked into his vision of reshaping the region. They must learn that provoking the Dmitry family means total ruin. Nearby, a hand tightly grips a glass of dark red wine. Romero Dmitry reflects deeply on his son's words. Now that they have the power, why should they let their own people suffer? Standing by and doing nothing is no longer an option. It is time to teach those arrogant Conrad bastards a lesson. Roman asks his father for a sword, his gaze turning incredibly sharp. He promises that if Romero Dmitry gives the word, his hands will do the dirty work. He will gladly stain his hands with their blood to prove who the real master is. Recalling that fierce determination, Romero Dmitry sighs deeply. He realizes his son has truly grown up. He remembers Roman's childhood back when the boy had to live like an ordinary commoner. He worked tirelessly with his own hands. Back then, everyone mockingly referred to him as the outcast child of the family. But those harsh struggles forged the unstoppable Roman standing here today, gifted with the exact strength and resolve a true leader needs. Romero Dmitry stares at his reflection in the wine glass, quietly pondering the path ahead. A brand new era is officially beginning for their family. A few days later, a grand banquet is held to celebrate Roman's safe return and his incredible victory. The entire Dmitry estate is filled with joy. Prominent nobles from all over the Northeast have gathered to join the festivities. Eager to curry favor, the guests crowd around Roman to introduce themselves. One announces he represents the Bond family. Sophia from the Grizel family introduces herself right alongside representatives from the Harrows clan who offer their warm congratulations. They might not fully respect the Dmitry family deep down, but they cannot ignore their overwhelming rise in power. Sophia approaches with a bright smile, asking if Roman still remembers her. Roman politely greets her as Lady Sophia of the Grizel family. He assures her that of course he remembers, warmly recalling their brief meeting at a previous gathering. Her face lights up with joy. She looks at him with sparkling eyes, amazed by how much he has changed since they last met. She secretly wishes she could become his fiancée. Just then, another high-ranking noble steps forward to introduce himself. It is Viscount Conrad, who claims it is a true honor to meet the legendary hero who defeated Hector's mighty army. Roman observes him closely, realizing this man is the infamous Viscount Conrad. He calmly introduces himself as Roman. The Viscount enthusiastically mentions hearing about Roman taking down a powerful 5-star knight from the enemy forces. He smiles, adding that it is hard to believe someone only 20 years old could achieve such a legendary feat. Roman remains polite. He dismisses the praise, but the persistent Viscount Conrad continues to claim that Roman is easily the greatest warrior in the Northeast. But Roman has absolutely no interest in hollow flattery. His eyes grow cold and dark as he cuts in with a question. The Viscount is pleased, thinking the young man is surprisingly sharp despite his commoner background. He warmly invites him to speak. Roman gets straight to the point. He demands to know why the Viscount unilaterally seized the agricultural land of local farmers. Viscount Conrad freezes in absolute shock at the blunt question, while the surrounding crowd holds their breath waiting for an answer. Whispers break out. Viscount Conrad awkwardly tries to explain he only wanted to bring higher value to the people. After all, what is the big deal? Roman merely stares back with a cold "Is that so?" Sweat drips down Conrad's face as he defends himself. They came to celebrate, not to talk about this. He starts complaining loudly he brought good intentions, yet Roman is making him lose face before everyone. Fuming, the Viscount turns to leave, declaring he will never step foot in this place again. But as he reaches the door, Roman's chilling voice cuts through the room, commanding him to stop. He warns the Viscount that walking out means declaring war on Dmitry. The command is sharp and absolute. Roman demands he turn around immediately. Viscount Conrad spins back, eyes wide with sheer fury. "What did you just say?" he roars. "We expelled those peasants, but that land was ours first." He keeps shouting arrogantly, must they report every little detail to the Dmitry family just to reclaim their property? "We are not your servants," Conrad fumes, refusing to take orders from a mere boy. The surrounding nobles begin to murmur in agreement. Conrad has a point and Baron Romero should handle this. What right does Roman even have to lecture them, especially with such an incredibly disrespectful tone? They whisper about how rude he is to guests who came only to celebrate his success. Conrad is a family head, not someone to be pushed around. Roman listens to their quiet complaints. He wonders if they would ever dare show this kind of attitude to the Barkov family. Absolutely not. These northeastern nobles are like snakes ready to strike Dmitry's back at any moment. Whether he has to sever ties completely or tame them like obedient dogs, a firm choice must be made today. With an icy glare, Roman looks directly at Viscount Conrad and prepares to lay down the law. He asks plainly, since when does anyone in Cairo have the right to lay hands on another family's people? Stepping closer, Roman's intense gaze pierces the older man. Those very peasants are Dmitry's loyal subjects. They live in Dmitry territory, pay their taxes to Dmitry, and pledge their absolute loyalty here. A heavy wave of killing intent fills the room. Yet the Viscount dares to call them disrespectful. "You touch my people," Roman snarls, "and you actually expect me to just smile and let it slide." Conrad turns pale under the heavy pressure. Roman coldly informs him this matter has already been decided. Baron Romero gave his son full authority over this situation, and there is no way he is letting it go. Conrad gasps in absolute shock. Roman presses on, noting the lack of any apology. Fear spreads through the crowd as the tables turn. Roman addresses everyone in the room. Listen closely. If anyone from another land harms a Dmitry citizen, they will pay 100-fold. He lets out a cold, sharp smirk, challenging them to see who dares test him next. Let us see if any of you complaining now will still call this a minor issue when it happens to you. The nobles turn pale, realizing they are the ones who stand to lose the most from this. Conrad watches him, realizing Roman is not just a master swordsman, but a terrifying strategist. He is a cunning fox, backing them into a corner and crushing them with pure power. Conrad glances at the others, desperate to find support. They cannot afford to back down now. This is exactly when their alliance must stand strong together. But suddenly, another noble steps forward. Viscount Lawrence takes the stage, surprisingly calling out Conrad for his obvious mistake. He points out that completely ignoring Dmitry's subjects during this transaction was entirely unacceptable. Lawrence firmly demands that Conrad drop his pride, admit his wrongdoing, and apologize immediately. Lawrence remembers how useless this alliance was when they stood against the Barco family before. They are utterly useless. Lawrence has already chosen to throw his lot with Dmitry instead. The other nobles, sensing the shift, instantly turn their backs on Viscount Conrad. They urge him to apologize to Roman, claiming no noble could possibly ignore this insult. Conrad stares in disbelief as everyone aligns with Dmitry to tear him down. He has no choice but to retreat, bowing his head in bitter defeat to apologize. Watching his son's extreme methods, Romero couldn't help but feel a wave of worry. Was playing this rough truly the right move? The Northeast Alliance would never just back down and accept defeat, but Roman calmly replied that to rebuild the order here, they had to confront them head-on. Their enemies had banded together, desperately trying to bring down the Dmitry family. But sooner or later, they would realize their own helplessness and be forced to accept the massive power gap. It was the only way for Roman to push forward with his master plan. Meanwhile, the Northeast Alliance was absolutely fuming. One member slammed his hand on the table, cursing at how that arrogant brat, once known as the family fool, now looked down on everyone just because he got a little famous in the capital. The rest of them agreed. They couldn't just bow their heads, or the world would think the Northeast Alliance was nothing but a joke. Then Viscount Conrad, who had been silent this whole time, chimed in, asking if they actually had a plan. The room fell dead silent. Seeing their blank stares, the Viscount scoffed, expressing his doubts about their entire alliance. He bluntly pointed out that the Dmitry family's sheer military force already completely overwhelmed theirs, making any normal rebellion impossible. Plus, Roman had just defeated Butler in their recent duel. There was simply no way to overthrow them directly. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but conventional methods were useless. Then another noble spoke up with an idea. What if they got the central government involved? They could use the royal court's authority to squeeze the Dmitry family. Viscount Conrad liked the sound of that. Squeezing their rivals with imperial backing seemed like a brilliant move. Ever since the Barco family collapsed, they had been looking for a way to rebuild their ties with the capital. This was their perfect chance. By leveraging the royal government's massive influence, they could easily turn the tables. Conrad agreed eagerly, offering to make the call himself. Soon the entire alliance gathered behind him as he connected. They reached out to Viscount Pacius, a noble with deep central ties. Conrad stepped up to make their appeal. He asked for a favor, and Pacius warmly welcomed it, saying he would gladly help a friend like Conrad. Feeling quite relieved, Conrad expressed his gratitude before bringing up their dispute over farming lands with the Dmitry family. He asked if Pacius could use the royal court's power to put some serious pressure on the Dmitry family. Instead of answering, Viscount Pacius' face went completely blank and the communication screen suddenly cut to black. Panicked and angry, Conrad barked at his men to fix the connection, refusing to keep their contact waiting. Once the screen flickered back on, Conrad scrambled to apologize, blaming the poor signal in their remote region. But Pacius just sighed in disbelief, telling Conrad that he was shockingly out of touch with reality. As Conrad stood there completely baffled, Pacius snapped, asking if living in the countryside had made him deaf. Did he seriously just suggest threatening the Dmitry family? Pacius decided it was time to drop some truth. After his absolute masterclass victory against the Hector Kingdom, Roman was now hailed as a generational genius. Count Benedict was actively backing him and even desperately wanted Roman to become his own son-in-law. Fulfill Conrad's request, not a single chance. Hearing this, Conrad felt the entire world spinning around him. Before hanging up, Pacius offered some final advice: stop trying to pick fights and start begging for forgiveness. Conrad was left absolutely frozen in sheer terror. Did Count Benedict actually want Roman to marry his daughter? One of his advisors quickly whispered that their only option now was to apologize and make peace. Just like that, the entire land dispute dissolved. Conrad had no choice but to swallow his pride. The Viscount personally apologized to the poor farmers, swearing to respect their leases and leave their lands alone. The overjoyed farmers bowed deeply to Roman, expressing their immense gratitude for saving their precious livelihoods. They promised to follow his orders forever. Roman simply smiled, completely unsurprised by how easily the alliance folded. Everything had played out exactly as he predicted. The pathetic alliance had no choice but to surrender. Roman assured them it was nothing, while silently laughing at the alliance's foolish attempt to involve the court. The central power was already on his side. Currently, the Northeast nobles were like a flock of bats. They might be playing nice and acting submissive right now, but they would eventually try to bite back. That was perfectly fine. His first step of baiting them into a corner was a massive success. With step 1 complete, Roman was already planning his next move to completely dismantle their little coalition. It was time for a direct strike. Looking down at his gathered forces, Roman prepared to make a major announcement. He has some massive news for the crowd. The Dmitry family is hosting a swordsmanship tournament, and the prize is 100 gold bars. The crowd below erupts with sheer excitement. To keep things fair, Roman and Knight Commander Jonathan, along with the military captains, will sit this tournament out. He then steps up to explain the rules. The competitors will be split into 6 separate groups, and only the top fighter from each group will advance as a winner. Roman addresses the crowd. They all know he fought on the southern front and crushed the army of the Heer Kingdom. Every single warrior who stood by his side on those bloody battlefields has been forged through the fires of war. They are vastly stronger than ever before. Raising his voice, Roman declares that this tournament will be their ultimate stage. He wants them and all of you to showcase your true strength. Those elite soldiers will be split across the 6 groups to compete alongside you. If anyone manages to claim victory, they will receive the gold and something even better. Roman will personally grant them a single wish. Hearing this, a curious voice from the crowd asks if outsiders can join. Roman responds that as long as they can prove they belong to a family from the Northeast, nothing else matters. That is his only requirement. He makes this grand announcement to a crowd that is already erupting in wild cheers. The battle will commence in 1 month, giving everyone plenty of time to sharpen their blades and prepare for war. This tournament is a golden opportunity for the nobles of the Northeast. If one of their swordsmen can win it all, the Northeast Alliance will finally be able to fulfill their deep desires and gain massive leverage over the Dmitry family. Roman will have to overlook all their past transgressions, completely reversing the power dynamic and restoring their lost pride. Can they actually pull it off? A nervous voice rises among the conspirators, expressing serious doubt about their chances. Many powerful factions outside their own group are eyeing this prize, making the path to victory incredibly steep and dangerous. To make matters worse, some of the most fearsome warriors from the previous wars are also stepping into the arena. They are talking about absolute monsters like Chris and Kevin. If those 2 powerhouses enter, winning will be almost impossible. But Viscount Conrad has already calculated everything. He knows the tournament is split into 6 completely separate groups. As long as they have at least one of their own men win a single group, Chris and Kevin do not matter. By spreading their best fighters across different groups, they are guaranteed to secure a win somewhere in the tournament brackets. This strategy actually sounds quite brilliant, especially since the Northeast nobles have plenty of highly trained elite soldiers ready. With only 1 month left, they must prepare frantically. To avoid being completely overshadowed by the rising Dmitry family, the conspirators must seize this chance. To secure victory at any cost, the Viscount is even willing to use imposter swordsmen. Meanwhile, Roman gathers his own forces before their grueling training camp. He speaks of the trials they must face. The path to victory will be ruthless. Only the 6 group winners will earn the right to represent the Dmitry name. Their past achievements on the battlefield do not matter here. Only their performance in this arena will prove their worth. Even though they are currently off the front lines, the battle for survival and power never truly stops for a warrior. They must always be ready to draw their swords. To push his soldiers to their absolute limits, Roman promises massive rewards. However, if they want to claim these prizes, they must first bring unmatched glory and fame to the Dmitry name. Out of the 6 final champions, if one stands above the rest, Roman will personally teach them his ultimate technique. This is the very martial arts style that allowed him to dominate the battlefield. Every clash will push them higher. Hearing this, McBurney is absolutely thrilled. The one-armed swordsman knows this technique is his ticket to becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Roman is on an entirely different plane of strength compared to them. Learning even a fraction of his power is a miracle. This is the chance of a lifetime. And it is not just McBurney who feels this burning desire to win. Kevin and Chris are just as hungry for this power. Every single loyal follower in the Dmitry faction wants this reward. Roman has 2 clear goals for this tournament: force the arrogant Northeast nobles to realize who truly rules and train his men. He wants his subordinates to grow stronger than ever. Once the dust settles, the power balance of the Northeast will change forever. And so the tournament countdown officially begins. While his soldiers push their bodies to the brink during this next month, Roman intends to use this time to cultivate his own strength. He was once the legendary Baek Joong-hyuk after all. A warrior born on the borderline of life and death, he knows that resting on his laurels is nothing short of foolishness. While his men strive to break through their limits, he must also push himself to reach even greater heights of power. Only relentless training can make him truly invincible. Just as he finishes his session, Lucas approaches him from behind with news. Lucas steps forward after hearing the message that Roman called. He receives strict orders that Roman will isolate himself for a month. Roman plans to focus solely on training. He will refuse all updates unless they concern the family directly during this quiet time. At the same time, Roman instructs Lucas to sell his personal sword. Lucas is free to handle the sale however he sees fit. Originally named Llama, the sword is renamed Blaze to find a new owner. Roman strictly warns Lucas not to reveal its origin. Revealing Roman as the master would cause a massive stir. No matter what, Lucas must sell it quietly by any means necessary. Roman tells him to put the auction profits directly into the guild funds. That blade is truly a work of art. Its edge is incredibly sharp, the steel shining brightly. Lucas wonders why his master wants to part with such a deadly weapon. He keeps his questions to himself and accepts the order. First, he needs to find the perfect venue to sell it. An auction house seems like the best choice. Once collectors realize its true worth, the bids will skyrocket. Lucas travels to a bustling northeastern city, which serves as a major hub thanks to its massive warp gate. When his registration number is called, Lucas places the sword on the counter. The appraiser steps up to evaluate the weapon. The inspector gapes in absolute shock at the sheer quality. He can tell right away that this is a top-tier masterpiece. He asks Lucas how he wants to run the bidding, and Lucas requests a strictly anonymous seller setup. The clerk confirms the terms: an open auction with no reserve price and a 10% increase per bid. Once Lucas agrees to all the auction conditions, the staff member immediately escorts him to meet the head manager. The manager, a man named Mori, warmly welcomes Lucas to the office. After examining the sword, his excitement is obvious. Mori recognizes that this premium blade will fetch a massive sum. A masterpiece of this caliber is extremely rare. He estimates it will easily bring in at least 30 gold coins. Next, they must test its mana conductivity. Usually, a weapon with a level 3 mana rating is considered elite, but the appraiser is in for a shock. The sword Blaze registers an unbelievable level 10 mana reaction. It is an astronomical rating that he has never seen before. Normal swords are practically useless without mana compatibility, but this blade takes things to a whole new level. It does not just conduct mana, it actually amplifies it. Mori nearly loses his mind when he hears the news. The big day arrives and the auctioneer hypes up the crowd, warning them they will regret missing this forever. Word spreads like wildfire, drawing wealthy merchants and high nobles from all over to witness the event. The Adelion auction house has never hosted an item of this caliber in its entire history. The host steps up. He officially presents the sword Blaze to the audience. As the blade is unveiled, a wave of shock fills the room. This is clearly no ordinary weapon. The auctioneer describes its features with an excitement he has never shown before. Its true power lies in its compatibility with mana. Previously, a sword with a level 7 rating sold here. That weapon went for 300 gold coins. Yet today, Blaze boasts an unheard of level 10 mana reaction. The revelation causes an absolute uproar in the crowd. Even seasoned bidders have never heard of such power. Hungry to own Blaze, the crowd wastes no time and begins shouting out their bids one after another. Bidding starts at 10 gold coins, quickly jumping to 20, then 30. Soon the increments rise by 50 gold coins. The price escalates rapidly as the wealthy elite fight for dominance. Suddenly, the minimum bid jumps by 100 gold coins. The numbers keep climbing higher and higher. Meanwhile, a man watches from the shadows with a cold, knowing smile. Things are getting absolutely wild now. You can practically feel the tension in the room reaching its breaking point. Suddenly, paddle number 53 is raised. The bid hits an unbelievable 1,200 gold coins, shattering all house records. That insane amount forces most of the frustrated crowd to forfeit. Up in the luxury VIP box sits a very smug man. This wealthy bidder is none other than Marquis Valentino. He is an incredibly powerful noble with bottomless pockets. While he prefers to stay neutral in royal politics, he is an absolute beast when it comes to high-stakes auctions. Valentino is always ready to drop a fortune to secure the absolute best treasures. And this legendary auction is bound to send shockwaves throughout the entire kingdom. No one can predict how far-reaching the consequences will be. Even though he bid a staggering amount, Valentino knows the true value of Blaze far exceeds what he spent. He recognizes its potential goes far beyond a simple mana test. It is not just about raw power. This legendary blade can actually help its wielder ascend to the rank of a 10-star swordsman. It is a divine rank that every warrior in the world desperately craves to achieve. It is a choice of one or the other. For raw power, the Aura sword reigns supreme, drawing in swordsmen who crave ultimate strength. They want to prove their worth through sheer force, making the Aura sword the ideal weapon. Meanwhile, the magic sword is suited for the weak who cannot control aura, since magic swords are much easier to handle. Those seeking the ultimate peak of power will choose aura. Recognizing the immense value of blades, the Marquis wanted it at all costs. He believed that if more of these blades were forged in the future, the original blaze would become legendary. Its worth would skyrocket, becoming a highly coveted treasure. That first legendary auction piece would solidify its place at the very top. He was convinced that the anonymous creator of this weapon must be an incredible master swordsman and a passionate collector. This unique combination set Blaze apart from any ordinary sword. Now the Marquis himself was not a stranger to the public. He was notorious as a greedy collector driven by an obsessive, near-insane passion to possess the most extraordinary weapons. He would do absolutely anything to get what he wanted, and nobody dared to cross his immense influence and power. That is why everyone at the auction remained cautious, keeping their distance to avoid getting on his bad side. Consequently, guest number 53, the Marquis himself, won the bid, becoming the new owner of the sword. Eager to hold his new treasure, he demanded to pay immediately on the spot, showing his impatient desire. He tossed down a chest containing 1,300 gold coins. Master Mori was stunned since the appraisal was only 1,200. But to the Marquis, 100 gold coins was pocket change, so he handed it over as a tip. Mori felt quite anxious and uneasy, knowing this man was dangerous, yet he still forced a polite smile and thanked him. In return, the Marquis wanted to learn the identity of the blacksmith, claiming he wished to thank them in person for crafting such a masterpiece. Hearing this, Mori's expression turned incredibly awkward. He had to admit that he could not fulfill this request. The blacksmith chose to remain anonymous, and Mori apologized, terrified of offending the Marquis's powerful family. Fortunately, he did not push further, since he respected the strict rules of the auction house. Mori sighed in relief and thanked him for his understanding. Still, the Marquis warned Mori to notify him immediately if any other works by that master blacksmith ever became available. If Blaze possessed such terrifying power, then any other weapon forged by this mysterious creator would surely be just as spectacular. He flashed a pretty sinister smile, highly anticipating whatever masterpiece this genius smith would create next. After the auction, the crowd kept gossiping about the weapon, while the Marquis left feeling smug and satisfied with his prize. It was a flawless work of art, boasting both stunning aesthetic beauty and devastating raw physical power. He held the blade, admiring it with deep praise. Although he possessed many exceptional swords, this one was entirely different. It was completely superior. An extraordinary sword meant an extraordinary creator, and he had to find them at all costs. He immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate every single blacksmith within the Dmitry estate first. It was driven by sheer curiosity, a burning desire to meet this legendary creator and discover more of their refined creations. He wanted to see what other masterpieces they could make. Just like that, an entire month flew by in Dmitry. During Roman's month of secluded training, a lot had changed, and the soldiers were training harder than ever before. At the training ground, Chris was sparring with the recruit. The soldiers stood no chance, and Chris pointed out his flaws. Chris noted that while attacking, the recruit forgot to defend. He had effort but lacked raw strength and tactical thinking. He relied purely on instinct, but on a real battlefield you must think because you only get one life to live. Appreciative of the harsh but valuable advice, the soldier bowed. One by one, the other recruits took their turns. Chris watched them, confident that out of the 6 final selection spots, himself, Kevin, Volkan, and Pookie were safe. However, the remaining 2 spots were still a mystery, since everyone else was on a pretty similar level of strength. Nobody truly stood out. Suddenly, he felt an incredibly oppressive energy looming from behind, and as he turned, a shockwave shook the entire area. Did the heavens just tremble, he wondered. Rewind to 15 days ago, where Roman was forging. His expression was dead serious, filled with murderous intent. He recalled his first fierce battle against Butler, wondering if things would have differed if Butler fought at full strength. That victory was mostly because Butler was careless and distracted. He had to protect his prince, which led to his defeat. Facing a top-tier 5-star Aura Knight is normally an impossible challenge for Roman. Knowing this, he could not let one lucky win make him arrogant and lose focus. He did not want to suffer the same fate Butler did. Although he had lived as Roman for a while, he was still adjusting to this life. Once a legendary heavenly demon who ruled without rival, absolute confidence was in his blood. But right now, things are completely different. In the battles to come, he will have to fight countless times. Too many elite masters have yet to reveal themselves, so he must tread carefully and avoid making any reckless moves. In any era, facing the strong is always dangerous. Even if he regains most of his power, others could easily do the same. They are not rare in this world. To survive, he has to understand exactly who he is and where he stands. Only then can he stand firm, train hard, and press forward. His immediate goal is to reclaim his former strength. He hammers away in the hot forge from sunrise to sunset, day after day, training his physical body without rest. Under this ceaseless torment, his body glows red like fire, his eyes focus with determination, and his skin practically burns. Through this sheer agony, his body is pushed to its absolute limits. No matter the hardships now, his future path will be solid. Where there is destruction, there is rebirth. As long as he strives, he can overcome and achieve anything in this life. A new path demands a worthy companion. This brand new sword will succeed, Brace walking the next step of the journey with Roman. This weapon holding power far surpassing Brace is the Blaze Sword. It burns with a ferocious consuming fire that feeds on strength. Through all the painstaking hours spent forging this powerful Blaze Sword, Roman pushes his physical form to his absolute limit. Now comes his second major transformation. His old skin practically peels away, tearing open to birth a much stronger vessel. This painful rebirth is a massive essential upgrade for all the ambitious plans he is preparing for the future. Stepping out of the forge, Roman feels like an entirely new person. His internal power has undergone a profound shift. With this newfound physical strength, he wonders how he would fare if he had to fight his past battle again. After this rebirth, he could easily handle not just one butler, but even two at the same time. To reach the level of the Heavenly Demon, he must undergo 3 distinct stages. Yet, despite all this grueling training, he feels he is only halfway through the very first stage. Once he hits the middle stage, his power will soar exponentially, and by the 3rd stage, he will reach the absolute peak. If he ever attains that limit, nobody on this continent will ever stand a chance against Roman. With the arrogance of a heavenly demon, even facing 3 or 4 butlers is nothing. But in the end, can he really follow the exact same path of the heavenly demon in this new life? Will he regret his choices this time around? Seriously, on this foreign continent, those swordsmen wielding aura are no joke. Their unique powers cannot be compared to traditional martial arts. Knowing this, he must adapt to become even stronger. He has to embrace and master these foreign techniques. With his growing understanding of this brand new world, can Roman achieve a massive breakthrough by combining traditional martial arts with aura? To find out, he can only rely on his own limits to see what heights he can reach. Standing tall, Roman grips his sword as dark energy begins to pulse. He is trained so ruthlessly that his hands are torn, raw, his fresh blood staining the cold blade. Being reborn and walking his previous path again, he initially thought everything would just be a boring repeat of his past life. But thinking about it now, he finds this life highly entertaining. The Heavenly Demon's sword art is completely different now. It has not grown weaker at all, but rather far stronger than before. This world still holds many mysteries to uncover. If life is to be exciting, let those deadly challenges come seek him out. Honestly, only by facing death head-on does he find a real reason to live in this world. Starting as Roman from the very bottom, he will climb to the absolute peak. Right then, the deputy commander of the Dmitry Knights rushes over in a panic. Chris cannot believe his own eyes. He is stunned by the sheer destruction left behind. Looking at the scene, the soldiers stand frozen in absolute disbelief. Yet Roman remains entirely unbothered, as if absolutely nothing happened, casually reassuring them that there is no cause for concern. The soldiers gape in awe. Without using a single shred of magic, Roman has hollowed out the entire ground. Observing their shock, Roman calmly orders them to leave. They immediately obey his command and move away to another area. When ordinary people face terrifying obstacles, they often freeze, too afraid to break through the walls blocking them. Deputy Commander Chris used to be exactly like that. He only knew how to run away in fear, never daring to look back. As he watches his commander forge ahead with ever-growing monstrous power, he only feels incredibly weak and utterly useless. While Roman trains tirelessly to break his limits, what right does Chris have to be complacent while following him? He feels so pathetic. Yet this painful realization becomes his ultimate motivation. It is not just about winning anymore. He must demonstrate overwhelming dominance, completely crushing every single enemy. No matter what it takes, he must grow stronger. To stand as Roman's shield and guardian, he will do whatever it takes to surpass his current limits. After a month of hard work, the sword is finally forged. Roman is thrilled with this masterpiece, though he hesitates. He is not sure what to name this dark blade. While his previous swords represented a brand new life, this one represents who he is right now. The Heavenly Demon Sword, an existence plunging all enemies into despair and absolute agony. Because of this, his new weapon shall be named the Night Sword. Meanwhile, Chris returns to report the progress of the past month of battles. With fights held every 3 days, they filtered out those who achieved the highest win rates based on those results. Chris then hands over the list for Roman to inspect. The names appearing on the list are Chris, Kevin Vulcan, Becky, Mark, B. Journey, and Henderson. Roman is quite surprised by these results, especially the last 2 unexpected entries of Mark, Begurney, and Henderson. Chris immediately asks for his thoughts. After looking it over, Roman tells Chris to proceed with this exact lineup. However, he warns that failure is never an option. He must show his true strength. Roman firmly instructs Chris that failure is unacceptable, urging him to perform perfectly and prove his absolute power in the tournament. Since this upcoming competition is being held directly under Roman's name, Chris takes these heavy words deeply to heart. Yet Roman also warns him not to expect too much from this particular tournament. A day before the event, the soldiers are buzzing when one man is shocked to meet an acquaintance. The acquaintance answers calmly that the reward is 100 gold. For that kind of money, he had to sign up. Could this fighter be working under Viscount Conrad? He is a highly seasoned mercenary from the harsh front lines. He confidently brags that he will show everyone just how terrifying a frontline mercenary's blade can be. Hearing this, someone mocks his pride, telling him to test his mercenary skills against their vice captain Chris instead. The man immediately panics, knowing all too well how monstrous Chris is. Seeing his fear, they suggest he fight Kevin. But Kevin is even more terrifying, known to most as a total demon. As they talk, they mention Vulcan and Becky. Both of these guys have extraordinary power, meaning anyone hoping to survive this tournament needs to avoid those four at all costs. It is highly pressuring, and the mercenary quickly drops the subject. He yells to just give him some peace. Soon after, the 6 groups for the swordsmanship tournament are officially announced. This brings a mix of joy and absolute despair. Realizing his man must face Chris, Baron Kolo panics. Seeing his terror, his allies quickly comfort him, saying his family's chosen swordsman is still highly skilled and capable. The Viscount also tells him not to lose hope just yet. However, everyone is shocked to see Mark Begerney, a one-armed man, on the participant list. Yet the Baron remains highly confident in his own fighter. Conrad asserts that this tournament will decide the future of the Northeast, making victory absolutely essential. They must lead the coalition to a total triumph. Motivated by his speech, the gathered nobles unite to crush and overthrow the Dmitry family. Before long, the tournament day arrives to roaring crowds. But in a quiet corner, Baron Kolo remains deeply anxious. He cannot back out under everyone's watchful eyes. With a gloomy expression predicting that his young fighter Max stands absolutely no chance of winning, the Baron tells him not to push himself too hard or face unnecessary danger. But Max remains confident, fueled by passion. He promises to do his absolute best to secure victory. In his mind, his own strength is actually quite formidable. Since both he and Chris are rated at 2 stars, he sees no logical reason to feel intimidated by Chris. Moved by his determination, the Baron is brought to tears, calling out his name with deep pride. He trusts Max completely, encouraging him to fight Chris without any regrets. But if things go south and Max is in danger, the Baron warns that he will surrender immediately. Hearing this, Max's determination to win grows even stronger. Stepping onto the arena, Chris radiates an immense crushing aura. But as Max faces him directly, he feels tense. He is visibly anxious. The moment the signal for Group 1 is called, Max rushes forward like a madman. Yet instead of reacting or preparing a counterattack, Chris remains completely calm as if nothing is happening. In just one single second, he shatters Max's sword completely. Max freezes, unable to comprehend what just happened. By the second, Chris lunges forward. He delivers a heavy, devastating blow that leaves Max with no time to react. That single fatal strike collapses Max by the 3rd second. In just 3 short seconds, the fight is over. Chris defeated Max with only 2 swift strikes. The vice-captain of the Dmitry family secures an easy victory. Advancing to the next round, his overwhelming strength leaves Baron Kolo staring in utter disbelief at the massive power gap. Right after Chris wins, Kevin dominates. He shuts down his opponent fast, and just like that, he moves on. One after another, the elite soldiers of the Dmitry clan, Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Baek, crush their targets. They all advance. Seeing this, the remaining competitors tremble with fear. The rumors about the Dmitry soldiers were true. They are 4 absolutely unbeatable monsters. Now the only tiny shred of hope left for the other fighters is simple. Pray they draw Mark Begerney or Henderson. Otherwise, they can just forfeit to save themselves from a brutal beating. The big day finally arrives. The official brackets are posted, and representing the Dmitry family in this round is Henderson. The crowd stares in absolute disbelief. Everyone knows Henderson as the weakest link, a guy who can barely swing a sword. Snorts of contempt echo through the arena. No one believes this coward belongs on the same stage representing the Dmitry family. But these ordinary spectators do not understand the sheer depth of training Roman put his men through. All 6 representatives chosen by Roman possess incredible raw talent and have already made names for themselves in the ranks. Chris and Kevin are the absolute strongest elites, Roman's trusted vanguard and the ultimate nightmare of every regular soldier. Everyone prays to avoid drawing them in the brackets, knowing a match against either means a quick, painful defeat. Besides those 2 powerhouses, Vulcan and Beck strike deep fear into the crowd. They are veteran mercenaries with brutal combat skills. Their massive battle-hardened bodies make them formidable opponents who can easily overwhelm almost anyone in their path. These 4 are legendary forces of terror, their reputations preceding them. But on the other hand, the last 2, Mark Begerney and Henderson, make the other fighters sigh with relief. They are complete nobodies compared to the Elite 4. No one has ever heard of Henderson. They mock him because of a shameful rumor from his first day of recruitment. Back then, Henderson allegedly wet his pants out of sheer terror, labeling him a cowardly weakling in everyone's eyes. As the tournament begins, Roman's father questions him privately, wondering if this contest can truly reshape the power of the Northeast. The local lords have always despised the Dmitry family, actively looking for any chance to rebel or cause trouble. They will never willingly support Dmitry. But Roman has already calculated every single move with cold, absolute confidence. He knows that once they witness the terrifying power of the Dmitry family, they will realize resistance is entirely futile. They will be forced to bow down under the sheer weight of his family's might. Talk about playing chess while they play checkers. Once those rebellious lords are thoroughly tamed, the Dmitry family will hold the entire northeast region in their hands. Next up is round 1 for Group 5. The match pits the mocked Henderson directly against a fighter named Taylor. Seeing the massive gap in their public reputations, the crowd sneers, expecting Henderson to get crushed in seconds. But Taylor actually knows Henderson from their past. He looks down on him with pure condescending disgust. He mocks Henderson for his peasant roots, sneering at how a lowly dirt farmer dares to stand before him as a swordsman. Taylor cannot believe this peasant actually abandoned his fields to stand on this sacred martial arts stage today. Offering some arrogant advice, Taylor boasts about his own strength, claiming his 2-star rank makes this fight a joke. He tells Henderson to surrender immediately to save them both some time, acting like he is doing him a huge favor. Listening to this insufferable, arrogant lecturing, Henderson can feel the anger boiling deep inside his chest. Keeping his head low, Henderson tells him to forget the old peasant he used to know. If you are so kind, why not surrender yourself? Taylor laughs, pretending to worry about his old acquaintance, warning him not to regret making such a foolish, prideful decision. He thinks Henderson is about to suffer a brutal, embarrassing defeat. But the second the match begins, everything shifts. Henderson charges forward like a wild demon, his speed blindingly fast as he launches an aggressive, relentless assault on Taylor. Taylor instantly panics. This heavy, explosive power is definitely not something a mere peasant could ever possess. Moving like lightning, Henderson unleashes a flurry of heavy, sweeping strikes, utterly shattering Taylor's defenses. Desperate to prove himself worthy of Roman's trust, Henderson flashes back to his agonizing, endless training sessions. While others mastered aura almost instantly, he had to struggle for every inch of progress like a slow turtle. Others might be fast like hares while he crawled behind like a tortoise, but he never ever stopped moving forward. He pushed through the brutal sweat and tears, hardening his resolve to win this tournament and prove his worth. Fueled by those painful memories, he rains down earth-shattering blows on Taylor with absolute terrifying conviction. His unwavering focus makes every swing heavier and deadlier. Realizing he is about to get slaughtered by a peasant, Taylor snaps. Desperate to survive, Taylor erupts with his full aura, desperately trying to launch a fierce counteroffensive. He attacked with pure fury. Taylor had to unleash his aura, knowing that without this power he would easily fall to Henderson. With his aura active, Taylor believed he could end this battle in a single flash. Just like that, he prepared to strike. Taylor leaped high into the air and lunged straight toward Henderson. In that moment of intense focus, Henderson remembered a vital piece of advice. He recalled what Chris told him before his massive transformation. To obtain his current strength, he had to overcome his past as a weakling. While everyone else got discouraged and accepted defeat, he was the only one who kept pushing forward, refusing to give up. If he had run away back then and refused to face new challenges, he would still be that same helpless coward today. But his absolute determination changed everything. Chris always believed that with this kind of resolve, Henderson could actually win this fight. He would finally prove he deserved to stand proudly by his lord's side. This match was the ultimate test of his training. It was the culmination of an entire month of brutal, sleepless practice. Recalling his journey, Henderson felt a sudden surge of power. Locking his gaze forward, Henderson gripped his sword tightly and instantly assumed a defensive stance. Just as Taylor came crashing down, Henderson countered. He swung his blade to meet the strike, channeling a decisive defensive blow that completely shattered Taylor's momentum. The impact sent Taylor flying back dozens of meters. Pushing himself up, Taylor stared in absolute disbelief at Henderson's terrifying strength. Before he could even process what happened, the match was decided. Taylor was utterly defeated by the former weakling's sword. Henderson was declared the winner. The stadium fell into stunned silence, completely shocked by this impossible upset. No one ever expected a common peasant to completely overpower a trained aura swordsman. The crowd was utterly speechless. Real knights spent years trying to control mana. Yet a regular farmer just turned their entire hierarchy upside down. Henderson stood victorious, raising his weapon high to the sky as the entire stadium erupted into wild, deafening cheers. Meanwhile, watching from a high-status balcony, several powerful figures observed the battle with deep, serious concern. The leaders of the Northeast faction looked visibly shaken by the outcome. This peasant was supposed to be a pushover. Rumors labeled Henderson as weak, making him their primary target to easily defeat and secure an effortless victory. Now they feared he might sweep the entire tournament. Even though things looked grim, Baron Kolo refused to panic just yet. Baron Kolo still held out hope that his elite Northeast fighters would salvage the day. Next up was Kevin's turn to fight. Kevin wanted to put on a show and prove to his lord that he was just as capable as Chris. He was determined to make a statement in his own brutal style. The crowd roared as he stepped onto the field. Seeing him enter the arena, his opponent from the Northeast Alliance immediately began to tremble with pure terror. Known as the Demon of Dmitry, he was a ruthless monster. But with nowhere to run, his opponent had to fight. Mile braced himself and launched a desperate non-stop flurry of attacks hoping to catch the demon off guard. But Kevin easily dodged every single strike with effortless grace. Burning through his stamina, Mile quickly began to tire out. Desperate Mile lunged forward trying to grab him at lightning speed. But Kevin was already 3 steps ahead. Slipping the punch easily, he countered with a single devastating fist that sent his opponent crashing to the dirt. The sheer power of that single hit sent Mile into an absolute panic. Kevin looked down like a hungry predator. Unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy blows, Kevin targeted his head, forcing Mile to curl up in agony. With his face covered, Miel could only scream in pain. Up in the stands, the crowd watched in absolute horror. They knew he was powerful, but this level of sheer brutality was entirely unexpected. He was a complete monster. With his spirit shattered, the battered fighter raised a trembling hand and begged to surrender. He wanted out. Securing an effortless victory, Kevin easily advanced to the 3rd round, having completely broken his opponent's will to fight. Meanwhile, the Dmitry Knight captain gathered his men to deliver an important announcement regarding the next stage of the tournament. The captain revealed that Chris would be joining their ranks in the upcoming rounds, urging the soldiers to watch him closely. To grow stronger, they needed to learn from the very best, and Chris was the ultimate role model for them. The knights saluted in unison. Elsewhere, Chris easily secured another victory, effortlessly advancing to the next bracket. Spectators gasped at how fast he neutralized his opponent, his sheer speed, leaving everyone in absolute awe. Watching his rapid growth, the captain saw him evolve into a true leader. With every match he fought, Chris had become the ultimate weapon and the Lord's undisputed trump card in this entire grand tournament. No matter how powerful his enemies claimed to be, his sheer presence alone was enough to make them tremble. Possessing the natural aura of a true commander, only 5 fighters now remained for the next intense round. Seconds for him to secure a swift victory, leaving his opponent flat on the ground. Chris's expression remained incredibly intense. He wanted more. Chris kept up the relentless assault, his inner voice screaming that this wasn't enough. Round 3 took 8 seconds. Round 4 took 10. In under a minute, he was advancing. Just like that. Such unreal speed left Jonathan completely stunned. He had no idea how his fighter had suddenly unlocked this level of insane power. He turned to Roman with a questioning look. How did the young lord change Chris so drastically? What did Roman do to make him this strong? Next up was Farron versus Chris, and things were about to get wild. Everyone knew Chris was a total beast by now. As Farron stepped up to face him, the entire arena began to whisper. Some advised him to throw in the towel. It was better than suffering a totally humiliating defeat. Others guessed he might last 10 seconds or maybe 30. The announcement finally blared across the stadium. Both fighters stepped forward. Honestly, Farron knew deep down that he stood absolutely no chance against Chris. Winning was out of the question. His only hope was to just survive for a single minute. After all, the previous losers had been utterly demolished in under 10 seconds. Surviving a whole minute would be a massive statement. If he could last a minute without getting knocked out, he would easily be the star of the show. But his dream was crushed instantly. He was taken down even faster than the rest, collapsing miserably. A single sword strike ended it. His draw was so fast that the crowd couldn't even see the blade move. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Even though they knew his power, watching him dismantle opponents left the crowd completely speechless. There were simply no words to describe Chris's overwhelming strength. The gap was just too massive. He moved so fast that the spectators were left dazed, unable to keep up with his lightning speed. Securing his matches in under a minute, Chris easily took the top spot in Group 1. This outcome was pretty expected, but nobody expected him to clean house in just 12 seconds. Honestly, how does anyone even compete with that? With Group 1 settled in a flash, the action shifted. Over on the other side, Devil Kevin didn't disappoint. Crushing his opponent's spirits with ease, he easily dominated the other soldiers to secure his spot in the next round. Meanwhile, the absolute powerhouses Wang Kan and Baki also easily overpowered all their opponents to secure their spots in the next round. Almost all the representatives from the Dmitry family were breezing through their tournament matches with absolute ease. But Group 5 delivered the most shocking surprise. Henderson claimed a victory that left everyone completely stunned. A mere peasant had somehow defeated trained Aura swordsmen, leaving only Group 6 where the one-armed Mark McBurney waited. Could a disabled fighter actually pull off a win and take the top spot? Facing an opponent who seemed pretty weak, the Northeast nobles saw a final ray of hope. The Viscount checked on Gabriel, who confidently replied that he was ready. Viscount Conrad placed all his hopes on Gabriel. Seeing his opponent had only one arm, Gabriel felt extremely confident about winning. He was the Viscount's top-secret weapon trained since childhood, which is why Conrad trusted him completely to win Group 6. On paper, this tournament seemed fair, but some matchups had a massive power gap that favored the nobles. It's a 3-star aura swordsman against a guy with one arm. Talk about an absolutely unfair matchup. Seeing this perfect setup, the Viscount grew arrogant, believing this win would finally force Roman to kneel and compromise. Confident in his hidden trump card, he warned Gabriel to show absolutely no mercy, even if his opponent was disabled. Gabriel wasn't some kind of saint, so he had no intention of holding back against Mark McBurney. He was determined to use every ounce of his strength to crush Mark McBurney and secure a brutal victory. After all, he was a 3-star swordsman facing a normal one-armed fighter. Stepping onto the stage, he looked incredibly smug. He couldn't believe he'd lose to someone who could barely balance yet still dreamed of becoming a true knight. That thought made him even more arrogant, looking down on his opponent as the match finally kicked off. The moment the fight started, Gabriel lunged forward with a fierce attack, but Mark McBurney cleanly dodged the blow. Gabriel thought he had figured out his opponent's rhythm. Seeing him dodge left, he aimed his next strike to the right. Just as he thought victory was within reach and the match would end, Mark McBurney unleashed his ultimate technique. He spun like a raging whirlwind, striking with a fury that left Gabriel completely off guard and incredibly frustrated. Facing this sudden force, Gabriel realized Mark McBurney hadn't reached the 3rd round by luck, it was pure skill. He finally noticed the key detail: Mark McBurney was using his missing arm's balance to execute those impossibly fast spins. Understanding this lesson is absolutely crucial in swordsmanship. McBurney only achieved his current strength because Roman personally guided his path. Normally, losing an arm is a fatal weakness for any swordsman, but he soon realized that a missing limb didn't have to hold him back. As long as he keeps pushing his limits and training relentlessly, he can always carve out a brand new style that fits him. He trained day and night without rest, constantly pushing through the pain to secure a victory and earn his place. He wanted to prove his worth as Roman's loyal soldier. After all, Roman was the savior who rebuilt his life from the ground up. Fueled by those powerful words, his strength surged. With one final decisive swing, he brought down his opponent once and for all. He completely crushed his enemy using only a single arm. Looking at the defeated foe, he felt incredibly grateful to Roman. His lord had given him a new purpose and a new life. He was once just a hopeless, crippled swordsman who wanted to quit. Yet now he has just defeated a powerful 3-star aura swordsman trained by the Northeast Alliance since childhood. And let's be real, this victory was completely expected. The Dmitry family crushed their opponents, leaving the Northeast Alliance defeated. As the losers, they have no choice but to accept the harsh terms, meaning their entire alliance now belongs to Dmitry. Viscount Conrad simply cannot accept this crushing reality. Watching his secret weapon lose so easily makes his blood run cold. If Dmitry keeps growing at this insane rate, his alliance is doomed to collapse. The sheer thought of it terrifies him. To him, Dmitry's soldiers look like bloodthirsty demons, and standing right behind those demons is an even bigger monster. Even after pulling every single favor and connection in his book, he still couldn't defeat these terrifying monsters. His allies don't understand his panic at all, endlessly asking what they should do next, which only annoys him further. Unable to bear the sight of their humiliating defeat, he storms out of the venue without wasting another second. The entire crowd is left in absolute shock, wondering when on earth the Dmitry family became so incredibly unstoppable. But everyone in the kingdom knows that to train such ridiculously powerful soldiers, their leader must possess truly monstrous strength. He is a man who can easily shift the balance of the entire kingdom, possessing skills far beyond comprehension. Roman is a master strategist and leader, constantly pushing his men to reach heights that no one else can match. He relies on his brilliant mind and absolute power to elevate his family to the very top of the hierarchy. Dmitry is now a dominant force, growing more prestigious by the second, while the Northeast Alliance faces total ruin. Their soldiers are scattered. For anyone who truly desires strength, their only hope is to swear absolute loyalty to Roman. Roman stands with his arms crossed, warmly praising his loyal men and telling them they all did a fantastic job. With the tournament over, the winners officially join Roman's ranks. Each of them holds their own deep personal desires. Some are desperately searching for raw power, while others simply want to stand proudly by Roman's side forever. However, Roman despises complex relationships built on desperation, where the other party only joins because they have no choice. To him, a true partnership must always be mutually beneficial, a tight, unbreakable bond built on shared goals. Since these soldiers need his guidance, he is confident their connection will remain incredibly solid in the future. He reminds them never to forget that his chosen warriors are special, possessing talent far beyond the average fighter. Through their relentless hard work and pure grit, they will surely conquer any brutal challenge he throws their way. To reward their efforts, Roman hand delivers 3 gold coins and 3 days of rest. Now that is how you treat loyal followers. Naturally, the soldiers are absolutely thrilled. Meanwhile, Lucas has been quietly keeping a close eye on everything. He quickly notices that the tournament wrapped up exactly as Roman predicted, aligning perfectly with his lord's ultimate goals. This crushing defeat means the Northeast Alliance will likely stay quiet for a while, waiting for another chance to strike. They will keep plotting against Dmitry because in any kingdom, strict rules can never completely stop greedy, rebellious minds. There will always be snakes hiding in the grass, meaning they must stay alert and prepared for any sudden betrayal. You can never predict a desperate enemy's next move, so having a solid counter strategy ready is absolutely essential. Directly fighting the Northeast Alliance right now is unnecessary. Instead of constantly reacting to them, they need a proactive approach. Roman needs to show them exactly who holds all the cards now. To dismantle a major alliance, you must divide them. Breaking them into smaller, isolated factions makes it incredibly easy to pick them off and completely crush their influence. Elsewhere, Count Douglas is still desperately searching for the massive hoard of gold secured before the war with Lawrence. Despite torturing and executing anyone even remotely connected to the situation, his men still haven't found a single trace of the treasure. Before the conflict broke out, he used his extensive connections to secure a shady deal with the central bank. Huge sums of money. To prepare for the upcoming conflicts, he had also borrowed from Count Douglas and other northern powerhouses, including Homer. But Roman Dmitry defeated him miserably. When Viscount Barco fled, he desperately tried to escape, only to be brutally murdered. He was the single person who knew exactly where that massive fortune was hidden. Now Count Douglas remembers. The Barco family's hidden slush fund remains completely untouched, and he is the last one alive with any clues. So he hired mercenaries to retrieve the gold only for it to be stolen en route. Such massive wealth cannot simply slip through his fingers. He must reclaim that gold at all costs. No way he lets his efforts go to waste. Even if he has to tear the entire Northeast apart, that mountain of gold must belong to him. Him and him alone. No one else gets to touch it. But just as his anger boils over, the Black Moon Guild sends an urgent report. They have a solid lead on the hidden gold. Leaping to his feet, he barks orders to bring them in immediately. Black Moon Guild leader Negra enters. He reveals that after the heist, the gold was routed through the black market, and they finally tracked down the culprits holding it. Losing all patience, Douglas demands to know who dared to cross him. But the revelation of who currently holds the treasure leaves him completely stunned. The original thieves were brutally ambushed by soldiers from the Northeast Alliance. After completely wiping out the bandits, they loaded the heavy crates onto carriages and fled. Naturally, those soldiers had no idea the carriage originally belonged to Douglas. That explains their incredibly reckless move. When the Black Moon Guild master dug deeper, he tracked down a significant portion of this gold being spent. It was circulating on the black market. The serial numbers matched Viscount Barco's slush fund. Tracing it back, revealed that Viscount Conrad's men are currently holding the loot. Hearing this, Douglas boils with intense rage toward the Northeast Alliance. They stole the very treasure he spent so much effort tracking down. Yet amid his fury, he fails to realize the Black Moon is secretly laughing. They are already serving a new master, playing their part in a master plan to fracture the Northeast Alliance. Someone needed to manipulate the pieces, escalating the misunderstandings until they tear each other apart. And of course, the Black Moon Guild was quietly bought out by Roman's subordinate Lucas and is now serving the Dmitry family. The Northeast Alliance remains completely in the dark, blindly trusting every piece of intel fed to them. Meanwhile, Count Douglas cannot suppress his explosive fury, immediately contacting the Alliance, ready to drag them into a bloody conflict. At this moment, the Alliance leaders are desperately gathering to discuss how to handle him. After all, the Count is a terrifying beast, with massive influence. A direct clash is the last thing they want. But if he discovers the truth, he will inevitably blow everything out of proportion and show them absolutely no mercy. Even with that threat, Viscount Conrad refuses to back down. They had lent the Barco family a fortune as well, so they deserve their fair share. Count Douglas has no right to hoard all that gold for himself by trying to secretly seize the slush fund first. Was he not trying to monopolize the entire treasure? They refuse to lower their heads to someone so greedy. The Viscount firmly believes they did nothing wrong. But as the other nobles panic over their next move, a dilemma arises. They cannot surrender the gold because they desperately need those funds, yet keeping it will surely invite the Count's full wrath. Knowing the Count tried to claim the entire treasure without telling them only fuels their determination to stand firm. No one wants to submit to him anymore. By the time he realizes what is happening, they will have already aligned against him. They ultimately choose to back the Viscount completely. But just as their united front is decided, word arrives that Count Douglas is demanding an immediate audience. Seeing this, the Viscount's face pales with worry. He knew a confrontation was inevitable, but he never expected it to happen this fast. The moment they meet, the Count immediately demands to know why they took his gold without warning, aggressively pressing them for an explanation. The Viscount tries to calmly explain that the Barco family owed them money too, meaning that slush fund cannot belong to any single individual. Instead, it must be split among everyone. He then boldly asks why the Count tried to hoard it all for himself without informing the others. But the Count rejects this entirely, pushing back by accusing the Viscount of making up absurd excuses for outright theft. He insists the gold is his alone. No matter how much they try to pacify his anger, his rage continues to boil out of control. The Count threatens to wage all-out war on the Northeast Alliance, declaring he will absolutely never forgive their defiance. They will pay a devastating price for crossing him. Hearing this heavy threat, the Viscount's heart completely sinks. The situation has spiraled completely out of control, far worse than any of them had ever anticipated. Upon receiving the news, Lucas immediately heads back to report to Roman that the outcome is exactly what he wanted. Viscount Conrad is certainly not some reckless amateur who would act without carefully reading the room first. Yet Roman saw this coming, knowing Count Douglas is not the type to let things slide so easily. With a short-tempered man like him, actions always follow words and everything is moving forward exactly as planned before. Roman already anticipated that the Viscount would immediately try to back down and apologize if things started looking bad. He would lower his head and apologize just to sweep the entire mess under the rug and move on quietly. That is why their clash must go public, a pretty brilliant play to push the situation completely out of control. This ensures the conflict keeps growing day by day, making it much easier to drive a wedge right between them. When pushed into a deep pit of absolute despair, people will gladly toss their dignity aside and do whatever it takes to survive. Up in northern Cairo, an old man asks in utter shock, is the situation really that tense right now? Out on the busy streets, crowds gather to gossip about the Northeast Alliance preparing to face Count Douglas. Stunned by this sudden news, some merchants even talk about shutting down their businesses entirely to avoid the fallout. In a dark corner, two other men whisper about it. Is it actually true? The other reassures him it absolutely is. He heard it from someone close to Conrad after speaking with the Count. The man went on a wild, destructive rampage. The skeptical old man listens as his close friend insists Conrad is determined to completely crush Count Douglas this time. We have no reason to get involved. As the gossip spreads like wildfire, everyone is talking about the upcoming war. Word of the conflict travels incredibly fast, especially among the working class who keep sharing the latest updates. Since these gossiping commoners are everywhere, the rumor mill blows up until practically everyone in town knows about it. When Count Douglas hears these rumors and learns that the Viscount wants to take him down, he is absolutely furious. Feeling betrayed, Count Douglas is ready to wipe out anyone who dares defy him, refusing to show any mercy. Realizing the situation is spiraling wildly out of control, the panicked Viscount urgently tries to contact the Count. He desperately explains that the rumors are totally false and even offers to return all of the gold to him. The Viscount practically begs the Count to calm down repeatedly, insisting that the wild stories are nothing but lies. But the Count merely barks back at him, blind fool, there is absolutely no way he is accepting an apology now. Instead of accepting peace, he wants to crush them completely to show everyone who really holds the ultimate power here. With that, he officially issues a declaration of war, leaving the entire alliance absolutely shaking in their boots. Terrified of his uncontrollable and wild wrath, they urge the Viscount to immediately contact the central government for urgent help. They stand zero chance against Count Douglas on their own, but reaching out to the capital only brings disappointment. The government flat out refuses to intervene in this clash, claiming this is an internal dispute they must settle themselves. Seeing their very last saving grace vanish, they sink into a deep despair, feeling utterly abandoned by everyone. They truly believe no one is coming to save them, but right at this critical moment, Roman makes his move. It is hard for them to believe that the highly prestigious and powerful Dmitry family is actually reaching out. The Viscount answers the call, skeptically asking Roman why he is calling. He initially assumes Roman is just calling to mock them, but caught off guard by Roman's surprisingly concerned tone, the Viscount ends up pouring his heart out about everything. After hearing the whole situation, Roman casually asks how they plan to handle things, hinting at potential aid. Completely surprised, the Viscount asks if Roman is actually offering to help. Roman gives a very blunt reply. Roman responds directly, even with their rocky past. Dmitry cannot just ignore what is happening to the Northeast Alliance. He asks if they have any doubts if a war breaks out, who really stands to benefit the most. Is it not Dmitry? Seeing that the powerful family is actually offering a lifeline, the Viscount is stunned. Although the Viscount clearly understands Roman's ulterior motives, they are completely backed into an incredibly tight corner right now. This is no time for petty pride. He must swallow his anger because begging Roman is their only remaining option. The Viscount promises to do absolutely anything for Roman in the future as long as he saves them right now. He completely hates having to do this, but his stubborn arrogance won't protect them from the Count's looming wrath. Since the central government completely abandoned them, he has absolutely no choice but to beg on his knees. Roman speaks frankly. Deep down, he has absolutely zero interest in playing savior to the Northeast Alliance. This was exactly what Roman had planned all along. So of course, he gladly agreed to step in and help. Partnership accepted. But the moment the Viscount wavered, Roman dropped his real ruthless condition for their future alliance. He wanted them to rule the Northeast together, leaving the Viscount wondering if Roman would actually keep his word. If they accepted, Roman promised a solid long-term partnership. He vowed to stand by them whenever things got tough. No matter what, Roman would never ignore their plea. But the Viscount still hesitated, deeply lost in thought. It made no sense. Roman used to despise the nobility, yet here he was suddenly offering them help. He was on track to become the great leader of the Northeast, making the Viscount highly suspect a hidden agenda. There was no way he could rush this choice. He immediately asked for more time to discuss with his allies. A few days later, on the other side, Count Douglas was casually marching his soldiers toward the northern border. They were heading to war. But when his soldiers demanded their rewards, Douglas just turned around with a sneer. Why bring up such petty things to the Lord of the North, he snapped, acting like a true arrogant ruler. He knew exactly how desperate the Northeast Alliance was right now, meaning one single push would make them crumble completely. Once they collapsed, he could easily step in, seize everything, and finally crown himself as the master of the Northeast. He was like a hungry tiger ready to use any dirty trick to ensure he was the sole victor. Everyone feared his ruthless ambition. Previously, political barriers kept him in check, but those rules did not apply anymore. Now things are completely different. The northern nobles had formed a tight alliance ready to share the spoils of war. Dividing up the conquered land was a natural step. Soon, the northern and northeastern armies finally faced each other. Count Douglas was practically itching to start the slaughter. Yet the Viscount stood his ground, remarkably calm and unfazed. It was as if he was holding a massive trump card waiting for the perfect moment to play it. Talk about pure arrogance, Douglas kept taunting them, shouting that they should bring out everything they had. The Viscount calmly replied that they would not need to do that. Suddenly, a scout rushed over with shocking news. Another army was approaching, leaving Douglas completely baffled until he spotted the flag of the Dmitry family in the wind. The sight of that family crest struck pure terror into his heart as Roman himself marched onto the battlefield. Douglas stammered, demanding to know why Dmitry forces were there, but Roman just stared back with cold, calculating eyes. He demanded to know why the northern forces dared to cross into northeastern territory instead of staying on their own. Douglas knew that crossing this border meant directly provoking Roman, giving the young master the perfect excuse to intervene. Seeing Roman standing with the Viscount, the Count's allies instantly began to panic, never expecting him to show up. Everyone knew the terrifying legendary reputation of the Dmitry family, making almost all of them think twice about fighting. Still, a few ignorant fools who knew nothing of Dmitry's true power were foolishly gearing up for a clash. Despite the warnings from his allies, Count Douglas was absolutely seething that Roman had decided to meddle in his plans. Sensing their obvious hesitation, Roman stepped forward and coldly gave the northern forces two very simple choices to make. Either they pack up and retreat immediately, or they prepare for a brutal, bloody slaughter right then and there. Retreating would make the North a laughingstock, but fighting meant their troops would be annihilated by Dmitry's elite force. Even with Dmitry on the field, the proud Lord of the North felt his fragile ego was on the line. Backing down after marching out so aggressively would be too humiliating, leaving him with no easy way to withdraw. Yet he was no fool and knew a full-blown battle would only end in a devastating defeat for his side. While they vastly outnumbered the Northeast, Roman's elite warriors shifted the power balance completely to their side. With Roman's terrifying monsters on the field, the northern forces found themselves trapped, unable to advance or retreat. It was an absolute dilemma, and the Count was sweating bullets trying to find a way out. Seeing his hesitation, Roman offered a crazy proposal. He would fight 3 of the Count's best men at once. Talk about a power move. When Douglas still hesitated, Roman confidently raised the stakes to 5 men. Even with such a ridiculously generous offer on the table, the Count was still deeply unsettled by Roman's terrifying confidence. Winning would bring the North legendary fame for defeating the unmatched master of the Dmitry household. But losing would make them a global laughingstock, since 5 elite soldiers couldn't defeat a single man. Douglas knew Roman had painted him into a corner with absolutely no escape, so he begged for some time to think. Count Denver quickly consulted with his allies and decided to accept the proposal. If his 5 strongest men fought against Roman, they would surely win, because there was no way one man could defeat 5. Even so, the other lords remained deeply worried, knowing that Roman had already defeated the famous butler. But Count Denver knew the threat, but they had no other choice. It was their last card. So he put forward 2 of his strongest subordinates, both renowned 4-star experts. This was the ultimate show of northern strength. The absolute trump cards of the North were the twin brothers Benton and Bentel. Both were rank 4 warriors, making Count Denver highly confident in their abilities. He tried to convince his allies that Roman was indeed as strong as rumored. But this reckless duel was their perfect chance to display the North's power. If they caught Roman off guard, the 5 of them would kill him. Eliminating Roman meant taking over the entire Northeast, placing the region right in his hands. Hearing this, the other northern lords realized they had no better alternative and finally agreed to follow his plan. With their unanimous support, Count Denver grew even more enthusiastic, his urge to destroy Roman burning brighter than ever before. To make things better, this 5-on-1 duel would have an official from the central government as his supervisor. Meanwhile, Bentel were busy plotting how to take Roman down. No matter how powerful he was, there had to be a blind spot. They would strike from behind and end him. The twins even planned to split the prize money and fame with their supporters. Soon, everyone took their positions and the battle flag was raised. Every warrior prepared to unleash their full power. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the twin brothers Benton and Bentel prepared to unleash their absolute strongest joint technique. They charged directly at Roman, putting every ounce of their strength into the strike. Yet Roman stood completely still, cold, unmoving. This only made the twins' rage even harder. But the moment Roman drew his sword, a single flash of his blade sliced both of them clean in half, ending their lives in a matter of seconds. Count Denver watched in absolute horror, unable to process how his twin four-star aces were wiped out so instantly. With the twins dead, Roman calmly brought up the past. Back when the Northern Alliance was strong, conflicts were settled, with words rather than senseless blood. But this time, the Northern Lords had bypassed all diplomatic channels entirely. They had openly declared war on the Dmitry family without even a single word of warning, acting as if nobody could ever touch them. This action showed absolute contempt, proving they believed they could look down on the Dmitry family. For the young lord of Dmitry, this was a massive insult. Roman had no intention of letting them off easily. Game over. He immediately demanded they upgrade the duel to an all-out war to make things much harder for them. If they accepted, no Northern soldier would leave this place alive today. Count Denver felt absolute terror. He knew this meant the slaughter would not stop at 5 warriors, but his entire army would be wiped out. Desperate to avoid such massive casualties, the Count quickly realized sacrificing his 5 duelists was the lesser evil. He quickly claimed they had already agreed to a duel. Rejecting Roman's terrifying new terms, the Count insisted on the original rules. The duel remained, but the 3 remaining Northern warriors turned pale with absolute fright. Next on the chopping block, Roman, however, remained completely indifferent and agreed. But just as he agreed, a desperate voice suddenly cut him off. Wait, the surviving warriors begged Count Denver to end this fight immediately instead of throwing their lives away. Surrendering so quickly, pathetic, with a cold laugh, Roman dropped his sword entirely, opting to fight them barehanded. He raised his hands with a cold challenge in his eyes, asking if they were ready to fight now, reminding them that if an unarmed man beats 3 armed warriors, the entire North's reputation would be completely ruined. Seeing Roman offer such an incredibly massive handicap, the soldiers felt relieved. If they backed down now, their pride as swordsmen would be permanently shattered, leaving them in eternal shame. They had no choice but to bet it all on this fight. Yet intense fear still gripped their hearts, knowing they were stepping into an absolute slaughter. Gathering what little courage they had, the 3 charged forward anyway. As their blades rushed toward him, Roman did not even flinch, his face remaining completely expressionless in the face of death. With a single devastating punch, he effortlessly shattered their swords and sent them crashing hard to the ground. Within seconds, they were beaten to a pulp, desperately gasping out their surrender. But Roman was not done, delivering one final crushing stomp. The results were clear. The Northeast secured a victory, leaving the North utterly defeated. Roman asks if anyone has a different opinion, and you can bet the arrogant Count quickly bows his head and meekly says no. Seeing Roman fight so hard for the Northeast Alliance, Viscount Conrad repeatedly bows his head to express his deep gratitude. He realizes that if they had joined forces with the North against Dmitry, they would have been utterly annihilated as well. At this very moment, Roman has made their massive difference in power crystal clear, exactly as he planned from the beginning. A few days after the fierce battle between the North and Northeast concludes, a crucial meeting is called in the Grand Hall. Today, Roman takes his place at the long table to lead this vital council on behalf of his father. This time, absolutely no one dares to oppose him, allowing Roman to start laying out his master plan for the future. He opens by asking if anyone truly believes the kingdom of Cairo is currently heading down the right path. Looking back at the southern front, he was far more exhausted by internal traitors than the actual foreign enemies. Despite risking everything for the kingdom, they received zero trust with the central nobles, constantly doubting their combat abilities. While the front line was actively collapsing, the corrupt central government cared only about power struggles and internal bickering. If Roman and his dedicated soldiers had not thrown themselves into the fray, this war would have already been lost. War would still be tearing Cairo apart today, leaving absolutely no one to step up and take command of the defenses. The council members grow visibly anxious because Roman is speaking the absolute truth. If the central government regains total control, another devastating war is bound to break out, and the innocent soldiers will once again be used as disposable shields. Instead of actually fighting the invaders, those corrupt officials will prioritize their own safety, while the nobility loses everything. Without any strong forces left to protect their lands, the regional nobles will face massive financial and military ruin. Meanwhile, the corrupt central politicians will only grow more secure in their wealthy, untouchable positions. To bring back true justice, they must face the harsh reality that Cairo will never be fair as long as those bureaucrats hold the reins. Therefore, Roman is demanding a massive political revolution. Instead of fueling useless internal conflicts, they must stand together. They have to protect their respective territories. To avoid wasting any precious time, they must act fast to fully secure and consolidate their total control over the entire Northeast, leaving the central government absolutely powerless to interfere. If the people of the Northeast join forces, they actually stand a very good chance at resisting the central government. They could rule their own territory without any outside interference, but the Northeast is far from a paradise. The terrain is harsh and the soil is mostly barren. Because of this, almost all of their food has to be imported. Going to war with the crown would mean immediate economic ruin. But Roman has already planned several steps ahead. He knows the risks, but he already has a brilliant solution to secure their food supply. He wants to completely sever all trade ties with the capital. Dragging things out only makes them more dependent. The only path forward is absolute self-reliance. On the military front, the Northeast has a massive geographical advantage. Surrounded by towering mountain ranges, the territory acts like a natural fortress, blocking any enemy forces from easily breaking in. He plans to build an impenetrable fortress right here in this safe zone, but first he must evacuate the locals. To solve the food crisis, Roman decides to clear the mountain forests and cultivate the land for farming. They will grow their own crops and achieve complete self-sufficiency. Hearing this, Viscount Danver looks incredibly worried. Clearing wild mountain land is a massive undertaking. It requires thousands of workers and years of grueling labor. But Roman is completely unfazed and confidently declares it can be done. In his past life, he saw the perfect design. He remembers a legendary fortress that withstood countless brutal sieges and remained undefeated for generations. This massive mountain range is the perfect shield. Building behind these peaks will guarantee absolute protection. It is a fortress reborn among the peaks. Is this just a lucky coincidence or is it fate? Everything aligns too perfectly to be an accident. He quickly points out the exact areas chosen for reclamation. In fact, before even telling them, Roman had already started clearing several spots. It is going to take a lot of time. But if this succeeds, the royal family will lose all leverage over the Northeast once and for all. If they face any future threats, they will never have to beg for help because they will hold all the power. From the farming blueprints to the fortress layout, everything is laid out with absolute precision. Let us be real, this seems impossible at first glance, but his breakdown is incredibly realistic and detailed. Every single phase has been calculated down to the last detail. Looking at the flawless master plan, everyone is stunned. Just like that, the Lauren family agreed to support the Dmitry family unconditionally, and the Conrads quickly followed suit. One by one, the other noble houses declared their backing for his grand plan. He successfully swayed them all to join his side. From this point on, the Northeast Alliance is rebranded as the Dmitry Alliance. His flawless strategy worked exactly as intended. The entire Northeast now belongs to Roman. Watching from above, his father Romero sees Dmitry heading in the right direction. He recalls how hard Rotwell used to struggle to build up the family. Yet now Roman has easily achieved it. Romero feels an incredibly deep sense of peace, sipping his wine under the gentle glow of the quiet moonlight. Meanwhile, Marquis Valentino spent the entire past month searching tirelessly for the blacksmith who forged the legendary sword Blaze. Still, there was absolutely no sign of the creator. He sent countless letters only to receive disappointing rejections. No one claimed to be the crafter. Across the entire continent, another masterpiece like Blaze simply does not exist. Just as he grows utterly furious about this dead end, of course, right on cue, a breathless scout rushes in. Someone spotted a very similar weapon owned by a blacksmith in Dmitry. Upon hearing this shocking piece of news, the Marquis is absolutely thrilled and heads straight to the Dmitry territory. The local blacksmith is completely stunned, wondering why a powerful noble would seek him out. Valentino wastes no time and cuts straight to the chase. He explains that he acquired a blade at an auction, a one-of-a-kind treasure unmatched anywhere else. He knows his creator must be someone truly extraordinary, a legendary blacksmith capable of infusing weapons with raw mana. When he presents the blade, the blacksmith immediately gasps in shock. He recognizes that masterwork in an instant. He knows exactly who forged Blaze. Seeing this stunned reaction, the Marquis is overjoyed to finally get a lead. He mentions hearing rumors that the blacksmith also possesses another weapon of equal, if not greater caliber. The blacksmith hesitates for a moment before deciding to show his visitor the prized blade he keeps hidden. As an avid collector, the Marquis certainly knows the true worth of a masterpiece. Hendrik brings out the sword Salamander. The Marquis is utterly breathless at the sight of it. Its magnificent design radiates pure raw power. This stunning weapon confirms his suspicions beyond a shadow of a doubt. Both blades came from the very same hand. Hendrik nods in agreement and begins to share the deep history behind both of these extraordinary weapons. He reveals that Salamander was actually forged before Blaze. This revelation sparks an intense desire in the Marquis. He immediately wants to buy it, but Hendrik firmly refuses, stating that the sword is simply not for sale. It was given to him as a gift, and he begs the collector to understand his deep attachment to it. Valentino is stunned. He naturally assumed Hendrik was the one who had crafted these brilliant weapons himself. Hearing that it was merely a gift leaves him absolutely speechless. He asks him to clarify his words, and the old blacksmith firmly confirms the truth. The Marquis immediately presses for the identity of the master. He asks Hendrik if Baron Romero was actually the brilliant mind behind both of these legendary masterpieces. Hendrik immediately shakes his head, revealing the shocking truth that the creator is Roman, the eldest Dmitry's son. Valentino is floored. The youngest genius of Cairo somehow forged two weapons overflowing with such massive mana. On top of that, he is a young swordsman. Forging something this powerful is an absolute miracle. A true master breathes life and soul into a blade, making these unique weapons completely priceless. Realizing the gravity of this, the Marquis simply cannot wait another second. He has to meet Roman right away. Right now, Roman is in the middle of intense training with Vice Captain Chris, their swords clashing violently. As they trade blows, Roman notices two men watching from the entrance. Seizing this brief lapse in focus, Chris lunges in to strike, but Roman counters, instantly deflecting the Vice Captain's swift attack with ease. Instead of scolding him, Roman praises his initiative. However, he offers a crucial piece of combat advice. Unleashing an explosive burst of energy leaves a split-second opening. He must always prepare a backup defense. Marcus Valentino witnesses this exchange, completely awestruck by Roman's profound depth of skill and power. This is the rising star everyone has been talking about, the monstrous warrior who crushed the formidable Hecker. If one were to rank Roman among all the elite knights of the Cairo kingdom, where would he stand? Seeing is truly believing. Valentino is utterly convinced of Roman's supremacy after witnessing his fluid movements firsthand. Roman is far stronger than any rumors suggest. Having such terrifying strength while also being a master blacksmith is unbelievable. He was sure that Roman would continue to forge legendary swords on par with Salamander and Blaze. And while he was still admiring Roman's incredible talent, a subordinate arrived to report that a guest had just come to visit. Upon hearing this, Marquis Valentino was absolutely thrilled. Standing before Roman, he stared intensely as Roman extended a hand for a shake. Staring at that hand, he could only wonder if these were the exact fingers that had forged his beloved weapon. The mere thought brought an eager smile to his face, making him reach out with both hands to grasp Roman's in absolute admiration. He quickly introduced himself, but his true focus was still on Blaze. Spotting the blade, Roman fell silent, recognizing it instantly. After all, this was the exact weapon he had sent Lucas to auction off. Valentino cut straight to the point, explaining his grueling search. He had mobilized vast wealth and endless scouts, searching every corner of the continent just to track down the genius blacksmith. Now he needed absolute confirmation. He looked Roman in the eye and asked if he was truly the creator of this masterpiece. Honestly, Roman was already well aware of his guest. Valentino was incredibly famous for his vast wealth and massive influence. Driven by an obsessive passion for collecting, he had monopolized Cairo's trade networks to amass a mind-blowing fortune. With power capable of disrupting the entire kingdom's balance, he had always chosen to remain strictly neutral. Finding this billionaire quite intriguing, Roman did not hesitate. He calmly admitted to being the creator of the blade. Hearing this, Valentino practically erupted with joy. He had been desperately seeking this master blacksmith for so long. He confessed that the very moment he laid eyes on Blaze, he knew it was a priceless treasure. More than that, it radiated an immense pulsing energy. He figured Roman had inherited the divine talents of Dmitry's legendary blacksmiths. With eyes shining with anticipation, he eagerly pleaded to see Roman's newest creation, the sword named Darkness. Instead of refusing, Roman nonchalantly drew his weapon and handed it over to the Marquis. Grasping that hilt, Marcus Valentino felt an overwhelming heavy pressure radiating from the cold blade. Learning its true name left him utterly speechless. Previously, both Salamander and Blaze had blown him away with their sheer perfection. But holding this weapon, it was on an entirely different level. It seemed that with every new blade Roman forged, the craftsmanship only evolved. Each creation surpassed the last, radiating an even more terrifying power. Naturally, the merchant could never have guessed that a weapon forged by a literal monster in human skin would possess such truly godlike strength. Excitedly, he made an offer. If Roman ever decided to sell any of his weapons, he wanted the first option to buy them. Secondly, he wanted to be the first to know the name of any new blade. It was a simple, passionate request. No matter how far away he might be, he promised to run to Roman's side at a moment's notice. And if Roman agreed, the Marquis vowed to throw his entire faction's weight behind the Dmitry family. Hearing this, Roman was genuinely taken aback. Countless powerful forces had tried to recruit Valentino for years, all failing. He had fiercely guarded his neutrality, yet here he was, offering to abandon it completely. Sensing Roman's quiet calculation, the merchant decided to double down on his offer. He looked Roman dead in the eye, promising once more to throw away his long-held neutrality to back the Dmitry name. Intrigued by the sudden proposal, Roman demanded to know the real reason behind this sudden shift in allegiance. Valentino did not play games. He confessed that the constant pressure from the kingdom's 4 rival factions was becoming too overwhelming. Staying neutral forever was impossible, leaving him torn on who to side with. But then rumors of the Dmitry alliance reached him. He learned that Roman had united the local nobles and realized that his long-sought master blacksmith was none other than Roman himself. For an obsessive collector, this was the ultimate dream scenario. He had absolutely no reason to hold back anymore. He knew the Dmitry family was already wealthy, but in his mind, extra capital could solve any lingering problem. More than anything, he was completely captivated by Roman's sheer presence, having realized the young lord possessed power beyond imagination. Roman did not hesitate. He made it clear that if Valentino wanted to join, absolute and unwavering loyalty was non-negotiable. Realizing he was being accepted into the inner circle, the ecstatic Marquis immediately swore a solemn oath. He promised to obey any command Roman gave no matter what. Roman simply smiled, satisfied with a powerful new ally. After all, why reject such a massive free advantage? Valentino then hesitantly asked if he could reveal Roman as the blacksmith behind the legendary blaze. He simply wanted to brag about his masterpiece to the rest of high society. Surprisingly, Roman did not mind at all and readily agreed. A few days later, the Marquis hosted a grand gathering. He gathered the elites to unveil his treasured blaze, boasting not just of its perfect design but its unbelievable power. Everyone present knew his reputation as an elite collector, so they knew his extravagant praises were absolutely genuine. Value of the item. Even more shocking when he revealed the identity of the master who forged this blaze sword. The crowd went completely wild. The creator was Roman, the legendary hero of Cairo, the man who had single-handedly crushed the enemy army to protect his kingdom. No one could believe a battle-hardened warrior like Roman could also forge such flawlessly crafted, deadly masterpieces. He did not stop at introducing Blaze, he also revealed Roman had forged 2 other divine blades, and this was only the second one. As word of his master craftsmanship spread across the land, orders flooded in, making Roman's forge incredibly prosperous overnight. That was when Marin, an officer from the Valhalla Intelligence Department, approached Roman with a grim warning about the rising power in the northeast. He admitted they had vastly underestimated Roman's independent faction. Unwilling to leave such a dangerous wildcard unchecked, they decided to act. Marin laid out 2 simple choices: become their ally or be destroyed as an enemy. Roman just found the ultimatum completely hilarious. With a dark mocking grin, Roman asked why he should ever play by their rules. A tense Marin questioned him once more. He asked if Roman was truly prepared to face their absolute hostility. Roman did not even flinch. He calmly corrected the agent. He told Marin to get his facts straight. It was Valhalla threatening him first, and he would never force his loyalty on anyone. Roman knew the Cairo kingdom was a prize the rival Kronos Empire had spent decades trying to claim. If Valhalla dared to strike Cairo, the Kronos Empire would never stand idly by. Just like that, Roman turned the threat around. He warned them that if they did not want a dangerous enemy, they should wait. His cold words made Marin break into a sweat. Roman declared that when he finally made his move, his family would rule Cairo as the new royal house. Marin clenched his fists, warning Roman that acting so recklessly and keeping such a stubborn attitude would eventually get him killed. He reminded Roman that Butler, the 5-star swordsman he had barely managed to defeat, was absolutely nothing on the grand stage. The continent of Valhalla was vast, far bigger than Roman could comprehend. Leaving behind one final warning, Marin began to fade away. He promised to grant Roman a little more time, urging him to choose his next path very wisely. Following the birth of the Dmitry alliance, all 4 major factions in Cairo pressed Roman for his final decision. Hades asked his master if they should let Roman go, and the silver-haired man gave a cold, thoughtful reply. If Roman chose them, all past conflicts would be forgiven, but if he allied with anyone else, he would be eliminated. The walls were closing in on Roman. He had to tread carefully as his strategy of balancing power had reached its absolute limit. He realized that if he did not make the most of this final year, surviving the upcoming war would be virtually impossible. To perfectly counter the power of the magic towers, he needed to study them in complete detail first. 13 magic towers ruled the continent, overseen by a mysterious dark association based in the legendary Tower of the Firmament. It was the most dominant force on the continent, where representatives from every tower gathered to prove their magical prowess. But the representative of the Phoenix Magic Tower could only endure cold, mocking stares from the other high-ranking mages. They were treated like outcasts because their influence had completely withered, stripping the Phoenix Tower of its former glory. Whispers spread among the crowd that the rumors of them losing their sacred generation-spanning spellbook were absolutely true. This humiliation left the current Tower Master Felix with a massive headache. 3 years ago, amidst utter chaos, Felix had inherited the leadership, but he had finally hit a wall. His master, the true Tower Lord, was still missing. Without his master, Felix could not cast their ultimate spell, Heavenly Fire. Worse, desperate mages were abandoning them in droves. With funding from the Frank Kingdom completely cut off, the survival of the Phoenix Tower hung by a single thread. As Felix sighed in despair, his eyes caught something unexpected on his desk, a letter sent from Roman himself. He opened it, reading the contents with intense focus. Roman offered him incredible benefits if he left for the Dmitry family. The conditions were remarkably simple. Felix just had to act as Roman's training partner for 6 long months. In exchange, Roman would pay him 1,000 gold monthly. Felix frowned. It was far, but he had no other options left. Realizing he could not afford to be picky, Felix packed his bags. Soon a carriage carried him down the quiet road. Resting inside, Felix recalled that the Dmitry family was known as a mere blacksmith territory in Cairo. It was a place highly ignored by prestigious mages. Out of 13 magic towers existing across the entire continent, 7 of them, including the Supreme Tower of the Firmament, were anchored in Kronos. The remaining towers were scattered elsewhere, remaining strictly neutral. As the epicenter of magical power, Kronos was a holy land for wizards, whereas Cairo was considered a desolate wasteland. Mages rarely spared a glance for Cairo, especially not the Dmitry estate tucked away in the remote northeastern corner. If not for this desperate financial lifeline, Felix knew he would never have set foot in such a place. He didn't have to do much, just act as a training partner for 6 months. He could easily manage that, and in return he'd get 6,000 gold coins. Is this really the Dmitry estate? Felix stared up at the massive castle in disbelief before Miles blocked his path, right at the gate, demanding him to halt and state his business. Presenting his invitation letter, Felix introduced himself as the master of the Phoenix Magic Tower, arriving at Roman's personal invitation. Looking around, he silently analyzed the estate, noting how exceptionally organized everything seemed. The guards were highly active and exceptionally skilled, armed with plenty of defensive weapons along the sturdy walls. It felt like far too much defense for a simple frontier family. Roman then walked out to politely greet the guest and introduce himself to Felix, who politely returned the handshake. But deep down, the mage was already struck by Roman's remarkably sharp aura. Felix quickly cut straight to the point, asking if the terms laid out in the letter were actually real. Roman replied without a shred of hesitation, confirming the generous payment stood. All Felix had to do was duel him. For 6 months of intense training. 1,000 gold monthly, totaling 6,000 gold. Yet Felix still could not fathom why he was chosen out of so many mages. Roman explained it was simply because the Phoenix Tower specialized in highly destructive fire magic, which was exactly what he needed. Plus, he knew the Phoenix Magic Tower was currently facing severe financial struggles, making this mutually beneficial deal a perfect win-win situation. That was his reasoning, and Roman had one crucial condition: Felix must hold absolutely nothing back, even if it meant risking Roman's life. There would be no blame or responsibility, only a demand for the mage to fight with everything he had. Felix's gaze sharpened instantly as he asked if Roman would regret this, secretly amazed by the young man's sheer determination. Clearly, Roman had no idea what a true fire mage was capable of. The scene quickly transitions to the dusty training grounds. Roman calmly gestured for Felix to take the first move, and the mage was happy to comply. Summoning a blazing magic circle, Felix resolved to unleash his most devastating spell to test Roman's limits right away. A barrage of blazing fire spears materialized in the air, crackling with intense heat before shooting forward. The projectiles slammed home in a massive explosion, yet Roman stood perfectly unscathed, leaving the mage completely stunned. Struggling to comprehend this, Felix immediately cast a 4th circle spell, calling forth a massive burning torrent of pure inferno. But even against this apocalyptic wave of heat, Roman stood his ground, casually assessing the flames. Felix, meanwhile, remained deeply confident that his next unrelenting barrage would easily crush Roman's arrogance. He unleashed a violent surging wave of fire tide, followed by an even more devastating blast of flames. The battlefield erupted in a terrifying explosion. Felix assured himself he was only using mid-tier magic for safety. After all, Roman was his employer. If the kid died, there would be no one left to pay him. But as Felix smirked, Roman suddenly materialized right behind him, casually asking why he wasn't using 5th circle magic yet. The sudden whisper sent a chill down Felix's spine, left utterly baffled that Roman survived that blast completely unharmed. Roman reached out, but in a flash, Felix activated Blink to teleport away before the hand could grab him. The mage knew he had to put some distance between them first. Roman immediately scanned the area, instantly locking onto his target and lunging forward with a speed so insane it left Felix completely horrified. Before he could blink, Roman was right there, forcing Felix to desperately unleash a powerful magic binding spell. With Roman's legs firmly bound, Felix thought he bought 10 whole seconds. But Roman simply took a deep breath, letting out a thunderous roar that shattered the binding spell to pieces. Felix gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. He was going to make Roman truly earn that gold. He unleashed Burn, an incomplete but lethal fire spell. As the blinding light flared, Roman calmly analyzed the flames, calculating his next move with chilling focus. He leaped high into the air, swinging his sword down. Felix stared up, utterly dumbfounded. It was impossible. Hovering over him, Roman declared the training session finished, promising to return tomorrow. As he walked away, Felix collapsed onto the ground in sheer exhaustion, realizing Roman had accurately predicted his every spell to counter his teleportation. There was no predictive system guiding Roman, so how on earth was he anticipating every single move? If they fought again, would he even stand a chance? Felix frowned, realizing that at this rate, victory was impossible. He would never win if this continued. He had to rethink everything. When the master of the Phoenix magic tower went missing, the lineage of Burn was severed. Everyone claimed the Phoenix Tower was completely finished, yet Felix had stubbornly pursued his research, ultimately succeeding in recreating a vital portion of that legendary fire spell. People called someone like Felix a unique genius. Time passed quickly, and before long, the next day arrived. Felix and Roman resumed their sparring session. Felix knew that if his opponent could predict his magic, then Felix would render those predictions useless. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. The earth where he stood suddenly rose into a high mountain peak. Watching this, Roman showed no fear at all, but smirked instead. Felix stared at his opponent, knowing this spell did not require precise aim. Seconds later, Felix unleashed a devastating fire wave, sending fierce, continuous flames surging forward. As Roman charged forward to counterattack, Felix rejoiced, thinking this was the perfect moment to strike again. Felix launched a massive fire cannon, aiming a colossal pillar of flames directly at Roman. But Roman blocked it with a light shield. Felix squinted, realizing it was just an aura construct. Before he could react to Roman's instinct, a heavy fist sent Felix flying down the mountain. Cursing under his breath, he crashed. Then Roman spoke up, "This cannot go on. I will allow you to use any method you want from now on, whether that means summoning more mages from the magic tower or continuing to duel one-on-one. We will also adjust the conditions. If you defeat me, just once a reward of 10,000 gold will be paid immediately." Hearing that massive sum, Felix was absolutely stunned. He calculated that 10,000 gold could feed 40,000 people for a year. Roman never saw him as an equal. Seeing his silence, Roman asked him how he felt about it. Felix clenched his fists, realizing this was now about pride. Determined to empty Dmitry's vaults, Felix slowly accepted the deal and swallowed his pride. During the first week after a crushing series of defeats, Felix spent his days diligently studying Roman's combat patterns. By the 8th battle, he began using movement restriction spells like slow miss and various magical traps. But why did Roman keep anticipating every single attack? After 30 matches and 30 straight defeats, Felix had to face reality. With 30 consecutive losses, Felix realized he had to throw away his useless pride to finally win. Convinced he could not defeat Roman alone, he decided to call in backup after careful consideration. One of the mages looked deeply displeased, asking if they really had to gang up on Roman. Since when does magic require a coalition? Besides, what is the temporary tower master even doing in a place like this? Frowning, he warned that if they accidentally injured the eldest son of Dmitry, the consequences would be too severe to bear. This 5-circle mage was Nox. Felix sighed helplessly, saying he understood their concerns, but a massive reward was waiting. Felix promised to give Nox half of the 10,000 gold reward if they teamed up to win. Nox smirked, realizing they only needed to win once to secure the prize. Hearing that, Felix cautioned him not to take this lightly. Roman was not an opponent to be underestimated. He warned that Roman was like a natural predator to mages, so they needed a proper strategy. But Nox remained indifferent. Nox dismissed the concern confidently, saying they would handle it. Days passed quickly, and the match arrived. Roman pointed his sword at the group, offering them the first move. They immediately launched continuous fire waves and explosions, yet, amid the chaotic shouting, Felix watched with satisfaction. It had been an entire month of planning for this. Before long, the mages lay defeated on the ground. Roman reflected on his progress after adjusting his training method. Roman had completed his fire immunity training, making normal heat completely useless against him. Nox sat there with a bruised, swollen face, while another defeated mage asked Felix what Roman even was. Another chimed in, asking what kind of monster Roman had spent his life fighting. Suddenly, a voice called out. Felix turned to leave, telling them that he would be back after a quick talk with Roman. Inside the study, Felix spoke honestly, admitting he did not have the confidence to defeat Roman anymore. But his curiosity was eating him alive. He begged to know how Roman could predict and dismantle his spells. "Please explain," he begged. Roman only smiled warmly in response, leaving Felix deeply confused. Gesturing for the mage to follow, Roman offered to reveal his secret preparations. They entered a massive library. Felix stood frozen, staring at the endless rows of books. Had Roman read all of these, magic was simply resonance between internal mana and nature. Fire resonates with flame, water with liquid, wind with air. The exact moment internal mana fuses with natural elements. Roman explains to Felix that specific patterns and signs will always naturally appear whenever a magician is about to cast. The magic type used depends entirely on the volume and shape of the captured mana. Knowing this helps you counter it fast. This allows for an immediate response. First, sense and read the mana resonance. Second, recognize the magic type based on that shape. Third, make a split-second judgment based on that information. Felix listens to this explanation, completely dazed by it all. Is it really possible to perform all 3 steps at once? Felix turns his head toward Roman, realizing he is an absolute monster. Calling him a genius is not enough. This monster works relentlessly to get stronger while Felix uses his master's disappearance to escape reality. As the temporary master of the Phoenix Magic Tower, he has accomplished absolutely nothing. He feels the weight of his uselessness. But now Felix vows to spend his remaining time preparing to go all out against Roman. 2 months have passed since then. Over these 2 months, Felix has begun to notice the difference. Compared to normal border barons, the soldiers of the Dmitry family possess overwhelming power and absolute loyalty. This only makes Felix even more curious about the young man known as Roman. When Felix asks around, a worker carrying a heavy load chimes in. "You are asking about young Master Roman," he says. The man explains that Roman uses his own private forge whenever he feels like working on swords. Hearing this leaves Felix slightly disappointed. But then the blacksmith leans in and whispers that he heard something wild from the master blacksmith himself. Whenever Roman works, the flames from the forge completely wrap around him, making him look exactly like the god of fire. Felix stands frozen by those words. Suddenly, a memory of his late master's voice echoes, urging him to get closer to fire. The master had told him to find his own way to embrace the flame, as manifesting the sacred fire requires extreme affinity. It is not something that can simply be taught. Once intense fire wraps around your body without causing pain, you are reborn. You become the true incarnation of fire itself. Felix is lost in deep thought. It seems Roman does not fear fire at all. He does not even react to the intense heat. Being part of a family that has worked with forged fires for generations must have given him the secret to accepting the flames. Hearing someone call his name, Roman turns around. Felix walks up. He asks Roman directly if it is true that he works in the forge and accepts the flames without any pain. He wonders if the young master has a special method for this. Roman remains silent for a moment before replying. He admits that he embraced the flames in his own way, silently realizing that Felix knows exactly what is expected of him. Felix clenches his fists and says he will speak frankly. He suddenly bows deeply and requests to learn the Phoenix magic. He begs Roman to share his secrets. After 3 years of living through a painful nightmare, Felix finally sees a ray of hope. But Roman responds with a cold question, asking why he should go that far to help him. Felix is stunned by the response. Roman adds that the gold coins paid to Felix should be more than enough, wondering what the Phoenix Magic Tower can offer him. Later, Felix addresses the other members of the Phoenix Magic Tower, discussing what they can actually offer Roman in exchange. He explains that he gathered everyone to hear their thoughts. An elder speaks up, calling Roman the natural enemy of mages. He warns that they have no reason to make an enemy out of someone so dangerous. If they cannot defeat him, cooperation is best. He suggests giving the entire Phoenix Magic Tower to Roman, pointing out that becoming his ally is actually a great idea. Felix asks in pure shock what they mean. The mages all turn to him, smiling as they confirm their unanimous agreement. Felix feels conflicted. None of the 13 legendary magic towers have ever served a single noble family. Are they really breaking tradition? Steeling himself, Felix makes a grand declaration to the council. From this moment onward, the future of the Phoenix Magic Tower will belong entirely to the Dmitry family. Shortly after that, the process of relocating the tower begins as planned. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoes through the halls, calling out for the tower master. Felix turns to the breathless messenger. The mage presents a document urging Felix to look at the massive operational budget that the Dmitry family has allocated for them. Felix stares at the paper, a cold sweat breaking out on his face. He fully expected their funding to be drastically cut. The relocation was expensive, yet here they are offered 24,000 gold coins annually. It is an absolutely astronomical sum. Mages are notoriously known as money-devouring monsters. While a powerful mage requires incredible intellect, high-level spells are insanely expensive. The reporting mage is equally stunned by the figures. He mutters that he can barely believe his own eyes. The Dmitry family even stated that if this budget is not enough, they will gladly cover any additional expenses. The mage urges Felix to step outside for a moment and see what is happening right now. Looking utterly confused, Felix heads outside to investigate. The sight waiting for him there is nothing short of breathtaking. Stuttering in absolute shock, Felix asks what this could possibly be. Chris steps forward and addresses him, explaining the tower has been expanded quite a bit. It can now hold up to 1,000 people. Felix adds that he is still in absolute shock. He never expected the Dmitry family to treat them this incredibly well. Crit confidently replies that his master always values every single member of his family. This is only the beginning, and there are far more surprises waiting down the road. Felix stands there dazed. Right then, Viscount Conrad sternly tells Murphy that he is going to be away for a few days, so the young master's tasks must not be delayed or interrupted at all. As Murphy diligently takes notes, the Viscount tells him to prepare towels and warm water, and prepare other necessities. Pausing briefly, Viscount Conrad silently worries about leaving. But since Murphy graduated top of his class at Adeline Academy, things should go smoothly. Opening a small box to admire the cute doll inside, the Viscount thinks his granddaughter is going to absolutely love this gift. Just then, Murphy bows and tells Hans to wait. The Viscount is surprised. Standing right in front of the carriage, Murphy tells Hans to step inside. Caught off guard, the Viscount asks if Murphy was waiting for him. Murphy confirms it was an order from the young master. Suddenly, a toy drops onto the floor. Hans's son Harrison looks completely startled by the breathtaking scene ahead. Grand banquet tables are set up and servants are rushing around making preparations when a woman's voice suddenly echoes. She calls out to her husband. Harrison is completely lost. The servants explain they were sent by the young master Roman Dmitry. Harrison wonders why the young master would do such a thing. A man named Lucas approaches, sent by Roman to express gratitude for Hans's hard work. Lucas adds that they are here to take care of the birthday party preparations for Hans's daughter. Harrison raises his voice in disbelief, saying he does not understand because his father is just a regular servant. Lucas quickly explains that the young master holds Hans in incredibly high regard and asks if Harrison has not heard. Let us take a step back here. Harrison remembers how Roman used to be called a complete loser and nobody paid him any mind. Yet Hans always believed in Roman working tirelessly and giving his absolute best. Harrison recalls how his father once told him that the young master was simply trying to find his true purpose. He was lost in his own thoughts and needed time, but was a good person. Harrison choked up, admitting he once thought all of his father's efforts for Roman would be entirely pointless. Wiping away tears, he gazes at the luxury as gasps echo around. Invited guests are completely stunned, wondering what is happening. They question if they have somehow walked into the wrong house. What is this? Suddenly loud voices of soldiers command the crowd to clear the path. Standing in two formal rows, they respectfully welcome a man as he slowly makes his way inside the venue. Harrison is deeply confused by the soldiers, but once he sees the man's face, everything clicks. Hearing his father gently call out to him as he enters, Harrison cries out in pure joy, asking if it is really him. Running like a child, he hugs Hans tightly. Hans gently pats his back, reassuring his son that he is finally home. Harrison suggests opening gifts together, picking up boxes to show his father. Seeing the doll, she had always dreamed of, the little girl squeals, calling it the most wonderful toy she has ever wanted. She thanks her father. Harrison encourages her to open the next gift in a red velvet box. Inside is an incredibly precious gemstone ring sent as a grand gesture by Viscount Conrad himself, leaving the onlookers completely stunned. Everyone is bewildered, finding it extremely strange that a high-ranking noble would care about a common girl's birthday party. Next are gifts from Countess Adelia and Viscount Lauren. Nobody can fathom why they sent them. Each of these treasures was carefully chosen just to get on Hans's good side and form a close connection with him. Hans is Roman's most trusted butler, staying loyal through every hardship. Regardless of what anyone whispered behind Roman's back, Hans was always there caring for him. Because of this loyalty, Hans has now become a crucial figure for any noble hoping to get in the young master's good graces. This is exactly why they are trying so hard to win him over. Watching his granddaughter smile, Hans feels deeply touched. Yet seeing such friendliness from the nobility also brings worry. Harrison hesitates briefly before announcing that it is finally time to open the special gift sent by Roman himself. Harrison was mildly curious about the gift his young master had sent. However, his expression quickly shifted into pure disbelief as he realized what it was. It was a recommendation letter personally written by Roman. Harrison stared at the paper in his hands, unable to comprehend the incredible reality. His daughter had just been recommended to the prestigious Cairo Royal Academy. This was a legendary institution that wealthy nobles only dreamed of entering. Hans and his son exchanged stunned glances, their hearts overflowing with sheer joy. No amount of money could buy an opportunity like this. Harrison silently thanked his father and young master Roman. Seeing her father tear up, his sweet little daughter reached out and called his name. Back at the Dmitry family castle, a deeply humbled Hans expressed his gratitude. He insisted that Roman had already given him far too much. Hans begged Roman not to spoil him with such priceless gifts, explaining that receiving so much kindness made him feel quite overwhelmed. Roman listened in absolute silence as memories of his past life suddenly surfaced. He remembered a heavily wounded Gwanghwa and how Baek Joong-hyuk coldly asked. Baek Joong-hyuk had asked Gwanghwa if he regretted following him. But Gwanghwa did not hesitate for a second, replying that a subordinate's trust is absolute. Following his master was his greatest pride, so regret was impossible. Roman realized his bond with Hans was just like that ancient loyalty. Roman looked warmly at his loyal servant. He softly reminded Hans that they had been together since childhood, sharing more time than with his own parents. Despite their difference in social status, Roman always valued him as family. He had come to view the old servant as a dear friend. Deeply moved by the confession, Hans choked back tears and called out to his young master. The emotional weight of those words was staggering. Roman smiled, telling him that he deserved every bit of it. He then asked Hans to convey his warmest birthday wishes to his daughter. A year passed by in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, deep within Valhalla Temple, cold water was gently sprinkled over delicate, vibrant flowers. Shulas let out a heavy sigh. He recalled how Roman, upon returning from the southern front, had boldly challenged the ranking of the strongest swordsman. A declaration like that was completely unprecedented in the history of Cairo. Every elite ranker in the kingdom had already caught wind of the news. Instead of competing with each other, they put their rivalries on hold. They were solely focused on training to face this rising monster. Roman possessed a terrifying level of strength and an unyielding will. In his first ranked match, he had utterly dominated the veteran Homer. Homer was ranked far higher, yet Roman crushed him effortlessly. On the southern front, he went on to defeat Butler. Defeating the number 2 swordsman of the Hector Kingdom proved Roman's power was absolute. But with his rapid rise, major complications began to surface. Rankers from 1 to 99 were suddenly in his crosshairs. It was quite clear that Roman intended to sweep through the entire leaderboard. With Roman entering the competitive stage, the sword rankings of Cairo were bound to undergo an unpredictable, earth-shattering shift. Suddenly, a priest rushed into the room, gasping for breath. He urgently announced that a message had just arrived from Roman Dmitry. The official schedule for the public ranking match had finally been decided. Shulas's eyes lit up with instant excitement upon hearing the update. An elderly noble holding the letter whispered to himself that the young monster had finally made his move. Things were about to get chaotic. The political climate in Cairo had grown highly unstable. The Phoenix Magic Tower had suddenly abandoned the Frank Kingdom, followed by more disappearances. Several magic towers within the Kronos Empire had vanished. This devastating loss dealt a massive blow to the Empire's pride and power. Believing a massive shadow organization was pulling the strings, the furious Emperor of Kronos vowed to hunt down and crush the culprits. In their rage, they decided to launch aggressive invasions against neighboring territories, putting smaller kingdoms in immediate mortal danger. Cairo shared a direct border with the Kronos Empire, making a devastating war between the two nations almost entirely unavoidable. To survive this looming catastrophe, Cairo desperately needed a formidable military and an absolute unified royal authority to lead them. But under the rule of their current weak king, the prospects of surviving this crisis looked incredibly grim. However, if Roman decided to side with the royal family, his overwhelming power would temporarily stabilize their fragile authority. The noble gripped his glass deep in thought. If Roman could provide a satisfying answer to the royal family, everything would be fine. But if Roman refused to cooperate with the crown, the consequences would be severe. In a fit of silent rage, he shattered the glass. Hades was quickly asked where Roman was currently staying. He answered that the young master had traveled back to the north. The noble pondered this, realizing Roman had returned to his family territory. He wondered what the young man was planning next. As the arena crowd roared, Shulas stepped forward and loudly announced that the official ranking match was finally underway. Standing with his weapon drawn, the 99th ranker, Zidane quietly doubted his opponent. Why did Roman start with the absolute lowest ranker? If Roman was as overwhelmingly strong as the rumors claimed, aiming for the bottom seemed like an odd, overly cautious move. Perhaps he wanted an easy first victory, but dragging out these matches would only deplete his stamina over time. Despite his young age, rumors suggested Roman was already analyzing the rankers who stood far beyond Zidane. Zidane resolved to fight with everything he had from the very first exchange, steeling his resolve for the clash. Without warning, the battle erupted. Zidane charged forward instantly, gripping his weapon tightly as he launched a fierce opening strike. Sword in hand, Roman effortlessly takes down Zidane. The defeated swordsman lies flat on the ground, his face frozen in utter shock. Jealous looks on his voice echoing. He notes that the fight was far too simple, barely even worth talking about. He honestly wonders why Roman is overcomplicating things when he could easily challenge the high-ranking swordsman from rank 30 and above. Roman offers a faint smile, replying that it is not quite as simple as the man seems to think. He says everyone in the kingdom recognizes his strength, but he still doubts if his power has truly reached that level. This ranking climb is a test, and only by crushing every single swordsman on the list can he truly prove his worth. Only then can he accurately measure his own skills and know exactly where he stands among the realm's best. Jealous's eyes widen in delight. A crazed, twisted grin spreads across his face as he realizes Roman's insane ambition. This is the arrogant Roman he wants to see, a warrior boasting the sheer, unyielding ego he deeply respects. Starting his climb all the way from rank 99 to number 1 seems like an incredibly grueling and impossible task. Nobody in history has ever attempted such a feat, and even if he succeeds, it should take a massive amount of time. Defeating one opponent every single day would still take at least 99 days to finish this insane gauntlet. Yet, in less than a single week, Roman's shocking progress completely silences every skeptic and rumor in the kingdom. And just like that, the next unfortunate opponent collapses in a heap beneath the cold edge of Roman's blade. The referee declares the winner, rank 98 Del, is down. Jealous is ecstatic as he shouts Roman's victory to the crowd. Roman now officially claims rank 98, replacing the fallen fighter. He spins on his heel, showing absolutely zero joy, no smile. He simply turns his back and walks away. Next up is rank 97, who gets hit with a devastating punch, without feeling. Just another opponent on the floor. The crowd around the arena begins to panic at the sight. How is this even possible? In just one short day, he has already crushed 3 ranked swordsmen in a row. Another spectator watches wide-eyed, muttering that they never expected this guy to actually pull off such an insane feat. Sure, those 3 are at the bottom of the top 100, but they are still 3-star experts, not weaklings. Staring at Roman's cold, retreating figure, the spectators shiver as his heavy, suffocating pressure washes over the entire arena. Think about it, not a single one of his opponents could survive even one hit from his sword. He swept all 3 in under 10 seconds, and within just 2 days, Roman climbed straight to rank 91. Walking slowly through the rain, he steps forward. Meanwhile, a terrifying nightmare haunts Jiden, a massive fanged mouth looming right behind him. The beast bites down, crushing flesh and bone. Jiden jolts awake in pure terror, sweating and muttering that it is impossible. A duty doctor nearby is startled to see him awake, asking if he is finally back among the living. Jiden looks around in a daze, wondering why he is in the infirmary. The doctor calmly tells him he is likely still disoriented. He reminds Jiden that during his ranking match against Roman, he was knocked out cold with a single blow. After losing consciousness on the battlefield, he was rushed straight to the clinic and has been asleep for a whole day. The doctor places some medicine back on the shelf, admitting he never expected Roman to possess such terrifying, monstrous strength. Out of everyone, Roman brutally knocked unconscious. Jiden is actually the very first one to wake up. Jiden is stunned. He asks if that means Roman has already defeated several other swordsmen. The doctor casually nods, confirming the rumor. Word is that Roman defeated 5 swordsmen in a single day, an impossible feat that has left everyone completely speechless. Placing the final vial on the shelf, the doctor asks Jiden if he understands the true meaning behind Roman's actions. It is Roman's way of proving that he can take the top spot in the rankings whenever he feels like it. The rest of them are simply no match for him. Jiden instinctively clutches his chest as a sudden wave of pain hits. He grits his teeth in frustration, remembering how easily he was defeated and feeling the lingering deep ache in his bones. Seeing this, the doctor warns him not to get up, stating that his severe injuries require absolute uninterrupted rest. Walking around freely is out of the question, and he will need at least a full month just to recover. The doctor admits he has no idea how Roman struck them, but every single victim suffered severe physical trauma. Virtually all of Jiden's muscles and internal organs are deeply damaged, making it an absolute miracle that he woke up this early. Left speechless, his body begins to tremble with fear as he grits his teeth and resolves to do something. He realizes he must warn the other swordsmen so they do not suffer the same brutal fate. As rank 99, Jiden takes action. Without delay, he drafts a warning letter to the rest of the list, desperately stating that Roman is a complete monster. He is just too strong. There is absolutely no way we can face him. Other swordsmen read the warning in total silence. The letter says a single basic strike shattered his entire body in less than 1 second, leaving him utterly helpless. He was knocked out cold. Doctors said it would take a full month just to walk again. The memory of that day still completely haunts him, which is why he put his warning on paper. Anyone lacking real strength should stay far away from Roman, or they will end up exactly like him. The physical wounds might eventually heal, but the deep psychological trauma will stay forever. Meanwhile, Roman is busy dominating the leaderboard. Without hesitation, Roman slams his opponent's head into the floor. The system announces rank 85, then 84, rank 83, 82, and so on. Within just a single week of Roman absolutely tearing through the competition, everything changed. After he crushed so many top swordsmen, any lingering doubts about his actual power completely vanished. Every single swordsman ranked 31 to 39 straight up forfeited, terrified of what he might do to them. Even higher-ranked fighters voluntarily pulled out, knowing they stood no chance. Only one man at rank 30 stood tall. That was Fernando. Right now, the 28th-ranked swordsman is trying to talk some sense into him. He warns Fernando that Roman's terrifying strength is no longer just a rumor. Why take such a reckless risk? Getting even more worked up, he argues that based on recent matches, Roman is easily operating at a 5-star level. At this rate, only someone in the top 10 would have a realistic shot at actually defeating a monster like him. Fernando just turns around with absolutely zero fear. He calmly replies that it does not matter, this is his choice. The rank 28 fighter calls him a complete idiot. Why would anyone willingly throw their life away? If he loses, not only will his body be broken, but their collective reputation will be completely ruined. But Fernando stands his ground. He snaps back, how can you even say something so incredibly cowardly? To be perfectly honest, accepting this fight and losing does not damage anyone else's reputation but his own. He glares coldly, telling his peer that running away from a challenge is what truly destroys a swordsman's honor. Choosing to hide from a fight is just pathetic. He refuses to let someone else's cowardice dictate his path, so stop trying to force him to surrender. Hearing this, the 28th-ranked swordsman storms off in anger. He mutters a bitter curse on his way out, wishing a humiliating, painful defeat on Fernando very soon. The other cowardly onlookers leave the room too. Left completely alone in the quiet space, Fernando tightly clenches his fists. Reputation is nice, sure, but what he desperately needs right now is combat experience against far stronger opponents. Only by fighting monsters can he learn what he is missing, pushing past his limits to reach the next level. He has to break through the wall holding him back. Now the day of the match is finally here. Both fighters stand ready on the arena stage. In the stands, the crowd is already buzzing with excitement. Many wonder if Fernando will even last one single minute or if Roman will just end it instantly. But a few seasoned spectators disagree, noting that while Fernando's rank is mid-tier, he possesses some unique strengths. His years of hard-won experience and solid foundation are exactly what brought him up to rank 30 in the first place. It could actually turn out to be a pretty interesting match. Still, most people expect a very one-sided beating. Fernando is only a 4-star warrior while Roman is easily operating at 5 stars. That power gap is simply undeniable. He has been stuck at rank 30 for a very long time now, unable to break past his current limits. Standing across from Roman, Fernando mentally admits he knows he is outmatched, but he is proud of his own courage. Roman just stares back with a pretty cold, expressionless face as Fernando's internal monologue continues to run wild. Even if defeat is swift, he desperately hopes to learn something valuable from the young monster in front of him. He wants to break the wall holding him back and take a step closer to the world Roman lives in. The referee bellows to start the match, and Fernando instantly lunges forward. He knows he must strike first. Playing defense against this kid is suicide. He swings his spear forward with a massive burst of fiery energy. Roman stands completely still until the very last second. Suddenly, he spins his sword and leans backward with insane grace. The fiery spear misses completely. Roman effortlessly tilts his head to dodge the follow-up strike, looking totally relaxed. He pulls back up smoothly. Fernando gasps for air, staring at Roman's broad back while his mind starts to race. Why isn't he fighting back? Is he just dodging because he looks down on his opponent's weak skills? He knew Roman wanted to bring him down. Fernando gritted his teeth. No matter how useless he appeared, he would endure. His own pride completely gone. He chose this fight and he was ready for whatever consequences came next. What he truly needed was real combat experience to grow stronger, so Roman looking down on him meant absolutely nothing. But then Roman's voice suddenly rang out inside his head, telling Fernando he could see his deep desire to learn. The young master instructed him to move the mana inside his body in a completely new way, leaving Fernando totally baffled. His eyes snapped open in absolute shock, wondering if Roman was actually communicating with him or using illusions to break his will. Turning his head without even opening his mouth, Roman spoke directly into Fernando's mind once again. Roman pointed out that while Fernando was technically a 4-star swordsman, his actual combat strength was still incredibly weak. He had been stuck at this level for far too long simply because he could not control and direct his mana properly. Roman explained that if he kept going like this, he would never be able to improve his current mana control. Most swordsmen, Roman noted, allowed the mana inside their pathways to flow in a completely chaotic and directionless manner. They let it wander freely inside their bodies, never giving it any real sense of direction or structure. Only when facing an enemy in battle would they gather all that energy into a single point to unleash a sudden burst. This standard crude method was widely used by almost every single swordsman residing in the Kingdom of Cairo. In fact, it was the most common technique taught across the entire continent of Salamander. Roman smiled, telling him that battle did not require anyone to follow such a rigid and outdated path. Fernando was completely stunned, wondering if every master in history had not utilized their energy in this exact way. He thought Roman was talking absolute nonsense since controlling mana any other way was widely believed to be impossible. But Roman's calm voice echoed in his mind again, admitting that mastering the flow was incredibly difficult. Even so, Roman asked if it was not an opportunity worth taking, prompting Fernando to grit his teeth. With no real idea what Roman was planning, he decided he had to take a gamble on this brand new method. Ignoring what anyone else might say, he chose to trust this voice even if it was the devil's whisper. As he unleashed a powerful strike, Roman guided him to suppress and restrict the natural flow of energy in his body. Then when needed, the mana would naturally spread out like waves, charting a brand new path he had never seen. Roman told him to feel the direction of the current and let himself ride the rising wave of mana. Closing his eyes, Fernando followed the instructions, and a sudden massive surge of power erupted from within him. He could actually feel the wave leaving him in awe before Roman smiled and announced the duel was over. With a cold glint in his eyes, Roman swung his sword down toward Fernando without a second thought. Naturally, the warrior collapsed to the ground, prompting the crowd to whisper about his utterly pathetic defeat. Even though he was ranked 30th, he was easily defeated, but wait, look at that. Fernando suddenly scrambles right back to his feet. Deeply feeling the massive gap in their skills, he desperately called out to Roman, begging him to wait up. The onlookers were utterly confused, wondering why a defeated ranker was suddenly chasing after the young master. Inside the room, a breathless Fernando asked Roman how he had uncovered the bottleneck holding back his growth. He confessed he always believed he simply lacked the talent, never once realizing his mana flow was fundamentally blocked. Roman turned around, explaining that reaching a 4-star aura level proved Fernando possessed some innate sense of mana. He paused for a moment before pointing out that while Fernando could manifest his aura, his actual output was still incredibly weak. This suggested there was a very high probability that his internal mana pathways were restricted or blocked somewhere. Fernando gasped in realization and clenched his fists, admitting that Roman's words had sparked a sudden wave of hope. However, with only a tiny clue, he knew it would be impossible to fix the issue on his own. The swordsman begged Roman to show him how to truly unlock his latent potential and break through his limits. Roman bluntly replied that sharing the method was simple, but he never made deals without receiving something in return. Without any hesitation, Fernando placed a hand over his heart and offered to give whatever Roman demanded of him. Roman lowered his voice, telling Fernando to follow him and live for his sake, prompting the swordsman to kneel. Fernando realized this man was the Lord destined to guide him, and solemnly swore his absolute loyalty to Roman. Meanwhile, the noble faction gathered around a table, tense and eager to discuss the young master's latest shocking actions. Roman's recent moves have been quite unusual. At this rate, could he actually defeat Count Nicholas? Marquis Benedict speaks with a cold tone that's still a hasty judgment even if Roman did manage to defeat Butler. Count Nicholas ranks 80th on the entire continent, placing him on a completely different level. As a royal knight and Cairo's top swordsman, everyone views Nicholas as utterly untouchable. But Roman's bold actions are opening up brand new possibilities never imagined before. Another noble speaks up, asking what happens if Roman actually wins. Marquis Benedict lowers his voice. The royal faction has only survived this long because of Count Nicholas. If Roman defeats him, the entire power structure of the Cairo kingdom will be completely rewritten. This must be stopped, at all costs. Marquis Benedict's face darkens. If Roman rejects their offer, they must eliminate him by any means necessary, no matter the cost. He immediately orders his allies to secretly bring their family troops to the capital. No matter what Roman chooses, he won't escape. Back at the arena, the 10th-ranked Geron of the Chronos Empire drops to his knees right before Roman. Geron formally surrenders. Roman looks up at the stands, realizing the stage is set for something much bigger. Suddenly, Roman shouts. Deep disappointment. He reminds everyone about the open challenge he announced a year ago. He hoped that Cairo's strongest fighters would step up to face him. The crowd looks on in utter confusion. They whisper among themselves, what is he talking about? But Roman continues, stating he realized something after defeating Geron. Aside from Count Nicholas, no one in Cairo can give him a real challenge. So now he's skipping the useless steps. With a smug grin, Roman makes an audacious claim: in 3 days he will take on ranks 9 through 2. He will defeat them one by one right here. Get ready, because he's going straight for Cairo's strongest swordsman. Within days, the entire kingdom shakes from his declaration. Bruno, the 9th rank, slams his hand onto the table. He flatly backs out. Geron and he have similar skills, yet Roman utterly crushed him. The 2nd-ranked Oscar of the noble faction replies sternly, they cannot just back down now. Roman openly insulted Geron before the crowd, claiming his skills weren't even worthy of the 10th rank. Now he's vowed to take everyone down in a single day. Oscar slams the table and stands up. Backing out now makes them look like absolute cowards. That's why he gathered Cairo's top-tier rankers today. They need to teach Roman a lesson. In return, Marquis Benedict will grant them whatever rewards they desire. Oscar declares he'll risk his life to defeat Roman and protect Cairo's pride as swordsman. Inspired by his speech, the other fighters raise their hands in agreement, shouting their support for Oscar. They chant for unity to teach Roman some respect. Oscar watches, letting out a dark, sinister smile. 3 days later, the referee introduces the challengers. From Bruno to Oscar, ranks 2 through 9 stand tall. The crowd erupts in excitement. They didn't expect the entire ranked lineup to accept Roman's wild challenge. It is completely impossible to predict who will emerge victorious. Roman calmly watches them assemble on the field. He calmly watches them. This is the reality when a crisis hits. The nobles instantly band together. He knows Cairo won't give him any more time. From here on out, it's strictly hunters versus prey. The first challenger is the 9th rank Bruno. Both assume their combat stances. Bruno analyzes the situation. He expects Roman to rush for a quick win against 8 opponents, so they must drag the fight out. They want to completely exhaust his stamina, but before he can even finish his thought, a sharp blade flashes. A clean slice. Blood sprays as Bruno's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Roman calls out coldly, next. The 8th rank steps up, but another flawless strike instantly puts him down. Keep them coming. The 7th rank drops. Roman urges the next forward. The 6th eats a devastating punch. Ranks 5 and 4 fall instantly. 3 is knocked out cold. Now Oscar trembles in absolute horror. He trembles in pure horror at the impossible sight. Roman glares impatiently. Come on, you're the last one left. Inside the royal palace, a soldier kneels to report the news of this absolutely overwhelming clean sweep victory. He informs the king that in a single day, Roman defeated every single ranker from rank 9 down to 2. The soldier adds that nothing stands in Roman's way now to challenge the #1 spot. Sitting on the throne, King Daniel Cairo listens to the report and sighs with a deeply exhausted expression. So it has finally come to this. King Daniel immediately asks Count Nicholas if there is any way to avoid a direct clash with Roman. The man beside the king is Cairo's first sword, the royal knight Nicholas. Daniel then adds that while he deeply trusts him, if the greatest and most skilled swordsman in the entire Cairo kingdom is also defeated, his royal position will completely crumble, leaving him as easy prey for the greedy nobles. Sensing the king's deep worry and anxiety, Nicholas reassures him with absolute confidence, declaring that such a thing will never happen. He urges Daniel to trust him, promising to prove exactly why he holds the prestigious title of Cairo's ultimate first sword. Hearing this, Daniel is stunned. Before the king can even respond, Nicholas turns around and decisively walks away. He leaves with one last confident promise that you will surely return in glory, closing the door behind him. Outside the room stands Envoy Beat, who immediately steps forward to ask if the count is truly guaranteed to win. Nicholas turns back completely baffled, asking what he means and what kind of man Roman could possibly be. Beat quickly explains that Roman was born with the raw instincts of a deadly predator even before the public ever acknowledged him. Recalling their past encounter, Beat warns him to be careful as Roman always holds absolute faith in his own path. Filled with dread, Beat warns that if the count fails, Cairo's royal dynasty will end, but Nicholas calmly tells him not to worry at all. Stepping forward, the legendary swordsman repeats his solemn vow once more as he departs. He will absolutely protect the royal family of Cairo. The next morning in the bustling capital city of Cairo, as Nicholas walks past the gathered crowds, whisper in awe. His mere presence radiates a powerful, overwhelming majesty. Nicholas strides forward, whispering Roman's name. Gripping his weapon tightly, he issues a direct challenge to step forward, preparing his stance. With zero fear in his eyes, he boldly boasts that Cairo's first sword will teach him a lesson. Standing opposite him is Roman, who simply smiles and comments on his massive confidence, eager to get started without wasting time. Without missing a beat, Nicholas charges forward to begin the battle, his entire body instantly engulfed in a blazing aura. This is his true power. The two warriors immediately collide head-on, unleashing massive waves of energy that threaten to crush everything. The shockwaves are so intense that even the spectators sitting far back in the stands are completely shaken by the pressure. They scream in terror as the two swords clash, neither fighter yielding. Jalaz is also watching this legendary showdown from the stands, completely blown away. With every single clash of their blades, the very air around them violently shakes. His excitement peaks during this masterclass, thinking that he has lived his entire life just to witness a duel like this. Nicholas even praises Roman mid-fight, calling him an incredibly fascinating opponent who is truly worth his time. And Roman does not hesitate to fire back, admitting that the title of Cairo's first sword is definitely well earned. Both of them remain incredibly powerful. Nicholas leaps high into the air, unleashing a devastating downward strike, but Roman quickly blocks it. The resulting shockwave sends a gust of wind so strong that spectators struggle to even watch. They marvel at the sheer power of Cairo's legendary first sword, but Roman's eyes flare with absolute terrifying killing intent. Remaining completely steady, Roman instantly closes the distance to counterattack. Under the heavy pressure, Nicholas's legs begin to buckle. He can barely withstand the sheer weight of Roman's power, realizing with dread that he is actually being pushed back. He wonders how Roman can possibly overpower him. Looking ahead, Roman still stands tall and majestic, showing absolutely no fatigue. Instead, Roman is thoroughly enjoying the thrill, feeling his blood boil with excitement. He takes a powerful stance, cracking the very ground beneath him. He launches forward like a missile, aiming a ferocious slash directly at Nicholas. Luckily, the Count barely manages to block the strike. But while Roman is perfectly fine, Nicholas is reaching his limits. In pure agony, Nicholas realizes this is bad. He desperately wonders who this monster is and how he became so powerful. If Roman wins, he will never serve the royal family. Roman leaps backward as Nicholas prepares for one final desperate strike. Unleashing a terrifying aura, Nicholas channels every ounce of his remaining strength, wrapping his blade in a destructive force. He vows that he absolutely cannot lose here. Even Roman is slightly surprised by the explosive power of this strike. Debris and dust violently kick up into the air around Nicholas. He charges directly at Roman with blinding speed. Roman locks his eyes onto his target. Instantly, Nicholas unleashes his ultimate technique, the legendary Sword Breaker. Simultaneously, Roman counters with his signature Heavenly Demon Sword Art, the first form Purgatory Flow. The two massive forces collide head-on, triggering a colossal explosion that rips across the arena, blinding the crowd. As the thick smoke slowly begins to settle, Nicholas is seen kneeling on the ground, his entire body heavily bruised. Wounded and bloody, Nicholas refuses to accept defeat, silently questioning if Roman truly thinks he won. Roman stands there, sensing a sudden change. To his surprise, the severely battered Nicholas drags his broken body back onto his feet, telling his opponent to stop dreaming. He demands they keep going. Roman genuinely wonders why the old man is pushing himself so hard, prompting Nicholas to let out a weak smile. Standing tall, Nicholas proudly declares that as Cairo Kingdom's top swordsman, his unbreakable spirit will never falter even in a crushing defeat. This is Richard Nicholas. He plants his foot firmly on a nearby rock, summoning every last drop of his strength to roar. But to Roman, the dying man's desperate sword strikes look like a clumsy dance, though he still silently respects the old warrior's absolute conviction. He is truly a remarkable man, but every duel demands a final victor. Without hesitation, Roman unleashes a decisive cold slash straight through Nicholas. The devastating blow sends Nicholas crashing down in absolute agony, the absolute end of Cairo's greatest legend. The entire crowd watches in complete stunned silence as the era of this powerhouse crumbles. Suddenly, Jalus appears from the sidelines. He announces that Roman has officially claimed the top rank in the Cairo Kingdom, though Jalus himself remains deeply lost in thought. As he turns to leave, he quietly wonders if they all underestimated Roman. No, that monster easily defies every expectation they had. No matter the calculation, Roman will always shatter their predictions. Jalus has zero interest in the prestigious invitation from the Valhalla Empire. To them, Roman is an absolute entity whose immense power simply should not exist. Meanwhile, back in the bustling streets of Cairo, Roman makes his grand entry closely followed by Chris Kevin and a formidable legion of soldiers. The local crowd erupts into whispers. Everyone is amazed that someone so young could effortlessly defeat the legendary Count Nicholas. The title of Cairo's strongest now belongs to Roman himself. He walks with absolute confidence, bathed in the crowd's awe, when a sudden voice calls out his name. It is Marquis Benedict, the powerful leader of the noble faction. He steps forward, expressing his sheer disbelief that Roman defeated Nicholas. Behind Benedict, a massive, heavily armed battalion clad in iron armor and wielding heavy shields begins to march forward. They move like a wave, quickly enclosing Roman and his loyal men. Talk about walking straight into an ambush. He locks eyes with Roman, admitting that seeing the great Count Nicholas fall made him realize something very important. He had wondered why Roman demanded a one-year grace period, but now the answer is crystal clear to the Marquis. That whole year was meant to buy time for the Dmitry family to build up their strength and consolidate their forces. Benedict's face turns grim as he warns that Roman's time is up and he must finally make his ultimate choice. He demands Roman either join the nobles or face the consequences, making it clear that refusing will carry a heavy price. He leaves Roman with these two options. The young master remains completely silent, calmly contemplating his next move. Growing impatient, Benedict demands to know if he has made up his mind, while Roman stares down in deep reflection. His mind drifts back to his previous life in the Murim, where the former leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect once confronted him. Baek Joong-hyuk had looked at Joong-hyuk, warning him that his next decision would define the entire future of their relationship. He was given a choice to fall in line for easy riches or stand tall as the next leader of the cult. Back then, Joong-hyuk wrestled with the agonizing choice between simple submission and a brutal, never-ending struggle for supreme power. He slowly walked toward Baek Joong-hyuk's throne, asking himself what his soul truly yearned for in this life. Arriving right before the sect leader, Joong-hyuk offered his deep apologies, a silent declaration that he would never submit. Hearing those words, Baek Joong-hyuk immediately realized his choice, glaring back with cold, lethal intent as Joong-hyuk made his move. He had chosen the path of the ultimate ruler, raising his sword high to strike down the leader and claim his destiny. Whether in his past life or this new world, Roman has always lived by the exact same unyielding rule. He boldly declares that he is not a man who lives to serve others, a response that completely shatters Benedict's hopes. Furious, Benedict clenches his fists and snarls that Roman has made a fatal mistake, officially declaring him a mortal enemy. He boasts that with his massive political power, even the strongest warrior will crumble when surrounded by an elite army. Benedict raises his voice, announcing to the entire public that the Dmitry family's recent aggressive actions have triggered a full civil war. As the supreme authority, he formally charges Roman with treason and decrees that he must be taken into custody immediately. He commands his guard to lock Roman away under the guise of an official investigation, but the order is swiftly cut short. Suddenly, a warm spray of blood splatters directly across Benedict's face, leaving the arrogant noble completely frozen in pure shock. Roman has cleanly sliced through the first guard who dared to step forward, sending a clear, lethal warning to everyone present. Trembling with terror, Benedict stammers in disbelief, asking Roman if he actually dares to defy a direct imperial order. Unfazed, Roman calmly replies that he never defied the emperor before declaring his intention to settle this with blood. Roman smiles confidently. He corrects the Marquis, pointing out that the real traitor in Cairo is actually him. It is Benedict himself. Seeing himself pointed out like that, the furious Marquis screams, "Have you completely lost your mind?" The nobles represent Cairo. They always stand in perfect agreement with every single decision made by the emperor. Benedict screams. He warns that the arrogant choice by Roman will lead his entire family to absolute ruin. Roman refuses to yield. He bluntly replies, "Only the Emperor has the right to decide who is right and who is wrong here." Roman quickly orders Chris and Kevin to clear a path. Hearing this, the two guards immediately prepare to fight. "Understood, Master." They charge forward like arrows, instantly shattering the encirclement of Benedict. Chris unleashes his explosive sword energy. He slashes down any blocking soldiers. Meanwhile, Kevin spares absolutely no one to clear a clean path for Roman. Benedict witnesses this. Shocked by the brutal display, he screams in sheer anger, "You absolute crazy bastard." He silently curses this lunatic who dares to murder in the heart of Cairo. But Roman fearlessly moves forward. Any soldier who gets close is instantly blown away. Facing this nightmare, Benedict still tries to bark orders. "Attack!" He commands his remaining men to strike while he quietly slips away to save his own skin. Before running, he screams a massive bounty. "Whoever brings me the head of that madman will receive a giant reward." Still, the soldiers of Benedict try to stand their ground. They shout out bold threats, trying to make him stop. "Stop, this is Cairo. Do you think you will escape alive?" But before he can even finish, Roman decapitates him. Roman calmly responds, "Go ahead and do what you must because I will do exactly what I have to." The purge begins. Back at the royal palace, a panicked soldier runs in screaming a frantic report to the king. He kneels before King Daniel. The report is grim. Roman is single-handedly slaughtering the noble faction right now. This terrible news hits Daniel like a thunderbolt. He holds his head in panic, asking if Roman is rebelling, slaughtering in the capital. What on earth is happening? Simon, standing nearby as Knight Commander, quickly takes charge. He loudly commands all royal swordsmen and guards to gather immediately. They must defend the palace from the traitor. They do not know when the traitor might attack. This makes the safety of the king their highest priority. Daniel is filled with despair. He quietly wonders if he can never truly escape his tragic fate in this kingdom. Suddenly, a loud announcement from outside shocks everyone. Roman is here, requesting an immediate audience with the king, but there is no attack. Roman politely kneels down and says it is a true honor to meet him again. Still deeply confused, a worried Daniel tells Roman to skip the formal nonsense and explain exactly what happened. Kneeling respectfully, Roman reports that after his ranking battle ended, Marquis Benedict showed up with his personal soldiers. The Marquis brought hundreds of troops. He demanded that Roman throw his full support behind the powerful noble faction. Roman explains his choice. He rejected the offer because he chose to align with the king instead of Benedict. He then makes a bold request. If the king promises one thing, the Dmitry family will become the strongest sword of Cairo. They will completely cut off the nobles, finally putting a decisive end to the endless power struggles in Cairo. This shocking proposal stuns Daniel. He asks in utter disbelief if Roman truly intends to wipe out the nobles. "Are you trying to negotiate a deal?" Roman responds by bringing up when the Hector kingdom invaded the south. Even though the kingdom had plenty of time to prepare, the entire southern defense line of Cairo collapsed in an instant. Why? Roman points out the deep-rooted political division that has been rotting the entire kingdom from the inside out. If royal authority in Cairo had been properly established, losing that vital southern front would never have happened. He firmly asks a question. What actual progress has Cairo made over the entire past year to secure itself? The continent is highly unstable. Roman then drops a devastating question that strikes a very deep nerve. How long do you plan on sitting back as a mere bystander? He bluntly exposes the deepest weakness of Daniel. Cairo needs a single unified center, not Marquis Benedict acting as if he runs the entire country. Because of his rampant abuse of power, he acts as if your majesty should be easily deposed at any moment. This bold claim completely stuns Daniel. The advisor nearby is equally shocked, wondering what Roman hopes to achieve. Simon always believed Roman had hidden motives. This is nothing short of an open rebellion, he tells himself. Still, kneeling, Roman continues. You may doubt my intentions, but my family has risked everything for this. The Dmitry family has risked their lives. Roman looks straight at Daniel, asking if he wants to win. Will Daniel take advantage of the situation Dmitry set up? Hearing Roman's question, the king hesitates. He wants to ask a question before making a decision. Truly, no deal ever comes without some conditions. Daniel straight up asks what the Dmitry family wants in return. Roman responds directly, demanding the Northeast region. If the Northeast is granted the title of an independent duchy, Roman vows he will never forget their shared roots. He promises to always fight for Cairo. Hearing this bold request only makes the king more shocked. Daniel can barely believe his ears. Dmitry, separating Roman calmly and respectfully, adds one final piece of advice. He tells Daniel that if he cannot have everything, choosing Cairo is his absolute best option. Daniel falls into deep thought, repeating that advice to himself. He looks up with a heavy question. He asks what happens to Cairo if they capture Count Denver and Count Gregory. Roman kneels before him. He respectfully replies that the chances of Cairo changing immediately are slim, noting restrictions at the Valhalla border. With Kronos busy with the Southern Alliance, Roman asserts Cairo is not their main priority right now. Hearing this, Daniel confirms that the plan is to quickly eliminate key threats to secure the kingdom, but such a sudden disappearance might trigger other major problems. Roman glares back, completely unfazed by the warning. He coldly replies they have chosen the best path and must accept the risks of eliminating those traitors. Daniel watches him, realizing Roman never leaves his fate to luck. He grasps the continental situation to force change. The king is wary yet thoroughly impressed by Roman's brilliance. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoes through the room. Someone screams for the king to stop, claiming Dmitry is only using their noble status for personal gain. He begs him not to allow this. Roman calmly counters, asking the frantic noble if they have any better options. The loud intruder is Count Simon, who turns around in absolute fury. Roman maintains his composed stance. He addresses Daniel, reminding everyone that while they stood silent before the noble's atrocities, he stepped up to fight. He only demands fair compensation for his sacrifice. Even if Dmitry becomes an independent duchy, their allegiance stands. Their roots will always remain in Cairo. Simon grinds his teeth, realizing Roman is skillfully cornering the king. Amidst this tense, silent standoff between Simon and Roman, Daniel is lost in deep, heavy thought. Roman's proposal makes perfect sense. The real failure is an incompetent king who did nothing to save his country. Daniel realizes Roman is no longer a small figure. Dmitry has grown completely beyond the royal family's control. The time has come to make his ultimate choice. He grits his teeth, weighing his final options. Should he stay content with this miserable peace or abandon the impossible to let a new Cairo rise? Even if Roman's motives are dark, holding hands with an ambitious warrior is better than being ruled by fools. Reaching his decision, Daniel raises his hand to cut them off. He declares, enough is enough. He firmly announces that the entire northern territory of Cairo, including the Dmitry estate, is now a sovereign duchy. He pledges his royal honor to grant this sovereignty. His gaze turns sharp as he issues a direct command. Roman must absolutely deal with Marcus Benedict, who is currently plotting high treason and throwing Cairo into chaos. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, Count Denver holds a letter. Reading the contents, he mutters that Roman is truly terrifying. He knows that as long as they attack Marcus Benedict, the bloody clash will never stop unless someone falls. Leaning back, Denver realizes Roman went to the palace to secure the king's backing against the noble faction. It is a massive three-way war. Dmitry, the crown, and the old nobility all clashing at once. Denver flashes a sinister grin, anticipating the moment they destroy each other and leave Valhalla to reap the rewards. But while he enjoys his dark daydream, a panicked soldier suddenly bursts into the room with urgent news. Count Denver demands to know what is wrong. The pale soldier stammers that Roman has already arrived with an army. They have breached the estate. Just as the soldier urges Denver to escape, a hand violently grabs his neck. Roman is already inside. He ruthlessly slams the terrified soldier's head straight into the hard floor. He coldly commands Count Denver to obey the king's orders from this moment on. Denver stares in shock. He wonders how Roman could possibly be here when he is not even a noble. Attempting to regain composure, Denver forces himself to stay calm. He stands up abruptly and shouts, "What king are you talking about? What?" Denver tries to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, he stands up and yells out, "What king? What are you even saying? What is going on?" Roman, standing directly across from him, calmly explains that he colluded with a traitor and leaked Cairo's secrets. So the king ordered your immediate arrest. Not only that, Roman also warns Count Denver that any more nonsense will be treated as treason. He promises to execute him on the spot. Hearing these wild accusations, Count Denver loses his temper and slams his hand down. Slamming the table, he yells out, asking if they call this treason. He knows full well that everyone already knows he serves Valhalla. Mustering every bit of courage, Count Denver screams, asking if Roman can handle the consequences of threatening him. He warns that Valhalla won't let this slide. Roman is clearly not in the mood for a pointless shouting match. He draws his sword and tells him to tread very carefully. He warns him to watch his mouth. Stunned by the sudden threat, Count Denver can barely sputter out a response. But before he can even finish his sentence, Roman moves in a flash, pressing the cold tip of his blade against his throat. He coldly orders him to lower his voice, noting that the Count still fails to understand the true scope of this entire conflict. If this was just about controlling the nobles, it would be pointless. Eyes filled with pure disgust, Roman promises to weed out all traitors. He vows to hunt down every single traitor serving Valhalla and Kronos. Meanwhile, Count Gregory is also throwing a massive fit of rage. He screams at his captors, demanding to know if they think they can actually get away with this. Soon, Simon arrives to handle him. Still full of empty bravado, Gregory warns Royal Knight Simon that touching a hair on his head will bring the Kronos Empire's wrath. He sneers, asking if Cairo can even survive such a war. Standing tall, Simon says absolutely nothing at first, keeping completely silent. Then Simon slowly steps forward. In his mind, he admits that Gregory is right about the Kronos Empire's hunger for total conquest. But now that the king has made his final move, Cairo has officially crossed the point of no return. There is no going back. Seeing Simon halt in silence, Gregory mistakes his hesitation for fear and smugly sneers that the knight has finally realized the danger. But a second later, Simon brutally slams him down with a devastating blow, completely shattering his smug composure on impact. He yells at him to shut up, calling him utterly hopeless. Simon warns that if Kronos dares to cross Cairo's borders, they will pay. He promises to personally cut Gregory's throat and hang his head on the city walls, remembering Roman's order to leave absolutely no survivors. Meanwhile, back at the Benedict mansion, Marquis Benedict paces around in a furious rage. He cannot believe the Dmitry family sided with the king. He always knew he would have to seize the throne, but this sudden preemptive strike has completely caught him off guard. Still, he calculates that if he rallies the majority of the nobles, taking down Cairo won't be much of a challenge. Furious, he mutters that even though Roman became Cairo's strongest by defeating Count Nicholas, things will definitely not go his way. He barks out orders to summon all allied nobles and prepare their forces to march directly on the capital city. His soldiers quickly salute. But moments later, a messenger arrives, hesitantly reporting that a key noble is refusing to join them. Count Fabius has flatly refused the summons. Hearing this, Marquis Benedict completely loses his mind, demanding to speak to him immediately. Demanding answers on a magic comms screen, he asks Count Fabius if he has completely lost his mind for disobeying orders. He asks if this is his final choice. On the other side of the screen, Count Fabius looks entirely unbothered, suggesting they be honest. He admits he is betting everything on Roman to win, so Benedict should stop looking down on him like some loyal lapdog. Trembling with rage, Marquis Benedict demands to know if he is truly confident he won't regret making such a foolish choice. With a mocking smirk, Count Fabius scoffs at the idea of regret, pointing out that choosing wrong simply means death anyway. He explains that while he was once a traitor, he is now ready to do absolutely anything to serve Roman's cause. He asks if Benedict has heard how deeply Roman protects his allies, mocking the noble leader for being completely out of the loop. He reveals that the entire aristocratic faction is already collapsing right under his nose, leaving Marquis Benedict utterly stunned by the news. The aristocratic faction is collapsing. Meanwhile, in another part of the kingdom, a prominent figure makes a sudden, bold announcement. Marcus Valentino officially declares his full allegiance to the Dmitry family. Suddenly, the entire neutral faction begins to shift their weight. Abandoning his neutral stance to back the Dimitrys, Valentino moves quickly, mass hiring elite mercenaries from every corner of the kingdom. This decisive, unified move by the neutrals and House Valentino catches the aristocratic faction completely off guard, halting them in their tracks. They are forced to hesitate, unable to launch an immediate assault on the Dmitry family during this critical struggle for ultimate power. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace's grand chamber, Cairo's top leaders gather around a massive round table to discuss their next moves. One elder speaks up, reporting that just days ago, Count Fabius abandoned the aristocratic faction to officially join their side. Following his lead, several smaller noble houses have also jumped ship. Listening to this, King Daniel is left sweating in absolute disbelief. He breaks into a cold sweat, completely stunned. Those greedy nobles who used to openly oppose him are suddenly falling in line. All because Roman took such decisive and brutal action. It turns out even the greediest aristocrats know that wealth is useless without a life. Even if there is a price to pay, King Daniel knows Roman made the right move in this brutal power struggle. The young commander was ruthlessly decisive. He handled every detail cleanly. Pointing a finger toward the capital map, the strategist explains that in the past, the noble faction would have easily mobilized. They would have gathered their entire army and marched right on the capital. But so far, not a single move. And that is all because of Roman. The speaker continues, the current situation favors them heavily, with the nobles fracturing from within. Their old alliances are shattered. They are completely divided, meaning the perfect window to wipe them out once and for all has finally arrived. King Daniel agrees immediately, handing full command over to Roman. He tells him to rest easy because he now has absolute authority. Every single soldier in Cairo will answer directly to Roman in this upcoming war. The king openly shows his total trust in him. Daniel promises to always back him up, telling him to act first on any decision and simply report the results back to him later. Hearing the absolute trust from the ruler of Cairo, Roman looks up with unwavering eyes and places a hand over his chest in salute. He pledges his loyalty, offering a quiet thank you to the king. Meanwhile, Marquis Benedict is in his meeting room discussing the war. He reviews the tactical reports with his key officers. Ever since Roman took command, the enemy has been preparing for a massive offensive. They estimate the royal forces will arrive in about a week. The Marquis warns his men that their current strength is not enough. They cannot fight them head-on because their noble forces are too fractured, leaving them with no choice but to dig in and hold out. They must defend their positions and wait for an opening to strike back. But another noble speaks up about their biggest headache. Even Marquis Valentino, a man who always stayed strictly neutral, has sided with Roman, dragging several other families along with him. A massive blow. Nobody saw it coming. He wonders if they even stand a chance against Roman and the royal faction. The heavy question hangs in the air, forcing the Marquis into a tense silence as he tries to calculate their survival. Then Jin chimed in, pointing out that their fellow nobles are mostly greedy cowards who care far more about gold than glory. They have barely gathered 1/5 of their total military force. Facing that monster alone is a flat-out death sentence. He suggests they reach out to foreign powers like the Kronos and Valhalla empires. With their backing, they might stand a chance. They could easily turn the tide. Now watch this, those foreign-backed factions are already being absolutely crushed by Roman. Since they are desperate, offering them massive rewards and political benefits will easily force them to cooperate with the nobles. Benedict folds his hands and nods, admitting it is an excellent plan to unite everyone against their common monster of an enemy. But time is slipping away fast, and they have no idea how long it will take to secure these foreign alliances. Count Gregory speaks up, estimating that since those factions are concentrated in the capital, reaching out to them should be simple. However, mobilizing their entire military force in this chaos will be a nightmare, likely taking more than 2 whole weeks. Benedict sighs, a late army is still better than no army at all. He hands full authority over to Gregory to make contact. Gregory smiles, telling him to wait for good news. As silence falls over the room, the Marquis's cold voice rings out again. He reminds them that this massive civil war is a fight for their very survival, something they have prepared for years. Now is the time. They must unleash everything. Benedict fiercely declares that the ultimate authority over Cairo must be theirs. All power to the nobility. Soon the morning sun leaks through the window, cutting into a dark room. Nicholas lies quietly in the dark. Bandages wrap his wounded body, leaving him trapped in a bed of pain. He groans, wondering where on earth he is. Slowly forcing himself up, his fingers touch the thick bandage over his injured eye. The brutal memories rush back. He was utterly defeated in that duel. But he realizes his wounds are surprisingly stable. He realizes Roman actually held back during the fight. He remembers that cold, terrifying gaze of the young monster. Roman had slashed him without hesitation, leaving him bleeding out in agonizing pain. Yet Roman had offered him a warning. He told Nicholas not to overthink things, promising with absolute certainty that he would never turn his back on Cairo. Pure solid steel. Nicholas sits in his quiet room, wondering what has become of the capital in his absence. Suddenly, rushed footsteps echo from the hallway as the door swings wide open. Simon bursts into the room in total shock. Seeing the commander sitting upright, Simon gasps, admitting he was terrified Nicholas would never open his eyes again. Nicholas cuts through the panic, demanding an update on the kingdom. Simon sighs, admitting things have gotten incredibly messy. He reveals that he is now serving under Roman, who has officially aligned with the king to unite their military forces. They are launching a massive campaign against Marquis Benedict and the traitors supported by the Kronos and Valhalla empires. Silence. Nicholas speaks in a low, commanding voice, ordering Simon to take him directly to the military camp. His eyes burn with a renewed fire. He insists he must be there to witness the storm Roman is about to unleash. Step by step, under the gaze of tens of thousands of soldiers, Roman walks up to Nicholas. The man holding that sword is about to hand over his authority, Roman thinks, never expecting this legendary figure to do so. To think Cairo's former strongest swordsman, Count Nicholas himself, would personally hand over command. Even in this chaotic mess, he remains fiercely loyal to his majesty. Now Nicholas offers Roman the sword. Stepping forward with a swift turn, Roman faces the sea of soldiers looking up at him. Gripping the massive sword, he projects his voice loud and clear. Cairo is in absolute chaos right now, so we must act fast, because our life-or-death battle with the nobles starts soon. He continues with absolute steel in his voice, calling it an unavoidable clash, a bitter war where blood must spill. Countless soldiers and civilians will fall, turning kin against kin. But to secure lasting peace and real authority, there is no other path forward. We must crush the nobles completely and tear this corruption out by its very roots. His words leave Nicholas absolutely stunned, deeply impressed by the sheer weight of the young commander's unwavering resolve. Roman shouts to the crowd, declaring that he will personally spearhead the vanguard and charge first into the fray. All they need to do is follow his lead straight to ultimate victory. As his speech ends, the entire army erupts. They roared his name in absolute unison, placing their total faith in the man leading them into this brutal war. The fierce battle for the throne has officially kicked off at the fortress. Roman calmly paces around the camp, calculating. He makes it clear there will be no mercy. They must strike hard and fast before their enemies can regroup. Right now, the nobles are in pure disarray, so launching a devastating preemptive strike is key to securing an advantage. With a cold and resolute gaze, Roman orders a swift attack, telling his troops to rest briefly before the final push. Meanwhile, at the fortress, the wall defense commander Cameron scoffs, assuming the enemy will just rely on basic catapults. He quietly gloats, knowing this massive wall is reinforced with an incredibly powerful ancient defensive barrier. Do they really think simple catapult stones can shatter it? As long as his mages keep supplying mana, the shield will regenerate. But wait, out of absolutely nowhere, a massive swarm of mysterious figures clad in deep red robes appears on the horizon. Cameron freezes in utter shock alongside those heavy catapults. What on earth are all these strange mages doing here? Suddenly, the robed figures raise their hands and call out, confirming that Squad 1 is ready and Squad 2 is fully prepared. Roman watches them, knowing the Phoenix Magic Tower sent their finest spellcasters to aid him in breaching this fortress. Their massive concentrated fire magic is about to tear that barrier to shreds. Felix, the Phoenix Tower Master, yells out, urging his mages to seize this grand chance to bring glory to the prestigious Dmitry family. He commands them to unleash the most devastating fire magic on the continent. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts. The sky turns blindingly bright as the mages pool their immense powers into one terrifying, concentrated spell. They focus every drop of their mana for a single, overwhelming strike. Chanting in unison, the spellcasters execute their arts. The golden glow transforms into a terrifying crimson aura pulsing with sheer, highly destructive and suffocating pressure. Instantly, it streaks toward the castle with unbelievable speed, triggering a violent earthquake. Everyone watches in sheer horror. A panicked defender screams out to his captain, warning him that the barrier is rapidly weakening under this insane pressure. They desperately need to replenish the shield's mana immediately, or the entire defense will shatter into pieces. Cameron stands completely frozen, unable to comprehend how Roman managed to recruit the legendary Phoenix Magic Tower. Staring at Roman's spellcasting unit, he is utterly horrified by the sheer number of highly trained mages assembled. Snapping out of it, he frantically orders his men to feed every ounce of mana into the defensive shields. He barks out to protect the wall at all costs, because if it falls, they are completely finished. Meanwhile, Simon watches in absolute awe, wondering where this massive force of elite spellcasters even came from. Chris turns to him with a highly confident grin, explaining that they are actually the legendary Phoenix Magic Tower mages. They have officially relocated their base to Dmitry territory, prompting a stunned, wide-eyed reaction from Simon. Chris confirms they swore absolute loyalty to the Dmitry family and will fight alongside Roman in every future battle. Having their incredible power on Cairo's side boosts their overall military might to completely new, unimaginable heights. Simon is left completely speechless by Roman's sheer capability, realizing the young man has achieved the absolute impossible. Securing an entire magic tower as his own personal faction is something no other power has ever managed before. The legendary power of one of the 13 great towers guarantees the Dmitry family's rise will be unstoppable. Count Simon watches everything unfold exactly as he planned. He wonders just how powerful they will become once they branch out into an independent faction. Aligning with Roman was easily the most brilliant decision His Majesty ever made. Standing by his side is going to change the power balance entirely. We will definitely win this war, Roman thinks. He commands all his mages to focus their fire and completely shatter the enemy walls. They burn down everything. Count Simon looks up at the sky, utterly amazed as concentrated bursts of magic rain straight down on the panicked enemy. This is a massive war of unprecedented scale. It is meant to reclaim all authority from the nobles and build a bright new future for Cairo. As the sun sets outside the walls, the fighting pauses so the weary soldiers can rest. Inside the grand hall, the command team convenes. 6 of the high-ranking leaders sit around a round table. One of them asks how much longer they can hold out under this pressure. The reports say their troops can only hold out for 10 days. 10 days is not much time at all. Marquis Benedict interlocks his fingers. He leans forward, turning to ask Viscount Owen about Baron Winston's progress. Owen reports that the noble army is already marching toward the northeast. Marquis Benedict looks stern. He asks what the actual probability of failure is if they decide to attack Dmitry right now. Winston, wearing heavy armor and a dark green cloak, radiates confidence. He boldly claims that their faction will easily win the clash. Everyone in the nobility knows how capable Baron Winston is. Viscount Owen scoffs, calling the Dmitry forces arrogant fools who will soon fall. Without any unexpected variables, they will force Dmitry to surrender within 3 days. Marquis Benedict listens in silence, deeply lost in his thoughts. A classic diversion tactic comes to his mind. He speaks up, declaring that they no longer need to wait for the royal family. He leans back in his chair, handing full command over to Baron Winston. His jade-green eyes burn with absolute determination. Winston must return with a victory. Back on the field, a gloved hand taps the battle map, pointing to a nearby territory. That region belongs to Count Adelian. An orange-haired young officer in dark green armor steps forward to deliver a clear report. He contacted the main army and found out they can only hold out for 10 days. They must secure a victory fast. Crushing Dmitry in 10 days is almost impossible, but Baron Winston simply notes that dragged-out battles will only hurt their own side. He is a seasoned middle-aged commander with a sharp jawline and golden brown hair, showing his many years of brutal battle experience. His thick beard matches his age. This is Baron Winston, the elite general of the nobles faction. He lifts a small wooden pin, He studies the map carefully, suggesting they should change their strategy and reduce the frequency of their direct frontal assaults. The map shows 3 key marked locations, Adelia, Rollo, and Conrad. Winston explains that to make their plan work, they must pass. They have to march straight through these 3 territories. The local rulers are Viscount Conrad, who is a bit chubby with blonde hair, then Baron Rollo with his platinum hair and thin mustache, and finally the mysterious leader of the commercial city of Adelian. That blue-haired lord always looks grumpy. Winston explains in a calm voice that none of these 3 leaders actually support Dmitry. Dmitry only claimed these northeastern territories after a recent battle. Winston points out that Adelia is filled with grand, beautiful architectures. The streets there are clean, orderly, and highly developed. Winston focuses heavily on this region, detailing its strategic importance. He explains that Adelia operates as a neutral commercial hub. They have 0 ties to the central government right now. The orange-haired young officer listens intently as Winston points to the map again, emphasizing a critical detail about their enemies. Baron Rollo and Viscount Conrad still despise Dmitry, viewing them as a constant threat. He orders his officer to contact them immediately. Winston wears a calculating smile. He tells his subordinate to offer them a handsome reward if they open their gates to his army. Just an hour later, all 3 lords agree to the deal. Winston's cavalry charges through their horses, kicking up dust on the dry grass. The orange-haired officer rides closely behind Winston. Unable to contain his growing concern, he decides to ask a risky question. He asks if they can truly trust those northeastern nobles. He deeply fears they are marching straight into a deadly trap. Winston leads the march calmly, replying that he has already considered that possibility. His young officer closely follows behind him. Behind them, a heavily armored infantry unit follows in perfect formation. Winston points out that even if it is a trap, they are weak. The local northeastern forces are weak. Dmitry's actual elite units are all concentrated at their main army's headquarters anyway. Winston confidently asks if those weak lords could ever hope to defeat their own highly trained elite vanguard division. The young officer quickly agrees that it is impossible. Ahead of them lies a massive open grassland stretching to the mountains. Winston adds that in such a wide open terrain they can easily defend themselves even if they get ambushed. The young officer is filled with deep admiration. The commander has truly calculated every single scenario on this battlefield. That is the strategic brilliance of a Western Front veteran. But suddenly a massive blaze erupts from the pitch-black darkness. Winston gasps in horror. Rows of glowing red fireballs line up ahead of them, clearly not signaling a friendly welcome. Captain Jonathan sits high on his horse, shouting a loud warning toward Winston's advancing troops to halt immediately. Winston, the aristocratic faction of Marquis Benedict, are traitors, so you had better surrender before being punished for treason. The orange-haired youth has absolutely no idea what to say, only calling out to his commander in panic. Winston yells back loudly, shouting that it is complete nonsense and Marquis Benedict is absolutely not a traitor. He then offers a proposal: if they allow his army to pass, Marquis Benedict will reward them generously. A majestic golden aura immediately erupts around Winston as he coldly asks what happens if they choose to resist. With eyes filled with murderous intent, Winston vows to fight them to the death right then and there. Standing next to Jonathan is a mysterious cloaked figure who appears to be an old man with a long silver beard. Jonathan places his trust in Nox, a powerful fifth circle wizard who silently prepares his spell. A blazing fireball appears between the wizard's hands, immediately turning the surrounding space a fiery orange. A giant magic circle manifests behind Nox as he hurls the charged fireball directly toward the enemies. Leaving a burning trail of flames behind, Nox unleashes fire cannon, raining absolute destruction down on Winston's army. Winston's heavily armored soldiers scream in agonizing pain as the terrifying fire cannon completely engulfs their ranks. Sir Jonathan raises his sword, ordering his fully armored shield troops to charge ahead at once. The troops rush forward, easily overwhelming Winston's men as they tear through the ranks, spilling blood everywhere. Still clad in his bright golden aura, Winston holds his horse's reins and grips his sword in disbelief. The scene is horrific. Winston never encountered such an elite and powerful army during his years on the Western Front. Suddenly, Jonathan charges at him with incredible speed, his sword glowing with a dense, powerful blue energy. Caught completely off guard, Winston can only watch in absolute terror as the sharp blue aura quickly approaches him. It is the lethal Asura swordsmanship, delivering a sharp blue energy slash right down Winston's chest before he can dodge. In his final moments of pure terror, Winston wonders how an elite noble could possibly fall to mere border trash. 1 week later, heavy bombardment strikes the walls of the Benedict estate, causing massive explosions all around the castle. Soldiers scream that the walls are breached and must be rebuilt immediately, while Marquis Benedict paces around demanding answers. He snaps that they cannot hold out much longer and questions why there is still no news from Baron Winston. A messenger nervously reports that they just received word from the deputy commander that Winston's forces have been completely annihilated. Baron Winston has fallen in battle, and hearing this devastating news makes Marquis Benedict break out in a cold sweat. 6 high-ranking representatives of the aristocratic faction gather around a round table, their faces looking incredibly grim. One noble declares that they are finished because Winston's defeat means the Benedict fortress will surely fall very soon. A short green-haired noble suggests that since they have lost all contact with others, they should surrender the city. Another noble slams the table in absolute anger, completely refusing to yield. It is a middle-parted, blonde-haired aristocrat. He asks if they forgot how much misery Roman Dmitry caused them, then turns to Marcus Benedict with a proposal. Why not make a deal with the Kronos Empire to get their support? Marquis Benedict asks what he truly means. The blonde noble insists that with death at their doorstep, committing treason is better than sitting and waiting to die. Marquis Benedict falls silent for a moment, calculating his options in his head before making a final decision. He sternly orders his men to contact Kronos, and soon Baron Chalon of the Kronos Empire appears on screen. His projection looks cold and unfriendly as he outright refuses, stating they already made a pact with Count Gregory. Staring down at Marquis Benedict with his hands behind his back, Baron Chalon adds they have no reason to align. Marquis Benedict remains calm, pointing out that the royal family already acted imprisoning both Count Gregory and Count Denver. As a highly experienced and wise noble, Marquis Benedict knows exactly how to negotiate his way out of this. He analyzes that Kronos stands to lose nothing as the Empire always benefits regardless of who wins the war. Intrigued by the proposal, Baron Chalon smiles and admits that the offer sounds like a very interesting deal indeed. He asks how Kronos can assist them. Marquis Benedict turns around, immediately radiating a heavy aura of absolute bloodlust. He requests that Kronos attack the Western Front. Within 12 hours of their agreement, 2 of Cairo's 3 defense lines crumble. Soon, Marquis Benedict's projection appears on the magic communication screen in the royal palace, looking extremely stern. He looks down coldly at the man wearing a crown and a white-furred red cloak on the other side. It has been a while, Marquis Benedict says, asking King Daniel how he likes the little gift they prepared. Daniel yells in anger, "What is the meaning of this? This is an internal matter, so why drag the Kronos Empire into it?" Benedict just smiles gently, looking like a harmless old grandfather. "No matter what, I must find a way to survive. Please go ahead and keep playing the Grand King of Cairo." Benedict's calm composure as he looks down stands in sharp contrast to the ruler of the realm, whose face is twisted in pure dread. With a dark expression full of fear and anger, Daniel glares upward as Benedict speaks in a slow, deep voice. "Let's see if you will ignore Cairo's safety just to kill me, or if you will protect the kingdom by sending more troops to guard the western border." Daniel looks completely shaken, his eyes trembling with a mixture of raw fear and desperation. Yet, the Marquis remains entirely calm as he advises the king to think carefully and make a wise decision for the country. With that, Benedict's projection vanishes from the magic communication crystal, standing alone before his unsheathed blue sword. Daniel falls into a dark silence, remembering when he used to call Benedict his uncle. King Daniel clenches his fists, bitter that greed and power have completely blinded the man. Now his uncle is willing to push the entire kingdom to the very brink of destruction without a single regret. Daniel realizes he is now forced to halt the attack on the nobles in this war against Benedict. Securing the Western Front is the absolute only way Cairo can survive and continue to exist, but doing so means the rebel nobles will escape their punishment. Looking ahead, Daniel dreads what they might do next. With the backing of the Kronos Empire, turning to his commander, Daniel barks out an order and Simon immediately responds, ready to serve. Daniel knows he might be a weak and incompetent king, but he refuses to let history remember him as a spineless coward who betrayed his own country. With a grim and determined face, he makes his choice, ordering his men to contact Roman Dmitry immediately. He knows Benedict has aligned himself with the hostile Kronos Empire, which has already crushed their first and second defensive lines on the Western Front. The third line is barely holding on. Daniel explains that while wiping out the rebel nobles is crucial, they cannot allow the Kronos Empire to run wild. Contacting Command, the young commander stands before the king. Roman speaks up, noting that if they do not resolve this civil war once and for all, the lingering consequences will eventually tear Cairo apart from the inside. Daniel nods, admitting he understands the danger, but warns that the terror on the Western Front will soon consume Cairo. Roman bows his head slightly, replying that ever since they initiated this conflict with the nobles, they have been prepared for every possible outcome. To him, neither Count Roger nor Marquis Benedict pose any real threat to their plans. The real danger lies in how they should respond if the internal rebels and external enemies coordinate their attacks. Right now, the king is considering a temporary retreat, but Roman warns that taking a step back will cost too much. Countless lives will be sacrificed for a single moment of hesitation, and he asks if the king truly understands that. Roman notes to himself that in a peaceful era, Daniel would have made a fine ruler. But in times of crisis, a leader must face the harsh, ugly truth head-on if he ever hopes to save his kingdom from falling. Furthermore, Roman knows the third line on the Western Front is vastly different from the two that fell previously. Their forces there are much larger and far better trained. Meanwhile, the Kronos Empire is rushing their offensive, meaning the enemy cannot possibly fight at their full strength. Roman urges the king to put his trust in Cairo's generals, believing that as long as they can buy him just a little bit of time against the Kronos forces, victory is within reach. With absolute determination in his eyes, Roman makes a bold promise to his king. Within 3 days, he will completely wipe out the rebel nobles and redirect their entire army to the west. Daniel's eyes sharpen as he absorbs Roman's confidence. In a calm, heavy tone, the king agrees to the plan. 3 days to erase the traitors from existence. Later that very night, Roman takes advantage of the complacent rebel faction, knowing they have let their guard down. He orders a silent night march to seal off every escape route. From Benedict Castle, they wait patiently in the shadows for the castle's defensive barrier to reach its absolute limit. Standing at the vanguard, Roman addresses his troops, announcing that the enemy's barrier is failing and tomorrow brings the final blow. As he speaks, a figure steps forward. It is none other than Fabius, who eagerly volunteers to lead the charge. He pleads to be the vanguard, knowing that Roman is a leader who rewards loyalty and punishes betrayal fairly. Fabius remembers his past as a former member of the noble faction, but he chose to reject Benedict's summons in order to align himself with Roman Dmitry. This battle is his golden opportunity to prove his devotion. Fabius begs for the chance to show where his allegiance truly lies, while Roman quietly observes the man. Quietly, in stark contrast to the fiercely loyal crazy demon, the blood demon represents a constant burning desire to grow stronger. Among the 4 great demons, the blood demon changed masters 3 times, a truly fascinating old man. Roman thinks further that the old man always managed to survive, and by staying near Baek Joong-hyuk, he achieved the ultimate victory. Roman speaks coldly, no need for a fake smile. Turning to Simon, he adds that if the boy wants to prove his worth, he should forget about his past. Pointing forward, Roman declares that Fabius will now lead the vanguard to initiate this war, letting the man do as he pleases. At this moment, the noble turncoat Count Fabius declares that he is willing to risk his life to complete this mission. In the following days, fully confident in the powerful backing of the Kronos Empire, the noble soldiers seem relaxed and completely at ease defending the city walls. Felix paces, thinking it is finally time to repay his master's trust. Felix's eyes suddenly ignite with a brilliant golden flame, his face tightening as he begins to cast his spell. In his mind, he proclaims that as the master of the Phoenix Magic Tower, he will show them his true power. That power is his sacred fire. Nearby, a laughing soldier suddenly senses something strange behind him. The panicked soldiers stare in Felix's direction, shouting to ask what that thing is. By now, Felix's eyes have turned completely white, signaling that his magic has reached its absolute peak. The spell he unleashes is the Raging Firestorm. A devastating wave of energy crashes down, forcing the soldiers to scramble and yell to run and activate the defense barrier. But their terror only deepens as they realize the defensive magic has already been shattered. Felix spreads his arms wide to cast his magic, a sinister smirk on his face. Soon, the scene descends into chaos. The castle wall crumbles. Seizing the moment, Fabius leads his troops forward, shouting for them to charge. His soldiers roar in unison, yelling to charge and punish the traitors. But suddenly, a dangerous threat emerges. An enemy soldier prepares to hurl a magical device, screaming for Fabius to die as the canister flies straight toward him. Quickly activating his speed technique, Fabius pivots on his heel to prepare for a counter, and leaps backwards successfully, evading the dangerous explosive projectile sent his way by that enemy soldier. Simon knows that Fabius is someone who dares to step up and take risks when others hesitate, all to prove his own worth. Simon also recognizes that although the Count is no longer young, that age brings an immense wealth of combat experience. He has put his life on the line for this battle, ensuring that no one will ever look down on him again. Fabius strikes, cutting down a group of officers even though he could have easily stayed safely in the rear. Holding his blood-stained weapon, Fabius pants heavily as if on the verge of exhaustion. He collapses to the ground, taking in his handiwork. He quietly thinks that his part is done, and now it is Roman's turn. Roman appears with his legendary sword in hand, radiating an incredibly cool and menacing aura. With a razor-sharp gaze, both he and his blade hum with power, leaving the noble soldiers in absolute panic. They scream in terror. He is Roman Dmitry, the devil of Cairo. Stop him at all costs. Simon merely offers a sinister smirk, mocking their desperate cries. A moment later, Roman sneers, "The devil, huh? I actually quite like that title." One onlooker stands frozen, muttering in disbelief if that is really the devil, Roman. Another looks on with pure awe, calling him an unbelievable monster. Meanwhile, panic spreads among the nobles, as the warning crystal screams that Roman has breached the defensive wall. Gathered around the round table, the terrified nobles listen. As the report continues, the magical barrier is gone, the soldiers are fleeing in chaos, and the remaining few are being slaughtered. They need to escape immediately, their faces turning completely pale with fear. Suddenly, Roman's voice echoes out asking Marcus Benedict and his pack of rebel nobles if they can hear him. Clenching a communication crystal in his hand, Roman speaks in a low, cold tone, "I will make sure none of you survive. So fight with everything you have, because even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I will completely eradicate your entire families." Roman delivers one final chilling warning to all the rebels: prepare yourselves. The scene shifts 10 years into the past. A king sits solemnly on his throne and speaks to his court. He explains that they cannot start a war with the empire, as the citizens will always suffer the most. Hearing King Daniel's words, a silver-haired figure kneeling on the floor quickly steps forward to protest. But before he can speak, King Daniel dismisses him coldly. The past slowly begins to unfold before them. Cairo was weak. Under their incompetent king, quick decisions were entirely impossible, so empire supporters left. They joined forces with Valhalla and Kronos to expand their reach. They easily surpassed Cairo's power. This brings us directly to the funeral of Benedict's sister. Whispers filled the air. Did she die of a disease passed down by her own family? The rumors continued. In this tiny, weak kingdom, saving her life was completely out of reach. With the Empire's advanced technology, she might have survived. The endless chatter only grew louder. The Marquis wept in deep grief. Suddenly, a strange dark idea popped into his mind. If this kept going, could Cairo survive? Benedict began to heavily doubt the weak royal family. Losing his temper, he stood and shouted that he no longer trusted the royal family. It was time to build his own power. His sudden shout drew everyone's shocked eyes. Without any hesitation, he kept speaking, promising to put Cairo back on its proper track. Acting righteous, he yelled out, "All nobles of Cairo, follow me into battle right now." They raised their hands in absolute support, marking the official start of the noble alliance. He took the lead. But as time slowly went on, things did not go as planned. Eventually, their original goal warped completely. Benedict began to desperately desire the throne for himself. Now he is pulling his hair out. Where exactly did his massive plan go so wrong? Suddenly, one face flashed in his mind. It was the face of the unstoppable Roman. Deep despair hit. Roman controlled everything now, meaning his struggle for Cairo was entirely in vain. Gritting his teeth, he realized that if this continued, only a swift, brutal death awaited him. Panic took over. He stood up and ordered his men to retreat immediately to survive. They had to run. Then they would beg the Kronos Empire to help turn the tide. "Move fast," he urged. "Our entire noble alliance is completely finished if we get caught." His men scattered in panic, but a truly horrifying sight lay waiting for him right outside. A guard lay dead on the floor. A sword impaled his chest as blood pooled heavily around. Kevin sat on the corpses, smiling and mockingly saying he had been waiting a long time for Benedict. His chilling smile absolutely terrified the Marquis, who immediately ordered his remaining soldiers to kill him. "Kill him now," he shrieked, ordering his terrified guards to charge forward with their weapons. They shouted to protect the Marquis, but a lightning-fast sword slash cut them off right away. He pressed forward. He cut them down one after another with absolutely blinding speed. No one could react. Guards coughed up blood and groaned, unable to say a word. Blood splattered everywhere. Screams of absolute agony filled the room as this brutal slaughter continued. Kevin grinned with delight. He slit a guard's throat even as the man begged for mercy. This made the Marquis sweat in pure fear. The young monster slowly walked right toward him. Standing among fresh blood and corpses, Kevin advanced. The terrified Marquis screamed and bolted. He reached the door, panting heavily. Suddenly, Chris stepped out, speaking in a cold voice. Chris stepped out and coldly asked where he was going as Benedict cursed his useless men. Suddenly, a sword flashed. His last remaining guards dropped to the ground before he could react. He stood frozen in shock. Behind him, lifeless bodies smelled heavily of thick, fresh blood. Panic completely took over. He ran screaming, drawing a sharp, dangerous glance from the swordsman. While running blindly, he desperately told himself that he could still escape this terrible situation. To survive this damn nightmare, he swore he would definitely get his glorious, bloody revenge later. Spotting a narrow cave, he quickly crawled inside, completely ignoring the tight, painful squeeze. Grimacing as he hid, he heard hostile voices outside ordering guards to search every single corner. Finally hidden, he clutched his racing chest. He trembled as his great dreams slowly slipped away. He had almost ruled Cairo. But Roman ruined everything, leaving him gritting his teeth in hatred. He swore revenge, promising to repay every ounce of humiliation he suffered today. But suddenly, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. "Marquis, Benedict, it is all over." That voice belonged to Viscount Owen, who was slowly walking toward his hiding spot. Owen approached the cave. He asked if Benedict noticed anything strange, pointing out they had no escape from the beginning. Footsteps drew closer. Benedict realized his enemies were closing in. Did they already know he was here? Viscount Owen peered into the dark cave and told him to step outside right now. Owen raised his voice, calling Benedict a selfish coward for hiding while others died. The sudden shout made Benedict frantically cover his mouth. Tears streamed down Owen's face as he whispered in despair that he followed Benedict because he believed in his leadership. But Benedict had failed him. Suddenly, a cold blade pierced Owen's chest, making him cough up blood. As Owen fell, blood dripped onto the dirt. A hand reached down. Cold, furious eyes stared directly into the cave. The voice echoed, "Step out now." Soon after, a prisoner with only one shoe was dragged out, limping heavily across the dirt. "Get moving!" Shackled and defeated, Marcus Benedict was forced forward. Everywhere he walked, furious shouts of anger followed his path. The crowd jeered, calling him a cowardly traitor for running away alone. A towering figure soon stepped in front of the kneeling man. Benedict collapsed to his knees, but he still refused to stay quiet. He began to scream, claiming this was completely unfair. He yelled that he had sacrificed everything for this kingdom, yet they were treating him like a common criminal. While the useless king sat idle, Benedict claimed he was the brilliant leader who kept Cairo completely safe. He stared up at his captor and barked, "Would you honestly remain loyal to a weak ruler like that?" His frantic defense grew louder. He argued the Kronos Empire only threatened Cairo because of internal traitors. He demanded to know his mistake. Hearing this, Roman looked down coldly. Roman answered calmly, explaining that he did not believe Benedict's past choices were entirely wrong at the time. Surviving by relying on the empire might have kept Cairo alive for a while. But then Roman asked a crucial question. What did those choices get him? Even after rising to high rank, nothing changed. The core balance of power remained exactly the same, meaning Benedict's actions had absolutely nothing to do with saving the kingdom. It was driven entirely by his own greedy ambition. Hearing these harsh facts, the fallen noble found himself speechless. He could only stammer in shock. Roman continued, saying that if Benedict had truly wished to help the common people, it would be different. He only cared about himself. Roman paused, his cold eyes flashing with deadly intent. Roman asked how many more lives Benedict was willing to sacrifice just to satisfy his endless greed. Benedict was entirely defeated. Having no arguments left, he began to beg for mercy, promising to serve the royal family or even the Dmitry family. Too late. Roman's sword slashed clean through Benedict's neck. Blood sprayed as Roman whispered that this was his end. Talk about a brutal finish for a man who once held absolute power. The fallen noble was once celebrated as the kingdom's greatest savior, possessing influence that felt completely untouchable. Meanwhile, cheers echoed through the Cairo palace. They won. An officer bowed deeply, reporting that Roman had successfully executed Marcus Benedict. The king let out a quiet sigh of relief. But the king knew this was no time to celebrate. The hostile Kronos Empire was already making suspicious movements. Clinging to his only hope, the king urgently issued another command for Roman Dmitry. As twilight fell, the royal decree went out. He promised the highest noble honors, urging Roman to secure the western border. At the third defensive line of the western front, a tense briefing was already taking place under heavy pressure. By royal order, the rebellion on the western front must be completely suppressed within 3 days. Roman Dmitry was coming to assist. They had to hold out. Leading this line was Flora, Roman's former fiancée. Flora had become highly respected on the western front. After her initial meeting with Roman, she had left Florence. She enrolled in the Royal Academy to study tactics and strategy. She eventually volunteered for the Western Front quickly, rising through the ranks to become the very first female officer of Cairo. Flora was exceptionally talented. Facing cunning enemies, she continuously proved her worth with brilliant, unconventional battle strategies. She earned the respect of everyone on the field, but during a quiet moment over a map, a frustrated voice complained. Suppressing a rebellion in 3 days, impossible. Captain Noel of the officer corps grumbled. He argued they should prepare for a long, drawn-out battle instead. He turned to face the other officers to continue his point. Even if we secure it using the warp gate, would still take 1 or 2 days to travel. So, how could that even be possible? Count Vandenberg, commander of the Western Front, folds his arms and sighs. With things as they are wiping out the enemy is impossible. But suddenly Flora speaks up. She has a different perspective. Everyone turns to her in surprise and curiosity. A different perspective, Flora explains that if Roman Dmitry planned for 3 days, the war will definitely not last more than 5 days. But Vandenberg asks skeptically how she can be so sure. Flora lays out her reasoning. From her experience reading people, Roman is not the type to base decisions on mere wishful thinking. But Vandenberg immediately fires back dismissively, calling it an entirely baseless claim and refusing to back down. Flora presses on, pointing out that Kronos is also pressed for time. She keeps presenting her analysis. They must take Cairo before Marquis Benedict completely falls, meaning they only have 1 card left to play. She pulls out a map and traces the Kronos attack route. At first, they will launch a standard assault to intimidate them, but for a swift and absolute victory during this critical window, they will have to deploy their battle mages. She explains that they must anticipate this move. But Vandenberg protests, "We are talking about the Kronos Empire here." Flora keeps explaining. Kronos holds 7 magic towers, and rumor has it they are testing new ways to amplify their magic. Narrowing her eyes with intense focus and furrowing her brow, Flora remains absolutely firm in her conviction. We must eliminate these mages. She explains that while casting major spells, the mages are left completely vulnerable. Because they cannot defend themselves, they will naturally choose a safe distance from which to cast. Finally, she concludes that they must predict where the mages will stand and lay magic traps right there. Vandenberg immediately objects that is impossible. First, there's no way to predict their position. Second, the mages will easily sense the mana from the traps. Flora quickly counters, and that is exactly the reason why we must find a master swordsman to join us. Vandenberg asks, in complete shock, what Flora calmly clarifies that with a master swordsman, we will have them move alongside our forces. She explains that this is the key to pinpointing the enemy mages. Vandenberg turns to her highly skeptical. How can they do that without letting the enemy detect the trap's mana? Flora answers that the master swordsman is the absolute key to making this work. She goes on. Unleash their aura to its absolute limit, disrupting the surrounding mana flow so completely that even mages cannot detect the traps. Vandenberg is impressed. He agrees, but Flora points out the real issue. Who will volunteer to lead this suicidal mission? Honestly, the chances of coming back alive are incredibly slim. As the commanders and soldiers pale in silence, suddenly, a step forward breaks the tense silence. A resolute voice rings out, "I will do it." It is Rodwell. He steps up bravely, saying someone has to do it, so let him lead. Everyone turns to look at him in disbelief, some stammering Rodwell's name. Vandenberg finally nods in approval. In this battle, Rodwell Dmitry will lead the vanguard. A cold wind sweeps over the castle walls, signaling the looming storm. Flora meets with Rodwell in private, asking why he is so eager to take on such a deadly task. Crossing her arms, she points out that his active duty ended a long time ago, yet here he still is. With a sharp gaze, she adds, "You really are acting strange." Looking at him, she says that while others call him a patriot, she only sees a fool desperately looking for a place to die. She tells him that he is a future commander, so he cannot die here. Rodwell calmly places a hand on the fortress wall. He says this duty is absolutely necessary for him. He turns to her, asking how she would feel if Roman were standing here right now instead of him. Stunned, Flora asks him what he means. Rodwell clarifies in a serious tone that Roman has changed, something hard to accept but impossible to deny. After a pause, he adds that now that he understands his brother, he will do whatever it takes to surpass him. That is the real reason he is staying. Then he asks Flora why she is still here. Flora maintains a serious expression, replying she only wants to avoid repeating past mistakes. She tells him to drop the subject. Looking out into the distance, she reflects that his question brought her back to reality, her hand unconsciously gripping his armor. She softly admits that while victory must be secure at all costs, she truly hopes he makes it back alive. Standing before the troops, Rodwell roars out his name, "I am Rodwell of Cairo, and I challenge the Kronos Empire." Gripping his sword, he takes a deep breath, thinking to himself that today might very well be his last. Taking a resolute step forward, he whispers to himself that from here on out it is do or die. Right before his eyes, the arrogant soldier steps forward, announcing he is Osped, the opponent who will face them. This man is an unranked 3-star swordsman. Osped is different. Unlike in Cairo, reaching 3 stars in Kronos means becoming a ranked warrior. Right now, the referee raises the flag. The battle begins. By the laws of the Kronos Empire, anyone who wants to enter the continental rankings must achieve at least 4 stars. Instantly, Osped unleashes a flurry of fierce slashes, pressing Rodwell hard as he struggles to defend. A painful groan escapes his lips from the impact. Despite the overwhelming force, Rodwell summons all his strength to fight back. Osped snarls in pure rage, how dare he? In truth, their worlds are completely different. The crowd roars, chanting for him to end this. Osped prepares a massive strike to finish the battle, aiming to crush his opponent for good. Die, Osped screams. For a brief second, self-doubt creeps into Rodwell's mind, thinking he cannot even compare to his legendary brother Roman. But he vows to fight until his very last breath. Suddenly, Rodwell's eyes widen as he realizes that if he does not dodge now, he will lose his sight. He moves just in time. In a miraculous counter, Rodwell swings his blade, slicing through Osped's defenses and leaving the entire arena in absolute shock. Osped spits out a mouthful of blood, utterly shocked by his own defeat. Rodwell's face darkens, his body covered in blood and his expression completely cold. The arrogant warrior collapses heavily onto the ground, blood spraying everywhere in a gruesome display. The crowd watches in stunned silence. Rodwell smirks playfully despite his severe eye injury, telling the invaders to get the hell out of Cairo. Those absolute bastards. After that brutal battle, Rodwell drags his heavy, exhausted feet back inside. Blood drenches his armor and deep open wounds cover his arms. Even in agonizing pain, his eyes burn with worry as he asks if their master plan succeeded. Standing right before him is Flora. Deeply moved by Rodwell's fierce resilience, she responds with a gentle nod. Yes, it was a complete success, she says. Hearing those reassuring words, Rodwell lets out a massive sigh of relief. Watching him care so deeply only increases Flora's admiration. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, a man of terrifying authority commands the battlefield. This is the commander of Kronos, Count Fabio. With an icy glare, Fabio barks out a sharp order for his mages to prepare. Immediately, a massive crowd of highly trained battle mages assembles. They are the Imperial military sorcerers. Yet the air at the Western Fortress remains deceptively quiet, giving no hint of the devastating battle about to unfold. Van B walks up to Flora's side, curiously asking when she plans to detonate their hidden magical trap. Flora calmly explains that triggering it too early will only give the enemy mages time to react and prepare defenses. They must wipe them all out in a single blast, but they only have a tiny 100-meter margin of error. Flora quietly adds that the more mana the enemy mages summon, the more devastating their trap's explosion will be. The resulting mana backlash will completely cripple the Imperial sorcerers, preventing them from casting. Van B nods, finally understanding her brilliant plan. He promises to wait for her signal. Meanwhile, the Kronos war mages begin gathering their mana, preparing to unleash a massive spell. Every single sorcerer is deeply focused, pouring all of their energy into casting their deadliest offensive magic. But none of them suspect the deadly trap Flora has laid. Sensing the perfect moment, she shouts out to Van B. Trigger it now. Van B instantly barks the command to his soldiers, ordering them to detonate the massive trap. Caught completely off guard, the elite war mages are engulfed in a colossal magical explosion before they can even react. The blast successfully obliterates the entire magical division of Kronos. Watching this catastrophe unfold, Count Fabio leaps up in rage. He curses their cowardly tricks and turns to address his army, commanding the soldiers of Kronos to listen closely. Boiling with intense fury, Fabio orders an all-out charge to crush these fools who dare stand against their empire. They will teach Cairo the true crushing might of the Kronos Empire. Instantly, the massive army charges forward. Screaming battle cries, the Imperial forces storm the field. But the defenders of Cairo are just as fierce. Soldiers fight with everything they have to hold the fort, screaming desperately to block the advance and push back the siege ladders. The exact moment an enemy soldier manages to scale the fortress wall, a deadly arrow flies straight through his skull, killing him instantly on the spot. A brutal bloodbath unfolds as wave after wave of climbing soldiers are shot down, falling to their deaths. Those lethal arrows belong to Flora, who loudly rallies her troops to stay focused now that the enemy's mages are dead. They hold the absolute advantage now, so keep pushing. Remember, our families in Cairo are counting on us. They will face grave danger if this Western Front collapses. The fierce battle rages on, stretching well into the next day. The Kronos Empire, which initially expected to conquer the fortress in an instant, gets absolutely battered instead. By the third day, reinforcements arrive. The royal army and Roman Dmitry finally reach the Western Front. Roman takes command of the entire force, completely pushing back the enemy. With the crisis over, the commanders gather inside a small meeting room. Van B sighs, amazed that they crushed the enemy so quickly. Defeating the entire invading army in a single day is nothing short of a miracle. He places a hand over his heart, relieved. Van is deeply grateful, stating they can finally breathe easy. But before he can even finish his sentence, Roman coldly cuts in. He commands them to gather their forces because they are not done yet. Hearing this, Van finds it incredibly hard to understand. He wonders what could possibly be wrong since the traitors collaborating with Kronos have already been captured after their failed attack. They are bound to retreat, so Van asks for a reason. Roman responds by immediately pointing directly at the war map. The enemy invaded Cairo territory. They must take a stand instead of acting like they are just used to being oppressed by Kronos. After explaining, Roman restates his clear authority, reminding everyone that the king granted him full power over this entire campaign. He orders them to rally the soldiers and open the gates. They will chase the enemy all the way back to their empire. He is driving them out. Watching Roman take charge, Rodwell is completely stunned, silently questioning if this is truly his brother. The Roman he remembers was a useless drunkard, a far cry from the formidable man standing before him today. A loser who always got dragged away after messy tavern brawls. Staring at Roman, Rodwell quietly ponders this massive transformation. How could anyone change so much in such a short time? Roman's voice and face seem entirely different now. He looks like a stranger, yet it is definitely him. Rodwell reflects on his time surviving on the harsh Western Front. He fought there just to raise his family name, but in a single moment, all his achievements felt completely meaningless. Everyone called him the future of the Dmitry family, but in reality, he felt like he was absolutely nothing. Overwhelmed by a storm of emotions, Rodwell repeatedly questions himself, still completely unable to understand the source of his inner conflict. He remains quiet, silently observing his older brother Roman. Suddenly, no one speaks up with a crucial, hesitant question. He asks what Cairo actually gains by wiping out the Kronos army. Standing nearby, Flora quickly joins the conversation. She points out that the Western Front soldiers have fought exhausting battles for days, and opening the gates now is practically suicide. No one raises their voice, yet an invisible pressure weighs heavily on the room, making the air feel incredibly thick and tense. Van frowns in the stifling silence. The Western Front is a vital strategic location, and their true duty is defense. They are meant to protect Cairo, not destroy the Imperial Army. Confused, he asks if poking this hornet's nest is truly necessary. Roman questions if this passive defense is really the best strategy they can come up with. Surely they know the truth. Looking at the war map, he reminds them that Kronos is heavily entangled in conflicts with the Southern Alliance. The enemy cannot commit their full force here. His face is set like stone, eyebrows furrowed in sharp, intense focus. A deep line forms on his forehead, his serious eyes carrying a heavy weight. Cairo must stop fearing Kronos' cruelty. That alone justifies the gravity of this decision. Van stands frozen, completely lost on what their next move should be. He asks what they should do. Flora Lauren looks away from the crowd, sinking deep into her own thoughts. She watches him quietly. Roman Dmitry has not changed one bit, yet he feels entirely different from the boy she knew. She has changed since childhood, but he remains an enigma. Her eyes suddenly widen in pure shock as realization hits. Her calm gaze wavers, filled with utter disbelief. Later, Roman approaches Rodwell and kindly asks about his condition. Hearing that his brother sustained an eye injury, Rodwell brushes it off, insisting it is nothing to worry about. Roman praises his effort, noting that his sacrifice allowed them to defeat the Kronos mages. Rodwell smiles quite shyly. Without him, the Western Front would have fallen long before Roman arrived. Rodwell is touched by his brother's warmth. Roman stares at Rodwell, thinking about their shared bloodline. Flustered by the sudden praise, Rodwell stammers in response. Roman is determined to forge a real bond with his brother, just as he has built new connections in this world. He watches Rodwell closely, weighing his words. Even though Rodwell still harbors some doubts, Roman speaks with absolute resolve. He clenches his fist tightly before letting go, delivering his next words slowly, ensuring every single syllable carries weight. He promises that if Rodwell follows him tomorrow, he will show him the price of touching a member of the Dmitry family. His dark eyes are calm but completely unwavering, staring straight ahead, fully committed to the bloody path he has chosen. The Kronos Empire will pay a devastating price for what they did, since they dared to take his brother's eye. Roman asserts that they must always remember they are brothers. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Foreign Affairs officer. Baron Chalon is deeply displeased as he delivers some grim news. The rebellion staged inside Cairo has failed completely. Marcus Benedict's coup was crushed by the royal forces. Speaking directly to Fabio, Chalon delivers a stark warning. The royal army is now marching to the Western Front to face the Empire, so Count Fabio must retreat immediately. Hearing this, Fabio flies into a furious rage, cursing Marcus Benedict for being a useless fool. Fabio lost it. He unleashes fury on Chalon, having wasted too much time here. Baron Chalon, do you expect me to retreat? Sure, the last siege failed, but we are not done. We can still attack. My entire pride as a soldier won't let me accept such a pathetic, humiliating retreat. Faced with Fabio's absolute rage, Chalon could only look down and offer a quiet, heavy reply. I don't understand your thinking right now. But Kronos is busy attacking the south and neighboring kingdoms. If you count Fabio lose this entire western force, it will completely ruin morale across all of our other battlefields. Think long and hard for the sake of the entire army before making your final decision. Despite Chalon's pretty stark warning, Fabio's anger didn't fade, but he forced himself to grit his teeth. Finally, Fabio relented. Fine, tomorrow morning I will gather all the troops and make a safe retreat. The next day, as a pretty massive army assembled on the field, a report came rushing in. Sir, I left behind some scouts just in case they try to mount an unexpected attack on us. Fabio brushed it off, not necessary. Behind him, Jedin looked completely shocked. Seeing Jedin's confusion, Fabio turned back and grumbled, if they dare chase us, that is even better. It gives us the perfect excuse to turn around, crush their army, and claim this western front. Just as Fabio finished speaking, the distant silhouette of a charging army suddenly broke through the horizon. One of Fabio's scouts turned around in sheer panic, shouting out in absolute and terrified disbelief. Vance and Flora were charging forward on horseback with wild momentum. A panicked soldier rushed up to Fabio. Commander, the enemy is chasing us. They have closed the gap and are right on our heels. Total shock flashed across Fabio's face. Talk about instant karma. What, they actually pursued us? A smug grin crept onto his face. Begging to die, Cairo, you made a grave mistake. My retreat wasn't out of fear. Instantly, Fabio gathered every ounce of his strength and bellowed a loud order. Listen up, get ready to face those Cairo bastards. Fabio then spurred his horse forward. He roared continuously for everyone to attack. The moment his command echoed, the two massive armies slammed together. Both sides fielded endless numbers, driven by a raw mutual desire to wipe each other out. The night before, Roman, Rodwell, Vance, Flora, and Noel gathered. Roman spoke first. My guess was right. The entire Kronos force on the Western Front is retreating. Now the time has come for our counterattack. He quickly laid out his plan. It is pretty simple since their rushed retreat leaves them highly vulnerable. They won't fall back quickly. We will split our forces to hit them from two sides. Rodwell and I will lead the main charge straight into their center. Meanwhile, Count Vance, you take the rear. You and Flora must pursue them fiercely from behind to draw their full attention. We will squeeze them from both sides. This dynamic pincer movement would hit both areas simultaneously. Listening to the plan, Noel nodded in admiration. It is a pretty solid plan. But Noel had one concern: won't splitting forces make us weaker? Especially with no top commander leading the rear, but Roman cut him off before he could even finish. That is a fair point, but don't worry. Once we stabilize the center, I will send backup. Just follow the plan. My personal forces are more than enough to completely shatter the Imperial army. Roman was incredibly confident in this strategy. Splitting our attack will leave them confused, giving us the upper hand. We will have the tactical advantage and higher morale. Victory in this battle is already ours. Back to the brutal reality, soldiers were already dropping. Jedin's face darkened as he roared. Damn it, stay calm. Jedin gripped his sword tight and shouted at the top of his lungs. Our enemies are just weak Cairo soldiers. How could they ever match the mighty forces of our Chronos Empire? Keep your heads in the fight. Shored up by Jedin's rallying cry, the Imperial troops fought with renewed vigor. Blades clashed everywhere. Watching things turn south, Fabio grimaced, feeling the tide start to shift against him. This is bad, he thought. Once Cairo regrouped, their coordination improved massively, especially with those royal reinforcements. We might actually be in deep trouble here. Shaking off the dread, Fabio roared to rally his men. Stand firm and fight, show them the absolute terrifying power of our empire. While Count Van's side was locked in chaotic combat, a brutal slaughter was unfolding in the center against the Chronos Empire. Absolute disbelief. The Imperial soldiers watched in shock at the violence erupting right in front of them. They couldn't believe it. How could a mere squad of local soldiers release such a terrifying, suffocating aura? With just a few swift slashes, the Dmitry troops sliced through the Chronos forces, dropping Imperial soldiers left and right. Midst the chaotic battlefield, Roman and Rodwell arrived on horseback. Rodwell froze, unable to process the sight before him. He whispered in shock, what on earth is happening? It felt entirely impossible, shaking his understanding of warfare to the core. Was the mighty Chronos Empire actually being completely overwhelmed by his own family's troops? The reality played out right before his eyes. He watched his family's soldiers decisively cut down the enemy without a hint of hesitation. He frowned, deeply unsettled. They looked like completely ordinary soldiers outside of combat, yet on the battlefield they moved like seasoned, unstoppable reapers. Rodwell slowly turned his gaze toward Roman, wondering if this terrifying strength was all due to his older brother's harsh training. He suddenly recalled their brief conversation from last night, clearly remembering the heavy promise Roman had made to him. Tomorrow follow me to battle and I will show them the price of touching the Dimit family. It was real. Back in the present, Rodwell realized those words were far more than just empty encouragement. Roman suddenly called out to Chris, who was right beside him, and immediately answered with a firm nod. Wasting no time, he commanded Chris to execute their plan, directing him to support the rear. Chris stood straight, listening closely as Roman added that he would personally push forward to block the enemy for a safe retreat. Hearing this insane plan left Rodwell deeply shaken, yet he chose to remain silent, unable to find his words. Saluting Roman, Chris immediately ordered his men to follow in formation 2, leaving Rodwell with his dread. Staring in absolute terror, Rodwell wondered if his older brother actually intended to wipe out everyone. Total chaos. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a distracted soldier was barely saved from a sudden, lethal surprise strike. Flora had fired a perfectly aimed arrow just in time, dropping the enemy soldier who was creeping up from behind. She felt a surge of deep anxiety, realizing they were being cornered and that the situation was rapidly falling apart. Quickly turning to her commander, she tried to speak, but Count Van already knew and cut her off. He raised his arm and ordered his men to raise their shields, and the squad instantly formed a tight defensive wall. Shield wall. They locked their heavy shields together, leaving the Imperial forces completely caught off guard. The Chronos soldiers found it incredibly bizarre. Why would they raise their shields in the middle of an active clash? Were they trying to turtle up? While one side held the line, the other furiously bashed against the wall of iron. Standing behind the line, Count Van kept shouting at them to hold firm, telling them all they needed to do was buy time. As they struggled to hold the barrier, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. Another troop was charging straight toward them. Count Van spotted them and immediately roared for his men to drop the shields and prepare to strike back. Led by Chris, the reinforcement unit sprinted into view, ready to unleash the true power of the Dimit family. Chris grit his teeth, eyes burning with sheer determination as he dove headfirst into the thick of the chaotic battle. With just a few basic powerful strikes, he effortlessly crushed several Imperial soldiers, sending them straight to their graves. Watching from behind, Flora was absolutely awestruck by his strength, realizing this was the true caliber of Roman's men. Just a handful of elite warriors completely shifted the tide, And trust me, you are not ready for who steps up next. A voice roared for the fools to get out of the way. It was the infamous three-star swordsman of Kronos. Dripping with bloodlust, he shouted that he would handle them himself, but his entrance lasted barely a second. In one clean swipe, Chris took his head, knowing this was his ultimate moment to shine on the battlefield. His eyes flashed with a brilliant surge of raw energy, eager to display his real power. Meanwhile, surrounded by a sea of Kronos soldiers, Roman stood completely alone in the center of the swarm, an immovable fortress. Anyone who dared to step forward was instantly blown away by his effortless strikes. Every single slash looked casual yet packed a devastating force, cutting down the Imperial soldiers with terrifying ease. His eyes burned with an icy cold focus as if absolutely nothing mattered, but securing a complete victory today. Staring at the horrific scene, Fabio could only look on in utter disbelief. Suddenly, a desperate voice called out to him. A panicked scout rushed over reporting that their rear was also under heavy attack and they were quickly losing ground. If things keep going like this, our entire army will collapse. No matter how desperate the situation, Fabio keeps his cool and gives orders. His commanding voice echoes across the entire battlefield. The whole army needs to eliminate that bastard Roman first. Once he is dead, their army will crumble on its own. A cold mocking smirk flickers across Roman's face as he stares. He locks eyes with Fabio in a silent, defiant challenge. Then, lightning fast, Roman cuts through the enemy ranks like a hurricane. Fabio watches in sheer shock and mounting dread, wondering if that absolute madman is actually trying to charge straight through an entire army. Is he really risking his life just to reach Fabio and strike him down? Right as Roman closes the gap, a cold voice rings out. "Stop right there, you bastard." A fast shadow leaps forward, completely halting Roman in his tracks before he can take another step. This is Gustavo, the 4-star knight of the Kronos Empire, who roars in absolute fury that Roman's opponent today will be him. The two immediately clash head-on in a fierce duel. Gustavo is ranked 78th on the continent and 35th in the Empire. Staring at the crazed knight before him, Roman silently analyzes his opponent, admitting that the man is actually pretty formidable. Their blades collide with a deafening metallic screech. Suddenly, Gustavo leaps backward to open up some safe breathing room. He grits his teeth and points his razor-sharp blade directly at Roman's chest, his eyes burning with intense hatred. It looks like he wants to tear Roman to pieces on the spot. Right then, two soldiers creep up behind Roman with raised blades. Moving with sheer instinct, Roman doesn't even bother to turn around, his eyes merely shifting backward with cool composure. He remains incredibly calm in the face of death. With one fluid sweeping motion, he spins his sword into a brilliant arc. The blinding flash of his sword aura instantly cuts down both enemy soldiers while simultaneously dealing a heavy blow to Gustavo. Gustavo stares in absolute disbelief. How can this monster pull off such a devastating move with a simple swing? He can't comprehend how a single strike coated in sword aura can effortlessly decimate his men while forcing him back. He looks at Roman, seeing nothing but a chilling, unbreakable resolve to conquer everything in his path. This man is far more dangerous than anyone realizes. If Roman survives this day, the Empire's entire campaign will end in ruin. Steel plan made, Gustavo begins channeling every ounce of energy within him, preparing to pay the ultimate price. Even if he has to throw his own life away, he must eliminate this future threat to the Empire. To do this, Gustavo triggers a forbidden technique, literally burning his own life force as his entire body begins to glow. A miniature vortex erupts around him, whipping up dust and debris into a violent screen that blinds everyone. Roman's eyes widen. He has never seen anyone output and manipulate energy with such reckless, violent abandon. Watching Gustavo closely, he realizes the aura is highly unusual. The knight is actively burning his own life force. This is a desperate trade to multiply his power, but life force is the absolute core of existence. It is completely finite, certainly not the kind of energy a normal human can just accumulate through standard training. Every person is born with a set amount of life force, a sacred divine gift that fuels their very existence. Recalling his past days spent studying ancient texts in his room, Roman remembers analyzing this very concept on the continent. He has never witnessed anyone actually burn their life force for a power boost, but his research has prepared him. Back in the present, he isn't looking at theory anymore. Gustavo is actively burning his life away right before him. Facing this suicidal technique, Roman feels no fear, silently noting that this would have been highly dangerous in the past. Without warning, Gustavo unleashes a devastating strike, throwing every last drop of his burning life force directly at Roman. Instead of dodging, Roman stands his ground, raising his sword to meet the incoming collision head-on. Explosive flames engulf them both, yet Roman remains completely unmoved, standing as solid as a mountain. Gustavo watches in absolute horror. How can anyone walk away completely unscathed from such a massive suicidal strike? Seizing the opening, Roman steps forward to deliver the end, executing the third form of his Heavenly Demon Sword art. One clean, lethal slash extinguishes Gustavo's burning life. The knight gasps in absolute disbelief, crying out in panic. With a final desperate scream, Gustavo falls. A thick, dark shroud of smoke slowly blankets the entire battleground. The surrounding troops stand completely frozen in place, too paralyzed with sheer terror to even twitch a finger. Horrified cries echo across the ranks as they realize their legendary champion Lord Gustavo has been utterly defeated. His lifeless, scorched body slumps onto the dirt, a grim testament to the terrifying power of Roman's sword. Roman simply turns on his heel and walks away. Not a single soldier dares to step in his path. He marches straight toward Fabio, delivering a brutal kick that sends Fabio crashing heavily off his horse onto the dirt. He roars in absolute fury. Despite being completely overpowered by Roman, Fabio remains stubborn, spitting out arrogant threats. "You cannot touch me. I am a noble of the Gronos Empire," Fabio screams directly into Roman's face, his anger boiling over. He screams that even on a bloody battlefield, a noble cannot be executed. If Roman dares to cross that sacred line, your entire family will be hunted by the Empire forever. But right after those words leave his mouth, Fabio's face completely changes. He turns completely pale, cold sweat dripping like rain. Roman stands quietly for a moment before giving his cold reply. There is no need to speak. He knows exactly what consequences follow his actions. Roman steps closer, forcing Fabio backward. "Please spare me, I surrender," Fabio gasps out. But before he can even finish his plea, Roman cuts him off in disgust. "Enough!" Cold killing intent flares in Roman's eyes as he declares that this is the end. Fabio panics. This monster actually intends to execute him. Instantly, Roman swings a clean, decisive slash directly at Fabio's neck, ending his life on the spot. Meanwhile, further back behind the Imperial lines, Vannon Bucks looks up amidst the chaotic battle. He gasps, wondering if that was some kind of explosion. His eyes follow the thick column of smoke rising in the distance. From behind, Chris steps up to reassure him. There is absolutely no need to worry about the young master. Chris has absolute faith in Roman, stating that the young master always does what is necessary. Hearing this, Vannon Bucks is stunned. It leaves him utterly stunned, silently, wondering how anyone could place such absolute unwavering trust in Lord Roman. Suddenly, a brilliant green signal flare shoots up into the sky. Someone in the crowd gasps in relief. The green light means Roman succeeded. Meanwhile, back in the Cairo kingdom, King Daniel sits on his grand throne. A scout rushes into the palace to deliver the urgent news. Hearing the report, Daniel is instantly filled with joy. A massive smile spreads across his face as he wonders if Roman really managed to repel the terrifying Imperial forces. Soon, an urgent communication links the capital. It is Vannon Bucks reporting directly to a highly eager Daniel. Vannon excitedly reports that Roman completely crushed the Imperial forces in the west and defeated their main commander, Count Fabio. The remaining Imperial soldiers have surrendered. Daniel's expression hardens as he asks about Cairo's own casualties. Vannon Bucks replies through the screen, credited to Roman's brilliant strategy, their own losses are incredibly low. Hearing this, Daniel silently marvels at how masterfully Roman commanded his troops on such a chaotic, intense battlefield. The king turns away, feeling relieved that their kingdom has finally bought some precious time to rest from Imperial threats. He raises his hand, ordering his men to keep the Imperial prisoners safe to secure an advantage in future negotiations. Every war-related detail must be handled carefully. He instructs them to finalize the arrangements and await his next command. The court bows in unison, acknowledging his order. But get this, back on the western plains, things look incredibly grim. A raging sea of fire engulfs the vast grassland, sending thick columns of black smoke billowing into the sky. The intense heat turns the sky blood red as charred bodies of fallen soldiers lie scattered across the ash. Roman stands silently amidst the ruins of the blazing battlefield, staring at the lives lost in this brutal war. He places a hand over his heart in a quiet tribute to the dead before turning to clean up remaining threats. His subordinate nods, confirming the area is secure. Suddenly, a soft voice from behind breaks the heavy silence. An unexpected voice breaks the silence, drawing Roman's attention. From behind, Baron Noel slowly steps forward. He asks if he can speak with Roman, then suddenly bows his upper body deeply in sincere apology. He apologizes for his constant opposition during the previous Strategic War Council, keeping his head lowered in shame. Noel continues, offering both his deepest apologies and utmost gratitude. Thanks to Roman, the Western fortress survived. Looking down at the bowing noble, Roman quietly acknowledges that Baron Noel is indeed a good and honorable man. He reassures him, saying blind trust on a battlefield is poison and that opposing views are absolutely necessary. Different opinions help avoid fatal mistakes. Hearing Roman's comforting words, a massive weight is lifted off Noel. He lets out a relieved sigh and thanks the commander. He then looks at the captured Imperial soldiers. With all these high-ranking captives, Noel points out that Cairo now holds a massive advantage in future negotiations, but Roman immediately disagrees. He gazes into the distance with a grim, knowing look. He warns that these negotiations will fail because the Empire has no intention of talking things out peacefully. They prefer to invade borders, mass their armies to apply pressure, and force weaker nations into absolute submission. They make absurd demands, using any rejection as a convenient excuse to launch another brutal assault. In conflicts between nations, a solid excuse to invade is crucial, yet even that means absolutely nothing before overwhelming supreme power. The Kronos Emperor stands tall, his crushing absolute aura towering 100 times over the humble king of Cairo. Roman points out their real issue: a tiny kingdom like Cairo actually managed to defeat their forces. Hearing this, Noel looks completely blank and asks what they should do next. Roman calmly responds that they must ensure Cairo's survival. This is the problem they have to solve. Visualizing the situation like a game of chess, Roman continues. The first side to back down will suffer the heaviest losses, so they will start another war on the negotiation table. One morning in Cairo, a sharp voice rings out claiming to represent the emperor and speak for the Kronos Empire. It is Baron Chalon from the Kronos Ministry of Foreign Affairs, currently in a tense meeting with Daniel. Frowning in anger, he claims that the Kronos Empire only attacked Cairo because Duke Benedict requested it. Yet, since Benedict was utterly defeated, they no longer need to honor that request, showing their stance by withdrawing. Chalon narrows his eyes, his voice dripping with blame, trying to shift all the guilt onto the kingdom of Cairo. He demands to know what Cairo did next, accusing them of not only attacking the retreating Kronos army, but Roman even killed Count Fabio and Commander Gustavo, who were key talents of the Supreme Empire. Daniel finds this completely ridiculous and fires back, arguing they were in a war, so killing enemies is natural. Yet Chalon bluntly replies that they were absolutely wrong. He stares directly into Daniel's eyes, demanding proper compensation in a cold voice to settle the matter. Unable to take this absurdity, Daniel loses his temper, yelling that Kronos was the one who attacked first. He warns that Cairo will take this to the Continental Alliance. Hearing these empty threats from tiny Cairo, Chalon simply smirks with pure contempt, completely unbothered. Telling them to do whatever they want, he claims Kronos might face criticism but will never accept negotiations. Then Chalon suddenly shifts his tone and offers a different choice instead. Confused, Daniel asks what kind of choice he means. Chalon immediately lays out his terms, demanding Roman's arm. This cruel demand leaves Daniel completely stunned. Chalon continues, explaining if Roman comes to the Empire alone. He offers his arm and begs on his knees, so they will drop the matter. Otherwise, it means all-out war. Hearing this extreme ultimatum, Daniel stands completely speechless, unable to find any words to respond. His throat tightens as raw anger and despair flood his heart, yet Chalon's cold voice keeps ringing out. They have 10 days to decide. Being completely unable to fight back makes Daniel's hands shake with rage. He bitterly realizes their weakness is the sole reason they must endure such humiliation. Once Chalon departs, Baek hesitantly calls out to the king from behind, expressing deep concern that Kronos is trying to destroy Roman, because they fear his future potential. Daniel responds in deep thought, acknowledging the cold truth. Roman is their hero and every single citizen of Cairo knows it. Then Daniel firmly states, if they sacrifice him to save themselves, loyalty to the kingdom will vanish. He orders them to summon Roman. Daniel's eyes harden, determined not to lose Roman, wanting to discuss this matter directly with him. 2 days later, Roman arrives in the royal hall where Daniel relays the harsh terms from the Kronos Empire. Daniel then asks how they should respond to this crisis. From below the throne, Roman calmly answers that accepting these demands will only turn Cairo into a powerless puppet colony of Kronos. Without a shred of fear, Roman declares he will go to the empire to settle it himself. He asks to be sent as an official envoy, a request that utterly shocks King Daniel. Instantly losing his composure, the king yells that he cannot allow it since Kronos only wants to punish him. Deeply worried, Daniel warns that walking into Kronos now is suicide and will surely cost Roman his life. Silence falls over the room as no one knows how to proceed. Suddenly, a calm voice breaks the quiet. Clearing his throat, it is Count Pacius, a respected veteran diplomat, who bows respectfully and offers to speak. Asking if he can suggest a path forward, Daniel quickly tells him to speak. Pacius notes that Roman clearly has a plan in mind. Stepping closer, Pacius acknowledges that the king believes this mission is too dangerous. He then asks if they should send someone else to represent Cairo's stance to the empire. Daniel listens closely to these words, suddenly realizing what Count Pacius has in mind. Are you saying you will be the envoy to Kronos? Fabius confidently smiles. Absolutely, he says, bowing low. I will represent Cairo and prove our stance to Kronos. On this side, both Roman and King Daniel observe. They realize the raccoon of Cairo has proposed a new approach. Perhaps Fabius is indeed the perfect choice. He is one of Cairo's leading politicians. The man knows how to read situations and make sharp decisions. That is his greatest strength. Although he is a major noble, speaking up for Roman shows his sheer decisiveness. And honestly, it's incredibly bold. After pondering this, King Daniel speaks up to ask the ambitious noble once again. Traveling to the Kronos Empire is extremely dangerous. Are you truly prepared to risk your life for this? Fabius does not hesitate. I will do my absolute best to complete the mission, he vows, prompting the king's glance. King Daniel turns to Roman, asking what he thinks. Later that night, the two meet in an empty corridor. Roman stands in front with Viscount Fabius following closely behind. Suddenly, Roman stops and calls out his name. Why did you volunteer? What do you really want? Roman turns with a sharp, highly suspicious gaze. Facing Roman's suspicion, Fabius places a hand over his chest. I cannot ask you to trust me yet, but through this mission I want to prove something. Fabius closes his eyes tight and speaks with resolve. I, Fabius, dedicate my life to you, Lord Roman. Please view this dangerous mission as my true proof. He wants to prove his loyalty. Thinking of Roman's close subordinates like Chris, the noble continues. I do not expect to be treated like the dedicated swordsman under your direct command. Simply use Count Fabius as a reliable stepping stone to advance. Roman listens in silence, not rushing to reply. His gaze turns remarkably resolute. If I align with you, I can become a symbol of wealth and honor. I will do absolutely anything to achieve that goal. Roman silently watches him, carefully weighing this man's raw ambition. His proposal is surprisingly incredibly straightforward. To solidify his words, Fabius immediately drops to his knees now. Please accept me, he begs. Seeing the powerful Count kneeling before him, Roman remains completely still. This bold plea shows something deep. He clearly understands the raw truth between a lord and vassal. Roman breaks into an amused smile. The more he looks at this cunning politician, the more pleased he is. He calls out his name, Count Fabius. As my subordinate, you will get everything you have ever wanted. A few days later, under the early morning sun, the Cairo diplomatic delegation led by Fabius sets off. Roman watches them depart from a high balcony, feeling completely reassured as a relaxed smile graces his face. They ride straight toward the hostile Kronos Empire, and suddenly a soldier behind Fabius speaks up. Count Fabius, how did you betray your former faction and still manage to survive in high power? He admits he is baffled. Normally, a traitor falls hard and never rises, yet you thrive. Fabius tilts his head with a knowing smile. You see, there is actually a romance to betrayal. A romance. Talk about a weird outlook, leaving the soldier completely unable to understand the noble's real intention. Fabius patiently explains. To those holding true power, people are only on their side when fully devoted. That is why I always dedicate myself completely to them, since that unwavering loyalty is exactly what they value. When others hesitate, a man ready to sacrifice everything is a tool any smart ruler would eagerly keep. Using them is the key. That utility is exactly why powerful men can readily accept a traitor like me. Is today's lesson enough? Fabius asks with a smile, though his inner thoughts are far less cynical. Deep down, he does not want to live as a cheap traitor either, pondering this as they ride. He only betrayed others because no one was ever worthy of his loyalty. A faint smile emerges. But Roman Dmitry might be different. Is he truly the master worthy of Fabius's absolute lifelong trust? As deep darkness falls, they finally reach Alexander, which is the grand capital of the hostile Kronos Empire. Fabius feels a sudden surge of worry. So this is the empire, he thinks before a guide approaches. The silent guide leads him inside the majestic palace. Towering statues of giant soldiers line the colossal walls. They look ready to crush any intruder. Suddenly, Fabius spots a Roman numeral 7 carved on a shoulder. The sun emblem holds that distinct mark. Walking behind his guide, Fabius senses a heavy, suffocating pressure. Such overwhelming power from a simple guide. To think this terrifying aura belongs to merely the 7th Order. He could feel it in the air. This presence was far more powerful than Count Nicholas. Walking on, Fabius was led further inside. He stopped before a massive gate. A guard announced his arrival to the emperor. Then the heavy doors began to swing open. The delegation from Cairo had arrived. Fabius stood frozen, his eyes wide in absolute shock at the grand sight unfolding right before him. For a split second, he felt like he had crossed into another realm entirely. Sitting high above him was the Emperor of Kronos. The ruler sat proudly on his golden throne, surrounded by rows of soldiers standing at strict attention. Fabius knew the stakes. One single slip of the tongue would mean instant death. Looking up, Fabius stared at the ruler of the mighty Kronos Empire. Frowning, the emperor asked if he was Roman. Below him, Fabius stood completely frozen in terror, crushed by an overwhelming pressure. It was so heavy he could barely breathe. Gathering his courage, he managed to say he was actually Fabius of Cairo. But before he could even finish his sentence, a heavy hand slammed directly into his face. It was the escorting soldier. The guard violently pinned Fabius to the floor, forcing his face against the cold stone. The emperor spoke with absolute coldness. Had his message not been clear, Roman had to show up himself and surrender his own arm. Pinned down, Fabius struggled to reply. But the ruler of Kronos cut him off before he could even utter a full sentence, stating he already understood Cairo's stance. With a wave of his hand, the emperor ordered them to sever his arm and declare immediate war on the kingdom of Cairo. But Fabius could not let his mission fail like this. Gathering his remaining strength, he desperately cried out to the emperor. Cairo had no desire for war. Even as the guard slammed his face into the ground again, Fabius continued to beg. He pleaded for a single chance to speak, after which they could take his arms or even his head. The Emperor's eyes turned ice cold as he warned him to remember those words because failure meant instant death in this room. Released at last, Fabius quickly placed a hand over his chest in respect, trying to calm his racing heart. He knew his next words had to perfectly project Cairo's stance while making it clear they would not back down easily. An outright imperial invasion would not be a simple walkover, carefully choosing every word to maintain his kingdom's dignity. He pushed forward through the suffocating tension, arguing that intervening in Cairo's internal conflict was completely unnecessary. With 5 of the 6 kingdoms except Valhalla siding with Cairo, Kronos had no right to interfere. He recalled Roman's warning from the night before his departure about the Empire's ultimate military strength. Even if all 6 kingdoms banded together to strike first, Kronos possessed the raw power to achieve total victory. But Roman had pointed out the real catch, and exhausted Kronos would be left vulnerable to their rival Valhalla. Valhalla was a threat they simply could not ignore, making war a highly risky move for the Empire. Armed with Roman's brilliant strategy, Fabius stood proud and addressed the Emperor, knowing Cairo's ultimate survival was on the line. He declared that Cairo wanted peace, but if Kronos still demanded war, they could take his head right then. Silence filled the hall. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold hum as he questioned if Fabius thought himself clever. He agreed to reconsider the declaration of war, but only if Cairo released all of the Empire's captured soldiers. Relief washed over Fabius, but his joy was cut short as the Emperor quickly delivered a chilling condition. Roman's fate was a separate issue entirely, and an assassin would be sent to hunt him down every single night. When Fabius tried to protest, the Emperor shut him down, stating that blood must be paid with blood. The harsh decree left the diplomat sweating in pure shock under the sheer weight of the imperial throne. He realized the bitter truth: Kronos never actually wanted a full-scale war with Cairo in the first place. They pressured Cairo just to free their prisoners, and using targeted assassination against Roman was their calculated plot to salvage imperial pride. Smirking, the Emperor dismissed Fabius, warning him that his clever little diplomatic tricks would not work a second time. Though disappointed that his grand moment had been cut short, Fabius deeply bowed and offered his apologies. Back home, Roman welcomed him with praise for a job well done, catching the diplomat completely off guard. Looking up in surprise, he asked if Roman had predicted this outcome. Roman turned calm as always. The Empire of Kronos would never bend to anyone's wishes, meaning Roman was their target from the very beginning. Still deeply worried, Fabius asked if he would truly be all right, but Roman simply brushed off the concern. It was his problem to deal with. Looking up at the starry sky, the thought of assassination did not scare him. Constant threats and assassination attempts were a daily routine during his past life as the absolute heavenly demon. He smiled, wondering who they would send this time. Meanwhile, King Daniel of Cairo sat anxiously on his throne. King Daniel glares down in pure fury, roaring that Count Gregory's treason for the Kronos Empire has brought ruin. He demands to know if the traitor will finally admit to these devastating acts of sabotage. Gregory remains silent. Kneeling with his face pressed to the cold floor, the Count quietly admits to the charges but shows no remorse. Gregory suddenly flips his attitude with a shameless snarl, catching Daniel completely off guard. The traitor is far from done. He screams directly at the king, arguing that his alliance with Kronos was actually a hidden blessing for the nation. The traitor claims Cairo has grown far too weak under Daniel's rule. Hearing this, the king's brow furrows deeply. He can barely believe the man's audacity. The traitor shows absolutely zero regret, offering only defiance in the face of death. Gregory keeps pushing, declaring his betrayal was a service to Cairo. He asks if the king truly thinks executing him is safe. Gregory refuses to back down, launching into a desperate series of warnings to save his own neck. He asks if Daniel honestly believes Kronos will stay quiet if their key asset is executed. The news will travel fast. As he speaks, Gregory's eyes narrow into tiny pinpricks of pure, unstable rage. He is completely losing his mind. He screams that the Kronos Emperor will instantly march his massive armies across Cairo's borders to wipe them out. A bloodbath is coming, and Cairo will be crushed into a frustrating total surrender. There is no escaping it. Gregory stands tall, offering a bold deal. He promises that sparing him and letting him return home will prevent this war. This offer actually makes the king hesitate. A massive imperial invasion is a nightmare he desperately wants to avoid. Kronos has always looked for any excuse to strike Cairo, but letting a traitor go free is also impossible. If he pardons Gregory, other corrupt nobles will follow suit, causing utter chaos throughout the entire kingdom. The king is visibly sweating, trapped between a brutal foreign war and internal collapse. His anxiety is plain to see. Just when the pressure gets completely unbearable, watch closely, Roman decides he has heard enough. He asks for permission to speak, which the anxious king quickly grants. Roman is ready to settle this matter. Roman points out that Kronos already wants Cairo dead, and they are currently targeting Roman himself. They sent elite assassins to hunt him down after he crushed their top generals in battle, but that is irrelevant here. Those events have absolutely nothing to do with this execution. Gregory listens from the floor, entirely lost. Roman mentions Count Fabio and the master swordsman Gustavo, both legendary figures of the Empire whom he personally slaughtered. Fabio and Gustavo were pillars of Kronos. Roman asks how anyone could compare titans to a mere imperial lapdog. Hearing himself compared to a worthless dog, Gregory turns deathly pale. Roman's brutal words have completely shattered his arrogance. Since Roman already killed their heroes, the Empire is already coming. Sparing one traitor will not change their fate. Roman is absolutely ruthless here, systematically tearing down Gregory's desperate defense piece by piece until nothing remains. He advises King Daniel to execute Gregory immediately to set an example for any other potential traitors in Cairo. It will show the nobles what happens to turncoats, and it won't change Kronos' hostile attitude anyway. Ever since they executed Marquis Benedict to clean up the corrupt nobility, an all-out war with Kronos became inevitable. The gears of war are already turning. Roman urges the king to make the call that will define Cairo's future. This decision will either save Cairo or destroy it. Hearing this, a heavy weight lifts from Daniel's chest. He looks at Roman with deep respect, realizing the young warrior's perspective is absolutely correct. Admiring Roman's resolve, the king steps forward and raises his voice so the entire hall can hear. He acknowledges that the Dmitry family saved the kingdom from the imperial army, earning Cairo's deepest gratitude. As for Count Gregory, the king's final verdict is ready. The man who sold out his own people has run out of time. He glares down at the kneeling traitor, his voice ringing like heavy steel. Panicking at the jaws of death, Gregory screams for mercy, desperately trying to claw back any chance of survival. But King Daniel does not flinch. He stands firm, delivering the final crushing sentence to the sniveling traitor. There is absolutely no forgiveness for treason. He officially sentences Count Gregory to immediate death. Under a bleak, cloudy night sky, another captive, Denver, is brought forward in heavy clanking chains. Showing zero fear, Denver glares directly at Roman, sneering that trying to make peace with this stubborn bastard was his biggest mistake. He spits that he should have slaughtered Roman from the very beginning. Denver still cannot accept his defeat. Desperate yet arrogant, he tries to pitch a final shady deal to Roman. Denver desperately barters. Spare my life and you secure a friendly alliance with the Empire. Do not think defeating us makes you strong. Your power is absolutely nothing compared to the monstrous swordsmen across the continent. Do you actually believe you can defeat the legendary Gustavo and immediately become completely invincible? He is talented, but he only ranks 78th on this continent. Understood. Denver frantically offers Roman a lucrative trade. Out there, and especially inside Valhalla, there are many talents who are far stronger. If you execute me, you officially declare war on Valhalla. You will never survive this. Do you honestly think you can survive being the enemy of both Valhalla and Kronos? Denver screams at him. A person like you cannot possibly survive this. Think very carefully while you still have a chance to change your mind. Roman, those are my final warnings. If I die today, my death will trigger the move that seals your own execution. Got that? Roman. Denver continues his frantic threats. Roman simply scoffs. You talk big and I am eagerly waiting for that day. But Roman only responds with a cold sneer. Hearing this unbelievably relaxed response, Denver is consumed by sheer terror and boiling, anger gritting his teeth in raw fury. Bastard, he spits through clenched teeth. You dare look down on Valhalla. Then you will never know peace. Instantly, Denver and his remaining men are forced onto the gallows, their necks in nooses. The trapdoor drops. That is the end for Denver. Finally, all the traitorous factions and imperial spies hiding within Cairo are completely wiped out. Meanwhile, Count Valen Bux is highly praised for repelling the Empire on the Western Front. His decisive victory restores the kingdom's pride, granting them a massive advantage on the negotiating table with the Kronos Empire. I will remember this debt and reward you handsomely, King Daniel says excitedly to Valen Bux. The heroes, the soldiers who shed blood for our nation will never be forgotten. He continues, Baron, Noan, Flora, Roman, Rodwell. All of you have made massive contributions to Cairo in this battle. Daniel calls out each name to grant rewards compensating them for the immense hardships they endured to save our kingdom. Therefore, I will reward everyone handsomely with 1,000 gold coins. The shiny gold coins gleam brightly inside chests. In this war, if not for the heroic efforts of the Dmitry family, we could never have repelled the Kronos Empire. I am truly grateful to you all. Daniel expresses deep gratitude. In this massive war, Roman had the greatest merit. He deserves every single reward. He truly earned this. But of course, trouble is already brewing in the shadows. The politicians are getting nervous. They whisper about the threat of Dmitry's influence. Their authority is simply too immense, surpassing even the grand noble factions of the past. Hades steps forward to warn everyone about this dangerous shift in power. He argues that if we keep giving them more authority, the Dmitry family will become completely uncontrollable. We must act quickly to stop them. Therefore, we have to strip away their power. Hearing this, Count Bet cannot take these cowardly schemes any longer and speaks up. Enough of this, he cannot stand how these ministers bicker while entirely ignoring the massive contributions of Dmitry. Bet fiercely argues his point. Have you all forgotten the dark times when we were constantly oppressed and betrayed? If Roman had not stepped forward to eliminate those traitorous factions, we would never have regained real power for Cairo. Trying to suppress and destroy Roman's authority now will only throw this entire kingdom into absolute chaos. He is absolutely right. Daniel glares coldly at the trembling nobles below, fully agreeing with Bet's warning. We can no longer dictate the fate of Roman and the Dmitry family. They have grown far too strong. We owe them too much. I already gave my royal promise to let them establish their own independent territory, free from Cairo's control. Stripping Dmitry's power is absolutely out of the question, Daniel firmly tells the silent nobles. This is also a grand opportunity. I want to use this historic event to send a message to the entire continent. He speaks calmly. The day the Dmitry family officially separates from Cairo to establish an independent duchy, Daniel, as the king of Cairo, will gladly support them. Sitting regally on his throne, Daniel smiles. By my royal authority, I officially grant Roman the title of duke alongside immense governing power. The loyal court ministers beam with joy. Standing before Roman, Daniel declares the entire northeastern region as Dmitry's sovereign territory. And at long last, the land once ruled by Cairo officially becomes an independent duchy under the absolute reign of Duke Roman Dmitry. News of this shocking independence spreads like wildfire. Everyone is gossiping about how the Dmitry family established their own duchy. People can only marvel at their incredible rise. Many others continue to bring up legendary proofs of their elation, overwhelming military strength, and combat achievements. The endless stream of praise for Roman's sheer martial arts power never stops. They are already actively comparing him to the absolute strongest legendary swordsman across the entire continent. And that is the truly strange part. Peaceful citizens all over the country are constantly talking about him. Artists compose songs to praise Roman. Seeing how the people honor the Dmitry family, the shift is clear. The sheer power of Dmitry grows more obvious every single day. Unsurprisingly, rumors about Roman are spreading fast. They have already crossed the borders of the Cairo kingdom. A plump noble quietly schemes as Roman's fame reaches new heights. He schemes. Meeting Roman was pure luck, and clinging to him is the only way to climb higher. His face twists with pure ambition as he plots. Then we see the bright face of Henry Ambeck smiling slyly. It is the smile of a shrewd merchant. How exactly did Henry Ambeck live after returning from the bloody battlefields? Looking at his records, it is clear that since he followed Roman back from the war, the kingdom noticed him. Naturally, a loyal follower with an official title like Henry Ambeck would benefit quite a bit from his master's glory. In fact, since his days as a young student, Henry Ambeck always stood out far above his peers. His first major win was an invitation to lecture on war and peace at the prestigious Cairo Royal Academy. Before this, a commoner like him could never even dream of securing a place inside. The invitation was truly a shock. He never saw it coming, but now he suddenly had the chance to tutor children from the wealthiest noble families. As soon as his lectures ended, the entire academy erupted into loud cheers praising him like a savior. His reputation skyrocketed. The grand tales surrounding this young man, Henry Ambeck, grew more colorful by the day. His entire family was bursting with pride. Wealth was no longer a concern, and their status climbed along with him. Inside the grand towering academy halls, the esteemed Professor Hen bows his head deeply to greet Henry with utmost respect. The old professor expresses his deep admiration, saying he never expected someone so young to understand war so well. Listening to Henry's lectures actually made him feel youthful and incredibly excited about the future of Cairo. Looking up proudly, the old man admits that thanks to Henry, he finally understands the sacrifices of the true heroes. Totally lost, Henry Ambeck just stands there completely speechless with no idea what the professor is actually talking about. He is totally lost, but Professor Hen eagerly continues his praise, completely caught up in his own romanticized ideas. He explains that because of the brave souls on the southern border, Cairo can enjoy this peaceful life. Shocking. Hearing this, Henry Ambeck feels like a bolt of lightning just struck him right out of the blue. As the praise washes over him, a sudden cold realization hits him, something he had never considered until now. Standing frozen in the spotlight, he finally understands the real reason why these elite nobles are praising him. It is because Roman's imposing icy shadow is standing right behind him, casting a massive influence over everything. They only respect Henry because he was there with Roman, a legendary hero who is far too distant to reach. While the legendary Roman is far too distant to reach, Henry is right here, a highly accessible link to the hero. These scholars have absolutely no idea what actually happened down south. They just know he marched alongside Roman. He merely acted as a messenger, delivering battle updates to the emperor, yet that alone makes them worship him. A new truth. Henry's eyes gleam as a brilliant, selfish realization dawns on him about basic human nature. People gathering to admire a grand statue of Roman flashes across his mind. Humans naturally gravitate toward greatness. They crave glory, beauty, and status. In Henry, they see a reflection of their own desperate desires. While Roman's cold stone monument stands silent, Henry realizes he wants his own name to echo much louder. To elevate his name even higher, he must play his cards right, standing right in front of the silent statue. Henry decides to loudly sing Roman's praises, knowing his own fame will spread to every corner of the kingdom. But then everything changes. The bright, gentle mask drops, revealing a dark, calculating coldness underneath. His features harden with a chilling lack of warmth. From this moment, Henry has found his ultimate purpose. Late at night, inside a dimly lit room, Henry lifts a glass of rich wine, talking to himself. He is untalented. Henry whispers that though they fought side by side, he knows he possesses no real combat skills. Yet this luxurious and comfortable lifestyle was entirely handed to him on a silver platter by Roman. So both for Roman's sake and his own, he will spread the hero's glorious tales across Cairo. He will make sure the entire continent knows. A cunning grin stretches across his face as he plots. This is exactly what Henry must do to secure his perfect, luxurious future. Meanwhile, outside a massive castle, Rodwell arrives. Rodwell carries a large bag on his back, looking inside before raising his eyes to stare intently at Dmitry. How many years has it been? Rodwell steps forward to show his pass to the guards. The city is incredibly bustling in the early morning light. Locals are walking, chatting, and going about their business. There is not a single quiet spot left on these busy streets. Inside a crowded tavern, a raspy voice grumbles about how working in the mines is grueling and leaves absolutely no room for mistakes. One slip up there, and you could easily lose your life. The patrons in the tavern chat and laugh loudly at the harsh reality. They say it is not simple at all, but ever since Lord Roman reinforced the mines with protective spells, things have gotten much better. Accidents are incredibly rare now. Meanwhile, Rodwell sits alone in a quiet corner, silently listening to the chatter. They raise a glass to celebrate Lord Roman's noble deeds. Sitting in the corner, Rodwell stares down at his clear drink in contemplation. He realizes everyone here praises Roman wholeheartedly. Staring at his drink, Rodwell feels a heavy weight settle in. Downing his drink in one gulp, he laments that this territory no longer has any place for a man like him. He drops his head onto the table in agony, feeling completely trapped between his past self and his current reality. Should he stay with the family despite an uncertain future or return to his old life on the kingdom's western border? He had spent so much time on the western border. Meanwhile, inside Romero's study, a knock sounds as someone asks to enter. Romero tells him to come in. He looks at his two grown sons standing before him, ready to address them. He states clearly that he summoned them to make a final decision regarding the next head of the family. They both know the situation. Soon, with the emperor's approval, their family will officially become an independent duchy separate from Cairo. Separating from Cairo is a massive shift. Romero's next words make Rodwell lower his head, falling into deep, quiet thought. Therefore, Romero must quickly decide who will be the successor to lead their family forward. It is an urgent matter. Romero stands between his sons, speaking clearly. Since the path ahead is clear, he wants to hear both of their thoughts. Rodwell slowly speaks up, telling his father that he has something to say before Romero can even reply. He goes straight to the point, declaring that he believes he should give up his position as the rightful heir. He explains that compared to Roman's incredible achievements, his older brother is the only one who should lead them. Romero is slightly taken aback by his son's words, but he remains silent, letting Rodwell continue explaining his decision. He has thought about this deeply, believing it is a necessary sacrifice for the family to truly prosper and grow. Romero's gaze wavers at Rodwell's words. He asks his father to accept this as he desperately needs some peace. Roman looks at his younger brother, quietly reflecting on his own past actions and what the future holds for them. Suddenly, the door shuts with a sharp click. Only Romero and his eldest son Roman remain in the quiet room. Romero stays silent for a moment before slowly lowering his head. His face is filled with complex, unreadable emotions. He deeply regrets forcing Rodwell to carry such a heavy burden. Suddenly, he remembers the rumors and whispers. He remembers the endless whispers from the family and the kingdom. In the past, they were always looked down upon. Because of that, Rodwell had to endure immense pressure, constantly forced to do things he never truly wanted to do. Romero recalls Rodwell's grueling childhood. To ensure his son could meet his high expectations, he had pushed him incredibly hard. He had forced his young son to study and train relentlessly from an early age, just to surpass everyone else. He wanted Rodwell to lead the family one day. Now, reflecting on those days, Romero feels a sharp pang of regret. He had placed all his hopes on him to be the next head, which only increased the boy's crushing pressure. Caressing young Rodwell's head, he recalls how the boy's relentless hard work made him the most outstanding of his generation. He had achieved exactly what was expected of him. Back then, young Rodwell was always so thrilled by his praise. But today, that pressure is finally gone. Rodwell actively took the initiative to step down from the succession. He simply wants to live a life of his own, free from the crushing weight he carried for so long. Clasping his hands behind his back, Romero feels a surge of guilt, silently apologizing to Rodwell for those extreme expectations. He feels immense regret, but he still believes that pushing his son to train hard was not a mistake. It helped him grow into the man he is today. Romero looks at his mature oldest son standing before him. But now for the future of the Dmitry family, it only makes sense for Roman to step up and lead them. Romero pauses, asking for one last favor. Roman tells him to speak, and his father gently pats his shoulder. He asks him to take care of and watch over his younger brother, as Rodwell has had such a difficult life. Roman looked up to accept his father's instructions. This was the older man's sole request for him. Roman answered firmly that he would do it. He understood father. Meanwhile, Rodwell was pushing himself through a brutal, almost manic training routine just like his childhood drills. Gripping his sharp sword, Rodwell tried to push through his training, but he abruptly stopped when he felt something was seriously off. Sweat poured down his face. His mind was too unstable. In frustration, Rodwell drove his sword straight down into the green grass. He simply could not focus, and his swings felt completely hollow and weak. Slowly, Rodwell's entire body began to sink down. He collapsed onto his sword as if striking empty air. Suddenly, Roman's voice echoed from behind, criticizing his weak sword swings. Roman warned him that such weak swings would never defeat any opponent. Rodwell looked up at his brother, his senses completely shattered. His movements were completely unstable. Having lost an eye, his vision was severely limited, but that was not his main problem. Roman walked over, pointing out that his brother's distorted senses did not stem from physical blindness but from deep mental turmoil. His unsettled mind was ruining his technique. Roman urged him to focus, clear away the negativity, and face his new reality. He now had new goals and fresh responsibilities. Roman already envisioned the true potential and path that Rodwell should follow. His past efforts must not go to waste, so dwelling on what was already lost would achieve absolutely nothing. Roman told him to focus on expanding his inner senses to discover a whole new realm of strength. After sharing those final words, Roman watched as Rodwell stood up, his face twisted in deep anger and bitter resentment. Confronting his brother, Rodwell let out a bitter laugh, demanding to know why on earth he should ever listen to him. Roman remained silent as Rodwell unleashed a torrent of anger, shouting that since Roman was now the successor, he should stay away. Rodwell gritted his teeth in fury, demanding to know why the family heir even cared before shouting for Roman to leave him alone. Instead of leaving, Roman stepped closer to calmly explain that Dmitry was entering a new era, leaving no room for weakness. They could not predict what Cronus or Valhalla might do next, especially since they could not fully rely on the Southern Alliance. With absolute seriousness in his eyes, Roman declared that they must grow stronger to defend themselves from the threats ahead. Roman looked down, adding that while he could manage everything alone for now, things would soon become far too overwhelming. If the Empire launched an attack, he would have to lead the army himself, leaving his own brother to defend their home. Rodwell stared in utter shock, his eyes wide at the realization, while Roman quietly took another step forward. Roman placed a firm hand on his stunned brother's shoulder, stating that if he had to leave, Dmitry would need a leader. He placed his full trust in Rodwell, hoping his brother would step up. The sudden weight of this responsibility visibly shook Rodwell. Now let's look at the map. In the southwest of the Salamander continent sit the four allied kingdoms of Umberto Redford, Odelia, and Frank. Sharing close borders, these nations formed a tight defensive alliance to ensure their collective survival and safety. They united to survive, fully aware of how crucial Roman was to their future. Days before Dmitry's grand upcoming festival, inside the Umberto royal court, an official spoke up to the king, calling the Karo civil war an unprecedented rebellion. Count Verdi stared intensely at the king, explaining that Roman had handled the massive crisis with absolute flawless precision. He pointed out that raw force alone would never be enough to withstand the inevitable crushing wrath of the empire. By pulling their alliance into the conflict, Roman proved his strategic genius. Frowning, Count Verdi pressed the king further. He questioned how long their southern coalition could truly survive without a guarantee, growing more passionate by the second. Believing Roman was the key to their survival, he suggested securing him through a political marriage since he was still unengaged. He proposed marrying Roman to their princess. The king frowned, wondering if the princess was already in love with someone else. Verdi slammed his hand on the table, declaring that they could not afford to prioritize personal feelings in this critical moment. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Realizing the high stakes, the king finally relented and agreed to proceed with the plan. He ordered Verdi to handle the matter and guarantee the marriage. Before long, the alliance with the princess was officially announced. The entire city of Dmitry was swept up in a festive, joyous atmosphere. Meanwhile, Roman's parents were happily mingling. An influential guest joked to Romero that since Roman was almost 30, it was high time to find him a wife. Count Verdi was eagerly flattering them, mentioning that there was a perfect young lady he desperately wanted to introduce. He boastfully brought up Princess Umberto, describing her as the ultimate shining jewel of the entire Umberto kingdom. He praised her academic achievements at a prestigious academy, boasting that she possessed both breathtaking beauty and sharp wisdom. Growing increasingly confident, Verdi finally revealed his true goal, suggesting that the finest lady of Umberto should marry Dmitry's greatest hero. He kept rambling on, insisting that such a union would be a match made in heaven for both of their nations. This political marriage will surely bind the two kingdoms even closer together. But right as they discuss this business, someone suddenly sneaks up behind him and speaks. He asks if the princess does not already have someone in her heart, specifically Count Ringo of the Redford Kingdom. Sneering, he mentions rumors about the princess frequently meeting a certain baron's son. Hearing this, Vi looks absolutely furious and snaps back in anger. She demands to know who would spread such absurd lies. But he simply shrugs it off, asking why she is so tense when everyone already knows. With that, Ringo bows respectfully to greet them both, boasting that they have plenty of high-born noble ladies back in the Redford Kingdom. But before he can even finish, someone calls out the Count's name from the side, followed by a loud booming shout telling them all to back off. Duke Martin of the Odelia Kingdom steps right into the fray. He loudly calls them out, warning that they have crossed the line. He declares that given the pathetic state of Umberto and Redford, trying to marry into the Dmitry Duchy is nothing but pure delusional ambition. No matter what anyone says, he wants this match too, boldly wrapping up his speech by claiming that only Odelia is truly worthy of them. Instantly, the elegant room descends into a chaotic shouting match, with nobles demanding apologies and screaming at each other to shut up. Watching this absolute circus, the Duke and Duchess can only sweat in pure disbelief. Finally, Duke Dmitry speaks up to put an end to this. He tells everyone to stop because they will never agree to a political marriage, as he and Lai Han stand close to reassure the crowd. They calmly explain there is no need for such noise. If their son chooses someone to marry, they will welcome that person with open arms. This statement leaves the three scheming suitors utterly speechless, but soon their faces twist into wicked, calculating grins that look downright devilish. Meanwhile, out on the quiet balcony, someone slowly approaches Felix from behind and calls out his name in a firm voice. Felix whirls around in complete surprise to find Baron Lon, wondering if he is there as the official representative of the Frank Kingdom. Baron Lon steps closer and explains that the Phoenix Tower has suddenly vanished, leaving His Majesty deeply worried and hoping Felix will return to Frank. The Baron looks dead serious as he promises that the kingdom will support the Phoenix Magic Tower at all costs from now on. But Felix simply scoffs at the pledge, reminding him that the Frank Kingdom has already broken its sacred promise to the Phoenix once before. Lon quickly pleads that this time will be different and they will absolutely take full responsibility for their past mistakes. But opportunities only come once in a lifetime. Felix lets out a cold laugh, turning to tell him that it is far too late. Placing a hand over his heart, Felix firmly explains that they have finally found someone who truly recognizes the Phoenix's worth. He declares his sworn loyalty to Roman Dmitry, sending a clear message back to the King of Frank that their relationship is officially dead. Meanwhile, Roman stands on the high terrace overlooking the courtyard, thinking to himself that neither of the two great empires sent their envoys. Swirling a glass of rich red wine in his hand, his eyes narrow as he begins to calculate his next moves. It makes perfect sense, especially since the Kronos Empire has already broadcasted the details of the assassination to the entire continent, and the Valhalla Empire certainly won't let Count Denver's death slide, as both massive empires hunger to conquer this entire land. A massive war between the two giants and the allied kingdoms is inevitable, but Roman knows that this alliance is only a temporary shield. He needs a way to stand against them on his own. But before he can plan further, Hans suddenly rushes over to deliver some news. Hans nervously reports that an uninvited guest is waiting for him. When Roman asks if anyone had made an appointment, Hans completely panics. Stuttering in fear, Hans reveals that the visitor is actually a prince, just as a handsome young man steps into the room. The guest offers a polite greeting, noting how long it has been since they last met. This is Prince Edwin Hector himself. Roman simply stares at him in silence, letting the prince talk to himself as he offers congratulations on the newly founded Dmitry Duchy. Roman casually takes a seat and crosses his legs, completely unbothered as Edwin praises him for ending the Kairos civil war and defeating Kronos. Breaking his silence, Roman dryly tells the prince that they do not share the kind of friendly relationship that warrants such empty flattery. He flatly commands Edwin to get straight to the point. Making himself right at home, Edwin sits down and agrees that their meeting is unexpected. The prince locks eyes with Roman, adopting a dead serious tone to declare that someone else was pulling the strings behind their recent war. Edwin then starts explaining the dark truth, revealing that Hector only went to war in the first place due to a series of devastating famines. While he refuses to excuse the violence, he notes that his post-war investigation uncovered a shocking truth about those continuous crop failures. It turns out the famine was entirely artificial, leaving the soil pitch black and animal carcasses scattered everywhere like a dark warlock curse. Edwin's expression turns increasingly grim as he speaks of this forbidden black magic, a dark power that no human should ever touch. Through thorough investigations, they finally uncovered the truth, which perfectly mirrors a bizarre phenomenon from 10 years ago inside the Kronos Empire. The Empire had covered it up, but the dark reality is that they were conducting horrific experiments to master black magic. With the entire North already under their thumb, their ultimate goal is to conquer the continent, making this everyone's problem. Hanging his head in despair, Edwin warns that the Dmitry Duchy will inevitably be dragged into this coming storm. To block Kronos' ambition, Edwin drops the small talk entirely. He looks Roman dead in the eye and proposes they finally form a solid military alliance. Dmitry and Hector shaking hands. Edwin waits holding his breath, but Roman calmly replies that he predicted this already. The prince freezes. Anxious dread creeps in. Roman clearly read his mind long before he even stepped foot into this room. Did Roman use an extensive intelligence network to discover his exact needs? Roman simply rubs his hands, revealing they already know every plan. Their network tracked everything. If their two nations clash now, ignoring external threats, both sides will suffer devastating losses. A senseless war would only benefit the real dangerous enemy lurking in the shadows. They are just waiting to devour whatever remains of their broken nations. Roman pauses, looking straight into Edwin's eyes. And here's the thing, why should they ever join a coalition led by Hector? That massive detail makes him hesitate, forcing Roman to reconsider whether Dmitry should even get involved in this proposed pact. Anxiety grips Edwin. He asks if this means a total rejection, but Roman neither refuses nor accepts the offer. Instead, Roman demands Edwin prove that the weakened Hector kingdom actually has the strength and status to negotiate with him. Right now, Hector has absolutely nothing left. Their national pride is dead and their leverage has completely dried up. Famine plagues their lands, their military is severely depleted, and ruined harvest fields simply cannot be restored overnight. Their contaminated soil cannot be easily purified. Hector only survives by relying on the master of the sky magic tower. They are barely scraping by, stripped of all true sovereignty. Sunlight cuts through the window, illuminating the dim, silent room. Roman's tone shifts. He points out these obvious fatal flaws, noting there are countless other silent crises threatening their survival. These combined disasters have dragged Hector down, leaving the once proud kingdom fragile, desperate, and increasingly submissive. He demands to know why Dmitry should align with such weakness. Meanwhile, the lively chatter of guests echoes outside. Happy laughter rings out right past the heavy locked door. No one outside suspects the brutal tension unfolding within. Edwin sits in grim silence. His hands tremble. He desperately tries to claw back some shred of hope. He admits Hector is highly unstable, refusing to deny the harsh truth, but quickly shifts back to the looming war. He points out that the continent is on the brink of total war, with massive empires targeting smaller kingdoms. The expansion of the hostile Kronos Empire is unavoidable, meaning Dmitry will inevitably face their massive crushing wrath alone. He urges Roman to reconsider, arguing that an alliance would minimize casualties while significantly boosting their collective strength. Edwin raises his voice, pressing further. He points out that since Dmitry declared itself an independent duchy, they have been seeking allies. Roman remains completely unbothered, calmly admitting that the prince's observation about their diplomatic efforts is correct. While Dmitry is still growing, they indeed need to unite the smaller kingdoms to stand against a giant like Kronos. But Roman stresses a critical detail: every single one of those nations still holds its own selfish agenda. He questions if Edwin actually trusts these foreign rulers or if they are simply masking their true dark motives. This fragile, highly desperate coalition of minor powers will instantly crumble the second a larger empire applies real pressure. Standing up, Roman looks down on the prince with cold authority, outlining exactly how Kronos would destroy them. If he were leading the Kronos Empire, he could shatter this weak alliance in seconds without breaking a sweat. Roman analyzes that when small nations band together, their primary concern is always their own individual survival. A true alliance demands absolute trust and unity, but every king secretly harbors his own private greedy calculations. Blind trust is entirely impossible, leaving a deep-seated paranoia that is constantly ready to explode at any moment. Pointing directly to the map, he highlights the tiny kingdom of Umberto, sitting dangerously close to Kronos' border. A few minor skirmishes from the Empire would easily crush Umberto, causing their weak foundation to collapse entirely. They would be the very first target, suffering a swift and utterly devastating defeat before help could arrive. Next is the impoverished kingdom of Redford, a nation run by an incredibly corrupt and incompetent ruler. Their king is a reckless, greedy gambler, draining the national treasury to support his lavish and wasteful lifestyle. To fund his reckless habits, he begs for massive loans from foreign nations and the Continental Central Bank. And the easiest way to control a desperate, greedy gambler is through the tightening grip of crushing debt. Redford will quickly sell out their allies for a small, desperate injection of gold from the Kronos Empire. They will blindly obey Kronos' demands. Roman then mentions two other deeply fractured nations, Frank and Odelia. Their internal situations are identical to the old Cairo kingdom, plagued by massive corruption and constant political turmoil. With rebels inside and enemies outside, they completely lack the strength to purge the deep rot from their systems. A new nation? Impossible. That is nothing but a delusion. Those two unstable kingdoms surrendered after just a few words from Kronos. Standing by the window, Roman looks out. At a glance, he can see that the four small neighboring kingdoms suffer from fatal, unfixable weaknesses. These flaws can never be fixed. How long can this fragile alliance truly survive under the constant threat of the Kronos Empire? Roman adds that the Hector kingdom is no different. Edwin stands frozen, completely unable to find a single word to argue back. Deep down, Edwin knows Roman is right. How long can an alliance of weak nations like theirs actually stand against the Empire? It is nothing more than a castle built on sand. It is destined to crumble under the very first imperial strike. Roman presses on. He has yet to see any real effort or true determination from the Hector kingdom. Unlike other nations that still have room to retreat, Dmitry must stand up and fight Kronos at all costs. As Roman just made clear, the issues plaguing the Hector kingdom are simply too massive to ever truly overcome. So what real value does this alliance actually bring if your kingdom is going to be entirely dependent on us? His voice drops low as he asks what reason they have to cooperate when this alliance feels more like pure codependency. Edwin looks down quietly, admitting that Roman's harsh analysis is absolutely correct. They are indeed far too weak. That much is obvious, but without a concrete solution, the Hector kingdom will soon face complete and total ruin. Backed into a corner, they have no real leverage left in these negotiations, but they refuse to just give. They cannot just let their home crumble. They must find their own worth and value in this fragile alliance. Roman watches him closely as Edwin takes a slow step forward. Though utterly exhausted, they are still a proud kingdom. In a war that demands sacrifice, Hector will be the vanguard, paving the way with their own lives. That is the value they offer, Edwin promises, believing his kingdom can still serve a vital purpose in this fight. Roman chuckles, telling Edwin his words are fine, but he must actually back them up with action from now on. As Edwin turns to leave, he looks back. He admits that even before their clash, he knew Roman was special. Roman is the wild card who can shift the tides of an entire war, the exact kind of leader Edwin strives to become. Edwin is trying his best to learn. No matter how desperate the crisis, Roman always makes the perfect decisive move. It is a masterclass in survival, and Edwin has learned so much. Hector will grow strong enough to earn his respect. Roman watches him go, sensing a sudden massive surge of mana radiating from deep within the young prince. That is the young prince's raw resolve, a burning determination unlike anything Roman has ever witnessed from him before. The Hector kingdom may be weak now, but under Edwin's leadership, they will be a valuable asset against the Empire. Now let us flash back to a week earlier. Flora sits in a grand room, playing chess with a wise, long-bearded elder. As they move their pieces, Flora suddenly brings up Roman Dimitri's recent earth-shaking campaign across the kingdom. Roman had taken charge of both his family and the royal forces, utterly crushing the corrupt noble faction. Setting another chess piece down, Flora explains how Roman marched directly onto Benedict Castle, the enemy's final stronghold. He wiped them out completely. His brutal, rapid advance secured a swift victory in what was a highly complex war. With threats both inside and out, every decision had to be perfect. Suddenly, Flora's expression darkens with worry. If the civil war within Cairo had dragged on any longer, the Kronos Empire would have easily seized the chance to intervene. Sitting across from her, the elder picks up his piece carefully, plotting his next move as he listens to her concerns. He notes that it was only Roman's lightning-fast decisiveness that saved them. Roman had successfully recruited the Phoenix Magic Tower, turning the tide of the war entirely in their favor. The old man then looks up, locking eyes with Flora. He asks what she thinks of Roman's bold decision to immediately launch an assault on the western border fortress. Flora answers without hesitation, explaining that once the domestic rebels were crushed, securing the border was the obvious next step. They absolutely had to push back the imperial forces stationed out west to finally reclaim Cairo's complete independence once and for all. The elder nods in agreement, pointing out that it was a remarkably swift and incredibly risky move. After all, that western fortress was heavily fortified and commanded by one of the Empire's finest generals, Gustavo. Attacking him head-on was a massive gamble, a move only someone with absolute confidence and genius would dare try. The elder looks at her gently, reminding Flora that these are the brutal, real-world lessons of war. Such things can never be studied in simple textbooks where a single wrong choice can easily destroy an entire nation. Decisions must be made at the perfect time and place. Listening closely, Flora hangs on the wise elder's every word. He went on to say that some level of boldness and recklessness is always necessary. This recent battle proved Roman's tactical genius and leadership. He truly has a sharp eye for reading the battlefield and planning ahead. Just as the old man finished speaking, he suddenly checkmated Flora on the board. With that final move, both their chess match and their conversation came to an end. A short while later, as Flora walked outside to clear her head, a voice called out to her. It was her father, Lawrence, approaching from behind. Looking a bit downcast, he asked why she was still so obsessed with military strategy. Yet he admitted he still wanted to support her desire to learn. Still, Lawrence could not hide his growing anxiety as he walked closer. The brutal reality of her recent campaign on the Western Front weighed heavily on him. He confessed his deep fears for his only daughter. The battlefield was simply too dangerous for a young woman like her. The thought of losing her made his chest tighten, wondering how he could possibly survive such a tragedy. Finally, Lawrence pleaded with Flora, asking if she would just come back home with him. It was a desperate plea to keep his daughter safe. Hearing his heartfelt request, Flora quietly prepared her response. The determination in her voice would soon leave her father completely speechless. She reminded him that she had survived the bloody Western Front. Without a strong army standing guard there, the innocent people would have no hope of survival. The raging flames of war would simply consume them all. She insisted that she could never just stand by and watch that tragedy unfold. Though she despised war and had no desire to command armies, she knew there was absolutely no other way to protect the innocent. She looked up at the vast blue sky above her, resolve hardening. Then she turned back to her father with an even firmer gaze. With war tearing the continent apart, she explained that she needed to grow stronger. She refused to remain a helpless noble lady shielded by her family. Maturing quickly was her only option. Hearing such profound determination from his own beloved daughter left Lawrence deeply moved. He choked up softly, calling her name. But Flora simply turned around, flashing a bright, reassuring smile as she looked him dead in the eye. She announced her final decision. She was going to join Roman's forces and fight right alongside them on the front lines. Chris was completely blindsided by the news, asking Roman if the lady was seriously joining their ranks. Roman turned away and admitted that while Flora had proven somewhat useful during the Western campaign, joining the elite Dmitry forces was a different story. Surviving one battle did not automatically qualify her for their family's army. It was going to take a lot more than that. Roman paused, then instructed Chris to deliver a message. If she was truly serious, she had to accept a harsh condition. She would have to enter the brutal training camp alongside the raw recruits and survive the exact same grueling regime. If she could actually complete the training and prove her skills met their high standards, only then would he officially welcome her into the family army. Chris quickly nodded and accepted the order. Meanwhile, Roman quietly predicted that the spoiled noble lady would soon break and quit. But get this, Flora was far more stubborn. The very next morning, the Dmitry training grounds echoed with heavy, exhausted breathing. Dozens of soldiers were already pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. The air was thick with sweat and determination. Heavy boots pounded against the dirt. Right in the middle of this grueling run was Flora, struggling to keep pace. She had been running non-stop since dawn, pushing past the pain. Her legs felt like lead, but she refused to slow down. The Dmitry training regime was notoriously brutal and systematic. Unsurprisingly, Flora was quickly falling far behind the seasoned recruits. Dragging her heavy, aching feet forward, she desperately hoped that this endless morning torture was finally drawing to a close. But the squad ahead, led by a tireless Chris, showed absolutely no signs of stopping. They kept charging forward. Gasping heavily for air, Flora stumbled to a halt and looked up in pure disbelief, wondering if this nightmare was ever going to end. Chris glanced back and roared at the recruits, promising a brief rest only to the first ones who conquered the steep hill ahead. Motivated by the promise of rest, the soldiers bolted up the slope like madmen. Within seconds, the gap between them and Flora widened drastically. Left completely in the dust, she collapsed forward, hands on her knees, as she realized her body had hit its absolute limit. Standing tall at the peak, Chris barked at the exhausted squad, reminding them that enemies on the battlefield would never grant them a timeout. They had to be ready to fight at any second. Survival meant constantly pushing through the agonizing pain and exhaustion. Striving for perfection and shattering physical limits was the goal. The soldiers stood drenched in sweat, absorbing every harsh word. He reminded them that brute strength, endurance, and sharp tactics were the only things keeping them alive in a bloodbath. They had to burn those words into their minds. As Chris continued his speech, Flora finally stumbled into view, barely clinging to consciousness. He preached about the necessity of staying sharp and adapting to the terrain. That mental toughness was the true core of a warrior, and to reach that level, endless training was the only path. Suddenly, Flora collapsed onto the dirt, completely spent. She knew all this theory from books and old war stories, but experiencing this hell firsthand was a completely different beast. While the other recruits stood in neat, disciplined lines, hanging on Chris's every word, Flora lay off to the side, completely broken. Collapsing onto the dirt, dragging themselves up to warm up on the field for 1 hour, then tackling mountain climbing and endurance runs for another hour. That wraps up basic morning training. Chris yells out, "Rest is a word that simply does not exist in our army's dictionary. Now it is time for swordsmanship practice." Everyone throws themselves into the training with absolute passion. Suddenly, too, recruits square off, swords clashing in a fierce duel. Chris walks the perimeter, keeping a sharp eye on them. As he always says, a true soldier must always be battle-ready. Right now, when your stamina is completely depleted, is the perfect moment to test your absolute limits. He casually strolls past 2 recruits, locking blades, not even sparing them a single glance, declaring that sweating on the training field means bleeding less on the battlefield. This is a critical lesson they must Never forget. Do you understand? This is a rule you must never forget. Meanwhile, Flora collapses on the ground, hand pressed to her forehead in deep thought. This is straight up hell training, she sighs, watching her peers struggle to carry massive boulders on their shoulders. Qualifying for the elite Dmitry family army is clearly an incredibly brutal process. In any other army, soldiers would have revolted over this. But here in the Dmitry forces, that simply never happens. Flora can see the sheer, terrifying determination driving every single soldier on this training field. Beneath their serious faces lies an unyielding drive fueled by pure passion and fierce loyalty to the family. Slowly, she scrambles back up to her feet. All right, there is no use overthinking this anymore, she tells herself. Hell training or not, being a woman will not stop her. Flora's eyes flash with a sudden spark of fierce determination. She knew this would be brutal, but giving up is out of the question. A few days later, back at the Dmitry estate, Chris stands quietly to the side watching Roman train while delivering his report. Sir, although she is clearly struggling to keep pace with the brutal regimen, her sheer determination suggests she will never quit. Roman turns his head slightly. Her ability to read the terrain and adapt quickly with smart tactics is actually quite impressive, showing she has great strategic vision. But in terms of raw physical strength and direct combat, she is still lacking. She has a long way to go to finish this. But then Chris begins detailing her first real breakthrough. On only the 4th day of training, the squad under Flora's command pulled off some highly impressive victories. Chris presents a rolled-up scroll to Roman, explaining how she made clever split-second adjustments to save her unit from danger and secure a total victory. Roman calmly takes the scroll, unfurling it to read. He asks Chris straight up, do we actually need to recruit someone like her into our army? Chris answers instantly without hesitation, stating that a talent like Flora is exactly what the Dmitry forces need. Roman nods in approval. Soon warm sunlight bathes the Grand Dmitry castle. Cairo has finally stabilized after the rebellion, paving the way for the Dmitry Principality to rise with the king's full blessing. And just like that, peace settles over the land. But deep in a quiet alley, a man runs panting, shouting for his friend. They still have food left. Thomas rushes ahead only to collide with a heavily cloaked woman, Sierra. She glares at him and snaps, watch where you are going. Scared by her incredibly dark vibe, Thomas quickly apologizes. Sierra completely ignores him, vanishing into the shadows. Puffing on a cigarette, she quietly speaks to a contact, warning that their secret operation goes live tonight. It is clear she is reporting to a hidden ally, cautioning everyone to stay calm until the strike and collect every piece of information they can find. On the Dmitry army and its operations, a muffled voice on the other end of the line quickly acknowledges the order. As dusk settles over the main streets of the Dmitry territory, Sierra sits leisurely on a stone bench watching the guards patrol. Their high-grade equipment is clearly not cheap, but it is more than just pricey gear. The raw, overwhelming power emanating from these soldiers is hard to measure. They easily rival the Imperial Reserve Knights. If a major fight breaks out, dealing with this heavily equipped elite force will be a nightmare. Suddenly, a black-cloaked informant whispers, confirming that security around the mines is exceptionally tight and the Dmitry mansion itself is heavily guarded. These are the Dmitry family's most vital assets, meaning their army is ready to deploy instantly. Reinforcements can arrive in just a few minutes during the day, with patrols constantly looping around the estate. Responses are slightly slower at night, but they will still mobilize and reinforce without much delay. Incredibly fast. Finding a weak spot to strike is going to be incredibly tough, the scarred informant sighs. The Kronos Empire already expected this. Since Dmitry recently declared itself a duchy, they are naturally on high guard about everything, especially after the Emperor declared he would send assassins to end Roman. Sierra laughs aloud as she turns this over in her mind. Knowing this, Roman has definitely tightened his security, but that only makes this mission more thrilling for her. A simple job is a boring job. If she can slip past his defenses and take Roman down, her name will echo everywhere. She turns to her squad and tells them that this hit will make them legends across the entire continent. Now that they know the layout, she orders the word to be passed. The master plan remains, but they must move with absolute caution. In the shadows, Sierra gathers her crew for one final warning. They have exactly 15 minutes to infiltrate the estate. The elite killers nod in agreement, ready to slip inside the Dmitry duchy as soon as the guards rotate. Sierra flashes a dark smile, volunteering to scout the layout first. Roman might be a beast on the open battlefield, but in the pitch-black shadows of the hunt, she is the true apex predator. She activates her magic cloak. Sierra instantly vanishes into thin air, gliding soundlessly past the heavy guard posts outside the main walls. Dagger already drawn, she zeroes in on the two guards blocking her path. They have to go. She strikes hard, but these guards are wearing heavy high-grade armor. Her blade barely leaves a scratch. The guards easily dodge her follow-up. One of them immediately pulls out a transceiver to sound the alarm. They yell out that assassins are on the wall. Sierra lunges again, desperate to silence them before the whole army is alerted. The alarm blares across the courtyard and Sierra's face completely drains of color. Suddenly, a cold voice speaks right behind them. A powerful, commanding tone echoing from the shadows freezes the assassins in their tracks. They look around in panic. He orders them to freeze. Sierra spins around, screaming for her squad to fall back immediately because they have been compromised. Slow, heavy footsteps approach as Thomas steps out of the darkness. It is not every day they host Imperial assassins. He warmly welcomes the elite leader Sierra with a wide, mocking grin. Sierra stares at him in utter shock. She demands to know who he is. Thomas reaches up, tearing off his wrinkled, elderly disguise in one smooth motion. He declares he is the man who will bring her down today, the true master of the Black Moon Guild. Beneath the old mask is the youthful, confident face of Lucas. Sierra freezes as cold sweat pours down her neck. She stammers, realizing this is Black Moon, the legendary intelligence network that runs the entire kingdom of Cairo. She asks how this is even possible. Lucas just chuckles, telling her it was actually quite simple. Before they even set foot in Dmitry, his network had tracked this entire operation over a week ago. He details her entire journey, starting with the quiet restaurant owner she spoke with outside of town. Even the street vendors in the main plaza belong to his guild, and they are just the tip of the iceberg. Lucas lists them off one by one: the blacksmiths, the miners, the beggars on the street corners. Literally every single person they pass on the road was an operative working for the Black Moon. Sierra remains silent as cold realization sets in. Since they were compromised from the start, they have lost the element of surprise. With no time left to hesitate, she raises her hand and barks a desperate command to her squad. She orders them to carve a bloody path out of here. The battle immediately erupts into pure chaos. Sierra knows they must eliminate these agents to survive. But before she can even make a move, her elite assassins are effortlessly cut down right in front of her eyes. Blood splatters across the cobblestones. Sierra freezes her hand, trembling as she clutches her dagger. Her expression twists into absolute terror. They are simply too powerful. Lucas steps forward, his boot grinding into the fresh blood as he offers 10 seconds. An oppressive blue aura erupts from Lucas, completely crushing her spirit. He commands her to name her co-conspirators. He promises them a chance to live if they comply. Sierra stares at his overwhelming power, knowing she stands zero chance. His strength is in another league. Yet she forces herself to stand tall, refusing to show her crippling fear. She sneers that while he is strong, Imperial assassins do not surrender so easily. The Kronos Empire always has contingencies, and when one killer falls, another will rise to take their place. She boasts that their target is as good as dead because their strongest ace has already reached Roman. But before she can even finish her sentence, Lucas moves like lightning, slamming his palm directly into her face. He slams her head straight into the stone floor, shattering the pavement with a gaze colder than ice. Lucas looks completely unbothered. He knows his master can handle any threat, so he only focuses on one thing: how many members of her guild are left in this city, and where they are hiding. Sierra stares in utter shock. He does not care about the assassins sent to kill Roman at all. Before Sierra can even utter another word, Lucas moves. He swiftly ends her life. Refusing to talk means there is only one way out: death. Now Sierra is completely gone. Lucas calmly pulls out a cloth to wipe the fresh blood off his blade. The assassins here are finally taken care of. He orders his men to split into two groups. One will search the castle surroundings while the other cleans up the bodies. There is no need to worry about the mansion itself. His master can easily handle whatever assassin tries to slip inside. Lucas chuckles, let them struggle in vain. Meanwhile, night falls and completely blankets the massive estate of the Dmitry family. A shadowy figure lands softly on the cold roof tiles. It is Elena stepping forward with a chilling, playful smile. Known as the Grim Reaper of the Assassin Guild, she is legendary for her flawless, lethal track record. Her sharp blade, still stained with dried blood, rests casually on her shoulder as she moves through the shadows. The bright moonlight reflects off the steel. Behind her, human skins hang on wooden poles like gruesome trophies of past kills. Any high-profile figure across the continent who lands on her hit list is as good as dead. 9 successful high-tier assassinations have made her infamous, cementing her status as the ultimate dealer of death. Every organization knows her terrifying trademark. To leave her mark, she flays her targets and claims their skin as trophies. Wearing her signature twisted grin, Elena slips deeper into the castle, marking her 10th high-profile target of her career. Her mark is Roman, and she knows he is a highly influential and incredibly powerful warrior. His name became legendary after his victory in the West, crushing the forces of the Kronos Empire. Elena bends down, using her dark magic to take control of a small mouse scurrying across the floor. She watches the tiny creature scurry straight toward a grand bed. Elena smiles as she peers into the room. Roman appears completely unconscious, deep in sleep, and her senses tell her the target is entirely vulnerable. A dark gleam flashes in her eyes. Let's find out if she can actually pull off this painless kill. He will never wake up from this comfortable bed, slipping from a beautiful dream into eternal silence. The The bedroom door creaks open as Elena confidently strides inside, stepping right up to the sleeping target. A glowing necklace glints in her hand, and suddenly her playful smile twists into a cold, murderous sneer. She raises her sharp blade, thinking this contract is going to be far easier than she first expected. But before she can even initiate her strike, Roman's eyes snap wide open, completely catching her off guard. He looks directly at her calmly, noting she is no longer in control of her little mouse helper. Shocked by this sudden turn of events, Elena still manages to quickly regain her usual brutal composure. She grits her teeth and swings her sword, declaring that waking up now will not save his life. Her incoming blade is effortlessly deflected by what looks like a casual swipe of Roman's hand. The sheer shockwave throws her completely off balance, making her wonder how a simple flick carried such force. She stumbles back and watches in horror as Roman becomes enveloped in a terrifying dark purple aura. Before this overwhelming energy, she is paralyzed by an absolute terror that completely grips her soul. Blinding beams of light suddenly erupt from him, tearing through her body before she can even process the attack. Her broken body is thrown backward as her agonizing scream echoes loudly throughout the entire bedroom. Gasping for air, she frantically clutches her neck. Her body is intact, it was all just a horrific illusion. Roman looms over her with a cold stare, calmly declaring that her journey ends right here. He raises his hand to execute her. A devastating strike descends, forcing a desperate shriek from her throat. Clenching a small escape orb in her palm, she realizes this monster is far too strong to fight. She must flee, smashing the orb to unleash a blinding distraction to save her own life. After escaping from the Dmitry estate, she runs frantically down a dark, completely deserted road without looking back. She runs blindly, realizing his terrifying power easily eclipses every single rumor she ever heard. Even if her entire assassin guild came together, they would still stand zero chance against him. Pushing her body to its absolute limits, she knows that staying alive is her only priority now. She immediately ducks into hiding, spotting a tall, slender figure standing in the distance. Why on earth is someone out there? The other assassins are being brutally slaughtered under Chris's thunderous, lightning-fast strikes. For this mission, they had been warned to watch out for Roman's top followers. Crossing paths with them meant certain death unless they were extremely careful. First was Mad Sword Lucas. Second, Demon Sword Kevin. Right now, Chris's tall, slender figure casts a prominent shadow across the ground. Third was Cairo's Flash himself, Roman's trusted right hand, Chris. Even from the shadows, Elena feels a shiver of terror, watching this monster. It seems he was already standing here waiting for her. Did they predict her escape route from the castle and set a trap to block her retreat? Without a second thought, she bolts toward another direction. To escape, she needs to find another way out and reach the Assassin Guild's rendezvous point to report this absolute disaster. After sprinting for what feels like miles, Elena stops wheezing and desperately gasping for air. But blocking her path is a blood-red glow shining like a dying sunset. Demon Sword Kevin steps forward, whispering that he finally has her cornered. Looking over the dead assassins on the ground, Kevin remarks that he thought she would have fled a different way. Still, he admits it was incredibly lucky to catch her. He slowly advances, twin blades drawn, saying he went to great lengths to wait here, just to satisfy his burning desire of clashing with the Empire's strongest assassin from the infamous Reaper organization. And honestly, who can blame her? Facing a monster like Demon Sword, Elena is paralyzed with sheer terror. Desperate, she quickly leaps backward before launching herself high into the air. She vaults clean over Kevin's head, hoping to escape before she loses her head. But her desperate struggle only seems to amuse Kevin. He smirks, wondering aloud where exactly she thinks she is going. The moment Elena zips past, she is hit by a crushing wave of bloodlust radiating from him. Kevin whirls around to face her, sword raised high above his head, his glowing eyes locked onto his prey like a predator. He strikes without hesitation, moving with dizzying speed. By the time he touches the ground, the famous assassin is already cowering on the dirt, trembling and clutching her head in absolute despair. Kevin slowly walks over to her and whispers that if his master had not ordered him to spare her life, things would be very different. Glaring down at her, his voice drops to a freezing, ruthless tone, promising she would have died a miserable, agonizing death. His wide, unblinking stare completely paralyzes Elena, locking her in sheer terror. He mutters that she should consider herself extremely lucky. Slowly, Elena looks up, her face completely pale and frozen in absolute dread. Her jaw drops, her eyes wide as saucers, staring blankly at Kevin as cold sweat drenches her entire body. Under the eerie, silent glow of the moon, a chilling sound echoes through the dark forest. Elena is utterly broken, drowning in a deep pit of absolute despair, realizing she accepted a suicidal mission she could never complete. Meanwhile, deep in a secluded forest, far from town, a towering prison stands tall and menacing. Inside, a brightly lit interrogation chamber, cruel iron tools and sharp blades lay scattered across the floor. Fresh, dark blood stains cover the torture devices, smearing the cold stone ground in every direction. Elena gasps, weakly, blood slowly dripping from the corner of her swollen mouth. She whimpers that she will confess absolutely everything. Bound tightly to a wooden chair, she is being ruthlessly broken by Lucas. Her desperate, agonizing pleas echo off the walls, begging him to stop and spare her life. Lucas merely flashes a sinister, toothy grin, reassuring her that he has absolutely no intention of letting her die just yet. He looks down at the battered assassin, mockingly telling her that her current painful wounds are simply the price she had to pay for daring to target them in their own home. Without warning, Lucas lunges forward and roughly grabs her hair, forcing her face upward to face a tightly sealed vial of glowing purple liquid, ordering her to drink it immediately. Elena stares in terror, wondering if it is indeed lethal poison. Left with no other choice, she can only submit and let him force the bitter potion down her throat. As the empty vial shatters on the floor, Lucas delivers a chilling message. His lord already sent scouts to the Kronos Empire days ago and has now personally paid a visit to her guild. As Elena chokes and coughs violently, Lucas casually adds that Roman has successfully located the Assassin Guild's main headquarters. Talk about a brutal mind game. With a cold smile, he offers to set her free right now, but his expression quickly darkens as he delivers a final grim warning. If she does not run back to warn her master immediately, he will die. Their leader is as good as dead. Meanwhile, inside the grand majestic fortress of the Assassin Guild headquarters, a raspy, deep voice echoes through the cold halls. 1 week has passed since the operation launched, leaving the guild leader Braha wondering if they have truly failed. He sits in the shadows, pleading for one more chance. He begs for one more chance while speaking to his contact. Sure, they failed once, but that is not the end of it. Asking for patience, he promises they will succeed. A cold, raspy voice echoes from the glowing orb, stating it understands. The mysterious figure warns that this failure is not simple, and the price will be quite heavy. Hearing his master's grim warning, Graha falls into a tense silence, deeply troubled by the fact that their top assassins have not reported back. It seems every single one of them was killed. Graha envisions the bloody scene of the failed attempt on Roman's life. If that is indeed the case, they will have to put all continental missions on hold to pull their elite killers back to finish Roman once and for all. They need to kill Roman at all costs. Visualizing blood-stained gold coins, he knows they cannot afford to stop now. Regardless of casualties or costs, they must succeed to secure the ultimate backing of the mighty Kronos Empire. The glowing orb fades to black. Graha slowly stands up, feeling the immense weight of what is at stake. Muttering that he might have to handle things personally, the leader watches the candle flames begin to flicker wildly. Graha gasps in shock. Out of nowhere, Roman is already standing right behind him, prompting a panicked spin from the leader. Terrified to find Roman standing right there, Graha frantically grabs 2 nearby arrows and hurls them straight at his target. But how could someone like Graha ever hope to match Roman? With just a cold glare, the projectile weapons instantly freeze midair. Roman stands completely motionless, with folded arms, unleashing pure mental pressure that instantly shatters the floating weapons into tiny wooden splinters. It is the legendary Heavenly Demon Divine Art. Graha stands completely frozen, his jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Snapping out of his daze, he reaches for a hidden alarm, but Roman effortlessly extends his massive hand, clamping it around his throat. Graha gasps in pain and shock as Roman effortlessly lifts him high off the ground by his neck. Roman asks if he is the guild leader, while Graha, suffocating in his grasp, struggles to squeeze out even a single word. He glares at Roman, utterly baffled by how this man dared to infiltrate so deep into Imperial territory. Such audacity is something he never could have anticipated, especially when Roman suddenly asks if he was trying to press the alarm. Graha is stunned by how easily Roman read him, but what happens next catches him completely off guard. Roman reaches out and triggers the alarm himself, offering to press it instantly, plunging the entire fortress into absolute chaos. Shaking, Graha manages a smug grin and warns Roman that every assassin in the headquarters is about to swarm this room. He sneers, asking if Roman honestly believes he can defeat their entire force alone, but Roman remains entirely unfazed. 30 left. He calmly estimates the remaining forces while the candle flame flickers wildly in the room. Subtracting those currently deployed on other missions, 30 is the exact number of killers left in this building. A detail that leaves Graha completely paralyzed with fear. He wonders how Roman could have known their exact numbers. Roman chuckles and asks a simple question. How exactly does Graha think he was able to slip in here without triggering any defenses earlier? A terrifying realization suddenly washes over the trembling leader. Could it be that blood already paints the castle walls, with dead assassins lining every single corridor of the headquarters? Roman casually releases his tight grip and hurls the leader forward with devastating power, sending his body crashing violently against the wooden exit door. The impact splinters the heavy door into pieces. Graha spits up fresh blood, collapsing in a heap onto the floor. Slumped on the shattered wood, he looks up as Roman silently glances down before turning to examine the secret documents stacked neatly on the desk. This guild is incredibly famous across the continent, with their most prominent client being none other than the Kronos Empire itself. Roman flips open the heavy files and reviews the details quickly, realizing their assassination targets extend far beyond just his own life. Looking closely at this detailed hit list, he can easily deduce the exact next move of the rival empire. Every name is listed with extreme precision on the pages outlining the upcoming murders of Count Dragon and the high-ranking Count Rondon. Roman smiles, setting the paper ablaze. It also lists the oldest son of military commander Lamberto, the heir of Redford. The true motives of the hostile empire are laid bare. Meanwhile, over at a branch office in Dante, two anxious assassins exchange worried glances. They signal each other urgently, stating they must contact their leader back at the Imperial headquarters immediately. Covered in bloody bandages, Elena supports her battered body with a cane, frantically screaming that they have absolutely no more time to waste. Staring at the glowing orb on the table, the panic-stricken assassins realize they cannot establish a connection. She grinds her teeth in pure frustration, desperate to maintain her composure as everything around their division rapidly falls apart. If the main office cannot be reached, she decides to bypass them entirely, barking orders to reach their Imperial client immediately. Over the communication line, the Imperial client lets out a deep sigh, asking if their operation in Cairo has already ended in failure. Elena urgently reports that Roman has anticipated their exact moves and has already set a deadly trap. The trap wiped out every single assassin sent there. She can't hold back the raging anger boiling up inside her. Not only did he stop there, he's heading to the Kronos headquarters next to completely wipe out our leader. The client simply snaps. Is that all? Elena freezes. Shock washes over her at his cold question. No way. Her face suddenly turns completely pale. So you guys just used us as bait to lure them in. The client on the other side of the call replies calmly, don't make it sound so dramatic. He then begins to lay it out for Elena. You did your part, even if Roman isn't dead yet. Rest assured your losses will be fully compensated, so you should reconsider. He then points to Roman as a prime example. Since the Emperor himself publicly ordered Roman's assassination, absolutely everyone across the continent already knows about it. And the more she listens, the faster Elena's face loses what little color it had left. If the assassination fails, where would the Empire save face? We had to set up multiple backups, and you were just one of them. The client on the screen clears his throat. Of course, thanks to you, we did accomplish our goal of drawing him away from his family and toward the Empire. With her face swollen in pure rage, Elena spits up blood, cursing, that bastard. Then dark blood starts pouring from her throat like rain. Suddenly, she remembers the deadly poison Lucas forced her to swallow. Is the poison finally kicking, and she wonders? It seems to have a pretty slow reaction time. They planned this so she would live just long enough to tell the Empire that Roman is coming to Kronos. She glares at the smug client and feels a sudden wave of pity. Roman is a monster, and the Empire will pay dearly for angering him. She stares intently at the client's smug, self-satisfied face one last time. There is so much more she could reveal to break that arrogance, but she won't. As her thoughts fade to black, Elena collapses onto the cold ground. The client watches her fall, muttering, is she done already? Elena lies there completely lifeless and drained. Just like that, the most infamous assassin on the continent met her end on her 10th failed mission. The entire castle is engulfed in violent roaring flames. Through the thick dancing fire, a lone figure comes into view. It is Roman, standing outside in silence, watching the massive blaze. After a long moment, he simply turns away, ignoring the burning ruins entirely. Dark hills stretch out under the cold moonlight as he walks deeper into the quiet night. Roman stops in his silent forest clearing and speaks aloud, come out, stop hiding. Right on cue, a rustling sound echoes from the dense leaves. Shadowy, mysterious figures begin to emerge from the darkness of the heavy branches, stepping closer and closer to Roman. Staring at these grotesque beasts, he can't help but let out a cold, mocking smirk. Monsters that lurk in the dark, feeding on human suffering and draining their life force to grow stronger. He sneers. Are you the Empire's lackeys? Is this tiny group all you brought? Roman looks them up and down. It seems those assassins were just bait. The Empire really wants Roman dead, sending out their absolute strongest cards. He needs to be a bit careful this time and not let his guard down. One beast glares with glowing red eyes. You are pretty sharp, bastard. We didn't expect you to notice us tracking you. Roman laughs. Even as the horde of monsters rushes him all at once, he shows no fear. He knew the moment he left the assassin headquarters. He already has a dagger prepared behind his back. As the beasts close in, he strikes with masterful speed, but even as his blade slices straight through them, their wounds instantly heal. This isn't good, Roman thinks. His physical strikes aren't doing any real damage. A faint violet light suddenly flickers in his field of vision. He must infuse mana into his blade's edge. Before he can even adjust his stance, another beast lunges forward, unleashing a dark sword technique. Luckily, Roman manages to slip backward just in time. This is getting pretty unpredictable. Despite his battle-ready stance, a small spark of caution arises. They are unbelievably fast and strong. Is this Imperial magic? It looks like high-level dark magic. A deep blood-red aura hangs heavy in the air. As Roman watches them closely, he begins to analyze their moves. Back in his past life in the Murim, he fought similar things before. They are demonic cult puppets. He never expected to face them again in this world. Creatures that feed on human vitality to grow. This is definitely forbidden dark magic. Roman's sharp sword collides with the beast's claws, creating a deafening metallic screech. Did the Kronos Empire sacrifice innocent souls to summon these wretched things from the depths? Roman suddenly stands perfectly still. These absolute demons. A terrifying, menacing grin slowly takes over his face as he locks his eyes on them. Meeting him here today is their absolute end. How could the Heavenly Demon ever lose against weak little demons like these? The very next second, a powerful fist flies toward the monstrous crowd, smashing straight into the creature's face. Its entire body undergoes a visible change as parts of it start to vanish, but then, somehow, they quickly regenerate back to their original form. Roman raises his leg, clearly calculating his next move. Without hesitation, he stomps his foot down. Nothing, yet the monsters still revive as if nothing had happened. They keep recovering even after taking direct hits. Roman wonders how to stop this. He falls deep into thought. This dark magic relies on mana to exist, which normally requires holy power to purify them. Roman's eyes suddenly flash with realization. He has found a way to stop the monsters from regenerating. Even monsters have weaknesses. First, when attacked, their bodies fragment and disperse like light smoke. After scattering, they slowly gather back together. In that brief moment, they freeze up and take a defensive stance. This creates a perfect window. He can strike them down while they are still in the middle of recovering. A glowing red diamond-shaped crystal breaks. Faint red energy streams also swirl around. After those light smoke trails escape, they slowly merge back together around the center of that swirling mist. That is the perfect moment to strike. He must sever the connection between the thin smoke and that red energy. Once severed, they are finished. They will lose the ability to regenerate like before. While Roman is lost in thought, the monsters charge all at once. A coordinated assault. But Roman has no hesitation left. He has already figured out their movements, so they stand no chance. A fierce clash erupts as Roman unleashes his blood demon form. This time, with only a few simple movements, he effortlessly defeats the demonic monsters. Standing amidst a glowing purple aura, Roman smiles. How could a cult leader like him lose to these pests? No way. The arts of the demon god cult rely on sheer fury to unleash the absolute maximum inner energy of the body, leaving only one terrified survivor. The situation looks grim for the beast, seeing how easily Roman destroyed its allies. The assassination failed completely. Without a second thought, the creature spins around and flees. It needs to retreat immediately. As it flies away, it realizes that Roman's power is far more dangerous than expected. His past battles did not show the full extent of his true strength, making their strategy completely inaccurate. Since they underestimated his power, this entire mission turned out to be a humiliating failure. Still, the monster accelerates, telling itself it will try again. Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over it. Looking down, it cries out in horror. Its legs are gone, severed without it even realizing. How did this happen? Roman keeps a serious, slightly surprised face. He stands before a heavily bandaged figure who is now crawling backward in sheer terror. Roman realizes that all of his underlings have already been defeated. He holds out a communication jade. A cold command. You are the only one left. Contact the Empire and report exactly what I tell you. Terrified, the creature's red and black eyes widen. A voice soon crackles from the green jade. Have you dealt with Roman? Trembling, the subordinate confesses that they have completely failed, which instantly triggers a furious response from the other side. You failed to defeat him. With Roman's sharp sword pointed at his throat, the creature has no choice but to confirm. Yes, Baron Charlton, what you judged about him is completely wrong. He sweats profusely under pressure. Even the immortal demons summoned from hell were easily annihilated by Roman. Even personal curses failed completely. Kneeling before the jade, the wrapped figure continues. Roman is a monster whose strength is completely unfathomable. Hearing this, Baron Charlton finally realizes what is happening, asking if Roman is actually standing there and controlling his subordinate. Roman only responds with a satisfied smile. The Baron continues to address him directly, admitting that Roman is indeed skilled. Not only did he raid the Assassin Guild headquarters, but he also defeated the demons. Meanwhile, Baron Charlton frowns in anger, realizing that their current assassination plan has completely failed. He slams his hand down hard on the table to vent his rage over this unexpected defeat. However, the Kronos Empire has no intention of giving up. He makes it clear that this is only the beginning. No way. He absolutely refuses to back down, telling Roman that he is nothing but a thorn in the Empire's side. If they fail once, they will try again. Over and over. They will keep coming until they finally take his life. The Empire will never give up. He openly mocks Roman. Stand against us today, but tomorrow is a different story. One tiny insignificant opponent is bound to fail eventually. No exceptions. But he has met his match, but Roman should be the one warning him. Facing his stupid confidence, Roman just sneers at his pretty sweet words. They forgot who they are dealing with. Right here today, Roman will teach them a brutal lesson. He moves instantly. He grabs Count Valen's mummified subordinate tightly by the throat, squeezing harder and harder. Blood begins to spray. The poor bastard shakes with absolute terror, sensing his end. Count Valen watches in pure panic, breaking a cold sweat. Totally terrified, the Count sits down to negotiate with Roman, desperately begging him to stop right now. He promises to send a generous gift to Roman's mansion, but Roman brings up Baron Charlton sending assassins first. Since they send assassins, they must endure the threats. Roman smiles and chuckles, noting that of course they is not a skill only they possess. Roman can do it too, and much better than they ever can. Consider this a war declaration. Count Valen is completely furious, grinding his teeth in absolute helpless rage. Roman delivers a final chilling promise. When they die for their crimes, they should not be surprised at all by not knowing who did the deed. Roman's deadly gift will arrive soon. Hearing this, Count Valen panics completely and barks orders. He commands his men to double the guard. Absolute lockdown. Do not let even a single fly slip through. But later, a guard rushes in to report bad news. They searched the entire mansion and found nothing. There are no intruders at all. Instead, they stumbled upon a strange jar left in the basement storage. The Count immediately follows them down to the basement. He stares at the jar, his brow furrowed deeply. He is deep in thought. Could Roman have left this poisoned jar as the gift to assassinate him? The Count turns pale with rage. Get my horse ready. We are going to the BMO's Magic Tower now. If you are wondering, the BMO's Magic Tower is a guild of elite mages specializing in deadly toxins. Since they create poisons, they also know how to craft secretive antidotes that no other group can master. At the tower, a bald elder uses his magic to inspect the container. He immediately senses danger. The old man is horrified, colorless and odorless. It is a deadly poison never seen before on the continent. This elder is the master of BMO's magic, and the anxious Count Valen is waiting right beside him. Hate waiting. The Count barks at him to stop hesitating and identify the toxin right away. He demands to know if there is an antidote. Terrified by the Count's anger, the Master Mage stammers a reassurance. The mage takes the jar and leads Count Valen down to a prisoner chained in the dark cell. Seeing the bottle, the prisoner screams in terror. Do not make me drink that. But nobody cares. Ignoring his desperate cries, BMO's mercilessly forces the toxic liquid down the young man's throat. Then he channels his healing magic, enveloping the prisoner's head in a glowing white and blue aura. Suddenly, the Master Mage is completely shocked. Impossible. Even his strongest magic cannot neutralize this deadly toxin at all. He frantically turns and asks the Count where he found this lethal poison. Count Valen is equally horrified. His entire body begins to shake with absolute fear. No cure. Healing magic is completely useless against it. There is no way to create an antidote. Count Valen never expected Roman's gift to be this terrifying. You can bet he is terrified now. How on earth did that bastard Roman Dmitry obtain such an impossible poison? Even the greatest alchemists and potion masters in the Empire have absolutely no idea what it is. Sometime later, the defeated Count kneels before his emperor. Your Majesty, we have failed to assassinate Roman. Hearing of their complete failure, Emperor Kronos looks incredibly dark. The tension in the room is suffocating. He demands to know what kind of man Roman is. Count Valen immediately speaks his honest mind. He warns his lord that Roman possesses truly monstrous strength and an intellect that easily surpasses ordinary men. Since they failed to kill him, Roman will definitely retaliate. The Empire will face his wrath soon. Emperor Kronos calmly issues a new order. Recall our very deadliest assassins from the dark abyss immediately. The Count gasps in utter shock, his eyes bulging. The ultimate killers are coming back. He presses on, deciding they will deploy their finest nameless assassins, this time to show that arrogant bastard Roman their real power. They want to make him absolutely terrified of facing the Empire. Right after the man imagines Roman getting brutally decapitated, a lifeless puppet in Roman's shape loses its head in his mind. This time, Roman must die to serve as a warning. He wants to warn everyone else, those who praise Roman as a hero and try to follow in his footsteps. His death will crush their foolish dreams of ever standing against the mighty Kronos Empire. Hearing this, Baron Sharon immediately bows. He respectfully accepts the imperial order, not daring to disobey. The scene shifts as a pair of boots suddenly lands on the ground. It is none other than our main character, Roman. Walking forward, he silently reflects on his master plan. They should not think they can easily cure his poison. Even the best alchemists and doctors will find it completely useless. After all, back in Murim, that poison was the ultimate toxin from the Sichuan Tang clan's legendary 100 poison scripture. He removes his heavy armor, but his mind keeps spinning. Sending that poison was a warning to make the Empire hesitate. Even though he is back home trying to rest, his thoughts keep running as he plans his next moves. They will have to be extremely cautious now, knowing he can play their dirty games even better than they can. This will force them to delay their assassination attempts, buying him precious time to map out his future steps. His expression hardens. Of course, this is only a temporary stall tactic and it won't hold them off forever. An all-out war is inevitable, and it is going to happen pretty soon. There is simply no escaping it. He must prepare everything thoroughly. While lost in thought, an unexpected letter is suddenly delivered directly to him. Picking up the envelope, he reads the message inside, which mentions the fallen warriors who died on the bloody battlefield. To honor their memory, they invite him to attend a memorial ceremony as an individual warrior representing the kingdom. If he fails to show up within 100 days before the ceremony, they will consider it a flat rejection. While he is reading, Chris suddenly rushes into the room to deliver an urgent report about the situation. Valhalla is sending a pretty strong swordsman named Barbossa to represent them at this upcoming memorial gathering. Barbossa has won countless brutal battles, earning himself a massive reputation across the entire continent. Chris explains their obvious motive. Their real goal is to lure Roman there and take revenge for the death of Count Vermuth, whom he previously defeated. Now look at that insane red aura radiating from this warrior. He is ranked 6th among Valhalla's top swordsmen. Known as the Mad Blade, he holds the 11th spot on the entire continent's ranking of elite swordsmen. Hearing this, Roman merely smiles. He silently notes how differently Valhalla and Kronos choose to deal with him. While the Kronos Empire relies on underhanded schemes, Valhalla prefers a completely different direct approach. Kronos sends shadow assassins to strike whenever his guard is down, but Valhalla openly challenges him with pure strength. They want a face-to-face showdown. Realizing the immense danger, Chris immediately tries to persuade Roman against going. He warns Roman that this is too risky and there is absolutely no need for him to attend. With the Dmitry Duchy newly established, Roman's safety must be their absolute top priority. Placing the letter down, Roman speaks. He understands the concern completely and knows he could easily reject the invitation and stay home. However, doing so would trigger a massive wave of unwanted consequences that they simply cannot afford right now. Valhalla deeply values warrior honor, so they would brand them as cowards, ruining Dmitry's reputation across the continent. Their prestige would hit rock bottom. Looking seriously at Chris, Roman delivers another crucial lesson to his loyal follower. Since they all chose to follow him, he must prove his absolute worth and show them his true value. They need to believe in a lord who has both the power and intellect to overcome any challenge. Chris looks up in surprise, his brow furrowed as he absorbs his lord's intense, unyielding determination. If Roman backs down in fear the moment Valhalla threatens him, he can never truly lead his people. Their trust and faith in him would crumble completely. Clenching his fist, Roman makes his final resolute declaration. He officially decides that in 100 days he will accept Valhalla's challenge and face them head-on. He will carry that heavy responsibility and show them exactly what kind of lord they are truly fighting for. Meanwhile, a castle lies in ashes with bodies scattered everywhere as rumors spread like wildfire among the underworld. They whisper that the Imperial Assassin Guild was completely slaughtered while targeting Roman, causing hits in the northeast to plummet. No one dares to take any contracts targeting Dmitry anymore, while Roman stands tall with a confident, deadly smile, sinister and cold. A harsh lesson speaks louder than 1,000 words, carving pure terror deep into everyone's heart. Right now, Kevin sits alone on a bench, lost in deep thought. Heading alone into the Assassin Guild's lair was incredibly risky. His face is clouded with worry. He only blames himself for lacking the power to stand by his side and protect him. When would he ever be strong enough to shield him from danger? Everyone keeps saying they are growing at an incredible speed. But that progress still is not enough. Not even close to actually standing by his master's side as an equal. The determination burns. To face the absolute apex predators ruling this continent, they need to push far past their current limits. Suddenly, a cheerful voice breaks his train of thought. Someone nearby is talking about a major breakthrough they just achieved. It is a newly developed magic circle designed to artificially concentrate mana density within a specific training area. The blonde scholar boasts that while it is not quite perfect yet, he will minimize all errors within 6 months. Felix stands there with a huge grin, explaining that this device does not just amplify a mage's destructive power. Theoretically, it can also serve as an intense training ground for high-level swordsmen who have already awakened their aura. Overhearing this from behind a wall, Kevin steps out. Felix freezes in shock. His happy expression instantly vanishes. He stammers in panic. Standing right there before him is Kevin, looking dead serious alongside the other elite guards. Kevin speaks up with strict authority, warning him that using an untested, unsafe technique is far too reckless. His face darkens. Why did they come seeking this dangerous power? He demands. Felix, look at them. They only care about being useful to their master in the battles ahead. Hearing this, Felix stares in utter shock. Their ultimate adversary is the Kronos Empire, a monstrous entity that has dominated the entire continent for hundreds of years. To survive against a giant like that, normal training is useless. Felix understands, but he still urges caution. He warns them that safety must come first. Destroying their own bodies before they can even help their master is pointless. If they cripple themselves before the real war starts, they will have no right to stand before him. Hearing those words, Kevin and the others smile warmly. But the calm does not last. 2 weeks later, disaster strikes. On a quiet evening, the passage suddenly violently trembles. The ceiling collapses. Watch out, everyone screams out. Rocks rain down, but a massive wind barrier instantly expands, shielding them. A heavy sigh of relief echoes through the dust. Thank goodness for that defensive artifact. But suddenly the blonde mage calls out in pure disbelief, urging Morgan to look ahead. Turning around, Morgan gasps at the bizarre sight. Right beyond the rubble lies a massive, completely hidden chamber. A strange blue glow radiates from within. It is a perfectly clean, expansive underground facility hidden deep beneath the ruins. Who on earth would build a secret high-tech passage like this? Strange blue characters are glowing on the heavy door. Peering closer, Morgan immediately orders everyone to fall back. He demands they get Felix down here right away. Soon, Felix and Roman arrive to inspect the anomaly. Felix carefully touches the surface of the massive steel barrier. It is heavily coated in volatile mana. If they force it open, it will detonate, so he decides to dispel it. A sharp blue light ignites in his eyes as he begins chanting. Roman quietly observes the process from behind. With a heavy thud, the lock releases. Centuries of dust and stale air instantly plume out from the dark opening. Through the blinding fog, a sudden flash of light erupts. Roman does not even flinch, standing with his arms crossed. A lethal hail of arrows suddenly flies out from the darkness straight at them. But Roman reacts in an instant. He deploys a solid mana barrier, stopping the deadly barrage cold. The deflected arrows clatter harmlessly onto the stone floor. Felix pales in sheer panic. This is no ordinary room. It is a dungeon loaded with deadly traps. Unlike his terrified companion, Roman is completely unfazed. He calmly decides to step inside and check it out himself. Felix panics at those bold words. He stands up anxiously and warns him it is far too dangerous. There is no telling what traps await them inside, so he begs for time to investigate first. Yet Roman remains completely calm. He points out that if anyone is living down here, they already know they have intruders. There is no time. He commands Felix to wait outside, explaining that hesitation only increases the danger. Then he strides directly into the dark. Walking confidently into the gloom, he scans his surroundings. The layout of these lethal traps feels strangely familiar to him. He stops. This matches the designs of the Zhuge clan. Suddenly, massive razor-sharp steel spikes erupt violently from the walls. Spikes jet out from both sides, instantly sealing his path forward and backward. He is completely trapped in a deadly cage. Yet his heart rate does not even tick up. In a split second, 100 more steel spears lock directly onto him. They rush him. With a sudden boom, a massive explosion erupts, scattering shattered rock and thick smoke. As the dust slowly clears, Roman stands there with an ice-cold glare. A circular purple barrier had blocked the flying daggers, but under the relentless barrage of incoming arrows, the shield begins to crack and shatter into pieces. He remains completely still, beneath it grip tightening on his sword. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the dark cave ahead. Harsh shouting suddenly echoes from the deep shadows. Stop right there. This is our land, and if you take even one more step, we cannot guarantee your survival. Refusing to back down, Roman points his blade forward, speaking with absolute authority. He tells them he is Roman, the eldest son of the Dimit family, and since the Endless Mountains belong to them, they should identify themselves. Out of the darkness, a heavily bearded man shouts back, calling Roman's words absolute nonsense and claiming this cavern is clearly there. But before the stranger can finish, Roman cuts him off, stating he did not come to negotiate. The Endless Mountains belong to the Kingdom of Cairo, and the Dimit family has inherited sole governance. If they maintain this hostile attitude, he will treat them as enemies. Heavy footsteps begin marching toward him as a rough voice mutters an angry curse, spitting out his hatred for human scum. A short dwarf with a massive beard reaching his chest emerges, warning Roman not to bring human laws into their subterranean home. Roman stares, his eyes widening in genuine surprise. A real dwarf. The creature's hands are trembling, yet he still talks incredibly tough. The dwarf boasts about his people living underground since ancient times, but Roman silently notes the obvious shaking in his voice. Then an entire clan of dwarves emerges from the darkness, leaving Roman to wonder what a mythical race is doing in these mountains. How should he handle this situation? Releasing a cold, commanding pressure from his body, Roman looks them over and addresses their leader. He admits this might indeed be their home, but demands a solid guarantee they will not pose any threat to his family. The dwarf leader stands completely flabbergasted, wondering how they could possibly offer a human any kind of guarantee. Without another word, Roman simply draws his glowing pink sword, pointing the radiant blade toward them in absolute silence. But instead of cowering in fear, the dwarf leader's eyes light up with obsession, immediately asking if he can examine the weapon. This bizarre reaction leaves Roman completely speechless, wondering what is wrong with these creatures. As he hesitates, the dwarf practically begs. He pleads for just 3 minutes to examine the blade, promising they will discuss a compromise if he allows a quick look. The moment Roman hands it over, the entire dwarven clan crowds around the sword, completely mesmerized by its flawless design. They cannot believe such a blade exists, marveling at the incredible durability, the balance, and the perfect shape of the steel. They are so utterly absorbed in the weapon that they completely forget Roman is even there, wondering who could have forged it. Sensing a deep natural energy within the metal, the dwarf leader spins around eagerly, asking who crafted this absolute masterpiece. Without trying to hide his skills, Roman calmly replies that he forged the blade himself, leaving the dwarves absolutely stunned. The leader gasps in utter disbelief, unable to believe a human possesses such craftsmanship. To verify the truth, he uses his magic. Closing his eyes, the dwarf leader casts a memory-tracking spell to peer into the past experiences of the sword itself. Visions of intense flames and heavy hammer strikes fill his mind, radiating Roman's sheer passion and dedication to the craft. The dwarf is moved to tears by the memory. After standing in stunned silence, he looks up, realizing this man might be their savior. Dropping to his knees, the leader desperately begs Roman to help his people, bowing his head in a plea for salvation. He implores Roman to reclaim their lost homeland. Intrigued, Roman maintains his cool composure but asks what he means by reclaiming their land. The dwarf leader looks up, preparing to explain the tragic history of how his people ended up hiding in these dark caverns. As the leader begins his tale, a vivid picture of the once grand and majestic dwarven homeland begins to take shape. It turns out the Endless Mountains is just a human name. This range does have an end, a legendary place called Acadia. He describes Acadia as a harmonious paradise where many diverse races used to coexist in perfect peace with one another. Thinking back to those golden days, the dwarf reveals that they originally came from that blessed land before the Great Freeze. Long ago, before humans rose to power, a mysterious and unnatural frost swept over the mountains, locking the entire region in ice. The leader recounts the sheer suffering of that era. The bitter cold was so intense that even the sacred world tree withered away. That was the true beginning of the disaster. Remembering the tragic loss of his people, he is filled with immense sorrow. Countless species residing in Acadia perished from the freezing temperatures and starvation, forcing them to abandon their homeland to survive. Their ancestors had no choice but to migrate to these dark depths, just to keep the dwarven bloodline alive. While Roman finds the history somewhat interesting, his patience is not limitless. He coldly cuts the long-winded explanation short, telling the dwarf that his story is getting a bit too long. The sweating leader nervously apologizes and gets straight to the point. He explains they eventually settled inside the Endless Mountains, but the peace did not last as a new threat soon emerged. Decades ago, they discovered a core of fire demon energy deep underground, and the dwarf chief was left completely dumbfounded. His mind raced as he calculated the pros and cons of this entity. After all, it held a highly dangerous power. This energy could easily incinerate the entire world, yet it was also their only hope of melting the frozen world tree. Destiny had brought Roman directly to them, making the chief even more certain. He claimed to have seen Roman's power. He saw Roman control the flames freely within the memories of the sword, believing their encounter was purely heaven's will. Speaking with absolute respect, the dwarf leader made his plea, begging Roman to bring the fire demon core to them. For the sake of his clan, he gave Roman his word of honor, promising that if this request was granted, they would owe him. The dwarf leader solemnly swore on his pride that he would grant absolutely any request Roman made in return. Hearing this offer, Roman felt a deep sense of contemplation. Living as Roman Dmitry, too many things seemed interconnected. It made him wonder if crossing paths with connections from his past life was truly just a random coincidence. Some details were so shockingly similar that he had to stop and think. Dmitry was a family of master blacksmiths. Their territory sat right in front of an endless mountain range. Having been reborn, Roman was naturally far more cautious now. This geography closely resembled the 100,000 great mountains of his past life. Even though he walked a different path now, his vast past experiences proved to be incredibly valuable in this new life. After weighing his options for a moment, Roman quickly reached a final decision. He resolved to see exactly where this destiny would lead him and agreed to help. He accepted their proposal, causing the dwarf leader to instantly light up with immense joy and relief. The chief quickly led him toward the blazing sea of lava where the dangerous fire demon made its home. Pointing ahead, the chief explained that the path forward was so extreme that even the dwarves dared not enter. He warned Roman that the fire demon was incredibly dangerous. Facing the raging sea of magma, Roman remained calm. Roman simply reassured the chief not to worry, then calmly took his first steps right onto the molten lava. Walking across the liquid fire with absolute determination, he resolved to always live strictly by his own beliefs and choices. Roman soon reached the blazing core of the fire demon, which floated directly in the center of the magma. Watching it erupt with endless sparks of intense heat, he realized the entity felt exactly like a miniature sun. The blistering heat of the cavern instantly shredded his cloak, and painful burn marks began to form across his face. He quietly acknowledged that this danger was on a whole different level, possessing heat that defied normal human limits. Any ordinary warrior would have fled immediately, but Roman pushed forward completely unfazed by the terrifying wall of flames. He approached the fire demon with a daring plan. The only way to survive was to absorb the flame directly. His eyes burned with resolve as he activated the blazing flame divine art, unleashing an immense wave of internal energy. Reaching his hand directly toward the fire demon core, he commanded it to submit, ignoring the painful wounds tearing his arm apart. He refused to yield. He believed that even if his path aligned with destiny, it was still his choice alone. His conviction grew even stronger as the raging core slowly drifted closer, beginning to submit to his sheer willpower. Roman stared directly into the blinding light with unblinking eyes, which were quickly filled with a surge of deep excitement. The fire demon began to accept him, calling him the one blessed by the flames and urging him to embrace it. Its ancient voice declared their fates were now bound together. Inside his own consciousness, Roman stood absolutely tall. He coldly told the entity that he did not care who it was, extending his hands to take full control. He demanded that if it wished to follow him, it must obey his every command. The core flared up in response. Seeming satisfied with his response, it agreed. Having tamed the beast, Roman quickly made his way back to the cliff. He emerged majestically from the molten depths, holding the contained fire demon right in front of the stunned dwarf leader. The dwarves watched in utter disbelief at his triumphant return, amazed that he had actually pulled off the impossible. Without any hesitation, Roman handed the blazing core over to the chief. The dwarf leader was completely stunned inside. For generations, his ancestors had always warned their kind about the disgusting and bottomless depths of human greed. But staring at Roman, he realized this human was entirely different and reached out to accept the core. The moment the transaction was completed, every single dwarf present bowed down deeply to show their absolute respect. They swore eternal loyalty to Roman. With the alliance now successfully sealed, he offered them a reassuring smile. He promised them that Dmitry would never be their enemy, securing a powerful partnership for the battles ahead. He wins this deal. There is no doubt about it. The fire demon's flame has settled in his dantian. His mind races. He maps out his next moves. He must decide how to harness this fire in the future. On the table sits a letter. A bright red wax seal stands out clearly. The administrator steps forward, trembling. The Continental Bank has sent their final ultimatum. Fear is written all over the minister's face as he speaks. His eyes wander restlessly. He cannot hide his panic. He quickly explains the critical situation they are facing. In just 2 weeks, they must pay 100,000 gold coins. Otherwise, they will be completely ruined. The kingdom will collapse. Hearing this, Count London knits his brows, his eyes filled with overwhelming restless dread. He clenches his fists tightly. He desperately tries to stay calm. Is there really no room left to negotiate? The minister shakes his head. The bank was absolutely clear. There will be no deals for them now. Count London rubs his temples. Every breath feels incredibly heavy as he thinks back to all his efforts. For years, he worked tirelessly to save this kingdom. Yet the mountain of problems only seems to grow. He sighs heavily. What did the king say? The minister can only lower his head in silent shame. The king is lost. He spends every single day drowning in strong wine and chasing cheap, fleeting pleasures. Whenever His Majesty has a spare moment, he immediately throws himself right back into reckless gambling. The king parties. But behind the curtains, a sinister shadow watches and pulls all the strings of ruin. An outside force is manipulating the king. Until they are gone, this nightmare will never truly end. Count London's face hardens. The fire in his eyes is gone, replaced by a profound, crushing exhaustion. What can they even do now? His gaze slowly wanders down to a framed photo on his desk. It shows him with his beloved son. A brief, unusually gentle smile touches his weary lips for once. He finds a sliver of peace. But the cold, harsh reality quickly drags him back into deep despair. Out there, the public is spitting venom at Count London, dragging his family name through the dirt. They call him greedy trash. It completely ruins his father's proud legacy. The heavy burden is simply crushing. He slams his hand down. Prepare a list of any external forces who might lend them some help. He stands tall. A spark of determination returns to his eyes. They must survive this, whatever the cost. They must clear the bank debt first. With that goal, he set out to meet with potential allies. 10 meetings, 10 crushing rejections. It seems the entire world has turned its cold back on his plight. Old friends treat him like a plague. His heavy footsteps slowly grind to a painful, exhausted halt. He stops before the gates of his small, fledgling territory. Must he really beg them for help too? He swallows his pride. At this point, even a fragile straw is worth grasping to keep them afloat. Meanwhile, Hans walks briskly down the hallway. He is racing against the clock. He stops and bows low. Exactly 1 month has passed. Now it is finally time to deliver the highly urgent news to him. Hans knocks on the door. He announces that an important guest has been waiting for several days already. Steam leaks from the room. Drenched in sweat, Roman slides the heavy wooden door open and steps out. Hans stares in awe at Roman's chiseled physique. His hard-to-find muscles glisten brightly under the light. Roman has broken through yet again. Hans respectfully asks how the intense training went for him this time. Roman shrugs. Who wants to see me? Inside, the noble visitor awaits him with a very heavy heart. Count London bows deeply. He formally introduces himself as the representative of the desperate Redford Kingdom. They sit across from each other. Hearing the name, Roman recalls a secret imperial hit list from before. This man is the top target. Yet Count London maintains a formal, highly dignified expression for now. He hesitates. It is shameful to make such a massive financial request during their very first meeting. He asks for 100,000 gold. Without it, the kingdom of Redford will collapse into ruin. His shoulders sag. Roman quietly takes a sip of his warm tea, remaining completely calm and unbothered. Clever. Count London highlighted the strategic value of his territory rather than simply begging for a handout. If Redford falls, the Kingdom Alliance will lose its most vital shield against the aggressive Kronos Empire. Count London bows his head in a desperate plea, begging Roman to save his dying kingdom from ruin. They could not survive without outside help. Steam rises gently from a freshly poured cup of hot tea, carrying a light aroma through the quiet room. Roman looks at the cowering Viscount London, mentioning the rumors he heard. Those rumors painted a very different picture of Redford's wealthiest man, a ruthless businessman who seized everyone's wealth. He built his massive empire through cutthroat tactics, earning him a reputation as a truly cold-blooded parasite. Yet Roman finds the actual Viscount London standing before him today to be completely different from those dark rumors of old. Intrigued, Roman asks why he works so hard for Redford. The Viscount hesitates, admitting he is constantly watched by the Empire. With every single move closely monitored, he could never be both a wealthy man and a patriot like his father. To survive, he had to act completely contrary to his true nature, wearing a mask of greed. A heavy sigh escapes his lips, his face full of sheer exhaustion as he frowns with deep, desperate fatigue and heavy hopelessness. It turns out every business he ruined and every person he bankrupted was actually a traitor colluding with the Empire. He could not stand by and watch his nation rot while the Kronos Empire pulled the strings from behind. Sure that Kronos is behind it all, the Viscount offers the entire territory of London as collateral for their deal. He even throws in his family heirloom, gripping the edge of the table tightly as he rises to his feet. If Redford can be saved, his family and the entire nation will forever remain in Roman's debt. He bows, his head low, unable to look Roman in the eye, staring at the floor with a mix of despair and a sliver of hope. Roman accepts the terms. Hearing this, the Viscount can barely believe his ears, his voice trembling in total disbelief. Roman just smiles, telling him to do whatever it takes to keep Redford alive, just like they did with Cairo. He offers a reassuring smile. Hearing this, the Viscount suddenly freezes, his eyes widening as a long-forgotten memory rushes back. He remembers his own father's gentle face and voice, reminding him that if he never gives up, his chance will come. He bows deeply, his shoulders trembling with overwhelming emotion as he swears to repay this massive debt of gratitude. Bending down in a profound and respectful bow, he promises that his family will forever serve the great Dmitry Duchy. Inside a bustling tavern, loud rumors are flying. The Grand Valhalla Festival is finally about to begin. Barbossa, one of the 12 legendary holy swords of the continent, has publicly challenged Roman Dmitry to a duel. People are already wondering if the continent is about to witness an independent warrior rise to the absolute top. Excited patrons whisper among themselves, occasionally glancing in the same direction as they discuss this shocking news. Some even claim that Roman already turned down the challenge out of fear, which honestly makes perfect sense. After all, previous opponents like Butler, Nicholas, and Gustavo were nothing compared to a titan like Barbossa. Those warriors stood absolutely no chance. Back in his room, Roman calmly reads the official challenge letter. He smiles deeply, amused by their arrogance. To him, these so-called legends are nothing but frogs trapped in a well. A knowing smirk crosses his face. Valhalla is making some incredibly obvious moves and Roman is ready to strike back. He calls out for Kevin. The young warrior quickly enters the room, his brow tightly furrowed with deep concern. Eyes burning with frustration, Kevin asks if this is the real reason he was excluded from the Valhalla trip. Roman gazes out at the night sky, calmly explaining that this trip is not just dangerous for him alone. His voice hardens. Dmitry will be vulnerable without him, so he needs his most reliable warrior to stay behind. He chose Kevin. Stunned, the young warrior wonders why Roman chose to trust him over someone like Chris. Any lingering hesitation quickly fades from Kevin's face, replaced by a deep, unwavering resolve and absolute loyalty to his master. He vows to protect Dmitry with his life. Afterward, Roman stands quietly on the dark balcony, lost in thought. Resting his hands on the stone railing, he stares out into the horizon, preparing for the looming storm ahead. Facing what looks like an impossible battle, he knows he must prove that the Empire's legendary swords can bleed. He is determined to show the world they are not invincible. Outside, the wind howls violently, rustling the trees. Later, walking through the quiet garden with Viscount London, Roman asks why he hid the truth from everyone. Hearing this, the Viscount remembers a corrupt noble indulging in wine and women while the country slowly decayed. Redford's ruin is not just the king's fault. Even if they dethrone him, a leaderless nation will only crumble further. He remembers the desperate rebels engulfed in flames, realizing that total chaos would only consume the innocent people. So he chose to bear the hatred alone, acting as a villain until Redford can finally stand on its own. The citizens do not need to know the truth, he says with a gentle smile, completely ignoring his own safety. Even if they curse him, it is fine. Hearing this, Roman suddenly remembers a special person, the demonic cult scholar Yu Hyan. He was a unique scholar who hid his smile behind a paper fan, wearing elegant blue and white robes and a dark hat. He believed humans were born inherently good, and despite being the heir of a prestigious family, he cared nothing for fame. An image of the scholar playing with local children appears, perhaps because he and Roman lived such vastly different lives. They stood back to back. The gentle scholar was enveloped in a bright blue light, while the other young man, a cold, white-haired swordsman with a ponytail, radiated sharp purple energy. This striking contrast only drew them closer, spending hours playing chess together on a stone platform. The white-haired youth once asked if he had helped some local villagers. "You did it out of pure kindness, but now those villagers will expect you to keep helping them forever." Speaking with a sharp warning tone, he added that if you ever stop showing up, they will surely resent you. Human nature always demands twice as much as it receives. Whether they are dirt poor or incredibly wealthy, it makes no difference. The scholar simply smiled, replying that even if the world curses him as predicted, he must follow his own heart. He spoke in a gentle voice, explaining that this is simply what he wants to do regardless of the consequences. If there are cold pragmatists in this world, there must also be warm-hearted people to balance things out. The white-haired youth pondered the word balance, then offered a rare smile, admitting he did not dislike Yu Hyun at all. Yet a year later, Yu Hyun was found dead and naked in that very village, lying face down on the freezing dirt. He was covered only by a ragged, torn blanket. Seeing his friend like this, the youth simply called him foolish. Roman claimed his heart did not break, yet he acted the very day Yu Hyun died, burning the entire village to ash. He unleashed a sea of flames to avenge his friend, executing countless people just to hunt down the actual killer. The murderer begged, stammering that he only wanted the scholar's beautiful robes. Furious, Roman grabbed the man by the hair. He slammed the killer's head into the stone. Whether rich or poor, people do not change. Constant sacrifice only breeds entitlement. If someone keeps sacrificing themselves, society will eventually demand it as an obligation. Looking at him, Roman remembers Yu Hyun. The next morning, carriages are ready at the gate. Roman bids farewell to Viscount London, who warmly thanks him for his help. With a gentle smile, the Viscount promises to pay off Redford's debt. They shake hands and wish each other well. The carriage sets off. By the time they reach central Redford, darkness has fallen, and the Viscount reflects on Roman's warning. "Be extremely careful, Viscount London." The moment the commoners realize that the London family and Redford itself are vulnerable, chaos is bound to erupt. Roman had delivered this stark warning with a dead serious expression to make him understand that sacrifice is not the only way to protect his subjects. The Viscount smiles deeply, wishing Roman belonged to Redford. Paying off the Golden Bank debt is only the beginning. With this opportunity, he vows to change Redford's future forever. Suddenly, violent shouts echo as bandits swarm the carriages, screaming that the chests are filled with pure gold. An escort soldier screams to protect the cargo, frantically wondering where this massive mob could have possibly come from. He unleashes a brilliant blue aura from his sword, slicing through the attackers in a desperate attempt to defend. But he freezes when a small child points a blade at him, catching him off guard before he is shoved down. The savage villager sees the opening, stabbing a blade deep into his stomach. Another soldier watches in absolute horror. Realizing these are no ordinary peasants, he is suddenly struck in the neck by a poisoned dart from a cloaked figure. The hidden assassin melts back into the rioting crowd as the numbing poison rapidly drains the soldier's remaining strength. He collapses, and just as a thug prepares to strike his neck, a desperate shout commands them to stop immediately. The Viscount screams that this gold is meant to save their nation, begging his own people not to attack them. Without this money, Redford has no future. But his pleas are cut short by a man raising a heavy wooden club. The thug yells at him to shut up, calling him a cowardly traitor before brutally cracking his skull open. They celebrate the massive hoard of gold. Bleeding on the dirt, the Viscount desperately whispers his final plea as darkness takes him. The greedy smiles of his own citizens are the last thing he sees. Meanwhile, Roman is already saddled up and riding out. The people cheer passionately, urging Roman to teach those arrogant Valhalla bastards a lesson they will never forget. For the eternal glory of Dmitry, he and his elite troops ride out of the gates, carrying everyone's high hopes. Standing alongside Kevin, Hans watches the departure silently, vowing that they will protect their young master at all costs, wishing his master's safety. Meanwhile, Lucas rides his horse at top speed. He must deliver the warning now. A local tavern. Two men sit talking in hushed tones. Jack has just caught wind of an absolutely shocking rumor. The London clan is plotting active treason. They will steal the entire national treasury and flee tomorrow morning. They are escaping to the neighboring kingdom of Demi. Furious, the other man slams his glass down. Traitors. He leaps up. Planted boot on the table, he yells that he will never stand by and watch traitors rule. We must stop, Viscount London. Hearing his loud scream, everyone in the tavern rises up, raising their fists in anger. Meanwhile, Jack is in another room completely stunned. Just how much gold is this? It is a massive fortune. At least several 100,000 gold. The two men can only stare blankly at the glittering wealth. Jack realizes this money could feed all of Redford for a year. London is definitely a traitor. He glares in anger. Assemble, people of Redford, he yells out to the crowd, commanding everyone to gather around him immediately. He promises to divide the stolen gold of London. Everyone rushes in, believing Jack is a true hero. He smiles proudly. A classic hero of the poor. Meanwhile, the local administrator meets with the bank representative. The administrator begs the Golden Bank, hoping they will show some sympathy for their current situation. But they have not paid a single coin of the principal. Even the interest remains unpaid. The official stammers, apologizing profusely. He insists Viscount London is not a man who breaks promises. Something must have happened on the road. His face is pale with worry, but the banker ignores him completely. No more excuses, the banker shouts. You represent Redford, yet you constantly delay your payments. Today was the final deadline and you did not even show up. He stands up with a mocking sneer. It seems Viscount London has abandoned Redford to save himself. The local official looks incredibly worried. But look who just arrived. The successor of Dmitry, Lord Roman, enters the room. The official gasps in surprise. Roman smiles casually. He politely apologizes for being late and asks if they can start their main business right now. The banker demands to know his purpose. Roman ignores the question, casually pouring himself a warm cup of tea. Viscount London ran into some issues on the road. I am representing him, so discuss everything with me. The banker asks if Roman truly understands that Redford has officially been blacklisted as a bad debtor. Crossing his arms, the banker states with absolute seriousness that they will use any means to collect the debt. Time is money. Roman tells him to stop the dramatic performance and get straight to the point. The banker pulls out a gold pocket watch. He announces a heavy penalty fee for wasting their time. A 5-minute delay adds 10% interest. Pay 110,000 gold right now to settle it. He holds up the watch. The local official turns pale, completely terrified by the absurd amount demanded. 110,000 gold is an impossible sum. The Viscount must have met with trouble. The banker scoffs, stating they are under no obligation to sympathize with the financial troubles of a debtor. You promised to pay today. Therefore, we are forced to calculate the penalty interest for this delay. Roman asks a piercing question. Do you actually want your money, or do you want the destruction of Redford? Both officials are stunned. The banker stammers in disbelief, demanding to know what Roman is talking about. Roman's voice turns cold. No sane lender on this earth would risk a war just to collect some gold. Furious, the banker stands up. He loudly screams that the Golden Bank operates entirely on absolute trust. People always pay them back on time because they have proven the terrifying consequences of trying to default. Roman laughs it off. Why lend money to Redford when they were clearly bankrupt from the start? With a corrupt king, they still gave a massive loan. Was that really based on trust? He sits back calmly, calling their claim completely ridiculous. The banker turns red with absolute blinding rage. He screams in anger, asking if Roman is accusing them of intentionally driving the kingdom to its ruin. He slams his hand hard on the table, declaring the negotiations over. Roman calmly tells him to sit back down. He offers to pay off the entire debt himself, smiling casually as if nothing happened. They sit back down. They sign the paperwork resolving the debt. But the banker warns Roman that this is a grave mistake. He warns they will meet again in the future, and walks out, leaving two men in the room. They express their deep gratitude, thanking Roman because Redford survived this massive crisis. But he quickly interrupts, stating he has no use for empty thanks. He only helped them for a specific reason. Demanding a meeting with Viscount London, Roman takes a slow sip of tea before heading out. Are you finally awake? Viscount London lies on a bed, his head heavily bandaged. He slowly opens his eyes and suddenly sits straight up. He asks Roman about the gold on the carriage. This triggers Roman's memory of meeting Lucas just outside the city walls. When Lucas and the guards arrived, London was collapsed on the ground while the attackers distributed all that gold to the public. The devastated Viscount panics. Impossible. He thinks Redford is truly ruined. Suddenly, Roman's cold voice interrupts his spiral. He reveals that the Golden Bank matter has been completely settled. Roman lays out the entire story, leaving the Viscount stunned. London breaks down in tears, whispering that Redford owes the Dmitry family a massive debt. But Roman cuts his gratitude short. Roman reminds London that he is completely misunderstanding the situation. This is absolutely not the time for thank yous. Redford's own sheer incompetence caused this disaster. This harsh truth hits London hard, shattering his naive worldview. London realizes his own soft-heartedness brought ruin. Roman turns on his heel to leave, declaring things will now change. He will no longer follow London's methods. Reaching the door, Roman reminds him that he had already warned him before. Fake mercy only erases the necessary fear in the hearts of the commoners. He keeps his back, turns his voice cold. Without fear, chaos becomes entirely unpredictable. Choosing to blindly trust the common people was a foolish mistake. The Viscount sits frozen. London broke his promise, and even 100,000 gold cannot solve this massive crisis. Without Roman, Redford would have already been dragged into a bloody war. Visions of death and destruction flash before them. Overwhelmed by guilt, the Viscount hangs his head. He admits that any excuse at this point is completely meaningless. He knows Roman's decision to save Redford and pay off their debt must come with a hidden motive. Looking up, London directly asks what Roman wants from him now. The atmosphere grows heavy with anticipation. Roman chuckles and turns back. The agreement between Dmitry and Redford remains active, and there is no deadline for repayment. However, they must eventually pay back double. Furthermore, Roman intends to reveal the absolute truth about London's noble sacrifices. An image of a scholar and a white-haired boy flashes, mirroring their bond. Roman contemplates his true objective. This is his tribute to Yoo-hyun. He will prove that the man was a true patriot, not a traitor. Brimming with raw determination, Roman commands Viscount London to start a massive rebellion and seize the Redford throne. London gasps in sheer shock. Meanwhile, inside a local Redford tavern, rowdy citizens raise their glasses to toast. They cheer loudly for Redford. Their loud ringleader Jackin looks around and asks where the tavern owner went. Another drunkard laughs, saying nobody knows, but the owner left them free beer, so they should just enjoy it. He chuckles and asks Jackin if he saw those defeated soldiers. Turns out Aura's swordsmen are not that tough. Combined, the mob believes they can beat anyone, even if the Redford royal family deploys their main military force. The crowd roars in agreement. Just then, the heavy front door swings open, revealing a blonde knight standing tall. It is Chris. He coldly demands they bring Jackin forward. Jackin panics, wondering if they are here to arrest him. Seeing armored knights, the tavern patrons brandish their blades. One foolish drunkard leaps toward Chris with a kitchen knife. He screams at them to stay away from Redford's hero. In a flash, Chris draws his blade and strikes him down. The man dies instantly. Screams of absolute terror echo through the tavern as patrons scramble back in sheer panic. A young man notices the strange crest. These knights are not from Redford. The mob realizes they are outsiders. Shouts erupt as the knights drag Jackin away. Angry citizens grab makeshift weapons, refusing to let their hero go. They swear to rescue the man who fed them when the crown abandoned them. Now it is their turn. Rallying the mob, they march toward the central square. The furious crowd floods the streets, screaming Jackin's name. The stage is set. Roman quietly awaits their arrival in the plaza. He declares his identity as Roman of Dmitry. Standing over a bound, kneeling Jackin, Roman announces the sinner's crimes to the gathering hostile crowd. He reveals that Jackin instigated the mob to steal Viscount London's gold. The crowd instantly erupts in furious protest. They scream that Viscount London is the real traitor who looted the kingdom, accusing Roman of being in on it. The mob believes London was smuggling Redford's gold to the Dmitry family. They demand the immediate release of Jackin. They yell that outsiders have no right to interfere in Redford's affairs. Hearing this, Roman's cold expression darkens. He demands proof for these baseless accusations. From his knees, Jackin desperately screams that there was 10,000 gold. 100,000 gold. Why carry that much cash unless they were escaping? Hearing this, Roman asked if he was implying that it was all just a wild guess. Jacqueline snapped back, telling Roman not to dodge the subjects since Viscount London was known trash. That was when Roman tossed a rolled-up contract onto the floor for the man to read for himself. The Golden Bank certified that Roman of the Dmitry family had settled Redford's debt of 110,000 gold. Roman explained the 100,000 gold was meant to repay that debt. After getting an ultimatum from the bank, Viscount London came begging for a loan. Still, Jacqueline refused to believe it. He desperately defended his actions, claiming that the whole thing was nothing but a complete fabrication. He insisted the contract was forged, arguing that Viscount London was a coward who abandoned the country while the people starved. The nobleman allegedly hoarded wealth through unfair business competition, living a life of luxury that regular citizens could only dream of. Hearing this, Roman simply repeated that he needed real proof, as mere words alone could never serve as evidence. Jacqueline's face went completely blank at the demand. Seizing the moment, Roman immediately pushed back against the accusations. He pointed out that they had blindly believed malicious rumors spread by Baron DZ. who was Viscount London's sworn enemy. Then Roman revealed the shocking truth: Baron DZ was the real traitor who had been trafficking citizens to the Kronos Empire. Viscount London had actually risked his life to stop him. As the crowd stood frozen in shock, Roman asked what they had actually witnessed. Or did they simply attack others out of spite, angry that someone else wasn't starving or sacrificing themselves like they were? After laying out their foolishness, Roman threw down a heavy challenge. If anyone could prove the Viscount was a traitor, he would release Jacqueline. But Roman demanded to know if the man they were so eagerly condemning was actually the traitor they claimed him to be. A tense murmur rippled through the gathered crowd. Whispers broke out as people began wondering if Roman was actually telling the truth. Another man realized that his own friend had vanished without a trace after going to apply for a job at Baron R's mansion. The crowd continued to whisper, with one noting that they had previously assumed their friend had just traveled to the capital for merchant work. Up on the platform, Roman solemnly spoke up, recalling how he had asked Viscount London why he bore all that hatred in silence. The Viscount had explained that in an age of endless hatred, if the ruler of Redford became the sole target of public rage, then the fires of rebellion would completely consume the nation. Roman added that it would lead to a catastrophic collapse, not just a riot. A full-blown civil war would tear the kingdom apart. With that, Roman turned his piercing gaze back to the kneeling prisoner. He asked Jacqueline directly if he was truly the sole mastermind behind this entire riot. The sudden question caught him off guard. He flinched visibly, his voice instantly turning into an anxious stammer as he tried to ask what Roman was talking about. But Roman cut him off. Transporting that gold carriage to settle the debt was a highly classified secret known only to key insiders. Roman asked who had leaked that crucial information to him, emphasizing every single word as he stared down the trembling prisoner. He demanded to know if that traitor was standing among them right now. Sweating, Jacqueline stammered out that it was the tavern owner. That revelation sent another shockwave of confusion through the crowd. Meanwhile, a sudden realization hit Jacqueline like a physical blow. He realized he had not seen the tavern owner since yesterday. Roman pressed on, asking if they truly found nothing strange about their victory. How could a mob easily defeat the Aura swordsmen escorting that carriage? They had plenty of chances to see the obvious truth. Instead, they chose to turn a blind eye. Roman's gaze softened slightly as he looked down at the blue-haired man on his knees. Thinking of the traitors actively working to destroy this kingdom, Roman spoke with deep bitterness, noting they had been manipulated all along. They allowed themselves to be used by Imperial spies, crossing a line they could never return from. Because of their foolish rebellion, the loyal Viscount London bled and countless innocent soldiers lost their lives. Grim memories of fallen soldiers flashed before Roman's eyes. Staring down at the prisoner with an icy, silent glare, Roman asked a final and devastating question. Did Jacqueline truly believe he was some kind of heroic savior who had rescued Redford? The words struck the rebel leader like lightning. Pure terror flooded Jacqueline's eyes as he stared up at Roman, the heavy weight of his mistakes finally crashing down on him. His grip loosened, and his weapon clattered to the stone floor. One by one, the other rebels followed suit, dropping their arms. Jacqueline hung his head in absolute shame, his mind in complete chaos as he realized everything he believed was a lie. He remembered a time at the tavern when he had confidently told a local worker that serving a traitor like London must be miserable. He assumed the man was being severely underpaid and exploited. At first, the worker had hesitated before answering. But then the man insisted that Viscount London was actually not the monster everyone claimed he was. Confused, Jacqueline had scoffed, prompting the worker to offer a strange smile and plead with him not to hate the Viscount. Jacqueline had only sighed back then, questioning if Viscount London could truly be an innocent man after all. He was completely brainwashed. Snapping back to reality, Jacqueline lets out a heavy breath, his mind swirling in utter chaos. Regret eats him alive from the inside. He realizes he has made an absolutely unforgivable mistake, yet he desperately hopes to be saved. Suddenly, a weak whisper breaks the silence. Those quiet words of apology catch Roman's attention, forcing him to look toward the sound. With his head hung low in deep shame, Jacqueline desperately begs for forgiveness, his voice trembling with absolute panic. He mutters in despair, asking what he should do now as the crowd closes in. Suddenly, he lunges forward to grab Roman's robe. He desperately begs Roman to show him a way to survive, his voice cracking under the sheer weight of his own confusion. His hands shake violently, mirroring the storm in his chest. Even knowing the truth now, he simply cannot accept it. Jacqueline falls to his knees, screaming out in utter panic, but Roman only stares down at him with cold, unwavering gravity. Roman stands tall, looking down at the broken man and calling his name, reminding him that he chose not to pocket the stolen gold. Instead, he gave it to the people, proving his noble ideals. But what is done, and no amount of begging can change that. Begging will never bring back the soldiers who died because of his reckless misunderstanding. Hearing those harsh words, Jacqueline freezes up completely. Pure horror washes over Jacqueline's face. Slowly drawing his sword, Roman declares that to make sure this never happens again, he must deliver swift judgment. With those final words, his blade rests right against Jacqueline's neck as Roman stands firm. Keeping his sword in place, he addresses the crowd, commanding the people of Redford to listen and remember this day forever. Jaqen is no hero, but he will be remembered as a scapegoat who carried the weight of their sins. The crowd stands in stunned silence. They cannot believe what they are witnessing. Raising his sword high once more, Roman makes his final cold proclamation. If they ever repeat this mistake in the future, they must remember that no one else will step forward to die for them. Sunlight gleams off the cold steel, demanding justice for the fallen soldiers. Strangely, a faint, grateful smile appears on Jaqen's face. Looking straight at Roman with deep appreciation, Jaqen accepts his fate. In a flash, Roman's blade swings downward, spilling blood everywhere. Meanwhile, Viscount London and his personal entourage are riding hard along the road, trying to outrun the gathering storm. The public's rage has already reached its boiling point. If they do not strike at the root of the problem, complete chaos is inevitable. Viscount London cannot hide his growing anxiety. He knows that to save the future of Redford, someone must overthrow the king. The dangerous thought consumes him. He envisions a brutal struggle where factions tear the crown apart and his jaw tightens. He never expected that he would be the one forced to lead this rebellion. Steeling his resolve, he calls out to his knight captain. The captain immediately stands ready, waiting for orders. Turning back with a grim expression, the Viscount delivers a chilling command. If the royal knights attack, there must be no hesitation. They must decapitate their leader immediately to shatter the enemy's morale. This is a war for the fate of Redford. A bloody conflict looms as he turns his gaze forward once more. He reminds his men that if they fail to seize the throne, Redford will face total destruction. The captain nods in agreement. Shortly after, they arrive at the gates of the Redford Royal Palace. Sitting calmly on his horse, the Viscount prepares for battle. But before they can even make a move, the massive palace doors slowly begin to swing open on their own. The Viscount's eyes widen in absolute shock. From the shadows of the palace, the elite royal knights march out in perfect formation. Their expressions are grim and resolute. Frowning, the Viscount prepares himself for a bloody clash with the kingdom's finest warriors. Just thinking about fighting them sends a cold shiver down his spine. But then the commander of the knights steps forward. The shield of the royal family stares at the Viscount with a cold, unreadable expression before addressing him directly. He admits that opposing the king means certain death, but they must do it to save their failing kingdom. Closing his eyes, he tells the Viscount that they will look the other way so he can do what must be done. The knights quickly split into two neat rows, clearing a direct path into the palace for the rebel forces. Viscount London stands frozen in utter disbelief, unable to process the incredible luck unfolding right in front of him. He realizes he is not the only one praying for a change in Redford. Steeling his nerves, he marches forward. Throwing the heavy doors open, he announces his arrival, but the horrific scene waiting inside instantly turns his face pale. His eyes bulge in shock as he stammers out a call to his majesty. Right there, slumped before the throne, lies the motionless body of the king, completely devoid of life. Resting right next to the corpse is a letter. London rushes over to grab the paper. Inside are the final raw confessions of the guilt-ridden monarch. The king wrote of his fury regarding his own neglect and the attack on London, expressing deep regret for ignoring him. He acknowledged London's complete devotion to the kingdom, revealing his final decision to expose the truth and leave everything behind. This letter is for you. London cradles the lifeless body of his majesty, unable to stop his tears from flowing. But the king lies completely still now. The letter continues, detailing how the monarch suddenly received a mysterious, threatening message one day. They threatened to slaughter his children unless he lived a life of total debauchery. London reads these tragic final words. He holds the blood-stained body close. The king wrote that he initially ignored the warning, dismissed it as a cruel prank, but the threat was painfully real. Reading this, the Viscount's face turns grim. Who would dare target the royal family? Deep horror washes over him. Who are these monsters? He screams silently inside as the letter keeps going. The terrifying promises in that letter became a reality. Searing grief hits London as his grip on the paper tightens. They murdered his eldest son first, and then they mercilessly took the life of his innocent little daughter. A blood-soaked teddy bear flashes before his eyes. And now the king's second son is suffering a slow, agonizing poison. That torturous pain is visualized right in front of London, the same agony Prince Carlo is forced to endure daily. To buy a bit of borrowed time, the young prince had to secretly drink the antidote provided by those demons. Yet his ultimate death remains entirely inevitable. The confession goes on to detail the king's forced lifestyle of public shame. Beneath that shameful, forced lifestyle, the king wept bitter tears of absolute helplessness. He was just a desperate father. He knew he was a powerless ruler if he stubbornly clung to his throne. More innocent citizens of Redford would die. Reading this devastating truth, London's face falls. His brow furrows deeply under the weight of these sudden, dark revelations. The throne of Redford is now completely empty. Let that sink in. A proud kingdom brought down from the inside. Every word pierces like a blade. The king chose to abdicate and embrace death, so no more blood would spill. He formally entrusts this shattered nation to Viscount London. As London scans the final sentence, his composure shatters entirely. He breaks down sobbing, clutching the letter as a choked cry escapes his throat. Sometime later, he enters another room. He bows low and quietly announces that His Majesty has just passed away. The room is heavy with silence. The young man sitting inside looks utterly drained. He pauses for a moment, then asks with cold detachment if it is true. Meet Prince Carlo Redford, the last remaining heir to the throne. Observing his vacant expression, the Viscount is stunned. London asks if he already knew. Carlo replies that a dark conspiracy has clearly been pulling the strings all along. London snaps in sudden anger. If the prince knew the truth, why did he stay silent for so long? Carlo shrugs it off with cold indifference, asking what difference speaking out would even make. His pale face looks entirely lifeless. He lets out a self-deprecating laugh. He admits that even while slowly being poisoned, he still desperately wanted to live. Gripped by heavy hesitation, London asks if the prince truly wants him to take over the throne of Redford. Carlo bites his lip, fighting back a wave of deep bitterness. The window behind him shines the only light inside. He sits bathed in that faint glow, sharing his dark plan for Redford to actually survive this crisis. Abdicating is not enough. To truly secure the kingdom, they must eliminate all royal bloodlines to prevent future civil war. Royal blood is the ultimate seed of conflict. Carlo continues dissecting the harsh realities of their dying country. He acknowledges London's endless devotion to Redford, offering himself as the perfect tragic shield for the upcoming transition. London fully understands the sacrifice but still hesitates, pleading if there is absolutely no other path forward. Carlo explains that since his father made his peace, he can also pass away quietly without any lingering regrets. A blood-soaked crown flashes in his mind. London trembles with powerless rage, clenching his fists so hard they physically shake. If they lived in peaceful times, Carlo would have made a legendary king. Hearing this praise, the prince smiles. He offers a gentle final thank you. Suddenly, the lethal poison surges inside him, violently distorting his handsome features. Dark blackened veins spread rapidly across Carlo's face. The terrifying sight leaves London utterly paralyzed with shock. Witnessing the tragedy unfold, the Viscount gasps. Carlo struggles to whisper his absolute final request to London. He begs London to make their deaths count, to rise up and completely rebuild the broken kingdom of Redford. Blood spills from his lips as his eyes slowly flutter shut. Carlo passes away with a peaceful smile, finally free. His worries are finally put to rest. Carlo's head slumps forward, drawing his very last breath in that dark room. 10 days later, the royal cremation ceremony begins. Watching their bodies slowly dissolve into smoke, London makes a vow. He promises his fallen monarchs that the proud kingdom of Redford will never crumble into obscurity like this. Pressing a hand over his aching heart, he swears an oath of absolute vengeance and unwavering resolve to the end. He vowed to rule in place of Shallow, rebuild Redford, and exact his revenge. Looking up at the open sky, he swore to protect his homeland. He vowed to always question everything, listen to the desperate voices of his people, and build a truly powerful nation. They would never bow to the wicked schemes of the Cronus Empire, and he would absolutely avenge his fallen comrades. Tears stream down London's face, but deep in his eyes, unyielding resolve clashes with a burning absolute hatred. With that absolute hatred burning inside, he instructs his subordinates to organize the coronation ceremony within the next few days. The two soldiers behind him immediately bow, acknowledging him as their king. Days later, the grand coronation ceremony finally begins. Viscount London stands proud on the palace balcony, officially crowned as the new king, as the massive crowd below cheers his name. Redford gazing at the endless waves of cheering citizens, London realizes these are the very people he must now protect. The heavy crown now rests on his head, bringing absolute power, but with that crown comes a sudden crushing weight of responsibility. He clearly feels the immense pressure of kingship now, recalling Roman's deep words from before about the crowd cheering below. Whether they once branded him a treacherous villain or now shout his praises, they are still the ordinary citizens of Redford. Roman had extended a helping hand to the stunned noble, reminding him that their entire future now depends on his rule. Snapping back to reality, London hardens his resolve, swearing that Redford will never repeat the tragic mistakes of its past. He raises his hand high, answering the roaring crowd of people. Watching the passionate new monarch stand tall beside him, Roman realizes that a stable Redford means a powerful, trustworthy ally for Dmitry in the trials to come. Satisfied, Roman smiles and heads inside, ordering his subordinates to prepare for their next journey to the Valhalla Empire. Chris immediately agrees to the order, and before long the group successfully arrives at the sun-drenched border city of Palo. Sunlight bathes the beautiful border town, but the welcoming committee is anything but warm. A guard steps forward, spear in hand. He demands to inspect Roman, raising his spear with a cold look. Roman merely frowns at this blatant disrespect. Despite having an official invitation, they are being treated like common criminals as the guard reaches out to search Roman. Chris prepares to step in and handle it, but Roman stops him, noting that Palo clearly isn't a place that welcomes outsiders. Chris backs down from the guard and they head inside. The bustling streets of Palo are filled with lively, energetic crowds. But Valhalla is a deeply isolated empire born from the dense southern jungles and built on a culture of extreme exclusion. This isolation makes the locals hate foreigners. Looking around the hostile streets, Chris quietly observes the tense atmosphere. He mutters that the rumors are absolutely true. Roman scans the area with a sharp, serious gaze, remaining highly alert. On this continent, Valhallans are known as the fiercest, most stubborn opponents, carrying an intense hatred for any foreign outsider. They never welcome foreigners, and a single glance at these locals reveals their exceptionally massive, robust, and imposing builds. Chris is still fuming in the back, complaining that they should have at least sent someone to greet their guests. This treatment is beyond insulting, but Roman merely smiles back, finding their petty little power play to be rather amusing. It seems Valhalla wants to make it absolutely clear they don't respect him, even though they sent the invitation themselves. Soon, they arrive at a local tavern in the heart of Paulo. The place is packed with loud, rowdy patrons drinking and shouting. As Roman and Chris take their seats amidst the deafening noise, a sudden loud slam cuts straight through the hearty laughter. A massive local thug slams his tankard down, violently roaring that his appetite is now completely ruined. He stomps over to Roman's table, snarling that if outsiders want to survive here, they should crawl upstairs quietly. Leaning close to his face, he inspects Roman with deep disgust, mocking his pale, smooth skin. He sneers that Roman has probably never done a single day of hard, honest labor in his entire life. He whispers right into Roman's ear, insulting him as nothing more than a delicate, weak girl before standing back up. Roman remains completely unfazed, a faint smirk playing on his lips. This silent mockery drives the thug absolutely insane. He slams the wooden table, screaming at Roman to get lost while the rest of the tavern joins in. They mockingly warn the brute to go easy before the pretty boy ends up pissing his pants in fear. Fueled by the crowd's laughter, the thug threatens to grab Roman by the hair and drag him right out. But Roman does not even flinch. He calmly sets his cup down, smiles, and calls out to Chris. He tells his loyal knight that it is time to let these arrogant Valhallans know they have officially arrived. The loud thug barely starts to bark another arrogant word before a heavy, lightning-fast hand suddenly slams directly into his face. Chris pins the man's head flat against the table, coldly answering that the deed has been done as requested. Wow. Chris unleashes his deep internal aura, landing a critical blow that slams Lucan's face flat onto the table. The heavy impact is so massive that the large wooden table splits completely in half. Furious, Lucan slowly stands back up and roars, "How dare this bastard strike first!" He steps right in front of Chris, glaring fiercely as he declares that he will teach him what Valhalla is truly about. Chris remains completely silent, only narrowing his eyes in a cold glare. He charges forward and delivers a brutal punch straight into Lucan's stomach. Chris strikes with such incredible speed that the warrior cannot react, coughing up blood in pure shock. Watching from the sidelines, Roman casually tosses a heavy bag of gold coins to the innkeeper, telling him that this gold will fully cover all the damages. The innkeeper's eyes immediately light up with absolute greed the moment he sees the massive payment. Roman turns to the innkeeper with a calm smile, requesting to be taken directly to the busiest district in all of Paulo. The man submissively bows, thanking him profusely and promising to guide them to the commercial district. In the blink of an eye, the glamorous view of Paulo Square appears right before them. The innkeeper slowly begins to introduce the bustling area to Roman, explaining that this is the absolute heart of the city, connecting to every major route and always packed with a massive crowd of people. Watching the dense flow of citizens, the innkeeper gives Roman a quiet, cautious warning not to cause any trouble here like before. But Roman only sneers silently to himself. He quietly evaluates his busy surroundings, thinking that for a supposed empire they have absolutely no true dignity. It is quite amusing. His sharp gaze sweeps over the heavily built men of the Valhalla region. If the Kronos Empire cannot restrain its relentless greed, then Valhalla is still nothing more than a land of barbarians. A bold and dangerous idea suddenly crosses Roman's mind, bringing a dark smirk to his face. He decides to give them exactly what they want. Then, without warning, Roman roars at the top of his lungs right in the middle of the crowded square. "I am Roman Dmitry, heir of the Dmitry family." His booming voice startles the innkeeper, standing right beside him, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the entire area. Roman confidently issues a loud challenge to the crowd: "If anyone wants to fight me, step forward right now." Everyone is left utterly stunned by his words. Terrified for his own life, the innkeeper quickly slips away from the scene to save his own skin. That bold provocation immediately angers the citizens of Valhalla, and hushed whispers quickly break out all around. "Who on earth is that guy? Is he completely insane?" Suddenly, a towering Valhalla warrior steps out of the crowd, roaring at him for daring to cause trouble in their land. He confronts Roman face to face furiously, drawing a massive weapon from his back and shouting that he will deal with him. The warrior swings his heavy battle axe with full force, aiming a deadly strike directly at Roman's chest. But Roman remains completely silent, his body shifting back with absolute grace to easily dodge the swing. Even after slipping past the sharp blade, Roman's body remains perfectly still, holding his original calm posture. Looking closely, one can see his incredibly sharp eyes locked entirely onto the outraged Valhalla warrior. Roman suddenly closes the distance, putting his face right up to the opponent before raising his hand to deliver a brutal slap right across the warrior's left cheek. Everyone watching in the crowd witnesses this incredibly shocking display of disrespect with their own eyes. Slapping a proud Valhalla fighter like this is the ultimate unforgivable insult. Pushed over the edge, the warrior completely loses his mind. He spins back around and screams directly in Roman's face, "You complete bastard." But before he can finish, Roman slaps him hard on the other cheek. The dazed warrior tries to stammer out another word, but Roman simply unleashes a rapid, non-stop barrage of slaps. His hands move like a blur, striking the man's face from every angle without giving him a single second to speak or defend himself. This relentless, humiliating beating goes on and on. It only stops when the warrior's face is completely deformed and swollen with blood. The warrior finally begs for mercy, crying out that he surrenders. He looks incredibly pathetic, kneeling like a beggar in front of Roman while clutching tightly to his cloak, begging him to stop. The surrounding crowd immediately erupts into absolute chaos. They yell at him not to disgrace Valhalla, demanding Roman leave before another angry warrior rushes forward to show him their true strength. This new challenger attacks Roman with full force, but his fate is exactly the same, receiving a savage slap right across the face. Under the immense force, the second warrior suddenly realizes something terrifying. What on earth is this? This strength is not even human. He glances up at Roman's terrifyingly cold, emotionless face, realizing that standing back up will only lead to more public humiliation. Desperate to save whatever dignity he has left, he quickly cooks up a cowardly plan. There is no other choice, just play dead. The warrior then pretends to pass out, falling to the ground. Roman stands completely still, silently glaring down at the fake. Suddenly, Roman brings his boot down with crushing force, stomping directly on the man's stomach. A devious smirk plays on his lips as excitement surges within him. Roman's low, dominant voice commands him to get up, telling him that he knows he is still wide awake. The scene shifts to the private chamber of Baron Paulo, where a panicked soldier rushes inside to deliver some highly urgent news. "My lord, we have a major situation." Roman Dmitry is openly challenging everyone right in the middle of Paulo Square. Baron Paulo only. They actually predicted this beforehand, which is why they did not send anyone to welcome them. He hesitantly stammers, but every single warrior was completely overwhelmed and surrendered. Meanwhile, the Baron casually continues to scribble something down with his pen. Hearing this, Baron Paulo's voice drops. The proud legendary warriors of Valhalla actually suffered such a humiliating defeat. As his face darkens, he angrily declares he will personally show Roman Dmitry what Valhalla is truly made of. Back at Roman's location, the public square is in absolute chaos. Valhalla's fighters are collapsing one by one. They slam into the dirt covered in blood. Baron Paulo finally arrives on the scene, suddenly catching Roman from behind. He screams out, "What on earth is happening here?" Roman Dmitry Paulo arrives with a full squad of elite cavalry. Glaring down at Roman, he arrogantly asks why a guest would dare commit such an outrage. Paulo demands a valid explanation, threatening severe punishment. Roman simply turns around. Shrugging his shoulders with total and absolute indifference, Roman calmly tells the fuming Baron that he has absolutely no idea what he means. He reminds them that in Valhalla, strength is absolute law. Is this not exactly what they wanted him to prove? Paulo grits his teeth, realizing this guy is far more bloodthirsty than any native warrior, but he stands his ground. He declares this cannot be overlooked. Combat here is sacred. It is a noble act, and trampling on the defeated is forbidden. He demands they follow proper procedure first. Standing tall in front of his cavalry, Paulo orders an investigation and promises to personally escort Roman to the capital. But Roman cuts him off. "I refuse." Paulo absolutely loses it. He screams that Roman has no rights here. Roman smirked, "Valhalla soil, is it? Then let us settle this by your own rules." Roman raises his hand, demanding a trial by combat. He mockingly challenges Paulo. If they really want an investigation, they will have to come and take him by force. Paulo is driven completely mad. How dare this outsider mock him? He furiously orders his cavalry to charge and seize Roman Dmitry at once. Instantly, the soldiers begin to transform. Human boots tear apart as savage clawed beast feet burst out. Their helmets clatter to the ground, rolling away as the elite riders shed their human skins, completing a horrifying transformation into cold-blooded monsters. Snarls echo through the square as they revert to savage beasts. Roman observes them with narrow, calculating eyes. He recognizes them, beastmen. Memories of this dangerous tribe flash through his mind. Hailing from the deep jungles, they possess unmatched combat abilities and are raised on a strict diet of violence. Fed animal milk since infancy, they endure excruciating, brutal trials to fully merge with their inner beast. This brutal upbringing shapes them into Valhalla's ultimate elite force. Suddenly, they swarm Roman from all sides. Watching closely, Paulo warns him never to underestimate the power of Valhalla before shouting his attack order. He screams at the beasts to rip Roman apart. Immediately, a ferocious monster lunges forward with razor-sharp claws, but Roman barely flinches, throwing a relaxed punch that completely shatters the creature's jaw. Absolutely wild. Smirking, Roman dismisses them as mere mindless beasts. The creature collapses, screaming in agony as blood flows. Within mere moments, Roman single-handedly wipes out the entire elite squad of Paulo's prized savage warriors. He casually rests his foot on a pile of bloody corpses, looking completely bored by the whole encounter. Gripping another terrified beastman by the skull, Roman cold-bloodedly demands their surrender if they wish to keep their pathetic lives. Chuckling, he mocks the creature's silence, asking if they even know how to speak. But then the lips tremble. Terrified, the beastman actually begins to stutter out a soft plea for mercy, apologizing for his mistake. Hearing the beast beg, Roman's face lights up with sheer amusement. He gasps, "So you actually can speak." Paulo watches this play out in absolute horror. He cannot believe how easily Roman handled these deadly killers. Even elite Aura swordsmen struggle against these beasts, yet Roman defeated them effortlessly. Talk about next-level strength. Realizing Roman Dmitry is far more dangerous than anticipated, Paulo swallows his pride and officially accepts defeat. He promises to honor their agreement and guide him to the capital, prompting a sharp smirk from Roman. As the scene shifts, Roman begins analyzing the bigger picture, piecing together information about this strange nation. Lucas's reports describe Valhalla as a deeply conflicted land full of massive contradictions and hidden secrets. He slowly slides a chess piece across the board. They claim to love peace, yet secretly harbor dark ambitions, deeply desiring to unify the empire just like Kronos. Roman sat with closed eyes, reflecting on how Valhalla had chosen to provoke him before even stepping onto the grand stage. This clearly proved they were different now, no longer the same southern barbarians. He considered a specific scenario if he were to defeat Bossa. Roman carefully calculated how the possible situations might play out. The traditionalists would surely accept the result, but those currently holding power in Valhalla were cunning progressives. After analyzing this for a while, he decided to push the report on his desk aside. Roman let out a confident laugh. No matter the final outcome, danger was completely unavoidable. Soon, the next day arrived. Sanchez lied without even blinking. He was bold enough to stand right before Roman and Chris, pretending to be Viscount Jonathan. The guide calmly introduced himself, claiming to be Viscount Jonathan, sent by Baron Paulo to guide Roman to the capital. On their way, as he guided them through a dense forest, Sanchez simply would not shut his mouth. He kept rambling on and on, which deeply annoyed Roman. They continued walking late into the night until they finally decided to build a small campfire to rest. Sitting directly across from Roman, the guide immediately started trying to flatter him. Sanchez kept praising Roman with endless compliments, saying he had heard so many incredible things about him. Even though Roman was not born in Valhalla, he still felt like a legendary warrior stepping straight out of Valhalla history. Then, he began sharing Valhalla legends, claiming those ancient warriors could slice through both heaven and earth with only a single strike. Sanchez kept babbling endlessly while Roman and Chris remained completely silent. Suddenly, the guide chuckled. The guide wondered if Roman was truly the real deal, openly doubting his strength and questioning his actual achievements. Sanchez asked if Roman really defeated Knight Commander Gustavo, muttering that rumors are always exaggerated. Hearing this, Chris frowned deeply and sternly warned him to watch his mouth. However, Roman immediately spoke up to defuse the situation. Roman told Chris it was fine and addressed the guide by his real name, Sanchez. Roman saw right through him. The master told the guide to get straight to the point. With his cover blown, Sanchez dropped the act completely. Since Roman asked, Sanchez decided to be blunt, demanding to know what right Roman had to face Bossa. To understand this better, Bossa was Valhalla's rank 6, while Morales was rank 12. The feud between these two was legendary across Valhalla. Growing up in the same region, they had been bitter rivals since they were children. Constant comparisons followed them. Unfortunately, although Morales was an outstanding genius, he still could not compare to Bossa, who was born into nobility. Half a year ago, Morales was finally chosen as a representative warrior. This was the grand festival he had always dreamed of. According to local rumors, those warriors who sacrificed themselves sacrificed warriors in the festival would ascend to Valhalla, win or lose. Morales had put all his faith into this belief. Morales was absolutely thrilled by this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Since his opponent was to be none other than Bossa, he genuinely believed that. He believed the war god had personally arranged this fight. But as it turned out, Sanchez was actually Morales's devoted disciple. Sanchez angrily claimed that the opportunity Roman stole was the ultimate dream for every warrior in Valhalla. He stubbornly refused to accept the truth, muttering that he did not believe the absurd rumors. He argued that even the strongest swordsmen on the continent could not reach such heights in their 20s before looking pointedly at Roman. Sanchez asked if Roman honestly believed he deserved to replace Morales. Remaining calm, Roman smiled and asked Sanchez a. Roman's simple question was about what his proof was. Speechless for a moment, Sanchez replied that Roman's reputation was simply, his reputation was unproven. At that, Roman's eyes narrowed with a subtle hint of cold killing intent as he slowly spoke. Indeed, if that was the case, he would prove it himself. Confused by his reaction, Sanchez watched Roman stand tall. Looking directly at Sanchez, Roman demanded that he tell everyone that if they came to challenge him before the festival, he would gladly give up his spot. Roman smirked mockingly, suggesting that Sanchez could even try challenging him himself. Outraged, Sanchez reached behind his back and drew his sword to strike, unable to control his rising anger. He angrily shouted about how dare Roman insult that sacred position. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. His outburst made Sanchez shudder. It was Chris unleashing his power with brilliant blue lightning crackling all around his entire body. Staring at Chris, Sanchez's mind raced. Within a mere few seconds, he instantly recognized the legendary warrior and his body froze. Realizing this was the flash of Cairo, Sanchez acted smart and quickly lowered his sword. If even his subordinate was this monstrously strong, the rumors about Roman could not possibly be fake. Still, Sanchez was completely unsatisfied, biting his lip almost to the point of bleeding. The Valhalla festival was only meant for Or. He accepts, stands up angrily, and turns to leave, warning him to remember those words. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Valhalla's capital, Marine, where a magnificent castle rises before them. Here Roman meets face-to-face to shake hands with the real Viscount Jonathan. The Viscount warmly welcomes him, expressing his pleasure to meet Roman and guide him personally. Jonathan seems cheerful, almost too friendly. Laughing, he mentions hearing from Sanchez that to prove he is worthy of facing the three bosses, Roman must accept Valhalla's challengers. They move to a more private room to speak more easily, where Jonathan continues to press the matter with a sharp curiosity. He asks for final confirmation, but Roman simply shrugs it off, stating it is his own business while tea is poured. Jonathan chuckles, saying he has nothing more to add if Roman is set, though his sly expression tells a completely different story. Underneath that fake warmth is a calculating mind. Jonathan carefully explains the brutal customs needed to ensure the festival's ultimate success. He states that Valhalla tradition demands blood be spilled the night before. Then he begins laying out the deadly rules of the arena. 30 warriors will fight simultaneously in a massive arena with zero chance of surrender. Only one walks out alive. The sole survivor earns the ultimate glory, a direct blessing from the Emperor himself. But then Jonathan's face grows dark. To make this bloody prelude even more entertaining, he suggests that Roman should enter one of his own swordsmen into the fray. And he does not stop there. Jonathan adds a restrictive catch, specifying the conditions for who is actually allowed to enter. None of the 30 participants can be listed on the continental rankings, directly aiming his words at Roman's companion Chris. With a cheerful smirk, he brings up Cairo's famous lightning, or rather, Dmitry's lightning now. Roman quietly sips his tea in response. I will do as you wish, Roman says coolly. Hearing this, Jonathan practically beams with delight at how easy this is. He calls it incredibly refreshing as he stands warmly, telling Roman to rest up comfortably until the grand festival begins. But then he scratches his head, mocking helplessness with what Roman said to Sanchez, peaceful rest might be impossible. He turns to leave his warm mask, instantly slipping into a cold, terrifying glare that reveals his true dark intentions. Leaving one final threat, he hopes they will meet again in 2 days with that same calm smile on Roman's face. Roman watches him go, swirling his tea as a dark, knowing smile creeps across his face. He is not worried at all. Suddenly, 89th ranked warrior Bartolo bangs furiously on the door, screaming for Roman to come out and face his challenge. He rages outside, roaring for Roman to face his blade, desperately trying to draw a crowd and make a scene. A crowd gathers instantly, whispering in disbelief. Is Roman really inside, and can 89th ranked Bartolo actually take him down? The heavy door slowly creaks open, instantly silencing the rowdy crowd. Roman steps out into the light, completely unbothered. Facing the challenger, the loudmouth warrior suddenly goes quiet. Roman walks straight past him as if he is not even there. Everyone stands frozen in shock. Then Roman turns to the crowd, his voice carrying clearly to every single person watching. From now until sunset, he announces, I will accept any challenge. He turns back to Bartolo with a cold stare. Step up, Roman challenges mockingly. Enraged, Bartolo screams a curse and lunges forward, determined to wipe that smug look off his face. He swings his weapon with lethal intent. But while one man is driven by mindless rage, the other simply stands there. Watching calmly, Roman lets his opponent make the first incredibly foolish move. A flash of light cuts through the air. When the dust settles, Roman is completely untouched, but Bartolo is broken, his body unable to withstand the counter. Roman looks down at him in disgust, muttering that he talked a big game for someone so weak. The crowd trembles. They slowly approach the cooling body, shivering in absolute terror. One bystander turns pale, realizing Bartolo fell in a single strike. Staring at the blood-stained blade, the grim truth becomes clear. Anywhere else, the challengers would have run for their lives. But this is Valhalla. Fear turns into a twisted surge of adrenaline as they realize Roman's legendary power is very real. Another challenger roars from the crowd, stepping up. It is hard to tell if he is incredibly brave or just stupid. Roman stands perfectly still, letting the foolish challenger charge directly at him, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Only when his prey is inches away does he draw his weapon. Roman's eyes flash with a brutal, calculating coldness. His movements are precise, delivering swift and fatal strikes in a single breath. He looks down, calling out for the next. Next, he commands. Another warrior lunges forward with high spirits, only to be met by a blinding flash of steel. The challenger stands paralyzed in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened before his limp body falls to the ground. Roman turns his back, uttering that single word again. Next, he says. Another reckless challenger steps up only to fall instantly. Each call for the next challenger marks another life snuffed out. Those two words have become a terrifying death sentence. Within minutes, bloody, defeated bodies litter the cold stone floor, a grim testament to his overwhelming power. Roman stands tall. Glancing at the remaining crowd, he calmly asks if there is anyone else left who wants to challenge him before the sun sets. The remaining fighters stare at him with absolute terror, trembling all over. Roman turns away, reminding them that time is still on their side. If they still wish to challenge him, his voice grows colder, they are free to step forward. Meanwhile, out on the busy streets, locals are whispering back and forth, wondering if it is already over. A massive crowd gathered since early morning, but everyone who challenged Roman Dmitry ended up losing their heads. This shocks the onlookers, who frantically ask if Roman is really that powerful. They wonder what the top Valhalla rankers are doing. But another bystander chimes in, pointing out that the very first person beheaded was Bartolo himself, an actual ranked fighter. Hearing this, a hooded figure nearby freezes in sheer terror, his eyes wide with absolute shock. A man in the crowd shouts out, wishing the high rankers would step up because they cannot let Roman dominate the festival stage. The masked traveler hunches over in growing anxiety, listening to the murmurs as people wonder if the mighty Morales will finally step up. After all, the true opponent for Barbossa was supposed to be Morales. The hooded man quickly hurries away, his straw sandals clicking rapidly. He runs as fast as he can, leaving the whispering crowd behind. They all believe that no matter how strong Roman is, he cannot defeat Morales. Elsewhere, a massive fire blazes high into the night. Morales wipes his sword, walking aggressively toward the man before him. He asks his loyal follower Sanchez, "Do you know why I am so determined to face Barbossa?" Sanchez mumbles a reply, wondering if it is because of some past grudge. Morales grunts, admitting that is only a small part of it. The main reason is far deeper. Barbossa, one of the 12 swords of the continent that Valhalla proudly boasts, is no true warrior. He recalls the brutal and tragic death of Bartolo alongside the dark secrets he had secretly witnessed back inside the imperial castle, secrets that would cost anyone their life if discovered. A hand holding a vial of poison shakes it slowly, a malicious plan unfolding. An evil plotting soul eagerly raises its blade, ready to take another life. A faint green aura wickedly snuffs out terrified bodies, turning them into tormented souls. Sanchez grinds his teeth in anger, calling Barbossa an absolute disgrace to the empire. He loathes those leaders who have absolutely no self-respect or honor. His rage boils over as his thoughts shift directly to Roman. That was why he honed his swordsmanship, solely aiming to defeat Barbossa. But now Sanchez growls in sheer frustration, pointing out that an outsider suddenly appeared and stole that chance. Morales calmly instructs him to gather everyone in Valhalla. Sanchez stammers in absolute shock, but Morales simply turns away, declaring that he will prove his rightful place on the grand stage. The 12th-ranked Mad Warrior, known widely as the Monster of Valhalla, has finally stepped out into the open. Now look at this crowd, they are practically begging Morales to defend the honor of Valhalla and crush Roman Dmitry. They shout that he is completely unworthy of taking this fight. Right then, Roman walks out majestically to face his challenger. Morales demands to know one thing: why Roman accepted the Empire's invitation when they clearly want revenge for Count Denver's death. Why walk straight into an obvious trap? Nearby, the confused spectators whisper among themselves, wondering what the two are discussing. Roman simply smiles confidently, stating that Valhalla has no power to kill him. This bold claim leaves Morales completely stunned. He demands to know if Roman genuinely believes he can defeat Barbossa. Roman nonchalantly replies that he wouldn't be here otherwise. Morales roars with fury at such sheer arrogance. He shouts that while he respects warriors with pride, this is going too far. He vows to put the arrogant outsider in his place. But Roman remains completely unfazed, responding with a quiet, mocking smirk. Roman chuckles, telling the giant that he is quite an entertaining speaker. He calmly notes that up until this very moment, no challenger has ever truly believed they could defeat him. He locks eyes with Morales, asking if he expects to be any different. Furious Morales charges up, screaming that they will see who truly deserves the stage. A raging aura violently erupts from his body. Roman calmly watches him completely unbothered. The entire ground trembles violently as Morales raises his massive blade and lunges straight ahead. But as they clash, Morales instantly realizes he is completely outmatched. Gritting his teeth, he curses under his breath in disbelief. The gap in power is far beyond anything he had ever imagined. He stares at Roman, utterly baffled by how easily his attack was blocked. Looking at the young man, Morales is forced to admit Roman's talent is terrifying. To reach this level in his 20s is simply unreal. Morales unleashes a sweeping kick, daring Roman to block it. Roman leaps effortlessly into the air, instantly reading his tactical move. Roman notes that the giant is surprisingly clever, not just brute force. Using falling debris as stepping stones, Roman surges forward. Morales curses, yelling that Roman cannot escape him, but his jaw drops when he witnesses Roman defying gravity with sublime footwork. He watches Roman literally step off flying gravel mid-air. It makes absolutely no sense, and Morales struggles to comprehend what he is seeing. Dropping from the sky like a falling star, Roman strikes. Their blades collide with a deafening screech, instantly forcing Morales onto his heels. The sheer impact hurls Morales backward across the dirt, leaving him heavily wounded. Through it all, Roman remains perfectly silent. He quietly observes the chaos, completely unfazed by everything that just happened. Without giving Morales a single second to recover, Roman charges forward like a gust of wind. He delivers a brutal kick directly to Morales' chest, sending him flying backward. The onlookers outside are left completely speechless, absolutely stunned and terrified by the raw display of Roman's overwhelming power. Roman steps onto the shattered, heavily upturned earth. Suddenly, a manic burst of laughter rings out, instantly drawing his attention. Wild, feral eyes gleam from the wreckage. Morales roars like a rabid beast, declaring how incredibly exciting this fight has become. He unleashes his sharp claws. Morales screams that he will go all out and hold nothing back just to crush Roman. This is the ultimate stage of beast transformation. Dangerous razor-sharp claws extend outward, ready to deliver a series of fatal strikes. Roman quickly analyzes the threat is the beastman coating his claws with aura. The crazed warrior immediately charges directly at him. Roman prepares himself to end this quickly. Observing Morales' beast form, he notes that his overall combat speed has increased. Not only has his physical form warped, but his reaction speed has sharpened significantly. Roman's eyes flash as he makes a decision. Morales continues his relentless beastly assault without a pause. Roman calmly steps in and delivers a cold, precise counter-slash. The beastman shrieks in agony as the devastating blow connects. Roman shifts his stance into a half-step variant of his first style. He lunges forward to deliver another brutal slash. The beastman howls in desperate pain, unable to do a single thing to salvage the fight. Roman feels the sheer thrill of battle. He quietly turns and walks away, leaving his petrifying opponent behind in the dust. In his mind, Roman acknowledges the fallen foe as a true warrior who embodied the genuine, unyielding spirit of Valhalla. He leaves a final word of respect for Morales. Morales is still barely clinging to life, remaining upright as death approaches. He stands tall to face his end with a strangely peaceful mind, content with knowing his life is over with zero regrets. With his absolute remaining strength, Morales bellows a final command to the onlookers, warning the warriors of Valhalla to remember this historic day. His booming voice resonates across the crowd. He shouts that Roman Dmitry accepted Valhalla's invitation fully, knowing it was a trap. Morales cries out, overwhelmed by raw warrior pride, his voice cracking with intense emotion as his life slowly fades away. It is both tragic and beautiful. He laments that modern Valhalla has completely lost its pride, reduced to a playground for dirty political schemes. Roman looks back in surprise at Morales, listening to the dying warrior's final declarations. Morales urges the crowd to welcome Roman Dmitry and witness the incredible spectacle he is bound to bring. He begs them to let no one interfere in the upcoming battle with Barbossa while warning them to stay alert. He warns that Barbossa, the messenger of death, will soon come. In the crowd, a hooded young man is deeply moved. Standing among the onlookers, Sanchez calls out to his master, remembering the words Morales told him before this fateful day. Morales had calmly stated that he would fight Barbossa even if it meant death, his eyes shining with hope for the future. He wanted the warriors and citizens of Valhalla to watch his battle, hoping it would reignite their long-lost national pride. Smiling warmly, he had asked Sanchez if it was a good plan. Back in the present, Sanchez watches with tearing eyes. He silently curses his master's reckless, noble sacrifice, wondering how those who looked up to him are supposed to go on. Seeing Roman approach the body of his fallen opponent, the crowd begins to hesitantly whisper his name. Soon the onlookers erupt into massive cheers for the victor, chanting Roman's name repeatedly, until even he is slightly taken aback. Back at the castle, Marquis Belfer smiles upon hearing that Morales lost, finding the sudden turn of events highly entertaining. He wonders if Roman is truly powerful enough to crush Morales. Another noble offers to eliminate Roman before the main event. However, Marquis Jonathan immediately dismisses the rash idea, explaining that Morelet had calculated everything carefully beforehand. Before his demise, Morelet successfully manipulated public sentiment to ensure absolutely no one could interfere with the upcoming fight. Any reckless move on their part would trigger massive backlash. Marcus Belfer then asks Jonathan what he knows about Barbossa. Jonathan explains that Barbossa is one of the 12 legendary swords of the continent representing the absolute peak of Valhalla. He describes Barbossa as a deeply cunning warrior who will use any underhanded method necessary to secure victory. They decide to let Barbossa handle Roman directly. Belfer smiles maliciously, confident that Roman will not survive this. Under a beautiful sky burning with a fiery crimson sunset, the path forward looks increasingly dangerous for Roman Dmitry. With his duel against Morelet officially over, Roman stands with his arms crossed, looking remarkably calm. He impatiently asks a visitor what they want. Sanchez places a respectful hand on his chest and bows deeply. He sincerely apologizes for his past insolence and explains that his visit is due to his late master's final wish. Sanch hands Roman a sealed document explaining that his master wanted to expose the hidden corruption within Valhalla. Valhalla has a dark side when it comes to the arena. While Roman is absorbed in reading the parchment, Sanchez keeps talking. He warns Roman that this is not just a simple match against Barbossa, his voice growing more serious by the second. Even if Roman defeats him, his survival is not guaranteed. Though the young master remains silent, Sanchez presses on with his warnings. The master's final letter states that several high-ranking leaders in Valhalla have secretly allied themselves with the Kronos Empire. Sanchez lays out these dark secrets. Roman is like a piece of meat on a carving board surrounded by hungry predators. The invitation to this grand festival is actually a trap orchestrated behind the scenes by the powerful Kronos Empire itself. Valhalla has absolutely no intention of letting him leave this place alive. After laying out the facts, Sanchez delivers his final warning. He urges Roman to escape Valhalla immediately and offers to help. But in contrast to his companion's frantic state, Roman remains incredibly calm. He simply mutters that he already knows. Seemingly lost in deep thought, Roman finally breaks his silence to analyze the situation. He explains that the relationship between Kronos and Valhalla is highly complex. His breakdown leaves Sanchez completely stunned and speechless. While the rest of the world believes Valhalla is merely turning a blind eye to Kronos, Roman sees the deeper truth. Their alliance is actually a highly fragile, temporary arrangement. Roman continues his calm explanation, laying out the grand strategy. By aligning before crushing the surrounding smaller factions, both massive empires can significantly minimize their overall war losses. Standing with absolute confidence, Roman concludes that the two empires are actively colluding to dominate the entire region. Yet despite Roman's incredibly relaxed demeanor, Sanchez is completely terrified. He can only stare in absolute disbelief. He asks if Roman knew all of this and still accepted the invitation. His entire body begins to tremble with fear. Shaking, he asks if Roman truly believes he can handle this level of danger, even though he admits Roman is exceptionally strong. He clenches his fists tightly to suppress the rising helplessness, pointing out that even the strongest humans have their absolute limits. Escaping Valhalla is virtually impossible now, especially since the teleportation gate leading back to Dmitry will soon be locked down tight. Yet Roman shows no hint of fear. He casually swirls his wine glass and softly calls out to his anxious companion. He raises his glass, stating that even if the hidden truth is exposed to the world, nothing will actually change. Roman explains that small nations like Dmitry must eventually face harsh reality if they ever hope to survive. His voice is completely steady and fearless. Even if Valhalla sets a trap and Kronos plots his death, he remains unfazed. If he can single-handedly defeat the 12 swords of Valhalla and return home alive, the entire global situation will shift dramatically. Crushing the wine glass in his hand, Roman declares with a sharp tone that the entire playing field is about to change. In this upcoming clash, his defiance will give them a perfect reason to fight back. Sanchez can only watch in absolute awe. He realizes how incredibly reckless Roman is, yet knows this bold spirit is his true nature. Suddenly, an old memory flashes back. His late master's voice echoes in his mind, telling him to learn everything from any true warrior he ever encounters. Even if he cannot live exactly like that warrior, he will still gain invaluable lessons for his own future. As deep silence envelops the massive palace under the cover of night, a lone figure stealthily slips away into the shadows. Noting that Sanchez has just departed, Roman steels his resolve, fully prepared for the difficult path that lies directly ahead. The scene shifts as the announcer's booming, energetic voice echoes across the massive arena on the eve of the festival. 30 elite fighters will step onto the battlefield tonight. The host proudly presents these fearsome and legendary warriors to the crowd. The host hypes up the crowd. Who will survive? Honestly, it is anyone's game at this point. Spectators in the stands are already debating the potential winner, with one asking about Dmitry's legendary lightning-fast warrior. His companion eagerly agrees, though he wonders if the young fighter can actually stand his ground against the other competitors. The chatter continues as they discuss the formidable fighters, specifically focusing on Roman's loyal and highly capable subordinate. Since Roman easily defeated Morlet, they conclude that his direct disciple Chris is bound to be a true monster. The announcer proudly introduces the first contender, Gonzalez, representing the mighty and prestigious Jonathan family. His booming introduction and the roaring crowd push the arena's electric atmosphere to an absolute fever pitch. Next up is Naraven of the ISL family, Quen of Linfo, and Galeha representing the legendary Digo clan. Finally, Chris of Dmitry is announced. His expression remains dead serious as his master's prior instructions ring in his head. Roman had warned him that this trip to Valhalla is extremely dangerous and their enemies will actively try to assassinate him. But Roman also called him his most trusted sword, declaring with absolute faith that he must prove his true worth. He must execute all 29 opponents. Kneeling respectfully before his lord, Chris vows to fulfill his mission. "I will obey and bring glory to Dmitry." As the announcer's voice echoes, Chris of Dmitry makes his move. His eyes turn incredibly sharp, and the announcer's roaring voice cranks the tension in the arena up to 11. Chris charges straight toward the warriors, making Gonzalez spit out a curse. "How dare you target me, you fool." Chris unleashes a decisive strike right at Gonzalez, executing his lightning swordplay. He tells himself there is no room for hesitation. To cut down 29 opponents, he cannot hesitate for even a single second. Chris moves like pure lightning. He must maintain the relentless flow of this ultra-fast sword style without stopping. Up in the stands, the crowd goes wild, cheering in pure excitement. As Chris presses forward, spectators cannot contain themselves and start shouting, "Damn, he is way too fast." But suddenly, Chris glances back and spots Gonzalez slaying another competitor. Chris grips his sword tightly and grits his teeth, cursing under his breath as frustration begins to mount. Taking out all 29 opponents alone is impossible. Gonzalez glares at him, growling out a furious curse. "How dare you be so arrogant?" Gonzalez swings a heavy blade down, but Chris deflects it with lightning speed. The sheer force of the impact pushes Chris back a few steps, but both men keep a tight grip on their weapons. Thick, suffocating bloodlust fills the air as they stare each other down. Gonzalez sneers, spitting out his disgust. He claims he is sick of seeing weaklings from tiny, insignificant kingdoms trying to compete with real warriors. Chris completely ignores the trash talk, quietly shifting his stance as he prepares to unleash his next strike. While Gonzalez keeps bragging about being the strongest, Chris suddenly lunges forward with a blinding attack. Gonzalez is instantly cut down, completely stunned. Watching from the sidelines, Roman crosses his arms with a pleased smile. He quietly praises his follower's excellent execution. Suddenly, the announcer's voice booms across the blood-soaked arena once more. The pre-festival night has run red. The crowd goes wild, chanting Chris's name over and over again. The announcer screams in pure excitement, declaring Chris of the Dmitry Principality the ultimate victor of this bloody night. As the cheers echo, Chris collapses to his knees, completely drained of energy and panting heavily to catch his breath. He clutches his bleeding stomach, gasping in agonizing pain. He silently realizes the wound is much deeper than expected. Suddenly, Roman's voice echoes directly in his mind, instructing him to use his aura to stop the bleeding. Chris immediately obeys, channeling his energy. In the blink of an eye, the gruesome wound slowly begins to close. Amid the deafening cheers of the crowd, Chris slowly stands back up. The announcer happily delivers the next instruction. "As the festival victor, you must pay respects to the Emperor." But Chris only has one master in mind. He drops to one knee to give his salute, but he directs his gaze toward a completely different figure. The entire arena falls into a state of sheer shock. Spectators shout out in disbelief at what they are seeing. Chris is kneeling before Roman instead of the Emperor of Valhalla. The royal court immediately erupts in furious whispers. They call it an absolute insult to the throne, outraged that an outsider would dare display such blatant disrespect. But amid the rising chaos, the Emperor of Valhalla slowly raises his hand to quiet the angry crowd. He looks down with deep curiosity and asks for Chris's name. Standing tall, Chris calmly confirms his identity. The Emperor smiles with genuine interest, noting how impressive it is for an outsider to dominate this brutal tournament. He praises the spectacular performance, but then asks about the meaning behind the warrior's shocking, unconventional gesture. He makes it clear he is not angry, stating he does not force imperial customs onto foreign guests. It is pure curiosity, as very few dare to show such boldness in his presence. Chris remains completely unfazed. He calmly explains that just as Valhalla's warriors bleed for their emperor, he fought solely for his master. That absolute composure and flawless loyalty leave the Emperor of Valhalla thoroughly impressed by the young warrior's words. He quickly showers Chris with praise, calling him a rare, exceptional talent with unmatched devotion to his lord. Valhalla is a paradise built on strength and always welcomes extraordinary individuals. Then the Emperor makes a proposal. If Chris swears loyalty to him right now, he promises riches and glory far beyond anything Dmitry could offer. It is an incredibly tempting offer, but Chris's fierce loyalty to Roman Dmitry does not waver for a second. He calmly responds that without his master's direct guidance, he would never have achieved this level of strength. The true value the Emperor seeks actually belongs to Roman, not him. He politely but firmly declines the offer. The emperor can only sigh in disappointment, accepting the decision with the grace of a true ruler. Then I won't force you. The festival night is officially over. Let's reward our winner with a generous amount of gold. The scene shifts to Viscount Jonathan receiving a brutal beating. It turns out Marquis Belfer is unleashing his absolute fury on him. Because of a bastard like you, I lost face in front of His Majesty, making me look utterly incompetent. Viscount Jonathan can only tremble as he stammers out an apology. But his desperate words do not appease Marquis Belfer at all. Instead, they only make him completely lose his mind, screaming at him to shut up. Heavy blows rain down, leaving Jonathan terrified and begging his lord for one final chance to eliminate Roman. But after beating him to absolute exhaustion, Marcus Belfer pants heavily and dismisses him. No, forget it, Barbarossa has already made his move. We just need to pray he succeeds. That is our only way to turn the tables. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the palace where Roman is currently staying. Inside his chamber, Roman quietly waits for a servant to bring some tea. Soon the warm liquid is poured into his cup with absolute ease. But before he can even take a sip, an admirer of Morales suddenly whispers a warning: do not consume anything here. Suddenly, Roman's telepathic voice rings inside the boy's head, demanding to know who he is. The admirer is left completely stunned. Stunned by the mental transmission, the young follower of Morales nervously but honestly speaks up, explaining who they really are. They are loyal supporters of Morales. They only want to make sure Roman does not fall victim to Barbarossa's underhanded tricks. Sensing their sincerity, Roman smirks. It seems the seeds of hope that Morales planted in Valhalla are actually still alive. Despite the warning, Roman casually takes a sip of the tea, absolutely terrifying the young follower. Panic-stricken, the boy loudly asks what on earth Roman is doing. How could he just drink it without knowing what lies inside? Yet Roman remains completely calm. He knows Barbarossa is a master of poison, but toxins are completely useless against him. If the boy truly wishes to help, he must use the remaining tea to prove it was laced. Hearing this explanation, the follower of Morales slowly calms down. He can certainly do it, but time is of the essence. Barbarossa did not choose to poison the tea tonight by accident. Even if they bring proof after the festival ends, nobody will care about the desperate claims of a defeated combatant. But Roman simply reassures him with absolute confidence. He tells him not to worry. If he delivers the requested proof, then he will also get exactly what he desires. But first, they must find the culprit. Cut to a terrified maid, shaking like a leaf, desperately pleading her innocence. She cries out that she has absolutely nothing to do with this. It turns out Roman has already cornered the real culprit. If she is truly innocent, she must summon the person responsible. The trembling servant stammered in response. Suddenly, heavy and hurried footsteps echo right outside the chamber doors. Right on cue, Viscount Jonathan bursts into the room, shouting at Roman to stop whatever madness he is doing. Roman's eyes flash with a cold, murderous intent. He calmly explains that this servant served him poisoned tea for gold. It seems someone is desperate to make him lose in the arena. Hearing this, Jonathan's face instantly pales with sheer panic. Wondering if their scheme has been exposed, Jonathan loudly barks back, claiming this is an insult to the sacred festival. He promises they would severely punish anyone responsible, but declares Roman's current claims to be entirely baseless. He even suggests that if Roman is so cowardly and paranoid, they should just find another warrior to replace him. Roman glares back and flatly refuses. The duel will proceed, but he will not let this assassination attempt slide. If poison is indeed found in the tea, Viscount Jonathan will pay dearly for his words. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Marquis Belfer wonders if their plot is compromised. Inside his chambers, Barbarossa confidently breaks the silence to reassure him. He explains why he prefers this specific toxin over typical poisons, noting its uniquely slow and deceptive nature. It has no immediate effects, but it slowly drains the target's mana and leaves them looking completely pale. Because of this delay, the victim never suspects a thing. Marquis Belfer smiles, praising his assassin's incredible reliability. Barbarossa, the loyal hound of the reformists, is the perfect weapon to end this farce. Meanwhile, across Valhalla, whispers begin, spreading among the restless citizens. Rumors claim that tomorrow's grand festival might turn out to be a complete disappointment. One local whispers that they overheard the palace servants discussing a major incident involving poison at Roman's residence. The other citizen gasps in surprise, asking if Roman was actually poisoned right before the big match. They suspect Barbarossa is behind it, noting that suspicious incidents always seem to happen whenever he fights. Without concrete proof, the truth always gets buried. Suddenly, a mysterious cloaked figure chimes into the conversation. They point out that a poisoned warrior stands no chance against Barbarossa, yet Roman still insists on fighting. He will fight for his honor. He might be an outsider, but his resolve is truly admirable. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, inside the palace where the nobles gather with the Emperor of Valhalla, the air is tense. Your Majesty, the public is currently in an uproar. Count Gomit calmly explains that the citizens are highly suspicious of poison being used. He suggests they must investigate this matter immediately, even if it means halting the entire festival. The Emperor's face looks completely drained. Marquis Beofi, what is your opinion? As if you already planned. Marquis Beof confidently steps forward, reassuring the Emperor that these are merely baseless rumors, insisting Barbossa is more than strong enough to crush and defeat Roman Dmitry without ever needing to resort to poison. Hearing this, the Emperor smirks. If that is the case, he will wait. Seeing that the Emperor bought his excuse, Beofi grows even more arrogant, convinced that the conservative faction is just spreading cheap lies. Everything now rides on Barbossa. Show them Barbossa prove the absolute dominance of the 12 swords of the continent. At the arena, the duel between Roman and Barbossa is finally about to begin. The announcer calls for both main fighters of the festival. On one side stands Barbossa, the proud warrior of Valhalla and one of the 12 swords of the continent, and on the other, his challenger, the young warrior from Dmitry, Roman Dmitry. The moment Barbossa spots Roman, he immediately taunts him with mock concern. He says he is quite worried about Roman's condition, claiming the poison Roman drank will take some time to kick in. Completely ignoring the man's smug attitude, Roman slowly draws his blade. When he first arrived in this world, he was highly curious about those 12 swords. He accepted Valhalla's invitation because the time is ripe. He warns Barbossa that his little poison trick will have absolutely no effect on him. But Barbossa just laughs it off, dismissing it as a bluff while starting to charge his power. Meanwhile, Roman quietly observes him, realizing Barbossa will serve as a benchmark for future enemies. If he struggles to defeat this guy, his upcoming war against the massive empire will be nothing but a total pipe dream. Roman's face turns deadly serious. If you can block every single one of my attacks, he tells Barbossa, then I will admit Valhalla is truly strong. In a flash, the starting signal rings. The match begins. Instantly, Roman launches himself high into the air, unleashing his legendary Heavenly Demon Sword art. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashes forward for a direct head-on strike on Barbossa using the first stance, the first half-step. Showing zero fear, Barbossa actually looks more thrilled than ever as he braces for the impact. After a brief intense clash, both fighters are sent skidding backward. Desperate to keep the upper hand, Barbossa quickly regains his footing as massive energy surges around him. The next instant, Roman and Barbossa charge at each other once again, colliding with the second stance, the middle half-step. The explosive shockwave from their collision shakes the entire arena, leaving the spectators absolutely breathless. Back to the duel. Landing swiftly back on his feet, Roman does not waste a single second and prepares to unleash his next devastating strike. Sure enough, the terrifying force of Roman's sword ki charges straight at Barbossa, catching the veteran warrior completely off guard. A look of sheer disbelief washes over Barbossa's face as he struggles to comprehend how someone who was poisoned can still be this powerful. And yet, with a fierce swing of his sword, Barbossa manages to shatter the incoming attack, cursing under his breath in frustration. But the relentless tide of Roman's pressure keeps flooding forward. Before Barbossa can even figure out his next move, a thick shroud of smoke surrounds him. The master martial artists of old always called the final stance of the Heavenly Demon Sword art a realm of gods. As if staring directly into his own demise, Barbossa's eyes widen in sheer terror. Roman moves in to deliver the final killing blow. The last half-step of the Heavenly Demon Sword art. This single devastating strike completely obliterates Barbossa, leaving him utterly helpless. With Roman's quiet command to annihilate, the match is over. Barbossa has vanished entirely, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Trembling with fear, onlookers whisper among themselves, wondering if their eyes are playing tricks on them because Barbossa is gone without a trace. Though completely breaking a sweat from shock, the announcer remains professional, declaring Roman Dmitry as the undisputed winner of the match. He loudly proclaims that a new member of the 12 Swords of the Continent has been born, sending the crowd into wild cheers. At that moment, Sanchez, a young admirer of Morales, slowly approaches Roman with a small object held firmly in his hand. With a steady, resolute voice, he tells Roman that he has staked his very life on him, begging him to expose the truth and guide Valhalla back to its righteous path. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd grows intensely curious. Without keeping them waiting, Roman raises his voice to announce that someone slipped poison into his tea last night. When he reported this crime, Viscount Jonathan turned around and accused him of insulting Valhalla. Roman states that he does not care who poisoned him, but he is deeply disappointed by Valhalla's pathetic response to the matter. He announces that he has concrete proof of the poisoned tea right here. Pointing directly at Viscount Jonathan, he reveals the teacup in Sanchez's hand has turned pitch black. There is no denying the truth now. Did they truly resort to such a cowardly poison trick before a sacred duel? After a brief heavy silence, Roman continues with his speech. If he had lost this fight to Barbossa, the truth would have been buried forever, and he would have just been forgotten as a weakling. He directly questions the Emperor of Valhalla, asking if blaming the victim for seeking the truth is what their proud empire of warriors stands for. Hearing Roman Dmitry's sharp questioning about a warrior's honor, the Valhalla Emperor's face darkens. His proud empire has just become a total laughingstock. The furious emperor demands to know if Roman's allegations are true. Stammering in panic, Jonathan tries to apologize, but the emperor only growls a cold order to step forward. Jonathan drops to his knees, desperately begging for mercy. But a cold blade ruthlessly cuts him off, piercing through his chest as the emperor's fury explodes. The emperor roars at him to shut up, accusing the traitor of staining Valhalla's sacred honor. Blood slowly drips from the imperial blade. The Valhalla emperor turns his head and asks with a dark smile if this is finally enough to satisfy Roman. Roman's cold reply echoes through the hall: it is not enough. He demands systematic changes to ensure such a disgrace never happens again, his solemn tone leaving no room for argument. This bold demand makes the emperor smirk. Soon after, inside the imperial palace, the emperor and Marquis Belfer walk in absolute silence. The emperor suddenly asks what Belfer honestly thinks of Roman. Belfer quickly warns that Roman is incredibly dangerous, capable of overwhelming even the strongest of the 12 swords. What truly terrifies him is how Roman dared to challenge the emperor's authority directly to his face. Furious at the insolence, the emperor orders Belfer to support the Kronos plot. But of course the enemy always plays dirty, blocking his path home. Meanwhile, at the marine teleportation gate, a guard politely claims the gate has malfunctioned. He suggests Roman stay in marine for 2 weeks, but Roman instantly senses a trap. They block the gate on purpose. The only other route to a major trading city will take a whole month of travel through dangerous territory. Recognizing the plot, Roman doesn't waste time and orders his men to move out immediately. Word of his departure reaches Marquis Belfer's castle. Belfer asks when they should strike. His servant hesitates, explaining that too many eyes are currently watching Roman. After his spectacular performance at the festival, Roman has basically become an idol to the local citizens. Crowds of people follow him everywhere like pilgrims, meaning an attack now would cause massive civilian casualties. But Belfer only sneers. He doesn't care about commoners, ordering his men to let the Kronos assassins do whatever they want. Deep in the forest, terrified screams suddenly disrupt their march. Panicked citizens run for cover as hostile forces launch a brutal attack right on Valhalla's own soil. The attackers are phantom soldiers from the hostile Kronos Empire. Refusing to let civilians get hurt, Roman's men immediately charge forward to meet the enemy head-on. Chris steps forward, his lightning sword instantly slicing a phantom in half. He briefly closes his eyes to trace the mana flow before his eyes snap open with killing intent. He delivers a devastating strike. The defeated phantoms attempt one last desperate attack from their lifeless glowing eyes. Watching the chaos unfold, Roman calmly orders Vulcan and Baki to step up and sweep the battlefield. Baki eagerly leaps into the fray, laughing that these phantoms are completely overrated. Vulcan isn't about to be outdone, shattering the remaining targets with heavy decisive swings. The phantoms turn to ash. One stubborn ghost curses them, claiming they won't lose to mere small fry, but before he can finish his threat, a sudden flash of light silences him permanently. It was Roman who simply found him too annoying to listen to any longer. Henderson quickly confirms the magic recording is complete, and Roman looks on with a cold, knowing smile. Spread this footage all over the Valhalla Empire to make this play even more interesting. Cut over to the Empire of Valhalla, where citizens are focusing their attention on one single spot. Are they losing their minds? What bastards dare set foot on the territory of the Empire and run wild like this? Take a look at this footage. Everything was recorded clearly. People gather around to watch the video Roman recorded. Isn't that the infamous phantom of the Kronos Empire? Those bastards. Outside the palace gates, furious citizens gather in outrage, praising Roman for defending the pride of Valhalla. If he gets killed on their own territory, they say, how could they ever talk about warrior pride again? They urge the people of Valhalla to rise up and speak out together. Soon the citizens' righteous fury spreads like a fever, right toward the royal family. The imperial court claims they are furious about the Kronos attack and promise to launch a full investigation, yet they do absolutely nothing, using caution as a cheap excuse to avoid sending any reinforcements. Meanwhile, Roman's troops are constantly ambushed by the phantoms. Cut to the battlefield, where Roman is staying as Sanchez arrives with his men and announces they have come to protect Lord Dmitry. Roman politely replies that while he appreciates the gesture, with their current strength they will only get themselves killed a whole lot faster. Having already anticipated this direct rejection from the start, Sanchez solemnly replies that if they wanted to live, they would never have come here. This makes Roman sigh with admiration, calling them absolute fools, but adding that it is already too late to regret. This confuses Sanchez greatly. Just as Roman says, dark shadows rapidly approach a deadly demon army from the abyss sent to eliminate him. As soon as Sanchez spots them, he alerts his comrades to prepare for battle, silently swearing that they must protect Lord Roman Dmitry for the honor of Valhalla. He yells to let them handle this first. Like lightning, Sanchez charges forward to face the Kronos phantoms, shouting that he has brought a squad of elite Aura swordsmen. He lets out a massive battle cry to build momentum, striking fiercely, but suddenly realizes a terrifying truth. Hold on, these are not mere phantoms, they are high-level beasts, genuine demons of the abyss. His panicked voice rings out as he orders a defensive formation, but before they can react, the demon starts, summoning dark lightning. Instantaneously, dark storm clouds completely blot out the once bright blue sky. This terrifying sight leaves Sanchez completely frozen. Suddenly, a vicious pillar of black lightning crashes violently down toward the earth. Fortunately, Roman steps in front just in time to block the blast, calmly commanding everyone to fall back. Sanchez hesitates, gripped by deep worry, but during this brief delay, two abyss demons close in on them. Unleashing a joint attack of dark fire, they strike, but Roman deflects it with a smooth sword swing. He instantly charges ahead and delivers a brutal finishing blow, wiping out both demons in just 2 swings. But the moment he takes a step forward, massive roots erupt from the ground quickly, forming a cage around Roman. This is a sneaky binding trap laid by the demons, but unfortunately for those beasts, Roman escapes effortlessly. Realizing their plan is failing, the desperate demons try to quickly block his path. They summon a barrage of dark arrows, firing them directly at Roman's back in a cheap sneak attack. A massive, terrifying explosion erupts right where he stands, and the sheer force of it satisfies the demons, but they celebrate too early. Roman easily evades the underhanded strike and moves in for the kill. He slaughters them, their agonizing screams of defeat echoing through the forest, though a few persistent ones remain. One stubborn demon gathers all his magical energy and screams Roman Dmitri's name, telling him that struggling is totally useless, as he unleashes a 6-circle fire cannon, firing a huge torrent of dark flames. From within the blazing fire, Roman's calm voice echoes, questioning how they dare openly use dark magic. Kronos is indeed arrogant. Activating his heavenly fire art, he tells them if they want to live, they must fight. Seeing him completely unharmed, the demon panics, wondering how 6-circle magic failed, and quickly activates a 7-circle spell. He conjures a massive tornado of dark fire, but even as the flames close in, Roman remains completely unbothered. Instead, he uses their own fire to vaporize the demon. Roman's cold eyes widen, filled with an intimidating glare. He commands them to tell their emperor that the road to Dmitry is long, and this was their best chance. As those final words echo, the dark blood of the remaining demons stains the forest path a deep crimson red. Chris bows, respectfully reporting that while their own men survive, nearly half of the Valhalla warriors are dead. Looking closely at the Valhalla warriors, Roman orders his men to clear the battlefield and cremate the fallen. Once they honor the dead, they will head to the trade city immediately. Just then, Henderson rushes over, in a total panic. "Master, you need to see this," he says as past memories flash back. To master fire magic, extreme heat tolerance is required. He explains how his own master acquired this ability only after surviving a horrific childhood fire that left him severely burned. Half of his face was completely disfigured. Back then, a massive wave of mage disappearances shook the entire continent, not just the Phoenix Tower. This sudden vanishing of powerful spellcasters raised major questions, pointing to a dark, hidden connection across the lands. Yet without any concrete proof, the investigation slowly went cold, and the mysteries were buried and forgotten over time. Interestingly, this dark mage looks exactly like that former tower master. This revelation leaves Roman deep in thought. The facial burn could be a coincidence. However, the spell structure used by this abyss demon perfectly mimics the Phoenix Tower. Plus, his mana is purely fire-based. But how could a master-level wizard be reduced to a mere shadow puppet? Roman wonders if dark magic possesses some mind control technique he has never encountered before. Silence. Then he speaks. He orders Chris to use a magic recording device to capture the faces of these corpses to verify their true identities later. Chris nods solemnly, stating they must report this extremely grave matter to the Continental Mage Association as soon as possible. Not even the powerful Kronos Empire can escape blame for this. Hearing this, Roman's voice grows cold and dangerous. The Kronos Empire has finally exposed their dark wizard, one of the 3 shadow specters operating in the dark. They knew they might get caught, but they did it anyway, and now their dirty dark secrets are fully exposed. Roman commands the troops to prepare to march to the trade city in 1 hour. Later, Sanchez approaches with his men. He bows deeply, begging Lord Dmitry to teach his surviving warriors how to fight back against those terrifying shadow specters. Without a single second of hesitation, Roman agrees, promising to have Chris guide them through the essential training. Sanchez is stunned by his incredible generosity, asking if he truly means it. Roman simply smiles. A warm, encouraging gesture. He tells them the Valhalla warriors have proven their resolve and they fully deserve to learn this advanced technique. Sanchez looks visibly moved by those encouraging words. In the next instant, the warriors shout their deepest gratitude in unison. They shout, "Thanks." The next morning, Chris begins their training, explaining there are 2 ways to strike a shadow's weakness. First, strike the moment they try to regenerate. Second, read their mana flow to sever the connection between their bodies. This completely blocks their ability to reform. It sounds simple enough, but the sheer difficulty makes the warriors sweat. Sanchez voices the dread they are all feeling, admitting that even a 3-star or a knight like himself faces a wall here. He confesses that reading an opponent's mana flow is incredibly difficult even for a seasoned combat expert like him. He wonders if the entire Dmitry army is composed of pure mana geniuses. Behind him, the warriors start losing confidence, fast. With the battle looming so close, they heavily doubt if they can master such a complex, advanced technique in time. Seeing their defeatist attitude, Chris scratches his head and sighs. This training is definitely going to take a while. Meanwhile, Roman's army finally reaches the busy trade city. Right on cue, a sharp voice rings out from the crowd. It is Rodriguez, the seventh strongest warrior in Valhalla and commander of their elite Shadow Division, welcoming them in person. He offers to guide them, but Roman completely ignores his fake hospitality, telling him to drop the meaningless formalities. Roman adds he has no need for their help. After all, dark forces cannot run wild here. Not without imperial consent. He realizes the Emperor sent troops just to save public face. This bold, confrontational attitude immediately grabs the commander's attention. The commander chuckles, noting that Roman is indeed as fearless as rumored. He warns him not to make things worse. He suggests Roman lay low. The only way he walks out of Valhalla alive is by giving them a reason to protect him. To his absolute surprise, Roman calmly rejects the threat. "You do not have what it takes to kill me," he tells him. He warns that if he returns to Dmitry, they will face serious consequences. If they want him dead, they should face him directly. He challenges them to stop relying on cheap, underhanded tricks. Incensed by this disrespect, Rodriguez tightens his fist in anger. He mutters that it is a pity Roman refuses their company, vowing to see how long this fierce defiance will last. With a cold promise of a future reunion, he departs. Roman's army later arrives at the warp gate only to receive bad news. The operator apologizes, explaining that the warp gate leading back to Dmitry has been completely shut down for security reasons. Since dark forces from Kronius infiltrated their lands, Valhalla declared a national emergency and deactivated the entire teleportation network. If they absolutely must return to Dmitry, now their only option left is to travel on foot through the dangerous Paulo territory. Sanchez is told about the situation and he immediately roars in fury. This is a trap. They are clearly trying to delay him. They are actively delaying Roman Dmitry to prevent his return, waiting for him to finally cross the border. Unlike Sanchez, Roman remains perfectly calm, sipping his tea. He knows that once he crosses Kronos and Valhalla will conspire to kill him. Sanchez looks on in utter disbelief. Knowing this, will Roman still cross? Roman's voice suddenly drops low. Sanchez, Valhalla is completely rotten. This nation has forgotten its glorious, victorious days, choosing a fake prosperity instead. From what I can see, this place no longer deserves to be called the proud land of warriors. Cooperating with them is no different than submitting. That is exactly why I am taking this huge gamble. After a brief moment of reflection, Sanchez quickly bows in submission, swearing his absolute loyalty to Lord Roman. But Roman, already holding a master plan, refuses, telling Sanchez to stay in Valhalla, leaving the warrior utterly confused. He has no idea why, but Roman slowly explains his decision. If Sanchez crosses the Valhalla border with him, he will become a witness to Valhalla's deep disgrace and everyone involved would be killed to cover it up. A duke named Viedo, who lives isolated in the south of Valhalla, is currently gathering like-minded allies. They are building a force to resist the Empire, which is the only way to restore Valhalla to the right path. From now on, Dmitry takes all the responsibility for these actions. Everything falls on them. The very next day, Roman leads his army forward with iron resolve. Suddenly, hoarse hooves thunder in the distance. It turns out Rodriguez has blocked Roman's path with a massive army, mockingly asking how Dmitry slept last night. He reminds Dmitry that they would meet again soon, boasting that swearing loyalty to Valhalla would bring endless glory. But because Roman chose a hostile attitude instead, Rodriguez warns that he cannot let him leave here alive. These empty threats do not frighten Roman at all. They only make him look down on the man with utter contempt. A fool sitting at the top for too long always falls victim to his own grandiose, stupid illusions. They think they can control everything through blind self-confidence, but Roman has actually been waiting for this moment. Driven mad by Roman's smug attitude, Rodriguez attacks. He immediately orders his elite Shadow Division to charge. At his command, the Shadow Warriors rush forward. As Roman fights them off, Rodriguez secretly rejoices inside. The people of Valhalla hailed Roman as a legendary warrior, so defeating him would bring immense personal glory. Ending Roman's reign would bring endless joy. Instantly, Rodriguez spurs his horse forward with a wild, crazed roar. He surges right in front of Roman, moving as fast as a howling wind while scheming his next move. He has seen Roman's power before, mockingly thinking that Dmitry should struggle all he wants before his demise. Leaping from above, Rodriguez unleashes his ultimate move, the secret Eternal Spring Slash. But with a single sword, Roman effortlessly blocks the strike. Still, Rodriguez wears an incredibly smug grin, thinking he has won. Seeing that look, Roman's eyes flash with lethal intent, and in a split second, blood splatters everywhere. Before the cocky commander can even launch another strike, his severed head is already rolling on the ground. Despite effortlessly taking down a high-tier opponent, Roman remains completely expressionless. Meanwhile, back at the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of Valhalla holds a meeting muttering that Roman Dmitry is indeed an incredibly interesting opponent. Since their guerrilla tactics completely failed, they realize only Valhalla's absolute elite forces can hope to stop him. Besides, the Kronos Empire is pulling the strings, so they will take the full blame if things fail. Ordering a strategic retreat, Valhalla decides to sit back and observe what Kronos plans to do next. Once they cross the border, Valhalla halts their pursuit, but Kronos immediately launches a relentless all-out assault. Reports from Roman Scout confirm the front line is clear, but despite reaching a new level, Chris is utterly exhausted. He simply cannot handle this high-intensity warfare, grumbling that the enemy never gives them a moment to rest. Thankfully, Edwin Hector arrives with powerful reinforcements to cover their retreat and strike back at the enemy forces. With fire flashing in his eyes, Edwin raises his trident, preparing to unleash a massive blazing wall of fire. Instantly, a towering wall of flames erupts from the ground, trapping the attackers and halting the Kronos' advance. Dmitry's troops cheer wildly as their morale skyrockets, shouting for those Kronos monsters to burn and die. On the other side of the battlefield, Roman hears rapid hoofbeats chasing him and turns around to look. Edwin catches up, shouting at Roman that he must return to Dmitry immediately before explaining why. A report comes in. Dmitry is under attack by Kronos. Hearing this, Roman pauses, then smiles faintly as if everything went exactly according to his plan. He recalls the orders he gave his soldiers. As someone who accepted Valhalla's invitation, the entire continent knows him. He asked his men if they were the Kronos Empire, would they ignore this chance? Now that his whereabouts are completely exposed, the officers fall silent before McBurney speaks up. Since the assassination attempt was public, I doubt they will just sit idly by. Henderson also shares his own deep worries about this, which is why he is so worried for his lord's safety. However, Roman sees it differently, telling them he thinks otherwise. He calmly explains that Kronos cares nothing for other nations. They will try to assassinate him while launching a direct strike on Dmitry. Roman warns that mages alone cannot fully protect the castle. Therefore, he orders his men to remain at Dmitry, so if Kronos strikes, they can make them pay. The soldiers roar in agreement. Back to the present. In a dark forest near Dmitry, a blue light pierces the night. A blank symbolist flag flutters near the glowing source. It is a teleportation portal, and a group of mysterious figures steps through. The leader is dressed as a hooded mage. He demands to know the situation in Dmitry, and a sentry steps forward to report all is quiet. More soldiers continue to march out of the portal, while the scout provides him with valuable intelligence. Besides, with Roman currently at the Valhalla border, no matter how fast he is, he cannot return to Dmitry within 3 days. Mystic pulls down his hood, highly pleased with the news, muttering a satisfied good. From on high, he looks down at Dmitry Castle. Waiting for his entire force to assemble, he orders the attack to begin. Inside, hearing the commotion, the castle guards instantly go on high alert. Looking up, they gasp at the terrifying sight in the night sky. The calm night suddenly chokes with dark clouds as violent lightning crackles. It is Mystic's spell, his hands glowing with electric energy. With a roaring chant, a massive bolt of lightning, as thick as an ancient tree, crashes down toward Dmitry. But the strike only hits the defensive barrier, activating the castle's shield. The fortress erupts in chaos as alarms scream of an enemy attack. The horn sounds, signaling the start of a bloody battle. Instantly, wall torches are lit as the soldiers brace for impact. Up on the hill, Mystic looks slightly stunned, realizing Dmitry's defenses are far tougher than rumored. Still, he quickly recovers his composure. They reacted fast, but it is all still within his predictions. He sneers, telling them to struggle all they want since their absolute doom is already sealed. Down below, enemy squads begin scaling the outer walls as orders ring out to slaughter everyone. Up on the ramparts, Knight Commander Jonathan barks out perfectly coordinated orders. Platoon 2 reload, Platoon 1 fire, Platoon 3 reload, Platoon 2 fire. The soldiers execute his commands with perfect discipline, showing no panic whatsoever. Sharp arrows rain down on the invaders, sending them tumbling off the walls. At that exact moment, fire erupts from a castle mage. Brilliant flames dance around Philip without burning him, lighting up the pitch-black sky. The mage murmurs the word burn. The next instant, his eyes snap open as a massive surge of magic explodes into a rain of fire. Fire pours from the heavens, incinerating the invaders. The intense heat waves and shock waves whip up a fierce wind rustling Mystic's cloak. He is quite surprised to witness sixth circle magic, realizing this small barony possesses power capable of opposing an empire. Instead of backing down, he actually feels a thrill of excitement as if facing a truly worthy challenge. Crushing Dmitry will serve as an excellent warning to the rest of the continent. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Dmitry, several assassins use teleportation magic to slip past the outer defenses. Their leader orders them to destroy key facilities and immediately eliminate any high-profile targets they find. The assassins nod and move like ghosts, though the leader starts feeling an unsettling tension in the air. As they move through the silent alleyways, one of them points out how eerie and quiet it is. The lead assassin tells them to ignore it and focus on the mission. But before he can even finish his sentence, the smell of fresh blood hits them. In a flash, his entire squad is wiped out by a single heart-piercing strike. Henderson peers, flicking the blood off his blade while cursing the Kronos bastards. McBurney nods in agreement, adding that just as their lord predicted, the enemy struck. Now they will make them pay. Elsewhere, Rodwell stands atop the wall, pondering how he can protect his home. Meanwhile, a few stray enemies manage to scale his section of the rampart. Spotting him standing unguarded, one invader gloats that Dmitry is on their hit list. The two enemies charge, eager to take his head and open the gates, their cold blades swinging forward. Rodwell faces a lethal shout to drop dead. He quickly blocks the blow, silently hyping himself up since no one is here. I am a Dmitry too. He swings his blade in an arc, sending two attackers flying backward. Energy flares around him as he resolves to fulfill his duty. Meanwhile, orderly footsteps echo in the dark. A disciplined squad of elite soldiers forms a perfect defensive line, blocking the path of the approaching Kronos assassins. The enemy narrows his eyes, demanding they clear the way. A Dmitry commander draws his sword, his quiet voice dripping with pure rage. You dare cross the line, Kronos. He remembers Roman's trusted words. Roman had told him to live. Back in the present, Royal Knight Commander Fernando channels his rage into power. Flames erupt around his body as he grips his sword, declaring they will not take another step. He remembers the fateful day he pledged his entire heart in gratitude to Roman. From that precise moment, he became the loyal sword of the Dmitry family. Now is the ultimate moment to prove that loyalty. Fernando leaps forward, putting every ounce of his strength into his strike against the invading assassin. A blazing, fiery magical strike slams into the ground. The agile assassins barely dodge, narrowly avoiding being burned completely to ashes. The lead assassin is surprised by his. Leave this one to me, he says. The rest of you go eliminate the targets on the list. The assassins scatter instantly to hunt down targets. Fernando roars at them to halt, ordering his loyal knights to charge. The brave royal warriors rush forward, fighting desperately to block the advancing Kronos assassins. To Fernando, a swordsman only truly exists when they are wielded like a loyal weapon in battle. His entire life had been a struggle, like a fragile blade fighting to shatter the limits of survival. But because Roman helped him transcend his limits, he will live as Dmitry's ultimate sword until his very last breath. Outside, fires rage everywhere. Mystic stands in the distance, using his connection to watch his shadow agents inside. Seeing their defeat, a dark dread settles deep in his stomach. Have even his elite shadows failed? Suddenly, a scout rushes up with an urgent report. Lord Mystic, the northeastern region has declared an emergency, and the territories under the Grand Dmitry Duchy have mobilized, and the Cairo Kingdom is sending forces to the border. The scout concludes that within 12 hours, reinforcements will arrive. Mystic falls silent. The more he learns about this duchy, the more he sees them as a massive threat. He is determined not to let this fail. They must crush this fortress while Roman is away. Inside, a Dmitry guard is startled by a dark figure lunging at him. He is grabbed by the hair, slammed into the wall, and quickly knocked out cold. Despicable pests, the intruder sneers. Sven looks around at the noisy battle outside, assuming his comrades are dead. Kronos has 3 branches of shadow attack, a highly feared assassins also, called shadows, who use dark energy. Those who wield dark magic are called demons of the deep. Abyss, and Sven is their strongest champion. Feared as the Abyss Knight, he walks, searching the halls for prey, muttering quietly. His face is young, but his eyes are sharp. Suddenly, a young brave warrior blocks his path. Sven senses a bloodthirsty aura, recalling a dangerous subordinate under Roman's command. He smirks, asking if his name is Kevin, before laughing crazily in a state of pure excitement. The perfect chance to slaughter all of Roman's top men has appeared. He releases a crushing heavy aura to dominate Kevin, promising to kill him. Kevin remembers a talk with his master back when Roman placed absolute trust in him, admitting that Kevin was the only one he truly trusted to guard this fortress. Now, Sven's terrifying, bloodthirsty aura snaps him back to reality. He is deeply shaken. This assassin's aura is so overwhelming that Kevin feels he cannot win against him. Gripping his sword, he reminds himself that his master trusted him to hold this fortress line. Kevin grits his teeth, resolved to fight to the end and buy time for everyone to escape. Even if it costs his life, he must stop him. Suddenly, a sharp pain cuts his neck as hot blood spurts. Sven is a literal ghost, moving incredibly fast before he can react. The Abyss Knight turns back, surprised Kevin is still standing after that hit. Sven finds Kevin pretty impressive and feels his interest peak. He wants the boy to struggle to the very end and keep him entertained. Startled, Kevin clutches his bleeding neck. He is stunned. He almost lost his head, but Sven gives him no time to breathe. The scythe swings again. Kevin immediately raises his own sword to block the strike. But the force is too overwhelming. Kevin is pushed back. Sweating heavily, he grits his teeth and faces this completely uneven battle. Kevin quickly realizes there is no way he can win. Sven is easily on par with, or even stronger than Count Nicholas Cairo's top swordsman. Facing an opponent like this, head-on, Kevin has zero chance of winning. Yet, retreating is not an option. Kevin gathers his strength and lunges forward, but instead of a direct strike, he circles around to Sven's flank and slips behind him. Since Sven does not even turn around, Kevin assumes he has let his guard down. Kevin tries to seize the opening, but get this, Sven is only playing with him like a cat with a mouse. Sven spins around at lightning speed. He grabs Kevin's hair and slams him down violently. The stone shatters beneath him. Sven holds high his scythe to deliver the final sentence. If this is where your journey ends, then die right here. Pinning him down, the sheer pain keeps Kevin conscious as he braces for his end. Yet deep down, his soul refuses to yield. He knows winning is impossible, but his stubborn willpower forces his body to react. As the sharp blade of the scythe swings down, Kevin barely dodges it in the nick of time. He leaps back, panting heavily. To him, this is an impossible fight. In this desperate moment, a memory flashes. He remembers being a poor slum boy struggling daily just to find food. Instinct told him to never let a single chance slip away. That was when Kevin met Roman, who extended a saving hand. He told Kevin to live as his sword from that day on. In that moment, the boy finally saw light in his dark world. For Lord Roman, even dying on the battlefield would make his once miserable life feel brilliant and full of meaning. But suddenly, a storm of chaotic voices erupts inside his head, fighting for control of his body and causing him immense pain. Some voices tell him he is doomed to die and cannot escape, while others urge him to let someone else handle it. But he absolutely refuses to disappoint his master. Suddenly, Kevin lets out a fierce roar, shaking off the doubt. Sven scoffs at his display, asking what he is muttering about. Having grown bored of this game, he decides to end it. Sven lunges forward, swinging his scythe to take Kevin's head, but mid-strike he is forced to freeze in shock. Kevin has vanished, dodging the lethal strike with lightning speed. The chaotic voices inside him have finally merged into one. All his conflicting desires unite into a single purpose. His body begins to radiate an overwhelming aura far stronger than before. It is a terrifying presence. His lord's command is absolute, and he will not let this monster pass no matter what. Sven watches in disbelief as Kevin's chaotic killing intent focus into a single razor-sharp point, resembling a perfect blade. His focus is astonishing. Sven lets out a mocking laugh, admitting the boy did well, but it is not enough. Laughing like a maniac, Sven leaps into the air. A massive wave of dark energy erupts from his body, targeting Kevin. As the deadly scythe closes in on him, Kevin stands completely still, appearing to have accepted his grim fate. Just when it seems over, Kevin flashes backward. Sven's strike misses entirely, the shockwave shattering the temple floor. However, Kevin is still one step slower than his opponent. Before he can fully recover from his dodge, Sven is already attacking from the flank. Sven swings his scythe at Kevin's neck, but Kevin counters by slashing low at Sven's leg. For the first time, Sven is shocked to find his leg bleeding, but the pain only drives his madness further. Sven finds Dmitry to be a fascinating place. Under his relentless assault, Kevin can do nothing but defend, steadily losing ground. Sven pauses for a moment, admitting this has been a highly entertaining fight, but it is time to end the show. Sven's heavy murderous aura thickens, completely paralyzing Kevin's body and locking him in place. Unable to move, Kevin is defenseless as Sven's aura blade slices right through him. Blood splatters everywhere. Kevin collapses. He can only stare in shock at his defeat, finally understanding the true power of a 6-star swordsman. Sven stands coldly over Kevin's unmoving body as a pool of blood spreads. But suddenly, his instincts flare and face. Sven spins around to block a surprise strike from Fernando. Feeling the heavy weight behind the blow, Fernando grits his teeth. Realizing he cannot overpower the monster, the knight quickly leaps back to create some distance. Looking at the boy lying in his own blood, Fernando whispers that Duke Dmitry was never supposed to be here. When the Kronos invasion began, the Duke was evacuated to a secret chamber, leaving Kevin to guard the entrance in his place. If the enemy realized the Duke was missing, they would have targeted the entire Dmitry family and all their allies. Fernando steps back defensively, deeply impressed that his stubborn opponent has somehow managed to hold out this far. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echo from the distance as Henderson and Mark Burney rush up to the scene, completely out of breath. They shout in unison that they are here to help, but Fernando turns to warn them about the deadly 6-star swordsman. Forming a tight triangle formation, Fernando commands them to gather all of their strength and execute a full-force assault. Henderson charges ahead instantly, and Mark Burney is right on his heels. Fernando roars in anger as he coordinates this devastating strike. Sven blocks Fernando's heavy strike, but Henderson immediately follows up by slashing his sword directly down on the assassin's head. Mark Burney strikes alongside them. Sven growls in absolute fury, cursing these annoying self-proclaimed loyal knights. Unleashing an overwhelming wave of murderous intent, he blows Henderson and Mark Burney away, but watch what happens behind him. Before Sven can recover, Nox finishes, casting his magic, launching a roaring stream of intense flames straight at his back. The burning fire arrow streaks directly toward his back, forcing him to spin around and try to block it with raw killing intent. Sven's dark aura splits the massive flame arrow clean in half, allowing him to successfully defend against the powerful magic. Sensing his defense eroding in the smoky air, he realizes this old mage is actually pretty formidable. Sven clenches his smoking soot-covered fist, his dark resolve hardening to slaughter every single last one of them. Sven points directly at Fernando, marking him as his first victim. Instantly, Fernando's body freezes as cold dread creeps over him. Sven reaches out, transforming his dark energy into chains that snake forward to bind Fernando tightly in place. Henderson watches in sheer terror, knowing that if Fernando falls, it will mark the end for them all. He remembers why he chose this path under Lord Roman, choosing the difficult path of the sword. It was a dangerous world, completely unrelated to his original life, yet he pushed himself daily to achieve truly extraordinary progress. His limits are painfully obvious against a true elite master, making him wonder how someone so mediocre can serve Roman. He constantly searched for ways to contribute, finally coming to a pretty grim and resolute conclusion. In this desperate moment, a sickening wet squelch suddenly echoes as Sven's deadly scythe strikes home, drinking warm, fresh blood. Fernando freezes in absolute shock as he realizes Henderson had jumped in to take the lethal blow in his place. Henderson grips the blade with his bare hands, refusing to let go while forcing a weak smile. He is willing to gamble his very life on this battle so that the others can carry on protecting their lord. Sven tries to yank his weapon back, but it remains stubbornly stuck as he stares in complete disbelief. He angrily curses the stubborn warrior. Nearby, Fernando screams as he struggles desperately to break free. He is in a frantic rush, knowing Henderson is sacrificing his very life to buy them a few precious seconds. Suddenly, a holy bead deep inside Fernando's body flashes with a brilliant light, unleashing a massive surge of divine energy. The sacred power immediately disintegrates Sven's binding dark chains, catching the arrogant assassin completely off guard. Before Sven can recover, Mark Burney stabs him from behind while Fernando delivers a massive blood-splattering frontal slash that cuts deep. Fernando's blade cuts a perfect arc, completely decapitating his opponent in one swift motion. As Sven's head hits the dirt, his victorious comrades immediately rush past to help the fallen Henderson. Even as his vision fades, the dying assassin refuses to accept that an elite 6-star killer like him could fall here. But his silent regrets go completely unheard. Henderson, with the massive blade still buried in his chest, collapses backward. His friends scream in sheer panic, and Fernando desperately pours a magic potion over the gruesome wound. Fernando frantically begs him not to die here, but Henderson's breathing is already growing pretty faint as life slips away. He tries to speak, but the panicked Fernando cuts him off, shouting that he will fetch even more potions. Henderson weakly whispers for them to stop, knowing there is absolutely no way to save him now. He weakly groans in pain, reminding them both that the war is not over and they must do their duty. Fernando's hand falls to his side as he absorbs the tragic reality. A heavy silence washes over the battlefield. He slowly stands up, clenching his fists as his grief turns to rage, telling his friend to hold on. With a deadly glare, Fernando vows to wipe out the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, a massive magical strike suddenly rains down outside. The blast strikes like a falling meteor, obliterating absolutely everything along its destructive path. Witnessing Felix's masterful fire magic, Mystic is deeply shaken by the terrifying raw strength of Dmitry. He deploys a magic barrier to block the inferno, muttering to himself that this is far from over. Just as he is about to make his escape, a massive pillar of light as wide as an ancient tree trunk crashes down right next to where he was standing. A threatening voice echoes from within the blinding beam, "I told you, don't let me catch you." Hearing those words, Mystic backs away in sheer terror and curses under his breath. Damn it, Isabel steps right out of the light, her gaze cold as ice, declaring she's going to blow this entire hiding spot sky high. Right then, a massive explosion rips through the air, sending thick black smoke and fire billowing into the sky, leaving everyone wondering if anyone survived. Several days pass since they successfully fended off the invasion of Kronos, and Mystic flees. In the aftermath, Dmitry quickly gets back on its feet, and the hero everyone has been waiting for, Roman, finally returns. The citizens of Dmitry joyfully welcome him home, calling him their absolute pride and thanking him for his hard work. Sincere relief and happiness shine on every face. Inside the palace, Roman meets with Lord Romero, bowing respectfully. "I have returned," he says. Sitting on his throne with furrowed brows, his father admits he wishes they could talk under better circumstances. But with things as they are, he asks how Roman plans to handle this mess. Despite Roman's grand victories, the Kronos invasion has left the entire estate drowning in pure anxiety and rage. Roman calmly tells him not to worry, promising he will take care of everything. Stepping out into the hallway, Lucas follows close behind to report that Dmitry has taken some pretty heavy damage, especially since the Kronos Empire didn't even use a warp gate, meaning their army must have mobilized from somewhere else. Hearing this, Roman narrows his eyes, questioning how they moved without a gate. Lucas promises a more detailed report once his investigation wraps up. But then he hesitates, adding that Kevin and Henderson are in terrible shape. Just thinking about the two of them lying in the infirmary makes his heart heavy. They were brutally beaten by a 6-star aura swordsman, and now both are desperately clinging to life. Roman stops him, asking for confirmation that they are indeed still breathing before demanding to be taken to them. After all, today is going to be the absolute deciding moment. Wiping his hands, the head doctor explains that thanks to high-grade potions and the holy power of the priests, they managed to keep the two alive, but their condition remains critical. On top of that, a bizarre dark energy lingering inside their bodies is actively blocking any healing. Roman spots black smoke rising from their wounds and quietly wonders how things could have ended up like this. Memories of his past life suddenly flood back. He remembers Wang Ma, a loyal warrior who followed Baek Joong-hyuk, always charging first into battles against the orthodox factions, cutting down countless foes to secure victory for the Heavenly Demon cult. He had earned the absolute trust of Baek Joong-hyuk, only to face a brutal death, his body completely torn apart by weapons. While Baek Joong-hyuk felt an intense rage back then, he had accepted the loss of his followers as an inevitable part of war. In a life defined by constant bloodshed, sacrifice was simply the price paid to reach the peak. Snapping back to reality, Roman stares down at his loyal men. Their sacrifices might have been the most logical path for Dmitry, yet, for some reason, he only feels a burning anger rising inside. There is no way Roman is letting them die like this. Turning to the room, he suddenly orders everyone out, declaring he will heal them himself. Alone in the chamber, Roman lays both men on the ground and sits right between them as a dark mist begins to swirl around his body. His eyes flash with determination as he prepares to perform a miracle. To begin, he focuses entirely on the core of their life force. Deep within each of their chests, a faint golden orb glows. He zeroes in on this vital origin, carefully tracking the flow of their remaining life force. This innate energy is a precious gift given to every human at birth, a spark of pure vitality. Once that spark burns out, death is absolutely certain. Knowing this, Roman decides to do the unthinkable and sacrifice a piece of his own life force, feeding it directly into them. Even if sharing his own vitality means shortening his own years, he gladly gives it up for his loyal followers. Days bleed into nights. Soon, an entire week passes with Roman locked inside. Outside the door, Hans diligently stands guard. Suddenly, Chris storms down the hallway, looking incredibly tense as he demands an audience with the young lord. Hans politely blocks his path, explaining that Roman is entirely focused on their treatment right now. Chris sighs in sheer frustration. "I know that," he says, "but we have a massive emergency on our hands. The kingdoms of the Salamander continent have just called an international summit regarding Dmitry. We need to coordinate our alliance to bring down Kronos once and for all." He begs Hans to step aside. Hans goes completely quiet, weighing the gravity of this news. Finally, he steps back, asking Chris to pass along a single message. "If you see him, please tell him to take care of his health." The heavy door creaks open. Roman looks up, his voice cold as he asks what is going on. Chris steps inside, quickly delivering the crucial news. An international conference has been officially called. He explains that even though he hates interrupting him, this is too big to ignore. Roman remains completely silent, staring back at him. Desperate, Chris raises his voice even louder. He says he knows exactly how much Roman is risking to save their comrades, but they simply have no more time to waste. Chris urgently advises that they must punish the crimes of the Kronos Empire, warning that if Roman does not attend the conference, the Alliance of Kingdoms will simply sweep the entire issue under the rug, even if Dmitry tries to persuade them at this international summit. Roman calmly replies to him, "If they cannot spark any real sincerity from the Alliance, then actual revenge will never become a reality." Chris wants to argue further, but Roman softly calls his name instantly, cutting straight to the core of his worries. Roman looks back with a faint smile, saying he knows exactly what troubles him. They did everything for him, so now it is his turn to do his absolute best for them, so he asks Chris to trust him and wait. Meanwhile, inside the Grand International Conference Room, a voice speaks up about the complexity of the issue. King Odelia voices his deep concern over the brutal actions of the faith, Kronos Empire. He agrees the attack on Dmitry deserves heavy condemnation, but fears it could trigger a massive all-out war. The king warns that if tensions escalate further, the terrifying ambition of Kronos to conquer the entire continent will only move faster. The Alliance is clearly terrified of Kronos. Fear has gripped the leaders, forcing them to reconsider their options as a united front. The Empire recently proved they can deploy their massive army without relying on standard teleportation gates during their battle with Dmitry. This is a clear warning to everyone that absolutely no nation on this continent is safe from their reach. Another king nods in agreement, chiming in that a devastating continental war is the absolute last thing any of them want to see. They argue that in the name of the alliance, they must take steps to ensure this kind of aggression never happens again. However, they still prefer to leave the door wide open for compromise just to keep the peace. But then a dissenting voice rises. The King of Redford stands up boldly, declaring that he absolutely cannot agree with a single word they are saying. Redford makes his stance incredibly clear, repeating his refusal to agree. So what exactly is driving his fierce opposition? To understand, we have to look back a month when scouts reported that Valhalla and Kronos joined forces to assassinate their savior. Knowing they had to help Roman, the King of Redford readily agreed, remembering how his kingdom was saved by him. Redford was on the brink of complete ruin before Roman pulled them back, so they are fully prepared to go to war for him. With that fierce loyalty in mind, the King of Redford boldly accuses the other rulers of deliberately ignoring the real issue. He points out that Kronos launched a completely unprovoked attack, while Valhalla openly turned a blind eye to the assassination attempt. Slamming his hands onto the table, Redford stands up and demands to know if they actually grasp what this situation means. Exposing their sheer cowardice, he barks that if anyone dares to stand up against Kronos, not a single king here is safe. The heavy threat of the Empire hangs over everyone, leaving the other kings dead silent, unable to find a single word. Redford pushes, further warning them that ignoring reality will not make the threat vanish, it will only make things far worse. Eventually, it will spin completely out of their control. He frowns deeply, mocking their terror over starting an all-out war. His powerful voice echoes across the round table, demanding to know why they are so paralyzed by fear of a conflict. He warns that if they hesitate, Kronos will keep expanding until some of these very kings end up joining the Empire out of terror. Furious, King Odelia snaps and asks what he thinks he is saying. Redford fires back, instantly calling their words cowardly. He asks if they would still mutter such weak excuses if their own kingdoms were the ones currently under siege by Kronos. That sharp truth shuts both Umberto and Odelia up completely. Standing tall, the King of Redford makes a stunning declaration. Effective immediately, Redford is officially withdrawing from the alliance. He coldly adds that he will wait to see what happens, when the Empire points a blade directly at their throats, wondering if they will still maintain this pathetic indifference. He storms out of the room, slamming the heavy doors shut behind him. In the tense silence, Edwin finally speaks up. In a completely flat, emotionless voice, he admits he had hoped for a very different outcome from this international meeting. He asks the gathered kings if they even remember their first meeting, recalling how miserably it failed when he watched as a child. Edwin vividly recounts that disappointing scene, remembering how everyone was solely focused on quietly sweeping things under the rug. They chose smooth compromises over delivering actual deserved punishment for the Kronos Empire's brutal and unprovoked actions. Of course, back then he understood the alliance simply lacked the sheer power to stand against such a massive empire. Narrowing his eyes, Edwin points out that things are entirely different now with phantom armies, high mages, and powerful swordsmen. Yet even with all that force, Kronos still failed to defeat the Dmitry Duchy. What truly disappoints him is that, despite having a formidable force like Roman Dmitry standing against the Empire, the alliance remains completely paralyzed by fear. Edwin stands up, declaring that Hector was never part of this alliance anyway, and from this moment on they will handle this matter entirely on their own. Leaving the room, he drops one final warning not to regret their cowardice later. Roman is determined not to repeat his past mistakes. The scene shifts to his private treatment room where his hand is placed over his subordinate's wound, channeling his own energy to heal them before pulling back as the treatment ends. Looking at the unconscious Kevin and Henderson, Roman silently tells them that he has done everything in his power. From here on out, they must fight to survive on their own. No giving up. There is no coming back. Watching over his loyal men, Roman blames himself for never caring about those close to him in his previous life. Dark blood-soaked memories of his past flood back. He wonders, was his former life just too brutal? He spent his previous life constantly fighting for survival, leaving absolutely no time to mourn his fallen comrades. All those lost lives left him with nothing but deep regret, but this rare second chance at life changes things. Roman is determined to live this life without any regrets, so he silently demands that his men survive. Outside, Chris and the knights bow deeply. They thank him, though Roman is looking quite exhausted today. With dark circles heavy under his eyes, he drapes his cloak over his shoulders and orders a meeting with all the lords. Chris loudly acknowledges the order. Soon the meeting room is packed with lords waiting for Roman to arrive. They are all just waiting for Roman. Then Hans announces the young master as luxury leather boots step in. His steps click sharply against the tile floor. Roman takes his seat right at the center of the hall. The lords quickly welcome him back, and as Roman looks around at them, he slowly begins to speak. He mentions hearing about the mixed opinions on how to deal with the Kronos Empire, shaking his head in disappointment. These men have grown so accustomed to the Empire's cruelty that they have become too cowardly to feel any righteous anger. Roman looks up with a freezing cold stare, declaring that he is deeply disappointed in their weakness and refuses to tolerate it. He vows to make the Empire pay dearly for attacking Dmitry, prompting Count Conrad to nervously ask for clarification. He asks if they are truly launching an all-out war, and Roman gives a firm nod of agreement. He explains that this war actually started the moment Kronos' assassins attacked him and made his loyal followers bleed. Roman immediately issues a direct order for all lords to raise their alarms, mobilize their troops, and prepare for battle. From this exact moment onward, the Dmitry Duchy is officially declaring war, an all-out, relentless campaign. And just like that, the news spreads. Elsewhere, a man holds the letter with trembling hands, staring in shock. Stunned by the declaration of war, Edwin stares in silence, wondering why Roman would not consult with him first. Slamming his hand down, he leaps to his feet and barks orders at his aide to contact Dmitry immediately. The startled subordinate rushes to connect the call, linking Edwin directly with the representative of the Dmitry Duchy. The man on the line is Count Fabius, who listens calmly as Edwin demands to know Roman's true intentions. Fabius simply chuckles with a smug grin, assuring him that everything he heard in the declaration is absolutely true. He explains that Roman wants an unyielding total war against the Empire, leaving out Redford and Hector kingdoms entirely. Fabius tells Edwin to announce this at the upcoming international summit through the glowing blue communication stone before him. Staring blankly at the magical stone, Edwin listens as the voice repeats the demand for an immediate public announcement. He clenches his fist tight, trying to wrap his head around Roman's strategic moves and his sudden absence. The Kingdom Alliance will surely oppose this dangerous path of revenge, which explains why Roman chose to skip the summit. A subtle smirk plays on Edwin's lips as he realizes he must enter this assembly with a far bolder stance. Cut to the royal palace, where a furious King Odelia slams his hand down onto the table in outrage. He barks at the assembly, demanding to know how Dmitry can declare war without involving their two kingdoms. He notes that Edwin's stance has completely shifted since their last meeting, aggressively demanding some real answers. Edwin calmly responds that he lacks the full details since Dmitry flatly refused peace negotiations with the Empire. While he claims this summit is meant to find a solution, his underlying expression tells a different story. Roman only has one true goal here: to force the entire alliance into a direct confrontation with the Empire. King Odelia grits his teeth, warning that while Dmitry might get crushed, its downfall will drag everyone down. If the Kronos Empire conquers the entire northeastern region, they will gain a perfect foothold on this continent. Once they secure that position, they will throw everything they have into subjugating the rest of the alliance. He suggests they decisively abandon Dmitry entirely to protect themselves, but a sudden interruption catches everyone off guard. A voice rings out firmly, rejecting the proposal. The one speaking is the King of Redford. Just as he mentioned previously, the Redford kingdom will stand or fall alongside Dmitry. Hearing this, the King of Odelia is left absolutely furious. No matter what they say, it is useless. Redford is preparing for war and simply awaiting Dmitry's call to arms. The meeting falls into a predictable deadlock as their fragile alliance begins to crack. Once the King of Odelia walks out, the second conference officially ends with zero positive results. Later that night, furious screaming echoes through the halls of the palace. Damn it all, at this rate, everything is over. The King of Odelia paces angrily back and forth down the corridor. Roman Dmitry is not just a complete fool, he is dragging everyone into danger. Besides, their alliance stands zero chance against Kronos. After walking for a bit, he suddenly stops. Standing right in front of him is a mysterious glowing blue stone. He knows his kingdom cannot fall here. Even if he must swallow his pride before greater powers, avoiding war is his duty. Keeping his country alive is the only thing that matters. Suddenly, a glowing holographic image of a mysterious man appears before him. The king demands to know why he is being contacted, declaring that the alliance is dead and Odelia must find survival. Hearing this desperate plea, the figure on the other end let out a cold, subtle smile. The pieces are falling into place. Out of the alliance, two of the three main nations, excluding Frank, have already quietly submitted to the mighty Kronos Empire. Cut to a few days later at Rascal, a strategic eastern outpost of Kronos, where two sentries are casually chatting on duty. One of them confidently bets a gold coin that the tiny Dmitry Duchy will not even manage to survive a single month. The other guard scoffs, asking if a month is overestimating them, since a tiny place like Dmitry stands absolutely no chance. He is willing to bet half a month instead, but as the guard speaks, a menacing dark figure silently looms directly behind him. Talk about worst timing ever. A cold, deadly hand suddenly slams down hard, gripping the terrifyingly helpless guard by his head. In one incredibly swift and brutal motion, the intruder drives the man into the dirt. The remaining guard gasps in horror. He tries to scream out about an intruder, but he is instantly silenced, meeting the exact same grim fate. The killer is Chris. Job done. Chris immediately reports to his lord that all key tactical target positions have been successfully secured and neutralized. The main forces of Kronos will need around 6 hours to reach Rascal. Roman receives the report and issues his order. Until they arrive, wipe out as many of them as possible. Chris gives a cold, loyal nod confirming the start of the night raid. While the world is fast asleep, the Dmitry Duchy officially ignites the war. This tiny nation actually dares to show its fangs. Count Pablo sighs deeply, muttering that Cairo, Dmitry, and all their allies must be completely wiped off the face of the map. After all, once the massive main army reaches Rascal, the Dmitry Duchy will not last very long before being entirely destroyed. He rolls up the battle plan, fully aware that not a single nation on the continent will dare to help Dmitry. They stand no chance. Dmitry has absolutely zero hope of winning this battle, making their sudden, foolish struggle completely pointless. Suddenly, a panicked soldier bursts through the door, screaming that a massive fire has broken out in Rascal. Count Pablo snaps back. He rushes outside to the front lines, only to find the entire outpost engulfed in a terrifying sea of raging flames. Count Pablo frantically orders everyone to start extinguishing the fire immediately. But then he catches a whiff of a strange scent. Wait, is this oil? As desperate soldiers scramble to rescue survivors, Count Pablo realizes this fire is no ordinary accidental disaster. He screams for everyone to secure the supply warehouses immediately, but the intense heat and raging flames only grow more violent. He desperately orders all available forces to run inside the burning warehouse and salvage their precious magic scrolls before they burn. The terrified soldiers hesitate because of the extreme heat, but Count Pablo screams that he will personally execute anyone who wavers. Turning back toward the wall of fire, he spots something impossible. A dark, calm silhouette is slowly walking right out of the flames. And yep, you guessed it, it is Roman Dmitry. Count Pablo completely panics and orders his men to stop him instantly. The soldiers bravely charge forward, weapons drawn aiming to bring Roman down. But the monster simply reaches out a single hand, effortlessly grabbing a soldier by the head and flinging the entire crowd away. Instantly, Roman locks onto his next target. He drives his blade straight through the defender. Realizing the battle is completely lost, Count Pablo shrieks to sound the red alert. Amidst the chaos, a pair of cold, dangerous eyes gleam from the shadows. The formidable 7th Sword of Kronos has arrived. The elite 7th Knight Order finally makes their move, stepping onto the battlefield to put an end to this madness. Leading them is Vento, commander of the 7th Knight Order, flanked by highly skilled water mages who control the elemental currents. This powerful mystical support is exactly why Count Pablo remains so incredibly confident that this battle is already won. He smugly declares that Roman's journey ends here. Meanwhile, Roman tears through their forces, effortlessly laying waste to anyone in his path. Blocking their path, Roman closes in on Pablo. Talk is pretty cheap, they need to fight first. The soldiers draw weapons. The soldiers form a quick defensive line. Roman steps back. Just like that, he vanishes completely into the raging flames. Pablo stands frozen. Did that bastard really just vanish into the fire? Furious, he curses the coward for running away again. Believing Roman has walked into a dead end, Pablo barks orders. They cannot afford to let this golden opportunity slip away. They must hunt Roman down and eliminate him immediately. The soldiers roar in unison, charging headfirst into the blistering heat. Spotting Roman, the vanguard screams out to seize him, but Roman reacts instantly. He tears through the squad entirely alone. He single-handedly wipes out the pursuers. Nearby, a terrified scout dives behind a boulder, desperately reporting that Area 1 is falling. He screams that they cannot stop Roman. Too bad for him, because the monster himself is already standing right behind him. Needless to say, one quick slash sends him packing. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, a transmission stone crackles wildly. Helpless voices report that Roman vanished into the flames, making pursuit impossible. The commander listening to this is Bento. Clutching the stone, Bento hears blood-curdling screams on the other end, desperately shrieking Roman's name over and over again. Desperate cries for help flood the transmission. Help us in Area 1. Area 2 is lost. Roman is everywhere. Area 3 begs for salvation. Bento grimaces. What kind of nightmare is Roman unleashing? Suddenly, a low groan catches his ear. Looking down, Bento spots a mangled, dying soldier barely clinging to life. He kneels beside him, asking if he can speak. Bento demands to know where Roman went. The dying man gasps that Roman wiped out their entire pursuit squad alone. The soldier mutters that the monster vanished into the flames. Bento's face darkens. He cannot believe a single man did this. They must control the fire first. Bento quickly orders his officers to summon the elite mages of the Beeger Water Tower. Soon the elite mages of the Beeger Water Tower arrive, chanting powerful magic to cast a massive water barrier. But as the water strikes the blaze, something goes horribly wrong. The head mage instantly senses a terrifying anomaly. The flames do not recede even an inch. Horrified, he gasps that even level 5 magic cannot put out this fire. This is no ordinary fire. This terrifying, unholy inferno is sustained by an incredibly advanced, highly destructive form of sorcery. Baek yells out that unless they destroy the summoner responsible for this nightmare, there is no way to extinguish these flames. Bento realizes that the summoner must be Roman. Meanwhile, disastrous news floods in stating the north gate is completely blocked. The west gate is sealed and the east gate is swallowed by demonic flames. Bento stands frozen. Is this really happening? The entire city is sinking into a sea of absolute destruction. Looking up in pure horror, Bento realizes they are trapped. Over 10,000 Imperial soldiers are now hopelessly trapped inside Lascaux. Officers scramble to report the grim reality of their situation. With every escape route blocked, they realize they have walked right into a massive, meticulously planned trap. Pablo is panicking. Stuttering in absolute disbelief, Pablo demands to know how this is possible. Is there truly no other way out? Bento explains that while normal exits are gone, the north gate's wall is weak enough to be broken down. Breaking that wall is their only shot. Pablo quickly orders his commanders to halt the pursuit and focus on survival. They must preserve their remaining forces. Bento receives the command and immediately starts organizing a retreat toward the north gate. He rallies the troops to escape Lascaux together. As they flee, Pablo realizes that Roman is an absolute terrifying monster. Even if he has to mobilize the entire empire, Roman must die. But their desperate escape suddenly grinds to a halt. Pushing through his terrified troops, Pablo demands to know what is blocking them, and there standing in their path is Roman. Rage boils inside Pablo as he glares at his enemy. He screams at Roman, calling him a coward who finally showed up. He challenges Roman, shouting that if he is a real warrior, he should fight like one instead of playing tricks. Roman remains completely unfazed. He coldly asks if fighting 10,000 soldiers alone is fair, but using fire is cowardly. Pablo snaps back that without these cheap tricks, Roman would have been crushed under their boots a long time ago. Roman glares at him with chilling intensity. If that's what he truly believes, Roman slowly raises his hand to make a point. With a simple wave of his arm, the roaring flames split apart fully, revealing the massive exit gate right behind him. Roman promises that if they can defeat him, they will be allowed to walk out of this blazing trap alive. Furious at the arrogance, Pablo orders everyone to charge. Bento joins the fray, commanding the 7th Night Squad to follow him. Roman stands his ground, watching Bento charge straight at him. Just as the blade nears, Roman prepares his ultimate counter. Activating the Heavenly Demon Sword art, he unleashes the devastating second form, striking forward with blinding speed and power. The clash triggers an earth-shattering explosion, leaving a massive crater behind. Through the rising smoke, two piercing eyes gleam. There is no grand scheme here. The fire is simply meant to cut off the enemy's escape route. From the very start, his true objective was to slaughter all 10,000 soldiers within this sea of flames. The fire rages on as lifeless bodies clutter the battlefield, and Bento is completely incinerated by the previous strike. Count Pablo gasps in sheer disbelief at his fallen commander's name. Turning to Yale, he frantically orders him to blast Roman with offensive magic. Yale hesitates and warns that doing so would cause heavy casualties among their own troops. But Pablo snaps right back, demanding to know what choice they have if they are going to lose everyone anyway. He declares it is far better for them to die serving the Empire than to perish by Roman's hands. Left with no choice, the Blue Island mages obey the command. Yale orders them to prepare, and they begin gathering their mana to unleash a devastating spell. Summoning their collective strength, the mages conjure massive water spheres and unleash a colossal tidal wave directly ahead. The soldiers watch in absolute horror, trying to run but failing as the rushing torrent sweeps them away. As the dust and steam begin to settle from the clash, a radiant light suddenly envelops Roman. Seizing the moment, he closes the distance to Yale instantly. The mage reacts quickly, trying to cast a binding spell to trap him in a massive web-like barrier. Yet Roman effortlessly slices right through it with his sword. Now watch, Yale doesn't even see it coming. Keeping his momentum, Roman closes in and drives his blade straight through the mage. He coldly unleashes a devastating lightning strike. A blinding bolt falls from the heavens directly upon them, releasing a colossal wave of energy that disintegrates everything in its path. As the blinding flash illuminates the entire battlefield, Roman emerges with his sword dripping with fresh blood. Leaving Yale's lifeless body behind, Roman walks forward with complete composure. In the next instant, he presses his blade directly against Count Pablo's throat. The defeated commander drops to his knees in utter despair, screaming out in frustration. He demands to know why Roman is pushing them this far. He points out that the forces of Lascaux are merely a tiny fraction of the Empire's power, meaning Dmitry's defeat is already set in stone. No matter how much Roman struggles, he can never hope to survive an all-out war with a massive empire like Kronos. At least that is what Pablo believes as he rants. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the past, right after the tragic death of the crazy demon. Baek Joong-hyuk marched alone toward Henan province. He sought out Mount Song, home to the legendary Shaolin temple that ruled over the martial arts world. The sudden arrival of the Heavenly Demon threw Shaolin into utter chaos, painting the sacred grounds of the righteous factions in deep crimson. Standing atop a mountain of corpses is Baek Joong-hyuk himself. An elder from the temple looks at the carnage in absolute despair, asking why. Baek Joong-hyuk coldly replies that they killed his man. The stunned elder can only ask what he means, but the answer is absolute. Even if they are the most powerful sect, he warns them that touching his subordinates means certain death. Back in the present, Roman doesn't waste any time. He tightly grips Pablo's mouth, demanding answers. It is because they dared to step onto Dmitry's soil and directly threatened his family and his loyal people. Pablo thinks in sheer terror, wondering if this insane invasion was launched purely because they bruised the man's pride. Forcing his mouth open, he calls Roman ridiculous for making empire-wide decisions based on such simplistic emotional reasons. He screams that Roman is driving his own citizens into a bloody sea, showing absolutely no regard for their lives. Hearing his desperate screams, Roman merely responds with a cold, mocking smile as the flames behind them burn brighter than ever. Nearby, Pablo's surviving soldiers flee in panic, screaming for help as Roman gives the commander a final brutal choice. He can either burn to death here or live just long enough to report this absolute defeat back to the Kronos Empire. That is the ultimate price of opposing him. With that, the merciless flames consume Pablo, leaving nothing behind but his communication crystal. The scene shifts to the Empire, where a messenger delivers a dire report to Marquis Memphis. The entire Rasco army has been wiped out, stating that Count Pablo and his entire Rasco army have been completely annihilated. Memphis slams his desk in shock. He immediately orders reinforcements to Rasco to verify the situation. Later, inside the Emperor's private chamber, Memphis delivers the grim confirmation. The rumors are true, Rasco is gone. The entire region has been burned to ash, and the Imperial army is struggling to pursue Roman. Nobody expected a massive force of 10,000 soldiers to be wiped out so effortlessly. Memphis begs for forgiveness. Sitting quietly on his bed, Emperor Kronos calls out Memphis's name with an eerie, calm demeanor. Memphis quickly begs for guidance on their next move. The Emperor slowly turns his head to look out the window at the night sky. He senses that Roman Dmitry is sending him a direct message, openly challenging Kronos' rule over the continent. Dmitry struck first. Ever since Roman appeared, the Empire's flawless history of absolute victory has been thoroughly tarnished. The Emperor demands to know the current location of Mystic and their faction. Summoned by his voice, Mystic materializes from the shadows. It seems they are closely watching the Empire's every move in this clash against the Dmitry Duchy. Recalling the image of Saintess Isabel, he realized this was a clear warning of the brewing storm ahead. Looking at their grand plan to conquer the continent, Emperor Kronos spoke with absolute confidence. Very well, he said. He would use this opportunity to completely wipe out both them and the Duchy of Dmitry. Mystic gleefully replied, at your command. Emperor Kronos then issued his order to launch a concentrated attack starting with the Duchy of Dmitry. He wanted every single kingdom. The entire continent must fall to the Kronos Empire. As this massive beast of a nation finally woke up, a brutal war began. Since ancient times, when the gates of heaven first opened, absolute freezing cold gripped the world, letting endless disasters run completely wild. The gods declared that a chosen one would eventually appear to save them. But if they missed that moment, darkness would win. The world would be trapped in despair forever. Walking into a dark chamber, Emperor Kronos picked up an ancient scroll to plan. For ages, those who received the divine oracle failed to conquer the continent. But starting from this very moment, things changed. As the second door opened, he finally held the power to destroy them. He placed the scroll back onto the stone pedestal. No more holding back. Turning to walk down the stairs, he swore to show everyone that his empire was not weak. They would soon realize the true might of the Kronos Empire. Meanwhile, at the imperial outpost of Vasco, disaster had struck. 100,000 soldiers were completely wiped out. Remarkably, the opposing forces suffered absolutely zero casualties, triggering massive imperial outrage. Kronos immediately issued a massive military mobilization order. Because of this crisis, the Three-Kingdom Alliance called an urgent international conference. During the meeting, King Odelius slammed his hand on the table in a rage, demanding to know what King Frank meant. Frank frowned, stating he would rather stand with Dmitry for a sliver of hope than live in constant fear of Kronos. With those parting words, he stood up and walked out, apologizing because he had an urgent meeting with Dmitry. Odelia stared in utter disbelief as the man walked away. Desperate, Odelia quickly rushed to his secret chamber in the palace. Standing before a glowing blue stone, he knew that the moment the Dmitry alliance collapsed, the absolute worst would happen. The Kronos conquest of the continent would officially begin. He frowned, realizing he had to seize his own opportunity quickly. Flashback to a moment earlier when a summoned mysterious figure smiled, telling the king his worries were entirely misplaced. What Odelia gasped. The figure gleefully explained that the incident at Vasco had thoroughly enraged the emperor himself. Even if the entire alliance backed Dmitry, once the full imperial army mobilized, their enemies would be completely wiped out. Every single one of them would be erased from the map. Now the kingdom of Odelia had a specific task to carry out. A few days later, on the first line of defense, Baron Boris solemnly welcomed the newly arrived reinforcements. Thanking them for making the hard journey, the battle-hardened old general stood ready. He had led countless armies to victory. A white-haired figure approached, asking if they were indeed the first to arrive. This man was a legend. Duke Benford, a true icon of the Kronos military, had arrived at defensive line number 1 with 30,000 troops. He immediately demanded an update on the battlefield. Boris reported that Dmitry had joined forces with Cairo's army. They were currently massing troops on the Western Front, clearly digging in for a massive defensive battle. Meanwhile, Redford, Hector, and Frank had rebelled, mobilizing their forces while Odelia and Amberto sided with the Empire. Benford murmured in thought. He never expected so many kingdoms to actually unite in rebellion against the Great Kronos. Times had certainly changed. But this war would mark the beginning of their continent-wide conquest, requiring an absolute victory. He declared that in 10 days they would launch a total-crushing offensive against Cairo and Dimit. The troops roared in agreement, but suddenly soldiers throughout the camp began coughing up blood, collapsing one by one. A mysterious poison had swept through the tents. Tragically, many did not survive the night as chaos quickly spread. Boris rushed to report the grim news. Over 100,000 soldiers were down with severe fever and vomiting. 300 were already dead. Benford immediately suspected that Roman had deployed some kind of highly lethal poison. He ordered an immediate inspection of the water supply and demanded assistance from the powerful mages of Behemos. Boris complied. Rushing to the medical tents, Benford asked if a cure was possible. The news was incredibly grim. From defensive line number 1 all the way to line number 8, every single camp was suffering from poisoning. The casualties were spiraling out of control. Suddenly, the arrogant tower master of Behemos raised his hand for silence. Benford scoffed inwardly at their pride. The tower master confidently declared they would neutralize this poison immediately. At his command, a team of 32 highly skilled mages prepared to tackle the unknown toxin. As the tower master cast his detection spell, a sudden chilling vision of Roman flashed in his mind. Impossible, he gasped, realizing they were dealing with a terrifying, completely unprecedented toxin that defied magic. It would normally take years. He turns to the active mages, his mind racing. Wait, the tower master is suddenly stepping in. He halts the healing process and orders everyone to back away, using his mana to probe deeper. This poison is not a single strain. An anxious Benford demands to know what on earth is going on. The tower master asks for a brief moment to verify his theory, but suddenly freezes in pure shock. He reveals that 32 different toxins have been detected across 8 defensive lines, and all of them are completely new. These lethal poisons have never been seen on the Salamander continent. With war looming, finding an antidote in time is impossible. Realizing there is no cure, Benford's face darkens. Even the proud tower master Bimot has to admit defeat. He immediately orders the quarantine of all infected soldiers, and every single contaminated corpse must be burned without fail. This must be done in absolute secrecy to avoid spreading panic. Furthermore, they plan to hold the enemy accountable. Under continental war laws, using chemical weapons is a severe crime. But a voice speaks up in the meeting room. The Kronos Empire has sent an envoy to negotiate. It is the Western commander Marquis Van Bach who points this out. Those monsters have committed countless atrocities, ignoring all laws, and now they want to talk about continental rules. A young man sitting nearby scoffs that this is exactly how the Kronos Empire operates. Then a female voice chimes in. Flora notes that their response is much faster than expected, and if they want to buy time, they must negotiate. Marquis Van Bach agrees, stating that if they are going to talk, they need to prepare. The scene shifts. A few days later, Benford arrives alone at the Cairo border city gates, where someone is already waiting to greet him. The stranger welcomes them, introducing himself as Count Fabius. The two powerful men lock eyes, silently sizing each other up. Benford speaks first, telling him to cut the pleasantries and get to the point. Continental law strictly forbids poison. So why on earth did Dmitry deploy such a lethal weapon? Count Fabius merely responds with a cold, mocking smile. Fabius scoffs at the mention of continental law, smiling widely as he calls it nothing more than a simple suggestion. It is certainly not a binding rule. After all, Kronos cross their borders repeatedly, without warning, so using poison should not really surprise them. Benford grits his teeth, warning Count Fabius that he should think very carefully about every single word that comes out of his mouth next. He asks if Dimit has forgotten why the Salamander continent banned poison in the first place, pointing to a dark moment in their history. Long before Kronos became a massive empire, the entire land was fractured into countless petty kingdoms, constantly warring over territory. To gain an edge, those kingdoms released highly contagious plagues, killing 30% of the population across 3 nations in an absolute tragedy. Fabius merely shrugs and says he knows the story well, though his tone suggests he does not care about the ancient disaster at all. He points out that those ruined nations were quickly swallowed up by the Kronos Empire, which benefited massively from the tragedy in the end. It is pretty rich for an empire built on dark magic to suddenly act so morally superior about a little bit of poison. If toxic gas is just child's play, then dark magic is a literal threat to the survival of the entire human race. Benford is absolutely furious, demanding to know if Fabius has any concrete proof that the Kronos Empire actually uses dark magic. Fabius stays completely calm, mentioning that sending hidden assassins and dark mages to attack Dimit is more than enough evidence. Benford loses his temper entirely and stutters in rage, asking how Fabius dares to speak to him like that. But Fabius cuts him off, stating that if they truly wanted a bloodbath, they would have released the poison in the heart of the capital. His expression turns dead serious as he reminds Benford that they are still holding back, so they should just let this slide. Neither of them has the moral high ground here, so they might as well keep focusing on their own military camps. Benford is left completely speechless by the harsh truth. After a tense silence, he asks Fabius if he knows why he left the battlefield. He admits that he witnessed the terrifying true power of the Kronos Empire and realized his presence would not change the final outcome. Kronos is destined to rule this entire continent anyway. Still, Benford has to admit that Roman Dmitry is a genuinely formidable opponent. Everything Roman has achieved so far is highly impressive, but it means absolutely nothing when faced with the overwhelming might of Kronos. Benford turns to walk away, telling Roman to keep struggling to the bitter end just so he has something to enjoy watching. Glancing back one last time, he says he is genuinely looking forward to their performance. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean waves, Kevin sits all alone in a silent void, staring blankly ahead as the memory of a fierce red-haired warrior flashes before him. He wonders why he is even fighting this guy, just as faces of the people he cares about flood his mind. As the young man sits lost in his thoughts, a familiar shadow slowly begins to materialize directly in front of his eyes. He looks up in disbelief, whispering the words "young master" as Roman appears and asks if he really plans to give up now. "Remember what I told you?" a voice echoes live for me. What just happened was merely a dream. Kevin slowly opens his eyes. He wonders how much time has passed. Hans hears movement and rushes in, immediately relieved that Kevin is finally awake. Kevin sits up. His body is still trembling as he sits up. He demands to know everything that happened, so Hans tries his best to explain. Hearing the news, Kevin grips his bedsheet tightly before suddenly springing out of bed. He has to get to the Western Front. Hans screams out to stop him, but as Kevin reaches the door, he suddenly freezes because Fernando is standing right there blocking him. Fernando orders him to get back to bed. He understands the boy's panic, but running out there right now will accomplish absolutely nothing. He advises him to focus on recovery first. But Kevin shakes his head, apologizing because he simply cannot do that. His entire purpose for living is to serve his master. Without warning, Kevin suddenly dashes forward at full speed, completely ignoring the orders. If his master is on the battlefield, then he must be there too. As he disappears, Fernando can only sigh in deep frustration. How do you even stop someone that's stubborn? Meanwhile, outside the military camp, a soldier frantically rings the alarm bell, warning of an attack. The enemy is charging. Roman stands atop the wall, observing the chaos. It looks like their poison plan failed to buy them time. Instead of trying to cure the poison, the enemy launches an immediate assault. Roman identifies their commander as the infamous Duke Benford. Vandenberg notes that a battle-hardened veteran like him would instinctively press the attack, denying them any chance to rest or regroup. Suddenly, a cloaked figure clutching a magic staff emerges in the distance. The defenders on the wall can only wonder who this old man is. Who is he? Marquis Vandenberg stares at the figure, realizing that a peaceful messenger would have raised a white flag to signal a truce. Worry creeps in as he wonders if this man is a mage. Making a quick decision, Marquis Vandenberg immediately orders the ballistas to be prepared. He watches his soldiers wheel the massive weapons into position quickly, calculating his next move to counter any incoming spells. If their enemy is indeed a wizard, a direct strike from a ballista should easily disrupt his chanting. He waits with a heavy frown. Holding his breath, he watches the enemy intensely. But Sefer remains completely unfazed as his lips begin to mutter an incantation. Sensing the danger, Marquis Vandenberg wastes no time and roars the order to fire. Instantly responding to his command, the giant bolt launches. A massive siege bolt flies through the air. Yet Sefer stands perfectly still, calmly watching the giant projectile hurtling straight toward him. Under his hood, his eyes gleam with absolute contempt, muttering that they are pathetic fools. The moment he speaks, the giant bolt freezes. The projectile stops dead in mid-air, held by some invisible force. Watching this impossible scene, Marquis Vandenberg and Noel gasp in pure horror. Their jaws drop in sheer disbelief. They had only heard legends about a 5-star swordsman matching a 6-circle mage in raw power, or a 6-star swordsman equaling a 7-circle mage. The 12 greatest sword masters on the continent only peak at 6-star status. Meanwhile, magic tower masters normally reach the 7th circle. Anything beyond that is transcendent, a myth thought to only exist in legends. But today, that legend is standing right before their eyes. The man demonstrating this godlike power is the white-haired wizard Sefer. Suddenly, he unleashes his true strength, summoning an unprecedented 8th magic circle. Sefer glares forward with cold, terrifying eyes, whispering a spell. Heaven's wrath, he utters. Instantly, the dark clouds part as a devastating bolt of lightning crashes down from the sky. The lightning strikes the defensive wall where Marquis Vandenberg is commanding. But out of nowhere, a glowing magic barrier materializes to block it. Looking at the shield protecting him, the Marquis breathes a sigh of relief. He recognizes this barrier from the Phoenix Magic Tower, but even a layman like himself can easily tell that under this kind of pressure, the barrier won't last much longer. It is going to collapse very soon. Turning to his mages, Marquis Vandenberg roars a desperate order to push past their limits. Pour every drop of mana into the shield, he screams, "We have to buy as much time as we possibly can." The mages desperately channel their power into a focusing artifact, shouting their compliance. Every available spellcaster joins the effort to reinforce the shield, but everyone has their absolute limit. Marquis Vandenberg watches in horror as one of his top mages suddenly coughs up dark blood. The white-haired wizard is clearly unleashing magic beyond the seventh circle. The Kronos Empire was already known as the continent's strongest nation, yet they still managed to hide legendary monsters of this terrifying level. He cannot help but wonder how much strength they still conceal. Lacking the raw power to hold it, the defensive barrier begins to crack, shattering into glittering fragments that rain down on them. The moment the protective wall shatters, the deadly lightning summoned by Sephir strikes the fortress once again with absolute terrifying force. With the primary defensive wall completely obliterated, the soldiers of the Kronos Empire immediately seize the opportunity and charge forward. "The wall has fallen, charge," they shout. High above, the Marquis desperately orders his remaining troops to block the invading enemy. Seizing the perfect opening, Duke Benford commands his entire army to advance. But right at that moment, a blinding light flashes. It crashes down violently right between the invading Kronos troops and the collapsed wall. Through the thick swirling clouds of dust, a powerful figure slowly emerges, declaring that as long as he stands there, they will not take another single step forward. Once known as the strongest sword of Cairo, Count Nicholas charges straight into battle, shouting with immense pride. He rallies them, roaring that Cairo and Dmitry will not let the western fortress fall so easily despite knowing who they face. Yet the Kronos commander remains confident, barking orders to swarm and kill the lone warrior. But Nicholas has absolutely no fear. Sparks fly from his eyes with an incredibly intense fighting spirit. He charges forward alone, swinging his sword against the Kronos army. As one wave of Kronos troops falls, another immediately rushes to take its place, exploiting a moment when Nicholas is briefly distracted. They shroud themselves in heavy magic, launching a sudden flank attack. Nicholas quickly senses their strange, overwhelming power. He whips his head around, gritting his teeth in sheer disbelief. These are the elite knights of Kronos, and they are lethal. The Kronos knights unleash a barrage of deadly slashes. Just then, a familiar figure leaps in, shouting for Nicholas to get down. That powerful figure flies right over Nicholas, launching a devastating strike directly at the enemy. This is Chris, the warrior known as the Flash of Cairo, crashing straight into the enemy knights. Naturally, his immense, overwhelming power forces them all to retreat. Nicholas can only watch in stunned disbelief, wondering if Chris has truly become this incredibly powerful. Chris glances back, asking if Lord Nicholas is doing all right. Seeing the young warrior show such genuine concern, Nicholas smiles softly. Count Nicholas smiles softly before making an immediate request, asking Chris to stand and fight right by his side. Chris does not hesitate for a second, giving a firm nod. Meanwhile, thunder rumbles across the sky like an approaching storm. A tense thought echoes through the chaos. To fully execute Lord Roman's plan, they need a minimum of 3 days. Those are the calculations of Flora, who stands atop the fortress wall, staring out with a deeply troubled expression. She believed they could hold out, but with the walls collapsing on day one, their entire strategy has been rendered completely useless. Realizing this, she turns to the Marquis, stating they cannot win like this and must immediately transition to Plan B. Following her strategic advice, the Marquis has no choice but to begrudgingly agree, ordering a swift retreat of their forces. He curses their luck, screaming for everyone to fall back and prepare to detonate the explosives once the enemy breaches the walls. As massive explosions begin to detonate, Chris immediately reads the situation, realizing their desperate plan has already been set in motion. He quickly signals to the Count, urging that they must ensure the safety of their forces during this chaotic retreat. Just as the words leave his mouth, a chilling silhouette approaches from the distance, asking if he is the one called Chris. Hearing that voice, Chris freezes as a wave of intense pressure washes over him. The newcomer's curly hair sways with each step. The man's curly hair sways as he asks who Roman Dmitry really is, questioning if a 6-star swordsman is serving him. He marvels that a barren, remote place like Dmitry could actually raise a warrior of such formidable caliber. With every step he takes, both Chris and Nicholas turn incredibly pale. That overwhelming presence can only belong to one monster. He is Hannibal, the second-ranked monster of Kronos and third on the continent. Radiating a bloodthirsty aura, he orders Chris taken alive. Hannibal sneers that he will tear Chris apart piece by piece. Both Nicholas and Chris stand completely frozen as he slowly approaches. Panic floods Chris's mind. Hannibal's presence means another legendary Kronos knight has officially entered the fray, making their survival highly unlikely. Chris realizes that if he fights this monster, he will surely die here, leaving his dream of surpassing his master forever out of reach. Shaking off his dread, Chris raises his blade and prepares for a final stand. But suddenly, Count Nicholas steps right in front of him. Nicholas blocks his path, stating he will hold this ground alone. He turns back with absolute resolve, giving his final advice. He urges Chris that he and Roman are the keys to future victory, promising to hold off Hannibal and catch up later. Chris refuses to leave him, shouting out the Count's name, but Nicholas barks back, commanding him to run immediately. Seeing the veteran's absolute determination, Chris grits his teeth, promises never to forget this sacrifice, and turns to leave. Chris leaps away into the distance. Watching his retreat, Nicholas smiles silently, trusting Cairo's future into the young warrior's hands. But the tender moment is cut short as Hannibal lets out a sinister laugh, drawing his blade and asking who permitted this escape. Denying him the chance to draw, Nicholas instantly unleashes his full power, a raging torrent of flame enveloping his massive blade. With a thunderous roar, he swings his sword forward, unleashing a colossal wave of fire directly at the Kronos commander. The strike tears through the air toward Hannibal. Across the devastated battlefield, a massive crimson blaze erupts, shaking the entire area. As the flames slowly clear, Nicholas looks ahead and sees Hannibal still standing completely unharmed, prompting him to whisper softly. He murmurs that he always wanted to test himself against a true apex predator. Hearing this, Hannibal slowly draws his blade. Sliding his fingers along the steel, Hannibal casually asks Nicholas where exactly he ranks among Cairo's swordsmen. Raising his aura for one final clash, the veteran proudly declares that his name is Richard, the finest sword of Cairo. Facing Nicholas' introduction, Hannibal smirked with a sarcastic grin. He thought Nicholas was just a brat who didn't know his place. And then one of the two took the initiative and lunged forward to strike first. Nicholas continuously unleashed fierce slashes towards Hannibal, but Hannibal skillfully dodged every single blow. Nicholas had spent his entire life yearning to reach this 6-star realm, and through the battle with Roman, he had finally climbed over that high wall. It was the transcendent realm Nicholas had always dreamed of, the 6-star wall of demonic sword. Technique, demon it. Whispering softly, Nicholas channeled a massive surge of power through his blade and swung it forward. But suddenly, Nicholas's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, as if he could not trust his own sight, because the very tip of his blade was easily stopped by Hannibal's ultra-thin rapier. Hannibal arrogantly mocked him, asking if the top-ranked fighter of Cairo was only capable of this much. Then in the blink of an eye, Hannibal flashed right past Nicholas and unleashed a flurry of vicious slashes that carved into him. Crimson blood sprayed from the deep wounds left by those cuts, and Nicholas completely lost his strength and collapsed onto the cold ground. Hannibal turned back. He slowly approached his fallen foe with an amused chuckle. He tells Nicholas that he has some interesting things to share, starting with the fact that he is nominally only rank 2 while Kronos holds many warriors far stronger than him. If Cairo cannot even withstand this tier of strength, then they never stood a chance of winning from the start. And second, he adds the plan to blow up the castle was something he had completely foreseen from the very beginning. Now it is time for the first sword of Cairo. Meanwhile, outside the western wall of the city, Flora signals to the mage standing right beside her. Right on cue, a brilliant glowing star instantly materializes high above, the wooden barrels packed with explosives. A massive deafening explosion shakes the castle, but right at that exact moment, a massive spatial rift is summoned below, completely sucking the fiery blast inside. Watching this happen, Flora can hardly believe her eyes, wondering if the explosion was truly stopped as the spatial sphere locks the blast inside like a cage. Under the mage's direct control, a glowing ring immediately circles the sphere, and the violent blast trapped inside shrinks down alongside the orb. Then it vanishes. Not a single trace remains. Count Benford watches the display in silence. He quietly remarked that the weak always make predictable choices. He then steps forward with deep respect, thanking him and saying, "See, you did well." The mage casually nods back. Then Count Benford raises his voice. He lets out a mighty roaring call to his troops. He yells that the enemies of the Kronos Empire are cornered, urging them to seize the moment and turn Cairo into a sea of fire. Following his fierce declaration, the soldiers roar with intense battle spirit. But despite showing such confidence on the outside, deep down Count Benford is feeling deeply uneasy because everything is going far too smoothly. Now watch, this is where things get really tense. He cannot help but wonder why Cairo would abandon their city just to buy time. Even though their western front has fallen, Roman has still not shown his face. He worries if their stalling is directly connected to Roman's absence. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a rugged cliffside where a lone figure suddenly appears at the very top. This is the eastern border of Kronos Kotas. Looking down from the cliff, the scouts quietly note how tight the security is. Standing nearby, Roman turns to Nelson, who is carefully watching the ground below. Telling Nelson that he will clear the path, Roman steps off the cliff and plunges straight down. Navigating the sheer drop with absolute precision, he drops toward the bottom with mind-blowing speed. In mere seconds, Roman reaches the towering walls of Kronos and leaps high into the air. Honestly, this guy's speed is completely unreal. Nelson squintingly tries to keep his eyes open, watching the action in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, a climbing rope drops down right in front of him. Nelson quickly grabs hold, using every ounce of his strength to pull himself up. But as he reaches the top of the fortress wall, he freezes in shock. The guards are completely motionless. Are they dead on their feet? While Nelson stands there completely dazed, Roman quietly commands him to follow closely, snapping him back to reality. He quickly nods, scrambling to keep up as the two of them descend the stairs to infiltrate the castle's interior. Under Roman's absolute protection, Nelson trails closely behind, passing the lifeless bodies of several Kronos soldiers along the way. The duo keeps moving forward until a bright light spills from a nearby room. Stopping, Roman tells Nelson that it is finally his turn. Hearing the command, Nelson nods, confidently telling Roman to leave it all to him. Right before them stands the massive teleportation gate. Nelson takes careful steps forward toward the device, but suddenly a deafening alarm blares through the halls, instantly triggering panic. He gasps in sheer terror. The alarm, Roman instantly draws his sword, facing the entrance and telling Nelson to focus on his work. He promises to handle the incoming enemies. This crazy plan actually traces back to the high-level meeting of the Cairo Alliance hours earlier, where BT was completely stunned. He had asked if they truly needed to capture the Coda's teleportation gate, while a young man standing right beside him cried out that such an idea was far too reckless. Bate agreed completely, voicing his doubts about, even if we succeed, the massive power gap is just too overwhelming. That alone will not turn this war around. Roman takes charge of the meeting. I understand your concerns, but I look at this from a different angle. We must rip through the flesh of Kronos, even if we bleed, and make those arrogant fools tremble in fear. His cold words make everyone in the room swallow hard. Immediately, the worried Count speaks up to explain. It is not that we do not trust you, Roman, but they managed to bypass our outer gates entirely. They teleported all the way from Dmitry without using any warp gate. Roman calmly answers their heavy doubts. We must be cautious of this unknown teleportation magic, but I do not believe their power is absolute. If their ability had no limits, they would not have bothered with the Western Front. They would strike directly. They could have attacked Cairo and Dmitry straight away. Roman's brilliant logic makes the startled Count freeze. Sudden realization hits him. It is not just him, everyone else in the meeting room feels the same way. The enemy choosing the Western Front proves their teleportation has serious limits. Against this arrogant empire, we must act. We have to show those continental rulers that we are not their dogs. Suddenly, someone interrupts their deep conversation. May I speak? Roman glances over at the speaker, giving him a slight nod of permission to proceed. The speaker is none other than Marquis Valentino, a Dmitry supporter. He smirks playfully as he makes a request. Once this war is over, can you promise to forge me a brand new sword? Roman stands there speechless. The whole room falls dead silent. What Roman finds it hard to speak, utterly baffled by Valentino's bizarre obsession. No waiting for a weapon from the Dmitry collection is just pure torture. I cannot help myself, he says. Just forge me a sword and I will throw the entire strength of my family to support your bold campaign. Even with national security on the line, Marquis Valentino's intense obsession with collecting rare weapons shines incredibly bright. Back to reality inside Kronos' castle, where Roman's absolute beast of a plan is finally about to unfold. Without wasting a single breath, he charges straight ahead to face them head-on. The bloody battle begins. While Roman ruthlessly slaughters every guard in sight, his companion Nenson works quickly to hijack the massive warp gate. As their resident warp gate engineer, Nenson remains entirely focused on executing the complex plan Roman laid out. After some intense hacking, the mana stone on the gate suddenly flashes with brilliant light. Nenson immediately yells out, "It is a success." Roman glances back, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he hears the news. So fast, he thinks exactly as expected from the genius recommended by Marquis Valentino. He activates the gate. Instantly, a colossal wave of pure energy erupts from the portal, shaking the very foundations of the castle corridor. From the blinding light of the warp gate, a familiar figure slowly steps forward into the enemy territory. Marquis Valentino proudly leads his elite army through the portal, stepping with absolute confidence into the Kronos fortress. Once the troops cross, a familiar warrior approaches Roman and bows deeply to pay his respects. "I greet you." Roman looks pleased, noting that he made it through. Kevin respectfully replies that it is all thanks to his guidance. The greeting ends. Roman turns to the army with a cold declaration. They will use Cordis to crush Kronos. "We will wipe out every enemy in the east," he says. A hand slowly reaches out to draw a masterpiece. Marquis Valentino proudly raises his exquisitely carved sword high, roaring a battle cry that echoes through the halls. Soldiers of Cairo execute Dimitri's orders. The strategic eastern fortress of Cordis falls to their hands. It fell in less than 24 hours. In secret, Marquis Valentino is absolutely thrilled, staring at his sword. "I can finally swing you again," he thinks. The scene suddenly shifts to a completely different location. Commander Benford roars in absolute shock and rage. What Cordes has fallen. His hands tremble with sheer anger. He curses Dmitry's terrifying scheme. Without the warp gate, they are now completely cut off from the capital. Glaring with sheer bloodlust, Benford orders an emergency meeting. They must prepare for a long, grueling war of attrition. Marching blindly to Cairo with 300,000 troops will only cause their entire supply line to dry up. If reinforcements take a month, they must hold the fortress and survive to ruin the enemy's master plan. As he anxiously calculates their chances, a subordinate suddenly speaks up, proposing a much faster, bolder option. "Why don't we try this?" The defense officer carefully speaks up, laying out his plan to survive. Since Sefer managed to contain the explosion, only the outer gate is ruined, leaving their defense forces intact. Cairo's remaining supplies are completely intact, and the inspection of the potions is officially complete. Hearing this suggestion, Duke Benford pauses in deep thought before finally giving his approval to hold the fort. They will hold out until reinforcements arrive to crush the enemy piece by piece, though his mind is already scheming. He mutters that whatever Roman is planning, it won't go his way. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Tesla Fortress. This is the eastern front base of the Kronos Empire, where a critical letter has just arrived for the commander. It orders them to defend the fortress at all costs if the Dmitry forces appear, signed by Duke Benford himself. The Tesla commander Baron Zman reads it with deep confusion, wondering why they should hold instead of requesting backup. He sighs, wondering if the Duke truly believes a defense of 300,000 troops could ever fall so easily. But just then, his eyes lock onto a lone shadowy figure emerging from the thick dust storm outside the gates. The man is not carrying a white flag of surrender, and as the dust clears, Baron Zeman's heart suddenly stops. It is Roman Dmitry himself, prompting the terrified commander to scream out orders for an immediate and merciless strike. He demands his men stop Roman from getting any closer, baffled by how this man dares to walk up alone. Baron Zeman wonders if capturing Vasco made him this arrogant, dreaming of defeating the mighty Kronos Empire on his own. With a flash of pure malice, the commander vows to crush that dream personally, shouting the order to fire. Instantly, hundreds of arrows rain down toward Roman, who stands perfectly still and quietly whispers two words: "Steel shield." At his quiet command, a massive barrier manifests in the air, wrapping around him and blocking every single projectile. Baron Zeman loses his mind at the sight, frantically screaming for his soldiers to stop him at all costs. Before the echoes of his voice fade, a titanic power erupts from Roman like a violent, waking volcano. Roman glares at the trembling crowd coldly, stating that since there is no teleportation gate here, he can go all out. A towering pillar of dark energy erupts straight from his body, piercing the sky and shaking the very earth. But watching this display, Baron's man bursts into a confident laugh, mocking Roman for thinking he can break their defenses. He boasts that the castle walls are reinforced with multiple magical barriers, making Roman's efforts completely useless. Yet the ominous dark energy only intensifies, swirling around Roman's blade like a violent storm of pure destruction. With his eyes locked onto the fortress, Roman prepares to unleash the devastating Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Baron Zeman begins to tremble at the sheer scale of the power, desperately trying to convince himself it is just a bluff. But with complete calm, Roman swings his blade, unleashing the first form, the legendary Heavenly Demon Demolition. The single devastating slash tears through the air, completely obliterating the legendary defensive walls of the Tesla Fortress. In a single heartbeat, their absolute defense is reduced to nothing but piles of shattered rock and smoking debris. Terrified, Baron Zeman drops to his knees, slamming his head on the ground while screaming his surrender. He grovels to hide a scheming smirk, knowing that managing war prisoners requires a massive amount of valuable manpower. In his mind, prisoners are just leverage for future negotiations, so Roman has no choice but to keep him alive. But as Roman steps up to him in silence, the arrogant Baron realizes things might not go his way. Without warning, Roman raises his boot, stomping the Baron's head face down into the dirt as Zeman desperately struggles. Ignoring his frantic squirming, Roman gets straight to the point, asking if he is the commander Baron Zman. The trembling noble stammers out a yes, frantically questioning why Roman is treating a high-value prisoner so roughly. He warns Roman that abusing captives will ruin any chance of negotiating a favorable deal with the Kronos Empire. Roman looks down with sheer disgust, stating plainly that he has absolutely no need for a prisoner like him. Baron Zeman turns pale, unable to believe his ears as Roman slowly and calmly draws his sharp blade. Panicking, the Baron starts thrashing and begging for his life, warning that killing him will bring ruin to Dmitry. But Roman remains entirely cold, reminding the pathetic man that on the battlefield, mercy for the enemy does not exist. Meanwhile, inside a grand palace, a tense meeting is underway to discuss the shocking developments on the front lines. With Roman successfully taking both Vasco and the neighboring fortress, the council debates if they should send reinforcements. But Edwin Hector quickly speaks up to oppose the idea of sending help to the front lines just yet. He believes Roman wants to prove that Dmitry alone can stand against the absolute might of the Kronos Empire. King Redford quickly reminds the council that their opponent, Duke Benford, is far from a simple foe to defeat. Edwin immediately speaks up to share his thoughts. He admits that the moment he heard Lord Roman had successfully captured the warp gate in Kotat, he felt absolutely terrified. He was deeply shaken by those brilliant, near-impossible offensive tactics of his. They were the exact same strategies Roman had used in the past. Trembling, Edwin looks back at his memories, recounting how the war on the southern front was a total defeat for Hector. Back then, facing Roman, every single plan failed completely. It was the first time he had ever tasted such a humiliating defeat. The reason going up against Roman. Without Lord Roman, Hector would have surely won. Compared to the massive threat of the Kronos Empire, Edwin fears the rapid rise of the Dmitry Duchy much more. Or to be precise, he is terrified of the unstoppable growth of Roman himself. Therefore, for their own survival, they must align with him. The scene then shifts to a fortress under a dark night sky, where a young warrior is unleashing his power. Kevin takes a deep breath, desperately trying to calm his racing mind. The opponent standing right in front of him is the fearsome Abyssal Knight, a powerful 6-star swordsman named Sven. Sven watches him with amusement, wearing a twisted smile. Not wanting to keep him waiting, Kevin charges forward with a heavy step. Both of them leap off the ground, rushing straight at each other. As Sven unleashes a flurry of slash attacks with his scythe, Kevin grinds his teeth and uses his sword to block every single strike. He strains to hold his ground under the constant onslaught. Sven clearly holds the upper hand, and a smug, victorious grin begins to spread across his face as he dominates. Then, with a single swift slash as effortless as reaping wheat, Sven completely takes Kevin's head. It is over. Sven smiles with sinister satisfaction at his perfect strike. Yet, in an instant, Kevin, who seemed to have been killed, reappears completely unharmed, gasping for breath as if waking from a nightmare. He laments that he could do absolutely nothing. He grabs his neck in despair, wondering what he could possibly do if he ever faced a monster like Sven again. If he falls on this battlefield, his lord will bear the burden. Up until now, he realizes something. He has barely been of any real help to his lord. Kevin frowns deeply, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He vows to never make that mistake again. Suddenly, a familiar, calm voice calls out his name from right behind him. Recognizing that voice immediately, Kevin quickly turns around to face his lord. Seeing his expression, Roman speaks very solemnly. He has something to tell him. Kevin immediately kneels down on the spot, showing absolute respect as he prepares to listen. While analyzing the swordsman aura, Roman figured out how power is efficiently used in this world. He once believed that, in battle, a warrior should unleash their maximum power to bring complete and total destruction upon the opponent. However, after facing powerful swordsmen like Barboza, he realized that path was wrong. True martial arts do not just rely on strength, since flexibility can often overcome raw strength. Every sword technique has its own unique path, creating a beautiful variety of martial arts. But in this world, the way warriors use their aura sword is quite different. Compared to Roman's mastery, every swordsman here handles the aura sword in a different way. Yet generally, they only focus on raw power to make their strikes fierce. There is almost no flexibility or adaptation, which led him to a crucial conclusion. His own swordsmanship, which constantly adapts to any opponent and situation, is the absolute strongest style on this entire continent. Back in the present, Roman solemnly teaches Kevin that in life or death battles, aura power alone cannot guarantee victory. But if a warrior can master their aura and control it with precision, they can easily achieve their desired triumph. Even if a swordsman is at a much lower level, by mastering their skills and adapting to any situation, they can easily defeat a far stronger opponent. Roman turns toward Kevin, raising his hand as if offering a blessing. He tells Kevin that from this moment on, he will teach him a special style called the Heavenly Demon Sword Art. Meanwhile, a soldier with an eye injury helps his wounded comrade walk past Chris. He delivers the tragic news that the respected Count Nicholas has finally fallen in battle at the Western Defense Base. The soldier then leaves, leaving Chris standing there completely stunned and lost in thought. Holding his sword tight, Chris stares deeply at his own reflection on the blade, remembering the words once spoken to him. To win the upcoming battle, both Chris and Roman are absolutely indispensable. Nicholas had emphasized this point before marching out, promising that after defeating Hannibal he would quickly catch up with them. Remembering this makes Chris realize the harsh truth. His eyes widen in shock as he admits his own cowardice. He had foolishly relied on Count Nicholas's words because he was terrified of the enemy. But the truth was, he had simply shrunk back in absolute fear. When standing before the foe, his body shook violently from their sheer murderous intent. That cowardice made him retreat, leaving him in deep regret. He stared at his hands, consumed by regret. If he had only been strong enough to support Roman back, then maybe his master's fate would have been completely different. Looking at his reflection, disappointment weighed heavily on him. In the end, it all came down to his own weakness. How could he possibly become stronger than he was now? As his comrades kept reaching new heights, Chris burned with a desperate desire to grow stronger. He wanted to be worthy of his master's direct guidance. Chris recalled the time Roman looked him in the eye and told him that he was someone who could find his own answers. Yet the memory of his own helplessness filled him with dread. His self-belief was completely shattered, and yet his lord still placed unwavering trust in him. Determined to honor that trust, Chris felt a sudden explosive surge of power channeled directly into his blade. He furiously slashed at the empty air, shouting to himself, "What must I do?" With every desperate strike, another question echoed in his mind. How could he unlock the answers to his deepest doubts? As his thoughts spun out of control, he felt utterly lost. Just as he yelled out, demanding to know how, Roman's past advice flashed in his mind: don't just focus on the explosive strength of the light sword. Rather, he simply needed to grasp the true raw essence of the light sword and master how to utilize it in combat. The memory felt so incredibly vivid that he froze, half expecting to see Roman standing right behind him, prompting him to whirl around. He even swung his blade around, checking if his eyes were playing tricks on him before finally calming his racing heart. Chris began to deeply contemplate the true essence of the light sword. It wasn't just about unleashing violent explosions during battle. Trying to simplify the concept, he realized it was the very spark of explosive physical acceleration within himself. This energy was hidden in everything, and it had always existed deep within his own body. The moment that realization clicked, his internal energy suddenly erupted. His sword slipped from his hand as a brilliant beam of light descended directly upon him. He had entered the legendary state of selflessness. Basking in the divine glow, his entire being began to undergo a profound transformation. This was a complete body reformation. Chris's physical vessel was rebuilding itself, changing so drastically that he was no longer the same man. As the morning sun climbed into the sky, a groggy Pookie stepped out of his tent and spotted Chris standing there. He asked what he was doing so early, but froze when he noticed Chris's face, which was literally glowing. Pookie pointed out that his skin was practically shining, but Chris dismissed the comment, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Chris coldly ordered him to prepare for morning training instead. This strange demeanor left his subordinate incredibly curious. He knew something major had to have happened. Meanwhile, Chris quietly marveled at the incredible breakthrough he had achieved. This newfound power wasn't the martial arts taught by Roman, nor was it the secret technique of Captain Jonathan. Smirking with pride, he realized this was a unique power belonging solely to him. Meanwhile, panic erupted back at the enemy castle. A scout burst into the war room, frantically reporting that Roman was currently marching his forces directly toward them. Diego roared in sheer fury, demanding to know if Roman was insane enough to face their massive army head-on. Seeing Diego lose his temper, Zackley quickly stepped in, warning everyone not to jump to hasty conclusions. He suspected Roman was merely trying to bait them into disorder, urging them to stay calm and not fall for the trap. He emphasized keeping their ground instead of reacting blindly, but his cautious advice did little to satisfy the aggressive Diego. A sharp argument instantly broke out between the two commanders. Annoyed by the bickering, Duke Bamford raised his voice to intervene. He ordered them to quiet down, stating that they shouldn't waste their energy guessing Roman's next move just yet. Dmitry was just a tiny nation, so the idea of them actually standing against a massive empire was laughably absurd. However, he warned that if they failed to completely crush Roman's ferocious momentum and force him to bow, the entire continent would end up laughing at them. With that, he declared, they would face Roman head-on. They would settle this through direct personal combat. Hearing his decisive command, the three officers in the room quickly saluted. Duke Bamford knew that from this moment on, their war had officially entered a dangerous and unpredictable new phase. He fully understood that only overwhelming power and rapid adaptation would decide the ultimate victor of this war. Meanwhile, outside the fortress gates, a lone figure stepped forward with absolute confidence. Roman calmly announced his arrival. He introduced himself, openly challenging the Empire's forces to battle. Up on the wall, Hannibal watched with excitement. Hannibal eagerly volunteered to take Roman on, but Duke Bamford quickly held him back, demanding that he stay calm. The Duke secretly wondered if Roman truly intended to settle the entire battle through a duel of commanders. He suspected there was a hidden scheme at play. Seeing their hesitation, Roman let out a dry laugh. He offered to change the terms if they were too terrified to face him alone in single combat. He proposed a 2-on-2 duel without his own participation, making a shockingly arrogant declaration to the enemy. Bamford is incredibly furious. Veins pop. If they refuse, the duel is off. Privately, he thinks, the kid is ridiculously arrogant. Then he snaps back, asking if Roman knows why Kronos is the strongest empire. He proudly declares that it is because the empire gathers every single top-tier talent across the land. Fine, he accepts the challenge. Roman calmly steps forward, nominating two of his most trusted warriors. Chris and Kevin are ordered to step up and fight for the glory of the Dmitry family. Before they go to battle, Roman asks them with total seriousness to withdraw if they feel any doubt. Chris immediately objects and thanks his lord for granting him this glorious opportunity. Kevin also vows they will bring back victory. At this moment, Bamford glares daggers at Roman during the lineup. Moments later, he roars an order to Diego, get his head. Diego is the 6th-ranked swordsman in the Empire and 12th on the entire continent, one of the 12 swords. Stepping onto the field, Diego mocks them openly, saying he heard they are incredibly loyal dogs willing to die. Then, he laughs at Chris, wondering if Roman will even remember him after he gets slaughtered today. Facing this provocation, Chris remains completely unfazed, telling Diego to shut up and fight instead of just running his mouth. Furious, Diego snarls. He charges. He launches a vicious strike, screaming at Chris to see how long he lasts. Despite the heavy, relentless flurry of attacks, Chris calmly raises his blade to effortlessly block every single strike. Talk about a shocking defensive display. Roman watches. He quietly evaluates his commander's rapid growth. Chris was always called the top genius of Dmitry, but Roman honestly believes the title is far too small. On the entire Salamander continent, absolutely nobody possesses raw talent that can surpass what Chris has inside. The duel gets incredibly intense. Both trade blows. Every swing carries deadly intent and terrifying precision. Suddenly, a massive shockwave from their clashing blades forces both of them back. Diego looks completely bewildered. The exact millisecond Diego touches the ground, Chris is already right there, launching a lightning-fast counter-slash. Diego gasps in sheer disbelief. Seeing that his opponent is somehow still talking, Chris mutters to himself, "Was that cut too shallow? He thinks is my control still lacking." Diego is absolutely boiling with rage. He roars. Aura erupts from his body. Yet, facing this massive energy surge, Chris remains incredibly calm. He reflects on how he used to find Roman's profound words and actions completely baffling and meaningless. But now, charging forward, he finally understands everything. The two powerhouses collide once more with absolute force. Suddenly, Chris shifts his stance. He darts backward at a mind-blowing speed, leaving Diego completely stunned. He realized that the rumors about Dmitry's lightning were not exaggerated. The guy is ridiculously fast. Tracking Chris's energy, Diego plans his attack. Aura is surging like crazy. Time to strike. All he has to do is channel that energy perfectly from his core straight into his blade. Chris grips his sword. He prepares to unleash his newly awakened power, determined to show everyone his absolute growth. An intense spark flares in his eyes as he readies a technique that completely transcends human limits. He executes his signature lightning slash, instantly piercing straight through Diego's body. The speed leaves Diego horrified. He couldn't register the attack. Collapsing to the ground, he mutters how this is impossible before dying. Just like that, Diego is dead. Barford is completely frozen in terror. Chris calmly walks over. Raising his sword, he coldly drives it straight into Diego's chest. Afterward, his sharp eyes drift toward the crowd. He locks eyes with Hannibal, who doesn't even bother to look away. Instead, he offers an intrigued smirk. Quite the show, he thinks. As the dust settles, Roman's troops erupt in massive cheers for Chris. Seriously, nobody expected this outcome. Meanwhile, Barford is completely unable to believe what just unfolded before him. Diego, a legendary 12 swordsman, just got wrecked by a mere 4-star Aura Knight. Panic starts setting in. Alarm bells ring in his head. How on earth do these Dmitry monsters completely disregard every established rule? He decides that if they are forced to fight Roman directly, Hannibal must be preserved at all costs. Turning to his ranks, he calls out to his next warrior, Blanco. The man quickly responds with a nod. Barford warns him that the next foe is only a 3-star swordsman, but if Blanco loses, his family is finished. Blanco remains quiet before acknowledging the threat. He steps forward as Kevin matches him, ready to duel. An announcer bellows that the second duel is about to begin. Janus offers a surprisingly polite greeting. He introduces himself as Jonas, a Branco Knight of the Kronos Empire. Kevin answers only with silence. A cold, murderous glare. Jonas raises his sword. Is there really nothing left to say? Haunted by Benford's brutal threats, the knight has no other choice. His family's survival depends on this duel. He vows to end it in a single strike, charging straight forward with full power. A heavy strike. But Kevin reacts instantly, lifting his blade to block the blow. Their furious clash begins right then and there. Metal grinds on metal. A fierce exchange until Jonas slashes Kevin's cheek. Watching from the sidelines, Roman soldiers whisper in absolute awe. A terrifying collision. Meanwhile, Jonas is quietly panicking, unable to believe how ridiculously strong this young kid actually is. A 3-star swordsman, blocking my strikes. Before he can think, Kevin gathers his strength and violently shoves his opponent's blade aside. Spotting a sudden opening, Jonas quickly swings to cut him down. Kevin doesn't even bother to dodge. He swings right back. A double suicide. Terrified, Jonas barely tilts his head in time, feeling the sharp blades scrape loudly against his metal helmet. Sensing extreme danger, Jonas leaps back. He looks at Kevin's burning, relentless fighting spirit and realizes something truly terrifying. Kevin knew his own neck would be cut, yet he jumped in anyway. That reckless bravery is honestly enough to make anyone panic. Stumbling back, Jonas gasps out, calling him a literal monster. But Kevin just spits back, "You are not the one I want." Kevin demands a real opponent like the 6-star swordsman he fought before. Stunned, Jonas can only ask him what he means. Pure power erupts from Kevin like a violent storm. His warning is simple. He will use just 3 strikes, so try blocking them. Furious at this arrogance, Jonas curses him. Ignoring the insults, Kevin prepares his posture to unleash the legendary Heavenly Demon Sword art. Terrifying energy swirls. Jonas can only tremble in sheer fear, desperately wondering what kind of monstrous power he is looking at. No time to think. Kevin unleashes his second form. 2 blinding slashes reflect perfectly in the opponent's wide, terrified eyes. Roman watches the battle quietly, already knowing Kevin's true power. Relying on the chaotic demonic art makes his combat potential unmatched. Not fully mastered yet. Still, Roman lets out a satisfied smirk. For this level of fight, this is more than enough. Back in the arena, Jonas takes both of Kevin's heavy strikes directly. He screams in agonizing pain as the blades carve him. 2 massive craters remain on the shattered ground. Standing over him, Kevin grits his teeth, declaring this is his master's swordsmanship. A dark, vindictive grin spreads across his face. He told him before, didn't he? He would teach him a painful lesson. Watching this horrific defeat, Benford is completely paralyzed. First Diego and now Jonas, the Empire's absolute pride has been crushed. What is that black aura? But instead of seeking answers, he decides to instantly play dirty to protect his own reputation. No proof. No problem. He publicly accuses Kevin of using forbidden dark magic, refusing to accept such a humiliating loss. He screams that this bastard has defiled their sacred warrior duel, declaring he will never accept this tainted, unfair result. Instantly, he barks out orders to his waiting troops. He commands every single soldier of the Empire to move out and crush these fools. They know nothing of honor. Hearing the command, the entire Imperial army charges forward, roaring in unison as they advance. They yell for the glory and eternal victory of the Empire. Watching them lie, Kevin grits his teeth in pure rage. Cowardly, pathetic bastards. But before Kevin can make a move, Roman gently places a hand on his shoulder, praising his effort. Roman tells him he did a great job, stepping forward to announce that it is now his turn to handle the rest. This sudden intervention leaves Kevin completely shocked. He watches Roman walk past him, quietly wondering what his master is planning next. 10 years after the legendary death of the heavenly demon Baek Joong-hyuk, a small boat drifts quietly down a peaceful river. A young disciple looks up, asking his master to finally tell him the absolute truth about the terrifying legend of the demon. Rowing the boat, the boy mentions that when he first entered the martial world, the name of the heavenly demon was everywhere. Total domination. The demonic cult ruled the entire land. He heard countless tales of his cruelty, but could never believe them all. He always wondered if the terrifying legends of Baek Joong-hyuk, the supreme ruler who made everyone tremble, were actually true. His master's face turns deadly serious. Yes. Every single word of those dark legends is completely and terrifyingly true. He recounts that fateful day. When the 108 Arhats of the Shaolin Temple were completely slaughtered, they stood no chance. Just one man, a single solitary monster, completely wiped the legendary Shaolin Temple off the face of the earth. That sheer terror still makes blood run cold today. Hearing this, the young disciple only becomes more curious about his strength. He asks if it is true that only Baek Joong-hyuk has ever reached the legendary heavenly realm in their entire history. He is desperate to know if the heavenly demon divine art was truly the most invincible martial arts in the world. No straight answer. The old master only offers a mysterious reply, saying it could be true or it might not be. Vague and warning, his master's words leave the young disciple even more confused, desperately wanting to know what he really meant. Later on, even though the heavenly demon Baek Joong-hyuk achieved enlightenment and reached the heaven realm when he unified the Murim, the demon lord was actually still only at the earth realm. According to his master, the heavenly demon divine art has 3 distinct realms: heaven, earth, and human. The human realm is the most basic stage, sharpening one's senses to build a foundation that blends with nature. According to ancient records of the heavenly demon's power, the earth realm goes far beyond standard physical growth, strengthening the body to achieve perfect harmony with nature itself. Finally, there is the heaven realm, and its legendary power is exactly as the name suggests. It is a level that surpasses humanity entirely, reaching the heavens. Hearing this, the young disciple stutters in sheer awe. As the master lifts his fishing rod, he confirms a simple truth. Baek Joong-hyuk simply had no equal in the entire Murim. Back to Roman, the reincarnated heavenly demon, who is quite pleased with his current progress. Finally, he thinks he has reached the earth realm. Walking forward, he reflects on how long it has been since he used this martial art. The massive wave of power radiating from him leaves both Chris and Kevin completely stunned. Their shock comes from seeing him execute the heavenly demon king's steps, initiating the very first step. Even the soldiers on Bedford's side are scared out of their minds, while Roman remains entirely focused on his thoughts. The Murim once rumored that the undefeated heavenly demon under heaven possessed 9 ultimate sword forms. Every single step he takes now easily submerges Bedford's soldiers in shattered earth, sending them screaming in terror. He also possessed 9 corresponding footwork steps, and at this moment he is executing the second step, Heavenly Demon Destruction. Hannibal is now completely terrified by Roman's power. The ground trembles under their feet, creating an unbearable pressure that Hannibal simply cannot withstand. Right then, Roman unleashes his Heavenly Demon Sword Art second form, slashing directly forward with absolute force. This single swing effortlessly wipes out thousands of enemy soldiers. The sight leaves Hannibal jaw-dropped in pure terror. Yet refusing to recognize his limits, he still recklessly charges directly at Roman. He screams that he must kill Roman right now and rushes forward. Roman simply taps his foot firmly on the ground, preparing to unleash. The third step, Heavenly Demon Earth Tremor, and the third sword form, Heavenly Demon Realm Sever, facing Roman's incoming strike. Hannibal finds himself completely paralyzed. The massive blade energy wraps around him, leaving him dazed. This is no ordinary attack, but a raging tidal wave that sweeps over the entire area. It completely swallows Hannibal, triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion. The shockwave is so violent that the Bedford forces scramble to steady themselves. When the dust settles, a massive crater splits the two armies, with blood staining the shattered ground. Hannibal lies defeated, barely breathing as he screams in agony about his lost leg. He clutches his missing leg and shrieks. Hearing the annoying noise, Roman looks down with absolute disgust and tells him to shut up. The total defeat leaves Hannibal utterly horrified. He cannot believe that a rank 2 swordsman of the great Kronos Empire, and the third-rank expert on the entire continent, could be defeated so easily. Roman steps closer, calling out to Hannibal with a cold question. He notes the rumors of how Hannibal tortures prisoners every night to satisfy his sadistic urges and bloodlust on the battlefield. Roman points his blade at him, explaining that while normal war affairs do not concern him, things change if his own men are involved. If the people tortured are his subordinates, he will return that suffering tenfold. He raises his sword, his expression chillingly calm. He coldly declares that this is simply his nature and the way Roman Dmitry always lives and acts. With that, he mercilessly crushes his limbs one by one, leaving Hannibal begging for his life as he crawls desperately through the dirt. Roman has no intention of stopping Darky, warning him that this is just the beginning of his torment. Suddenly, he firmly pins Hannibal's head down, grabs his teeth, and ruthlessly rips them out one by one. This brutal, bloody spectacle shocks the Bedford commander, who yells at Roman to stop asking how he can commit such unspeakable acts of cruelty. He shouts that Roman has far crossed the line, but Roman remains completely unfazed by his desperate protests. Dismissing the words as meaningless nonsense, Roman states that once they chose to stand against him, they sealed their fate. His bloodlust flares intensely as he warns them that they must be prepared to face the consequences of their actions. In this moment, the absolute Heavenly Demon has been fully reborn. Channeling his terrifying intent, he declares they should be ready to die. With those parting words, he slowly steps forward. His sheer majesty and oppressive power paralyze the Bedford soldiers with fear. They stand frozen as Roman unleashes a lightning strike without a second thought, sending a massive bolt surging forward. However, a figure suddenly steps up and blocks the blast. Walking through the ranks, the soldiers instantly recognize him with immense joy. They call him Master Sepher. The legendary 8th Circle Mage stares intently at Roman, his mind racing as the truth becomes obvious. Observing Roman's overwhelming display of force, Sepher can confidently conclude that Roman Dmitry is indeed the strongest swordsman on the continent. Breaking his silence, the old mage admits that he was initially just curious about what kind of fool would dare oppose them. The scene shifts to an older man who admits that he was initially just curious about the fool brave enough to oppose them. He is ready to fight Roman without a shred of mercy. He finally realizes that the weakling stood no chance against a monster, only he can finish this. So he steps up himself. Sepher raises his hand and a brilliant sphere of concentrated mana begins to gather in his palm. Just one look at that swirling energy and Roman instantly knows exactly what kind of opponent he is facing. An 8th Circle Mage, a legendary realm so high that most people doubt such masters even exist in this world. Standing tall, Sepher acknowledges Roman's strength and promises to unleash his absolute maximum power. Pure bloodlust leaks from his words. He dares the young lord to see how long he can survive before unleashing a dark resurrection magic from deep within. Pale skeletal hands claw their way out of the soil, screaming with insane fury. Roman watches the horror unfold. He recognizes the forbidden dark magic instantly. Then he notices Hannibal's corpse beneath his feet, starting to twitch. Roman instantly slices off the dead knight's head to stop the spell, looking down with a face of freezing contempt. He mockingly asks what such cheap tricks could possibly do to him as a violent storm begins to brew in the dark sky. Sepher coldly commands him to drop dead, and a pillar of devastating lightning instantly crashes down from above. But Roman does not even attempt to dodge. He swings his sword, unleashing his first technique to completely shatter the descending bolt. Sepher is shocked, unable to believe a mortal split. his 8th circle lightning magic with a single sword strike. Capitalizing on the wizard's shock, Roman closes the distance in a flash. His sudden approach catches Sephir completely off guard. Panicking, Sephir screams for his undead army to rise and block the path. He orders his warrior souls to attack. The swarm of dark spirits rushes forward, but Roman simply looks at the overwhelming horde and prepares his next technique. He calmly steps forward, invoking his signature Heavenly Demon art and unleashing rapid lethal slashes that carve through the undead. His eyes burn with killer intent as a massive dark hand suddenly claws toward him, a spell unleashed specifically to crush him. But the wizard's plan fails miserably. Roman blocks the giant hand with ease before coldly preparing his counterattack. He slices the massive shadow hand clean in half. At that moment, a chilling fear finally grips Sephir's heart. For the first time in hundreds of years, an intense alarm bell of survival rings in the wizard's head. He knows with absolute certainty that he will die if this continues, forcing him to make a desperate choice. He originally saved this forbidden spell for a final war, but his survival is now completely on the line. Sephir tells Roman he should feel honored to witness this magic right before a massive, ominous pressure begins to build. The gathering dark energy is so intense that it makes even Roman slightly shiver as the gloomy force completely envelops him. A massive black sphere traps Roman inside, and in the blink of an eye, he completely vanishes from the battlefield. This sight leaves Chris and Kevin in absolute horror, calling out for their lord as they stare at the empty battlefield. Only a massive crater remains, with Roman gone without a trace. On the other side, Duke Bamford is equally stunned. But as the old commander quickly regains his composure, a smug, triumphant smile slowly spreads across his face. Believing the battle is already decided, he immediately orders his troops to charge, shouting that Sephir has successfully defeated Roman. He orders the entire army to slaughter everyone from the Dmitry duchy, and the eager soldiers charge in unison. Without their invincible lord, the Dmitry forces feel like a snake without a head, anxiously asking each other what they should do now. They wonder if they can even survive against the Kronos Empire. Seeing this, Chris realizes he must act immediately. With their lord gone, the soldiers' morale is rapidly crumbling and panic is spreading fast through the entire army. To save them, Chris decides he must step up as commander and guide them through this desperate crisis. Wasting no time, he calls out to the Dmitry forces, his powerful voice cutting through the rising panic. He proudly declares himself as Roman's loyal knight, urging them to trust his leadership as he charges straight into the fray. Chris unleashes his explosive aura as he clashes head-on with the oncoming wave of Duke Bamford's elite soldiers. His sword strikes with absolute lethal precision, instantly carving through the vanguard of the enemy army with ease. His fearless display instantly reignites the fighting spirit of his men, who rally behind him with a roar. The two massive armies clash in a brutal, blood-drenched melee. Watching this sudden turnaround, Duke Bamford's expression instantly darkens. He curses as he realizes the enemy's morale has completely recovered and immediately barks out a desperate command. He orders all his mages to unleash their ultimate magic and obliterate the Dmitry forces at any cost. But mid-clash, a booming voice echoes across the entire battlefield, forcing everyone to freeze in their tracks. A blinding pillar of light descends from the heavens, carrying a cold promise of absolute death for them all. That figure inside the radiant light is indeed Isabel. Her voice is freezing cold as she declares she had already given them a clear warning. Standing right before Bamford's soldiers, she passes judgment on every single one of them. For their foolish quest to conquer the entire continent, they embraced a forbidden darkness they never should have touched. Now she is determined to teach these fools a lesson they will never forget. In the name of the gods, she will punish this evil. Casting her holy blessing, a massive surge of divine light rains down, straight upon Roman's injured soldiers. Instantly, their deep wounds close up. Chris is utterly stunned, wondering if this incredible warmth is true divine power. As his body heals, he can only marvel at the miracle. Suddenly, Isabel charges forward on her holy steed, commanding her troops to follow her. Obeying her grand command, the holy knights charge forward in a wave. With just a single swipe of her sword, she effortlessly tears through Bamford's front lines. The sight leaves Bamford absolutely paralyzed with fear. He never expected these holy forces to show up. At this rate, his entire army is going to be completely wiped out. Shaking off his panic, he frantically barks out a desperate command. Retreat! He frantically bellows the order to fall back, but a sudden arrow screeches through the air, piercing his chest. The wind-infused arrow punctures his heavy iron armor, burying itself deep in his flesh. The deadly sniper behind this shot is none other than Flora. She is standing high up on the very battlements of Bamford's own fortress. It is a sight that sends pure horror through his veins. When did his stronghold fall, he violently coughs up blood, muttering a final curse as his knees buckle. Crumbling down, he realizes too late. It is a trap. Meanwhile, Roman's forces secure the walls. Magic erupts. They call down a literal rain of fire, leaving the enemy with absolutely nowhere to run. The mages of the Phoenix Tower have completely boxed in the vanguard of the Kronos Empire, utterly shattering their front line. At the same time, the alliance blocks off any hope of retreat. The pride of the Empire is now hopelessly cut off and isolated. Sensing that victory is finally within their grasp, Chris shouts at the top of his lungs to rally the weary men. He urges them to finish this and wipe out the remaining forces. Up on the walls, Flora is also commanding with absolute focus. She directs her forces to hunt down the retreating survivors since their leader has fallen. This battle has completely defied all expectations. A clash that everyone assumed would be an easy triumph for the Kronos Empire has somehow ended in their total humiliating defeat. Dmitry wins. The soldiers of Roman Dmitry let out deafening cheers, celebrating their glorious victory. Meanwhile, Chris humbly bows his head, expressing his deepest gratitude to Isabel. He sincerely thanks her for saving them. Still, he has absolutely no clue who this powerful savior actually is. Hesitantly, he asks her to reveal her true identity. Instead of giving a direct answer, she offers a cryptic hint about a realm lying beyond the endless frozen mountain range. It is the final human kingdom surviving in Arcadia. She finally introduces herself as Isabel, the reigning queen of Luna. Meanwhile, in a shadowy, sickening dimension shrouded in absolute dread, a sinister force is busy crafting monstrous beasts of pure darkness. Every single thing here is under his absolute control. Even these deadly shadows are far too powerful for ordinary swordsmen to handle. This dark creator is Sepher. Yet despite summoning such terrifying monstrosities, he never expected to be so thoroughly outmatched today. Overpowered, this is impossible. Sepher is completely bewildered, wondering how on earth he is losing this fight. As raw power crashes down, Roman simply smiles with amusement. Highly interesting, he whispers, completely relaxed. Unlike Roman's calm composure, Sepher is drowning in sheer terror, demanding to know what kind of monstrous aura he is using. Not even bothering to answer, Roman casually prepares to execute his legendary martial art, the Heavenly Demon Descending 7 Treasures. Step by step, Roman walks forward, delivering a chilling warning. It is time for his final absolute strike, a technique that absolutely no martial artist in the Central Plains can block. Not a single soul. His overwhelming bloodlust flares up as he dares his opponent to try and block it. Instantly, Roman unleashes his technique. Heavenly Demon Sword Art. Form 2. Once the devastating blast clears, only a massive crater remains. Battered inside the smoking crater, Sepher barely clings to life. Defeated by non-divine power, impossible, he gasps. Roman steps closer with a cold look. Do not die yet. He still needs some crucial answers. The Kronos Empire clearly has more than enough strength to conquer the entire continent, so why have they kept their true nature hidden? He must know the truth. Without another word, Roman slowly reaches his hand towards Sepher's face. He is about to unleash a terrifying soul-searching technique that once plunged the entire Murim into absolute panic. This sinister art inflicts permanent mental damage capable of completely shattering a person's consciousness and leaving them a mindless husk. It is a dangerous double-edged sword of a technique, making even someone as powerful as Roman feel a heavy burden. Placing his hand firmly onto Sepher's head, he pauses for 3 seconds to gather his focus. He had to gather all the information he could. In that instant, memories from the man's brain flooded into Roman's mind about Sven and Mystic, and suddenly, a mysterious silhouette flashed across his mind, leaving him startled and wondering who this person was. Right then, everything shattered, revealing an unfamiliar, strange landscape right before him. The eerie view made Roman a bit nervous, leaving him to wonder if this was the entrance to the endless mountains. He stared at his surroundings, which were completely covered in thick fog, and grew deeply confused. Wasn't it true that because Sepher died, the dark magic of the other world should have shattered? But why was he standing in this mysterious place? Unable to find an answer no matter how hard he thought, he decided to return to the Dmitry estate first. Later, Roman returned home. To the absolute bewilderment of Hans, the loyal servant asked in confusion if the young master was not supposed to be out on the battlefield. Roman remained completely calm, explaining that he had some private business and would leave for Cairo the very next day. Right after, using communication magic, Roman confirmed Isabel's survival along with her victory, arranging a meeting with her in Cairo. But he still had one urgent matter to settle. Before meeting her, there was still something he needed to verify. A few days later, inside the Dmitry library, Roman grabbed a book from the shelf. He searched through the pages and finally found the right page. He had found it. The text recorded the history of a legendary figure, Sven, the wandering swordsman who once threw the entire Salamander continent into absolute chaos. That rogue warrior had caught the eye of Emperor Kronos and began a rapid rise to power. In no time, he was granted the title of Count. He dedicated his life to the Kronos Empire, eventually passing away peacefully, quietly fading from the flow of history. Having read this, Roman realized Sven was the shadow that had previously attacked Dmitry. At the same time, he learned that Mystic was another highly mysterious figure who developed magic capable of manipulating space itself, sending shockwaves across the entire continent. But then out of nowhere, he suddenly vanished without a single trace. Along with them was Ellington, a genius mage and the eldest son of an ancient family. Throughout history, he had been referred to by various names like Saroni and Sophie. Even with such detailed records, Roman knew it was not enough. He still needed to confirm one final name from Sephir's memories, and that was Alexander, the great founder of the light sword system. As Roman researched, a dark, heavy sky slowly began to blanket the palace where Emperor Alexander currently resided. Inside a dimly lit room, Emperor Alexander suddenly woke up with a start. He panted heavily as if reliving some terrible, terrifying nightmare. Trembling in the quiet dark, the emperor immediately called out into the empty room, demanding to know if anyone was outside. Receiving absolutely no response, he clutched his head in a fit of pure rage. The next morning, hurried footsteps echoed through the grand palace corridors. Marcus Memphis was walking briskly, deeply lost in thought. The 3,000 soldiers led by Duke Benford had been utterly crushed by Dmitry. The emperor was bound to be absolutely furious. Memphis cursed the useless duke for being so confident of victory only to bring back such a pathetic, disastrous result. Stepping into the imperial meeting room, the heavy doors swung open and the herald immediately announced the emperor's grand arrival. Emperor Alexander strode inside, exuding an overwhelming aura of absolute majesty, his long cloak fluttering dramatically behind him. Taking his seat upon the throne, Alexander declared that he felt full responsibility for the current war, which was fought for unjust reasons. Therefore, he officially declared an immediate ceasefire. Hearing this shocking announcement, Marquis Ven completely lost his composure. He stood there shouting, demanding to know the meaning of the sudden decision. Even Marquis Memphis quickly stepped forward. The Marquis argued that despite their defeat against Dmitry, a portion of their forces was still marching toward Alberto and Odelia. How could they abruptly call for a ceasefire now? But their protests did not change Alexander's mind one bit. He cold-heartedly asked if they were planning to rebel instantly, sending a chill of pure terror down their spines. Drenched in sweat, Memphis hurriedly bowed, stammering out that they would immediately obey his command and declare a ceasefire. The sudden turn of events was sealed by the direct order of Emperor Kronos. Meanwhile, across the Western Front, joyful news of victory arrived. The entire capital of Cairo was immediately swept up in a festive, celebratory mood. Meeting in private, Roman solemnly introduced himself as Roman Dmitry of the Dmitry family, and Isabel quickly responded, declaring that she was Isabel, the Queen of the Luna Kingdom. Inside a luxurious room, the two began their long discussion. Roman slowly brought up his main concern, pointing out that historical figures like Sven and Mystic, who should only exist in ancient books, were actually alive and active in Kronos. He demanded to know the dark secret that the Empire was desperately hiding. Understanding his curiosity, Isabel slowly began to explain, telling him that he must first learn about the divine decree of Luna. Long ago, the gates of the world swung wide open. A freezing frost enveloped the land, leaving behind a permanent disaster. Shortly after the divine decree descended, the great world tree itself began to undergo a strange change. With Acadia frozen over, Roman quietly wonders if Isabel is referring to the legendary world tree that Brown Jock once mentioned to him. Sensing his distraction, she quickly explains that this coming disaster is not just about extreme cold temperatures or the threat of death. The real threat warning them through the world gate is actually a single human being who once fell onto the Salamander continent. Roman's eyes widen in absolute shock at this revelation, and honestly, this massive twist is about to change the entire game. Isabel thinks back to the ancient records describing how this power-hungry outsider embraced the dark arts to completely swallow the Kronos Empire. Her ancestors took on the heavy burden of guarding the continent for generations, trying their absolute best to contain this growing threat. But now they have finally hit their absolute limit. Roman immediately zeroes in on the most crucial question, asking who that person is. Without a single moment of hesitation, she reveals that the culprit is Alexander, the legendary founding emperor of the Kronos Empire. His arrival marked the birth of Aura swordsmen, granting knights the incredible superhuman powers they utilize on the battlefield today. Emperor Alexander was actually a soul reincarnated from another dimension, an otherworldly intruder who possessed the secrets of Aura from the start. Ancient texts reveal that when he first arrived, he referred to himself by a highly unusual name that was incredibly difficult to pronounce. His original name was Kim Pan-ok, a martial artist from the Central Plains who was harvesting herbs on the Mount of 10,000 Giants. Suddenly, dark storm clouds gathered overhead like a divine wrath, and the sky began violently pulling everything upward with terrifying force. Staring up in sheer shock, Kim Pan-ok was instantly sucked into the swirling vortex along with a mysterious object. It was nothing more than a bizarre coincidence that a regular guy like him was chosen. Suddenly, he woke up to a worried maid. She asked if Lord Alexander was all right, leaving him completely bewildered as he muttered that his real name was actually Kim Pan-ok. For a poor soul who used to worry about his next meal every single day, a lavish new life had suddenly opened up. He found himself reborn as a wealthy prince, eagerly devouring luxurious food while feeling absolutely ecstatic about his incredibly lucky fate. He thought to himself how truly happy he was, wishing this peace could last forever. But over time, that happiness began to fade. It started to crack. As a child of a concubine, Alexander faced execution the moment a successor was named. Terrified, Alexander clutched his head. He was just a poor, ignorant fool. What could he do? He needed a way out, a path to survive. Just a poor, ignorant fool in his past life. How could he change his fate now? Suddenly, vivid whispers echoed inside his mind. The heavenly demon descends and all demons shall prosper. Over and over the chant repeated. As if struck by lightning, Alexander opened his eyes wide with sudden realization. He found a way. This continent of Salamander had magic but absolutely no concept of martial arts. If he could introduce it, the throne would be his. From that day on, Kim Pan-ok locked himself away, desperately trying to reconstruct the martial arts from his past life. Then he recalled the words of a third-rate martial artist he once passed by. Martial arts is simple, it is just moving internal energy. It was an obvious boast that anyone would ignore, but with his back against the wall, Kim Pan-ok clung to that memory. Desperate, he began kidnapping slaves, conducting cruel experiments directly on their bodies. And get this, as the mountain of lifeless bodies grew higher, he finally witnessed mana gathering inside their lower dantian. A brand new energy aura was born. And just like that, the legendary rise of Alexander officially began. Swordsmen who previously only served as fodder for powerful mages could finally dream of fighting back through this revolution. It was the age of aura. Alexander, once cast aside at the bottom of the royal succession, rapidly climbed to absolute power. Yet right in the middle of his glory, a dark realization struck him. The aura he created was extremely flawed. It was merely a cheap imitation of martial arts he half remembered. As users reached higher realms, these critical flaws would inevitably expose themselves. Desperate to hold on to his absolute authority, Alexander's fear slowly transformed into a deep, consuming obsession and madness. That was when a dark voice echoed in his chamber, offering him a deal. Follow me, and I will grant you ultimate power. The demonic voice whispered again, promising power. After a tense 2-second pause, Alexander let his sword fall to the floor. On that fateful day, he threw away his pride and accepted the dark mana. That was the grim truth behind the legendary aura. After hearing this shocking history, a curious voice broke the silence. So that is why the Chronos Emperor suddenly declared a truce. Hearing the question, Mystic respectfully bowed. Yes, it seemed that when his puppet was destroyed, the connection snapped temporarily, stripping Alexander of his control. Alexander is likely assessing the situation now. The current emperor is incredibly stubborn, desperately clinging to his remaining consciousness. He controlled previous rulers easily, but this one refuses to fade. Hearing that, Mystic asked how they should handle Roman Dmitry. The ancient founder fell silent, contemplating what to do about Roman Dmitry as he looked over the vast horizon. This is the big question. Roman Dmitry has power far exceeding Alexander's predictions, and it looks a lot like martial arts. If so, he is likely another reincarnator from another world, just like Alexander. But there is a massive catch. Roman is a true martial artist who deeply understands real techniques, meaning he does not need any dark, corrupt power. He could conquer the entire continent. Alexander wants to witness that potential firsthand, but his silence makes his advisor uneasy. Hearing no reply, Mystic tentatively calls out to Alexander. The emperor, though inwardly tense, calmly tells his servant to relax. There is no rush. Alexander admits Roman is a threat, but believes he is still just a swordsman with limited aura. He keeps his deepest thoughts hidden from Mystic, simply asking if the servant really thinks Roman is worthy of being his opponent. That cold, threatening question makes Mystic tremble. He quickly denies it, stammering that there is absolutely no way. Alexander is an immortal mage who has reached the realm of gods, so Mystic has never even imagined his defeat. The blatant flattery makes Alexander rise slowly. Changing a divine decree is difficult, so he decides to let things flow. But deep down, he knows the inevitable clash with that cursed bloodline will resume, and Isabel cannot escape it either. When that day arrives, absolutely nothing can stop the 1,000-year master plan of the Chronos Empire from being fulfilled. Alexander's overwhelming aura leaves Mystic in absolute awe. Elsewhere, Isabel is calmly explaining her ultimate motives to Roman. She revealed the truth to Roman Dmitry because he managed to defeat Shia completely without the help of any holy power. She desperately begs him to lend his strength to save the Salamander continent, but Roman delivers a cold, instant rejection. He says no. Although Isabel expected this, she still asks if he is truly choosing to turn his back on humanity. Like a master negotiator, Roman calmly breaks down the situation. He explains that Dmitry's true enemy is the Chronos Empire. He will push them to total destruction, but he is not some hero willing to sacrifice himself for the entire continent. Isabel continues her desperate persuasion, arguing that since their goals align, there is no reason for him to refuse. But Roman instantly shuts her down, declaring that their goals are not the same. Isabel's hands tightly clench in frustration. She desperately asks if he isn't the legendary warrior sent by the gods, according to the ancient prophecy. Crushing her hopes, Roman states clearly that he is only destroying the Chronos Empire for his own personal goals. If the Empire uses countless innocent hostages as shields, could you truly ignore them just to execute Alexander? That sudden question leaves Isabel stuttering in silence. Already anticipating her reaction, Roman continues with a very serious tone. That hesitation is the difference. If that moment comes, Roman will strike them down without a single shred of doubt. Still, he clarifies that he does not want a hostile relationship with the Luna Kingdom. They can work separately. He will still destroy Kronos. That is his only promise to her, acknowledging her long dedication to this continent. Although this is his absolute best offer, her face darkens. She simply cannot comprehend what he is actually planning. Once the Emperor's sudden ceasefire decree is announced, the entire playing field shifts as we enter the Kronos Palace. Marcus Memphis walks in with highly hurried steps, asking Han for an update. His loyal subordinate quickly answers. The campaign is currently proceeding exactly as planned. Their forces have already teleported into the capitals of Amberto and Odelia. Odelia's forces are currently trapped inside the inner city, and the Imperial troops are about to completely wipe them out. Within just a few days, both kingdoms will declare surrender. Hearing this, Marquis Memphis mutters with a dark, low voice. It is too late for regrets now. He thinks of Duke Belford's 300,000 soldiers who betrayed Dmitry. They used their alliance to trick Odelia. It was a flawless strategy that seized the kingdom without wasting blood. Thinking of Alexander, Memphis fumes with absolute frustration. That perfect bloodless victory was completely ruined by the Emperor's sudden ceasefire. The chaotic situation leaves his servant deeply confused about what to do next, but Memphis keeps walking and issues a command. They will continue the invasion anyway, securing both Amberto and Odelia first, preparing to face Dmitry during upcoming negotiations. They can use those captive kingdoms as hostages to force favorable conditions, an audacious plan that utterly terrifies the servant. Disobeying a direct imperial decree is incredibly reckless, but Marquis Memphis is determined to push through with his dangerous plot. He will handle the Emperor himself, ordering strict silence while demanding the commanders fully secure the targets within 3 days. They must conquer everything soon, but things will not go as planned. Roman Dmitry is already moving. Cut to Odelia's capital. Screams and panic echo through the burning capital as desperate alarms signal that absolute disaster has arrived. Both of the kingdom's main armies are completely wiped out, and the crucial teleport gates have already fallen to the enemy. With no way to block incoming Kronos reinforcements, the royal knights find themselves utterly crushed by the sudden assault. With the Kronos forces wiping out their defenses and blocking any escape, retreat is impossible. Hearing this, the king of Odelia clutches his head in absolute despair. It is all over. Ever since they allied with Kronos for power, he believed it was the right choice for the kingdom's future, but the reality before him is now too bleak to accept. Then a violent crashing echoes through the palace doors. Even at a dead end, the desperate king of Odelia orders his men to hold the gates at all costs. Just as hope fades, their communication crystal suddenly begins to glow. The mage listens to the incoming reports, stammering in utter disbelief. Your Majesty, Dmitry has won the battle against Kronos entirely alone. This shocking turn of events leaves the king completely paralyzed with shock. Could Dmitry really have won? Where did it all go wrong? Did he simply fail to see Dmitry's true potential? No, he must snap out of it. Dmitry is actively fighting Kronos. If they haven't abandoned Odelia and the kingdom's alliance, this might actually be a lifeline. After a moment of frantic calculation, the king issues a decisive command to connect the magical transmission with Dmitry immediately. Hurry! Right as Roman appears on screen, the system alerts them that the connection to Dmitry is successfully established. Unable to waste a single second, the Odelia king urgently pleads, explaining that Kronos is attacking and they are out of time. He begs Roman to save Odelia from the Empire's clutches. Yet Roman remains entirely unbothered, calmly asking why Dmitry should help. The king's face pales at this sharp counter-question. But Roman, already fully aware of the old man's scheme, continues. He slowly exposes the truth. Kronos was only able to attack Odelia's capital because they were granted warp gate access. Cornered and desperate, the king shouts back, admitting it was a mistake but pleading his case anyway. He warns that if Odelia falls to the Empire, the entire balance of the kingdom's alliance will collapse. He asks if that is what Roman wants. But this defiant attitude seals his fate, ruining his final lifeline. Roman answers coldly, the king has already crossed the point of no return. Apart from Odelia, 4 other kingdoms have already entered Dmitry's protection. This shocking revelation leaves the king of Odelia completely paralyzed with fear. 4 kingdoms, Roman patiently lists them out for the panicked king, letting the reality sink in. Hector, Redford, Frank, and even Umberto. There is simply no place for Odelia in this new alliance. Cutting to another location, a white-haired man asks what they want. Lucas gets straight to the point. He tells him that during a counter-operation against an assassin group, his master Roman Dmitry uncovered a high-level hit list. This silver-haired man is the pillar of Umberto's military, Marquis Drake. He asks if his own name is on it, but Lucas shakes his head, clarifying that it is not the Marquis himself who is on the hit list. Instead, he glances at the person standing behind Drake. Seeing his sharp gaze, both the Marquis and the youth freeze. That young man is Calderon Drake, a sword genius who awakened a 3-star aura before the age of 40. This father and son duo are the core pillars carrying the entire future of Umberto. Hearing this, Marquis Drake slams his hand on the table in fury, cursing the bastards who dared to target the eldest son of the Drake family. Lucas confirms his suspicions and reveals the assassin's plot. After killing his son, they plan to frame a domestic rebel. Once a civil war breaks out inside Umberto, the Marquis will have no strength left to face their external enemy, Kronos. Lucas explains he came to deliver this warning. Drake clasps his hands, his gaze filled with lingering suspicion. He questions if that is truly all, noting that Lucas would not have come in person just for this. Lucas smirks, finally laying down the real deal and explaining what is about to happen next. His Lord Roman has already finished his business in Redford and is currently marching directly toward Valhalla. After that, an all-out war with the Kronos Empire is inevitable, and Umberto must make a choice. If they keep hiding from conflict, they will miss their only chance to reshape the continent. Drake cautiously asks if they really intend to launch an all-out war against the massive empire. Speaking as Roman's representative, Lucas declares their absolute resolve. Dmitry will never back down. Back in the Odelia communication room, Roman's final words echo, "There is no room for Odelia." The king stands completely frozen in shock. Recovering quickly, he frantically commands his men to connect another call. The panic-stricken wizard scrambles to establish the link. Soon the magic screen flares back to life. But the Odelia king is horrified by who appears on the screen, questioning why the king of Umberto is there. Over in Umberto, blood drips onto the dark red carpet. Calderon Drake stands tall, staring coldly back. Through the communicator, a cold gaze meets him next to the king's body, lying in a pool of fresh blood. This horrific sight terrifies King Odelia to his core, making his voice tremble as he stutters out in utter shock. The very symbol of the army, Umberto, the eldest son of the Drake family, had actually murdered his own king. Calderon smiles like a demon straight from hell, exposing the depths of his fear. Calderon coldly points out that King Odelia looks like he has just been betrayed by the Kronos Empire, adding that he should have known better. The foolish king only believed Kronos' sweet lies and blindly opened the warp gate for them. But House Drake had already received intelligence from Dmitry and knew about the surprise attack. They had secretly mobilized their forces to the capital's warp gate and crushed the Kronos vanguard. This was how they prevented the destruction of Umberto. Understanding everything now, King Odelia demands to know when they turned their backs to join Dmitry. Calderon calmly corrects him, telling him to get his facts straight. He says the loyalists of Umberto, led by House Drake, had never once considered siding with Kronos. His words leave Odelia utterly shocked, especially when he reveals that on the day Dmitry declared war, they swore allegiance to Roman Dmitry. Hanging up the call, King Odelia collapses onto his throne. Drowned in self-reproach and regret, a sobering thought strikes him. Dmitry was never waging a reckless war. He already secured the backing of more than half the continent's kingdoms, setting up this grand chessboard to prove he could overthrow the empire by himself. Outside, Kronos soldiers violently batter the doors, while inside, Odelia buries his face in his hands, lamenting how he remained blind to this and made such a foolish choice. He laments that he is unfit to be king silently, blaming his late father for raising him to be so weak. Years ago, the former King Odelia's father had been captured by the Kronos army, who publicly displayed his head as a brutal warning to anyone daring to defy the empire. That terrifying trauma was why Odelia never dared to stand up against Kronos. Now, with the palace gates shattered, enemy soldiers breach the inner sanctum as defenses collapse completely. Helpless and defeated, Odelia clutches his head, resigning to his fate. The scene shifts to the sunny capital of Cairo on a perfect day for peace negotiations. The imperial envoy Baron Charlton wears a highly obnoxious smirk as he claims this entire conflict started from a minor misunderstanding. Standing before Cairo's young King Daniel, the Baron shows absolutely no respect, holding his chin high as he boldly suggests that while he understands why they declared war, declaring a ceasefire would be the wiser choice. The benevolent emperor simply wishes to prevent useless bloodshed, presenting this as a merciful offer. King Daniel remains dead, silent, boiling with rage on the inside. How could a messenger asking for a ceasefire act so utterly shameless? Charlton even goes on to threaten, asking if they can truly handle the consequences of opposing Kronos. He scoffs, warning them not to let a single victory get to their heads, because winning one battle is far from winning the entire war. Turning his gaze toward the hostages, he arrogantly delivers his terms, promising to spare King Odelia and guarantee his safety if they accept this ceasefire as a symbol of peace. Finally, he raises his voice, urging them to make a wise choice. King Daniel grits his teeth, realizing this is no humble plea from the defeated. Refusing to act rashly, he turns toward the figure standing quietly behind the curtain, asking what he thinks of Kronos' proposal. The figure steps out, revealing himself to everyone as the legendary Roman Dmitry. He confidently steps down the stairs and immediately demands to know by what authority the envoy stands here. Seeing Roman, Charlton instantly tenses up in fear, shouting back that he came as an official messenger and demands proper respect. But Roman remains completely calm, continuing his relentless interrogation, pointing out that continental law protects messengers but questioning if the Baron actually followed any proper procedures. Roman steps closer, his quiet words carrying the weight of a mountain. He notes that the envoy never requested permission or raised a white flag, arrogantly using a warp gate to bypass normal protocol. His gaze turns freezing cold, asking what kind of messenger flagrantly violates international laws. With a subtle but terrifying look, Roman softly reminds him of one crucial detail: we are still in a state of war. Baron Charlton. Trembling, Charlton adjusts his collar, feeling as though he was just dragged to the gates of hell and back. Even without drawing his sword, a single glance from Roman is enough to paralyze anyone with dread. He begins, unleashing a suffocating pressure, telling him that if he wants to survive among enemies as an envoy, he should kneel down in submission. To suppress his growing terror, Charlton desperately clings to the backing of his mighty empire, yelling out to mask his fear. He screams that he only came under the direct orders of the Emperor, asking if they truly wish to drag relations with Kronos into the abyss. Roman crosses his arms calmly, offering a simple scenario, asking what if a single kneel from the Baron could buy peace. Charlton hesitates, showing zero sincerity. Seeing his reluctance, Roman has no problem dialing up the threat, stating that if he wants a peace treaty, his attitude should match. Otherwise, Roman will gladly use his head to prove their absolute resolve. Charlton gulps in absolute terror, convinced this man is insane. Roman slowly reaches out toward his neck, a powerful hand. A pitch-black aura rises with Roman's every movement. As that hand reaches out, threatening to close, Charlton's mind is filled with one single thought: a direct threat of absolute death. To escape this terrifying fate, there is only one way out. He immediately drops to his knees to beg for mercy. He screams in absolute terror, "Please forgive me, I should have strictly followed the code of an envoy." He grovels on the floor, desperately pleading. He admits he forgot that their two nations are currently locked in a brutal war. He acted too hastily and begs for forgiveness. King Daniel watches this shocking display unfold in complete disbelief, thinking to himself that nobody could have predicted this. An imperial envoy representing the empire itself is actually groveling like this. This has never happened before. But Roman remains completely unmoved. He coldly states, "I do not trust your truce, and I do not care about the terms of their agreement, because true power cannot be bound by empty, meaningless words." He raises his voice, "If the Kronos Empire truly desires a ceasefire with us, then you need to prove your sincerity right now." Charlton stammers, asking what he means. Roman lays down his demand: "Pay 500,000 gold coins to us as compensation for this war, and only then will I accept your truce." Charlton feels completely cornered, immediately protests, calling it an utterly ridiculous demand. But Roman shuts him down with a razor-sharp glare, reminding him that innocent civilians and countless brave soldiers lost their lives in this war. Our nation must prove to its people that the sacrifices of their loved ones were not in vain. Giving no room for negotiation, Roman warns him, "If you do not accept these terms, the war between our sides will resume." Sensing a massive detail has been overlooked, Charlton asks in confusion if this means the Odelia kingdom is excluded from the deal. Roman has officially run out of patience with this brainless fool. "Why on earth would you ask me about the fate of those who do not belong to my nation?" Shaken by terror, Charlton finds himself staring into those terrifying, freezing cold eyes once more. He finally realizes exactly who stands before him. Roman, a literal monster. Defeated, Charlton returns to the Kronos Empire. Back inside the Grand Palace, he reports the news directly to Emperor Alexander. Kneeling humbly on the floor and bowing his head low, he states that this is the current state of negotiations. If His Majesty orders it, they should abandon these pointless talks and show the entire continent the true terror of their great empire. Up on his grand throne, Alexander looks down, completely disappointed by his useless subordinate, resting his head on his hand. His voice is calm, yet it radiates an overwhelming, crushing pressure. "Baron Charlton, I clearly ordered you to secure an advantage. In these negotiations, did I not?" Charlton flinches slowly, raising his head in pure dread as the Emperor continues to speak. "What truly enrages me is not just Roman Dmitry's arrogant demand for 500,000 gold coins, but the fact that you got down on your knees to beg them. Your pathetic display of weakness is the real reason I am absolutely furious." With a simple wave of his hand, the two guards standing nearby instantly draw their swords, making Charlton turn pale with fright. He screams out in terror, "I have committed an unforgivable sin, but please, I beg of you to forgive me just this once." Alexander looks down with cold, dangerous eyes, mentioning that this ceasefire will be the final stepping stone in his conquest of the continent. In the future, he envisions for Kronos there is absolutely No room for fools who tarnish the reputation of the Empire. He raises his hand, delivering his final ruthless sentence, then accept your death. As the twin blades draw near, Charlton screams in sheer panic, I gave everything to Kronos. I crawled like a dog on your orders, yet you execute me just for kneeling. As warm blood sprays everywhere, his final furious scream echoes through the hall. If I die, I will drag you straight to hell with my curse. Moments later, Charlton's lifeless head rolls across the floor. Alexander watches with complete indifference, utterly unfazed by the weakling's harmless curse. His expression darkens as he whispers Roman Dmitri's name, a sinister, excited grin spreading across his face, wondering who Roman truly is. Immediately after, he uses teleportation magic to shift himself onto a high mountain peak, muttering that he will show Roman why he abandoned martial arts for magic. Upon landing on the summit, he sheds his old withered appearance, transforming into a handsome golden-haired young man. The mountain where Alexander stands is situated right near the capital of Odelia. Raising his hands, he begins chanting strange cryptic incantations. With his preparation complete, the magic circle in his palms shoots straight into the heavens. From the sky, colossal meteors rain down, enveloped in dark, golden energy. This is the ultimate meteor strike, targeting the capital of Odelia and leaving absolutely nothing but ruin in its wake. An entire royal capital is wiped from existence with just a single high-tier spell. Standing amid the destruction, Alexander smiles and wonders how long it would take Roman Dmitry to turn a grand capital into mere dust and ashes like this. A few days later, the Kronos Empire officially declares a truce with the Dmitry Duchy, bringing massive relief to the citizens. Cheers erupt everywhere. This is madness. The Kronos Empire actually proposed a truce, offering 500,000 gold in reparations. How is this even possible? Whispers fill the streets as people celebrate. After all, the Dmitry Principality declared war first, yet the mighty Kronos Empire is paying up. It is unbelievable. This is basically Kronos admitting absolute defeat to everyone. But the continental joy does not even last a day. Dark news of the complete destruction of Odelia suddenly spreads. Terror grips every nation. Lucas travels to the ruined territory of Odelia to confirm the rumors, and what he finds shocks him. A massive city wiped out in a flash. Their own spies did not even have time to send any reports back. Staring at the desolate, scorched earth, Lucas realizes only high-level magic could cause this level of devastation. Suddenly, a voice cries out. Disbelief echoes from right behind them. Impossible! Lucas rushes over to ask the trembling mage what happened. The mage is utterly terrified because this defies every known law of magic. Clutching his mana scanner, his hands shake with dread. Just scanning the residual mana left behind in the ruined capital is more than enough to completely overload their detection devices, causing them to explode instantly. The wizard delivers a chilling conclusion. 8th tier magic is absolutely nothing compared to the terrifying force unleashed on this land. Lucas freezes in place. Stronger than 8th tier magic. Soon leaders from Dmitry, Cairo, Hector, Redford, Frank, and Amberto assemble. With Odelia completely wiped off the map, representatives from the 6 remaining kingdoms gather, and Frank voices his deepest concerns. Survivors claim a massive object fell from the sky, wiping out the capital in seconds. It is a level of power beyond comprehension. Edwin calmly steps in to analyze the situation, stating that the destruction of Odelia is a clear message sent to all of them. The Empire did not sign that treaty out of weakness. Wiping out Odelia is a brutal warning meant for everyone in this room. Roman speaks up next. Do not be fooled by this talk of peace, because Kronos will strike again the moment they are ready. Edwin looks at him and asks, Lord Roman, do you honestly believe we stand a chance against the Empire? Roman lets out a mysterious smile and replies, of course we do. He casually looks around the room at the allied leaders. He explains that although they stand together as an alliance, he will never force anyone here to sacrifice themselves for this war. But Roman's eyes turn deadly serious as he warns them that this conflict is inevitable and everyone will soon be in danger. He promises that if they choose to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dmitry, Dmitry will never betray them. The meeting ends. Roman falls into deep thought afterward. Theoretically, a human body cannot survive the massive strain of channeling 9th tier magic. Once 9 mana circles form around a wizard's heart, the sheer pressure of natural elements will cause the heart to instantly explode. Stepping outside into the fresh air, he is still completely consumed by thoughts of this legendary 9th tier spell casting. Even if he pushes his Heavenly Demon Sword techniques to the absolute limit right now, he cannot match that destructive power. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Roman reminds himself that stopping this catastrophic war is why he transmigrated here. A confident smile spreads across his face. This is going to be a battle worth looking forward to after all. Deep inside a quiet forest, golden sunlight falls upon a kneeling girl lost in silent prayer. Her name is Isabel. Her hair literally glows under the bright rays, looking as if she is actively absorbing pure power from the sun itself. But her sacred ritual is interrupted when Leo, the commander of the Luna Kingdom's royal knights, approaches with urgent advice. He respectfully urges her to return to Acadia immediately. Since Kronos declared a ceasefire, there is no reason to remain here. Isabel immediately shakes her head. She cannot do that. Her mind is completely consumed by the sudden tragedy in Odelia. Alexander has successfully cast a 9-circle spell on the capital. The barrier is broken and he will start a continental war without hesitation. Isabel closes her eyes with a heavy sigh, reflecting on how light and darkness must always coexist as opposing forces. Standing up, she declares that just as his dark influence grows, she too has awakened a power strong enough to match him. The real mission is to stop the entity that granted him this power. Isabel knows with absolute certainty this is her destiny. Leo follows close behind, swearing his eternal loyalty to remain by her side until the very end as her faithful knight. Isabel turns back with a warm, radiant smile to thank him. Meanwhile, back in the Dmitry Principality, the army returns. Han steps forward to greet Roman, but his eyes are filled with tears and his voice trembles with deep sorrow. He breaks the tragic news: Henderson has fallen in battle. The shocking update leaves Roman completely frozen in place. Entering the mortuary, Roman stares silently at Henderson's lifeless body. He quietly orders a memorial service to be prepared immediately. The fallen soldiers are brought to the main plaza for a mass cremation. Roman stands alongside his generals in solemn silence. The heartbreaking cries of grieving families echo heavily throughout the entire square as they mourn their lost husbands and sons. Wives collapse to the ground, weeping uncontrollably as the bright crackling flames slowly begin to consume the wooden funeral pyres. The fallen souls have turned to dust. Roman stands in heavy silence as memories of his past life on a high cliff come rushing back. Back then, he asked his loyal follower Guang Ma if he was truly content living only for others with the Murim conquest so close. At that moment, Guang Ma had replied with pure innocence, asking his lord not to refer to him as a stranger. Ever since Roman reached out to him, his lord became his entire life and his only dream. Hearing those words did not please Roman, who dismissed them as utter nonsense, but Guang Ma remained completely confident in his path. He told his master to wait and see, promising to survive until the very end to watch that dream become reality. Yet, when Roman finally united, the Murim Guang Ma was no longer there. Back in the present, rain begins to pour. It is as if the heavens are weeping for the souls lost in the war. Chris walks up through the downpour. He softly tells Roman that it is time to head back, deeply worried about his lord's exhausted state after endless marching. Roman stands perfectly still, letting the heavy rain soak him completely before turning his gaze toward his subordinate. He reminds Chris of his command that Chris must lead in his absence, and the young knight nods in understanding. Roman explains that a commander's single order decides countless lives, describing it as the true heavy burden of leadership. Get too close and they lose respect, but treat them like tools and you will never earn their true loyalty. A leader must always remember this balance. Chris listens in deep silence, taking every single word to heart. Roman does not expect an answer and continues, explaining that a leader must honor the dead and compensate their sacrifice. They must make sure their families are well taken care of. With that, Roman issues a direct order. He instructs Chris to assemble the leaders of Dmitry to discuss proper compensation for everyone who fell in battle. Chris bows in obedience. Later in the meeting hall, Viscount Conrad asks in utter disbelief if the Lord is serious. He frowns deeply, arguing that while they plan for compensation, 1 million gold is an impossibly massive sum. He points out how Redford nearly collapsed from a debt of just 100,000 gold, hoping Roman will reconsider. He suggests using the 500,000 gold paid by the Empire instead. Roman clasps his hands, weighing the decision carefully. He asks what the people would think if they only handed out the enemy's money, though they would surely be grateful. But that is not his ultimate goal. He wants the people to have absolute faith in Dmitry's protection. They must know that those who die for Dmitry are never forgotten, and this massive payout is only the beginning. From now on, Dmitry will establish a national merit system honoring both the fallen and outstanding survivors alike. Great warriors like Henderson will be recognized as national heroes, starting with this entire 500,000 gold fund. The leaders agree to cover the remaining 500,000 gold, declaring this is exactly what their brave soldiers deserve. Roman's eyes darken as he reflects on their heavy losses, thinking of every loyal follower who fell in this war. For those devoted to Dmitry, he must prove that the people are the true heart of this nation. Looking at their stunned faces, he declares that since they won, no one should be left drowning in grief. They must celebrate this hard-earned victory together, and Roman vows to personally focus on rebuilding their everyday lives. The leaders of Dmitry pledge their complete, absolute loyalty, shouting their agreement to follow their lord's noble path. Meanwhile, in a small house, Chloe weeps bitterly, her tears falling onto a framed photo of her family. She sobs, whispering that her husband was far too cruel. She and Henderson were once just simple farmers. But Henderson had a dream of becoming a true warrior, always talking about his deep admiration for Lord Roman. He had promised Chloe that he would become strong to protect both their family and their beloved lord. Their young son had cheered for him, and Henderson had proudly encouraged the boy with a bright smile. Despite the constant dangers of battle, Henderson had always radiated pure, genuine happiness in those precious moments. Now all of that is gone. As she cries in deep despair, a gentle voice calls out from her front door. A soldier calls for Chloe, and when she opens the door, she is handed a shining gold medal. It is the Medal of Honor for her late husband. Her hands tremble as tears stream down her face once more. Chris is not one for comforting words, but he offers his sincere gratitude, confirming Henderson was a true hero. Without his brave sacrifice, many more would have died. He points to a massive wooden chest sitting nearby. It is the official compensation from the nation. Chloe slowly opens the lid and gasps at the glowing gold. Overwhelmed, she waves her hands in panic, stammering that there must be some mistake with this massive fortune. Gold coins. Could he really have made a mistake with such a massive sum? Chris firmly assures her there is no mistake. Chloe stands frozen, shocked. Chris explains that their lord declared Henderson absolutely deserves every bit of this honor, so she must live a proud and happy life. Hearing this, Chloe feels deeply moved yet utterly heartbroken at the same time. She collapses to the ground, weeping for her husband. Meanwhile, a Dmitry tavern is buzzing with loud, excited chatter. They allocated 1 million gold coins for war compensation. Everyone is talking about Roman's family. It is absolutely unbelievable. On top of the Kronos payouts, they added 500,000 gold. Dmitry is rich from iron, but this is insane. Nobody expected this much wealth. Suddenly, a young man speaks up asking if anyone has heard about the Chloe family yet. He drops some shocking news that family received massive honors because of Henderson's heroic deeds on the battlefield. They named him a national hero and awarded 300 gold. His drinking buddies immediately start speculating about the system. It seems the government will take care of anyone who serves their country, providing for them for the rest of their lives. Even Kronos does not treat its own citizens this well. Right then, a loud voice cuts through the tavern chatter. A young farmer loudly declares to his father that he has decided to enlist in the Dmitry army. His father stammers in absolute shock, asking what on earth he is saying when he is just an ordinary farmer. To counter his father, the boy argues that Henderson was also just a common farmer who could barely swing a sword. He had no real training. But under the direct guidance of Lord Dmitry, everything changed for him. Becoming a legendary swordsman, the boy is determined. There is no reason he cannot achieve the same. His only dream now is to be just like Henderson, sparking a massive social phenomenon across the land. Every household with a young son wants to send him to join Roman's army to find glory and success. They vow to return home successful and become proud soldiers of Dmitry no matter what obstacles stand in their way. This massive wave of inspiration is officially dubbed the Henderson Syndrome. Meanwhile, in the Hector Kingdom, Edwin speaks. Edwin addresses the royal court asking if they have heard about the jaw-dropping war compensation paid out by Dmitry. The king of Hector marvels at how Dmitry defeated Kronos, forcing a truce, calling him an extraordinary man. Hearing this, Edwin declares in a low, deadly voice that Hector has officially reached the point of no return. He firmly believes Hector cannot share the same sky with Kronos, making a clash between them completely inevitable. They must ally with Dmitry to achieve greatness, and the king of Hector fully agrees with the plan. Accepting the reality, he loudly announces to his ministers that Hector must now prepare for war against Kronos. Meanwhile, over in the Redford Kingdom, their ruler makes a passionate, sweeping declaration to his people. He proclaims that Redford owes an immeasurable debt to Roman and Dmitry, knowing they would have faced total ruin. Without Roman's timely aid, their entire kingdom would have collapsed, and they must never forget that debt. The very moment Dmitry calls for war, they will immediately raise their swords and fight alongside them. With unmatched loyalty, the soldiers shout in unison, praying for the gods to bless Dmitry and keep Redford strong. At the same time, Cairo, Umberto, and Frank are experiencing the exact same wave of shifting alliances. As the First Continental War looms, Kronos is forced to face a reality they never anticipated. With Kronos tasting defeat and Valhalla merely watching, a powerful new alliance begins taking shape under one man. Roman leads this newly forged coalition, uniting Dmitry, Hector, Redford, Cairo, Umberto, and Frank under one banner. Every powerful faction is rallying around Dmitry. Half a month passes and a brand new notice is posted publicly. The bulletin announces the recruitment of private soldiers to serve Roman directly, drawing a massive crowd of hopefuls. According to the rules, only outsiders can apply, but a special path remains open for their existing troops. Existing Dmitry soldiers can still apply to become Roman's personal retainers, but they face a strict catch. They must officially transfer their affiliation by passing a series of brutal exams to prove their absolute worth. Trainees everywhere are absolutely thrilled, seeing a real chance to finally join Roman's personal guard. They talk excitedly, knowing even seasoned active duty soldiers will apply, making the upcoming competition incredibly fierce. Their desire to serve Roman is incredibly intense, praying to somehow make the cut. With hope burning bright, the recruitment news quickly spreads like wildfire across every corner of the land. Not just Dmitry, but the entire Salamander continent is suddenly set ablaze with raw passion and ambition. A prestigious letter lands on the desk. The Count of Valhalla stares at it in total confusion. What is the meaning of this? A tall young man respectfully explains the situation. This is a resignation letter from Logan, the 19th ranked warrior of Valhalla. The reason is quite simple. He feels his grand ideals can no longer be achieved in this place. It is a massive blow. Naturally, Count Valhalla completely loses his mind. He tears the paper to shreds and screams, "No, absolutely not." Then he furiously asks where that thief is hiding. Who dares to steal such a great swordsman from their clan? Is it the On or Marco family? Logan remains calm under this absolute fury. He quietly replies that he is not transferring to any other house in the land. The Count grinds his teeth, demanding to know why. Logan seriously explains that he cannot forget Dmitry's incredible display at the festival. It is still deeply burned into his mind. On top of that, he believes Valhalla has lost its true romantic spark. He openly claims that this territory simply does not hold any real honor or pride for legendary warriors anymore. Count Valhalla is completely frozen in shock. Logan bluntly states that no matter what terms are offered, nothing will change his mind. With that, he turns his back to walk away. His dream as a warrior now belongs entirely to Dmitry. Still, he leaves a polite final thank you for absolutely everything the Count has done for him from the very beginning. His departure leaves the Count in a wild panic, screaming his name. Meanwhile, over at a local tavern, several traveling swordsmen are sharing their stories. One of them mentions he used to be a knight for a wealthy clan, but after hearing about how Henderson was treated, it all felt completely meaningless. He came all the way from Cairo. Boom! A sudden slam echoes. A loud, bald swordsman approaches the quiet traveler next to him. "You look like a battle-hardened veteran. Where are you from?" The traveler coldly replies, "He is from Frank." The bald man gasps in shock. "What? You traveled that crazy distance?" He simply smiles. The moment he heard hero Dmitry was recruiting personal soldiers, he dropped everything and rushed straight here. He adds with a laugh that since they must live by the sword, it is best to serve a worthy master. Specifically, someone who does not treat human lives like worthless trash. This gets a loud, hearty chuckle of agreement. Well said. The bald swordsman is about to share his own reasons for traveling when something suddenly catches his eye. He is from Hector and his heart is pumping for this golden opportunity. But then he spots a quiet figure. A hooded swordsman is sitting in the corner minding his own business. The bald man's endless curiosity immediately gets the better of him. He loudly demands to know where the traveler is from. The mysterious man coldly tells him to back off and go away. But the bald swordsman does not buy that story. He steps closer, telling him to stop lying so obviously. People from Frank do not speak with that exact accent. Based on his vast experience, he is completely sure of it. The hooded traveler flinches, completely cornered. The bald man loudly asks if he actually came from the hostile Kronos Empire. His voice echoes through the entire tavern, making everyone turn. He admits he understands the secrecy, since they are enemy states. Realizing the gig is up, the mysterious swordsman lets out a heavy sigh, slowly stands up, and finally admits the truth. Yes, he is from Kronos. But he is sick of their cruel and utterly heartless methods. At least as a father, he cannot bring himself to raise his own children in such a miserable, corrupt country. He grips the necklace around his neck tightly as he speaks. Then he shares a painful detail of his escape. They had to flee in the dead of night. Hearing this, the other swordsmen can only nod in quiet sympathy. Those Kronos leaders are pretty brutal, and rumor has it Baron Cho is already dead. The bald warrior starts to worry. If even people from the enemy empire are flocking here, this upcoming selection is going to be incredibly fierce. A few days later, at the Dmitry estate, a soldier asks Captain Jonathan how many applicants he expects this time. Before Jonathan can even reply, an extremely panicked guard bursts into the room, desperately calling out for his immediate help. The massive report he delivers leaves Jonathan and his companion completely frozen in shock. They cannot believe the actual scale. Over 10,000 applicants have gathered. In his office, Jonathan flips through the pile of resumes, spotting an elite name. Favia, 39 years old, was a prestigious knight of the famous Amberto family, capable of using Tier 3 aura. The more he reads, the more shocked he gets. Why would such an outstanding master not join a Grand Knight Order, choosing instead to register as a basic civilian mercenary? Beside him, Rodwell is equally stunned by these absurd profiles. A simple recruitment notice has somehow attracted absolute legends. We are talking about the vice commander of a massive mercenary group, top-tier fighters, formal knights, and aura users. Aside from Favia, there is an endless list of elite talents pouring into the territory. They are all desperate to receive direct guidance from the young master himself. Meanwhile, countless top talents were flocking to Roman, desperate for his direct guidance. That was the sole reason they applied. Looking through the applications, Jonathan's eyes catch a pretty eye-catching resume. He can hardly believe what he is seeing, slamming his hand down and standing up. What on earth is this? How could Fred, the knight captain of the Memphis family, be here? Meanwhile, at the Memphis estate in the Kronos Empire, a voice dripping with utter contempt echoes. Those absolute fools, Marcus. Memphis complains angry that people are rushing to dim it after just one victory, but then he stops asking what his servant just said. The reporting servant nervously hesitates, muttering that Captain Fred has actually been completely missing from the camp for an entire week. Marcus Memphis is utterly speechless at his useless men. He snaps, demanding to know why they did not immediately go check on him. The servant admits there is no sign of anyone at Fred's home, adding that they have just confirmed something even more shocking. Captain Fred and his entire family have used a teleportation gate. The Marquis is instantly stunned, demanding to know where they went. The servant reports their destination as Kodas. The Marcus realizes Kodas is directly under Roman's control, so using the portal there means only one thing. Trembling slightly, he tries to process the horrific reality. Has the elite knight captain of his own family actually defected? Reeling from the news, Marquis Memphis rushes straight to the royal palace to report this betrayal directly to King Alexander himself. Laying out the dark reality, he warns that if this talent drain continues, the empire will soon lose all its best warriors. Furious, King Alexander snaps and issues a cold order to his royal knights. Any traitor of Kronos must be hunted down. No matter who they are, they must be completely wiped out. He growls that such cowards are not worthy of being the empire's future. Memphis bows, deeply accepting the harsh order. Up on his grand throne, Alexander slowly stands, his hatred for Roman burning deep. Roman has been sharing his legendary secret family swordsmanship with common soldiers, and to Alexander that is a direct threat. As the original creator of Aura, Alexander eventually abandoned it to become a mage, yet he remains intensely curious about Roman's strength. He wears a mysterious smile. If the magical clone he secretly sent passes the recruitment test, he can witness Roman's martial arts firsthand. By possessing the clone, he will experience those moves himself. Meanwhile, Dmitry's massive recruitment drive has drawn over 100,000 applicants. After the initial screening, tens of thousands still remain. The entire main family is mobilized to handle the rigorous background checks. They carefully verify every single detail, and even the smallest error in an applicant's paperwork means instant, ruthless disqualification. After 15 days of testing, the third round list is announced. Out of 5,000 qualifiers, only 500 will become personal soldiers. The rest can still join the regular army. Out on the massive training grounds, Chris steps forward to announce the next stage. He explains that the third round is incredibly straightforward. Pointing behind him, he tells them their senior officers are waiting. These are legendary warriors who have fought countless battles for Dmitry. The applicants simply have to choose one opponent to face. They can even challenge Chris himself. Winning is not required to pass, they just need to prove their skill and potential under pressure. Seeing no objections from the crowd, he calls up the very first challenger, Pavia, to take the stage. Pavia smiles with arrogant calculation, thinking the exam is almost too easy. He scans the line of battle-hardened veteran soldiers. He debates whether to choose an easy nameless target or a famous power to really show off his own skills. Wearing a confident grin as if victory is already his, he points at his target, Marby from the southern training camp. For a skilled left-handed swordsman like him, a one-handed fighter like Marby is a total joke. Pavia loudly confirms his choice. Both step onto the main stage. Acting as referee, Chris announces a 3-minute time limit with performance, deciding who moves on. Pavia grips his sword tightly, waiting for the signal to begin. Chris shouts for the match to finally start. Instantly, Pavia leaps forward. He charges straight at Marby with a smug, mocking smile plastered across his face. He assumes a one-handed fighter stands absolutely zero chance against him. With maximum power, Pavia swings his heavy blade downward, but Marby effortlessly dodges the blow. The moment Marby's feet touch the ground, Pavia follows up with another rapid attack. Pavia unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes, hoping to overwhelm his opponent and sweep his sword across Marby's chest. But a battle-hardened veteran is not easily caught by basic tricks, and Marby simply bends backward to evade. Pavia tries to press his advantage, thinking his opponent's balance is broken. But he is dead wrong. Marby is perfectly fine. Defying gravity, Marby twists midair to regain his balance and counters with bizarre footwork that forces Pavia back. Marby's heavy strikes push him back, but they are not lethal. It looks pretty terrifying, but Pavia manages to block them. Finally gaining some distance, a shocked Pavia desperately tries to analyze the situation. Is this weird movement meant to control space? He reasons that fighting one-handed must leave a massive opening. But before he can plan, Marby surges forward once again. Spotting his chance, Pavia swings his sword downward with everything he has. The violent clash kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Everyone watches the heavy cloud of dust, holding their breath to see who won. A moment later, the smoke begins to settle. Down on the ground, Pavia kneels before Marby's sword. Trembling, he admits defeat. Meanwhile, the other candidates whisper. Chris ignores the gossip. He calmly calls the next challenger. Thames strokes his chin, lost in deep thought. With his average strength, he must choose an easy opponent. Looking at the fierce warriors, he calculates his chances. Who would be the perfect choice? Spotting the remarkably small Hunt standing amidst those towering fighters, Thames grins in absolute relief. He points directly at him, declaring his choice. Chris summons Hunt to the ring, who steps forward under Thames's smug gaze. Thames is thrilled to face a total unknown, while Fred watches from the sidelines, convinced the small kid stands no chance. A bystander is surprised, noting the kid looks pretty tough. But Fred knows better, analyzing the warrior's battle-hardened history. As a soldier under Roman, he fought in the South and the Valhalla campaigns without a single defeat. Simply put, weaklings do not survive this long. On the stage, Chris signals the start and Hunt immediately charges forward. His relentless storm-like assault forces a panicked Thames to dodge wildly. Observing the fight, Fred calmly notes the candidate's ignorance. They still do not understand this test. Just then, Thames takes a heavy kick right to his arrogant face. Failing to assess oneself realistically guarantees failure here. Thames collapses, face first, completely drained of any strength to rise. Hunt stands there with a cold, calm gaze as the referee officially declares Thames eliminated from the exam. The crowd erupts into amazed whispers filled with genuine admiration for how such a small kid easily crushed his opponent. A heavy, oppressive red aura begins to ripple around Hunt as he addresses the arena in a chillingly calm voice. He asks if any other fool wants to challenge him next, instantly turning the crowd's admiration into bitter annoyance. They mutter about his sheer arrogance. Right on cue, a stranger steps forward from the crowd with absolute confidence. He announces that he will be Hunt's next opponent, standing like a solid wall before the fierce young warrior. Facing this direct challenge, Hunt simply lets out a dark, dangerous smile as the tension in the air spikes. Clashes echo immediately after, while Fred stands silently watching the brutal display with a deeply conflicted expression. He knows that arrogant fools who underestimate their opponents are destined to fail here. Suddenly, the referee announces the next round. Stepping onto the stage, Fred's cloak flutters in the wind as he prepares to make his move. To survive this round, he must clearly prove his worth. Stepping onto the dusty arena, Fred mentally prepares himself. He raises a hand, politely pointing directly at Chris, choosing him as his opponent without a shred of hesitation. Unfazed, Chris simply smiles and nods in acceptance. Fred pulls back his hood, setting himself into a battle stance. As an elite knight commander of the prominent Memphis family, he has always walked a path of absolute prestige. Gripping his weapon tightly with tense hands, he mentally prepares himself for the toughest battle of his life. Ranked 10th in the entire Kronos Empire, he knows he must shed his former ties to make a powerful impression on Dmitry. Only an overwhelming victory will prove his loyalty. The two face off, the thick tension gripping every single spectator. The atmosphere turns incredibly heavy as Chris suddenly breaks the silence, smiling at his opponent with absolute confidence. He tells the commander to give it everything he has. The referee signals and Fred instantly dashes forward. Kicking off the dirt with explosive speed, he closes the gap. But Chris is just as fast, meeting him head-on. They clash in a breathtaking display of raw martial skill. Chris's blade slips past Fred's guard in a flash. Sensing the danger, Fred barely manages to recover, raising his sword to block the lethal strike in the nick of time. Gritting his teeth, he forces the blade away successfully, deflecting Chris's rapid assault with a powerful counter swing. A fiery red light suddenly envelops Fred as his expression shifts to one of sheer focused intensity. With furrowed brows, he lets out a powerful roar as a blinding burst of energy erupts from his body. The blast hurtles straight toward Chris. The battle of simple blade clashing has escalated into a pure contest of raw power. A knowing smile tugs at Chris's lips right before a massive explosion erupts, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Staring through the thick rising smoke, Fred is utterly shocked as he witnesses his opponent's relentless power. He cannot believe it. Chris's aura is clearly below 5-star, so how can his attacks pack such a punch? How is he matching my own destructive output? The terrifying reality of Dmitry hits him as Chris presses the attack. This entire place makes absolutely no sense. Forcing himself to regain focus, Fred hardens his resolve. He refuses to back down, mentally shouting that he must win this fight for his beloved family's sake. Fred unleashes a devastating blow. But right as his ultimate strike is about to hit Chris, it suddenly gets deflected. He bounces right back before Fred's astonished eyes. Chris glares coldly and speaks in a low, rumbling voice. "Fred, you are finished." Chris immediately clenches his fist and drives a heavy blow straight into Fred's stomach, stopping him cold. Shocked by the sudden strike, Fred is sent flying backward. He looks down at his stomach in disbelief, stammering in his mind. When did Chris even sheath his sword? Fred coughs violently as deep pain flickers across his dark, hollow eyes. Soon after, Fred finds himself lying in a comfortable bed, sighing in exhaustion as he realizes his defeat. He sits up abruptly and clutches his forehead. His mind is racing, but one thing is absolutely certain to him. His judgment was right. Dmitry is the only nation capable of standing against the Kronos Empire. Still weak, he drags himself. Outside, where a massive crowd is cheering in wild excitement, pushing through the pain, Fred squeezes through to see what is happening. What he sees stuns him. Kevin and Chris are fighting at the same time. Nearby, Kevin tightly grips his dual swords. A massive surge of red energy envelops Kevin's body. Standing across from him is a towering man clad in heavy armor. He glares down at Kevin with a chilling gaze radiating an oppressive power that sends shivers through the crowd. Fred instantly recognizes him. It is Logan, the ironclad warrior ranked 19th in Valhalla. He scans the arena to find the other. Who could have challenged Chris? Suddenly, a cocky, incredibly confident voice rings out above the roar of the crowd. It is finally my turn, the voice says. Even with the speaker's back turned, Fred instantly recognizes that powerful presence. This is the third-ranked warrior of Valhalla and 6th in the entire continent. He is the ultimate powerhouse of the top 12, a legend who holds one of the 12 swords with only a 5-star aura. Fred gasps in disbelief, murmuring the name Ares. The continent's greatest wandering swordsman simply yawns lazily, turning his head with a sleepy sigh about almost dozing off. Despite his casual demeanor, Ares is a monster. Born in Valhalla, his rise to power shattered every existing record. He quickly became the youngest warrior to ever earn a rank in Valhalla, proving he is a genius on an entirely different level. That is why people call him the supreme sword genius of the continent. Watching him, Fred sinks deep into his memories. He remembers how Ares defeated high-tier aura users, overcoming raw power gaps that should have been completely impossible. He did not just win. Ares dismantled his enemies using a unique sword style he created all on his own. Fred cannot help but feel immense respect. Even the king of Valhalla spent years trying to recruit this legendary prodigy, yet Ares swore he would never pledge loyalty to any ruler. Across the training grounds, Captain Jonathan watches with intense focus. He is stunned to see the legendary wanderer here. Ares has always been a free spirit bound by absolutely nothing. Crossing his arms, Jonathan watches the arena with deep confusion. None of this makes any sense to him. Why would someone of Ares' caliber apply to be a mere private soldier for Roman? It completely shatters the balance of power. Back in the arena, the starting signal rings out. Instantly, Ares sheds his lazy attitude, pointing his sharp blade forward. He charges directly at Chris. Determined not to be driven back, Chris quickly raises his shield to block the oncoming assault. Cold sweat pours down Chris's face as the pressure mounts. He grits his teeth, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is nothing like his fight with Diego, who only relied on raw heavy aura. Ares is on a different level. The sheer destructive force of Ares' strikes fills Chris with dread. This swordplay goes far beyond any standard technique. It might even surpass the wicked arts. A massive explosion rings out as their opposing powers collide, throwing both warriors back. Chris's face tenses, but he immediately spots a tiny opening in Ares' defense. Seizing his chance, he lunges forward with everything. He unleashes a devastating strike. But instead of dodging the incoming blade, Ares simply smirks, his lips curling into a strange smile. With lightning reflexes, Ares spins and counterattacks. His swift movement easily parries the lethal thrust, deflecting Chris's sword away. Chris's eyes widen in absolute shock. He cannot believe someone actually managed to match the speed of his flash strike. No one has ever blocked that move before. Breaking his silence, Ares looks at him with a grin of pure amusement. As expected, the flash of Dmitry is not just an empty title, Ares says. Please do not disappoint me. Keep entertaining me until the very end. Hearing this, Chris's entire body tenses up as sweat continues to pour. He realizes that if his defense slips even for a fraction of a second, the match will be instantly over. Meanwhile, the intense duel between Kevin and Logan is reaching its climax on the other side of the training grounds. Watching both incredible battles unfold, the spectators whisper in awe at the sheer level of destruction on display. The clash of aura is devastating. Logan is proving exactly why they call him the ironclad warrior of steel. But looking at Kevin's heavy, exhausted steps and Chris's struggle, the crowd realizes the brutal reality of the situation. A smug, mocking voice echoes through the air confidently, declaring that today might be the day Chris and Kevin finally fall. Dimit's top pillars are going down. Logan watches with supreme confidence, absolutely certain that he will be the sole winner of this match. Meanwhile, Kevin is covered in deep cuts. Gritting his teeth, he struggles to block the heavy oncoming strike. He barely deflects the powerful sword, but his eyes suddenly widen in shock as Logan slams a massive shield straight toward his face. The heavy shield collides with absolute force. Just as expected, the brutal impact sends Kevin flying backward, while Logan grins in triumph. Kevin coughs up a mouthful of dark red blood. He barely stands, but Logan has no intention of letting him catch his breath. Screaming with rage, the old man unleashes a pale yellow aura of pure suffocating pressure, driving his advantage to the absolute limit. Kevin stares into the blinding light, suddenly realizing that the legendary sword representing the true lord does not belong to Chris or Fernando. Looking at the ancient swords driven deep into the dirt, a fierce spark of pure determination ignites within his battered soul. He is the only one worthy of wielding the sacred blade for their lord. That burning resolve pushes him past his physical limits. Veins bulge across his face as he refuses to yield. His intense gaze locks onto Logan, radiating supreme, unwavering confidence. He promises to bring Logan down once and for all, forcing the entire world to recognize him as the absolute strongest. Kevin flashes his sudden grin, leaving the old warrior completely dazed. Logan demands to know what on earth he is smiling about. He vows to wipe that smug smile off the kid's face, spinning on his heel to unleash a massive, devastating strike. Refusing to back down, Kevin counters immediately with his first form, Demon Slayer Slash. The opposing energies clash violently in the air. The tension reaches a boiling point. Sweat rolls down Logan's cheek as he grits his teeth, wondering if the brat can survive this. But before Logan can even register what is happening, Kevin slips straight through the blinding light, closing the distance in a flash. Leaping high into the air, he glares down with terrifying cold eyes and dares the old man to block his next move. He brings his blade down in a brutal arc, executing his second technique with enough force to completely paralyze the veteran. The devastating demon cleave catches Logan off guard. Refusing to give his opponent even a single second to breathe, Kevin strikes again. Logan desperately raises his shield to block the relentless storm of deadly strikes, his heart racing with sudden raw panic. He wonders if this madman is trying to drag them both to the grave with these terrifying suicidal attacks. Staring at the terrifying boy pressing down on him, a chilling question flashes through Logan's mind: is this kid a demon? Logan's stance begins to falter, his boots dragging against the dirt as he fights with everything he has to stay grounded. Spotting the opening, Kevin's eyes flare with excitement. Now watch as he leaps high into the air for his next strike. His third technique, the Demon Blade Pierce, comes down hard. Logan grips his shield, bracing for the impact. An ear-splitting explosion echoes across the arena. The brutal strike shatters Logan's defense and sends him flying across the dirt. His shield slips from his fingers. Stabbing his sword into the ground to keep from collapsing, he mutters that he lost. The veteran drops to his knees before Kevin, utterly defeated. The shocking outcome leaves the surrounding crowd in absolute silence. Bleeding and bruised, Kevin finally exhales a deep sigh of relief, feeling an immense weight lift off his young shoulders. Turning around, he calls out loudly for Chris. Hearing his name, Chris looks back at the wreckage in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, Kevin tightens his grip and points his blade directly at Ares, riding the high of his massive victory. With absolute confidence, he declares that if Chris falls, he will step up to fight the beast next. A smug smirk plays on his lips, but Chris freezes, staring at the kid with a wave of mounting fury. He wonders how this slum brat dares to speak so boldly about replacing him on the active battlefield. Being compared to Kevin as an equal has always felt like a deep, humiliating insult to his noble pride. Clenching his fists, he burns with resentment, absolutely refusing to let himself be outshone by a mere street rat. He was born a legendary genius with natural aura, while Kevin is nothing but a kid from the slums. A blazing fire of pure resolve erupts around Chris. He knows he must be the ultimate second in command to their lord. Slowly turning his head toward Ares, he unleashes a massive wave of energy fueled by his pride. With a powerful swing, a brilliant blue shockwave erupts from his blade as he launches himself forward. Ares calmly watches the incoming assault with an amused smirk, silently sizing up his opponent's newly refined skills. The clean blend of close combat technique and explosive aura is impressive. Confronted by this massive wall of energy, Ares finally tightens his grip on his hilt, shifting smoothly into a solid guard as the blue light closes in. Just as the strike is about to hit, Ares leaps backward, effortlessly weaving through the relentless storm of attacks. The impact tears up the ground, leaving a trail of absolute destruction. Chris smartly slides against the earth to bring his body to a halt. In a flash, Ares charges forward at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Before Chris can even react, the warrior is already right there. Ares looms right before his eyes. Chris freezes in disbelief. Is this guy actually as fast as him? Before Chris can even raise a guard, Ares' blade swings. It grazes his face, leaving him utterly stunned. Blood sprays. Chris gnashes his teeth in agony, but quickly raises his sword to launch a desperate counterattack. Chris tries to counter, but Ares easily parries the strike. Showing zero fear, the wild warrior happily blocks the blow with a smirk on his face. With a grin plastered on his lips, the two engage in a fierce exchange of strikes, their breathless clash, locking them in a tight deadlock. Ares watches his opponent's moves with absolute fascination. Aside from his own lord, he has never seen anyone wield a blade with such masterful precision. It turns out the rumors about this sword prodigy are completely true, but in the next split second, Ares' expression undergoes a terrifying shift. His features twist into a menacing grin as he growls that he has seen enough of Chris's power. This battle ends now. Chris's eyes widen in sheer terror. But right before things go too far, a deep, commanding voice suddenly cuts through the air. Roman stands there with his arms crossed, delivering a powerful order to stop. The evaluation is officially over. Both combatants freeze in their tracks immediately, halting their blades. Ares looks over at the young lord with deep curiosity. A wide grin spreads across his face as he silently recites the name Roman Dmitry. Meanwhile, Roman analyzes the wild warrior with keen interest. And get this, Roman immediately realizes this isn't any ordinary fighter, noting that Ares has completely bypassed the traditional system. Instead, Ares has forged an entirely unique path of his own. Suddenly, the warrior walks over with a surprisingly friendly and respectful expression. He says meeting Roman Dmitry is a massive honor, but his eyes flicker with a pale blue light of pure excitement. Driven by this thrill, Ares makes a bold proposal, asking Roman if he would teach him a thing or two despite it being their very first meeting. He claims his blood is absolutely boiling for a fight. Meanwhile, Roman stares back, the legendary name of the Heavenly Demon crossing his mind. Roman looks at the warrior before him with growing interest, recalling everything he knows about Ares' unique background. Ares was actually one of the 4 heavenly kings who once served Baek Joong-hyuk, living a truly legendary life. Remembering Ares' legendary status only fuels Roman's inner drive, sparking a quiet desire to test this warrior's blade. Every time Ares encountered a new martial art, he would refine his skills, carving out a path that no one had ever dared to walk. Building everything from absolute zero, this monstrous talent made the world associate him with the title of the Heavenly Demon. Ares stares intently at Roman's back with deep respect, believing that if the Lord continues to refine his martial arts, he will exceed everyone's expectations. This man will easily surpass even the craziest expectations. But contrary to the warrior's boiling excitement, Roman looks thoroughly annoyed. He coldly states that he has no time for fools who do not know their own limits. However, if Ares insists on a fight, you will accept. But there is a catch. Engaging in this duel means automatic disqualification from the 3rd stage of the exam. Roman's stern ultimatum makes Ares flinch. The young lord mockingly asks if he still wants to go through with his challenge. Cold sweat drips down Ares' face as he realizes that even the greatest genius on the continent is useless if they break the rules. Gripping his sword hilt in caution, Ares gazes at the sheer pressure emanating from Roman. Even without drawing his blade, the pressure is immense. The rumors about Roman Dmitry were definitely not exaggerated. Knowing when to back down, Ares quickly bows his head in respect. He sincerely apologizes, stating he has no wish to be disqualified and admits he let his excitement get the better of him. Roman smiles in satisfaction at the warrior's quick compliance. Soon time passes and all the candidates who made the cut gather together. Out of the massive crowd from the 3rd test, only 600 applicants successfully passed. Now they assemble at the designated venue. They prepare for the upcoming 4th round. Many of the anxious candidates look around, nervously whispering amongst themselves. Some wonder what this next round holds, expecting it to be brutal, while others simply stand in cold, silent confidence. Among the hopefuls, Fred's face is visibly tight with nervous tension. But contrastingly, Ares stands nearby with an excited grin. The wild warrior eagerly awaits what is next. Just then, Roman takes the stage, his steps light but carrying an immense pressure. Standing with his arms crossed, Roman addresses the gathered swordsmen, congratulating them all on surviving the grueling 3rd round. He acknowledges they have finally proven their worth. Roman's eyes narrow as his tone drops, declaring the official start of the 4th test. Talk about a chilling way to start a test. Roman's sharp words pierce the silent crowd, triggering a wave of mixed emotions. He calmly states that he knows there are spies from foreign nations hidden among them. His previously calm tone suddenly turns freezing cold. He gives them exactly 10 minutes. If the spies step forward and confess everything right now, he will show them mercy. Swearing on the pride of the Dmitry family, he promises to spare their lives. This chilling ultimatum instantly sends shivers through the crowd. The crowd below is absolutely stunned. After a brief silence, Roman grips his sword, drawing it sharply. Pointing the sword straight forward, Roman leans in close with a cold, terrifying look in his eyes. If they remain silent until the very end, he will kill them all. Scott clenches his fists, deeply conflicted. Should he confess or stay quiet? Damn it, is his cover already blown? He looks up, terror warring in his eyes. The inner struggle of whether to confess rages on. Roman, the devil of war, never shows mercy to enemies. Scott closes his eyes in panic, cold sweat dripping down his face. Right then, a surprisingly brave hand goes up. It is Du-Sang, timidly asking if Roman will truly spare them. He takes a hesitant, trembling step forward. Speaking in a low voice, he confesses to joining the selection to carry out a mission for Valhalla. Du-Sang bows his head, his voice shaking as he begs Roman to spare his life just this once. Roman looks at him with approval, calling it a smart choice. Du-Sang freezes, terror washing over him. Cold sweat. The man knows his name. Roman keeps his gaze fixed on him, speaking calmly. Roman promises to keep his word. Overjoyed and relieved, Du-Sang quickly bows his head in deep gratitude. Seeing this, other spies immediately realize they must speak up, pleading for their lives one after another. Many confess to being Kronos spies. Witnessing this, Chris stands stunned, shocked by how many moles infiltrated Dmitry. Just watch what Roman does next. He walks down the steps for their very last chance. He paces through the crowd as if waiting for someone else. With 1 minute left, his eyes sweep around. Roman's sharp gaze locks onto Scott. The spy trembles, knowing he cannot confess because his family is held hostage. Scott clenches his teeth, trying his best to calm down. Is this really the end for him? Then Roman announces in a cold tone that the fourth test is over. Everyone stands completely frozen. He looks at the candidates and delivers his final verdict. Those who confessed are disqualified, while the rest pass. Walking past the group, Roman adds that he knows there are still spies hidden among those who passed. But he has a reason for letting them live for now. He leans in, speaking through gritted teeth. It is simply because they have not harmed Dmitry yet. Roman scans the crowd with a stern expression. From now on, they must choose between abandoning their pasts to follow him or betraying Dmitry. His face relaxes as his voice softens. He congratulates them, stating they temporarily belong to him now. Later in his office, Chris approaches Roman, unable to hide his confusion. Why spare the enemy spies? With all due respect, Chris just cannot understand the decision. Roman gently taps his desk. He quietly calls his name, explaining the reality of intelligence networks to the bewildered young man. No matter how vast an information network is, it can never track down every single sleeper agent. Roman looks deep into Chris's eyes, asking if he could honestly detect every Imperial spy without fail. No, Chris quietly admits. Roman stands up and walks over to the window. Looking out, Roman explains that instead of controlling them, he will show them how Dmitry truly operates. A subtle smile plays on Roman's lips. If they were Kronos agents forced to face him directly, would they actually dare to betray him? The weight of those words leaves Chris completely speechless. Placing a hand over his heart, Chris swears he will never betray him. Roman simply tells him to prepare. Meanwhile, on a dark, desolate mountain, Emperor Alexander of Kronos begins weaving a powerful golden magic circle. With glowing golden eyes, he conjures a massive orb of destructive spell energy between his hands. He roars, unleashing a lightning strike that expands outward like a colossal protective shield. Alexander directs the surging magic directly toward Roman Dmitry's encampment, laughing triumphantly at his own power. He mutters Roman's name with deep hatred, eager to see if the young lord can survive this. He smirks to himself. His undercover moles have successfully infiltrated Dmitry to steal their secrets. Soon, they will bring back the secrets of Roman's martial arts to hand over to him. As the creator of Aura, Alexander wants to prove just how inferior Roman's techniques really are. He is determined to erase Roman from existence, proving that magic is the ultimate path. Suddenly, a portal opens behind him, and a man steps through carrying a folder in his hand. He respectfully reports to Alexander, announcing he just received news from Dmitry. The Emperor looks up, utterly stunned. He repeats the name Dmitry. The messenger quickly explains that Alexander has been invited to a swordsmanship conference there. His hand trembles as he mutters swordsmanship conference. Clenching his fist in irritation, he growls, does he want another arrogant show? Is he trying to put on another arrogant show? Roman Dmitry Alexander furiously burns the invitation letter in his hand. The letter claims the aura release technique created by Emperor Alexander of Kronos is completely flawed from its very foundation. This conference aims to redefine the entire aura system and introduce a brand new path for the art of swordsmanship. Those final words feel like a direct slap to the Emperor's face, cordially inviting everyone to attend and bear witness. To witness this historical moment, Alexander grinds his teeth and snarls Roman Dmitry's name with absolute fury. His rage boils because aura is both his greatest strength and his deepest weakness. If only he were a true master. If only he were a genuine martial arts genius instead of a mediocre ruler who lacks proper combat training. Alexander is truly a pitiful figure. Had things been different, his destiny would have changed completely. He clenches his fists. Stepping forward, he mutters in bitter frustration, Roman, is my life's achievement really so worthless and cheap in your eyes? Alexander screams, completely losing his composure. How dare Roman declare that his entire life's work is flawed from the roots? He stomps his feet and shakes his fists, screaming out his building frustration. Heavy feelings of resentment and jealousy begin to swell. This nameless anger continues to boil deep inside him. Finally, Alexander tries to calm down and regain his composure. Staring into the dark night, he mutters with pure disdain, fine, I will watch closely and see what tricks you play. Meanwhile, at the Salamander Swordsmanship Academy, a speaker shouts in a frantic voice, urging everyone to look closely. Roman Dmitry dared to reject Emperor Alexander's great achievements, even sending an invitation to this swordsmanship conference. This is a direct slap to their faces. The crowd immediately erupts into a furious uproar, wondering what he is thinking. What on earth is Roman planning by organizing this conference? This is a clear provocation aimed at all Aura swordsmen. Sergei, the president of the academy, tightens his grip on the invitation letter as he addresses the angry crowd. He warns that Roman Dmitry has completely rejected the power of Aura. If they just stand by and watch this happen, the academy will lose its dominant position soon enough. He speaks with a sinister look driven by absolute determination. They must go there in person. If Roman's presentation has even the slightest mistake, Sergei lowers his head in thought. Frowning deeply, Sergei vows to humiliate that arrogant brat so he can never hold his head high again. Oppositions arise. The outrage spreads far beyond the academy. Every country besides Dmitry is now watching with doubt and suspicion. Back at Roman's residence, Viscount Conrad asks with deep concern. The whole continent is in chaos over this swordsmanship event. He anxiously wonders if it is truly necessary to convince everyone, carefully analyzing the potential risks and benefits. If this reorganization goes public, exposing their unique martial arts techniques might trigger highly dangerous consequences. Jonathan nods in agreement, saying he shares the exact same worries. He sees no reason to reveal Dmitry's secret arts. There is simply no need to share their exclusive techniques with outsiders. Despite all the heated debates around him, Roman remains silent and deep in thought, lost in his own world. Still, those voices of opposition keep echoing. Why would you ever reveal the demonic sect's secret techniques? This question brings back the memory of a genius. He was hailed as the greatest martial genius in the history of the Namgung clan, Namgung Jincheon. Jincheon had witnessed the total downfall of the orthodox Mirim faction. Roman's thoughts drift back to a specific duel. The proud Namgung sword, which Jincheon always believed was invincible, was effortlessly shattered by Baek Joong-hyuk. That crushing defeat dug deep into Jincheon's soul, leaving a scar that would never fade from his memory. Afterward, he obsessed over understanding his enemy to improve his own arts, seeking victory through perfect knowledge. He studied the demonic sect's arts, believing that by mastering the foundation of Heavenly Demon Baek Joong-hyuk, he could finally reach that exact same stage of power. Just wait, Baek Joong-hyuk. Years passed in a flash. 1 year, then 2 years. Time flew by like a shooting star, bringing him face to face with a bitter truth. By the 10th year, he realized a simple fact. The demonic sect's martial arts were not actually that special. It was simply that Heavenly Demon Baek Joong-hyuk was an absolute monster. Back then, Jincheon confronted him in fury. Demanding to know why he made those techniques public, Jincheon spoke with a voice full of absolute despair. For 10 long years, he desperately studied the demonic arts, yet he could never reach his level. Jincheon stared at Roman. In his past life, people questioned him. Did he really want them to feel absolute despair just to realize the massive gap between them? Back then, he simply lowered his head, answering that yes, that was exactly what he wanted. He then slowly explained. Memories of failure fade over time. Those who forget their past humiliation will eventually spark hatred against the Heavenly Demon cult once more. Roman's gaze grew deeper as he explained that he wanted them to study demonic arts, just to realize how great their achievements truly were. His words carried a much grander scheme meant to drill that inescapable despair deep into their souls. He believed that if they lacked the confidence to overcome his power, they should simply kneel. Roman stood straight, delivering his verdict that the martial world belonged to the cult and that Baek Joong-hyuk was the ultimate master. Back in the present, Roman smirked with absolute satisfaction as he thought about his past legacy. From that day until his death, the martial world never dared to rebel. Snapping out of his thoughts, he looked up. He addressed the crowd, announcing that what he would share at this swordsmanship seminar was only the basic knowledge. He was going to reshape the entire aura system and seize the fame Alexander had worked so hard to build. Roman spoke with supreme confidence, aiming to write the Dmitry name into a brand new chapter of history. Flash of a mysterious smile, he gave a quiet warning and get ready because his plans were always massive. He claimed those who followed would never surpass them, only seeing the tip of the iceberg, while Dmitry kept the core essence. Roman smiled warmly to reassure his people, telling them not to be afraid of showing off their true strength. By displaying their power, they would reshape the board. A few days later, King Drake of Amberto expressed his confusion. He admitted he could not fathom what Lord Dmitry was planning, his face full of doubt as he went on. If Dmitry had developed a system far superior to the old one, why invite the Kronos Empire just to show off? Standing nearby, Edwin calmly addressed Drake's question, suggesting that to Lord Roman this new system was merely public information. The king stared in complete disbelief at this explanation, quickly asking Edwin what he actually meant by that. Edwin paused for a brief moment before replying that Roman was simply someone born with the presence of an emperor. He sharply added that if Roman managed to take the fame of Alexander, who was hailed as the pioneer, his voice grew quiet but carried a surprisingly deep meaning, noting that from this moment onward, everything would shift. Dmitry would no longer be a simple border region of Cairo, but the birthplace of the man who revolutionized Aura itself. Right then, a soldier loudly announced the arrival of Lord Roman Dmitry, who slowly walked up the steps. Entering the banquet hall, he carried an overwhelming pressure that instantly drew the curious eyes of everyone around. Roman stood before the crowd and boldly declared that Alexander's technique for releasing aura was a complete mistake. His sharp words pointed out that Alexander believed releasing mana to create explosive force was the only way, but Roman called this an incredibly wasteful and useless method, leaving the visiting academy scholars completely stunned. They had arrived hoping to find flaws in his theory, but they could not find a single opening. Releasing mana chaotically meant losing control, and without control, there was simply no way to be effective. He asked them directly why they had never doubted his method just because he was hailed as a pioneer. Hearing this, Seji flared with anger while the surrounding academy students whispered frantically among themselves. Seji grit his teeth in pure fury, talk about a complete lack of respect for the legendary Alexander. Meanwhile, Roman continued his brilliant analysis explaining that aura and magic are actually not that different. Just as magic accumulates mana in circles to cast spells, he raised a question that left everyone completely stunned. He boldly asked why they had never considered storing and refining aura inside a circle of their own. Edwin stared in absolute shock at the concept of a circle, just as Roman suddenly drew his sword. He channeled his power, unleashing a brilliant purple glow, and told the audience what he was about to show. It was not an uncontrolled explosion of energy, but a method utilizing the Dantian as a specialized storage space. Gripping his sword tightly, Roman explained that this technique allowed them to manipulate mana with absolute precision. Even Seji could not look away, completely captivated by the incredible display unfolding right before his eyes. The aura gathered around Roman's sword with complete serenity, leaving everyone wondering how such a release could be so gentle. Roman slowly approached a massive metal pillar standing in the center of the hall, calmly raising his hand. The moment he struck downward, a massive deafening boom echoed through the entire banquet hall. A small iron bar on top begins to slide. It slowly falls as Roman lays out his explanation. Just like how we define releasing mana from storage space as casting magic. His eyes suddenly flash with a strange purple light, staring intently at the falling metal. In an instant, the iron bar shatters into tiny fragments without even being touched. Sergei instantly drops his jaw in absolute terror. Nearby, both Edwin and Drake stand completely frozen at the sight. Roman just flashes a subtle, slow smile and says, "My method of releasing mana from this Dantian. I call it martial arts." A blinding ring of pure white energy manifests, sending ripples of power outward. As power ripples outward, Roman silently reflects on how the root of all martial arts originates directly from the Dantian. No matter how much people deny or ignore this truth, the swordsmanship revolution to shatter the old system has officially begun. A barren, dry wasteland littered with countless swords flashes through his mind before fading back to reality. Roman closes his eyes, unbuckling his armor as he announces, "All right, now, I will start taking your questions." Immediately, a hand shoots up in the crowd, catching his attention. The man introduces himself as Sergei, the president of the Swordsmanship Association, who claims to have listened closely to Roman's newly presented theory. His smile quickly vanishes as his eyes turn dark, growling out, "Gathering mana in the Dantian like a mage is certainly a bold concept." But the president quickly adds that a massive practical problem still stands in the way. He asks how Roman plans to attract and control mana, a wild force that naturally resists any restraint. Pressing on, he questions how this works when even the heart's mana circle takes a long time to activate. How can something so slow ever fit active swordsmanship? The president clearly doubts Roman's entire premise. He bluntly states that without solving these fatal flaws, the master's theory is nothing but an unrealistic pipe dream. Roman finally speaks up, asking with a calm smile, why must the Dantian be the place to gather mana? Once you understand that, the answer reveals itself. He explains that as mana circulates throughout the physical body, it naturally pauses at specific points for a set amount of time. He lists them off with deep excitement. The upper Dantian in the brain, the middle in the heart, and the lower Dantian located just below the navel. He gestures to his own body to demonstrate. The upper and middle zones are generally unfit for storing mana, but the lower Dantian is a completely different story. Roman delivers his final point to the jaw-dropped crowd. He offers to share his research on how incredibly stable mana accumulation is within the lower Dantian. Refusing to back down, the president suggests rather than declaring it entirely wrong, why not combine it first with Alexander's aura style to boost explosive power? But Roman responds that if they attempt that blend, it is bound to fail because the very premise is fundamentally flawed right from the start. Raising his hand, purple energy swirls around his fingers as he explains that once the Dantian is fully formed, mana falls entirely under control. Yet Sergei remains stubborn, arguing that controlled aura still unleashes devastating force. Roman counters that unlike mages who simply project energy outward, swordsmen must circulate it constantly, requiring massive reserves. Determination burns in Roman's eyes as he clenches his fists, ready to deliver his absolute verdict. He boldly declares to the entire audience that this is exactly why Alexander's theory is a mistake. The president shouts out, "Why broadcast this to everyone, including the enemies currently standing against Dmitry? Are you plotting something behind our backs?" Roman simply chuckles at the accusation of a secret scheme. A scheme, he muses softly while picturing the hostile enemy spies operating under the cover of darkness. It is actually quite simple. The nation of Kronos keeps sending spies to steal Dmitry's secret techniques, so he organized today's event to save everyone the trouble. Down below, Chris listens to it all, smiling warmly. Roman hopes that through this event, every nation outside of Dmitry will embrace and adopt this new system. Now this is where it gets interesting. Chris feels a sudden, profound shift deep within himself. It started as a faint, vague feeling, but now his heart beats so violently he can barely contain it. He flashes back to a past conversation with Roman, who slowly asked him just one critical question. On the path to reaching that peak, did you ever once doubt the road you chose to walk? Clasping his hands tightly behind his back, the vice captain reflects on what it means to lead an entire era. He realizes that living in the present by acting purely on your own absolute beliefs is true strength. This is the very Lord he serves. As Roman's image appears, he tells himself that if he can somehow surpass this man, he will reach the highest peak on the continent. He would reach the ultimate peak. But just then, a sharp voice from the meeting snaps him straight back to reality. The presentation has now officially concluded. Meanwhile, in a far-off place, Emperor Alexander sits in deep, heavy silence with his eyes half closed. He questions it heavily, the Danjin storing internal energy inside the Danjin. If a warrior can truly use aura like this, the potential is infinite. Alexander's thoughts suddenly drift back to the past. He remembers a lesson from his childhood about the true nature of martial arts. It seemed so simple back then. Just run energy through the body and meditate, yet looking back, now it feels incredibly strange. Deep down, he cannot help but mock Roman with sheer malice. The self-proclaimed martial artist who looks so messy and talks so big. That messy, boastful guy ran his mouth constantly, yet he never once mentioned the crucial concept of the Danjin. He scolds himself for wasting precious time researching aura based on those empty, baseless boasts. What a complete waste of effort. Alexander stands up abruptly, pacing back and forth as he analyzes the way Roman boldly proclaimed the terms Danjin and martial arts. It means Roman must be a top-tier martial artist from that mysterious world. But out of all the countless sects, which one does he belong to? Names rush through his head: the 9 sects and 1 gang, the Evil Alliance, or perhaps the Heavenly Demon Cult. How could someone like him, who knows next to nothing about the martial world, ever hope to uncover Roman's secret identity? His back reveals the deep, dangerous loneliness of a ruler. Clenching his fists, he decides to let it go for now. It really does not matter. Looking at the vast continental map in his mind, he knows that whatever Roman was in his past life is irrelevant. On this salamander continent, Roman is absolutely nothing. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets, his eyes flashing with madness. His eyes flash with madness as he declares that he built his entire empire from absolutely nothing with his own bare hands. With a tiny bit of knowledge, Roman leaked Alexander will prove how easily he can construct a truly legendary legacy before calling Mystic. A voice instantly answers, "Yes, Lord Alexander." He coldly orders Mystic to command all spies hidden inside Dmitry to steal their martial secrets. They must acquire all of Dmitry's martial arts at any cost. Mystic smiles deviously, clearly thrilled by the dangerous assignment. Roman's bold announcement during the high-stakes meeting has created an unbelievable uproar, triggering a massive continent-wide revolution in aura research. The entire continent is absolutely shaken to its core. Swordsmen everywhere can only ask themselves what this means for their future. They wonder what will happen to existing aura users, knowing only those who adapt will survive while the rest are left behind. Adapt or get wiped out. Inside the castle, intense sword duels break out constantly as warriors scramble to test their limits. There are clear winners and inevitably devastated losers. The entire continent's ranking system is now on the verge of a massive, unprecedented shakeup. At the same time, everyone is left wondering what on earth Dmitry is up to. One young man yells out in frustration, "Why share something so incredibly powerful for free?" With a sharp clack, an ivory-colored wine glass is slammed hard onto the table by a mysterious hooded figure sitting in the corner. "None of that matters anymore," the hidden man replies, revealing himself to be Lucas as he keeps his face obscured under a large hood. He points out that the balance of power is definitely about to tip entirely toward Dmitry now. To avoid being left behind by the times, they have no choice but to head there. The Dmitry Duchy is no longer just a remote border nation. It has transformed into a sacred land for swordsmen. The continent's 2 massive empires, once towering like mountains, are now facing a brand new rival. For the first time, a 3-way standoff has formed and cracks are already starting to show. Outside a bustling town, a mysterious figure suddenly appears. He holds a communication device in his hand, ready to contact other swordsmen. The Kronos Empire spy Scott receives yet another urgent command. The order is clear: steal Dmitry's secret martial arts. He wonders if blindly obeying the Empire is really his best option. Is it wise to keep following Kronos under these circumstances? Scott thinks of Roman Dmitry and realizes just how unusual the man is. Not only does Roman completely ignore the presence of active spies, but he also freely publicizes the very secrets they are risking their lives to steal. Scott sighs, heavily weighed down by worry. He figures it is best to stay in Dmitry for now and quietly observe how things unfold. If this duchy truly possesses the power to overthrow the massive Kronos Empire, Scott might have to find a way to get his family out of Kronos. Once that decision is made, he will have to hide them. Meanwhile, Chris stands with folded arms, addressing the recruits lined up before him. He proudly congratulates the men, announcing that they have officially been chosen as the personal soldiers of Lord Roman Dmitry. From this very moment, after completing a few quick formalities, they will be registered as official troops of the duchy. Clutching a small slip of paper in his hand, Scott the spy quietly looks down and notes his designated number is 98. Soon the officer begins calling out the numbers one by one, moving to 97 and then 98. Scott stands up and takes a seat inside. The recruiter asks him to sit down, confirming if he is 38 years old and if his name is Scott from the Umberto Kingdom. Scott simply nods in agreement. The officer continues, reminding him that serving directly under Lord Roman is a highly prestigious position. The recruiter continues, explaining that he will receive 30 silver coins a month with extra pay in special situations. Things like war will earn him hazard pay. Then the officer asks if Scott already has a family. When Scott confirms this, the recruiter asks who his family members are and where they currently live. Scott answers that he has a wife and a son currently living in the Kronos Empire. The recruiter smiles, saying this matches their background checks. Hearing this, Scott's eyes widen and sweat drips down his anxious face, but the recruiter quickly reassures him. He explains they do not ask for any malicious reason, even as Scott tightly clenches his fists under the table. Scott silently prays that nothing goes wrong, but the recruiter is actually quick to explain their true policy. If Scott falls in battle, Dmitry will fully compensate his family as those of a national hero. Scott looks up in utter shock. He asks if having family in the rival Kronos Empire poses any issues. The officer smiles, saying it is not an issue at all as long as Scott does not cause trouble. After finishing, Scott walks out, marveling that they really do not care about his dark past as a mercenary. Later at the forge, Master Blacksmith Henrik stands with hands on hips, greeting Scott with a booming voice. He notes Scott is a seasoned mercenary with a strong body, but as he examines him, he notices something. Scott has slightly uneven legs that affect his gait, and his short fingers make gripping a thick sword hilt difficult. Startled and completely exposed, Scott hesitantly asks how the blacksmith could pinpoint such precise personal physical details. Henrik explains that as one of Roman's men, Scott naturally deserves custom-tailored weaponry built for his body. Custom weapons for everyone? Scott asks in disbelief if every single soldier truly gets this incredibly expensive treatment. Henrik gently answers that here in Dmitry, young Master Roman's personal squad is treated as something truly special. He explains that Roman always fights on the very front lines with his loyal squad positioned right behind him. Taking Scott's measurements, Henrik notes that this extra effort is the least they can do to keep them alive. Scott is utterly amazed. He wonders if just being Roman's soldier really earns him such genuine and heartfelt care. Once the measurements are taken, the master blacksmith proudly pledges on his honor to forge the most perfect set of weapons. Later on, a soaring mountain with a terrifyingly steep slope, the recruits push themselves to their absolute limits. They climb heavily as instructors yell at them to move faster because this mountain is their battlefield. Carrying 40 kilograms of gear is slowing them down, but physical endurance directly dictates their survival on the front lines. Chris turns back to yell that collapsing from exhaustion is fine and they will take charge of anyone falling behind. Scott's hands are already covered in bloody scratches as he curses, wondering how this insane climb is considered basic training. More surprisingly, young Master Roman is leading right at the front. A fellow soldier climbs up beside Scott to explain. He asks if Scott is used to lazy commanders who only fold their arms and shout orders. Scott agrees, and the soldier explains that their lord is different, always leading them on the bloody front lines. He adds that if they cannot even keep this pace, they do not deserve to stand beside him. Watching Roman look down from a massive boulder, Scott wonders if the Lord is actually slowing down to wait for them. The soldier laughs, warning that the real training has only just begun. Scott can only stare in silence. As the setting sun paints the sky, a deep blood-red Scott is completely drenched in sweat and gasping for air. His vision spins and he fears he will collapse, just as another exhausted recruit faints and hits the dirt. As Scott watches another man drop, Yusang steps up from behind and offers to carry the fallen soldier. He tosses the gear to another recruit and hoists the fainted man onto his back. Scott watches in disbelief. He wonders if Roman's entire squad is made of monsters. By the 10th day of training, Chris commends them. He praises the group for surviving without a single dropout. Now they are moving to the next phase. Today they will learn the core cultivation technique. Chris walks down the rows explaining how to direct mana. Scott is thrilled. He is finally going to learn the secret cultivation technique that makes Dmitry so powerful. With the basic theory finished, Chris announces they will finally practice Roman's signature method, the Asura cultivation law. The soldiers are thrilled, whispering the legendary name of the Asura cultivation law with eyes full of hope. Sitting in the cross-legged lotus position, the men begin sensing energy, which is the absolute basic requirement. Scott follows the instructions, but his face quickly twists in deep discomfort. He realizes something is still wrong. He cannot feel even a speck of mana. He blames himself, thinking he is completely useless as 1 hour then 2 hours slowly pass. Scott remembers his past as a mercenary desperately trying to become an aura swordsman by testing every method he could think of. He knew that without talent, hard work was just a waste of time. But after 3 hours, something suddenly changes. His eyes snap open in shock. What is this? A tiny orb of pure energy is actually floating right between his hands. He can hardly believe it. Did he actually just connect with mana? He focuses on the sensation, feeling a strange, shifting warmth. The energy runs hot and cold, drifting gently across his skin. It is hard to comprehend that in just 3 hours this happened. If a useless guy like him can master this so fast, calling Roman the Grand Master of Aura is a massive understatement. Scott hesitates. He remembers his actual mission. If he delivers this Asura manual to the Kronos Empire, he will secure a lifetime of luxury. His family would be safe forever. Meanwhile, the small orb grows rapidly, expanding until a brilliant blue flame wraps entirely around him. The blazing aura glows intensely. Scott knows he has completed his mission, but he suddenly pauses to consider his next move. Is betraying them really the right choice? Meanwhile, Chris stands before the assembled soldiers and delivers a firm, loud announcement. They will begin training with the Asura technique, and if anyone shows exceptional progress or performs brilliantly on the battlefield, they will receive a completely new martial art custom tailored to their unique talents. A soldier raises a hand in disbelief. He asks why they would even need another style when the Asura technique is already so incredibly powerful. Chris looks back. His eyes turn cold as he corrects the man. The premise of that question is entirely wrong, he explains. In Dmitry, the legendary Asura method is nothing more than basic training for raw recruits. Later that night, Scott sits alone. He stares out the window at the communication device in his hand, torn over whether he should send the report. He is stuck between completing his spy mission or staying on as a loyal personal guard for Dmitry. He remembers the ridicule. Other swordsmen always told him he had zero talent for aura. Yet, under the training methods of the Dmitry family, everything changed. He felt the energy flowing in less than a single day. The sheer speed of his progress is terrifying. If this continues, Dmitry will soon have thousands, no tens of thousands of elite aura swordsmen at their disposal. Crushing the Kronos Empire is just a matter of time. Besides, he knows Kronos would discard him at the first sign of trouble. But Roman's men actually protect each other. He saw how they carried comrades who collapsed during the brutal training sessions. Swearing loyalty to Dmitry means they will stand by him and his family. The decision is finally clear in his mind. He wants to fight alongside these soldiers. As the communication device lights up, Scott takes a deep breath and makes the call. He tells the contact on the other side to secretly move his family and guide them safely to the Dmitry territory. He is completely ready to bet his entire life on the future of Dmitry, a future he witnessed here with his own eyes. He tells them to join him once it is done so they can start over. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls his name. Chris opens the door with a warm smile, congratulating him on officially joining their ranks. Scott jumps up in sheer surprise. He recognizes the voice instantly. Later in his office, Chris stares at the magic stone on his desk, deep in thought. He knows today is the true turning point where the spies who learned the Asura technique must choose their path. A sudden knock on the door breaks his train of thought as a voice asks if they can come inside. Chris tells him to enter. It is Fred, the former knight commander of the Memphis family. Chris asks him what is on his mind. Fred asks in a quiet voice if it is not too late for him to pledge his allegiance to Dmitry. Chris hesitates. Fred has a deeply complicated past. He originally served the Kronos Empire, sent under orders to fake his loyalty to Memphis. Chris analyzes the situation carefully. Now Fred has been dispatched here as a spy to infiltrate the Dmitry guards. But Fred explains that during his time here, he witnessed the sheer strength and genuine kindness of their leader. He wants to truly live for Roman. Clenching his fists, Fred declares his absolute readiness to die for this choice. His broad shoulders tense as he stands firm, revealing a man who is completely committed to earning a place by Roman's side. He speaks with total certainty, showing zero hesitation or regret. Chris listens in silence, processing the heavy confession. Fred admits that the people who arrived with him are not his real family, who are currently held hostage. If the Kronos Empire discovers his betrayal, his beloved family back home will face brutal, unspeakable torture and death. With a heavy thud, Fred drops directly onto his knees on the cold floor, desperately begging for a way out. He bows his head low, asking Chris to either help him rescue his family or send them all back to Kronos. Even if he is sent back, he swears he will never utter a single word about Dmitry's secrets. Chris finally speaks up, calling Fred by his name. If you truly want to become one of Dmitry's people, Chris tells him, you must be honest. Answer the questions I am about to ask you truthfully. Fred looks up without a single shred of hesitation and agrees. Chris continues, explaining there are rumors that the Kronos Emperor is actively using mind control to manipulate his subjects. Chris stands up and approaches Fred, asking if he has ever had his memory wiped or felt something unnatural hiding in his mind. Shocked by the question, Fred suddenly remembers a warning from his past. He recalls a strange conversation with his lover. She had asked if his memory was getting worse lately. He just laughed it off back then, assuming he was tired. Back in the present, Fred's expression turns dead serious. He slowly admits that yes, he has. Chris tells him to follow. Together, they step into a dark chamber filled with endless winding staircases. Chris leads the way, opening a massive door that floods the dark room with blinding light, leaving Fred completely stunned. Fred looks around in awe, asking where they are. Chris explains that this is Hauman, the intelligence network of Dmitry. Fred stammers, wondering if it is safe to bring a suspected spy like him into such a highly secret base. Chris smiles, assuring him they are not that careless. But first, they need to handle the most important issue. If Fred swears loyalty to Dmitry, Hauman will take immediate action to rescue his family. They have already bribed local informants to locate Fred's family, preparing rescue plans based on his final decision. Furthermore, people affected by the mind binding will live here for a month to undergo a cleansing training. This special training will completely break the mind control connection, freeing them from the Emperor's mental grip. Fred asks why they would take such a massive risk for him. Chris simply tells him the truth. Anyone who chooses to follow Dmitry deserves this protection. From the moment he swears loyalty, Dmitry will never abandon him. Overwhelmed, Fred drops to one knee. He vows to serve Dmitry with everything he has from this moment on. Meanwhile, Ares is training hard. Staring at his sword, he realizes the sheer genius of the Asura divine art. It completely solves the massive issue of mana control. He grips his blade tighter, filled with fresh determination. Creating a storage space in the dungeon unlocks hundreds of pathways. How could anyone invent such a perfect theory? People initially doubted the motives behind revealing the secret dungeon concept to the entire world. But for Dmitry, where the Asura divine art is used as a basic technique, that is not an issue. Still, it makes him wonder. Who exactly is Roman Dmitry, and what kind of absolute monster is he? Smiling, Ares sheathes his sword. He decides to stay in Dmitry since there is still so much to learn. Meanwhile, in Cronus, Marquis Memphis bows deeply to report. All the spies they sent to Dmitry have gone completely silent. Emperor Alexander fumes with rage, realizing those insects must have abandoned him to join forces with Dmitry. Furious, he orders the immediate execution of every single spy they sent into Dmitry territory. His subordinate quickly obeys. Stepping down from his throne, Alexander decides there is no point keeping broken tools. With the connection severed, he vows to finalize his grand scheme within the next year, leaving nothing to chance. His madness grows, dripping with thick bloodlust. The power of the world tree will soon fade away. Dark forces will invade, and no matter how hard Roman Dmitry tries, the future is already set in stone. Back in Dmitry, 3 guests have arrived. The first is Hoffman, the head of the Golden Bank. Sipping hot tea with his legs crossed, he notes that even Valhalla avoided conflict with Cronus. Yet Dmitry managed to extract massive war reparations. Hoffman is not shy about showering them with praise. Dmitry is paving a new path, and Hoffman suggests they should team up to make things easier. Roman remains silent. Hoffman sets down his teacup, maintaining a smug smile as he leans forward. He asks if it wouldn't be much easier if the Golden Bank partnered with Dmitry on this journey. His smile turns slightly predatory as he makes a bold offer, presenting a contract on the table. Slapping his hand down on the papers, Hoffman promises they can provide immense financial backing. In return for this massive support, the bank only asks for one simple condition. They want to be included in Dmitry's future. He holds up the contract, flashing an attractive offer. He promises something that small struggling nations could only dream of ever obtaining. 1 million gold pieces with 0 interest. Roman remains silent, his eyes locked on the paper in deep thought. Roman weighs the situation with absolute calm before speaking. So you are planning to walk a tightrope between Cronus and Dmitry? Hoffman raises an eyebrow and gives a haughty reply. The Golden Bank openly tried to back Cronus during the Kingdom Crisis. At Redford, they clearly threw their weight behind Cronus. Hearing this, Roman grows serious, calmly folding his arms. He asks if those schemes came straight from Hoffman's own head. The banker masterminded it all, and now he wants to collaborate. Hoffman sighs in disappointment, a spark of anger in his voice. He says he is rather let down by that response. Instead of hashing out the shady past, he wants to talk about Lord Dmitry and the future. Redford is history now. Hoffman gets more passionate as he speaks. He asks Roman if the past even matters compared to what lies ahead. It is about what they can do for each other from here on out. The banker already envisions piles of glittering gold, offering a tempting deal to focus solely on their shared future. Partnering with the Golden Bank would guarantee him 1 million gold coins, but Roman flatly refuses, stunning the greedy banker. It feels like a lightning strike to Hoffman. He leaps up, throwing all etiquette aside to scream out in fury. The Golden Bank is a neutral kingmaker. With just one tiny agreement, Roman could gain massive wealth. So why ruin this? Roman remains seated, looking up with cold, unshakable eyes. He says they have absolutely no need for his shady faction. He openly detested Hoffman's group from the start. Hoffman grits his teeth, absolutely boiling with rage but utterly powerless. Realizing that negotiations are completely dead, the banker turns to leave. But as he walks away, he drops a threat. He warns that the Golden Bank never forgets an enemy. Suddenly, Roman calls out, telling him to halt right there. An overwhelming aura of danger fills the room. Roman stands up telling the banker he must have completely misunderstood something. He tilts his head asking how Hoffman dares to show such blatant hostility and still expect to walk out alive. Terror finally grips Hoffman. He begins to tremble violently, stammering to ask if Roman truly intends to execute him now. He warns that the Golden Bank will retaliate, but Roman simply asks if he looks like someone who actually cares. Purple energy flares around Roman as he steps closer. His voice is cold, freezing the banker in his tracks. Does the Golden Bank really not know his reputation on the continent? The heavenly demon of the battlefield is real. Roman slides a contract over. Hoffman is shaking, stammering that he just misspoke, but Roman completely ignores his pathetic excuses. He tells the trembling man that his life is now valued at exactly 1 million gold. That is the deal. It is the only way out. Without a second thought, Hoffman desperately agrees, signing away the massive fortune immediately. And just like that, one threat is handled, but wait, because a far more intriguing visitor is up next. He knows Roman calls the brain the upper dantian, while the heart is the middle dantian, acting as a magic circle. And the lower dantian below the navel is described as the main container for storing vital mana. As Roman stands silently by the window, cold sweat begins to drip down Edwin's incredibly tense face. He wonders if the lower dantian is optimized for storing aura, then what secrets does the upper dantian hold? If they can decode that secret, it could trigger a massive, unprecedented revolution in the world of magic. Roman watches him with a subtle, amused smile. He is honestly quite surprised by Edwin's direct and blunt approach. Still, Roman reminds him that while Dmitry and Hector are allies in the Kingdom Coalition, that is not enough. It is simply not a good enough reason to hand over the profound secrets of the upper dantian. Edwin admits his request is highly reckless, as asking for such knowledge without offering anything in return is unfair. He promises that Hector will offer something practical, a breakthrough combining the upper dantian with actual high-tier magic. The Sky Magic Tower is fully prepared to decipher the mystery and turn it into a powerful, tangible reality. He urges Roman to consider the massive threat posed by the elite mages of the powerful Cronus Empire. The Alliance desperately needs a force capable of resisting them, and Hector is determined to become that shield. Roman counters by asking if Edwin believes the Phoenix Magic Tower of Dmitry is incapable of solving this mystery. Edwin quickly clarifies that he is more than happy to have the Phoenix Magic Tower join the research. They want a shared victory that benefits the entire Alliance, not a monopoly. Then he suggests a venue change. He wants to show Roman something special. Soon after, Philly, the master of the Phoenix Magic Tower, looks stunned. He quietly wonders why Edwin Hector of the Sky Tower is walking alongside Roman. What is happening here? Composing himself, Philly steps forward with a warm smile, noting that Edwin has reportedly achieved some incredible enlightenment. Edwin humbly accepts Roman's sincere congratulations after reaching level 5 in the Celestial Tower. Hearing this, Roman immediately orders them to summon Nox, as they will also use the magic training ground. Nox obeys. At the magic training ground, they face 2 wooden targets with training dummies placed right in the center. Edwin wonders why they suddenly came here. Roman calls out, noting the area is heavily reinforced. Multiple protective barriers are active, so Roman asks Edwin to unleash his strongest high-tier magic right now. What is Roman planning? He cannot tell. Still, he quickly gathers his composure and focus to prepare. He wants to prove he has what it takes. Edwin wastes no time and begins preparing his spell. A massive sphere crackling with electric light appears right between his hands, showcasing the power of 5-star magic. It does not stop there. The glowing sphere expands, engulfing the entire space and blowing away the training targets. The nearby stone paths crack from yards away. Edwin smiles quietly, quite pleased with this level of destructive force. Roman calls out to Nox, telling him it is his turn. Nox steps forward as raging flames begin to swirl. 2 massive, fiery vortexes spiral into the sky. Edwin is shocked to see him double casting level 5 magic. He did not even need to prepare. Level 5 spells should never be cast with this kind of rapid, instant execution. The ground is completely torn to shreds, leaving behind a ruined mess. Edwin stands there, utterly baffled by this. What on earth is this? Roman turns to him with a proud smirk, calling it a double-fire cannon. Dmitry has applied the upper dantian theory directly to magic. As the heavy dust settles, the ruined yard is revealed. Edwin can only marvel at the sight. The upper dantian is clearly the key to a complete magical revolution. Routing magic through the middle dantian and exploding it from the upper dantian produces far more devastating destructive power. Along with that, the magical processing speed is so fast that it feels like the casting phase is skipped entirely. Comparing Nox's magic to his own, he realizes this method casts spells 2 to 3 times faster than before. Even with the exact same spells, the difference is massive. Edwin still cannot shake off his deep shock. The sudden realization shakes him deeply. This must be how magic truly evolves when combined with the upper dantian. If this incredible secret ever gets out, every single magic tower on the continent will flock straight to Dmitry. Scholars and mages alike would rush here. Roman speaks up, noting they have no reason to share this secret. Edwin bows his head, realizing cooperation is out of the question. He bitterly accepts he has no arguments left. All hope is lost. But then Roman throws him a potential lifeline, offering a single condition that could change everything. If the Hector kingdom swears an oath of allegiance, Roman says they will share this knowledge and secure their future. Edwin is absolutely stunned by the massive request. Dmitry would take full responsibility for the future of Hector. An oath of allegiance, he repeats the words in his head. Meanwhile, Roman watches him with a calculating smile. Roman knew Edwin was an outstanding genius from the very start. He recalls his sharp mind and strategic ability. His unexpected attacks, bold decisions, and battle magic skills make a frontline commander like him truly, absolutely priceless. Knox watches silently from the side, thinking it might seem arrogant to believe one person can control everything, but accepting those who can fill your gaps is the true path forward. Edwin hesitates, deeply torn inside. His mind races as memories of his childhood flash before his eyes. Back then, peace never truly existed. Even after earning the title of the Star of Hector, he endured endless hardships just to protect his small homeland. All those exhausting efforts were driven by one simple goal. He wanted a world where his people could finally find peace. He hoped that at the end of this cruel reality, Hector would find peace. That became his entire reason for living. After a long moment of deliberation, he slowly looks up. He asks if Roman can truly promise to protect Hector's future. With those words, he drops to one knee on the cracked ground. I am willing to offer my life to you, Lord Roman. With that, Dmitry secures the Hector kingdom. More than that, they won the loyalty of Edwin himself. Soon after, they receive an unexpected third visitor without warning. Marcus Valentino storms in, absolutely furious. This is way too much, Lord Roman, the Marquis yells out, trying his best not to look like a complete fool. When on earth are you going to forge my new sword? I waited patiently because I did not want to seem desperate. The Marquis is losing his cool, practically begging Roman for an answer as tears well up in his eyes. The stress is keeping him awake at night. He asks if Roman even cares about his pain. Is that so? Roman smiled quietly, thinking the man was pretty interesting. Unlike the frantic Marquis, he calmly ate some meat. With bread and replied he planned to make the swords once things settled. He already had a plan. Roman added there are just a few details he wanted to test himself, asking them to wait just 1 month. Smart move. Hearing this, the Marquis stopped crying and happily said thank you so much. After sending off his third guest, he stood before 3 massive chests of glowing gold, with a brilliant shine. His subordinate respectfully reported that the Golden Bank had delivered 1 million gold coins. He crossed his arms, satisfied. He had his doubts, but they kept their word. Roman quietly reasoned that it made perfect sense because if they broke a signed oath, every single commitment the Golden Bank ever made would instantly become worthless. Now that things were stable, it was time to move. Meanwhile, Chris was still busy training. The soldiers practiced their swords in perfect unison to his loud commands, none of them daring to slack off. Walking down the stone corridor, Roman softly spoke to his servant, telling Hans that he would not leave the forge for about a month, instructing him to handle everything unless it was an emergency. With a quick nod from Hans, Roman headed straight to the forge. The heavy doors swung open. He stripped off his shirt, knowing that forging was all about endless repetition until his very last breath. He carefully heated each block of raw iron, poured over by the thoughts running through his head, reflecting his absolute mastery and the path he was actively pursuing. Under the crimson glow of the blazing fire, Roman looked incredibly powerful as he contemplated the strength he possessed in this life. He wondered what would happen if he forged a blade using the flame of the fire demon. Then his hammer struck down, sending sparks flying everywhere and shattering his focus. Elsewhere, Hoffman slammed his desk in a fit of pure rage, cursing Dmitry for daring to threaten him. He gnashed his teeth, thinking that Roman had picked the wrong opponent to mess with. The Golden Bank was not to be trifled with. Turning to his subordinate, Hoffman demanded an update on his requested materials. The subordinate quickly reported that there were 4 major merchant groups currently trading massive amounts of iron with the Dmitry family. They had completed the investigation, uncovering names like Valentino of Cairo's Zenit of the Kronos Empire, Muriel of the Valhalla Empire, and Vincent of the Kingdom Alliance. The subordinate continued, explaining that these trade giants controlled the markets across various nations, distributing 70% of Dmitry's iron. Currently, Zenit of Kronos had already severed trade after the war, which made Hoffman grin with absolute delight. Honestly, he really thought Roman would crawl back begging for forgiveness once all his partners walked away. He declared their first target would be Valentino, ordering an immediate teleport to Cairo. This revenge would begin, not with Kronos or Valhalla, but with betrayal from Roman's closest ally. Arriving at the Valentino mansion in Cairo Marquise, Valentino politely greeted them. Hoffman returned the greeting, noting it had been a long time before gesturing toward the other gentleman. The Marquis explained that the guest was Count Fabius, whom he wanted to introduce to Hoffman during their discussion. He added that if Hoffman felt at all uncomfortable, Count Fabius could easily step out before they began. Hoffman quickly waved it off, thanking the Marquis for his thoughtfulness. Once the three of them sat down at the table, Hoffman wasted no time stating that the main reason he had requested this meeting was regarding the Dmitry family. When Valentino questioned this, Hoffman explained that he had run into major trouble with Roman, citing massive personal conflicts. Such business disputes were normal, but Roman had gone too far by threatening Hoffman's very life. His voice grew dark, declaring that the Golden Bank's relationship with Dmitry was completely dead. He vowed to use any underhanded means for revenge. Valentino closed his eyes in deep thought. Becoming impatient, Hoffman directly demanded that the Marquis cut all trade with Dmitry. Fearing a refusal, Hoffman offered to waive the interest on Valentino's massive loans for the next 10 years. However, if he refused, the entire debt had to be paid immediately. But Marquis Valentino did not hesitate to decline, stating that he could never betray Dmitry and would instead repay the Golden Bank's loan as quickly as possible. Enraged, Hoffman screamed directly in his face, warning that refusing would bring ruin not just to Dmitry but to Valentino. But the Marquis remained completely unfazed, telling Hoffman to leave. He asked if Hoffman would take responsibility if Dmitry blacklisted him, leaving his family unable to purchase weapons. Abandoning all courtesy, the Marquis bluntly told him to get out, telling Hoffman that he was politely asking him to leave. The heavy doors slammed shut, leaving Hoffman boiling with rage. He couldn't believe he was treated so poorly. Forcing himself to calm down, he began to wonder if he made a critical mistake by approaching Marquis Valentino first. After the Cairo rebellion and the brutal war with Kronos, their alliance with Dmitry had clearly grown too deep. Adjusting his glasses, Hoffman sneered that even the mighty Valentino had grown soft with age, foolishly trusting his family's legacy to such reckless fools. But Hoffman was far from finished. He wasn't afraid at all. But that didn't matter anymore. His next absolute target was the headquarters of the Golden Bank. Failure was simply not an option. Now he had to quickly travel back to the vast and powerful Valhalla Empire. Inside Count Muriel's mansion, a surprisingly friendly voice echoed. Count Fabius had arrived. It seemed they met yet again. Hoffman stood frozen in utter disbelief. He pointed directly at the man's face, screaming. How was he here? Count Muriel quickly stepped forward, stammering out a rushed explanation. The meeting was earlier than expected. He gestured inside. Hoffman was led to a different reception room. He couldn't resist casting a cold, bitter glare back at him. Safely inside, Hoffman casually asked how Muriel's father was doing. Muriel replied that his father remained active and quite healthy. He was energetic enough to return to duty, though he spent his retirement peacefully tending to his massive garden. He also expressed deep gratitude for Hoffman's rare gift. Where exactly did Hoffman manage to find such exotic plants? Seeing Muriel so incredibly pleased instantly brightened Hoffman's mood. Money could buy absolutely anything. That was his firm belief. He claimed he went to extreme lengths for his allies. With the pleasantries finished, he immediately got to business. His purpose for visiting the Muriel family was simple: Roman Dmitry. Hearing that name, Muriel offered a very strange smile. His voice turned quiet, laced with real dread. Roman was completely mad. Ever since defeating Kronos, he had changed. The man had become unbearably arrogant. He even threatened Hoffman's life during a tense business negotiation. Truly insane. That was why the Golden Bank planned to isolate Dmitry financially. Since Muriel was trading steel with them, things had to change. Hoffman demanded that Count Muriel sever all ties with Dmitry immediately. This was the sole ultimate reason for his visit. In return, the bank would supply cheap steel and waive all interest on Muriel's massive debt, a highly lucrative deal. Yet Muriel quietly shook his head. He apologized, stating that he simply could not accept the bank's generous proposal. This refusal shocked Hoffman to his core. He stared in disbelief. Muriel remained perfectly calm, ready to explain his reasons. He genuinely wanted to support the Golden Bank, but before everything else, they were merchants. Business had rules. First, Dmitry's high-quality steel was completely irreplaceable across the entire continent. Valhalla's warriors demanded only the very best. Without access to Dmitry's steel, achieving a true market monopoly was impossible. That was his first undeniable reason. The argument was logical, yet Hoffman remained deeply unsatisfied. Was this truly worth turning your back on the Golden Bank? But Muriel wasn't finished. There was a second, far more critical reason behind his refusal to comply with their demands. The Dmitry family had triggered an absolute swordsmanship revolution. Crucially, they did not hide their legendary martial techniques. Count Muriel's family relied entirely on the strength of their warriors. Opposing Dmitry's massive influence would spell certain ruin. Fearing such a disastrous outcome, Muriel pleaded with him. He asked Hoffman to consider their long history and delicate position. Seeing this stubborn refusal, Hoffman could only sigh in deep frustration. He finally understood Roman's absolute unshakable confidence. Leaving the mansion, Hoffman sat inside his carriage, lost in thought. His plans were falling apart, but he wasn't done. Only one major target remained: Viscount Vincent, the financial powerhouse of the Kingdom Alliance. He was just like Hoffman. Vincent was driven purely by profit, never swayed by foolish notions of loyalty. He always put business above all else. The previous negotiations had failed, which deeply irritated Hoffman, but he convinced himself that Roman wouldn't always win. He angrily muttered that the tide would soon turn. Yet fate had a very strange way of repeating itself. Staring ahead, Hoffman suddenly gasped, slowly raising a trembling arm. He pointed at the familiar figure waiting before him. Count Fabius stood there waving cheerfully. Hoffman demanded to know why on earth he was present yet again. As it turned out, Viscount Vincent had arranged this meeting. Since both men had booked visits at the exact same time, Vincent decided a joint session made perfect sense. After all, they were both here for the exact same purpose. He politely asked if they minded negotiating together. Hoffman quickly sat down and got straight to the main point. He stated that the Golden Bank had permanently cut ties with Dmitry with absolutely zero intention of ever reconciling. When Vincent hesitated, Hoffman immediately cut him off. He demanded that Vincent completely terminate all business dealings with Dmitry. In return, Hoffman offered him a highly coveted spot within the prestigious Golden Line. A confident smile crossed his face. The Golden Bank was a premier lending firm. Members could borrow vast fortunes based entirely on their family name. This was an exceptionally rare opportunity. Hoffman basked in his own vanity, offering to buy Vincent's goods at cheap rates. He also promised to introduce Vincent to existing elite members. Vincent quietly calculated the immense profit of this proposal. It was an incredibly tempting deal. But Vincent calmly shook his head, prepared to explain a major obstacle. Beginning with the Kingdom Union, we cannot ignore the political consequences. Hoffman refuses to back down and keeps pushing. Viscount, how long do you plan to lock yourself in the tiny well of this Frankish kingdom, he offers. Incredibly enticing terms, promising to help him set up bases in Kronos or Valhalla. But instead of accepting, Viscount Vincent turns to the man who has been silent this entire time, asking Count Fabius for his thoughts. Fabius narrows his eyes, closing them in deep thought. After a brief silence, he smiles and admits even he finds it tempting. Viscount Vincent never expected the Count to actually agree, leaving both men standing there with completely blank faces. Wait, what? Vincent stammers in confusion, asking if the Count really does not mind him siding with the Golden Bank. Fabius does not budge. Dmitry has absolutely no intention of offering any special privileges or exclusive deals to his family. He adds that they cannot possibly match the lucrative terms offered by the Golden Bank. Hearing this, Viscount Vincent grows slightly irritated. But just as he speaks, the aura surrounding the old Count shifts completely. The warm friendliness is gone. Fabius takes a slow sip of tea and asks if every single member is treated fairly. This abrupt question catches Hoffman completely off guard, leaving him confused as to what the Count is playing at. Fabius spells it out, urging Vincent to face reality and ask himself if they would ever view him as a partner. He chuckles, calling the Golden Bank parasites that only swallow the sweet and spit out the bitter. Such a mockery naturally infuriates Hoffman, who barks back that his institution is built entirely on trust and mutual respect. Yet Fabius remains perfectly calm, stating that Dmitry will never betray anyone who aligns with them. That is his sole promise to the Vincent family. Angered, Hoffman screams at the Viscount not to be swayed by nonsense. The banker asks if Vincent is blind, how incredibly rare it is to join their golden circle. Meanwhile, the Viscount, Vincent is caught in a high-stakes dilemma, weighing the Golden Bank's proposal against the offer from Count Fabius. The Viscount calculates his best move, and honestly, can we blame him for stressing over this impossible choice? Meanwhile, Dmitry has a reputation for keeping their word. His palms grip the armrest tight as he realizes his true need. Making up his mind at last, Viscount Vincent stands and bows deeply toward Fabius, ready to announce his final decision. He aligns his family with Dmitry. People often misunderstand, thinking materialists never take massive calculated risks. With his goal shattered, Hoffman drops all diplomatic pretense and immediately snaps, losing his temper completely. He points an angry finger, cursing Vincent for daring to reject his offer and calling him pathetic, ungrateful trash. The banker vows that he will personally drag Vincent down into absolute ruin alongside Dmitry. But then a dark pressure begins to suffocate the room as Fabius's cold aura flares up, asking if Hoffman is actually prepared to die. Outraged that Dmitry dares defy him when they were desperate for his favor years ago, Hoffman ignores the threat. He screams, demanding to know if Fabius has lost his mind. Fabius calmly pushes his chair back and stands up. Fabius warns Hoffman that he is the one who completely misread the situation, taking a slow step forward. Dmitry never bowed even to the Kronos Empire. Looking Hoffman dead in the eye, the Count's expression turns cold. He warns that there are things in this world that endless piles of gold simply cannot buy or resolve. Dmitry behaves with noble restraint, but if the banker insists on crossing lines, they have other ways to settle matters. Fabius murmurs a chilling truth, asking what could possibly give Hoffman the courage to act so incredibly arrogant. If Dmitry decides to end his life, does he honestly believe all his wealth can save him from death? A cold shiver runs down Hoffman's spine as the terrifying reality of Dmitry's assassination squad flashes through his mind. The parting warning is clear: unless he wants to start an all-out war with Dmitry, he should watch his step. The heavy door slams shut in fury, leaving the room silent once again. Viscount Vincent slowly raises his head. With the troublemaker gone, Fabius's warm smile returns instantly as he suggests they finally sit down for a real talk. Talk about a terrifying mood swing. The old count flips his attitude so fast it makes your head spin. Fabius lays out the terms, acknowledging that cutting ties with the bank will hit the Vincent family very hard. He promises handsomely to compensate for any losses, but another sudden wave of overwhelming pressure floods the room. Fabius notes that Dmitry is not heartless, yet cold sweat begins to pour down the terrified Viscount's face. Gasping, Vincent stammers out his gratitude for his life being spared. Meanwhile, Hoffman storms down the corridor in a fury. Hoffman fumes, thinking how even the mighty Kronos Empire, the strongest force on the continent, has failed to crush them. He is completely outraged. How dare Dmitry humiliate him and reject his worth like this? He slams his hand down hard on the table to vent. But simple words like that will not make Hoffman give up. If he faces an obstacle that cannot be resolved with money, his ancestor taught him to find the secret hidden deep inside the golden bank. Gritting his teeth, his is filled with rage. He never expected such a crisis to happen in his era. He picks up the knife from the table and slashes his palm open. Placing his bloody hand onto a golden square, it instantly lights up with a brilliant glow. That blood sacrifice was made to search for one of the continent's greatest mysteries, the true origin of the golden bank. The secret door opens to reveal a dark, empty space. No one knows where they came from or how they amassed such colossal wealth. But the first thing that catches his eye is an object sitting on a pedestal. One thing is certain: First Bank president was no ordinary man. A mysterious pulse of energy flows out, snapping Hoffman back to his senses as he instantly kneels in deep respect. He speaks reverently: "Lord Alexander, your humble servant has come to pay his respects." And so Hoffman finally discovers the true purpose behind the existence of the Golden Bank. 1 month later, the Marquis curiously asks if Lord Dmitry has left the workshop yet. Hans places a hand on his chest, replying, "Not yet, my lord. I will inform you immediately once he is out." Hearing this, the Marquis requests to be the very first to know. With that, he turns and leaves, only to return later in an anxious mood to ask again, "Has he still not come out?" Same old answer leaves him quite disappointed. Is it possible? He begins before declaring that he can no longer wait in the parlor. He demands to wait right outside the workshop and asks for directions. Hans politely explains that such a request is impossible. Shocked by the refusal, the Marquis shouts in disbelief, "What? I am only asking to wait outside." But Hans remains calm, offering a polite apology. As they argue back and forth, the Marquis realizes Roman truly needs his space, yet he cannot help but feel deeply worried. Honestly, what could possibly be going on inside that workshop right now? One day, standing in front of the small building, Hans asks Felix if he can use his magic to inspect inside. Felix infuses magic into both of his hands and nods, "I understand." He then begins to sense the energy within, but suddenly Felix's eyes widen in sheer shock. What on earth is this? The small house ahead is radiating a colossal amount of energy, leaving him utterly baffled. What could Roman possibly be doing in there? Inside the workshop, fierce flames erupt all around Roman, yet his body remains completely unharmed. This is the power of the fire demon, acquired beneath the endless mountains. Roman looks down at the blazing orb, thinking that even though it is bound to him, it still absolutely refuses to submit. "If my fate is indeed bound by the heavens, then obey my will obediently." He raises his hammer, invoking the Fire King's stance in his mind. The fire demon is a force that cannot be easily tamed. An ancient warning echoes in his mind: when the gods bestowed the power of fire upon humanity, it brought light and warmth, but it also became a devastating disaster that could burn down the entire world. The voice warns him not to control the flame, but to accept its raw power as the true nature of the fire demon. Roman finally understands. If it cannot be controlled, then he will simply embrace the wild chaos of it all. The magic hammer strikes down on the anvil, sending sparks flying around his excited, smiling face. All his desires have always been within his reach. Roman's greed is truly bottomless as he claims the fire for himself. Elsewhere, an aide reminds the Marquis that it has already been half a month. He asks if they should return to Cairo soon, since the Marquis has neglected his family duties for far too long. But the Marquis does not care. He refuses to go back empty-handed. Brimming with excitement, he declares that he has waited too long for this exact moment to witness the birth of a legendary weapon. His aide can only sigh in exhaustion. Just then, a scout rushes in with news that Roman has finally emerged. The Marquis immediately stands up, shouting that they must head to Dmitry. castle right away. Inside the grand castle, adorned with family flags, a beautifully crafted sword hilt finally makes its appearance. Absolutely magnificent. Holding the finished weapon in his hands, Roman is eager to finally test its true destructive power. Visions of legendary weapons flash through his mind: salamander, blaze, and dagon. He compares his creation to them. These were all masterpieces forged by Roman himself, each one closer to absolute perfection than the last. The difference in quality goes far beyond mere performance. Meanwhile, the Marquis rushes forward with intense curiosity, eager to see the new creation. He can barely imagine how miraculous it will be, but Hans suddenly blocks his path with a polite apology, explaining that the young master headed straight to the training ground the moment he stepped out. This unexpected news dampens he collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Roman looked at the sword in his hand with deep satisfaction. He had never forged a sword like this even in his past life, likely thanks to the fire demon flame. Just looking at it brought a new martial art to his mind, one truly worthy of his flame divine art. Sparks flared in his eyes as the sword unleashed a massive blaze. Welcoming the roaring fire, Roman lifted his weapon. He initiated the first form fire. A stunning ring of pure flames immediately sliced right through the open air. Next, the swirling blaze roared forward to consume the area, creating a giant firestorm that scorched the earth. Roman concentrated his mind, channeling all his energy into a single fatal point. A massive pillar of fire shot out. This was the third form, raging fire far stronger than the first two. He flipped his hilt downward. With both hands gripping the hilt, he plunged his blade straight into the ground, causing an ultimate fire explosion. This was the fourth form flame demon. The blinding light erupted so intensely that it was visible from miles away. Within seconds, the entire training ground was completely obliterated. This sword style mimicked the legendary fire of the fire demon. Born in the barren lands of Dmitry, it was the perfect martial art for a blacksmith living with fire. Roman named this style the Flame of the Fire Demon, embodying the soul of the Heavenly Demon who creates life from nothing. Soon after, Marquis Valentino excitedly asked if the sword was finally complete, eagerly waiting for his answer. Roman calmly replied that the results were highly satisfactory. The merchant was actually far more thrilled than the creator himself. Roman truly seemed invincible. He brought up his prior promise to give the Marquis an early look before the auction. Presenting the blade with both hands, Roman mentioned that if the Marquis paid enough, he could become its master. He placed it gently on the table, noting that he would only sell a single sword at this upcoming auction. The Marquis flushed with pure excitement, wondering if this was Roman's latest masterpiece. It looked absolutely stunning. Catching himself, he awkwardly scratched his head and asked if he could use a measuring device to test it. Roman gave him the green light, prompting the ecstatic Marquis to offer his deepest thanks while pulling out a measuring gem. As he placed the measuring gem on the blade, it glowed with a brilliant light just like Blaze did. The mana reaction easily shattered past level 10, proving its top-tier quality. A masterpiece like this would cost a fortune. Since Blaze went for 1,200 gold, the Marquis broke into a cold sweat, wondering about the actual price tag. He wondered if it would double to 2,400 gold, but even that felt too low. He quietly asked for its name. Roman calmly revealed that its name was No Name, making the Marquis widen his eyes in absolute disbelief. A sword of this caliber, easily rivaling Blaze, was simply named No Name. High-grade weapons usually had grand, majestic names. Seeing his utter shock, Roman remained completely calm as he began to explain his reasoning. Out of the 4 swords forged, this No Name was merely the first prototype for his ultimate masterpiece. Roman valued the forging process itself, but the merchant's attention was already locked completely onto something else. He asked about the 4 swords, wondering if this meant the No Name was actually the lowest tier of the batch. Roman corrected him, stating that while it was technically the least refined, it was still far from garbage. No place on the continent would ever call it low quality, since it was already several steps above the Blaze. The refinement was on a whole other level. The Marquis' heart skipped a beat as he asked to see the final sword. A heavy silence filled the room. Roman agreed to show him, finally placing the ultimate weapon in his hands. He wondered how such a magnificent sword could even exist, instantly feeling its godly quality just by holding it. He finally understood why the first was called a mere prototype, seeing how much of a masterpiece the final one was. Forging such a grand treasure was pure art, but suddenly a cold shiver ran straight down his spine. Collectors would eagerly pay massive premiums, sparking an absolute war just to claim that prototype sword. As a testament to the creation of a legendary blade, its value was priceless. Suddenly, Roman broke the silence. He revealed the final sword was named Disaster. At that exact moment, a terrifying aura surged from his body. Once the meeting ended, the Marquis rushed outside with a million thoughts running through his head. Disaster was a masterpiece far beyond reach, but he was absolutely determined to win the No-Name prototype. Then a question struck him. Why was the sword named Darkness excluded from the auction? Meanwhile, Rodwell asked his brother in absolute shock. Roman kept holding out the sword, replying that he trusted him completely. Roman emphasizes that Rotwell is the only one who can replace him, urging his brother to use the Darkness Sword to carry on his legacy. This flame symbolizes the honor of the Dmitry family, and Rotwell feels an immense pressure as he questions taking his brother's place. Even with his voice remaining calm, Rotwell stands on the edge, knowing one wrong step in the clash against Kronos means a tragic end. Roman reassures him that even if he is gone, as long as Rotwell remains, the people will feel safe. He tells him to become truly strong, a reliable leader whom everyone can trust with their lives. Hearing this, Rotwell instinctively touches his eye patch and mutters that his brother knows such a grand task is completely impossible. No matter how hard he tries, he can never truly replace Roman. Suddenly, a small flame flickers to life in Roman's palm. Roman explains he is passing down this blazing demon flame, preparing him so the flame divine art can be shared through their bloodline. Since they share the same blood, Rotwell should be able to master it. Still, the young man looks at the flame in utter shock. It is just a tiny spark for now, but if nurtured well, it will make him many times stronger than he currently is. Roman's eyes are filled with confidence as he leaves the choice to his brother. Without hesitation, Rotwell accepts the sword. As long as he can grow stronger, he will do whatever it takes. Roman smiles with satisfaction and prepares to impart the technique. His voice drops low as the gem embedded in the sword begins to glow, unleashing the legendary blazing fire sword art. Raising his hand, crackling with fiery energy, Roman begins the transfer. Rotwell grits his teeth, sweating heavily and crying out in agony. As Roman channels his inner force, he realizes that even a tiny fraction of this dark, magical flame is too much for normal humans. Roman concentrates deeply, his gaze sharpening as he guides the wild energy, knowing the sheer risk involved in this process. Without his help tempering the blade with his own flame magic, Rotwell's fragile body would have been reduced to ash. Fortunately, Rotwell's tense face slowly begins to relax as the burning pain subsides and the energy settles inside him. The fiery energy smoothly aligns within his core. It is the Heavenly Demon Sword art itself that has awakened this dark flame. Now Rotwell Dmitry stands as the proud master of the blazing fire sword. Meanwhile, Marquis Valentino returns and calls an urgent meeting. Sitting at the head of the table, the Marquis is absolutely furious as he addresses the room about their recent imports. They had purchased massive stockpiles of raw gemstones, expecting a post-war luxury boom that should have brought in guaranteed profits. So why did investors suddenly pull their funding? One associate speaks up, noting that while this is not their usual market, the potential financial damage is still massive, suggesting there might be some hidden factor they are completely overlooking. Valentino darkens, explaining that to pay for Roman's newly forged sword, even 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins is not enough. Hearing this absurd price, the associates exchange confused glances until Valentino suddenly slams his hand onto the table. He barks at them to forget about the gemstones entirely because they cannot afford to miss out on this golden opportunity. The associates whisper among themselves, wondering why they would throw such an astronomical sum of money away on a single blade. Thinking back to Roman's absolute dominance, Valentino confidently declares that the entire continent will soon revolve around the Dmitry family. He explains that they have successfully secured Roman's trust, and through him they will expand their influence far and wide. Valentino lists potential targets like Hector, Redford, and Frank, plotting how to dominate the market across all these major nations. Roman's legendary craftsmanship will be the ultimate key to crushing their rival merchants and securing deals with the four great kingdoms. He boasts about their status as the very first noble house to back the Dmitry family, planning to secure their legacy. Winning the auction for the anonymous third sword will skyrocket their reputation to heights they have never seen before. Valentino smirks with pure greed, noting that the entire continent will soon associate Roman's power directly with their financial backing. This gives them unrivaled leverage in every future trade deal. He turns to his associates and asks a pointed question. Simply being the wealthiest merchant in Cairo is no longer enough for him, and he doubts they are satisfied either. His ambitious speech strikes a chord, and his loyal subordinates immediately bow, swearing to follow his lead no matter what. Meanwhile, back at Roman's residence, the master presents two beautifully crafted swords to his most trusted followers as a reward. Kevin and Chris eagerly step forward to accept them, learning that their names are the Anonymous First and Anonymous Second. Listening closely, they hear Roman explain that these weapons are perfectly tailored to match their unique skills and sword mastery. With these blades, they can fully realize their true potential. While Chris looks incredibly excited, Kevin remains uncharacteristically silent. Chris eagerly offers his deepest thanks, but Roman notices that Kevin is staring intently at the blades with deep contemplation. Kevin speaks up, asking for forgiveness for his apparent disrespect as he raises the weapon to make a strange request. He asks if he can specifically have the Anonymous First, prompting a curious Roman to ask what his reasoning is. He says firmly, "I simply cannot accept the thought of anyone else receiving the title of the absolute best from you." Hearing these words, Chris glances over at him. Roman folds his arms and looks at Kevin, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Someone once said the exact same thing to me." Roman recalls his own past memories of always wanting to be the master's most trusted sword. The look on that person's face back then was incredibly resolute. But whether it is blood demons or sword demons, they are all just opponents that Kevin is determined to conquer in the future. Roman looks down at Kevin and speaks, "I only give ownership of the sword to the strongest." Following Roman's words, Kevin looks down at his own blade. "If you want the first sword, then prove you have what it takes to hold it." Kevin takes a decisive step sideways. Turning to Chris, he nods and asks if they can begin. Calling out to Master Chris, Kevin's eyes flare with a fierce killing intent. "I will prove with real talent that I am the one who deserves that sword." Chris nods in agreement without a single shred of hesitation. "I accept your challenge." Chris drops into a combat stance, telling Kevin to keep his eyes wide open and see exactly why their master trusted him with the first nameless sword. Chris notes the fierce energy and determination radiating from Kevin. This stubborn gaze reminds me of something Chris says with a smug, knowing look on his face. "I always knew what you thought of me, but a mature adult does not waste time on a serious fight with a child." Chris begins to mock him, comparing him to a blushing kid whose pride was just wounded. "They might call you the demon of the Demon family," Chris emphasizes. "But to me, you are still that same little kid from back then. Not a threat at all." "You are absolutely no threat to me," he says, casually raising his sword. "Come at me with everything you have got, Kevin. I will prove my point using sheer strength alone." With that, their duel explodes into action. A great ambition like mine is not something a kid like you can ever measure up to. Angered, Kevin swings his blade and charges forward. "How long do you plan on just talking?" His sword points straight at Chris's chest. Suddenly, Chris's eyes flash. Unleashing his lightning flash skill, Kevin's sword cuts through nothing but a faint, blurry afterimage. To Kevin's sheer shock, Chris quickly glides backward. His face hardens as he unleashes a cold, sharp slash. Kevin grinds his teeth and spins, blocking the strike with his own sword. With another rapid exchange, both of them recoil backward. A wild grin spreads across Kevin's face. Full of pure excitement, he lunges forward again, raining relentless slashes down on Chris. Their blades collide repeatedly, neither giving an inch. Chris's expression finally turns dead serious. "Once again, I admit you have actually changed." Blue lightning crackles in Chris's eyes. "But just this much is not going to be enough to bring me down." Chris unleashes his energy, blowing Kevin far back with a single strike. Squinting against the blinding light, Kevin grinds his teeth. "Chris, no one understands your true power better than I do." Chris unleashes a rapid flurry of light, elegant slashes. Suddenly, his pupils contract in absolute shock. Kevin flashes a triumphant grin, thinking that he knows Chris better than Chris knows himself. Even though Kevin is bleeding from several fresh cuts on his body, his confidence remains completely and utterly unshaken. "Your swordsmanship, your movement habits, and the exact way you execute your strikes. I have not missed a single detail. Right here and now, I will use everything from my grueling training to surpass you." Watching from the sidelines, Roman is quite pleased. Watching from the side, Roman is highly pleased, silently noting that Kevin has trained his senses incredibly well using demon soul arts. To even predict the trajectory of the lightning flash is truly extraordinary. Suddenly, a cold blade grazes right across Kevin's shoulder, near his right arm, but he leaps up to dodge Chris's incoming strikes. "I can see everything clearly now," Kevin thinks. Kevin charges forward to activate his skill. Initiating the first form of the Heavenly Demon sword art, he spins and slashes. This is the end of this duel. Chris clenches his fist, watching the massive wave of magical energy rushing toward him. "Let us end this right here." Unfazed, Chris charges forward, releasing a burst of blue mana that collides violently with Kevin. Caught off guard, Kevin grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. A massive explosion erupts, slamming from the sky down to earth. Thick smoke covers the vast area. Kevin is on his knees, gasping heavily for breath. Suddenly, a sharp blade points directly at his face. Standing tall, Chris looks down at the kneeling boy. Sweat dripping down his tired face, Chris realizes, "I can no longer underestimate Kevin as just some poor kid from the slums." He looks at Kevin, staring back up. Chris harbors a dream very similar to his master's goal of being the first sword, to surpass the Lord himself, and become the absolute greatest swordsman. Why did he choose this path in the first place? Chris begins to remember his past. A grim battlefield littered with countless lifeless corpses. Back then, a young, helpless Chris clung tightly to a cold body. Chris remembered his past, a bloody battlefield, and a little boy clutching a corpse. He stood beside his weeping mother, completely helpless. But then Knight Captain Jonathan reached out to save him. Right there, Chris swore an oath to never suffer such a defeat again, aiming to become the greatest. Back in reality, Kevin hangs his head. He admits his dream of becoming the strongest is completely out of reach. Dropping his sword, he collapses onto the dirt completely, casting aside his pride as a warrior without a second thought. Chris sheathes his weapon while looking down at the boy. Decades of hard training have shown him how impossibly high this goal really is. Turning his back, Chris leaves Kevin behind. Yet, in his heart, he stubbornly refuses to submit to reality. He vows to keep growing stronger. Watching him walk away, Roman smiles with deep satisfaction. Later, the doctor tends to Kevin's wounds, wondering why the young boy constantly pushes himself to such brutal extremes. Wrapping the bandages tight, the old doctor admits that Sir Chris possesses some of the most extraordinary sword skills around. The knight can slice right through flesh, while masterfully avoiding every single vital organ. That level of precision is pure art. Deep in his own thoughts, Kevin just stares down in absolute silence. Sighing, the doctor explains that Sir Chris actually holds a massive reputation within the army. Beneath his gentle exterior lies a terrifyingly ruthless warrior, something the doctor remembers vividly from the man's youth. Ever since Chris trained under Captain Jonathan, the entire Dmitry family was constantly buzzing about this young genius. The doctor notes that meeting Roman only boosted his potential, though he was destined to soar regardless. His sheer dedication and hard work would have taken him to the top regardless of any encounter. Kevin's face darkens, but the doctor adds that Kevin is no slouch either. Normally, Chris holds back. But in this fight, he clearly realized there was simply no way to win without drawing blood. A genius versus a kid from the slums. Bitter, painful memories begin to flood back into Kevin's mind. From this moment on, Roman will be surrounded by elite powerhouses like Chris, Fernando, Ares, and Fred. These master swordsmen are already widely recognized, and they will only grow stronger under Roman's direct guidance. Kevin squeezes his hand. He asks himself with growing dread if he is slowly being left behind, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. No, his lowborn origins will never dictate his future. The doctor watches him tremble, completely and utterly baffled. Whether it takes 1 year or 10, he refuses to live a failed life, swearing to become much stronger. Suddenly, a realization flashes in his eyes as a strange glowing power begins to surge through his hand. He must master the demonic soul technique to finally shatter his limits and rise to the absolute top. Meanwhile, a massive crowd is gathering outside the famous Adelian auction house, packing the entrance completely. There is literally no room left to stand. News of Roman's latest custom blade has set the city on fire. This exclusive invite-only event starts with a staggering bid of 100 gold coins for the masterpiece. With commoners banned, the host finally takes the grand stage to thank the distinguished guests for their patience. He shouts with high-energy passion, announcing that today's featured item is Roman's highly anticipated masterwork. He is the same blacksmith who shook the world with Blaze, and this is his newest creation. The blade is named the Nameless Third. The auctioneer wastes no time and officially kicks off the bidding. Starting at 100 gold coins, a paddle instantly shoots up with a starting bid of 10,000 gold. The auctioneer freezes in pure shock, and every eye in the room immediately turns to the bold bidder. It is Marquis Valentino sitting comfortably. The auctioneer can only stammer in complete and utter disbelief. He wonders how anyone could possibly drop 10,000 gold right away. Valentino smugly scans the room. He is happy to let others try, but he intends to crush everyone with his endless wealth. The entire hall falls dead silent. At the sound of the gavel, Valentino literally jumps for joy. The Nameless Third sells for 10,000 gold, setting an absolute record for the highest opening bid in history. With the auction wrapped, Valentino hurries out to arrange immediate meetings with neighboring noble families. Strutting down the hallway, he demands a packed schedule. He wants at least 2 meetings daily. His subordinate is completely baffled and asks the actual purpose of all these sudden busy meetings. Valentino stops in his tracks and spins around. What else could the goal possibly be, he asks. Grinning with excitement, he points out that when you win a legendary treasure, you must show it off immediately, with everyone. Hearing that, he is left completely speechless, unable to utter a single word. Is he really doing this for the clan's benefit? Far away, a glowing magic crystal sits on display. Suddenly, from deep inside the crystal, a desperate voice cries out, begging for help and claiming they are all innocent prisoners. Then, without warning, the crystal suddenly goes dead silent. A heavy boot stomps violently onto a hand, triggering a sharp cry of agony. Jason beats the man on the ground, snarling for him to stay quiet if he wants to live. Everyone else cringes in absolute terror, too afraid to utter a sound, while he demands to know why they never listen. The broken communication device lies discarded nearby. How dare they try to secretly contact the Dmitry clan? They must have a massive death wish. With a face twisted in pure rage, he glares down at them. Glaring down with pure rage, he asks if they honestly believe they can survive by pulling a stunt like this. Jason rants that Roman Dmitry never even considered a prisoner exchange, having executed every captured Kronos soldier. That is their master's true nature. Brutal. He completely shatters any hope they had left. The peace talks are officially over. Dmitry will never show up to save any of them. The battered prisoner tries to protest but gets slapped instantly. He screams that it can't be true. You will see soon enough. Jason glares at him and orders 2 guards to drag the man straight to the interrogation room. He wants to use him as an example, showing everyone what happens to disobedient rats who dare to betray them. When the Kronos Empire attacked the Western Front, the fortress collapsed and many soldiers were taken captive. Desperate for slave labor, the Chitin mine received prisoners secretly transferred by Henny to the east. Now they are forgotten souls in a living hell. Carol is thrown roughly onto the dirt floor. Charles rushes over in a panic asking Carol if he is okay while Carol groans in sheer pain, his body trembling. Charles curses the guards, wondering how they could treat their own fellow countrymen like absolute beasts. A dark red-haired man sitting quietly in the corner speaks up. Kronos never mentioned them during negotiations. They are officially listed as missing in action, essentially presumed dead in the records back home. Because Dmitry accepted the armistice, the leadership will hesitate to push the issue of their survival here. It is an incredibly harsh, cruel reality, but one that every single one of them is forced to accept. Now get this, back at the headquarters, Nicholas stands tense, holding a fresh report. This is a massive bind. Demanding answers about the prisoners right now could plunge a freshly stabilized Dmitry back into war. But if they move too quickly without solid proof, the enemy will simply slaughter the prisoners to erase evidence. Just then, a stack of papers slams heavily onto the table as Roman tells everyone in the room to look at this. The officers gather around to examine the sheets. Nicholas gasps, asking if they have finally located the prisoners. With a deadpan expression, Roman stands up and asks why they think he refused the prisoner exchange before. He pushed the enemy without a single shred of mercy, and the entire room falls into a heavy silence. Roman explains he fought ruthlessly because only the final victors get to write the rules in this world. We took this triumph through sacrifice, and as the ultimate winners, we have every right to demand our soldiers back. That is the true privilege of winning. A powerful declaration that echoes through the quiet room. Roman immediately orders his forces to mobilize and prepare to march, determined to bring those trapped miners home. He is fully prepared to risk starting an entirely new war just to bring his soldiers back. Inspired by his resolve, the officers instantly salute, shouting that they will obey his command. Meanwhile, in an enemy council room, a dark-haired officer wonders if the Dmitry clan has discovered the survivors. Jason laughs it off confidently, claiming there is absolutely no way they could have discovered the survivors. That desperate distress signal was too short to tell them anything useful, let alone reveal this secret location. He reasons that this entire situation originally stemmed from Roman Dmitry slaughtering their captured troops in the past. Surely Roman anticipated the heavy consequences of his brutal actions before he even made his move. As long as they keep the prisoners hidden deep inside the mines, Dmitry has no way to expose the truth. Jason gloats that renegotiating the treaty is almost impossible for them now that the armistice has been signed. Suddenly, the heavy doors are burst wide open. A frantic voice echoes through the room. "Sir, there is an urgent report. The Dmitry army has crossed our borders." A panicked soldier rushes in with the news, leaving Baron Chitin completely frozen in sheer terror as he gasps out in shock. What? Back at the frontline defense post of the Kronos Empire, Count Munes stands on the wall, listening closely to an intercepted communication stone. The voice on the stone warns that the enemy has crossed the border, meaning Roman likely knows the truth about the prisoners of war. They will try to negotiate first, but if that fails, they must eliminate every single prisoner and erase all evidence of their existence. As the transmission cuts out, Munes fumes. Damn it, he knew things would end up this way, so they must send a white flag immediately. Send the envoy to the Dmitry camp now. Down below, Roman shouts a command as a bloody head goes flying through the air. Roman firmly declares that there will be absolutely no negotiations, and if they want to settle this, they must act immediately. Hand over every single prisoner of the Dmitry family within 2 hours and do not dare touch even a single hair on their heads. Try destroying the evidence and see what happens, Roman warns. His cold stare sends shivers down Muni's spine. He already holds all the proof, and if even one single person is missing from this prisoner exchange, it will mean total war. Roman is pure quiet fury. Meanwhile, Munes grinds his teeth on the other side in extreme tension. Returning to the capital, Munes reports the grim situation, warning that if Roman acts like he did in the past, their peace treaty is dead. Hearing this, Memphis narrows his eyes, furious at the insolence of a border crossing without any prior notice. Memphis privately fumes, wanting nothing more than to crush the arrogant punk who dared to breach their borders so disrespectfully. But the emperor entrusted him with full diplomatic authority, instructing him to maintain peace while the ruler goes on a year-long retreat. Memphis cannot afford to ruin their grand plans just over a momentary fit of rage while the emperor is away. Turning a cold gaze to his subordinate, Memphis asks Count Munes if he understands the consequences of causing trouble with Dmitry, especially since it would disturb the emperor's recovery. A trembling Munes quickly bows and begs for forgiveness. Memphis waves it off. No need to apologize, he will handle this and sweep it under the rug. Since the Eastern nobles were the ones using the Dmitry prisoners for forced labor, they will simply blame those nobles entirely. Talk about a brutal reality check. Munes is stunned to see pawns being sacrificed so easily. It is simply the way of the world, where the strong eat the weak, Memphis says before cutting the transmission. Frustrated, Munes contacts Baron Chitin, who flies into a rage and smashes his communication stone upon hearing the news. Chitin curses the high-ranking bastards who want him to take the entire blame just to protect the emperor's quiet retreat. He is basically being told to stand there and wait to be slaughtered by Roman, which drives him absolutely mad. Turning to his strategist, John Chitin desperately asks if there is any better plan to survive this mess. John scratches his head in panic, admitting that since the Empire abandoned them, Roman's mercy is their only remaining hope. If they just hand over the prisoners as requested, maybe they can survive, but Chitin slams his hands on the table. Bring them all out immediately, Chitin barks. Not a single person can be left behind. As the confused prisoners are let go, John quietly suggests hiding the ones who have been brutally tortured. Chitin hesitates since Moon's mentioned Roman has evidence, but a sweating John urges him to take the risk anyway. They kept these prisoners completely isolated, so there is no way the enemy can know the exact names on the list. Chitin agrees and orders his men to remove anyone with severe injuries from the transfer list immediately. Anyone looking close to death gets discarded, and exactly 2 hours later they meet Roman at the city gates. Chitin bows, claiming they have gathered all the prisoners and apologizing for keeping them hidden for so long. He blames the rush of the peace treaty for causing all the chaos, claiming they simply lost the right time to inform him. He begs Roman to punish them lightly while keeping their diplomatic relations with the Kronos Empire in mind. Before he can finish, Roman strikes. A brutal punch lands, leaving the old man bloody and dazed. Roman grabs him by the hair, his face dark as he demands to know what he just warned them about. John is absolutely paralyzed with fear as Roman, dripping with pure bloodlust, demands they bring out the rest of his men. Chitin sweats profusely, his face pale as severely beaten and bloodied soldiers are dragged forward behind him. He insists this is everyone, but one of Roman's men reports that the count does not match their intelligence list. Roman maintains a freezing cold expression, noting that there are indeed still prisoners missing from the group. Chitin panics, desperately waving his hands and lying that they really brought every single person out. Sen argues that he has no idea how that list was even put together, but if those men aren't here, they've definitely lost their lives in battle. He adds that as everyone knows, most of the prisoners were already in terrible shape when captured. If they passed away after being captured, it's hardly their fault. Sen wears a fake forced smile, feeling incredibly smug and clever on the inside. He's sure they can't know he quietly disposed of the heavily injured prisoners. Meanwhile, Roman glares at him with razor-sharp suspicion. The men clearly look like they've been brutally tortured. Roman vows to bring the truth to light soon, stepping toward Carol. He channels healing magic through his hand to treat the wounded soldier. Roman focuses deeply, kneeling down to envelop Carol in a glowing aura. The magical energy wraps around Carol's entire body. Suddenly, the soldier's eyes fly open, and he sits up in a complete panic. He looks up at Roman, confusedly asking where they are. Roman gently cuts in, telling Carol to explain what happened in that dungeon. Standing nearby, Sen's eyes go wide with absolute terror as sweat drips down his face. Carol sinks to his knees. Bowing his head in deep fear, Carol tearfully explains how he's still haunted by the terrified faces of his fallen comrades. Seeing them buried under the rubble as they died was unbearable. Tears pool in Carol's eyes, streaming down his battered face. But what hurt far worse than having his nails torn out and his flesh ripped open was the sick lies of those bastards. Dmitry would never abandon its people, yet the brutal Kronos Empire covered up their crimes and forced them to sign a peace treaty. Roman's expression turns completely dark, his eyes narrowing into a lethal glare. He demands to know exactly which monster did this to them. Carol raises a violently shaking hand, pointing directly at the man standing completely still among the enemy ranks. Cursing under his breath, Jia-sun panics and screams for everyone to get out of his way as he tries to flee. He rushes backward to escape, but Chris calmly steps into his path, staring him down with ice-cold eyes before moving in. Chris swings his arm and grabs Jia-sun by the face, slamming him hard onto the dirt as the man groans in agony. Roman stands towering over him, a dark purple aura radiating from his body. Jia-sun cowers at his feet, trembling with fear. He desperately begs for his life, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. A brutal razor-sharp slash of a blade swings downward. Blood drips steadily from the tip of the sword onto the ground as an agonizing scream echoes through the air. The man screams about his severed leg while Sen watches in absolute horror. He trembles, asking if they didn't already cooperate. He stammers that they brought all the prisoners just as requested, so why is this happening? Roman half turns with a cold look. He calmly states that since this scum tortured his people, he's simply returning the favor. Actually, he'll make them wish they were dead. Sen realizes things are spinning completely out of control. Terrified, he knows they need a high-ranking commander to step in immediately. He grabs a communication crystal to contact Memphis, explaining that Roman didn't just cross the border but is now executing their men. Memphis warns that the boy has gone way too far this time, attempting to negotiate directly with Roman through the crystal. He offers to admit to some of the charges and end the conflict if Roman agrees to stand down right now. Roman chuckles, mockingly asking who exactly is accusing whom. A terrifying, mysterious smirk plays on his lips as he speaks. If they want to confess their sins, he'll gladly give them a chance to show just how truly sorry they are. To pay for the lives of his people who were tortured to death, he plans to slaughter their entire front line. The surrounding soldiers shiver in absolute dread at his cold promise. Roman reaches his hand out, continuing his threat. If they still want peace after that, he'll finish things by burning down every single outpost and village in their territory. Memphis barely manages to scream that he's a madman before a sudden flash of purple light completely shatters the communication crystal. With a brutal slash, Roman executes Sen, then coldly orders his men to wipe out every last enemy on the field. His silver-armored troops charge forward. As Chris and Kevin prepare to join the fray, a voice stops them from behind. The white-haired rookie Ares casually suggests they let him handle this entire battle, instead stepping forward with his sword drawn. He marches boldly toward the smoke-filled fortress wall. Amidst the chaotic screaming, the enemy commander Munes watches from above. Cursing his luck, Munes orders his mages to halt the Dmitry forces. A group of black-hooded spellcasters quickly step forward. They begin chanting ancient spells, summoning blazing infernos and lightning spears in the sky, aiming straight at the lone warrior. A volley of deadly spells rains down on Ares. The ground violently shakes as a massive magical explosion erupts in blue light. Amidst the flying debris and thick dust, Ares seamlessly flips through the air to dodge the lethal magical onslaught. His sharp blue eyes lock onto his targets as his fingers grip three throwing daggers. He drops down toward the fortress. The sweating enemy mage mockingly asks if that is all he has got. Ares simply smirks, leaping directly up the wall. He runs vertically up the stone wall, launching himself high into the air as the stunned mage watches him soar. He is a natural-born genius. Guided by Roman, his progress is explosive. Now his growth is on full display. Moonlight shines as he swings his sword with a playful smirk. Then, boom, the castle wall blows apart. Pure chaos. Muniz flees in absolute terror, knowing there is no stopping this unstoppable army anymore. He runs. If he stays, he is dead. Panting heavily by the stables, Munes knows he must escape right now. Scrambling onto his horse, he bolts outside. But his jaw drops. Roman is standing right there in the smoke. Surrounded by a sea of fire, Munes finally gets it. The moment he faced Roman, his fate was already sealed. No escape. Meanwhile, in the Grand Assembly Hall of the Chronos Empire, the massive doors burst wide open. Crete storms in. Furious, he slams down a stack of papers and yells that his son-in-law Munes is dead. He demands to know why they are still pushing for a ceasefire. After all, they were the ones attacked. When did Chronos become so cowardly? He screams that this is just broadcasting their absolute weakness to everyone. It exposes their fragility to the entire continent. But Memphis calmly speaks up, reminding him who their opponent is. It is Roman Dmitry. How does Crete plan to get revenge? Crete can only grind his teeth in anger. Memphis glares back, warning the Marquis to think clearly. Standing up slowly, he breaks down the harsh reality. Hasty moves against Roman only bring ruin. They always believed they had mobilized enough forces, yet they failed. They suffered a crushing defeat. The terrifying memory of Romans single-handedly slaughtering their soldiers flashes in their minds. Memphis steps closer, stating clearly that Roman is not an opponent they can defeat with sloppy, half-hearted preparations. With a cold glare, he asks how Crete honestly expects to punish someone as powerful as Roman Dmitry. A suffocating heavy pressure completely fills the room. Crete tenses up under the intense aura, unable to speak. Sweat dripping, Crete demands that they at least know His Majesty's plans for the coming year instead. Memphis offers nothing but a terrifying silent glare. Seeing this, Crete lets out a mocking, arrogant laugh. He mocks his silence, declaring he will return home and rally allies to expose this entire mess publicly. Crete turns to leave. Memphis quietly draws his sword, calling out to the Marquis, who smugly spins around. He asks if Memphis is ready to talk, but wait, look at that blade flash. Memphis lunges forward. The sword pierces Crete's chest. Blood splatters as his eyes bulge in pure agonizing shock. It is fatal. He collapses heavily at Memphis's feet. Still holding the blood-stained blade, Memphis looks down at the dying man. Crete gasps out a final question. Why? Memphis replies coldly that the Emperor's word is absolute law. Anyone who doubts His Majesty has no right to live. With a wild glare, Memphis roars a ruthless command. Speaking as the Emperor's hand, he orders the immediate execution of everyone connected to Crete's family. Wipe them out completely. Use this bloody purge to restore absolute discipline and fear within the Empire. Terrified, the guards salute, pledging total loyalty to his face. Memphis slams his fist onto the table. Have faith in the Emperor. He smirks, declaring that victory will always belong to the great Chronos. Never doubt their power like that fool Crete did. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to the Dmitry medical wing. Chris reports that while they treated the wounded immediately, their actual injuries are far worse than expected, especially Carol. The brutal torture left him severely crippled, and permanent disability seems completely unavoidable for him now. As Carol clings to life on his bed, Roman instructs to reassign all severely injured soldiers to non-combat duties. He wants them placed in the 3rd Division, but if they wish to live normally, they should be discharged. They will receive an honorable retirement and a generous payout. As Roman walks away, Chris promises to handle it. But suddenly, a trembling hand reaches out. Carol struggles to sit up, his weak voice breaking the quiet. He refuses to retire. Determined, he begs for a transfer, desperate to keep serving in any way possible. Even without a sword, he will give his life for Dmitry. Looking at his exhausted face, Chris sighs. He tells Carol there is no need to push himself. But Carol insists, and the other wounded agree. They raise their voices together, begging to continue serving their lord. Roman turns slightly, a soft smile appearing. He tells them to do as they wish. Grateful cheers echo through the halls as Dmitry cements its absolute power. Step by step, they are building an iron fortress that no outside empire will ever dare to challenge. Meanwhile, in the Hector Kingdom, Edwin Hector channels his vast magic, quietly staring into the changing winds of fate. Roman Dmitry's actions constantly defy expectations. Even the mighty Kronos Empire is forced to accept this bitter reality. They must swallow their pride. This quietness is merely the calm before a devastating storm. A direct clash is unavoidable. The final outcome of that battle will reshape the entire continent. Edwin Hector opens his eyes, realizing his current self cannot protect Hector. What the kingdom needs right now is not just Prince Edwin Hector, but a truly powerful mage capable of defending their land. Meanwhile, Dmitry has made a bold move by crossing the border and striking the defensive bases of Kronos. Yet every faction has its own schemes to deal with this. On one side, King Frank is celebrating inwardly. He believes his wise rule is ushering in a grand golden age. He eagerly asks his subordinates for a way to win Dmitry's favor, and Count Samia responds with a plan. He reveals that a perfect opportunity is coming up. The third son of Dmitry, Lauren Dmitry, has just been promoted to Class A at the Cairo Royal Academy. The ceremony is in 5 days and the Duke might attend. King Frank is thrilled, asking if that is true. He immediately calls for a meeting to decide on a gift. This assembly will help them choose the perfect offering. After the prisoner exchange, everyone is watching the academy closely. The entire continent has its eyes on the Cairo Royal Academy. Let's see what is happening there. The scene shifts. Heavy, exhausted breathing fills the training ground. Lauren Dmitry leans on his knees, gasping for air. His blue-haired classmate walks over, wondering why he is still training this hard after his exam. He adds that Lauren has no rivals in Class B. Even the Class A seniors are wary of him. The classmate sighs, exhausted just watching Lauren push himself like this. He points out that Lauren was only stuck in Class B because of paperwork, since his skills already surpassed the academy. Sweat dripping, Lauren slowly stands up. With a calm expression, he admits that compared to his older brothers, he is nothing. Looking at his sword, he remembers Roman telling him that he can do it. Worthy of a rising power. Lauren Dmitry is taking his own steps to grow stronger each and every day. The scene shifts to Count Samia standing outside the castle gates. He wonders if a renowned professor has close ties to Lauren Dmitry. Since they came to seek counsel, winning the man's favor must be their absolute top priority. Holding a carefully wrapped package, the Count looks quite tense. He hopes the professor will appreciate the gift he brought. It is some of Frank's finest premium wine. As the heavy doors slowly open, a maid bows politely to welcome them. She invites them inside, where a voice warmly welcomes them. Samia is surprised to face the famous author of that legendary piece. He wrote the famous chronicle about how the legend was born. Today, he stands as a prestigious professor at Cairo Academy. Introducing himself as Henry Albert, he recalls that he initially approached Roman Dmitry purely for fame and status. But as time passed, he found himself completely captivated by the man's presence. Seeing Roman as his ultimate inspiration, Henry's entire life took a completely different turn, eventually making him a celebrated author across the land. He even secured an official professor position at the Cairo Royal Academy, becoming a highly respected figure whom everyone admires. Count Samia of the Frank Kingdom beams with excitement, saying it is an absolute honor to meet the famous author. He confesses that he was deeply captivated by that masterpiece, having read and analyzed it dozens of times. The more he read, the more he felt like he was standing right there on the southern defense line. He asks how the professor managed to write such a masterpiece. Sitting across from him, Henry offers a calm reply. He explains he only wanted to convey the raw events witnessed on the battlefield. Henry looks at the book on the table, noting that Roman's grand fame truly skyrocketed after that legendary battle fought on the southern defense line. He recalls Roman's back when Hector's rear supply line was breached and even the warp gate was captured. While everyone else prepared for negotiations, Roman was different. Henry remembers looking down from the cliff, witnessing with his own eyes a single man completely overturning the entire tide of that brutal war. That image left him questioning how such a monstrous being could even exist. Returning to the present, Henry's gaze reveals he now understands why Roman Dmitry stands far above everyone else. The answer lies in his extraordinary choices. Samia seriously repeats those words, questioning what those choices mean. Henry breaks it down. When everyone else claimed it was impossible, Roman proved them wrong with sheer results. He challenged conventional wisdom and achieved overwhelming success. It is those accumulated achievements that shaped the Roman Dmitry of today. Samia wonders if such feats are only possible because it is Roman. The professor calmly replies. He agreed. But the real key is having the absolute determination to walk a chosen path without letting others control you. Rejecting the ordinary standard route, he chose a different way. Consequently, people used to look down on him. Henry covers part of his face with a book, smiling softly. Ultimately, he forged his own path and pioneered a brand new era. Hearing such invaluable wisdom directly fills Samia with immense joy and profound admiration. It feels like an incredible privilege. It is an indescribable honor for him. Henry chuckles softly, admitting that such high praise actually makes him feel a bit embarrassed. Samia tightly clasps his hands, his voice hesitating slightly. He reveals that the real reason he came today was to ask about Lauren Dmitry. Henry smiles warmly, encouraging him to ask absolutely anything. He assures him that nobody in the Royal Academy understands Lauren better than him. Flashback to a past memory when Henry sat down with Lauren, who was opening up about his struggles. Lauren admitted he had been feeling quite down lately. His eldest brother is the strongest swordsman on the entire continent, and his second brother graduated at the top of the academy. No matter how hard Lauren tries, he feels he can never catch up. Henry knew Lauren was exceptionally talented, a fact acknowledged by the academy itself, but he was overshadowed by his extraordinary brothers. Understanding that painful feeling deeply, Henry recalls being the unwanted child cast aside by his own family in the past. He remembers his younger self. But everything is different now that he is living this second brand new life. A profound truth became clear to him. Offering warm comfort, Henry told Lauren that while his older brothers are outstanding, comparing himself to others will only end up tearing him apart inside. There was no need to do that to himself. Look at me, Henry said. Even someone like me managed to successfully become a respected professor at the Cairo Royal Academy. He grinned warmly, then gently pressed his finger against Lauren's chest, urging him never to let himself be shaken. Walk your chosen path with absolute determination, and one day you will leave a truly meaningful mark on the world. From that day on, their bond grew far beyond teacher and student. They became close confidants, sharing advice and mutual respect. For a gift, Henry suggested finding something tied directly to what Lauren values most right now, and currently he is obsessed with gaining power. Hearing this, Samia is instantly thrilled. I understand, he thinks, realizing exactly what kind of growth-enhancing item would fit. He stands up and bows deeply, expressing his immense gratitude and promising never to forget this invaluable piece of advice. Fast forward to the day before the grand promotion ceremony. Armies of soldiers line the streets as thousands of citizens cheer. The massive crowd roars the name of Dmitry in absolute unison, their voices echoing wildly as a vibrant red cloak flutters. Roman strides up the red-carpeted stairs with immense confidence, turning around to face the roaring sea of people. The citizens cry out, saying it is an absolute honor to finally meet Lord Roman Dmitry in person. The massive doors swing open. A voice warmly welcomes him, saying they have been waiting for quite some time. It is King Daniel of Cairo, smiling brightly. And here's where it gets tense. King Daniel turns dead serious, looking directly at Roman to announce something massive. Romero feels a wave of tension looking back at him. Upon hearing the proposal, he is completely stunned by the sheer shock. What on earth are you saying? Romero asks Cairo, becoming a vassal kingdom. The three of them sit around a round table. Romero's expression is incredibly heavy as he quickly questions the king. The Dmitry family was born right in the heart of Cairo. Why would you make such a radical decision? King Daniel calmly speaks up, stating he is not demanding immediate acceptance. He casually takes a sip of his tea, explaining that becoming a vassal state would only occur down the road. Once the Dmitry family officially asserts its power and earns an imperial title, then they can discuss this further. Duke Romero, what did you truly feel when you entered Cairo? He asks before immediately offering his own explanation. The streets are absolutely packed with citizens. They genuinely look up to the Dmitry family as the ultimate heroes of Cairo. Because of their shared roots and because Dmitry defends this land, the people welcome them with sincere love, completely devoid of fear. In truth, the absolute biggest driver behind this decision is the looming war against the powerful Kronos Empire. Daniel puts down his tea. He says with absolute resolve, Duke Dmitry, the world has changed. I truly believe your family has the strength to protect Cairo. To protect Cairo from the growing greed of other empires, Daniel pushes back his chair, stands up and bows. Once the Dmitry family officially proclaims itself an empire, Cairo will not hesitate to swear its absolute loyalty. Romero frowns, letting out a completely helpless sigh. He turns to ask what Roman thinks about this staggering proposal. Roman responds with a perfectly calm expression, saying the king's wish is quite reasonable. True peace only comes if Kronos is destroyed. If Valhalla simply replaces Kronos, the endless cycle of chaos will only repeat. Roman's eyes turn ice cold. Whether it is Kronos or Valhalla, the root cause of all conflict must be entirely eliminated before they can shoulder that responsibility. He speaks with absolute confidence. They will unite the alliance, crush Kronos, and restore order to the continent. Daniel flashes an amused smile upon hearing this. The scene then transitions to the promotion ceremony at the Royal Academy. In Cairo, Baron Anvin anxiously asks his maid if the guest list is ready, and she immediately hands it over. He awkwardly takes the list, asking if he really has to read all these names aloud. The maid explains, "Tradition dictates that every VIP guest must be formally announced, a spectacle even she has never witnessed before." Taking a deep breath, Baron Anvin steps up and loudly declares the Cairo Royal Academy promotion ceremony officially open. King Daniel sits among the crowd as Baron Anvin projects his voice across the massive hall from the podium. He requests everyone to first show their utmost respect to the highly distinguished guests attending today's grand event. Joining them are King Daniel of Cairo and Duke Dmitry, alongside an incredibly long list of high-ranking nobles. This includes Baron Raz, Viscount Conrad, Count Adelian, Viscount Lawrence, Marquis Valentino, and Count Fabius. The list goes on and on, leaving the students utterly shocked that so many powerful nobles showed up for this. Even after the ceremony officially wraps up, not a single noble leaves their seat, and the tension in the room is palpable. Now the real game begins, the subtle, incredibly high-stakes political mind chess of high society. Everyone scrambles to win the favor of the Dmitry family as Romero proudly pats a bowing Lauren on the shoulder. Suddenly, a stranger approaches Roman and his family, introducing himself as Count Christine from the Amberdo Kingdom. He offers a deep, formal bow to the three, greeting Duke Dmitry and offering his warmest congratulations. He congratulates him on his son's promotion, though the name Christine sounds highly familiar to those listening. He explains that he traveled all this way just to personally congratulate young Master Lauren on his grand achievement. As the Count smiles warmly, Romero laughs heartily in response, and the noble continues his smooth, endless chatter. He proudly announces he brought a special gift for the young master, prompting Lauren to ask in surprise. He insists it is merely a small token of his congratulations, assuring the family they need not worry. Christine gestures to his personal servant, who steps forward to present a beautifully long box holding a sword. He reveals that the weapon was forged by Amberdo's finest master artisan, highlighting its exquisite craftsmanship. The hilt is adorned with pure gold and inlaid with glowing gemstones that sparkle brilliantly under the light. Even better, the sword is custom carved with the proud crest of the Dmitry family and Lauren's initials. As Lauren stands there feeling rather awkward, the smiling Count eagerly asks if the gift is absolutely magnificent. Lauren politely stammers out his thanks, leaving the Count privately wondering why the boy seems so unimpressed. Does he simply dislike luxury items? Just then, Samia's voice cuts through the air with a round of applause. He praises the weapon, noting that wearing it today would easily draw the eyes of every single guest present. Bowing respectfully, Samia congratulates the young master on his promotion and offers his own modest gift. He humbly notes his gift may not be as flashy as a golden sword, asking Lauren not to mind. It is actually a newly developed magic artifact designed specifically to aid aura swordsmen in their training. Presenting a set of bands, Samia explains they are meant to be worn on both the wrists and ankles. They auto-adjust to the wearer's size, and the weight can flexibly scale from 10 to 100 kilograms. As Samia slips them onto Lauren's wrist, the boy is thrilled by the existence of such advanced magic tech. He finds it absolutely incredible, while Samia adds that its best feature is enhancing mana flow. He promises it will drastically accelerate the young master's growth, and Lauren happily accepts the gift with a deep bow. Grateful for their efforts, Romero announces he will host a grand banquet to show his appreciation to everyone. Hearing this, Samia smiles in self-satisfaction, but the moment is instantly interrupted by a sudden commotion behind them. A crowd carrying gifts shoves Samia aside, shouting loudly that they too have prepared special presents for Duke Dmitry. An envoy from Hector steps forward to announce that his kingdom has also brought an incredibly rare item. He asks if they know of Token, prompting Lauren to wonder if he means Hector's legendary champion. He asks if they mean the legendary master of the blade, and the envoy confirms his guess with a nod. The envoy reveals it is Token's actual training journal, which was kept locked away in their royal treasury. Handing over a bound stack of detailed papers, he notes that while some methods might seem slightly outdated, Token's insights prove to be incredibly valuable. Behind him, Samia stands completely dazed right before another guest suddenly interrupts the conversation. The newcomer announces that everyone has prepared amazing gifts, and it turns out King Redford has sent a grand offering as well. Samir feels completely helpless. More guests keep arriving, especially when Redford presents 12 full sets of magic training gear. They also bring 30 magic scrolls, promising to send even more if needed. Meanwhile, the three Dmitry representatives just stand there. They stare at the massive pile of treasures with pure shock and tension, while the messengers politely ask them to accept it all. They call it a small token of gratitude for Dmitry, urging them not to feel pressured as Samia watches in absolute exhaustion. She realizes she is not the only one here to beg for Dmitry's favor. Damn it, how is she supposed to explain this back home? The entire group looks utterly defeated. 2 weeks later, Dmitry officially declares its independence, taking a massive step forward. Now known as the Kingdom of Dmitry, they are on track to become a true empire, while the Kronos Empire stays completely silent. Dmitry and the Alliance waste no time restructuring their entire leadership. Talk about a massive power shift happening right before our eyes. But the real chaos is brewing in Valhalla. Ever since Morelet died, a bloody power struggle has erupted across the land. The Emperor's faction is now clashing with Duke Vyoto's army, as a soldier's voice breaks the tense silence. A black-haired guard on patrol asks if anyone has heard the news. Apparently, the Valhalla Emperor is desperately gathering his forces. He wants to crush Duke Vyoto's rebellion once and for all. His fellow guard sighs, wishing a lightning bolt would just wipe them out. He is sick of both Valhalla and the Kronos Empire. But suddenly, the black-haired guard spots something strange in the grass. He freezes in shock. A heavily cloaked man lies shivering in the brush, weakly whispering the word Luna before fading fast. The startled guards immediately draw closer, demanding to know who is there, but the stranger only begs for help before collapsing entirely. Left with no choice, they carry the mysterious stranger back. Now a silver blue-haired man stands directly before Roman. Flanked by the elders, Roman maintains a cold, piercing gaze. He asks how a knight from the distant kingdom of Luna managed to cross. Crossing the treacherous, endless mountain range is no small feat. Placing his hand over his heart, the young knight Cardin begins his tale. He wants to explain the current situation of his homeland, first detailing the dark crisis currently unfolding in the kingdom of Luna. After their clash with Kronos, Queen Isabel, who also serves as their holy saintess, remained behind to stop their sinister plans. She ventured deep into the Salamander continent, but all communication with her suddenly went completely dead 3 months ago. Cardin looks completely devastated as he speaks. Without the Queen, the divine energy protecting their entire nation has started to fade. Her divine warmth is the only thing keeping the frozen land of Acadia alive, and the situation is getting dangerously desperate. With her light gone, the biting, bone-chilling cold will soon destroy the entire kingdom. They have absolutely nowhere to run. Driven by pure desperation, he drops to his hands and knees on the floor, begging Roman to save his queen. Roman recalls that Isabel was the very person who exposed Alexander's true identity to the rest of the world. If the threat she was fighting is truly that massive, it could easily affect the future of the Dmitry kingdom as well. Making up his mind, Roman formally agrees, promising to personally investigate the mystery surrounding Queen Isabel's sudden disappearance. Cardin looks up with tears of hope, expressing his deepest gratitude. Roman notices his slight hesitation and asks what else is wrong. Cardin's expression darkens as he explains that the loss of divine warmth has thrown all of Acadia into pure, unadulterated chaos. The kingdom of Luna and the neighboring races are currently suffering through a devastating famine that threatens to wipe them out. Starving and desperate, the fierce orc tribe of the Grey Lands completely shattered the peace treaty and officially declared war on everyone. The news sends shockwaves through the Dmitry Council. Viscount Conrad looks bewildered, questioning if the orcs are truly behind this. He points out that Acadia was supposed to be a beautiful land where different races peacefully coexisted for generations. Cardin confirms they used to live in peace, but everything changed when a ruthless new leader took control of the orcs. This new lord is a warmonger named Gra, a brutal monster who wants nothing more than to enslave all other races. He fears that at this rate, the entire land of Acadia will soon be crushed under the brutal boot of the orcs. Despite the desperate plea, Roman remains calculated, pointing out that marching to help Luna is an incredibly risky move. Crossing the freezing, bone-chilling, endless mountain range is dangerous. Why should they risk their own people for a foreign kingdom's war? His sharp gaze offers no warmth. Feeling helpless but refusing to give up, Cardin desperately attempts to sway his mind. He warns Roman that Lord Gra will eventually become a deadly threat to Dmitry if he is left unchecked. Once the orcs completely devour Acadia and run out of food, they will inevitably cross the mountains to invade this prosperous land. Cardin drops to one knee, begging for a chance. Before he can finish, Lucas steps forward with a firm gesture. Hand pressed tightly against his chest, he speaks with absolute sincerity. Queen Isabel herself left strict instructions in case anything happened to her. If the kingdom of Acadia stood on the brink of total destruction, she ordered her people to seek help and pledge loyalty to none other than Roman. Hearing this, Roman wonders if she really said those words. Meanwhile, Lucas continues declaring that the Luna Kingdom swears to protect the land. They pledge eternal loyalty to the Dmitry Duchy from beyond the endless mountains. Hearing this, Lord Lawrence speaks up. He believes the words of the Luna messenger carry weight. If Greer successfully conquers Acadia, then Dmitry is next. But Viscount Conrad enters the room to strongly object, stating he completely disagrees with this dangerous point of view. No matter how fierce those orcs are, moving a massive army across the endless mountains is far from simple. Even if they manage to win, the cost would be devastatingly high. Roman listens silently, his mind drifting back. The bitter cold of the north feels oddly familiar, reminding him of a past life in a frozen land. It was a place buried under endless snow where a powerful faction used the absolute zero cold as their ultimate weapon. At the North Sea Ice Palace, Jin Ming knelt in the freezing snow a year after Baek Joong-hyuk became the Heavenly Demon. After a bloody civil war, the defeated half-brother fled the Central Plains but has now returned from his exile. Having forged a secret alliance with the remnants of the defeated faction, the traitor flashes a twisted, confident smile. He vows that as long as he lives, Baek Joong-hyuk will never truly rule the demonic cult. His only escape was the Ice Palace because his mother was once an influential elder of that frozen realm. Back then, the elders urged for negotiation, knowing the traitor was colluding with his maternal family in the north. The cowardly Jin Mong knew that the demonic cult could not easily strike him in that frigid territory. That was exactly why he chose this moment to strike back, hoping to destroy their newly established order from within. The anxious elders advised patience, urging Roman to wait for the perfect opportunity instead of striking first. But from his high throne, Roman declared there would be no exceptions in his demonic cult. No northern army could ever stand in his way. Now back in the present, Roman stares forward with resolve. He weighs his options, wondering if the risk of marching north to crush the orcs is worth the reward. Ever since Caden warned of the looming monster threat, ignoring these beasts has no longer been an option. Even so, they cannot afford to rush blindly into an icy wasteland without a solid plan. Looking down at Caden, Roman lays out his terms. They will only move under strict conditions. First, if Dmitry provides military aid, the Luna Kingdom must formally submit as their vassal state. The envoy gasps in utter shock at the heavy price. But Roman calmly presents the second condition. Unless they can find a fast and completely safe route through the treacherous endless mountains, they will reject the request. Roman then turns to Felix, asking how many troops a teleportation scroll can transport in a single run. Placing a hand over his chest, the mage answers that their current magic technology limits them to 30 people. Hearing the limit, Roman declares his final term. He will head to Acadia with just 30 men, including himself. Caden panics inside. Just 30 men against an entire army, but he remembers Queen Isabel's words. She told him that Roman had transcended human limits. Eliminating the monster, Greer alone makes this gamble worth it. Grateful, Caden bows and thanks him. Roman wastes no time demanding the exact route and their upcoming strategy. The envoy quickly replies, explaining that they have already mapped coordinates through the endless mountains. By utilizing those exact magical coordinates, Roman and his men can reach Acadia within a single week. However, he warns that Acadia's brutal freezing temperatures are far beyond anything they can possibly imagine. They must consume a special warming medicine and spend a week learning to survive the freezing blizzards. Roman stands up, dismissive of the warning. They will handle the harsh environment in their own way. Caden is terrified, warning that the extreme frost can literally freeze aura energy itself. It is pure suicide. Unmoved, Roman instructs his men to prepare Dmitry for war. They depart in exactly 1 week. Though Caden thinks this is reckless, he can only bow in submission and offer any help needed. Meanwhile, far away in the Luna Kingdom, a grand palace sits beneath the shadow of a massive world tree. An elderly figure clutching a staff sighs, muttering that war is now completely unavoidable. Someone asks in disbelief if only 30 warriors are coming. Sebastian, the high priest, confirms the grim news. Duke Dmitry is taking a massive risk. Stepping down, he announces reinforcements will arrive in 2 weeks, so they must hold the fortress until then. But another commander steps forward to protest, arguing that High Priest Sebastian cannot hope to face tens of thousands of orcs with their current numbers. Gyro, the peak frost swordsman of the snow region, chimes in, warning that if things continue like this, the Kingdom of Luna must make a decision. Clenching his fist, Gyro firmly declares that they cannot simply leave the entire future of Luna in Roman Dmitry's hands alone. He reminds everyone that they are the only human nation in Arcady, a proud country that has guarded this frozen territory since ancient times. Sebastian sighs, telling Gyro to face reality. Luna's military strength alone is completely powerless against tens of thousands of bloodthirsty orcs. Gritting his teeth, Gyro retorts that they cannot just sit idly by waiting around for Duke Dmitry's reinforcements to finally show up. They need to devise a clever strategy right now to wipe out the entire enemy army in one single devastating strike. Gyro and the surrounding soldiers shout in unison. He will lead the vanguard, and together they will crush the orcs. Sebastian can only sigh in helpless defeat, asking Gyro what kind of method he actually plans to use against the massive orc horde. Meanwhile, near Luna's 6th food warehouse, Gyro frowns as he silently vows that this frozen valley will be the place where Graxar dies. The march of the orc army intersects with the territory of the Yetis, giant beasts standing over 3 meters tall, covered in thick fur. These creatures possess monstrous strength, capable of easily overpowering ordinary orcs, and Gyro watches their movements with intense focus. A small Yeti tribe cannot defeat tens of thousands of orcs, but this distraction is more than enough. It is the perfect setup. Soon his forces will strike just as the orcs launch an assault on the Yetis. The green-skinned monsters shout in panic as the Yetis charge, while Gyro continues to watch everything play out from his high vantage point. He calculates that triggering a massive avalanche right now would easily wipe out both groups at once, but his thoughts are suddenly cut short. An imposing orc riding a massive wolf steps forward, exuding a terrifyingly majestic aura that causes Gyro's face to turn pale with horror. Panic erupts as a scout frantically warns that the enemy has appeared while the towering orc leader stands there sneering. He mocks the human for relying on such predictable underhanded tricks, while hundreds of other orcs scale the snowy mountain behind him. Gyro curses in sheer panic, realizing that he was the one who walked straight into a deadly trap while elite troops stand in formation below. Felix stands tall and completely focused, while Ares cannot stop yawning, looking incredibly bored and sleepy, despite the tense atmosphere. Caden can only marvel at their intimidating presence, utterly shocked to see such a legendary gathering of elite warriors in one single place. He simply cannot believe that the Dmitry Duchy commands so many high-level powerhouses, feeling a massive surge of heavy pressure from them. The terrifying aura radiating from just one of these men easily rivals the combined strength of Luna's three greatest defensive warriors. Three specific individuals capture his attention: the legendary swordsman representing the Kingdom of Luna, led by Holy Knight Captain Leo. Along with Frost's swordsman, Gyro, and Caden himself, the scout's gaze shifts to analyze the other elite figures standing nearby, including Felix and Fred. Even though Caden is widely considered one of Luna's top-tier swordsmen, he realizes this particular crowd is on an entirely different level. He nervously wonders just how many of these elite fighters he could actually manage to defeat in an all-out clash. With 30 warriors of this terrifying caliber gathered together, victory is guaranteed. It is more than enough. Suddenly, a lone figure steps forward as snow and dust kick up around his boots, and the crowd instantly falls quiet. Leading this pack of absolute monsters is none other than the strongest swordsman of the Dmitry family, Roman Dmitry himself. Without anyone prompting him, Caden instinctively bows deeply and offers to guide the way naturally, showing respect to such overwhelming authority. Meanwhile, deep within the raging blizzard, a defeated Gyro is brutally dragged by his hair as Graxar glares toward the horizon. Backed by a massive bloodthirsty orc army, the savage leader stares at a stone monument and sneers, knowing the kingdom will fall today. Absolute darkness blankets the frozen mountain passes, accompanied only by the howling winter winds and a blinding, relentless snowfall. Emerging from the dense white haze, a line of silent figures moves forward at an incredibly rapid and synchronized pace. Caden looks back in absolute amazement, wondering how both Roman and his entire elite squad are keeping up so easily behind him. They glide across the deep snow using a specialized movement technique typically exclusive to the experienced hunters of this frozen region. The guide watches in pure bewilderment, realizing he never taught them how to run on snow, meaning these geniuses mastered it entirely on their own. Suddenly, the communication staff in Caden's hand begins to glow, and a frantic, breathless voice cuts through the freezing wind. Caden quickly asks what happened, and the reporting soldier delivers a devastating update regarding Gyro's secret ambush against the orcs. Seeking to catch the enemy off guard, Gyro's force was instead completely wiped out in an ambush, and his current status is unknown. Caden turns pale with dread, and the voice on the other end adds another terrifying detail that makes his blood run cold. The savage orcs from the Grey Wastes are already marching on Luna Fortress, meaning the massacre will begin long before reinforcements can arrive. What kind of reinforcement is that? Caden grits his teeth in frustration. He had clearly warned them not to launch an assault yet. Why did they do it? Why? They only needed to wait 2 weeks. He speaks into his communication staff, telling them to hold out at all costs because he is coming, as fast as possible. He immediately turns back to address Roman. Reaching Luna Fortress normally takes a full day of travel, but now the situation is incredibly critical. Caden tells Roman that they must move at absolute full speed to cut down the travel time. Caden promises to guide them through the shortest path possible, adding that if Roman gets tired, he should call his name to stop and rest. They set off immediately, pushing forward through the freezing snow, but Caden is quickly forced to look back in sheer disbelief. Roman Dmitry is keeping pace right behind him with a completely expressionless face. Even more shocking, Lord Roman does not even leave a single footprint in the snow. Hope flares within Caden. At this rate, they can make it before the day ends. They can reach Luna Fortress in time. A small group presses forward through the raging blizzard, but the communication staff suddenly glows again. The magic device at his hip flares to life. The frantic voice on the other side warns Caden that the enemy is already in sight. A desperate battle to protect the fortress is beginning. Caden hurriedly pleads for them to wait, saying they are almost there. He urges them to hold on, but the voice warns him that the enemy is already jamming their magical communication channel. The soldier apologizes and tells Caden to abandon the fortress and save himself. At least that way he can survive. The signal suddenly cuts out, leaving Caden in absolute shock. Meanwhile, inside a dark enemy tent, a captured fortress sentry kneels trembling before his captor. He screams that Roman Dmitry and his forces have agreed to help Luna fight back, but he adds that the incoming reinforcement consists of only 30 men. Sitting proudly on his throne, Greer listens intently to the intel. The sentry explains that their commander wanted to turn the tide of battle, preparing a trap to crush Greer's army. The soldier whimpers in fear, surrounded by the cold, lifeless bodies of his comrades. He begs, crying that he only knows this much. The brutal orcs have hung the dead soldiers upside down from the ceiling. Desperate to survive, the captive begs for his life. He sobbed, pleading that he does not want to die in pain. Greer listens to the pathetic plea, his mind focusing on a name. Roman Dmitry is quite an unfamiliar name to him. He wonders if this man is truly bringing only 30 reinforcements. He turns to ask Kolot if Luna Fortress is still holding out. Kolot snorts, reporting that they are about to shatter the divine shield. Greer chuckles darkly and decides he will personally lead the siege. He steps out of his tent, towering over his forces. He raises a massive fist high in the air, signaling his ultimate choice. Greer roars out, ordering all his orcs to prepare for the attack. Up on the fortress walls, the sentries shout in pure terror. That monstrous orc leader, Grar, has finally joined the battlefield. They curse in despair as the beast moves. Every single stride of Grar's massive body sends heavy tremors through the frozen earth. He radiates a suffocating pressure of raw brutality while marching toward the towering walls. Just then, a figure steps up behind the guards. High Priest Sebastian of Luna arrives to calm the panicked soldiers, stealing their resolve. He commands his priests to gather all their divine power. Below the towering fortress gates, Greer stands at the vanguard, backed by a massive horde of muscular, bloodthirsty orcs. Up on the battlements, the priests stand at the front lines. Yet Greer shows no fear, flashing a sly, mocking grin instead. High above, the priests channel their collective magic, weaving a radiant barrier of holy light to envelop the entire fortress. Greer does not hesitate for a second, swinging his massive weapon and unleashing a devastating strike straight at the barrier. The impact violently collides with the divine shield, sending a massive, terrifying shockwave rippling through the entire structure. The barrier, woven by their strongest priests, instantly begins to crack from that single monstrous blow. His overwhelming power is truly terrifying. High Priest Sebastian desperately prays for a miracle, begging the gods to grant them the strength to survive. Greer leaps high into the air, hurtling his colossal body straight at the battlements. To him, this sacred shield is just a toy. He mocks their effort, asking if they really think this fragile barrier can stop him. High Priest Sebastian watches in absolute horror. The determination and hope in his eyes instantly vanish, completely replaced by pure despair and paralyzing terror. A desperate cry echoes, signaling the ultimate downfall of the sanctuary. The grand sturdy fortress is completely shattered in seconds. Now the burning stronghold is swallowed by a sea of raging flames and agonizing screams echoing through the cold winter storm. The once majestic stone structures are entirely engulfed in a blazing inferno, transforming the sacred sanctuary into a tragic graveyard. Weak, raspy pleas for mercy echo through the smoke, begging for a single chance to live. But to these cruel beasts, human lives are completely worthless. An orc snaps at them, warning the survivors to shut up if they want to live. Suddenly, an orc guard standing on the battlements notices something unusual in the snowy distance and quickly calls out a report. He warns Kolot that humans have arrived. Kolot sneers, instantly realizing that Roman Dmitry has finally showed up with his reinforcements. Turning to the tied-up guard, the orc hissed that from now on the human would have to put on a show. He whispered the script. Make it look like this place hasn't fallen yet. Lure him as close to the wall as you can. Do that, and I will spare you and your family. The guard looked up, his face pale with horror, as he listened to the order. From the outside, the fortress looked completely peaceful and intact, showing absolutely no sign of the brutal attack that just happened. The young guard stood alone on top of the wall, his hood pulled low to make the fake scene look even more real. But it wasn't that simple. Right behind him, a pack of heavily cloaked orcs watched his every move with sharp, deadly eyes. Swallowing his fear, the guard tried not to shake as he yelled out, "Halt! This is the territory of Luna." In the distance, the faint silhouettes of the Dmitry army appeared. The approaching figures quickly came to a halt upon hearing his warning shout. Their shadows flickered in the raging blizzard as the guard called out, "Who goes there? State your names." Roman took a deep breath in the howling storm and shouted back, so his voice carried to the walls. "I am Roman, Dmitry of the Dmitry Duchy. At the request of Luna, I have come to assist you." A soldier on the wall yelled back. "We heard Dmitry was only sending 30 men as reinforcements, but why do we only see 3 of you out there?" He continued, asking if Lord Caden was not with them. Nearby, the hidden orcs tense, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The guard on the wall gripped his spear tight, but Roman simply raised his own spear and roared, "People of Luna, listen to me." His weapon flashed with a brilliant light. "Luna is now under the protection of Dmitry. From this very second, you will obey my commands, the commands of Roman Dmitry." The guard stared down in sheer shock. "If you swear your loyalty to me," his powerful voice echoed so deeply that even the captured citizens hiding inside the fortress heard his words. "I will never abandon you," Roman declared to the entire kingdom. "I will fight to the bitter end to save every single one of you." Krat heard the speech too. Realizing his trap had completely failed, the orc commander made his decision and ordered the orcs to charge. Suddenly, Roman was engulfed in a deadly purple aura as he activated his Heavenly Demon Sword style, radiating pure danger. He prepared the first stance, the wind whipping his cloak. Behind him, Chris and Kevin knew that even if they rescued the prisoners, they couldn't guarantee their safety. Not in this chaos. To Roman, Luna was already split in two. Our only goal is to completely slaughter every enemy standing in our path. Chris and Kevin shouted their ready response. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Caden stood before Roman, gripping his magic staff. He told Roman that the fortress had already fallen. Closing his eyes, unable to face the devastating reality, he added that he wouldn't ask Roman's men to stay any longer. Thank you for traveling all this way to Arcadia, Caden said, dropping to one knee to apologize for his weakness. He felt deeply sorry for being unable to repay their kindness. Deep down, he knew he couldn't force outsiders to fight to their very last breath. His only option, part ways here and head into the fortress alone. Roman stared down at him, his voice calm yet absolute. Caden, from the moment Luna signed the contract with Dmitry, you became our vassal state. As the wind brushed his hair, Roman made it clear that the one who decides your kingdom's fate is me, not you. He stepped right up to Caden, eye to eye. Now spit out all the information about the fortress. With their plans set, the entire team continued their march together. They used a diversion tactic through Luna's secret passageway. Caden took the lead, guiding the soldiers through the hidden route. The plan was simple. Roman and a few elite men would draw the enemy's attention right at the front gate. Meanwhile, the rest of the force would infiltrate the cave passage with the top priority of rescuing the captured survivors. As they entered the cave, the group picked up their pace. Caden glanced back as they ran, asking the others if they really believed this crazy plan would work. Moni confidently replied, yes, of course we do. Caden kept running. Caden leapt forward, realizing that what Luna desperately needed was a true leader like Roman. Honestly, he is perfect. Becoming a vassal state of Dmitry might not be such a bad thing after all. Suddenly, his eyes went wide in surprise. Caden spotted two massive orcs blocking their path ahead. The Dmitry soldiers exchanged a quick look, silently dividing the targets. I will take the left, you go right. In a flash, they drew their weapons and instantly neutralized both monsters. Caden stared in utter disbelief. Was this Dmitry's real power? Both dead orcs hit the ground without making a sound. He had originally wondered how only 30 men could possibly make a difference in this war. But now he saw that the value of these 30 elite warriors was far greater than anyone could ever imagine. He had finally found a glimmer of hope. God has not abandoned Luna, he thought as Karos raised his weapon with a roar. Up with the other orcs, they scream that there are only 3 enemies and command the horde to kill them. Every single monster rushes in one direction, initiating a savage attack. The vanguard charges, determined to slaughter everything. A massive army storms toward Roman, closing in until they are right in front of him. He leaps high into the air, his eyes flashing with a menacing purple light. He swings his blade and Roman's strike unleashes a devastating tornado of wind and steel. The helpless orcs, they do not even see the strike coming before they are wiped out. Suddenly, the remaining orcs are consumed by an intense, terrifying bloodlust. One furious beast lunges forward, swinging a massive weapon directly at Roman, yet he effortlessly dodges the deadly attack without breaking a single sweat. Roman steps right onto the enemy weapon to gain momentum, spinning mid-air to take the monster down in a single blow. He calmly activates his next technique. It is the second form of the Heavenly Demon Sword art, unleashing an explosion of energy that sends nearby orcs flying through the air. The survivors stare in absolute disbelief at the crater left beneath his feet. Paralyzed by fear, one of them screams out that this human is an absolute. They cannot even track his movements before they are cut down. Watching from afar, a terrified scout realizes the situation is dire and runs to report. He urgently reports that their rear lines are breached. Hearing this, Krat looks down in pure panic. He curses under his breath. If those newcomers are as ridiculously strong as the 3 fighters in front, they are in massive trouble. Dmitry's forces are surprisingly formidable. He spots Chris and Kevin tearing through his troops down below, wondering how Grar's 10,000 soldiers could fail so miserably. Panicking, Krat barks out a desperate order, commanding the shamans to immediately begin their dark ritual to turn the tide. The shamans comply, chanting in deep unison as a sinister blood-red energy erupts from their bodies, preparing to unleash their most dangerous and forbidden spells. They activate their forbidden spell, Beggarserker. With this dark magic, their strength swells to terrifying new heights. One empowered orc seizes the moment to hurl a massive axe directly at Kevin. Taken off guard, Kevin watches in shock as the weapon flies right at him, but a fast shadow lunges forward. Chris easily deflects the projectile, standing in front of Kevin and telling him to stay sharp. Gritting his teeth, Kevin suddenly bolts past him, easily cutting down an orc with a single furious slash. Using the falling monster's body as a springboard, he vaults high into the air, raising both of his swords to strike the next target waiting behind. He executes the monster in one fluid motion, snapping at Chris that he has everything under control. Chris only offers a knowing smirk, teasingly asking him what that means for their ongoing bet on who can slay the most orcs. Kevin glares back, telling him to shut up, but Roman suddenly sweeps past them like a storm. He slaughters an entire pack of orcs in a single effortless motion. Witnessing Roman's absurd power, Chris mutters that they should probably just call off their little bet. Kevin silently agrees, realizing they stand no chance of competing with that. Meanwhile, Krat watches from the battlements, utterly paralyzed by disbelief. By all accounts, these humans should be totally exhausted, yet they still continue fighting even harder than ever. How is the gap closing so rapidly? Just then, Krat spots a bizarre purple flame and frantically screams at his shamans to cast their strongest spells. But before the command can even leave his mouth, the stone wall suddenly crumbles to pieces. Through the dust, Roman stands holding his blood-stained blade, staring directly at him. Terror-stricken, Krat looks around before turning on his heel to flee. He cannot comprehend how such a terrifying human can exist, and he must survive this at all costs. As the cowardly commander flees, the citizens of Luna Fortress emerge from their hiding spots, overwhelmed with emotion and deep gratitude for their saviors. They warmly thank Caden for saving their lives, while more survivors slowly emerge from the dark shelters, believing the nightmare is finally at an end. Standing amidst the relief, Mene quickly issues orders to the squads, directing Unit 1 to prioritize finding the captured prisoners according to their plan. He instructs Unit 2 to escort them to the gate, receiving a highly disciplined response from his men. Caden watches the scene in absolute awe. With a mere 30 soldiers, Roman has somehow managed to completely turn the tide of an impossible war. He transformed a hopeless massacre into victory, and stray orc lunges at Caden, but he dispatches it. Raising his weapon high, Caden rallies the crowd, shouting for everyone to follow Dmitry. The inspired citizens immediately echo his cry with booming voices. Outside the gate, the ground is littered with defeated orcs. Chris and Kevin sit there completely drained. Chris catches his breath quietly, marveling at the sheer absurdity of the victory, while Kevin grumbles in frustration about being left behind by his rival again. Yet looking at Roman, they know their rivalry means nothing compared to the unreachable level of their lord. Suddenly, a panicked scout rushes over to report an urgent development, causing Roman to turn around and calmly ask what is going on. The scout reports that the cowardly orc commander Krat has barricaded himself inside a building with hostages. He is currently holding the prisoners hostage. Realizing this must be the same pathetic orc he crossed paths with earlier, Roman orders the scout to lead the way. At the building, Krat holds a blade to a hostage, threatening to detonate a volatile magic bomb if anyone tries to interfere. He brandishes the volatile weapon, threatening to take everyone down with him. He gives them exactly 10 minutes to secure his safe passage out of there. Deep down, Krat anxiously prays his desperate bluff works, relying on the assumption that these weak humans will fold. He knows humans always go soft when their own kind is in danger. This scheme is foolproof. With this move, he is bound to make a clean escape. Roman raises his sword and asks Khalid if he wants to bargain. Roman slowly approaches, finding this highly amusing. He asks Khalid if he knows the reason why he hasn't killed him yet. Khalid clutches the magic bomb, asking what nonsense Roman is babbling about. Roman points straight at his face. He is a cowardly leader without a shred of honor who readily abandoned his own men to flee in sheer terror. That is his true face. Enraged by the insult, Khalid squeezes the magic bomb tightly and screams for Roman to die. He warns that Roman's arrogance will cost these people their lives. Yet nothing happens when he tries to detonate it. Roman looks down on the commander with utter contempt, stating that his pathetic life has absolutely zero value. With a swift strike, Roman severs his arm. Khalid screams in agony. Roman cold smiles, saying he might finally be useful. Having said that, he drags the screaming commander across the hard dirt, pulling him along before throwing him down roughly. The squad soldiers quickly gather around Khalid in a tight circle. Roman announces this is the last surviving orc leader. He originally intended to execute the beast himself, but decides to offer his own sword to the soldiers instead. Roman solemnly asks his subordinates which of them will be the one to send this monster to join his fallen kind. Khalid thrashes and spits curses, swearing to slaughter them all, while the townspeople watch the beast in terror. But then Smith steps forward to volunteer for the task, drawing his blade as he remembers his beloved fallen friend. With trembling hands and tears in his eyes, he cries out that his friend died because of Khalid. That friend was a gentle soul who wouldn't harm anyone, yet Khalid mercilessly slaughtered him right before their eyes. With that, Smith brings his blade down, ending the commander's life in a single stroke as the crowd watches. The townspeople weep as they recount Khalid's cruel atrocities, demanding to know how anyone could be so monstrous. The beast destroyed their families and snatched away their loved ones, and now the furious citizens charge forward. They raise their makeshift weapons and scream in pure rage. Caden raises a hand to stop them but freezes. He stares at the crowd, seeing nothing but burning hatred in their eyes. Anxiously, Caden turns to Roman. He asks if this is enough since Khalid is dead. Roman slowly turns, asking him a cold question. Why does Caden view this act of justice as cruel? The young soldier quickly tries to explain. He simply doesn't want to see Smith lose himself to hatred anymore. Roman turns back to look at the crowd. Roman tells him he is completely wrong. Snow now blankets the shattered ruins of their once peaceful homes. The peaceful land of Arcadia is gone, and these people bear deep scars that will never truly heal. If this city of Luna is to rise from the ashes, the survivors must learn to trample on their enemies without mercy. Caden finally understands the brutal nature of war, realizing that this conflict is far from over right now. Beyond the walls of Luna, the nightmare is still playing out in other lands as a freezing wind blows. Roman's cloak billows in the wind. To find peace, they must never show meaningless mercy to their enemies again. This is the ruthless path that the Dmitry family has laid out, and they must walk it to survive now. Caden closes his eyes, realizing that Roman is correct, and remembers when Arcadia was still a peaceful land. Their homeland can never return to its golden era. Caden realizes that if it weren't for the orcs, they would still be living in peace. To defeat those savage monsters, they must become monsters themselves now. Later, inside the study of the newly rebuilt fortress, Caden delivers a crucial report on their savage enemies. Following the fall of Luna Fortress, Greer led 10,000 troops away to begin their march east. Their primary target is the Elves' territory. Caden adds that with Luna defeated, the situation is grim. If the Elven lands fall, the Duchy of Arcadia will have no remaining military forces left to stop the horde. The savage orc army rides on massive white wolves. Right now, their only real obstacle is the harsh winter weather. Violent winter blizzards make traveling through the deep snow nearly impossible for any normal army of soldiers. But for the experienced orc wolf riders, this frozen wasteland is actually their most perfect hunting ground. They can easily unleash their full power on the plains, and Caden shares his grim assessment with Roman. Fighting them on the open ice means certain death. Roman crosses his arms, tapping his fingers very thoughtfully. Every single moment is precious. Roman decides they must strike quickly, while Greer still believes Luna has been defeated. This was their single shot to turn the tide. Carden listened closely to Roman, his expression tightening as he waited. Roman commanded Carden to gather every remaining soldier in Luna within 30 minutes. Every single one of them had to assemble. I will personally show you how Luna can survive, Roman promised. Soon after, he stood before the squads in a raging blizzard. He addressed them directly. I know how tough it is for you to endure Acadia's brutal and freezing weather. That was a harsh, undeniable truth. Yet Roman considered this suffering as nothing. Absolutely nothing. Carden stepped forward, utterly stunned. Do you mean we are not actually at a dead end yet? Carden asked, desperate to confirm the commander's insane claim. Roman answered firmly. Exactly. He asked them what the fundamental difference was between Luna and the North Sea Ice Palace. It came down to the World Tree and Queen Isabel, the false sense of peace, bought by divine protection and false warmth. He crossed his arms. When the very first cold wave rushed in, he reminded them they had instantly succumbed to absolute despair. But ever since Queen Isabel took the throne, the people of Luna had slowly drifted into stagnation and comfortable complacency. Roman frowned, pointing out their absolute fatal flaw. They were so coddled by warmth and safety that they never prepared for adversity. Instead of fighting, they had simply resigned themselves to their fate. Roman continued to dissect their weak, helpless mindset. The Luna, he saw, had completely lost its independent spirit. As their kingdom's crest appeared, he delivered a crushing judgment. Any nation that falls into total chaos simply because its ruler is absent cannot be called a stable or strong state. Roman looked straight into Carden's eyes, declaring that from now on, Luna was under the control of the Dmitry family. Wind whipped his hair as he promised to personally give them the power to stand tall on their own 2 feet. He gave them a warning, introducing the ultimate technique. He would teach them the legendary Heavenly Snow art. It was far more than a basic footwork technique for snow. As giant eyes manifested in the storm, Roman explained its power. This technique completely hides your presence, erases your tracks, and lets you pinpoint enemies even in blinding pitch-black storms. A young woman held out her hand, revealing a glowing magic stone. In every conceivable aspect, this art was flawless. It was vastly superior to Luna's traditional techniques, leaving one of the soldiers to wonder if Roman was a divine messenger. Hearing the soldier ask if Roman was sent by the gods to save them, Carden quickly stepped in to correct him. He is not a representative of the gods, Carden replied, looking over at Roman and admitting he once thought the same. Standing amidst a blazing sea of fire, Roman let out a wild laugh. His power felt nothing like holy, peaceful grace. There was no saintly divinity radiating from him, only the raw, unbreakable willpower of a true and absolute warrior. He told them that Roman was simply a mortal man who had used sheer strength to stand equal to the gods. 2 days later, the massive fortress gates creaked open. Roman led the charge as his entire army marched into the storm. Outside a dark cave, 2 orcs stood guard. Inside, another monster gloated that under the command of the great Gria, Luna had been completely reduced to ashes. He sneered at the terrified, kneeling captives, claiming all of Acadia was theirs now. Zero overheard this and froze in sheer disbelief. He could not believe the great fortress of Luna had actually fallen. Guilt threatened to crush his soul. Zero realized he was the one who had led his people into this hopeless abyss. Suddenly, a severed human hand was thrown onto the ground in front of them, sparking pure horror among the prisoners. The brutal orc guard ordered them to eat if they wanted to stay alive, looking down at them with disgust. He slammed the heavy door shut and left. One captive stuttered in horror, asking if that was actually human flesh. Another cursed the heartless monsters in a quiet rage, but Zero suddenly stepped forward, catching everyone off guard. They called out in shock as Zero knelt down and picked up the severed hand. He sat silently on the floor. Someone frantically asked what he was doing, but Zero told them to shut up, glaring at them with cold determination. "Even if I must die, I will drag some of those beasts to hell with me," he vowed, seeing their terror. Looking at their frightened faces, he sank into deep thought, knowing only 30 rescue soldiers were on their way. He grit his teeth, wondering if things would have been different had he just waited a little longer for reinforcements. He recalled the ruined, burning houses. Why would a foreign kingdom with no ties to Luna sacrifice their lives for them? From the very start, all hope was dead, and honestly, can you blame him for falling into complete despair? He cursed the heavens, asking if this cruel end was truly what they wanted after they gave everything for Salamander. Why did it have to end in such tragedy? Zero exhaled a long breath, steeled his resolve, and clenched his fist. He accepted that his journey as a swordsman ended here, staring directly at the heavy iron door as it began rattling. Footsteps echo outside. He presses himself against the door, clutching a dagger as he waits. His final move is not a curse, but a strike. Just as the door swings open, Zero lunges forward with his blade. He is ready to go down, fighting like a true human in this final stand. Keeping the pride of a swordsman intact, he prepares for the end. But he freezes mid-strike. The newcomer is Cardin, who calls out Zero's name in pure relief. Zero stares back, completely stunned to see his friend standing there. Cardin and his squad quickly help everyone outside. Zero looks up at him, utterly confused about what is happening. Wasn't Luna supposed to be destroyed? Seeing the blank stare on his face, Cardin snaps Zero back to reality, urging him to wake up because the battle is far from over. "Get a hold of yourself, Zero," he yells. "The fight is not over yet." Zero responds in disbelief, asking what on earth he is talking about. Cardin happily explains that the Dmitry forces have crushed the Orc Legion and successfully reclaimed full control of Luna. Tears of joy well up in Zero's eyes at the news that Luna is safe. He quickly asks where Lord Roman is. Cardin points outside, explaining that Roman is standing atop the mountain waiting for them. Meanwhile, chaotic screams fill the battlefield. Thousands of arrows rain down from above like a storm of death, cutting through the wind and pinning the demonic beasts to the ground. The heavy barrage halts the enemy advance completely. Suddenly, Gra charges in, ruthlessly tearing through a defender's armor with his massive blade. The soldier collapses under the brutal strike. Gra looks up at the defenders guarding the high walls, letting out a mocking sneer. He laughs with pure contempt, mockingly asking if those skinny skeleton-like weaklings really think they can block his path. The elven guards watching from the fortress turn pale at the sight of him. They realize this monster is the strongest orc in history. It is the legendary Gra himself. But right then, a panicked shout from one of his own soldiers warns of an ambush from behind. Hearing that humans are launching a surprise attack from behind, Gra freezes in sheer tension as his entire face tightens. Humans. He thinks, unable to believe his ears. Through the heavy snowfall, the steady thud of incoming footsteps grows louder. Kevin moves silently through the blizzard, keeping his face completely calm as he leads his squad to ambush the orc forces. He and his comrades leap forward, their swords slashing through the air, sending several orc monsters crashing to the ground. The panicked orcs cry out that the enemy has arrived. Gra stares at the unfolding chaos, realizing he made a massive mistake. He completely underestimated them, shocked that the warriors from beyond the endless mountains could possess such terrifying, overwhelming power. Each of Dmitry's warriors fights like a beast. Fred grits his teeth, swinging his great sword in wide arcs. Nearby, Roman grips his blade, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, while Logan raises his heavy shield to bash oncoming enemies. The soldiers watching from the fortress walls gape in absolute awe, whispering to themselves if this is the true power of Dmitry. On the other side of the field, Roman scans the chaotic battle with sharp, analyzing eyes, formulating his next strategic move. Since Luna fell, the orcs have pushed their elite forces to the front lines, leaving their rear exposed. That is their fatal weakness. He raises his hand, shouting a command to his men to follow him and wipe out every last one of these beasts. The first phase of his plan is to strike their unprepared rear guard, instantly turning the tide against the enemy's superior numbers. Gra's furious roar cracks with sudden panic at the surprise assault. He screams for his troops to block the rear and kill the humans. Roman merely smirks, watching everything unfold exactly as he calculated. Coldly, he signals his men to begin the second phase. Down below, thousands of white-furred beasts with razor-sharp claws and terrifying speed rush forward to reinforce the struggling orc army. They charge across the massive sheet of ice with terrifying speed. But Roman has already anticipated this very move. At that exact moment, Roman's voice echoes across the field and his soldiers immediately draw their blades to strike. Initiating the second phase of their plan, they ruthlessly drive the panicked orcs back with sharp, flashing blades. The monsters scream and groan as they fall, their dark blood staining the pure white snow a deep crimson red. Watching from a distance, Roman smiles quietly. They fell right into the trap using the stealth technique of the North Sea Ice Palace. Enraged, the orcs scream at their men to chase down those cowardly rats, absolutely furious at being played so easily. An orc catches a faint glimpse of a human figure in the mist, but as he gives chase, there's nothing but blowing snow. The orc rider looks around in sheer confusion, cursing under his breath, wondering where on earth the humans disappeared to. Elsewhere, Roman's forces gather quickly. They form tight ranks, systematically executing the orcs without giving them a single chance to resist. Cheers of victory erupt across the battlefield. We are actually winning, Kevin thinks proudly as he cuts down another foe. Witnessing the sheer power of the heavenly snow martial arts, Gra grips his weapon tightly as his army falls apart around him. His eyes widen in realization as he stares at the battlefield. The enemy commander is absolutely no ordinary strategist. Suddenly, a terrifying crimson aura erupts around Gra's massive body, radiating a powerful wave of pure, suffocating bloodlust. He felt no fear. Charging forward, his mind burned with pure rage. Are these outlanders from beyond the endless mountain range? He had to step in personally to crush this offensive. Raising his massive weapon, he roared an order to his loyal beasts. "Back off and do not fall into the enemy trap," he bellowed. As the orcs scattered, Gra immediately charged straight forward. Cloaked in a violent red aura, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, his heavy steps shattering the frozen earth. Snow exploded under his feet. With a blood-curdling scream, Gra raised his arms to deliver a devastating downward strike. A deafening roar shattered the frosty air. Ares launched himself off an ice wall, flying straight toward the beast. Pale blue energy enveloped Ares as he flew. Though dwarfed by his opponent, his sword clashed directly against Gra's heavy weapon. Gra reeled in shock. How could a mere human block his strongest strike? Across from him, Ares maintained a grim grin. Ares knew he had to hold the line here or risk total defeat. Gra locked blades with him, his voice dripping with malice. "Face me in a duel, human leader," he snarled. Gra bared his razor-sharp fangs, dripping saliva onto the cold snow. "If you defeat me, my tribe will retreat," he promised. Hearing this, Roman stepped forward from the shadows. A cold, commanding voice echoed across the frozen wastes. "You make a rather interesting offer." Cold sweat broke out on Gra's face. He scanned the blizzard, his instincts screaming, "Who on earth is that?" Gra stared at Ares, completely blind to the terrifying shadow looming right behind the young knight. Roman stepped out of the white mist, radiating an intense, overwhelming presence. His eyes locked onto the monster. "When I win," Roman asked, his voice dripping with quiet confidence, "what do you think happens to your pack?" Gra roared violently, shoving Ares back before spinning around to point his heavy weapon directly at Roman. "That depends entirely on the winner," Gra growled. Roman tightened his grip on his hilt, ready to draw. "I accept your terms," Roman said calmly, "but let me make one thing very clear." He raised his blade, his gaze turning incredibly cold as he delivered a chilling warning to the monster. "If I win, every last orc who feeds on humanity will be wiped off the face of Acadia." Gra froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. Steeling his resolve, he gripped his massive weapon even tighter. "I make the same vow if I win," Gra hissed, his face twisting into a mask of pure savagery. "I will reduce your entire kingdom beyond the endless mountains to dust," he sneered, returning to his terrifying stance. Without a second of hesitation, Roman lunged forward with his sword. Refusing to back down, Gra charged to meet him. Get ready, because their massive collision unleashed a shockwave that tore through the freezing valley. Roman pressed the attack, his blade tearing through the air and forcing Gra to make a desperate, frantic block. The sheer weight of the blow shattered Gra's grip, sending his massive weapon clattering into the snow. Giving the beast no room to breathe, Roman unleashed a flurry of strikes, ending with his blade at Gra's throat. Cold sweat poured down Gra's face. He was completely paralyzed by the realization of his own utter helplessness. "Am I really being overpowered by a human?" Gra desperately parried the next incoming thrust, his mind racing. Roman stared down at him with cold contempt. "Is this truly the absolute limit of your strength?" Gra's red aura flared violently in response to the insult, even as terror gripped his very soul. Roman did not hesitate. He lowered his stance and prepared to unleash the deadly Heavenly Demon Sword art. As the final stroke cut through the air, Roman stood perfectly still, waiting for the beast to fall. A massive wound erupted across Gra's chest, spilling dark red blood onto the pristine white snow. Defeated and broken, Gra fell to his knees as Roman rested the cold blade against his trembling chin. Clutching his severed arm in agony, the defeated leader could only whisper a bitter, terrifying truth. "It was exactly as he warned me. A true monster indeed exists beyond the endless mountains." Roman narrowed his eyes in utter confusion, quietly repeating the words, "Who is this person you speak of?" Shaking violently, Gra confessed that a mysterious figure had approached him several months ago with a dark bargain. He promised unlimited power in exchange for my entire soul, but I refused his demonic offer. I knew he was a demon, Gra whispered, and I would never sell my people out. Gra suddenly fell silent, a look of absolute horror washing over his bloody face. A terrifying realization struck him. How did I even know he was a demon in the first place? A sudden thought flashes through Gra's mind. Did he actually meet that man from the very beginning? Snails and humans are fundamentally different, with dark blue skin and immense natural strength. They look almost human, but in reality they are completely different. He recalls his tribe's traits with pride. The natural blessing of the snail race has always been their massive fertility rate. But as Acadia became choked by bitter frost, a painful memory from the deep past begins to creep back into his mind. High fertility quickly became a cruel curse holding his entire race back. On that fateful day, Gra stood completely frozen in terror. He witnessed a nightmare he could never wipe from his memory. He could only watch in absolute silence as the horror unfolded. His own mother was being slowly eaten alive by a man, completely helpless and terrified. When only her head remained, she whispered to him. She gasped with her fading breath, telling her child not to be angry as this was simply their tragic, predetermined destiny. Alone in the freezing white snow, he stared into the dark. That was the day he realized this world was rotten to the core. He cursed the gods his tribe had worshipped for generations. If a true god actually existed, why would they create his people like this? As Gra sank deeper into his despair, a dark, strange shadow materialized right behind him, his voice dripping with utter contempt. The voice sneered at their inability to survive without cannibalism, mocking them as a truly cursed and pathetic race. Furious, Gra whipped his head around and demanded to know who was there. But the mysterious figure had already vanished into thin air. Alexander appeared right beside him with a cruel smirk, offering a sickening solution. Why not try feeding on other races instead? Cold sweat ran down the young boy's face. Eat humans, or maybe the Acadians. No, the offer was far worse than that. Alexander raised his hand, letting a dense pitch-black energy wash over Gra's trembling body as he watched with dark amusement. Alexander offered a dark blessing to link their minds, whispering with absolute certainty before he turned to leave. He promised that a day would come when Gra would seek him out. Then he vanished, leaving the young snail utterly dazed. He snapped back to reality with a sudden realization: if surviving meant devouring his own kind, he would rather conquer the other races. Dark energy swirled around Gra as his resolve hardened to hunt other species for food. Now back in the present moment, his eyes snapped wide open. The very same ancient darkness wraps around his frame once again, sparking a sudden realization in his mind. He had met that demon before. Gra's lips trembled, desperately trying to call out to Alexander, "You bastard demon, can you hear me?" Gra throws his head back, his broken body shivering as he offers up everything he has left in exchange for power. He begs the demon to take everything from him in exchange for the power needed to protect his people. Far away, Alexander hears the call and grins widely, his sharp white teeth gleaming with absolute delight as he answers. The demon gladly promises to grant his wish, and the pitch-black energy swells tightly around Gra's body. The heavy snow beneath his knees begins to crack and shatter. Gra slowly pushes himself up as Roman silently observes the shift. Roman stares intensely at the rising dark smoke, his eyes narrowing in sudden recognition at the eerily familiar energy radiating before him. He immediately thinks of Alexander, even though Gra never mentioned his name. Since his battle with Dmitry, Alexander had been in hiding. Roman knew the truth: that peace treaty was nothing but a fake shield masking the dark schemes brewing under the surface. Instead of finishing Gra off right now, Roman calmly waits to see the absolute limits of this newly awoken demonic power. Let us see how far Gra can push his boundaries with this new curse. Covered in blood, Gra snarls like a beast. His eyes burn with a golden, unquenchable fury. From the bloody stump of his severed arm, black flesh begins to twist. A monstrous pitch-black arm rapidly regenerates as two terrifying horns tear through his skull. A grotesque smile spreads across his face. His mouth stretches unnaturally wide in a sickening grin. With a sudden flash of blinding light, his dark silhouette charges forward. His newly formed arm grips his weapon tightly as he hurls himself directly at Roman. The young master stands his ground calmly. Roman raises his sword to easily parry the devastating downward strike. Mid-clash, Gra glares up with wild, manic eyes. Growling that they will only survive if Roman dies, he launches into a frenzy of savage, screaming strikes. The brutal duel resumes. Swords clash repeatedly in a blur of deadly motion, neither side giving an inch. Ares watches the chaotic battle in pure disbelief. He cannot believe the raw power on display. Nearby, Gra's remaining snail soldiers watch with bated breath, gritting their teeth. Gra's face contorts with agony and sheer rage. He has traded away his very humanity to obtain this dark power. His claws dig deep into the earth, fracturing the frozen ground beneath them. The massive shockwave kicks up a blinding cloud of dust. Gra grits his teeth in frustration, refusing to accept defeat. But deep down, a terrifying realization begins to settle in. He pushes forward with everything he has, yet he knows the bitter truth: none of his attacks can actually reach this man. While he took the full force of Roman's strikes, his opponent remains completely untouched. Roman suddenly stares deep into Gra's eyes. He demands to know, did you really throw away your own soul just for this pathetic power? But the monster does not answer, charging forward in a blind fury. Roman easily parries the blows calmly, asking if it knows what he detests the most. Its weapon violently shatters the ice below, but Roman swiftly brings up his sword to block it. He stands before Grer. His expression turns deadly cold as he answers his own question. It is a life where no worthy opponents exist. Clashing with immense force, Roman speaks with deep disappointment, saying he hoped they had prepared much more than this. Ressa grits his teeth, struggling to withstand Roman's heavy strike, while Roman's steady voice echoes across the field, wishing he could finally unleash his absolute full power. Roman's eyes slightly narrow, his piercingly cold gaze locked directly onto his opponent. Taking a step forward, his foot crushes the cracked ice as he strides directly ahead. Roman grips his sword tightly, closing his eyes to execute the Heavenly Demon Step 8 form. A mysterious purple light flashes deep within his eyes as he silently warns them that this is the power they must now face. The moment his technique unleashes, a massive barrage of glowing purple slashes erupts, tearing through the air directly toward Grer. The sky is completely dyed in violet as he initiates the Heavenly Demon Sword Art's second form, slowly swallowing his foe. Within that devastating aura, the light fades. Grer is completely gone without a trace, leaving the remaining orcs shocked, trembling in terror. They stammer out his name. Staring at the shattered ice in shock, they wonder if he really vanished in a single strike. One terrified orc mutters they are all going to die while gazing at Roman's towering figure, in absolute dread. Clang. Weapons clatter to the frozen ground as desperate pleas suddenly echo through the air. As the defeated monsters beg for mercy, the surviving orcs throw themselves to the cold ground, kneeling before him and swearing their absolute allegiance to the Dmitry family, desperately begging him not to wipe out their entire race. Roman does not even turn around, quietly replying that they surely had their own reasons. Hearing this, the orcs rejoice and nod in relief, but Roman steps through the snow and turns back, his voice rising in volume. He reminds them that the very moment they chose to slaughter and hunt humans for food, they sealed their doom. Gripping his weapon, he declares that peace between orcs and humans is forever impossible. A deadly purple aura slowly envelopes his body, yet his cold eyes remain completely calm. He quietly notes that he bears no personal hatred toward them, leaving the surviving orcs stunned. He simply refuses to establish a precedent of showing mercy to monsters. Closing his eyes, he delivers his final chilling declaration for them all to perish. Within seconds, the surging purple energy erupts, utterly obliterating every single monster on the field. With the battle concluded, Tereha approaches Roman alongside his subordinates, bowing deeply to greet their savior. Roman stays silent, but his sharp gaze immediately shifts to Tereha's striking appearance, taking in his pale skin and pointed ears. So this is what an elf looks like, he thinks. Seeing the quiet young master, Tereha smiles warmly and adds that without their savior's timely intervention, their entire species would have faced total extinction. Roman calmly downplays the praise, stating their alliance was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Once the situation in the Luna Kingdom settles, he plans to arrange a formal meeting to stabilize chaotic Acadia. Tereha nods in deep gratitude, assuring Roman that the elves will absolutely attend the meeting to discuss terms. With the formal details settled, Tereha's expression grows serious as he extends a personal invitation to the young lord. He asks if Roman can spare some time to visit their hidden sanctuary. Roman remains quiet, his eyes searching, Tereha's face lost in thought. Soon they arrive before a massive ancient tree, which Tereha proudly introduces as their sanctuary, explaining how they utilize the wisdom of the World Tree to foresee the devastating war brought by the orcs. This allowed them to defend their sacred land to the very end. Roman looks up at the towering tree in wonder, marveling at the fact that a mere tree possesses such extraordinary prophetic powers. Tereha then places a hand over his chest, speaking with deep reverence about a prophecy that foretold a human savior who would arrive to deliver their people. Bowing his head, the elf warns that the real crisis began shortly after, his expression shifting to pure dread. The forbidden magic that Grer unleashed was an incredibly dangerous force capable of shattering the very foundation of their world. To discuss this urgent threat, the chief of the elven tribe wishes to speak with Roman in a private audience. Roman is slightly intrigued, wondering what an elven chief could possibly want from him considering their vastly different worlds. Deciding there is only one way to find out, he immediately agrees to follow Tereha into their sacred realm. He also has questions of his own to ask, stepping forward with growing curiosity about the secrets they hold. Typically, elves never age. So the moment Roman lays eyes on the person before him, his eyes widen in complete bewilderment. Supposedly, they keep their youthful looks until their very last breath. Yet Roman can only stare at the elderly woman. Could this frail old woman really be the great elf chief? Sensing his confusion, she greets him with a warm smile. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Roman Dmitry," she says, looking entirely different from the majestic leader he had originally pictured. She politely asks if he knows anything about the demon realm, prompting him to lower his head and reply in a calm, quiet tone. He mentions the celestial demon and mortal realms, noting he once read that these three separate dimensions actually form the entire world. Roman asks if the demon realm is where the devils dwell, and the chief gently nods, confirming his suspicion. Yes, she says, the demon realm is indeed where those creatures survive, meant to be kept apart by the laws of the gods. They were designed never to interfere with one another, but her voice grows increasingly tense as she recalls a dark turn of events. One day, a spatial rift suddenly tore open, letting a strange, unknown entity fall onto the continent of Salamander. This caused the crack to widen, unleashing a freezing energy that completely locked the land of Acadia in ice. Roman is quite puzzled, wondering if she means a dimensional drifter and if she is referring to King Alexander himself. Or perhaps he realizes it includes himself as well. The chief then looks straight at him, continuing her slow tale. Over endless years, the barrier between realms weakened, allowing Ra to absorb demonic power through the gap and transform completely. She asks if he understands the true meaning of this, causing Roman to frown deeply as he processes her words. When asked if the demons are targeting this mortal world, she simply continues her grim warning instead of answering directly. She warns that as time passes, their dark influence will only grow stronger, specifically targeting the balance of their world. The entity that shattered this balance must be completely destroyed, she insists, her voice filled with absolute determination. Without defeating him, the barrier will collapse, and trust me, a full-scale demon invasion would mean instant game over. She warns that the Demon King has already reached the level of a god, her eyes narrowing with sheer dread. Though dimensional laws currently restrict him, once he fully descends to this realm, they will stand absolutely no chance of stopping him. Hearing this, everything finally clicks for Roman. He realizes why the Kronos Empire swallowed its pride and declared a truce. The piece of the puzzle finally falls into place. Every single mystery he had been questioning is suddenly laid bare before him. King Alexander is merely waiting for the barrier to weaken, and if Ra is just a servant, humanity stands no chance. Roman tightens his grip as an incredibly profound and unfamiliar thought crosses his mind for the very first time. Perhaps his reincarnation into this world as Roman is not a mere accident but an absolute necessity. He remembers his past life back when no warrior in the martial world could ever match his absolute power. Back then, opponents crumbled against his heavenly demon divine art. He never even had the chance to unleash his full potential. Now he covers his face, a slow, excited smile spreading at the thought of facing these legendary demonic invaders. Seeing him sink into a deep silence, the chief hesitantly interrupts his thoughts with a sincere, desperate plea. Addressing him directly, Roman clenches his fist and replies that he cannot make any promises to fulfill her request. He has gathered enough information and will keep it in mind. With that, Roman turns to leave, projecting pure confidence. If those demons dare block his path, he will destroy them. But before he can step away, she quickly stops him. She urgently begs him to wait, explaining that she has prepared a very special gift for their savior. Smiling gently, the chief explains that communing with the World Tree will reveal his past, present, and future destiny. She emphasizes that this knowledge is crucial for his journey. Roman, however, remains somewhat skeptical of her claims. He questions her, pointing out that supposedly only the elf chief is permitted to touch the sacred tree. Without hesitation, she replies that as the hero who saved the entire elf race, Roman is a very special exception. Intrigued, Roman quietly smiles. It seems like the perfect chance to test the legendary rumors of the World Tree. Eager to witness its mythical power, Roman immediately approaches the massive structure and stands directly before the ancient tree. He studies the massive branches, marveling at how this giant organism easily dwarfs anything from his previous life. Suddenly, the ancient trunk begins to tremble, causing thick layers of frozen ice to crack and slowly shatter. Shimmering fragments rain down, casting a beautiful glow that leaves Roman absolutely mesmerized by the sheer scale of it all. Facing such absolute majesty makes him feel incredibly small, but his awe quickly shifts to deep pity. The World Tree stands as a frozen, withered husk, its life force appearing completely drained from its ancient roots. A sudden thought flashes through Roman's mind. This withered and decaying state is the clearest proof of the continent's current reality. So this is the tree of origin, the source of all life in this world. As his hand slowly touches the massive trunk, a powerful surge of energy begins to swirl violently within the tree. A powerful aura travels from the trunk directly into Roman's entire body, leaving him completely dazed. Just then, Terea walks in and catches sight of him, glowing brightly, like a warm, radiating flame. He mutters in disbelief, wondering what is happening as the tree is suddenly enveloped by that massive aura. Water droplets begin falling from the branches onto the ground. Terea's eyes widen in absolute shock as she witnesses an unbelievable sight. Is the World Tree actually melting before her eyes? On the other side, Roman's entire body remains enveloped in that bright light as if merging with the massive tree. He quickly looks down at his own hands, noting that it is an incredibly strange feeling. Just then, a voice suddenly rings. out catching Roman's attention. It is Alexander who is demanding a report on the current situation from his two trusted subordinates. One of them quickly gives a respectful report explaining that after everything Roman Dmitry has done, the conservative factions led by Duke Vio have already started launching a rebellion. He slowly details the events that occurred. In Valhalla, a nation that highly values warrior honor but is now stained by cowardly tricks as the Duke gathers factions. Hearing this report makes Roman's expression turn incredibly serious and tense. With the way things are going, a civil war is bound to erupt sooner or later. The other subordinate smugly chimes in warning that if the king continues to ignore the people and only uses brute force to suppress the rebellion, Valhalla will definitely fall into ruin. Upon hearing this report, a highly satisfied smirk instantly curls on Alexander's face. He mutters with sheer confidence and contempt, stating that all of their plans are still moving forward perfectly. Dmitry is really nothing more than an insignificant variable anyway. With a terrifying expression, Alexander then orders his two subordinates to continue fanning the flames of rebellion. Once Valhalla is deeply engulfed in the smoke of war, that will be the absolute perfect time for them to strike. As those words fade, his projection dissolves, right before Roman's startled eyes. In a completely different location, Isabel is exhaustively clutching a painful wound on her abdomen, gasping heavily. She grits her teeth, trying to suppress the agonizing pain spreading through her entire body. Just then, Leo suddenly approaches and bows deeply before her, pleading that Her Majesty needs to return to Luna immediately. He truthfully reports that Kronos has already sniffed out their plans and their current forces are far too depleted. If they insist on fighting under these terrible conditions, her life will be put in grave danger. Leo immediately kneels before her, begging her to please listen to his advice just this once. Isabel's eyes flicker slightly as she suppresses her pain firmly, stating that retreat is impossible. Though gasping in pain, she doesn't hesitate to continue, telling Leo that she was chosen by destiny since birth, living solely to fulfill the will of the gods. Cold sweat rolls down her pale face, yet Isabel refuses to back down. How could someone like her ever turn away from that mission? For those who trusted her and followed her to the brink of death, she can never cowardly run away alone. Confronted by her fierce determination, Leo is left completely speechless, all his prepared advice stuck in his throat. Clutching her wound, Isabel forces herself to stand tall and walks right past him. Clenching her hand, she commands Royal Knight Commander Leo to return to Luna, leaving her to bear this cruel fate all on her own. She walks away as her imposing figure delivers the solemn command of a queen. This is the supreme command from Luna's ruler. Helpless Leo clenches his fist and slams it hard into the ground. He bows his head in deep sorrow, while Roman's consciousness watches this entire exchange unfold from above, cursing under his breath. Soon after, Roman's mind snaps back into his physical body. He lowers his eyes, wondering if this, too, is part of his destiny. He quietly contemplates Valhalla, the demon realm, and the path ahead with great resolve. If he traces the clues left behind by Alexander and Isabel, perhaps he can finally uncover the ultimate truth. He suddenly turns his head upon hearing a loud noise behind him. A highly emotional Tyria is quickly kneeling down before Roman, respectfully pleading for the savior of Acadia to please accept the eternal loyalty of the entire elf tribe. Before he knows it, a massive crowd of elves has gathered behind her, offering their devotion in perfect unison, swearing to dedicate their ultimate loyalty. Rewinding a few minutes, the chief and Tereha were watching in absolute shock, seeing Roman standing before the world tree as it was suddenly enveloped in a powerful, brilliant golden light. He immediately asks in confusion Lord Tereha what on earth is happening. She gently shakes her head, admitting she has no idea either. She really cannot understand the reason. The chief closely examines the glowing fire deep inside the tree, her eyes widening in absolute shock. Sweat drips down her face as she stammers its name, the flame of demon fire. Hearing this, Tereha stands frozen in shock. He absolutely cannot believe his own eyes. Is there truly someone out there who can actually wield the legendary demon fire? The world tree is finally reviving. Roman stares intently at the glowing tree as its branches begin to flourish and bloom again. Tears stream down Tereha's face from pure emotion, fulfilling the deepest burning desire the elves have held for so long. A powerful realization strikes his mind. Yes, this man is without a doubt the true savior of Acadia. Tereha quickly turns and shouts to all his people, commanding every elf to listen closely to his words. With deep reverence, he declares that Lord Roman, their great benefactor, has proven he is the savior of this world. Follow Lord Roman to salvation. Back in reality, as the crowd kneels with the utmost respect before him, one man suddenly strikes the ground. Zero emotionally introduces himself as their loyal servant. He begs to greet the great hero of Luna. Roman wonders if they are the Luna prisoners Cardin rescued. Zero desperately begs Roman to accept them, pledging that even though their strength is limited, they will serve him faithfully. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for their hero. Roman suddenly turns to Cardin and asks about their agreement. What was our deal, Cardin? Cardin kneels before Roman, stating that to obtain salvation for Luna, they must pledge absolute loyalty to Dmitry. Roman nods. Exactly, the contract is completely accurate. With Dmitry fulfilling its end, Roman turns to the elves, declaring firmly that he does not demand blind obedience. He asks what they desire in exchange for their devotion. The elven chief quickly steps forward with deep gratitude. She explains that the world tree has blossomed through the power of demon fire, giving Acadia a real chance to revive. Closing her eyes in absolute satisfaction, she believes the elves have already received their ultimate and most worthy reward. Roman falls silent for a brief moment, deeply lost in his own thoughts before speaking with firm determination. He promises to richly reward their loyalty, swearing that the elves and Luna will forever remain under Dmitry's protection. Later, the elves host a magnificent feast, and Roman responds to their overwhelming kindness with valuable advice. He reminds them that Acadia's core principle must be self-reliance, offering sincere guidance as he glances around the room. The spirits must begin cultivating and farming their own lands, organizing a fair division of labor among all races. This includes humans too, ensuring everyone contributes. Roman pauses briefly before giving his next crucial command. They must harness the power of the world tree to build a warp gate connecting them directly with Dmitry. This will open up vital trade routes to the Salamander continent. His voice turns deadly serious as he issues a warning. If they cannot stand strong on their own feet, Acadia is destined to fall back into ruins and decay. With that, the grand meeting concludes, and Roman receives passionate praise and admiration from the diverse races. Roman and his elite squad prepare to make the long journey back to their home territory of Dmitry. Back at Dmitry Castle, Lucas immediately delivers an urgent report about the major events of the past few days. He cautiously explains that the situation in Odelia is rapidly deteriorating after the collapse of the imperial family. Violent riots are now erupting everywhere, without any sign of stopping, adding to the extreme tension. Furthermore, 3 southern nations of Cronus, Redford, and Frank included are demanding a direct audience. Roman quietly takes a sip of tea, asking if there is any news on the person he ordered to investigate. Lucas nods, quickly reporting that they found Isabel's final traces leading directly to the Umberto Kingdom. She organized her forces there before moving out, but all leads past that point have gone completely cold. Despite the dead end, his scouts are still actively searching the region to gather more information. Roman nods in understanding, turning his attention to Jonathan to ask if there are other matters to address. Jonathan nods politely, announcing that 2 unexpected guests from Valhalla have arrived, requesting an immediate audience. He explains that one is a young man named Sanchez, while the other is the prestigious Count Bregan. He reveals that Sanchez is a disciple of Morales, serving as a core leader of the current rebel forces. On the other hand, Count Bregan is undoubtedly there as the direct representative of the Valhalla Emperor. Hearing this, a smirk plays on Roman's lips as he silently notes that his hands will be incredibly busy. That settles it. He quickly speaks up, announcing that the meeting is over because they have a lot of work to do. Over in the guest room, Count Bregan is deeply annoyed, complaining to himself about why he had to shoulder this miserable task. He frustratingly recalls the mission Bia assigned to him. He has to convince Roman Dmitry at all costs, or at the very least, prevent him from siding with Duke Vieto. Bregan broods over this, a growing sense of anxiety rising in his chest. Although this is a highly challenging mission, a seasoned and cunning powerhouse like Roman won't be easily swayed by someone like him. Right then, Billy stands beside him and quickly offers an apology, explaining that he will need to wait just a bit longer. Roman has a prior appointment and cannot receive them right now, so they must wait patiently in the lobby. Bregan stands there in utter shock, dreading the possibility that Roman is meeting with Sanchez before him. Sure enough, in a separate room, Roman politely asks Sanchez about the rumors of him joining Duke Vieto's rebellion. Sanchez quickly places a hand over his chest and smiles, admitting that it is all thanks to Roman's advice. Then, adopting a serious expression, Sanchez explains that to stand against the Emperor of Valhalla, they need support. He absolutely needs the backing of Duke Vieto, who has fortunately already agreed to support their entire revolutionary cause. Roman calmly asks him what his true purpose is in seeking him out today under these tense circumstances. Feeling that icy demeanor, Sanchez immediately tenses up, realizing that Roman Dmitry remains as unyielding and sharp as ever. He always draws a very clear line between right and wrong. Taking a deep breath, Sanchez carefully begins his explanation. He outlines the grim situation in Valhalla, where the empire is currently fractured into 2 opposing factions. There are the imperial forces loyal to the reigning emperor and the rebel faction of nobles backing Duke Vieto. Sanchez openly declares that their ultimate goal is to return Valhalla to its true and noble roots. Bowing his head in deep tension, he explains that Valhalla's strongest warriors have all sworn direct loyalty to the emperor. The regular army also blindly obeys the regime. Lifting his head, he sincerely delivers his core request to Roman. He asks straight out for Dmitry's direct assistance, leaving Roman in deep, silent contemplation after hearing the request. Breaking the silence, Roman speaks in a low, heavy voice, warning that if they want him to directly intervene, His answer is an absolute refusal. Hearing this sudden direct rejection, Sanchez can only stare back in utter bewilderment. Putting his hands behind his back, Roman slowly explains that even with his massive reputation in Valhalla, leading a foreign rebellion against their own king would completely ruin the legitimacy of their struggle. Once the rebel faction loses the hearts of the people, how could they ever hope to achieve victory? Sanchez instantly gets the point, quietly admitting that they would have absolutely no chance under those conditions. Roman takes a firm step forward, pointing out that overthrowing the tyrant only matters if it is driven by their own people. Sanchez stands frozen and completely silent, unable to find any words to counter Roman's flawless logic in this moment. Roman looks down and adds that while direct combat is off the table, indirect support is still highly possible. Extending his hand towards Sanchez, Roman firmly states that his conditions for this alliance are actually quite simple. This temporary pact will stand until Kronos falls, ensuring Valhalla never gets in the way of his grand continental plans. With that business settled, their secret meeting quietly wraps up as the afternoon sun begins to fade away. Meanwhile, Count Bregan is still stubbornly clinging to the lobby, desperately demanding an audience of his own. His face is twisted with deep, impatient irritation from waiting so long when Hans finally enters the room and politely bows. Hans calmly explains that his master is currently busy with personal matters, asking him to wait in the lobby for updates. Bregan grows highly anxious, wondering if Roman is deliberately avoiding him because of their past conflicts in Valhalla. Still, he grumbles to himself that keeping an imperial envoy waiting on matters of national importance is incredibly disrespectful. To him, this silent treatment only proves that Roman Dmitry is still a pretty immature ruler who lacks basic manners. And just like that, days drag on as Bregan is repeatedly turned away. 1 day, 2 days, and then a third day passes. Enraged, he slams his hands on the table and screams, demanding to know how much longer he must wait. Bregan turns to Billy and fiercely orders him to secure an immediate meeting by using absolutely any means necessary. He demands that a slot be arranged right now, promising that the Empire will back them if trouble arises. With the Empire's full protection guaranteed, Billy quickly nods in understanding and heads out to find Hans. He tracks down the butler, but Hans only offers another polite apology, reiterating that the master is busy. He is still unable to meet Roman. Billy silently sizes up Hans, recognizing him as the close servant who always attends to Roman Dmitry. He thinks Hans is just a mere servant who needs to be threatened a bit to learn his place. He fake politely says he knows Lord Roman is busy trying to firmly argue his point, but reminding him that Count Bregan came here representing the mighty Valhalla Empire, so they cannot just keep a noble like him waiting forever. Frustrated, he raises his voice, demanding a specific appointment date so he can leave without complaint, delivering this message for Count Bregan. Hans lets out a long, weary sigh. Standing up straight, the old butler firmly replies that until the young lord's private schedule is completely finished, absolutely no one is allowed to take a single step inside. Hearing this, pure anger consumes Billy, who wears a frustrated smile. He demands Hans stop repeating excuses and just deliver their message to Roman. Hans remains completely unmoved by the pressure, calmly replying that while he understands their impatience, this one-sided demand makes things extremely difficult for them. Losing all patience, Billy aggressively raises his hand right in front of the butler's face. He calls Hans a bastard, but before he can do anything, Kevin quickly steps in and orders him to put his hand down. Hans looks relieved, quickly calling out Kevin's name. Meanwhile, cold sweat begins pouring down Billy's face as sheer panic sets in. He realizes this is Kevin, the notorious nightmare of Dmitry. A terrifying aura of pure rage begins radiating from Kevin. Terrified, Billy quickly steps back and stammers that he only came here to request a meeting with Lord Roman. Kevin's expression grows incredibly dark as he asks what kind of game Billy thinks he is playing right here on Dmitry's soil, daring to threaten Hans. The knight is stunned by Kevin's fierce aura but tries to play it off as nothing. He claims Kevin's choice of words is too harsh. Kevin's face darkens, his cold gaze locking onto the arrogant knight. Kevin demands an explanation for his disrespectful behavior. Hearing this, Billy snaps and shouts back in anger. He tells Kevin not to use that commanding tone, reminding him that he is a proud knight of the Valhalla Empire. He is no mere Dmitry subordinate. Clenching his fists, the knight stands before Kevin with absolute contempt. To him, discipline of a mere servant is no big deal. But Kevin's entire body begins radiating a terrifying, suffocating pressure. Kevin tells him to repeat those exact words. Gritting his teeth, the arrogant knight simply sneers back. He mocks Kevin for thinking he is special just because of his Dmitry soldier status. Suddenly, a fiery aura of anger explodes from Billy as he screams that Hans is just a lowly servant, so there is no reason to make a scene. But mid-insult, a brutal slap suddenly cracks across his face. Kevin tells him that if they did not look down on them from the start, this would not happen, delivering another hard blow. Reeling, the knight draws his sword, screaming in shock. Gritting his teeth, he attacks, but the very moment his sword leaves the scabbard, Kevin easily blocks the strike. Kevin immediately counters with a heavy strike to the other side of his face. The knight is completely overwhelmed, his eyes fill with shock and rage. Narrowing his eyes with intense focus, Kevin swings another fist, relentlessly pummeling the proud knight's face. He delivers another devastating strike. Completely defenseless, the knight's face is literally beaten sideways from the sheer force, and Kevin is not done yet, landing consecutive brutal slaps until the proud knight can no longer even stand. Billy collapses to his knees. Pulling his hand back, Kevin looks down, stating that Hans is far more than a mere servant. He is the benefactor who supported Kevin's family in their darkest times. Gritting his teeth with absolute killing intent, Kevin warns that Hans is not someone a pathetic worm like him can ever insult. Painfully looking up, Billy spits out desperate threats, warning Kevin that he will not survive the consequences of striking a proud knight of the prestigious Valhalla Empire. He mocks Kevin as a mere soldier from some insignificant tiny duchy. Before Billy can even finish, Kevin chuckles coldly, asking him if he wants to hear a funny story. He recalls a past event, explaining how he once escorted his master to a grand banquet on a ship. Remembering Roman's ruthless response, Kevin notes that back then, anyone who dared utter a single insult against the Dmitry family was immediately sent straight to the afterlife by his master. He still remembers that lesson well. Roman taught him to judge people accurately so he would know how to classify his enemies. Kevin's eyes widen with absolute coldness. He sneers in contempt, whispering that he has already assessed their current situation, and Billy is definitely the type he can beat to a bloody pulp. Later, with his face heavily bandaged, Billy reports this failure to Count Bragan. Furious, Bragan slams the table, cursing Dmitry and his arrogant underlings. But then, recalling Roman's terrifyingly cold gaze, the Count quietly shudders. That insolent, arrogant attitude. Count Bragan is certain Roman is pulling the strings behind the actions of Hans and Kevin, his lips curling into a cunning smile. Roman Dmitry sometimes acts on pure emotion, so Bragan decides to let this slide just this once before making his move. Leaning back in his chair, he tells himself that revenge requires patience, hoping to see Roman's reaction when they finally meet. He wonders if the young lord will still hold on to that sheer arrogance. Elsewhere, Roman is currently standing before a magical projection screen. During this time, Roman Dmitry uses a magic communication device to conduct remote negotiations with various parties, specifically the three southern kingdoms bordering Kronos. He stares seriously at the screen, focused on a highly critical issue: the refugee crisis in Odalia. Ultimately, an alliance treaty is established. With that done, Roman turns his attention elsewhere. He turns to Hans and asks to see Count Bragan immediately. Hans bows respectfully, saying he will arrange it right away. A sense of anticipation flashes in Roman's eyes. Finally, the very moment Count Bragan has been waiting for has arrived. Bragan forces a tight smile, asking Roman if he has been busy lately, trying hard to mask his growing frustration. But inside, he is absolutely furious. How dare this kid make him wait a whole week? Roman just sits there calmly, legs crossed, sipping his tea. He casually replies that yes, he has plenty of work, so next time Bragan should book ahead. Bragan quickly nods, saying he understands. In his mind, he boosts his confidence, reminding himself his opponent is just a young man. An experienced negotiator like himself will easily seize control of this conversation. Wearing a fake smile, he speaks up. He asks how Roman plans to resolve the issue with Billy before they dive into the core details of their negotiation. The fake smile vanishes, his brow furrowing as he asks if that action is not a direct insult to Valhalla's honor. Roman slowly looks up to meet his gaze calmly, noting that from what he knows, the Valhalla knight struck first. He pointedly reminds him that Billy attacked Hans first. Bragan does not deny this, but quickly tries to brush it off. He argues that a mere servant and an entire empire belong to completely different classes. Roman just stares back. He firmly responds that Hans is absolutely not an ordinary servant to him, holding a special place in his household. Roman firmly adds that he once offered Hans a noble title to reward his loyalty, but the loyal butler refused. Hans preferred to stay in his current role and treat Roman like real family, which makes Bragan feel slightly uneasy. He stammers that even so, a servant's status does not change the core reality of what happened to Billy. His voice rises in panic, arguing that considering Valhalla's power, Roman should never have dared to lay a hand on Billy. Roman leans forward, gently placing his teacup down before looking straight at Bragan to ask a direct question. What reason is there that prevents them from touching anyone from Valhalla? Bragan is instantly left speechless. Did he really just ask why? Without giving Bragan any room to respond, Roman warns him that he is heavily mistaken. Roman brings up past events, reminding him that Valhalla maliciously tried to assassinate him under the guise of a festival. And right after Roman defeated Barbossa, the Valhalla Emperor even aided the enemy forces that attacked him. Releasing a thick wave of killing intent, Roman coldly notes he has been incredibly patient and reasonable so far. Count Bragan's eyes widen in absolute shock, unable to utter a single word in response. Roman presses him further. Questioning Roman over a nameless knight is absurd, so what kind of decision does the Count expect him to make next? Roman's face darkens as a suffocating aura fills the room, challenging Bragan to give him a very good reason. A solid reason why he should not take his head right now and ship it back to the Valhalla Empire. Bragan is terrified, realizing Roman is as monstrous as the rumors say. He stammers that yesterday's enemies can become today's allies. Despite the clear threat, Bragan tries to sound confident, telling Roman not to let his emotions cloud political judgment. He hesitates for a moment, then looks at Roman, lowering his voice to make a desperate proposal, promising that if Roman stays out of Valhalla's civil war, they will never interfere in his conflict with Kronos. Roman's eyes turn incredibly cold, glinting with a dangerous light as he looks down at the pathetic noble. He mutters that if that is all the Count has to offer, he sees absolutely no reason to let him live. Bragan gasps in sheer shock. From the shadows behind him, Kevin silently emerges, radiating a lethal, bloodthirsty aura. Meanwhile, in the private office of Marquis Belfier, a messenger suddenly rushes in carrying a small wooden box. He reports that Count Bragan has sent a special package. Feeling highly curious, Marquis Belfier asks if it is really from Count Bragan. Taking the box from the messenger, he eagerly wonders if he finally succeeded in convincing Dmitry. Wearing a smug smile, Marquis Belfier slowly opens the box, fully expecting to find some wonderful news. When the box is opened, a horrifying sight is revealed. He stares at Bragan's severed head, completely frozen in utter shock. Marquis Belfier screams in a furious rage. Roman Dmitry. Soon inside the Imperial Palace, a sharp voice demands they consider the situation. Marquis Belfier presents the wooden box and delivers his report. Roman Dmitry took the head of Count Bragan, Valhalla's representative, and sent it over. An eerie silence immediately fills the grand hall. The Emperor of Valhalla looks on with complete indifference, letting out a soft hum. A courtier quickly steps forward, claiming he expected this outcome from the very start because Roman is simply not the type to bow down. With that, the imperial courtiers plunge into a heated, incredibly fierce argument about their next move. Some suggest concentrating their military forces first to crush Duke Vieto's rebellion before dealing with external threats. Why not team up with Kronos later to pacify Dmitry? Suddenly, Count Gomez cuts in, telling everyone to wait. He asks if they truly have no other options, prompting another noble to ask what exactly he has in mind. Gomez cautiously replies that since Roman secretly met with Sanche, he has definitely joined hands with the rebels, giving them a perfect opening. Count Gomez narrows his eyes in deep thought, his voice dropping low as he explains Valhalla's fierce pride. He slyly points out that the people of Valhalla have an extreme pride in their warrior heritage and crave a strong martial identity. He asks how the public would react if they found out that their proud nation was being manipulated by an outsider. Suddenly, Count Gomez drops to his knees, loudly begging the Emperor to grant him permission to handle the matter personally. Placing a hand over his chest, he firmly declares he will personally contact Roman to gather hard evidence that will turn public opinion. Marquis Belfier, standing right there in the front, immediately chimes in to fully support Gomez's clever proposal. Hearing this, the Emperor of Valhalla suddenly rises from his royal throne, looking entirely unbothered by the whole affair. He simply walks away, telling them to do as they wish, leaving Gomez with a triumphant smirk. Gomez glances back with a sinister smile, whispering that they will proceed exactly as planned. Later, in a dark room, a blue light flickers. Standing before the glowing communication device, he speaks into it, mentioning he received the gift that was sent. He asks if this is how Dmitry handles diplomacy as Roman's hologram projection appears right in front of him. Gomez declares that this single violent act has permanently severed all ties between Valhalla and Dmitry. Yet Roman remains completely calm. Roman looks down slightly, scoffing that his words are hilarious since Valhalla publicly declared their intentions to kill him first. He says he never had any intention of negotiating with them anyway, causing a smug smirk to form on Gomez's face. Gomez mockingly asks if Roman truly believes he can manipulate the entire world, raising his hand, and honestly, his confidence is wild. With eyes full of wicked delight, Gomez says he almost feels pity, acknowledging Roman's rise from Cairo to alliance leader. That achievement alone earned him some respect, the noble says, casting a subtle side glance toward his subordinate. However, he warns that Roman needs to learn his place instead of acting so incredibly arrogant. The loyal guard immediately nods, secretly pressing a button on a hidden recording device to spring Gomez's trap. Gomez spreads his arms wide, boasting that choosing to side with the rebel Duke Vieto is a fatal mistake. Widening his eyes, he raises his voice, warning him not to think a petty alliance with rebels can shake Valhalla. Gomez stares at Roman's projection, eagerly waiting for him to fall right into the trap. Confess already, he thinks. He believes that once there is solid proof of Roman colluding with Duke Vieto, everything will finally be over. Roman simply looks back with a perfectly calm expression, asking what on earth Duke Vieto has to do with him. Gomez gasps in utter shock. Roman looks down calmly, stating he believes he already made his position very clear. Ever since they publicly demanded his head, he has completely abandoned any idea of making peace with their empire. Gomez starts sweating in sheer panic, realizing this conversation is drifting. Roman continues, saying Valhalla's internal struggles mean absolutely nothing to him. The real issue here is their ridiculous, arrogant attitude toward him, which he simply will not tolerate. Gomez gnashes his teeth, realizing Roman is using personal hostility to derail the conversation, making their secret recording completely useless. Suddenly, Roman raises a single finger calmly, announcing he has one very specific demand for the Empire right now. He points directly forward with absolute authority, declaring there is only one way to repair this massive rift. The Emperor of Valhalla must personally come and beg him for mercy, a statement that immediately sends Gomez into a hysterical rage. He screams in absolute outrage, demanding how Roman dares to utter such treasonous, disrespectful nonsense. Gomez's face twists with malice as he asks if Roman truly wants to fight their mighty empire to the absolute end. Without a shred of hesitation, Roman coldly declares that if they refuse, Dmitry will officially declare Valhalla an enemy. An absolute sworn enemy. Whispers break out across the room. Roman Dmitry has actually declared open war on Valhalla. Just then a messenger rushes in screaming, "This is no bluff." Marquis Belfier storms into the room, his face pale. He warns everyone that Roman has the power to back up every single threat. Placing a trembling hand on his chest, he sighs in dread. "It seems we are the ones who fell into a trap," he whispers in dread. "That man is a terrifyingly cunning monster." Marquis Belfier's voice drops to a grim tone. Roman is mobilizing his entire army, an official declaration of total war. He warns them that the Hector Kingdom is a loyal ally of the Dmitrys, meaning they will likely pierce through the northern border. They are poised to strike directly into Valhalla's territory. Because of this, Marquis Belfier barks out orders in a frantic rush. He commands them to send supplies and troops to the northern front. A single second of delay will invite total catastrophe. The combined force of the rebels and the Dmitrys is too dangerous to ignore. Suddenly, a panicked soldier bursts inside. He screams out an emergency report that leaves the nobles completely frozen. Duke Vieto's rebel forces have breached the defense. Herdard Fortress has fallen. On the outside, towering flames swallow the stronghold as chaotic screams echo through the ruins. The fortress walls have crumbled completely, sparking an all-out onslaught. Desperate soldiers try to rally a defense. They scream to take Duke Vieto's head, but the old warlord is already spinning his massive weapon through their ranks. Duke Vieto blows the defenders away with a single mighty swing, roaring for his men to follow him forward. He points his weapon at the survivors. They all share the blood of Valhalla, and if they surrender, their lives will be spared. His eyes blaze with a warrior's resolve. He calls out to the children of Valhalla to hear his decree. Duke Vieto promises to restore the golden age of Valhalla's legendary warriors. Elsewhere, Count Gomez calls an emergency meeting. As the commander of the containment forces, Count Gomez has to act fast. An anxious scout reports next to him. Just minutes ago, Herdard Fortress fell completely. Duke Vieto has seized the gates and is dug in for a long siege. Count Gomez's face darkens as he mutters in disbelief. Has Herdard Fortress really fallen into enemy hands so quickly? Shaking off the shock, he snaps back to reality and demands they summon Valhalla's absolute strongest combatants. Aside from the legendary Caesar, the only real threat the rebels have left in their arsenal is the veteran warrior Vanderez. He slams his fist onto the war map with determination. No matter their schemes, Valhalla's elite will easily crush this uprising. But just as he declares victory, another breathless scout bursts through the doors, trembling with terror. He yells that something terrible has happened. Valhalla's high-ranking warriors have all received a terrifying invitation. They have been summoned to a duel of decision. Count Gomez stands frozen, utterly speechless at the sheer audacity. A duel of decision, Gomez immediately pictures the bloody aftermath. It is a concept that should not even exist right now. It is a sacred bloody tradition of Valhalla that should never have been invoked in the middle of a civil war. A ritual reserved only for the absolute apex predators of the empire. Gomez stares at the challenge in disbelief. Under the absolute law of Valhalla, a duel of decision cannot be declined under any circumstances, forcing both sides to bet their lives. It is the ultimate contest of blood where both fighters must wager their very souls. Gomez slams the table in rage. He demands to know what lunatic would pull a stunt this reckless. Who would dare upend the empire like this? The scout trembles as he delivers the news. The third-ranked warrior Ares has officially challenged the second-ranked Alvarez. The name Ares echoes in his mind. Meanwhile, the top rankers of Valhalla have gathered at the capital under imperial orders. Inside the palace walls, the formidable second-ranked warrior of Valhalla Alvarez looks around at the gathered elites. He scoffs at how few of them are left. Valhalla's legendary glory has truly diminished to pathetic levels. Alvarez stares at the remaining rankers eating at the table. He mutters that this entire disaster is Roman Dmitry's fault. One of the warriors agrees. Because of Roman legendary fighters like Morelet Barbosa and Rodrigue are dead. Their lives were snuffed out like cheap candles. Nearby, the fat warrior chewing on a leg of meat is Chibao. He is the fifth-ranked master of Valhalla. To make matters worse, Ares abandoned the empire to serve Roman Dmitry. Alvarez grits his teeth in frustration. The mere existence of Roman Dmitry has completely shattered the balance of power. It is a cruel, humiliating joke. But right as Alvarez sighs, the heavy palace doors creak wide open. Ares calmly walks into the room. He is the legendary third-rank master who has defected to the Dmitry family. Raising his hand with a relaxed smirk, Ares greets his former comrades as if absolutely nothing happened. Alvarez's face twists in pure rage. He growls, demanding to know what right a pathetic traitor has to show his face here. Ares remains completely unfazed. He casually remarks that his name must still be sitting proudly at the very top of the Valhalla leaderboards. With a proud smirk, he reminds everyone that he is Ares, the third-ranked powerhouse of Valhalla. Then out of nowhere, Ares points his finger directly at Anver and throws down a challenge. He officially demands a life-or-death duel with the second-ranked warrior. Anver is so furious, his veins pop as he mutters curses. Just then, the man who is sitting with Tron stands up as well. This is Snyder, the 9th-ranked fighter in Valhalla, and he immediately speaks out. How does a runaway traitor have the guts to challenge anyone? He vows he will never let this duel happen so easily. Meanwhile, Ares walks slowly toward him with a calm smile. He explains that dueling is a special privilege reserved only for the elite. He then places a heavy hand on Snyder's shoulder. Ares grips tightly, burying his thumb deep into a painful pressure point. Snyder instantly gasps in pure, agonizing pain. Ares radiates an overwhelming bloodthirsty aura, yet his voice remains completely cheerful. He notes that weaker rankers have no business interfering here. There is simply no room for low-ranking trash to get involved. Anver finally turns around, his voice turning cold and serious. He tells Ares to stop right there. The massive aura he releases actually takes Ares by surprise. He officially accepts the challenge. A short while later, the crowd gathers at the sacred Valhalla arena. Get ready, because this fight is about to be absolutely wild. Anver confidently boasts that history is simply going to repeat itself. He glares back with eyes full of pure malice and threat. He reminds Ares that he already lost 3 times in their private duels, mocking his sudden burst of confidence. Yet Ares just smiles, completely unfazed. Once the crowd settles, the referee steps forward to announce the start of the match. The sacred duel is officially underway. The 2 warriors face each other as the referee calls for a clean, honorable fight. But respect is the last thing on their minds. The moment the signal rings out, they both charge forward with intense speed. Anver swings a heavy downward strike, but Ares reacts instantly, bringing his sword up to block the devastating blow. Anver quickly raises his second blade for an even stronger follow-up slash, but Ares parries it with ease. Up in the stands, Snyder watches in complete shock. Next to him, Tron is just as tense, though he remains confident that Anver holds the upper hand. Steel clashes against steel as they trade blows at blinding speed. Both fighters seem evenly matched as they push each other back. Sparks fly continuously as their weapons collide. After trading a few more strikes, Anver smirks and taunts his opponent. He mockingly admits that while Ares has decent swordsmanship, it is still pretty limited in the grand scheme of things. He arrogantly claims that the massive gap in their aura strength is simply impossible to overcome. But then a sudden explosion erupts. As the smoke clears, Anver thrusts his blade forward, aiming straight for Ares. Yet his sword passes right through the warrior's body. Realizing he hit nothing, Anver realizes it was just an aura afterimage. He scoffs at Ares for relying on such cheap tricks. Ares drops down safely from above, landing on the opposite side. An excited smile plays on his face. He acts as if this duel is a walk in the park, remarking that it is even easier than he expected. Seeing Ares' smug attitude, Anver is highly irritated. He crosses his twin swords, determined to end this once and for all. He mutters that his next move will finish the job, challenging Ares to try and block what is coming next. Anver begins channeling his energy, releasing a massive wave of glowing aura that completely lights up the entire arena. He screams his ultimate technique's name, unleashes a devastating cross-shaped energy slash. Ares simply watches the oncoming attack with pure amusement. The direct hit triggers a massive shockwave, burying the stage in a thick cloud of dust. Anver laughs, confident in his victory. But to his absolute horror, Ares dashes out of the smoke completely unscathed, charging straight toward him. Before his opponent can even react, Ares delivers a blindingly fast counterattack. Anver collapses instantly to the ground. Both swords slip from his hands as his severed arm falls. Ares smiles, explaining that before joining Dmitry, he was actually stuck. He was trapped at a frustrating cultivation bottleneck. Pressing the tip of his sword directly against Anver's forehead, he continues. His powerful aura flares wildly as he explains that this bottleneck was the exact reason he chose to serve Lord Dmitry. Anver stares up in absolute shock and disbelief. Feeling the terrifying energy radiating from Ares, he realizes something impossible. He trembles, sensing the undeniable power of a rank 6 aura. In a complete panic, he stammers out his realization. He realized that Ares had been holding back this entire time. There is no denying it anymore. Ares is the true genius here. He possesses the ultimate talent in this world. Without a shred of mercy, Ares swings his blade, delivering multiple lethal strikes. He completely finishes off Anver. Up in the stands, Snyder breaks out in a cold sweat, staring in complete disbelief. Next to him, Tron is completely frozen like a statue. Anver's severed head rolls onto the cold ground in a pool of blood. Up above, Baron Gomez looks down with wide, horrified eyes. Snyder stares at Ares' back, left wondering what monster they have just unleashed. What on earth happened? While he was in Dmitry territory, Count Gomez gritted his teeth, looking absolutely terrified. He had walked right into a trap. Looking at the battlefield, the panicked Count desperately calculated Roman's moves. By sending his forces north, Roman had successfully scattered the Imperial army, leaving them wide open before sending Ares to eliminate Alvarez. Gomez realized the terrifying truth. Was Ares the trump card Roman wanted to use to back the rebels? Roman Dmitry. The mere name sent shivers down his spine as he gripped the spectator railing in dread. If this continued, they would be completely swept away by his machinations. It was time to swallow his pride. Count Gomez finally spoke up, ordering his men to surround Ares immediately. He pointed a shaking finger at the arena. He screamed at his guards to stop standing around like complete fools. Arrest the traitor Ares on my direct order. Ares stared back at the screaming noble, feeling slightly amused. He recalled what his master had told him before this journey. Roman had calmly explained that Valhalla had completely abandoned its warrior pride. His voice remained cool and collected. He warned Ares that even if he won the duel, the greedy nobles would simply ignore his victory and try to kill him. Roman had flashed a triumphant smile, advising him that they had to prepare for the worst beforehand. Back in the present, Ares silently lowered his head, reflecting on those words. Once he finished thinking, he spoke up. He stood tall in the center of the arena, declaring that his master was right and that they were all utterly rotten. Ares raised a clenched fist high into the air. Suddenly, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows of the temple. The mysterious ally nodded on command as a second cloaked figure stepped forward, holding a strange cylindrical object on a tray. Count Gomez stared in absolute confusion, wondering who these intruders were. Then his eyes locked onto the device they carried. He realized it was a magic communication device. Within seconds, the cylinder glowed, projecting a massive two-way screen. Cold sweat poured down the Count's face as the screen flickered to life, showing and broadcasting the voices of citizens everywhere. The crowd gasped. No one expected Ares to win. If this was real, what would happen to the Empire's ranking system? They marveled at how someone so young could reach rank 2. Honestly, it's wild, and hearing their chatter made Gomez feel incredibly uneasy. He couldn't fathom what was going on. Ares looked up at him, revealing that this duel was being broadcast live across the entire Valhalla Empire. Furious at the provocation, Gomez gritted his teeth and cursed the cunning brat under his breath. Ares stepped closer to the projection and declared that Valhalla once held noble ideals that were now completely lost. He raised his sword high and proclaimed his ultimate goal to bring back the golden age of their beloved empire. He confidently asserted his right as the newly crowned rank 2 of Valhalla, pointing his blade directly forward. He formally challenged the rank 1 warrior Caesar. Gomez stood frozen in shock alongside the other elite fighters who couldn't believe this madness. A heavy silence fell over the arena. With Ares holding his sword high, all eyes turned to the throne. The Emperor of Valhalla looked down with a calm, unbothered expression, casually granting permission to let the challenger have his way. Shortly after, Count Gomez and Marquis Belfier walked together. Along the way, the Marquis broke the silence with a crucial question. He asked who would win between Caesar and Ares. Gomez found it difficult to answer, struggling to make a prediction. He admitted it was hard to say, noting that Caesar was the continent's strongest sword, a monster nobody could easily match. Caesar was truly the undisputed #1 blade of Valhalla. Yet Gomez could not ignore the terrifying truth. While a victory should be guaranteed, Ares had somehow reached the legendary 6-star aura stage after joining Roman Dmitry. Hearing this, Marquis Belfier stopped in his tracks, realizing that even their absolute strongest champion might actually lose. He glared at Gomez, his face darkening with murderous intent as he calculated their next move under pressure. Since they couldn't block the rights of a rank 2 challenger, they needed to seize Herder Fortress immediately. Just then, a frantic messenger rushed toward them with terrible news. The Dmitry army had launched an offensive. They were striking the northern border. Gomez panicked, and honestly, can you blame him? Roman moves shockingly fast. Up on the freezing northern front, Roman Dmitry stood ready. Chris reported that 100,000 Imperial soldiers had gathered. They had amassed at the front lines, prioritizing the suppression of the rebels over securing their northern border. Roman smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Everything was playing out exactly as he had planned. He stared up at the massive fortress, knowing the royal family still held the defensive advantage for now. To ensure the rebellion succeeded, they couldn't give the Valhalla royals even a single moment of breathing room. Turning to Felix, Roman asked how much time he would need to shatter the city's defenses. Felix of the Phoenix Tower bows down with excitement. 1 hour is more than enough to breach this place. Marquis Killian stands in command on the fortress wall. He demands an immediate report on the enemy's situation. The Allied forces are estimated at 100,000 men. Their primary threat is Felix of the Phoenix Tower. Killian turns to Henya asking if they have a plan. Henya, master of the mountain tower, confidently responds, "No need to worry at all, my lord," he says. Brimming with confidence, he boasts about his earth shield defense. It can withstand any attack, even their raging fires. That is because he brought along his finest force. 100 mages from his tower stand ready to cast the barrier. Valhalla's mountain tower excels at defensive siege magic. Still, Killian raises another concern. He knows their mana can hold for now, but what if the battle drags on? If they are forced to defend long-term, their strategic advantage might easily crumble into a losing struggle. Just then, a scout on the watchtower spots the incoming horde. "The Dmitry army has arrived," he shouts. Felix and the Phoenix mages lead the vanguard. Across the battlefield, Dmitry's spellcasters raise their massive staffs. Henya immediately reads their strategy. They plan to use heavy artillery magic to breach the fortress walls first. Once the walls crumble, their ground infantry will charge. Right then, Felix raises his hand, ordering the army to gather. "Prepare the flame stones," he bellows. Instantly, intense magical energy surges through his staff. On the wall, Henya begins his counterspell. A giant magic circle summons a defensive shield as large as a mountain. But the massive stone barrier shatters in seconds. Henya gapes in absolute shock, wondering how his spell collapsed. Then the truth hits him. He realizes what he is facing. This is a dispel spell, and a highly powerful one. A spell specifically designed to dismantle the enemy's magic. Its success depends entirely on the gap between caster and target. It looks simple, but if the opponent's power is vastly superior, dispelling becomes a near-impossible task. In that light, Dmitry's direct counterspell is a blatant insult. They are utterly disregarding the mountain tower's strength. Henya's rage boils over. How dare they mock his tower's prestige with a mere dispel, he snarls. The other defense mages on the ramparts join in. "We must cast our own counter-dispel to push them back. Break their spell and show them the true power of our tower," they shout. Countless magic circles begin to gather. Smaller circles surround Felix's massive array. And yet, they cannot stop the oncoming magical disruption. It is too fast, a mage stammers. Beside him, Henya watches in sheer disbelief, his confidence turning to horror. How could 50 mages dispel faster than 100 of his own? His face contorts in pure frustration. Killian roars in absolute fury. "Henya, what are you doing?" Henya can only stammer out a hopeless apology. "Forgive me, my lord," he pleads. Meanwhile, on Dmitry's side, a command rings out to fire the flame cannons. Blazing fireballs rain down everywhere. Felix immediately spots a major crack in the enemy's defensive barrier. He is deeply impressed. Achieving this level of power in just months means he will surpass Felix in 5 years. He will become an archmage celebrated across the continent. The genius behind this magic is Edwin Hector. Edwin only smiles, saying he still has far to go. He raises his hands to cast a massive dispel. Chris thrusts his hand forward, shouting for the Phoenix mages to cover Edwin and break the enemy's disruption. The mages follow orders instantly. A colossal magical crest spreads across the sky, blanketing the entire battlefield. Henya grits his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. "This is absolutely absurd," he curses inwardly. Edwin signals to his rear, shouting that the enemy broke his dispel. Chris's eyes flare with raw power. He immediately drops to one knee and channels his mana, forming 2 massive spell arrays in the air. 2 pillars of surging energy slam straight into the sky. The enemy's magical defense shield begins to crack. Henya panics, frantically screaming at his mages. "Damn it, reinforce the magical barrier immediately, do it now." But the array shattered completely. The fortress walls crumbled down. Sensing the moment, Roman charges forward. "The walls are down, charge," he roars. Hearing his command, the entire vanguard surges ahead like a tsunami. Meanwhile, Count Gomez strides quickly down the corridor, thinking Roman is acting far more boldly than expected. Deep worry begins to set in. The Empire has sent 100,000 troops alongside the Mountain Tower mages. They should easily hold the line for at least half a month. Gritting his teeth, Gomez remembers Ares. The entire war rests on the duel between Ares and Sajin. He quickens his pace, knowing everything hinges on Ares. Things are getting incredibly messy. He quickly heads up to the observation deck and, guided by the announcer's voice, everyone listens in with dead silence. People wonder who will take the crown. Obviously, Lord Caesar, right? Well, it is hard to say. Some bet on Ares since he absolutely crushed Anvare without breaking a sweat. Up in the VIP seats, Count Gomez grips the balcony railing tightly. Win at all costs. That is the only option. Outside, the crowds gasp and point toward the entrance. It is Lord Caesar. The legend finally makes his entrance, carrying a gleaming top-tier sword of Vala on his back. He steps out with pure authority. The greatest swordsman of Vala is here, ready to accept Ares' challenge in front of the massive crowd. Standing in the ring, Ares locks eyes with his opponent. He tilts his head and lets out a highly ambitious smirk. They step up to face each other. Breaking a cold sweat, Caesar speaks first. Who would have thought the boy who once begged for lessons would actually have the guts to challenge him now? Ares just glares back with a fire of defiance burning in his eyes. He fires back, "Your greeting is way too long-winded, old man." But Caesar refuses to look weak, unleashing a terrifying wave of bloodlust. Caesar sighs, "What a pity, because if you had just become my disciple, you would have inherited everything." He reaches down to his waist to unbuckle his weapon, continuing, "But you chose the dumbest path possible by standing against me." Slamming his blade into the dirt, he demands, "If you know what is good for you, kneel down and beg forgiveness for your utter stupidity." Ares remains completely unbothered as Caesar tells him to beg and swear loyalty to the emperor. Caesar's eyes flash with a dark, heavy pressure. "Do that, and out of respect for our past, I might just spare your life." Ares just lets out a quiet, nostalgic sigh. He remembers that 10 years ago he did indeed learn from this man. As a young swordsman, Ares had always eagerly sought out knowledge from anyone who could help him grow stronger. His youthful gaze was already incredibly sharp and determined back then, but he always held one secret belief. Deep down, he always believed he would eventually surpass Caesar. He fought and trained relentlessly day and night. Some opponents took him hours to defeat, others just a couple of days. Those grueling memories flashed through his mind. He walked away without looking back. No regrets. Back in the present, a confident smirk plays on his face. Pointing directly at Caesar, he says, "You are no exception, old man. You have nothing left to teach me." He is absolutely certain that the only thing he lacks right now is time. Staring deeply, Ares asks him a question. Ever since leaving Vala to settle in, Dmitry, months have passed, yet he still could not bring himself to leave. Caesar's face darkens at the follow-up question. "Do you even understand what that means?" Now rewind to a week ago. After returning from Acadia, Ares was tasked with defeating two absolute powerhouses, Anvir and Caesar. He knew he had mastered the Danshian technique to boost his power, but he still wondered if he could actually beat them. Suddenly, a heavy step echoes. Roman approaches with a calm, stoic expression, telling him to draw his sword because he will be his opponent from now on. Ares is stunned to see Roman pull out two blades. Could those twin swords be what he thinks they are? He watches Roman stride forward. Pure domination. Ares gets absolutely wrecked and ends up flat on the ground, on his back. He never expected to be beaten into the dirt for half a day straight. Roman picks up the twin blades, exuding pure, crushing pressure. It is hopeless. Ares realizes there is absolutely no way to defeat a monster like this. Suddenly, Roman tosses the blades aside, wrapping up the lesson on Anvir, and walks over to the weapon crate. He decides to ramp up the difficulty, pulling out a single sword and announcing he will fight using Caesar's style. Ares freezes completely. Imagine realizing just how heavily outclassed you are. He had glimpsed a truly unreachable level of power. Back in the present, the referee's signal rings out and both fighters charge at each other with explosive speed. The final showdown is officially on. Caesar swings first, but Ares easily leaps back to dodge, making the old man grit his teeth in pure rage. Caesar presses forward with a relentless flurry of strikes, but Ares is already recalling Roman's advice. Caesar is known for ruthlessly hunting down his opponents, which is exactly how he earned his reputation as a berserker. His eyes flash. He is sure. Just one perfect strike is all it takes to put Caesar down. Blades clash in a rapid shower of sparks. Driven by sheer determination, Ares presses forward and swings a sharp counterattack that forces Caesar to back off. The old master grits his teeth in utter fury, wondering how this kid dared to exploit such a tiny gap in his defense. Ares quickly leaps back to a safe distance, smiling to himself. His training was absolutely worth it. After getting completely battered by a literal monster 100 times stronger than Caesar, these attacks carry absolutely zero weight. The legendary Grandmaster is starting to look very slow. Furious, Caesar unleashes his ultimate technique, "Die, you arrogant brat!" Red thunder slash. Amidst the chaos, Ares stands still. Watching the space being swallowed by this destructive sword energy, Ares recalls his time back in Dmitry. He closes his eyes and pulls a vivid memory from the depths of his mind, one that remains deeply engraved there. He remembers the exact technique Roman used, the first form of the Heavenly Demon Sword art, right in the middle of battle. Ares reflects on the Heavenly Demon Sword art. Even as a hailed genius, this was a martial art he never dared touch. He swings his sword at Caesar, but this attack is still nowhere near the true overwhelming power of the Heavenly Demon. Caesar watches, the strike unleash, unable to dodge because even a fraction of that divine technique is more than enough to end him. Ares lunges forward and decapitates Caesar, his sword shattering into pieces from the sheer impact. He slowly descends to the ground. He lands wondering if imitation is his only limit for now. Still, he lowers his shattered hilt with a relaxed smile. That limitation actually excites him. It means there is still room to break through and reach even greater heights. Caesar's severed head rolls right to the announcer's feet. Shaking in absolute terror, the host stammers out that Ares has won. Defeating the top warrior, Ares officially claims first place in the Valhalla rankings. Instantly, the crowd erupts into wild cheers. Watching the spectacle from his high seat, the Emperor of Valhalla scoffs in disgust and stands up from his throne. He turns on his heel and walks away without looking back, while Ares stands below, taking in the heavy atmosphere. Raising his broken blade, he commands everyone's attention, calling out to the citizens of the Valhalla Empire to listen carefully. With a dead serious expression, Ares announces that from this exact moment on, he is abandoning his title as number one. The crowd is stunned into absolute silence. The stadium goes completely quiet without a single sound echoing through the air. Ares continues with absolute resolve. 10 years ago, Caesar was indeed an unmatched and legendary warrior on the continent. Yet the man today had not progressed a single bit since then, stagnant and trapped by his own old achievements. His path to a higher realm of strength was stained by greed, political scheming, and the pursuit of raw power. When one gets too deeply entangled in politics, the pride of a swordsman vanishes and their strength starts to rot. A sword that loses its pride is bound to wither away, and Caesar's path as a warrior ended long ago. He adds that the entire Valhalla Empire is slowly rotting away alongside him, his expression growing dark and heavy. He invites them to judge him as a traitor, pounding his chest to declare that he was born a warrior, and when his time comes, he will die as a true warrior, his face filled with unwavering determination. He shouts that only in Dmitry does he truly feel alive, raising his voice to rally the entire crowd. He tells them never to forget that the blood of proud soldiers flows through their very veins. The onlookers listen intently, someone among them questioning when Valhalla had become so deeply corrupt and degraded. After all, these citizens have always taken pride in being a nation of fierce warriors built on honor. Yet the very man who represented the peak of Valhalla's power had allowed himself to fall so miserably behind. It is a ridiculous contradiction that cuts deep. Suddenly, a mysterious cloaked figure speaks up from the crowd. Everyone understands that even without loyalty to the royal family, Ares has always been Valhalla's proudest symbol. Pulling down his hood, Lucas notes how tragic it is that someone like Ares decided to leave them. Lucas explains to the crowd that Ares chose to completely crush Caesar to prove his choice was absolutely correct. The citizens listen intently, absorbing the harsh reality of how their strongest warrior was defeated so easily. Indeed, Ares has officially sworn allegiance to Dmitry, leaving a stagnant Valhalla Empire completely in the dust. Stepping onto a nearby stone fountain, Lucas raises his voice to rally the hearts of the frustrated citizens. He calls out the bitter reality of arrogant nobles who cannot even hold swords properly, playing at supreme authority. Asking if this is still the Valhalla they once knew, he notices the crowd begin to waver. They agree that a useless, naive 14th prince shouldn't hold power just because of his influential backers. Mixed emotions of shock and denial run deep through the crowd, quickly turning into rage toward the royals. Angry voices join together, and the resentment they have suppressed for so long finally boils over. A collective resolve washes over the gathered citizens, and they realize they can no longer remain silent. They declare that they must rise up together, refusing to blindly ignore the tragic downfall of Valhalla. Now that Duke Vieto has rallied them, it is finally time to act, no matter what they must sacrifice. He risks his very life. Suddenly, someone shouts to rally the crowd, "Give your all for the future of Valhalla," and everyone bursts into cheers. Ares' fierce declaration completely ignites the fighting spirit of the people, sparking a fire within. Cut next to a meeting room where Marquis Belfer slams his hands onto the table, growling that Roman Dmitry would stand in their way, sooner or later, as he stares at the marked map. "Count Gomez, this is the time for an all-out war, where whoever flinches first will be completely wiped off the map." Hearing these bold words, Count Gomez is left absolutely stunned, and asks if he really intends to just abandon control of the northern front. Belfer quickly dismisses his concern, calling it just a piece of the plan. They both recall Ares' formidable presence. The opponent's tactics are clear. They dispatched Ares to neutralize our top-ranking fighters while launching a direct assault on the northern defense line, all solely to stop us from sending reinforcements to the rebels. But then they picture Roman's formidable army, realizing the enemy's allied troops number around 100,000, which is not nearly enough to wipe out Valhalla. This entire offensive is actually just a massive decoy. Marcus Belfer asserts with absolute gravity that their real target is to reinforce the rebel army stationed at Hernard. Count Gomez nods in agreement but asks what happens if Roman decides to march even further past the north. Belfer flashes a cunning, wicked grin, replying that in such a scenario they will simply exploit the chaotic state of the said continent. Gomez is left absolutely speechless as Belfer explains that although the Kronos Empire cannot directly get involved, due to the peace treaty, they have already confirmed they can deploy massive military forces to the Cairo border. Count Gomez grins with immense relief, thinking that Marquis Belfer has truly found the perfect savior for Valhalla. But as they celebrate their seemingly flawless scheme, the door is suddenly thrown open. An urgent report from the northern front has just arrived. Marquis The sudden news immediately fills the room with heavy tension, and the soldier urges them to see the message themselves. They rush outside to view the magical transmission, only to see a bloodied commander pleading for forgiveness. The entire northern defense has completely fallen into Roman's hands. Before the transmission cuts, the commander collapses and a chilling new face appears. "Marquis Belfer, you truly disappoint me," Roman says as his face fills the screen. "I even sent you Count Bragan's head as a welcoming gift, yet this is how you greet me." Seeing his calm face, both nobles are utterly frozen in horror. How could the entire northern front crumble so fast? Staring right through the communication, Crystal Roman speaks with complete indifference, stating that he never wanted to take things this far. He then casually offers them a single choice. "Bring the Valhalla Emperor out, make him kneel and beg for forgiveness right now, and I will end this war immediately." Belfer's face turns dark with absolute rage as he screams for Roman to shut his mouth. He roars back that Kronos' forces are already massing at the Cairo border, no matter what pathetic plans you are plotting. Pointing his finger in fury, he swears to deploy their armies to wipe out the rebels at Hernard and then completely erase the Dmitry name from the map of the continent. But even as the Marquis rants, Roman simply turns his back on the screen totally unbothered. Belfer keeps screaming about teaching him the heavy price of challenging both empires at once, but Roman just sighs. "I understand Valhalla's stance," Roman says calmly, looking around at the room littered with defeated soldiers. He admits he hoped they could settle this peacefully, but Belfer is simply too arrogant. "I will keep marching my forces forward until the war is entirely over," Roman warns, telling him to keep that same arrogant attitude until the very end. Belfer's eyes shrink in absolute terror. With a sharp, confident smile, Roman delivers his final threat: "We will meet on the battlefield." On the other end, the communication crystal on the desk slowly fades, leaving a cold silence. Count Gomez shivers, knowing that Roman never makes empty threats. He warns Belfer that they are dealing with a monster. Belfer sighs, muttering that he is well aware of that. Seething with rage, he kicks a nearby chair to vent his growing frustration. "Damn that Roman Dmitry," he curses before turning to his ally. "Gomez, what do you think happens if we do nothing?" Count Gomez swallows hard. Normally, marching an army of 100,000 straight into the capital would be absolute suicide under normal circumstances, but remembering Roman's past battles fills his heart with a bitter, overwhelming dread. During the war with Kronos, Roman repeatedly overcame impossible odds, even conquering both Rasko and Kodas with a handful of men. Gomez understands Roman's power better than anyone. Even with just 100,000 troops, the devastation Valhalla will suffer will be catastrophic. Belfer clenches his fists in sheer frustration. He has finally made his final desperate decision to personally request an audience with the Emperor. But in Valhalla, visiting the sovereign uninvited is a dangerous taboo, often bringing severe punishment upon themselves. Yet moments later, the two anxious nobles find themselves standing inside the palace to see the Emperor of Valhalla. They tremble in absolute terror the moment his silhouette appears. Meanwhile, footsteps grow louder from down the hall, and within moments the tyrannical ruler steps directly into their view. Suddenly, the Emperor of Valhalla demands answers from Marquis Belfer, who can only whisper back in a barely audible voice. In response, the Emperor delivers a vicious, stinging slap that echoes through the room. Seeing this, even Count Gomet loses his cool. But the Emperor is not done yet. He snarls Marquis Belfer's name before unleashing another brutal backhand across his face. The heavy blow splatters warm blood onto the cold stone floor, yet the Emperor relentlessly calls out his name once more. The trembling Marquis desperately squeaks out a polite reply, only to receive a strike so powerful it sends him flying. He crashes hard onto the floor, but the Emperor's fury remains unquenched. He glares down at them, calling them useless insects. The only reason he gave them power was to keep them from annoying him, yet they still failed their simple duties. If this is how they perform, why should he ever trust them again? Terrified, they immediately drop to their knees. They beg for mercy, frantically pleading for their lives, which finally seems to soothe the Emperor's burning anger just a bit. He sneers that they should feel guilty, adding that he has always despised those born in the land of Valhalla. His words drip with long-standing rage against those who cling to useless ideas of warrior romance and noble ancestry. They cling to outdated garbage instead of facing reality, which is exactly why the Emperor is constantly annoyed by them. Looking at Roman, Dmitry only reminds the Emperor of the bitter past, where mocking memories still haunt his mind. Back then, fools screamed that he was not the legitimate heir, demanding that he follow the royal laws. That defiance is why the Emperor harbors such deep hatred. Roman is just a low-born punk from the borderlands, yet this nobody carries the true fiery spirit of Valhalla. Finishing his thoughts, the Emperor turns to Marquis Belfer. With a cold, sickening smirk, he poses a chilling question. Will Roman manage to stand before him first? Or will the royal army crush the rebels and completely cut off Dmitry's escape route before he can arrive? He commands his forces to march on Hassat, ordering them to slaughter every last soul without leaving a single survivor. His generals shout in unison, accepting the command. Confident in his ultimate victory, the emperor smiles with smug satisfaction. He challenges Roman to make his move, eager to see how the young rebel will respond to this threat. The next day, the imperial army marches toward Hassat, with their every movement immediately reported back to Roman. From deep inside their mountain hideout, a shocked voice asks if they are truly going through with this crazy plan. Roman firmly replies that this war has reached the point of no return. Retreating now would cost them everything. He understands the situation perfectly. The moment he took Count Bragan's head, the ultimate game of chicken had begun. Without their direct intervention, the desperate rebel forces rising up in Hassat stand absolutely zero chance of succeeding. Roman even prepares for the absolute worst-case scenario, knowing that if the rebel forces fail to hold out, Dmitry will end up facing both Kronos and Valhalla simultaneously. Hearing this grim reality, Chris grows incredibly anxious. In this high-stakes gamble, the first to flinch loses everything. To win, they must eliminate the threat of Valhalla entirely. Moving his hands across the map, Roman points directly at three critical territories: Rumenos, Potbel, and Santino. He explains that these three regions lie directly along the fastest military route straight into the heart of Valhalla. If they can conquer Santino, they will gain access to a teleport gate leading straight to the capital. With a masterful strategy already planned out, Roman aims to strike at the heart of their enemy territory. If they can crush these three strongholds in under 1 week, they will become Valhalla's ultimate nightmare. The thrilling plan fills Roman with anticipation, daring the Emperor of Valhalla to try and ignore him now. Soon after, panic completely grips the forces of Ruinos as the inevitable storm finally arrives on their doorstep. Reading the royal decree in shock, the Viscount learns that a massive army of 100,000 is coming. He is ordered to hold his ground to the absolute death, sacrificing every single soldier to buy just a few more days. While the Emperor promises a grand reward, anxiety floods the Viscount's heart as he desperately tries to reassure himself. He resolves to survive those few days, yet deep down a burning resentment against his cruel fate consumes him. He vows to show Roman Dmitry his true resolve. Soon the first day of the siege arrives. Standing by the campfire, commanders shout for the troops to stay alert during dinner, but the tension is thick. By the following morning, the Viscount watches the enemy camp in confusion, wondering why they seem so incredibly relaxed. He stared into the far distance with a heavy heart, wondering if they had finally given up. Honestly, it made perfect sense. After all, even for someone as powerful as Roman, trying to occupy an entire empire with only 100,000 troops had its limits. Right then, Count Gomez rushed over, yelling that they were in deep trouble. Ruinos immediately demanded to know what was going on. He asked if the Dmitry forces had launched their attack, but the frantic reply struck him like lightning. No, it was not that at all. Urgent news had arrived that Roman was actively striking Potbel, leaving their defenses in absolute chaos. Potbel was supposed to be their safe rear base. This realization threw his mind into absolute chaos. If Roman was there, then what on earth was the massive Dmitry army standing right in front of them? The truth was shocking. Even with the Northern Front falling 3 days ago and the tragic deaths of Anver and Sejas, Sanchez remained incredibly calm. Sanchez had predicted all of this. What seemed completely absurd had actually become reality, proving that Roman was on a completely different level. Roman was a monster. Even when the Valhalla royal family openly targeted him for assassination, he remained fully confident he could return safely without any help. He did not need a single ally to survive. Yet this reckless confidence was something Vieto simply could not bring himself to accept. To truly overthrow the corrupt Valhalla crown, they had to spread the truth of their rebellion to the common people, despite the heavy toll on innocents. The thought of innocent lives lost made his chest tighten. But the longer they held out, the more the citizens would realize this was their final chance. They had to reform the empire. Vieto believed that since Valhalla was distracted by Dmitry, the royal forces would not be able to deploy their full strength. If they could just hold this position for exactly 15 days, the oppressed public would surely rise up to join their desperate struggle. Meanwhile, the rebel soldiers were shaking with absolute terror. How could they possibly stop what was coming? The furious Emperor of Valhalla had made his move. After abandoning the north, he ordered a massive force of 1 million soldiers to retake the city of Hanad. Leading the charge was a terrifying sight. Heavily armored warriors marched forward. These elite killers were the Emperor's personal pride, the Valhalla Imperial Cavalry, their heavy footsteps shaking the very earth. Dust clouds billowed high into the sky as the endless wave of ironclad riders came into view. Vieto stared down, his heart sinking instantly. With just a single glance, he knew their numbers easily surpassed several 100,000. Even the stoic Sanchez was completely stunned by the sheer scale. Their intelligence reports had been terrifyingly accurate. The grim reality finally set in for Sanchez as he watched the massive army deploy before them. The Emperor had truly abandoned the entire northern territory, directing his massive force of 1 million men solely to crush the rebellion in Hat. Sanchez looked down at the advancing ranks, his eyes locking onto a specific crest. He gasped as he realized exactly who had arrived on the field. It was the Imperial Knights, the elite personal guard of the Emperor himself. Seeing this, Vieto muttered aloud in sheer disbelief at their presence. Did the Emperor really believe he could wipe them out entirely before Dmitry could even make a move? The thought weighed heavily on Vieto's mind. There was absolutely no way they could stop a force of this magnitude with only 200,000 troops. He knew they were hopelessly outmatched. In terms of both numbers and pure martial quality, the rebels were completely outclassed. Forget 15 days. Could they even survive a single week? Carrying that crushing sense of dread, the battle that would decide the ultimate fate of the rebellion officially began under a darkened sky. Things were about to get much worse. From the far distance, terrifying new siege weapons began raining massive fireballs down onto the fortress. Vieto watched in pure terror, wondering how much longer their defensive magic barriers could hold out. Suddenly, he pointed and roared in panic. He screamed that a mage army was advancing from the front line. The notorious mages of the Vagabond Magic Tower had joined the conflict. This caught Vieto completely off guard. He never expected the Empire to mobilize the Vagabond Magic Tower so quickly against them. Combined spells of destructive lightning and raging windstorms slammed into the walls. Vieto cursed his anxiety, reaching its absolute limit. If this continuous bombardment went on, their defensive line would collapse in no time. Right then, Count Gomez issued a fierce command. He pointed forward and ordered the entire Imperial force to advance, declaring they must execute every single arrogant rebel on the field. The elite Imperial Knights roared as they charged forward into battle. They yelled to advance and slaughter every traitor in their path. In an instant, the fortress was completely surrounded on all sides. Scaling ladders were thrown up everywhere, forcing Vieto to scream out in desperation. He ordered them to hold the line, knowing that if they fell, the true future of Valhalla would be lost forever. Both sides clashed in a brutal, bloody struggle. By the 6th day of this diversion campaign, the Dmitry allied army arrived at Santino. Roman raised his head high, looked forward, and shouted to the heavens that he was Roman Dmitry of the Dmitry Kingdom. He pointed his sword forward and issued a steely challenge to Lord Santino, demanding a one-on-one duel to the death. The surrounding soldiers muttered in absolute confusion. A duel? Even Count Santino stared down in complete disbelief. Even if Valhalla was a proud nation of warriors, everyone knew that Roman was the powerhouse who had easily decapitated the mighty Babasa. After brief consideration, the Count shouted back that a man like him fighting Roman would mean certain death, so he flatly refused. He stood atop the castle walls and called down, arguing that his opponent's intentions were far too obvious for him to ever accept. He asked how he could possibly accept such a suicidal duel. But Roman was not the type to easily accept a rejection. Thinking of letting him go, what a real shame. Valhalla was once known as a kingdom of warriors who never hid from a fight. No one expected it to fall this far, degenerating into a kingdom that only measures practical benefits. In the end, Roman gives Count Santino another choice. If that is how things are, how about we try this instead? He speaks up clearly, finally revealing the long-hidden calculation of his heart. Just open the city gates, and he will face him completely alone, along with his entire elite force. Roman will not back down a single step. Hearing this, the Count chokes on his own rage. Roman's face remains cold and expressionless. Fine, if that is what he wants, the Count will personally put an end to this. But the moment Count Santino sees what Roman is holding, his face turns pale. A magic scroll, a flash of light, suddenly splits the sky. Wings erupt from Roman's back as his spell activates. Within a split second, his body shoots straight up into the air. His eyes burn with absolute determination. Seeing the tide turn, Count Santino panics and begins to scream wildly. Stop him! Shoot him down right now! A heavy barrage of arrows rains down on Roman, but he's already prepared. He quickly casts a fire shield. Watching the flames bloom, the Count grows even more terrified. A magic shield. On the other side, Chris keeps casting with a satisfied grin. Meanwhile, Count Santino can only watch in utter despair. Block him, the Count screams in desperation. I said block him, but a second later, Roman drops from the sky, crashing onto the tower with a massive shockwave. Thick dust blankets the area, slowly clearing to reveal the aftermath of the impact. A broken figure lies completely motionless on the shattered ground. The surrounding soldiers did not fare any better at all. The Count finds himself lifted off his feet, a massive hand gripping his head. Roman has completely dominated this entire battle. Yet Roman offers Count Santino one final choice. Contact the Valhalla royal family right now and tell them Santino is falling. At that exact moment, Marcus Belfia is sitting in his study when a communication crystal suddenly flares to life beside him. He picks it up to ask what is happening, only to hear a desperate, trembling voice calling for Marquis Belfia. The voice on the other end grows weaker by the second. Then Roman Dmitry steps forward, delivering a brutal wake-up call. Roman is standing right in front of me. It sounds completely insane, but at this rate, Santino will fall. We need reinforcements immediately. Hearing this, Marquis Belfia's face turns dark. He coldly tells Santino that reinforcements will have to wait. They will only arrive after Hector is completely dealt with. Suddenly, Roman's voice cuts in, warning them not to test his patience. With such useless excuses, the terrified Count screams back into the device, asking how he is supposed to stop this monster. But before he can even finish his sentence, Roman silences him, sending him to join his fallen soldiers. "Send help, please." The transmission cuts off as Roman holds the blue communication crystal. He looks down at the shivering noble. "Your master basically told you to go die. So what should I do with you now?" Count Santino starts shaking, begging for mercy. "Please spare my life just this once. I will do absolutely anything." Roman looks down at him with a cold, unwavering stare. Without saying a single word, Roman ruthlessly slams Santino's face hard down into the dirt. Grunting in pain, the Count looks up at Roman's terrifying, murderous expression. "What exactly can you do for me?" Santino scrambles to his knees, offering to leak highly classified information about the warp gates just to survive. He desperately explains their current defensive strategy designed to pressure the royal family, but the Xavier warp gate is heavily fortified and extremely difficult to capture. Hearing this, Roman's eyes narrow. "Spill every single detail," Roman commands. Relieved, Santino repeatedly thanks him for sparing his life while kneeling in the dirt. He spills everything he knows, then looks up with a desperate, hopeful smile. "Is that enough to spare my life?" Roman lets out a cold smirk. "Not even close." With eyes full of rage, he sentences the traitor to death. Meanwhile, major unrest is brewing in Marin, the capital of the Empire, as angry citizens begin to gather outside the palace. "March to the Valhalla Royal Palace. We cannot stand by and watch our empire continue down this path." The crowd roars in agreement. The people's hearts are wavering exactly as Duke Viago had planned. These brave rebel actions are giving the citizens new hope. They march through the streets, chanting powerful slogans. "Rise up and make your voices heard," just like Duke Viago's men who are risking their lives on the front lines. "As proud citizens of Valhalla, we must do our part." A brave representative steps forward from the massive crowd. Speaking with absolute confidence, he addresses the Emperor on behalf of all citizens. "Valhalla was built by warriors. We have never been ashamed of our heritage, and we have always lived by this sacred warrior code. But the current empire has completely lost its way, forgetting its roots and abandoning its honor, his own dream. Now the empire seeks to consolidate its power through cowardly schemes rather than true bravery." He looks toward the palace, desperately calling out for the emperor to reconsider this mistaken path and become a ruler, a wise monarch respected by all. The crowd grows excited, chanting for their leader to become a righteous sovereign who will restore the very foundation of Valhalla. Suddenly, the heavy palace gates swing open and a soldier steps out from within, followed by a whole legion of Valhalla soldiers marching in perfect unison. The representative of the people spots them and shouts to the crowd that the emperor's soldiers have arrived. He bellows that His Majesty must have finally understood the people's heart. But before the words fade, the lead soldier thrusts his sword straight through the representative, freezing him in shock on the spot. Pointing his bloody blade toward the panicked villagers, the soldier yells out to slaughter every single rebel immediately. They swing their dripping swords, shouting that these peasants must learn the true brutal majesty of the royal family. The Valhalla troops hunt down the screaming citizens as panic spreads. The fallen representative now lies dying on the cold ground, with his eyes wide open in sheer disbelief. Yet with his very last breath, he gasps out a final warning, stating that the Emperor of Valhalla is utterly blinded by his own power. He stares directly at the soldier who stabbed him, asking if they truly believe this tyranny can last forever while treating their own citizens like worthless animals, and promises that all of Valhalla will remember their sacrifice. The silent soldier finally speaks, raising his heavy sword for a final stroke, with absolute coldness decapitating him instantly. He mutters to himself that they are simply following the imperial orders of the emperor himself. Deep inside the palace, Marquis Belfia respectfully reports to his master that the peasant rebellion has been completely crushed and silenced. He adds that they will now hunt down and eradicate any remaining sympathizers just as commanded, to root out the problem completely. The Emperor of Valhalla relaxes on his throne, calling the protesters worthless trash who forgot their low place and got exactly what they deserved. Laughing smugly, he declares that Roman and Duke Vio are making a fatal mistake by thinking inciting a peasant revolt would somehow let them overthrow the imperial throne. The more he reflects on it, the more absurd and laughable it feels. Standing up, the emperor reminds them that even his own siblings who believe in the foolish will of the people ended up as cold, lifeless corpses in a single night. He barks an order to Marquis Belfia to connect him with Roman Dmitry immediately. Once the magical communication line activates, Roman appears before him as a holographic projection, calmly noting that the Emperor of Valhalla called at the perfect time. The ruler pales as Roman asks how things are going, panning his communication crystal to show a horrific field of corpses. Behind Roman asking if the view is magnificent enough, Belphia stands frozen in absolute terror, trembling behind the king while cursing Roman as a total madman. Surprisingly, the emperor remains unfazed, letting out a loud laugh while clapping his hands. In mock admiration, he tells Roman that while many have opposed him in the past, none have shown such results. To back up their empty arrogance, the twisted monarch of Valhalla continues speaking in a remarkably calm and even tone, admitting that Roman might actually be a better fit to rule this empire. Roman finds his calm amusement quite strange, and asks if he truly finds this bloodbath amusing. The emperor giggles behind his hand, agreeing that it is highly entertaining, but claims everything is unfolding exactly as planned. He mockingly asks Roman if he believed that quickly eliminating their forces in Ruinos, Potbell, and Santino would force the imperial army to retreat and defend the crucial teleportation gate in Javier to secure their escape. Pointing his finger downward with a savage grin, he tells Roman that he made one fatal miscalculation in his grand strategy. With a maniacal laugh and wild eyes, the emperor reveals that the Javier teleportation gate is already destroyed, leaving Roman with absolutely zero leverage. Even if the rebel forces successfully capture Javier, what can they possibly hope to do next? Roman listens in silence as the emperor proudly boasts about sacrificing his own infrastructure and accepting massive losses just to neutralize their enemy. The mad ruler relishes the moment, hoping to see Roman squirm under the weight of utter defeat and despair. He vows to personally watch Roman fall while our main character merely listens to the pathetic taunts without a single word, curious to see how the legendary demon of Dmitry looks when his grand plans crumble into nothingness on that fateful day. Meanwhile, on the 10th day at night, Count Gomez rallies his troops to advance with a loud roar, announcing they will crush the rebellion once and for all. Soldiers scramble up the ladders, breaching the castle walls as one. Valhalla vanguard leaps over the parapet with sword drawn, screaming at the rebels to die. But his shout is cut short by a devastating counter-slash. Duke Vio cleaves the invader completely in half, demanding how they dare trespass on this sacred ground. As several other soldiers charge forward to overwhelm him, Duke Vio swings his massive axe, completely lost in his own grim thoughts. This is their absolute limit. Honestly, holding out until this point was already a miracle, and today will be their final stand. Really, Vi looks at them with fierce determination, yelling to bring it on because even if they fall today, they will never run away. At the same time, Roman's expression turns deadly serious. 2 days later, at Hat, Count Gomez stares helplessly at the gate, cursing those stubborn bastards. He thinks that once these rebels are dead, Roman is finished. Gomez crosses his arms and watches, suddenly wondering about Duke Vieto. If the man had just gone with the flow, he would have enjoyed endless wealth, so why choose death instead? Suddenly, the communication crystal on his waist begins to glow. It flashes an emergency signal. He picks it up, asking what is wrong, but the voice on the other side barks, demanding that he immediately pull back his forces. Gomez screams in fury, asking what that means when victory is so close. If they retreat now, the rebels will counterattack. But the voice coldly fires back, telling the brat to listen carefully. This is an imperial decree issued directly by His Majesty the Emperor. The voice warns him that if he does not want to end up on the gallows, he must retreat. Gomez is left utterly bewildered, wondering what is happening. Meanwhile, about 4 hours earlier, a civilian is violently kicked to the ground. A painful scream echoes through the busy streets. They are standing right in Marine Square, where Belphia steps on the man before the eyes of the terrified crowd. Belphia draws his sword and addresses the crowd, telling the citizens of Vala to open their eyes and witness this. He loudly proclaims that this fool dared to rebel against the emperor, and this is the only end for treason. Belphia slowly raises his blade as the terrified civilian cowers. With a brutal thrust, he drives the sword down, spraying blood. He coldly orders the next prisoner to be brought out for execution. But suddenly, a panicked soldier rushes in with news. The guard reports that Marquis Belphia must withdraw to the imperial palace immediately. Belphia glares at him in sheer disbelief. The messenger explains that the kid Roman is playing tricks again and riots are breaking out across the entire empire. Meanwhile, on a narrow path on the eastern side of Vala, a group of figures in dark cloaks moves like shadows. Roman quickly directs his forces, ordering Team 1 to loop right and Team 2 to swing left as his men comply. Outside the armory, 2 guards stand watch. But in the blink of an eye, Roman's elite strike force suddenly appears. They swiftly snap the guards' necks, sending them crashing to the dirt. To bypass the security, both locks must turn together. The operatives twist the dials in perfect sync, nodding to each other in absolute agreement. Under the quiet cover of night, the city seems peaceful and undisturbed. But just seconds later, a massive explosion tears through the silence, shattering everything. Citizens panic as smoke rises, shouting about the explosion and asking what happened. High above them, a cloaked figure appears. He yells out to the crowd, urging the people of Vala never to forget the royal family's horrific crimes. The martyrs of Marine gave everything for Vala's future only to be butchered. He warns that they will be next. They will all be sacrificed to satisfy the Emperor's madness if they keep hiding from the harsh reality. He rallies the crowd to reclaim their own destiny, just as Imperial soldiers arrive and order his immediate arrest. The blue-haired rebel smirks with pure contempt before slipping away, leaving the frustrated guards screaming at him to stop. Suddenly, a dark blur flashes right past their eyes, leaving the stunned soldiers wondering how they vanished so quickly. Up on the rooftops, cloaked figures watch. It was a perfectly staged performance between the instigators and fake soldiers. They look down at the growing chaos below, well-trained shadow agents who actually belong to the legendary House Sect. Meanwhile, Chris reports the latest updates to Javier. Riots have erupted in the east and northern food stores are destroyed. Turning to Roman, Chris remarks that the Emperor has officially lost his people, but he still harbors deep concerns. If their role in pulling the strings is ever exposed, the Empire might unite against them as a foreign enemy. Roman confidently reassures him that such a thing will not happen, speaking with absolute certainty about their next moves. He explains that the citizens do not care about the truth right now, only the Emperor's reaction to the chaos. Even so, Chris cannot shake his worry, pointing out that countless innocent lives will be lost in the process. Roman reminds him that Vala is still a foreign nation, and their absolute priority must always be their own home. Protecting the future of Dmitry comes first. Now it is time to set their backup plan into motion right away. Roman recalls the arrogant emperor who mockingly wondered what he was capable of. The game has officially begun. Even while Vio is slashing on the battlefield, he cannot stop thinking about Duke Vieto and the rebels. He is slowly realizing everything. Even with his energy running low, Roman remains completely confident. Did they really think these pathetic threats could stop his advance? Emperor Valhalla watches with arrogant smugness, but Roman knows they chose the wrong opponent. The dark demonic aura begins to rise within him. He is more than just Dmitry's eldest son. As his eyes glow, memories of his past life begin to flash. He was the one who conquered the entire Central Plains with absolute power. He is the Heavenly Demon. Meanwhile, at Emperor Valhalla's palace, chaos erupts. Panic spreads among the officials as reports of riots and attacks flood in across Valhalla. Even their armories and grain storehouses are burning. With food supplies in ashes, an advisor frantically urges a retreat. They must pull back to suppress the enraged citizens immediately. Marquis Belfer grinds his teeth, shocked that Roman went this far. A retreat now means losing all of the north and Hasset. But Emperor Valhalla stays completely silent, just watching the chaos unfold. Suddenly, a messenger rushes into the hall with urgent news. Roman has requested a magical communication. The projection springs to life, displaying his calm face on the screen. Belfer explodes in anger at the sight of Roman. He demands to know if Roman is truly ready to fight Valhalla to the death. Does Roman not care about the safety of his family? Roman casually responds that their bridge has already been burned anyway. Belfer steals a quick glance at the silent emperor. Realizing he has to handle this himself, the Marquis prepares to play his part. He cold-heartedly tells Roman that Valhalla and Dmitry have indeed crossed a line from which there is absolutely no turning back. He warns that Roman's attacks on Valhalla's territory only add more fuel to their burning rage and desire for absolute revenge. With absolute confidence, the Marquis then delivers a crushing blow of his own to Roman, speaking with complete and terrifying conviction. He declares that the rebel forces in Hasset are on the brink of absolute collapse and will be wiped out before sunset. He boasts that Roman's pathetic struggle is officially over, ending in a complete and utter failure for the Dmitry family. But Roman does not show a single hint of fear. He calmly replies that overthrowing an empire with just 200,000 rebels was always impossible. Belfer freezes in utter confusion. Roman looks down at him through the screen and coldly states that is why he abandoned those rebels. Belfer is left speechless by this sudden revelation. Roman continues, explaining that his initial alliance with the rebels was purely out of convenience. Their temporary interests simply aligned. But now he is no longer sailing in the same boat as those doomed rebels. Since Hasset is falling, there is absolutely no reason for Dmitry to keep holding onto a losing faction. Talk about playing the ultimate chess match. He used the rebels as simple bait to exploit Valhalla's weaknesses. His plan was to use the rebellion as a massive stage to drain Valhalla's military strength as much as possible. Every single move he makes is designed solely to protect Dmitry. If they tear each other apart, Dmitry wins either way. A dark smile spreads across his face as he watches them fall right into his masterfully crafted trap. He reminds the Marquis that a direct confrontation between them is inevitable. With that, the magic communication cuts out completely. Belfer is left frozen in absolute shock as Roman's chilling parting warning echoes heavily in his mind. The Marquis trembles as the terrifying truth sinks in. They fell right into Roman's trap from the very beginning. He turns back to the Emperor, his voice shaking as he tries to find a way to save the kingdom from ruin. He frantically urges the Emperor to order an immediate retreat before the entire situation spirals completely out of control. They need to put out the domestic fires before it's too late. He begs his lord to make a swift decision. The other advisors quickly join in, desperate for a command, but the Emperor does not look worried at all. Instead, a terrifying twisted grin spreads across his face. He actually looks thoroughly amused by the disaster. He bursts into manic laughter covering his face. His eyes glow blood red, looking like a literal demon in human skin. Roman's ruthless defiance is exactly what the Emperor wanted. This is the ultimate thrill he has been waiting for. He proudly admits that Roman is completely unlike any opponent he has ever faced in his entire life. Belfer can only watch in absolute horror. Then the Emperor delivers a chilling command that defies all logic. He commands Belfer not to retreat. The Marquis is utterly stunned, pleading that Valhalla still has plenty of troops left. The Emperor, pointing a finger to demand a full mobilization, leaves Belfer questioning his master's absolute sanity. They must use the forces heading to Hassat to crush the rebels. Belfer realizes he is surrounded by complete madmen. Left with no choice, he bows in obedience. But then a guard bursts into the room screaming in pure panic. He delivers a piece of world-shaking news: the wall guards have just spotted Roman at the marine territory. The advisors freeze in absolute terror, but the Emperor only grins wider, welcoming the challenge with open arms. He issues a chilling challenge: let Roman walk right in and let's see if he can survive their absolute encirclement. He did not care about enemies. Outside the walls, Roman stood fully armed and prepared to fight. A sentinel spotted him. Shouting with raw hostility, he demanded that Roman halt and state his name. Roman replied with the terrifying majestic aura of a true hero, declaring that he is Roman Dmitry of Dmitry. Hearing his legendary name, the guards trembled in sheer terror. The devil of Dmitry, he was actually here. Did he come completely alone? They assumed he came to surrender, but the king had ordered his entry. Obeying their king, the guards opened the massive gates. A lone soldier stepped forward to confront him. Standing directly in Roman's path, the guard demanded to know his exact purpose for coming to Marine. Unfazed, Roman casually asked if they wanted his reason. He noted that Marine's towering legendary fortress walls were famous. They were deemed completely impenetrable. The castle's massive magic defense array had deeply sparked his curiosity. Since active arrays disrupted all external mana, entering without using the teleportation gate was completely impossible. Suddenly, Roman's face twisted into a sinister grin. His purple eyes flashed as he devised two options. To bypass these incredibly sturdy walls, Roman had some very bold ideas. The first option was simple. He would gladly destroy the impenetrable fortress. If that failed, his second choice was far more cunning. He would turn himself into bait, forcing Valhalla to open the gates themselves. The lead guard panicked. Seeing Roman pull out two magic scrolls, he frantically ordered hundreds of his soldiers to charge. Roman calmly dropped both scrolls to the floor, instantly unleashing a massive dark cloud that choked the area. Wait, watch, this pitch-black darkness swallowed the guards. They panicked immediately, crying out that they could not see. Roman completely dominated the pitch-black space, casually manipulating the entire battlefield and whispering his chilling intent. He promised to show them his true purpose. Seeing their growing terror, his face twisted into an incredibly sinister smile. Their absolute despair was his amusement. From this exact moment, the hour of the phantoms had begun. The captain desperately tried to restore order, yelling for the remaining troops to stay focused and calm. He ordered them not to panic, assuring everyone that this dark cloud was only temporary and harmless. He barked orders to focus and fight, commanding them to maintain their distance and hold the formation. Suddenly, agonizing, blood-curdling screams echoed through the black mist, shattering their remaining hope in an instant. The captain frantically tried to stabilize the lines, urging them to hold out for royal backup. He desperately begged them to survive until the royal mages arrived. Deep down, he began to panic. If royal reinforcements did not show up immediately, they were completely doomed. Where on earth were those mages? Suddenly, a brilliant flash of moonlight pierced the dark, bringing hope to the terrified surviving guards. The magical light quickly cleared the fog, but they were greeted by a mountain of dead allies. Their forces were practically decimated. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the anxious ministers were on the verge of panic. Yet the king sat calmly on his throne without a single care, ignoring the rising panicked whispers. Even Belpia was trembling. Ares had defeated Caesar, Valhalla's top ranker, so who could possibly stop Roman? The king overheard their frantic concerns, but his face only twisted into an amused, mocking grin. Belpia was secretly furious at the king's reckless decisions, though he did not dare say a word. Since Roman had easily entered Marine, his arrival in this chamber was inevitable. What was the king thinking? And right on cue, a chillingly familiar voice echoed through the hall, stopping every single one of them cold. Roman mocked them for knowing he was coming and yet failing to run away. Absolute panic gripped the room. He casually strolled inside, asking if their refusal to flee meant they were confident they would survive. Roman Dmitry slowly approached the throne, mockingly questioning if this empire could truly halt his assassination. He wanted to see if they could actually stop him if he personally executed an assassination today. His eyes flashed with raw energy and amusement. He was ready to test that theory himself. The king merely grinned at the bold challenge, raising his hand to signal his personal guard. 4 dark, menacing swordsmen materialized from the shadows, each radiating a heavy, suffocating aura of bloodlust. Their burning eyes locked onto Roman, but with a few casual slashes, he instantly sliced them in half. Standing amidst the carnage, without a shred of fear, Roman locked eyes directly with the amused king. However, Roman already anticipated this, fully aware that these creatures could not be destroyed by any ordinary attack. The limbs sliced off by Roman are already slowly regenerating, known by a truly terrifying and ferocious name, the Immortal Swordsman. The undead warriors charge forward like a storm, pointing their blades at Roman, whose feet sink deep into the ground, bracing himself to strike back. With one incredibly powerful slash, he splits an Immortal Swordsman completely in two, but Roman focuses on what is right in front of him, seemingly ignoring a sneak attack aimed straight at his neck. Yet, Roman already predicted this movement, casually blocking the blade behind him with effortless grace before flinging the remaining swordsmen far back and knocks them all down. But his attacks do absolutely nothing to them as they regenerate instantly. Talk about a literal cheat code. Right back to their original forms. Roman actually smiles. Immortal Swordsman, highly amusing. Once again, the undead warriors rise to fight him. This proves that Valhalla's core military power consists of more than just ranked, high-tier experts, but instead of backing down, Roman is thrilled. His eyes ignite, flashing with a terrifying purple lightning aura. Even with their immortality, he tells them they can never stop his advance. Roman leaps forward like a violent gale, shattering the ground beneath him. He sweeps through the ranks with lethal, flawless precision, wiping out the entire group in a mere blink of an eye. With them cleared, Roman leaps high into the air once again, his eyes burning with intense fury. He points his cold blade straight down, targeting the smug Valhalla Emperor sitting comfortably on his golden throne. The Emperor calmly thinks that his predictions about Roman were completely accurate, and if anyone could make it to the very end of this journey, it would be this young man. Even with a sword inches away, the red-eyed Emperor simply smiles in wicked amusement. At that exact moment, Roman brings his blade down with a devastating strike, shattering the throne into a million pieces. But the Emperor is gone, having easily dodged to the side just in time. His body dissolves into sand before reforming, and he mockingly tells Roman that he truly enjoyed their little meeting. With those final words, the Emperor completely vanishes, leaving Roman standing alone in the quiet chamber. Watching this, Marquis Belfier panics, muttering in disbelief, asking if the ruler really just turned his back on them to escape all by himself. Suddenly, Roman calls out to him, resting his razor-sharp blade directly against the Marquis's throat. "Belfier, we finally meet at last." The nearby courtiers fall to their knees in absolute terror, desperately begging Roman to spare their miserable lives. But before they can even finish, Roman casually swings his sword, sending a courtier's head rolling across the cold stone floor. Roman coldly points his blood-soaked blade at the survivor, asking who gave him permission to speak in his presence. Watching this, Belfier trembles, horrified by Roman's absolute ruthlessness, calling him a literal monster. Roman immediately turns to him and remarks that human pride is a deeply baffling concept, beginning to lay down some brutal truths. Even though you knew protecting the North was your duty, you all chose to ignore reality until the absolute last second. He reaches out and grabs the old Marquis tightly by the throat, furious that they risked everything just to save face. A bone-chilling aura erupts from his body, his words growing colder as he accuses them of chasing meaningless reputation. Had they faced reality and prepared properly, things would never have ended in this absolute disaster. Roman's tone turns, mockingly playful, as he tells the Marquis to look around. Belfier slowly scans the room, completely paralyzed with fear. The remaining noble ministers are shivering on the ground, too terrified of Roman's overwhelming presence to even lift their heads. They can only shake, silent and broken. It is a fitting end for hypocrites who endlessly preach loyalty to the empire. Roman squeezes his neck harder, pushing Belfier to the brink of suffocation, telling him he is nothing but a disposable pawn, who has outlived his usefulness. Flashing a wicked, terrifying grin, Roman points out that the emperor has abandoned him, but he is feeling merciful enough to offer him a deal instead. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy northern forests of Valhalla, a mage is casting a complex, glowing spell. A teleportation portal flares to life and Roman calmly steps through it. The mage bows low and Roman commends his effort, telling him he did a fine job. Nox pulls back his hood, breathing heavily. He warns Roman that force-activating a teleportation spell without an established spatial gate is incredibly dangerous. Nox explains they almost failed due to their severe lack of mana stones before questioning his master's rash decision. He asks if it was truly necessary to take such immense risks, especially when the goal of this entire operation was never actually to assassinate the Valhalla Emperor. Still confused, the loyal mage asks Roman what he truly meant by that. Roman merely smiles, a cold and scheming look in his eyes. He explains that his true goal was to plant pure terror, that the sacred imperial palace is no longer safe, turning public doubt directly toward the crown. With that seed planted, Valhalla will never recover its legendary glory. And just like that, Roman departs, leaving behind absolute chaos inside the ruined imperial palace. The aftermath is a haunting sight. The entire palace lies completely shattered. Marquis Belfier stands before a pool of blood with a mind full of dread. He is in absolute shock. Roman surely has his own agenda for sparing his life, but the chilling fear remains. The hard truth is that the Valhalla Empire can no longer hold its position as the supreme overlord. Suddenly, the Emperor's cold voice rings out. It pulls him instantly out of his thoughts. How on earth did you manage to return here alive? His body gradually begins to shift. He shifts back to his original form. The Emperor wears a look of deep disgust, completely devoid of joy. That cold gaze makes it obvious. He is not happy at all to see them alive. Despite his boiling anger, Belfer has no choice but to bow low in submission. We only survive by pure luck, Your Majesty. The Emperor sits back down coldly, stating he hopes those words are true before barking a command. He orders them to withdraw most of their forces, keeping only a skeleton crew to maintain the siege on Hernat. The rest of their army will focus entirely on hunting down and eliminating Roman. Belfier can do nothing but bow his head and quietly obey. The ultimate victor of this brutal clash is undoubtedly Roman. Understood, sire. Meanwhile, the other high-ranking nobles in the room pretend to follow orders, but their trust is entirely shattered. The look on their faces shows they no longer offer absolute loyalty. At the exact same time, Enjada Sanchez and Duke Vieto are barely holding on, completely battered and pushed to their limits. It is because of me that you got dragged into this bloody mess. My deepest apologies, Duke. In response, Vieto unleashes powerful slashes. He sends enemy soldiers flying, then snaps at Sanchez for uttering such defeatist words, telling him that instead of apologizing, he should take down another enemy. This fight is far from over. Suddenly, a massive thunderous noise shakes the very earth. What is that sound? Sanchez's eyes widen as he recognizes the signal. Could it actually be an order to retreat? The enemy soldiers exchange knowing glances, nod to one another, and start pulling back completely out of the blue. Within moments, the entire hostile army begins marching back to their own borders. Absolute relief washes over the exhausted rebels. They are retreating. We are saved. The soldiers cheer wildly, celebrating their sudden survival, while the enemy vanishes, leaving behind nothing but ruins. This abrupt departure leaves Duke Vieto deeply puzzled. Why on earth would they pull back now? He quickly turns to Sanchez. Contact our intelligence network in the capital immediately. We absolutely have to find out the real reason they are running away. Vieto cannot shake off an uneasy feeling about this sudden turn of events. Something is definitely going on behind the scenes. Some massive crisis must have forced their hand. Understood, my lord. The Duke falls deep into silent thought, analyzing the situation. Every tactical retreat on the battlefield has a hidden motive. If a new variable has entered the field, we must turn it to our advantage. Vieto quickly gathers his commanders to discuss their next move. He soon learns the shocking truth behind the enemy's sudden flight. It turns out Roman Dmitry had single-handedly raided the capital city, unleashing an absolute bloodbath of overwhelming slaughter. Hearing this report from a mage, Vieto is left utterly stunned. What? This whole retreat was actually triggered by Roman. The man's actions are always completely unpredictable. I knew he had his own plans, but this scale of audacity is unreal. To go this far is sheer madness. The mage continues to recount the chaotic events in Valhalla, and that was not even the craziest part. He pointed his sword directly at the Emperor's throat, turning the entire capital upside down and forcing Count Gomez to scramble back. Sanchez chimed in with pure admiration for Roman. Do you see, Duke? In the end, Roman turned the entire game upside down. He completely flipped the board. Yet, Vieto remains totally silent, showing no signs of joy or praise, only letting out a heavy sigh. So instead of coming to lift our siege, he went directly for the head of the empire itself. Sanchez tries to argue back, saying that regardless of his methods, they absolutely cannot afford to break ties with the Dmitry family. Suddenly, Vieto's shoulders begin to tremble, startling the young warrior. But then the Duke unexpectedly bursts into roaring, ecstatic laughter. Roman Dmitry is truly a terrifyingly brilliant monster. Sanchez, however, is left completely baffled by this sudden reaction. Roman was fully prepared to abandon us to our fate. How can you laugh at a time like this? Duke Vieto leans against the table with a grin, explaining that Roman likely calculated the exact moment their rebel forces would face total collapse. He delivers a sharp, ruthless analysis that leaves both of his subordinates speechless. They say extreme opposites naturally attract. His cold choice to abandon us has ironically forced the Valhalla royal family straight into a dead end. Even with that logic, Sanchez remains quiet and deeply skeptical, unable to share in any of the Duke's excitement. No matter how we spin it, the fact that Roman was willing to throw us away remains an undeniable truth. He questions, the Duke directly asking if that does not bother him even slightly. The sheer pressure of Vieto's presence completely overwhelms him. The terrifying resolve that man possesses reminds me of my former master. Vieto then raises his voice, addressing his entire army. Regardless of his ultimate plan, this is a golden once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Summon all of our commanders to the war room immediately. In the western region of Valhalla, the alliance of Redford, Amberto, and Frank deployed forces along the front lines, raising tensions. This hostile move sparked immediate trouble. Sanch quickly took the official notice across the border to deliver the Emperor's stern command. He arrived in the neighboring territory, demanding a clear explanation from them for deploying troops right on the western border. If they planned to oppose Valhalla, the Emperor made it clear he would not tolerate such insolent behavior. Receiving the notice, Drake, the representative of the alliance, claimed they had absolutely no hostile intentions toward Valhalla. But Sanche was not buying it and immediately demanded to know why they had gathered an entire army there. Drake just sneered, asking if the answer was not obvious enough, acting as if the whole situation was nothing. He claimed it was merely a routine training exercise, leaving Sanch completely speechless at his sheer audacity. How dare they speak such blatant lies right to the Empire? Had Valhalla's authority truly fallen this low? Before Sanche could speak, Drake calmly added that their alliance regularly conducted periodic training sessions just like this. There was really nothing to make a fuss about, he chuckled, leaning back comfortably in his chair. He then told Sanch to pass a message to the royal family, claiming the alliance only wanted a peaceful outcome. A deeply sinister smile crept onto Drake's face as he spoke, his voice dripping with hidden threats. He assured him they would not step a single foot past Valhalla's border, but nobody was buying that lie. Sanch could not bring himself to believe him, just like they could never trust their truce with the Cronus Empire. Valhalla was now trapped in constant anxiety, knowing they could face a surprise attack at any given moment. But those fools had made a fatal mistake, walking straight into the trap Roman had carefully prepared for them. Meanwhile, inside Valhalla, Marquis Belfia was pacing back and forth in his office, completely consumed by anxiety. The situation was turning dire, and his mind raced with panic as he recalled the day Roman breached the palace. The Emperor had fled, leaving everyone to die, proving they were all just useless pawns to be discarded without mercy. Decades of loyal service meant absolutely nothing, and Belfia now dreaded what lay ahead in the coming days. Looking at the communication device on his desk, he realized he had to find a way to survive this mess. Imperial power was temporary anyway, and since he could not stop Roman, his only choice was to submit. Reaching out with trembling hands, Belfia picked up the device, which immediately began to glow with light. He contacted Roman, introducing himself as Marquis Belfia of Valhalla, which only earned him a rather cold, mocking reply. Roman scoffed dryly, asking what business could possibly drive the mighty Marquis to reach out to him first. Belfia gravely replied that he knew Roman had not spared his life out of simple pity or mercy. Leaning back with a cold stare, Roman told him to cut the chatter and get straight to the point. He gave the Marquis exactly 10 minutes, telling him to quickly prove his actual worth and utility. Belfia gasped, his pupils shrinking as he desperately wondered what Roman meant by his value before listing his secrets. He revealed that he possessed highly classified intelligence, pausing for a brief moment to catch his breath. After a hesitant sigh, he confessed that the rumors about the current emperor choosing Cronus were completely false. In truth, it was the late emperor who originally intended to hand the throne over to the 14th prince. Roman remained unimpressed, demanding to know the exact reason why the late emperor had made such a decision. Belfia admitted it was still a mystery, though they could be absolutely certain about one major detail. But Roman was completely bored, coldly asking if that was all he had, which immediately sent Belfia into a panic. Scraps of random rumors would never convince Roman, forcing the terrified Marquis to think fast about what he truly wanted. He quickly realized his true worth lay in himself. He still controlled the entire political machinery of Valhalla. That influence was his ultimate bargaining chip, the absolute proof of his irreplaceable utility to the rebel forces. Roman's prolonged silence made him sweat, prompting him to desperately offer his full support to Roman's uprising. In return, he wanted a guaranteed high status in the new era, claiming this deal was highly beneficial for both sides. After a long, agonizing pause, Roman finally spoke, stating he understood exactly what the Marquis was trying to convey. Tapping his fingers slowly on the armrest, Roman chuckled, noting that Belfia had clearly overestimated his own value. With a cold, mocking smirk, Roman revealed he had never once intended to spare or recruit him from the start. Belfia gasped in sheer horror, demanding to know what he meant, since gaining his submission would guarantee absolute political control. Standing right at the center of Valhalla's power, wouldn't that make him an incredibly useful pawn for you? Roman asked with a cold grin. He showed nothing but sheer boredom toward Belfer, warning him that he had grossly overestimated his own worth. The noble stood there completely frozen. Hearing Roman's biting sarcasm, Belfir shuddered as Roman explained his strict absolute rules for choosing anyone to work alongside. Has that person crossed the line, and do they even deserve a chance at forgiveness? Roman told him to figure out which category he fell into. Belfer screamed in pure, tearful frustration, asking why on earth Roman had chosen to spare his life back then. Roman calmly countered that just as the noble boasted, he indeed held quite a massive amount of influence within the Empire of Valhalla. Just keeping Belfir alive would be enough to plant deep, permanent seeds of suspicion between himself and the Emperor of Valhalla. Hearing those chilling words completely shattered Belfir's sanity as he realized all his survival options had completely vanished. Then Roman delivered the final devastating blow, warning him that in 2 weeks, this very recording would be sent straight to the emperor. The noble was backed completely into a corner with only one real path left. If he wanted to survive, he had to take action. He had to plot the emperor's downfall or face certain death, leaving Belfer consumed with a raw, helpless fury. He violently smashed the communication crystal, his pupils shrinking in absolute fury as he clutched his face, screaming in vain against Roman's perfect trap. Dmitry had masterminded everything from the start, ensuring his target was fully caught in the trap. He quietly noted that humans always become incredibly desperate when pushed to the absolute edge of a cliff, and Valhalla was collapsing. With massive riots breaking out, Dmitry's forces pushing from the north and the Western Alliance closing in, internal betrayal was the final nail. The grand trap was perfectly set, leaving the entire Valhalla Empire standing on the absolute brink of total ruin. No matter how the war unfolded, Dmitry would emerge as the ultimate victor, but Roman knew there was still one wild card. If Kronos made a move, they could potentially save Valhalla, so a few days later, Roman dispatched a key figure to their empire. That diplomat was none other than Count Fabius, who arrived at the heart of the Kronos Empire with incredibly swift and confident steps. Complaining about how tedious long-distance teleportation was, Fabius glanced around the room to quietly size up the guards waiting nearby. The guards radiated a thick, dangerous killing intent, but a polite receptionist's voice suddenly welcomed Fabius inside. They directed him forward as Fabius noted that since the Kronos Emperor was currently in seclusion, he needed to see the top decision-maker. He warned them in a low, serious tone that if they brought out some low-ranking official, he would walk right back out. Meanwhile, inside Marquis Memphis's quiet, secure office, a sudden, relaxed voice broke the incredibly tense, heavy silence. Fabius jokingly asked if they were meeting just a bit too often lately, offering a bright, relaxed smile to the stern Marquis. He remarked that trusted retainers like themselves simply never got a moment to rest, but Memphis coldly told him to get straight to the point. Dropping all the useless pleasantries, Fabius happily decided to lay out the main issue without wasting any more time. He pointed out that the Kronos Empire had recently been amassing a large number of troops right near the border of Cairo. While officially labeled a training exercise, doing this while Dmitry and Valhalla were actively clashing was a massive, highly suspicious provocation. Gently setting his cup down, Fabius coldly stated that his master was indeed highly displeased by this. Memphis smoothly deflected the tension, claiming he did not believe this minor movement was anything Dmitry should concern itself with. Fabius laughed it off, saying he completely expected that response, and if they claimed it did not violate the armistice, so be it. But Fabius subtly added that despite not having a formal pact with Valhalla, Kronos' actions could easily cause some diplomatic issues. Hearing this sharp threat, Memphis's gaze darkened significantly as he coldly addressed the Count in a very quiet, serious tone. He asserted that if Kronos truly wanted to strike Dmitry, they certainly would not have sat back quietly for this long. Memphis mockingly asked if Dmitry was actually so fragile that they had to make a big fuss. Unshaken by the threat, Fabius merely smiled and noted that the Marquis was making things quite difficult for seasoned diplomats like them. He reminded Memphis that Dmitry and Kronos were merely in a temporary truce and that their grand war had never truly ended. He then asked a direct, incredibly blunt question about what Kronos was actually trying to achieve. He asked if Kronos was simply stalling for time, his cold gaze piercing right through the Marquis' carefully constructed diplomatic mask. Though he left the exact reason unsaid, his heavy tone carried an unmistakable, chilling warning that Kronos should tread very carefully. He warned that if Kronos took any hostile action, Dmitry would absolutely not sit back and let it happen. Confronted with that raw, unapologetic threat, Memphis could only offer a slow, highly enigmatic smile in return. He remarked that Fabius certainly lived up to his legendary reputation, praising how incredibly sharp the old fox's tongue truly was. The Marquis softly assured him that Kronos fully intended to honor their armistice, but a sudden dark shift in his expression said otherwise. Memphis speaks calmly. He promises they will minimize border activities and even offers to adjust forces if desired. After saying that, Memphis adds a warning. Count Fabius is currently standing on the land of death. He asks with a low voice if Fabius is not afraid. He is the legendary raccoon of Cairo. He notes that Fabius never sacrifices himself for others. A heavy silence soon blankets the entire room. A long pause. Fabius breaks the silence, stating he merely hates meaningless sacrifices, viewing them as foolish. Only fools throw away their lives. Yet he is entirely willing to go this far for Roman. He confidently declares that Dmitry knows an upright man like him is exactly what Dmitry needs. With those final words, Fabius decisively stands up. He politely offers his thanks for the hot tea. Days later, inside a secret Valhalla chamber, a voice suddenly breaks the quiet. How are things with Kronos? The other replies that Kronos plans to stay out of it. They want to watch and profit. It is a real hassle. Marquis Belfier warns that their faction has finally been backed into a corner. The Emperor is hiding his true intentions. Their side will lose regardless of who wins the war. If they keep getting dragged into massive troop mobilizations, their families will be completely wiped out and destroyed. Silence falls. Belfer states they have only one choice left, leaving Bruno deeply frustrated by the hesitation. Bruno demands a detailed explanation. However, Belfer only responds with a mysterious, highly unsettling smile before speaking. He finally speaks. Whether they look at the rebels or the Emperor, someone must be utterly destroyed. Belfer believes that in the upcoming chaos, there is only one way for powerful nobles like them to survive. They must lead the rebellion themselves. This bold declaration leaves the other nobles completely stunned as dawn arrives. The day begins. At dawn, they stealthily move toward the meeting point spotted by guards watching from above. The guard nods to signal Thompson. He immediately receives the sign and orders the massive gates to open. Thompson quickly assures him everything is under control. This earns instant praise from a highly satisfied Belfer. As guard captain, he inwardly gloats. They have already successfully bribed most of the Imperial Palace guards. He mocks the Emperor of Valhalla, hoping he regrets his pride. Belfer then issues a grim, quiet command. Charge. He fiercely orders them to storm forward, slaughtering anyone who refuses to surrender to their forces. The throne is finally within reach. Belfer believes they only need to break through this one last barrier. Suddenly, unexpected defenders block their path. However, this is not entirely outside of Belfer's secret calculations. The defenders shout, demanding if these rebels dare to cause trouble here. Belfer instantly recognizes their faces. They are the Imperial mages. He immediately commands his forces to block them, sparking a chaotic clash. Neither side gives an inch as the brutal, all-out battle now rages on with absolutely terrifying and deadly intensity. Suddenly, a mage charges directly at Belfer. A rebel fighter quickly steps in to intercept the threat. A heavy strike seems to land. However, the royal mage merely sneers and launches a devastating counterattack instead. Caught off guard, Belfer inwardly admits a shocking truth. These immortal swordsmen are absolutely unreal on the battlefield. He nervously realizes the danger. If this struggle continues, their grand plans will soon turn into complete dust. But in that critical moment, the Imperial mage suddenly freezes, exhibiting some very strange and completely unnatural behavior. Belfer is baffled by their sudden shift. He quickly realizes their strange state is the perfect chance to strike. The time is now. He immediately orders his troops to focus all their power and wipe out these defenders. Belfer's squad swiftly charges forward. The battle is quickly decided, yet he still feels deeply unsettled inside. Although the mages and palace guards have fallen, a strange, persistent sense of dread continues to grow. He knows the absolute ruler of Valhalla would never let himself be cornered so easily without a fight. Staring at the massive chamber doors, Belfer suspects a hidden trump card. Still, he decides to press forward. As he steps inside, the Emperor of Valhalla finally speaks, asking if even Marquis Belfer is turning on him. Belfer fires back that the Emperor abandoned his subjects first. The ruler merely chuckles at their sheer foolishness. Calling their rebellion a foolish mistake, the Emperor attempts to summon his elite soldiers, but absolute silence follows. Nothing happens. Belfer, who is tensely waiting for the Emperor's final trump card, is left completely baffled. The Emperor of Valhalla mutters that he finally understands. He had always wondered how they bypassed the palace defenses. The defensive wall of the immortal swordsman. It turned out the Emperor's power had already been stripped away, and seeing this, Belfer urges the guards immediately. What is that old man babbling about? Quit hesitating and bind the Emperor in chains right now. Instead of running, the Emperor speaks with absolute serenity, saying he is finally set free. A short while later, at Marine Square, the Emperor of Valhalla is dragged out in chains. The surrounding crowd endlessly hurls insults at him. They scream that he deserves to die for ruining Valhalla, and hearing their rage, Belfer cannot help but grin. He orders them to execute the tyrant who ruined the country and drag him to the guillotine. Then Belfer smugly asks if the Emperor has any last words before taking his final breath. But the Emperor of Valhalla only offers a mocking smile. Is that old man insane? The Emperor then speaks to the crowd, asking how many of them actually understand him. Probably not even enough to count on one hand. Then, surprisingly, the Emperor bluntly insults the crowd, calling them pathetic fools. Under the shocked stares of the citizens, he declares that the one who ruined Valhalla was never him but all of them. It was all of you. Hearing this, Belfer starts to panic, worried about what the Emperor might reveal next. He fears the Emperor will expose their dark secrets to the world, realizing they must silence him right away. Belfer instantly orders the execution, and the wooden trapdoor beneath the Valhalla Emperor drops open. As the Emperor gasps his final words that Valhalla was already rotten to the core, he takes his last breath. Just like that, the Emperor of Valhalla is dead. For a ruler who once held absolute power, this end is incredibly pitiful and anticlimactic. News of the execution quickly reaches Roman, with a scout reporting that the Emperor has been put to death. The scout adds that Marquis Belfer has achieved a massive victory in his rebellion. Hearing this, Roman replies, asking if the overthrow truly succeeded so smoothly. Roman secretly knows the Emperor was never a weak opponent. With that in mind, he believes there is only one explanation: Kronos must have played a hand in this rebellion. Things are starting to get incredibly intense. Meanwhile, Belphia is secretly plotting, thinking that although Duke Vieto started the coup, he was the one who actually secured their final victory. To him, Roman's threat no longer holds any weight. He confidently believes that he is now the one holding the ultimate legitimate authority in the empire. This is his golden opportunity to seize the throne. But right then a messenger arrives urging Belphia to go to the gates. He needs to head to the city gates immediately. Soon after, the loud chatter of the crowd fills the streets. Duke Vieto is marching his army into the capital city of Marine. The people cheer, calling him the savior of Valhalla. Belphia is forced to greet him with a respectful bow, welcoming Duke Vieto to the capital city. However, Belphia is secretly displeased, realizing the Duke arrived much faster than he had ever anticipated. He had planned to establish a temporary government before the Duke even set foot in the capital. Realizing his plans must change, Belphia acts politely, telling the Duke he must be exhausted from his journey. But the Duke did not arrive alone. Roman is standing right beside him, leaving Belphia completely stunned. He wonders how Roman could possibly be here. Meanwhile, Vieto begins barking orders to his soldiers, ordering them to immediately arrest the traitorous Marquise Belphia. The moment the order is given, soldiers rush forward. Moving like the wind, they pin Belphia down before he can even think of running. He desperately screams out in protest, demanding to know what is going on, arguing there must be some mistake and asking why he is called a traitor. Pinned to the ground, Belphia continues to yell, claiming that he was the one who personally executed the tyrant. He firmly believes he did nothing wrong and desperately tries to defend his actions to the Duke. Insisting he only fulfilled the wishes of the citizens, he demands to know why he is accused of treason and untied. But Vieto pays absolutely no attention to his frantic begging, coldly ordering the guards to drag him away. A short while later, Marquis Belphia is put on display in front of the crowd with Duke Vieto standing right beside him. The Duke projects his voice, announcing that it is time to judge the evil deeds of Marquis Belphia. He explains that Belphia was merely a blind puppet following the cruel ways of the Valhalla Emperor. Belphia remains completely silent as the Duke accuses him of defiling the sacred duels of the warriors. He is also accused of plotting to assassinate Roman Dmitry during the festival. Although Belphia desperately tries to explain, shouting that he was only following orders and can explain everything, Vieto instantly cuts him off, telling him to shut his mouth in front of the citizens as he continues to expose his crimes. Belphia realized things were going south. The moment the battle turned against him, the Marquis immediately made a move. He reached out to Roman, offering to surrender to the rebel forces. He ruthlessly betrayed Emperor Valhalla just to save his own skin. His desperate pleas felt like a dagger to the chest. But it was selfish men like Belphia who ruined everything. Cowards like him pushed the Valhalla Empire to the brink of destruction, and now desperation was clawing at his throat. Pushed to the edge, Marquis Belphia finally snapped and went completely wild, screaming that they had all started this coup together. He spat at them. Why was everyone acting like righteous saints when they were all partners in treason? Enraged, he doubled down on his claim, shouting that he was the true hero who personally killed Emperor Valhalla. The desperate noble kept spreading lies to divide the crowd, screaming for everyone to stand on his side. He claimed Duke Vieto was unfit for the throne, but right then a cold voice echoed directly inside his head. The voice warned Belphia that this place would be his grave, sending a shiver straight down the terrified nobleman's spine. That chilling tone belonged to Roman, promising that every last traitor would meet a brutal and bloody end. Suddenly, Roman materialized right amidst the angry crowd, staring down the traitor with absolute cold-blooded contempt. His voice rang in Belphia's mind again, a special gift prepared just for their long-awaited reunion. Belphia gasped, his eyes bulging in pure terror at the sight of Roman, and that sudden shock threw him completely off balance. He slipped right off the platform, choking desperately as Duke Vieto turned his face away, unable to watch the brutal end. The once mighty Marquis who used to rule Valhalla from the shadows died just as miserably as the emperor he betrayed. Later on, Duke Vieto bowed deeply to Roman, expressing how deeply the empire was indebted to him for this victory. He looked Roman in the eye and admitted that without his support, their entire rebellion would have completely failed. But Roman kept it strictly professional, reminding him they were only fulfilling the terms of their original agreement. The Duke waved it off, urging Roman to speak his mind and name whatever reward he desired. Vieto smiled, promising to grant any request as long as it was within his power to do so. Roman did not hesitate. He demanded access to the southern tomb, catching the Duke completely off guard. Vieto frowned, utterly shocked by the request. The southern tomb was a highly sacred ground hidden deep in the forest. As the resting place of Valhalla's past emperors, it was considered the very soul of the entire empire. Entering that holy ground meant seeking the lost records and ancient treasures left behind by their legendary ancestors. Duke Vieto hesitated, torn between his gratitude and the sacred laws governing their ancient resting place. He admitted he wanted to grant the request, but laid out the harsh reality of their traditions. To enter the southern tomb, a challenger had to face a trial so brutal that no one could simply walk in. Vieto tried to warn Roman of the extreme danger, explaining what kind of nightmare lay ahead of him. He would have to fight a brutal one-against-many war against Valhalla's elite warriors and survive for an entire week. Even worse, he would have to deal with the primitive hostile tribes guarding those deep uncharted woods. It was an impossible challenge, but Roman's resolve was absolute. This was a path he had to walk alone. He told Vieto to just arrange the arena, promising to take full responsibility for whatever happened next. Seeing his stubborn determination, Duke Vieto had no choice but to give in and respect Roman's decision. At dawn, he would officially announce the warrior's trial, setting a legendary challenge in motion. To understand the origin of this trial, we have to look back into Valhalla's ancient history. The Southern Tomb was the resting place of Valhalla's greatest emperors, guarding the absolute peak of martial arts techniques. Anyone who survived would supposedly unlock incredible power, but the truth behind those ancient legends remained a mystery. Countless legendary fighters had risked their lives to face the trial, but most met a grim end. They entered the trial expecting glory, only to die inside, never returning to the outside world. It was only a century ago that a lone warrior finally managed to survive the brutal test. At the foot of the tower, crowds cheered as a man named Carlos stepped out into the light. They wondered if he had truly mastered the legendary arts, but Carlos quickly crushed their hopeful dreams. He told them that the legendary techniques they craved did not exist inside the Southern Tomb at all. It held nothing but ordinary historical records, prompting many to lose interest and abandon the trial entirely. There is no longer any reason for them to risk entering the Southern Tomb, and suddenly the scene shifts completely. We are now at the Southern Forest. On the very next day, everyone gets wind of the upcoming event. A legendary warrior trial is about to begin. The entire kingdom of Valhalla burns with anticipation. From a distance, a pair of feet approaches slowly. The citizens cheer with joy, shouting that Duke Vieto has finally arrived. He is the legendary hero of Valhalla. He is their new wise ruler, and crowd chants of his name echo. Vieto is utterly stunned. He cannot believe his own eyes. It is truly unexpected that the entire empire has erupted into such a frenzy over a single warrior trial. Perhaps they have long yearned for an opportunity to prove themselves. Reflecting on this, Vieto clenches his fists, deeply moved. Roman is indeed the true savior. Yet, even if that is the case, they cannot simply close their eyes. Sacred traditions of this land must be protected. They cannot let the sacred traditions of Valhalla be violated by an outsider. The Duke understands this perfectly. This is the perfect moment to prove his iron will as the new emperor. The rules of this challenge are set. They are incredibly simple. Stepping forward, he finally speaks up to explain the harsh trials that await him. The challenger must face the relentless wrath of every single Valhalla warrior for an entire week. A brutal task. Yet looking at Roman, Vieto sees only an intense, burning determination. He will not back down easily at all. If he survives, the forest guardians will step forward. They will judge if he can enter the Southern Tomb. Hearing this, Roman feels skeptical. Guardians of the forest, is he referring to the native tribe living deep inside the woods? Then Vieto's booming voice echoes once more, calling on anyone wishing to challenge him. They must step forward and prove their true strength. Instantly, a heavy footstep strides forward with force. A warrior steps up right away. He proudly introduces himself as Vanderus, a seasoned veteran of the rebel army. He declares it a great honor to fight Roman. Roman simply offers a calm, polite nod in response. Vanderus burns with an intense battle spirit. He fully recognizes Roman's top-tier strength. Roman has clearly shown us the true qualities of a legendary warrior. He previously turned the entire marine territory into absolute smoldering ruins. He supported their grand rebellion. Yet, Vanderus still refuses to hold Roman in too high regard because Roman remains a complete outsider to Valhalla. Secretly, Vanderus calculates his moves. He must protect their sacred honor of their legendary warrior Carlos from ever being completely overshadowed by a foreigner's epic achievements in this land. More than anyone, he wants to carve his own name into history. He refuses to let their legacy be rewritten by the hand of a stranger. Vanderus looks at Roman, who stands perfectly calm before him. There is a massive pressure. Yet the brave challenger is still highly determined to try his luck today. He well knows he stands absolutely zero chance of actually defeating Roman in a straight head-on physical battle. Therefore, his sole objective is to simply drain Roman's stamina as much as physically possible. With that mindset, he leaps incredibly high into the air. He launches a fierce strike for the glory and honor of Valhalla. In a flash, his blade is right before Roman, slicing clean through the air toward his target. Yet, in the very next second, Vanderus gasps in complete shock. He simply cannot believe his own eyes. Roman has completely vanished. In a split second, he reappears right behind Vanderus, delivering a massive, crushing blow. This single strike leaves Vanderus gasping for air in pure agonizing pain. Then a cold voice echoes out of Roman echoes through the quiet clearing.